Chapter 1 Network Godly System. Red Romance Massage Shop. The technician lady, wearing heavy makeup and revealing clothes, hugged her knees and sat quietly at the head of the bed. She looked at the strange man in front of her with confusion and curiosity. Completely different from other impatient customers, he has been sitting at the end of the bed, smoking silently from the time the price was negotiated until now. He buried his head and said nothing. Unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, the technician asked, "First time?" Although Chen Taishu didn't look up at her, he still nodded in response. The technician's lips curled up slightly as she helped him to prepare himself mentally. "Don't be shy or nervous. My skills are well known far and wide. I promise you will feel like you are floating in the air." Chen Taishu didn't say anything, just took a deep puff of his cigarette. The small room filled with dark red light full of desire and temptation fell into deathly silence again. You can even clearly hear the sound of cigarettes burning and the ticking of clocks. The technician looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. Out of professional ethics and integrity, she felt it necessary to remind this newbie. "Handsome guy, we agreed on 300 yuan for 40 minutes, but now there are only 5 minutes left. Are you going to fix it or not?" Chen Taishu slowly raised his head, and the technician girl could finally see his face clearly. Not ugly, but not handsome either. Very ordinary, the type that would be inconspicuous even if thrown into the crowd. The only thing that attracted people's attention was the decadence and fatigue on his face, and the horrifying bloodshot eyes. He showed a mysterious confidence that came from nowhere, and said in a low and hoarse voice, "No hurry. When there are 2 minutes left, I will let you know how powerful I am." Throwing away the cigarette butt in his hand, he began to take off his clothes and pants. When everything fades away. I laughed at myself in my heart. "My old friend, you have suffered a lot, I only let you have a taste of meat before you die. I swear, I will never be a bootlicker in my next life." Seeing that he had taken off all his clothes, the technician had also made preparations and lay down generously. Chen Taishu took a deep breath, then pounced on her like a jackal or a tiger. But at this critical moment, his body suddenly stiffened. His bloodshot pupils dilated infinitely and a painful scream came from his throat. The next second, he seemed to have suddenly lost all his strength and fell limply onto the technical girl. The young lady showed an expression of extreme contempt and disdain, and was secretly complaining in her heart. Looking at the young man, she didn't expect that he was another coward whose life ended before it even began. Feeling very disappointed, she reached out and pushed Chen Taishu, who was pressing on her like a dead pig, in annoyance. Seeing that he didn't respond, she could only urge him impatiently, "When you're done, get out of here quickly and don't delay me from receiving guests." But Chen Taishu, who was lying on top of her, still didn't react. The furious young lady gritted her teeth and used all her strength to try to push him away. What she didn't expect was that this push actually knocked him directly under the bed. She seemed to realize that something was wrong and quickly got out of bed to check. Chen Taishu was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, motionless. The young lady stretched out her hand and shook his body, shouting anxiously, handsome boy, wake up, what's wrong with you?" However, there was still no response. At this time, the technician was both scared and panicked. She couldn't help but swallow hard, stretched out her trembling fingers, and carefully put them under his nose, trying to detect his breath. The next second, panicked screams suddenly rang out in the massage parlor. "Ah, come, someone is dead, ah." Chen Taishu never dreamed that he would not be able to let his good brother enjoy happiness until his death. He regrets it. In order to lick a few female anchors, he borrowed usury, online loans, and even embezzled public funds. But in the end, not only was there nothing left, but he also completely destroyed himself. He had no right to blame anyone, as all the mistakes were caused by himself. Who made him completely lose himself among the people calling him Big Brother? And he was planning to end his sinful life today. "I originally thought that I would use the only 300 yuan I had left before I died to get rid of the title of novice and make up for my regrets. But he died suddenly before even this last wish could be fulfilled. I still feel a little unwilling. If I could do it again." The severe pain in the head woke Chen Taishu from his coma. He opened his hazy eyes and what he saw was a white world. As his vision became clearer, he suddenly realized that he was in the hospital, lying on a hospital bed. What happened? Has he been rescued? Just as he was wondering, a lot of information suddenly flooded into his mind and he felt like his head was about to explode. After a storm of information, his eyes became clear and bright. He finally understood what was going on. It was indeed sudden death, and there was no way to save the life. His soul has been reborn. He traveled to a parallel world called Blue Star and became an orphan with the same name as him. The excitement and joy of rebirth instantly surged into my heart. Fortunately, God actually gave him a chance to start over. Chen Taishu clenched his fists and secretly swore that he would never be a bootlicker again in this life and would never touch the internet again. However, before he could finish his oath, a mechanical and stiff electronic voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The online rich system is activated, binding in progress, 10%, 20%, 30%. Chen Taishu was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. As expected, those who travel through time and are reborn all have the necessary benefits of a golden finger. The online literature really does lie to me. Internet godly rich system? As the name suggests, it doesn't seem to be very difficult to understand. Chen Taishu took a deep breath and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, I didn't finish the oath, otherwise my face would have been rubbed on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the network god rich system has been successfully bound. Chen Taishu, who has 10 years of experience in online literature reading, is naturally familiar with the system. A thought came to his mind, Tonesy, can you hear me? In fact, he was not quite sure, he just wanted to give it a try. After all, he was also a novice, and the experience he had accumulated from online writing was just talk. What do you think? Ha? Can we really communicate directly in our minds? Ha, not bad, not bad. However, this Tonesy seems to have quite a personality. Just when he wanted to communicate further with Tonesy, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Only then did Chen Taishu notice that he was living in a luxurious VIP ward suite. He quickly searched his memory and finally understood why he was lying here. Chapter 2 Sexy and Charming Young Woman. The only reason why he could live in such a luxurious presidential level ward, even though all his savings added up did not exceed 5 figures, was entirely because he suffered an unexpected disaster. He was riding his electric bike slowly on his way home, and he never expected that an out-of-control Maserati would suddenly hit him. That's right, it was a sudden car accident that led to his current situation. A woman wearing an ink and wash cheongsam pushed the door open and walked in. She is a young woman of about 30 years old. The slim-fitting cheongsam perfectly displays her graceful and sexy figure. Flesh-colored S-shaped socks paired with a pair of long white legs are simply the best. The stiletto heels on her feet make her look elegant and charismatic, while also adding a mature and sexy charm to her. The chestnut wavy hair and flaming red lips perfectly portray her charming temperament. Especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which seem to be able to captivate people's souls and make people sink into them involuntarily. Charming but not coquettish, gorgeous but not vulgar. Her charm and sexiness are natural and there is no trace of affectation. If the memory Chen Taishu accepted was correct, it should be her predecessor that she hit with her car. Come to think of it, I have to thank her. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't have the chance to travel through time and be reborn. While he was observing the woman of course also noticed him. The woman walked quickly to the bed, and you could clearly feel her relief. You finally woke up? You scared me to death. Her voice is full of charm and magnetism, and is very pleasant to hear. Chen Taishu asked, how long have I been unconscious? 3 days, 3 whole days. I thought you wouldn't wake up. Do you know how worried I was during these days? If it weren't for Chen Taishu's unexpected arrival, the previous incarnation would indeed not have woken up. The woman explained, the doctor said you suffered a severe concussion of the head. Whether you can wake up depends on luck. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, it seems that I am quite lucky. The woman also smiled and agreed, my luck doesn't seem to be too bad. Everyone is naturally happy that he can wake up. How do you feel now? Not bad, it should be nothing serious. Wait a minute, I'll call a doctor right away. After diagnosis and examination by several experts, it was confirmed that Chen Taishu was fine except for the external injuries on his body. However, in order to prevent accidents, he still has to stay in the hospital for observation for a few days. Don't I know my own body? And the doctor has checked and said there's nothing wrong with it. I don't think there's any need to observe it any further, right? Chen Taishu doesn't want to stay in the hospital any longer. No. The woman rejected him without hesitation. Seeing her firm attitude, Chen Taishu could only lie and make excuses. No, big sister, I really need to be discharged from the hospital, or I will lose my job. You mean the job as a chef in a restaurant? Chen Taishu nodded, and it was true that he had been a chef in a restaurant in his previous life. Oh, I forgot to tell you that when you were unconscious, the hotel owner called you and I answered the phone for you. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows, having a bad feeling. Your boss tone and manner of speaking were very unpleasant, so I scolded him and helped you fire him. Didn't I realize you still have a bad temper? But you can be violent, but don't make fun of my work. The woman seemed to have thought of something. She suddenly glared at him and asked angrily, "Who are you calling sister?" Her reaction was really slow. Even if Chen Taishu was a straight man, he knew how serious women were about this issue. Not daring to argue, he quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for the slip of the tongue, but how should I address you?" The woman stretched out her hand and said with a charming smile, "Su Qingyan." Chen Taishu lowered his head to look at his plastered hand, then looked at her speechlessly. When their eyes met, Su Qingyan was embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly and said quickly, "I'm sorry, I forgot suddenly." Chen Taishu always felt that she was quite confused, which was totally inconsistent with her appearance. "I've seen the ID card in your wallet. Your name is Chen Taishu, right?" It does look pretty weak." Chen Taishu rolled his eyes at her in annoyance. "Please, my Taishu means the origin of all things, not the physical Taishu, okay?" Su Qingyan didn't hesitate anymore, but changed the subject and said, "It was me who caused you to lose your job. Why don't you be my assistant?" Chen Taishu frowned. When he was a chef, he had free food and accommodation. Now that he had lost his job, he naturally lost his place to live as well. Maybe the black-hearted boss has already thrown all his things into the trash. So now, it seems, seemingly, that he has nothing. But it doesn't matter. His previous life was just like him in his previous life, both of them were orphans. If one person is well fed, the whole family will not be hungry. What's more, now that I have Tongzi by my side, all problems are no longer problems. Let's talk about work first, but could you please help me find a place to stay first? In a big city like Shanghai, renting a house is a considerable expense. The key point is that the small balance in his card is only enough for food. It would be great if she could help me solve the accommodation problem. Su Qingyan patted his chest and assured confidently, "No problem, it's a small matter, I'll take care of it." Whisper. An inopportune sound suddenly rang out. Their eyes met again. Su Qingyan chuckled and revealed a charming smile. "I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please bear with it for a while. I'll go buy you some food." After saying that, she hurried away, twisting her sexy waist. For now, Su Qingyan gave him a pretty good impression. She is kind-hearted, a little confused sometimes, but also very responsible. Only after she left did Chen Taishu have time to continue his in-depth communication with Tongzi. "Tongzi, are you still there?" "Host, rest assured, even if you are gone, this system will still be there. This damn system must have eaten gunpowder, the way it speaks is so irritating. Come on, show it." This network god system is dedicated to making the host the first myth of the entire network and the first hero of the people. However, before that, in order to test whether the host can bear the responsibility of this system, the host needs to pass the assessment of this system. What kind of assessment? This system will provide the host with 200 million Do coins. If the host spends them all within a week, the assessment will be passed, otherwise it will be failed. After analyzing his 10 years of online writing experience, Chen Taishu asked tentatively, "What are the rewards for passing? What are the penalties for failing?" Chapter 3 System Welfare Assessment. Passed, this system can officially start the god-making plan. Failed, the host died, the book is finished, the author is dead. Fuck. Chen Taishu couldn't help but blurt out a national quintessence. He took a deep breath and calmed down to think. Although the Douyin platform in the parallel world is different from the Douyin in the previous life, the difference is not that big. The exchange rate between RMB and Dubi is the same, 110. That is to say, 1 yuan can be exchanged for 10 Do coins. 200 million Dubi may seem like a lot, and it is indeed a lot. Are you kidding me? This is 20 million renminbi, how can it not be a lot? But if you just want to clean it up, that's too easy. Can't you just use your hands? It may take a lifetime to earn 20 million, but if you want to spend 20 million, it only takes a few minutes, right? Why would we need another week? It's unnecessary. Isn't Tongzi clearly giving away benefits? Chen Taishu smiled complacently and decided to accept it without hesitation. Moreover, he has a bold idea. But he also realized something, and asked again tentatively, there should be some other restrictions, right? Bingo! I guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Host, do you think this system is an idiot? You want to transfer money from your left hand to your right hand, what are you dreaming of? Chen Taishu replied unhappily, I know it's definitely not possible, but you won't allow me to think about it? Assessment Notes 1. The doobie provided by this system can only be used for reward consumption. Any form of transaction is prohibited. Cashing out by any means is prohibited. It is prohibited. A lot of things were said in a flash, but in short, these 200 million doobie could only be used for squandering. Want to brush it for yourself? Go for it if you're not afraid of death. Chen Taishu asked in frustration, so I can only fight back online? Am I not still a timid rookie in real life? Host, don't worry. Once you pass the assessment and the god-making plan is officially launched, there will naturally be surprises. Ha! Chen Taishu suddenly felt that he was able to do it again. He suddenly thought of something and his heart rose to his throat. He asked nervously, Tonzi, is your money from a clean source? Is there any problem? Please rest assured that all the money provided by this system is legal and compliant and can withstand verification from any channel. After hearing Tonzi's assurance, Chen Taishu's heart finally settled down. Wait. Chen Taishu only now realized that he had overlooked the most crucial thing. I don't even have a Douyin account yet. Don't panic, this system has already been prepared for you. Well, even though Tongzi's words are very irritating, he does things very reliably and I don't need to worry about anything at all. Just after I finished talking with Tongzi, the door of the ward was pushed open again. Su Qingyan, carrying a packing box, walked towards the bedside in her high heels. Putting down the packed food, she rocked the bed again. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just packed a few dishes. Chen Taishu smiled and replied, it's okay, I'm not picky about food. The meal was very rich, with tiger skin chicken feet, braised lamb feet, roasted pork knuckles with soybeans, and mom's hoof soup. Boy, it's all about the hooves. Su Qingyan touched her hair in a charming manner, smiled seductively and said, as the saying goes, you are what you eat, so you need to eat more of this now. Except for his fractured right hand in a cast and some abrasions on his body, all other parts of Chen Taishu's body are intact and there are no problems. Seeing that he tried to pick the vegetables with his clumsy left hand several times but failed, Su Qingyan laughed heartlessly. Let me feed you. Isn't this bad? Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him charmingly and said coquettishly, don't think too much. It's me who made you like this, so it's only natural for me to take care of you. After saying that, Su Qingyan sat down on the edge of the bed and started feeding him. Her movements were very rough and awkward, and it seemed that she was not someone who could take care of others. I forgot to ask, why did your car suddenly lose control and hit me that day? Su Qingyan paused in feeding him. Oh, the brakes are malfunctioning. Chen Taishu saw her perfunctory attitude. But since the other party doesn't want to talk about it, he naturally won't ask any questions. Anyway, he was sure that Su Qingyan didn't bump into him on purpose. After a quick lunch, Su Qingyan picked up the limited edition shoulder bag and prepared to leave. I still have some things to take care of this afternoon, so you can rest and recuperate. I'll come to see you in the evening. Wait. Chen Taishu called out to her. Why, anything else? Excuse me, where are my phone and wallet? Oh. Su Qingyan patted his head in annoyance, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten it again. After saying that, she opened her bag and took out a brand new cell phone and a wallet. Your phone screen was broken, so I replaced it for you and put your original phone card in it. I saw your wallet was peeling, so I bought you a new one. Your ID card and other things are in it. Chen Taishu, thank you. You're welcome, as long as you like it. After watching her graceful figure leave the ward, Chen Taishu looked at the wallet and cell phone in his hand. The wallet is LV, definitely not a fake or parallel import. The mobile phone is also the latest model. He opened his wallet, took out his ID card and looked at it. This sight really gave him a fright. Wow, I didn't expect that I would be so handsome. He is so handsome even in his ID photo, so wouldn't he be even more handsome in person? In addition to the ID card, the wallet also contained a bank card and an ancient gold coin with a round outer shape and a square inner shape. He took out the coin and played with it. From his memory, this coin should be related to his previous life. But for him now, it seems to be of no use. After stuffing his wallet back into his pocket, he picked up his phone again. There are very few contacts in the address book, except for the owner and colleagues of the restaurant. This shows how small my predecessor's social circle was. It's actually a good thing for him. Without hesitation, delete them all. Connect to the VIP suite's Wi-Fi and start downloading commonly used applications. Not to mention, the hospital's wireless network speed is quite fast. After a while, the commonly used apps will be installed. Log into WeChat and delete the few friends who are not friends. Then the highlight comes. Open the Douyin app and log in to the account provided by Tonzi. He thought the account prepared by Tonzi was very awesome, but it turned out to be just an account registered with his mobile phone number and real name. I opened my wallet again and found 200 million quietly lying in the Douyi account in the total assets. Not a cent more, not a cent less. Looking at the long string of zeros after the 2, Chen Taishu suddenly became distracted. He thought of his past life. They emptied online loans, borrowed high-interest loans, and embezzled all public funds, all for these virtual online currencies. But now, you don't have to think about how to recharge, but instead think about how to spend it as quickly as possible. Fate is so wonderful. Chapter 4, Lurking in the Live Broadcast Room and Eating Melons. After checking the Douyin account, Chen Taishu did not rush in, but searched his memory while gaining a deeper understanding of the Douyin platform. You don't know until you search, and you'll be shocked when you do. It is unknown who developed the Douyin platform of Blue Star, a product of the times. It seems to have appeared out of thin air. Unknown? Can you believe it? What makes Chen Taishu feel even more incredible is that the Douyin platform is extremely popular and sweeping in countries all over the world, as if there is a dark hand pushing it behind the scenes. Moreover, Douyin is not operated privately but is directly controlled by the government, and this is the case in every country. Douyin of Blue Star is divided into 7 major sections, namely Asia, Africa, Europe, South America, North America, Antarctica, and Oceania. Each section is further divided into different regional parts based on the country. For example, the Asian section of Douyin is divided into Zuxia, Sakura, Kimchi, etc. Chen Taishu is now entering the Zuxia section of the Asian section. Real name authentication is required to register a Douyin account, and then the system automatically divides the section area based on the authenticated identity information. Moreover, your Douyin account will be pushed directly into the section of the region you are assigned to, and will never appear in other regions. Of course, Douyin has not yet opened the cross-regional function. According to rumors, in the near future, the Douyin platform will gradually open up regional mergers. Chen Taishu took a breath of cold air. He seemed to have smelled a strong scent of conspiracy. He took a look at Douyin and found that the interface was no different from his previous life. The only biggest difference is that the words Zuxia and the national flag logo will be displayed at the top of the Douyin interface. I believe that Douyin in other regions will also display the name and national flag of the country. Chen Taishu shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. He couldn't figure it out anyway, so why waste brain cells? At least it has nothing to do with him now. Just click into a live broadcast room and check it again. All the functions and props in the live broadcast room are still the same as those of Douyin in the previous life. Whether it's gifts, prices, or wealth levels, they are basically the same. As soon as Chen Taishu finished checking, an announcement popped up on the Douyin interface. He clicked on it and saw that it was the official announcement of the Douyin platform. There are only a few numbers, and the contents are as follows. Dear fighting friend, we will launch and release the 12 ranks of nobility globally at midnight on July 1, 2030, so stay tuned. At the end of the article, there is also the seal of Zuxia and a mysterious mask pattern. 12 ranks of nobility? What's new? Is it similar to the ranks of nobility in the previous life's live broadcast room? The announcement did not provide any detailed information, it just proposed 12 ranks of nobility. However, Chen Taishu felt that they should be more or less the same. But he does not simply think that this is just a way for the platform to make money. You know, although Douyin is controlled by the higher-ups, it is just an agent operator. The real boss behind the scenes is so terrifying, and his purpose is certainly not just to make money. There must be some secrets that are unknown to ordinary people. Chen Taishu didn't think much about it. After all, this was not something he could access at his current level, and it would be useless to think too much about it. Anyway, it will take less than half a month, and we will know the truth after it is launched online. The main goal and task at the moment is to save the dog's life. Slowly sliding the screen, he looked for the live broadcast room that interested him. Because it is afternoon now, many interesting and big anchors with live content are not broadcasting yet. Around 7 or 8 in the evening is the best time period. Most anchors also choose to broadcast during prime time. Of course, this inevitably leads to fierce competition during prime time. They are all trying to gain popularity in traffic, so the competitive pressure must be huge. Moreover, the polarization will be quite serious, with those who suffer from drought dying from drought and those who suffer from floods dying from floods. Brother Go, look at you. You only managed to scrape together more than 2,000 votes in 10 minutes. Isn't this simply lowering my GDP? As soon as Chen Taishu slid into the live broadcast room of the female anchor named Yao Ji, he heard her mercilessly mocking the other party. Look at the real-time online audience displayed in the upper right corner. It's not too many but not too few, about 10,000 people. He can be considered an above-average second-tier anchor. Look at the PK health bar that is about to end. The blue team's Ari received more than 200,000 votes, while the red team's Wang Ergu received only more than 2,000 votes. This gap is simply too big. Chen Taishu curiously clicked on the list and took a look. It turned out that the female anchor Yao Ji had a guardian brother with a light sign level of 16 and a wealth level of 50. There are also several big brothers who are over level 40 on the list, and the level of their light boards is also not low. To upgrade the wealth level to level 50, one needs to spend 13 million Do coins, which is equivalent to 1.3 million renminbi. On the other hand, the male anchor Wang Ergu has most of the votes from people in their 20s. How can the gap be small? Brother Go, I have 2 words from the heart. Do you want to hear them? Chen Taishu looked at the tea-smelling enchantress, and judging from his rich experience as a dog licker in his previous life, this woman must have been holding her fart well. Without waiting for Wang Ergu to answer, she continued, Brother Go, the most important thing for a person is to see the situation clearly and know yourself clearly. You're not still putting yourself in the position of a top anchor, are you? Come on, that's a thing of the past. From the moment we jumped from Tigus Hark to Douyin, we were just new anchors. Look at you now, and then look at me, this is the height determined by attitude. Chen Taishu was a little surprised. He actually guessed wrong? This shouldn't be the case. However, he felt that what Yao Ji said was indeed flawless. Changing the live broadcast platform was equivalent to a new beginning, and he had to adjust his mindset. But at this time, the barrage on the public screen ruthlessly exposed her disguise. Hee come on, green tea princess. Everyone can say nice things, but everyone knows the truth. Justice is in the hearts of the people. That's right, when Brother Go was kind enough to take you with him before, why didn't you speak so arrogantly? Before you were not popular, Dog Brother even went to your live broadcast room to help you gain popularity. If you don't have data, Dog Brother will connect with you for 1 or 2 hours every day. Every time before Gogu goes off the air, he will specifically pass on his fans and viewers to you. It would be fine if you don't show gratitude, but you also poached people, sow discord between Brother Go and the Big Brothers, and condoned and even instigated fans to stir up trouble, disgusting the Big Brothers. Seeing the sudden rise in the barrage, Yao Ji frowned. With an unhappy look on his face, he said, House Manager, block all the black fans who are stirring up trouble. Family, 0213 dominates the screen. Then the entire screen was filled with comments saying 0213. The numbers 0213 must have some special meaning, but Chen Taishu doesn't know. But just like in the previous life, many anchors will choose a special set of numbers to name their fans and family members. 0213 is the code name for fans of Enchantress. Chen Taishu's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect to encounter such a bloody plot as soon as he arrived. It may be a bit cliché, but he still thinks it's quite interesting. And he was also very curious about what was going on. So he planned to stay there for a while longer and eat some melon, but he didn't know whether the melon would be ripe. Chapter 5 Punishment. The cheerful enchantress just now, after being led by netizens and audiences, her face suddenly became gloomy and almost choked with sweat. Chen Taishu shook his head. This female anchor was too young and inexperienced. She couldn't even control her emotions and manage her expressions. To be honest, with this level of performance, it is difficult to grow bigger, stronger, and achieve success. Look at those top-tier anchors or celebrity artists, which one of them is not a master of emotion and expression management? Which face doesn't have a few masks on it? The enchantress said sarcastically, Wang Ergu, I hope you can take good care of your puppies and stop them from showing their teeth everywhere and biting everyone they see. To be honest, your puppies have contributed greatly to your current situation. If you don't manage them, you will only get worse. Chen Taishu shook his head again, feeling that she was a typical person with a bad temper and no brains. He speaks and acts based on his own temperament and preferences without ever thinking. Can she say this? Can she say this in the live broadcast room, in front of the audience and fans? Wang Ergu, who had been calm and composed, was now filled with anger. He said in a bad tone, "Yao Ji, you can say whatever you want to me. Anyway, you have the mouth, I can't control it. But you are now a second-tier anchor in the central region after all. I hope you can have some perspective and stop using my fans as an excuse, okay? Pattern? Haha, you're talking to me about pattern?" The enchantress seemed to be amused by his words. "If I had no vision, would I be playing PK with you online now? How popular is your live broadcast room? How popular is my live broadcast room? How many votes can you get with one hand? And how many votes can I get with one hand? What level are you at? Why are you fighting me? Don't you have any idea what's going on?" The more the enchantress spoke, the more excited she became. "Don't talk to me about the past. You were so good to me. You know what happened in your heart." Ergo said self-deprecatingly, "Yes, I know better than anyone that I am just a bootlicker." In fact, Chen Taishu had vaguely guessed this bloody plot before. As the PK countdown ended, there was no change in the votes for both of them. It still locked in more than 2,000 votes out of more than 200,000 votes. At this time, the enchantress changed her expression again, and a flattering smile appeared on her heavily made-up face. She said in a tea-like voice, "Brother Qingquan, how do you think we should punish him?" The frivolous brother she mentioned is the level 50 boss who is half frivolous. Banshee was frivolous, since he said he was a dog licker, let the dog bark for 3 minutes. As expected of a level 50 boss, he directly used the Supreme Floating Screen Barrage. The Supreme Floating Screen Barrage is not cheap, it is worth 1,000 do coins each. But the effect is also great. The colorful fonts float directly across the entire screen. There is no need to worry about not being seen or being drowned out by public screen chats. Yao Ji clapped her hands and cheered, "Great, great, brother Qingquan is still good at playing." After flattering the boss, she said to Wang Ergu, "Wang Ergu, my elder brother told you to bark like a dog for 3 minutes, so you should bark like a dog. Although it is a bit insulting, if you bet, you have to admit defeat. If you lose a PK and don't want to take the punishment and just roll away, then who will play with you in the PK circle in the future? How can you survive?" Wang Ergu didn't waste any time and just opened his mouth and started barking. Woof woof, woof woof. Banshee was frivolous, doesn't his puppy like to show his teeth? Let him show his teeth while barking. Yao Ji excitedly conveyed her elder brother's meaning. Wang Ergu was stunned, but did it anyway. Woof 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 mmm. Yao Ji slammed the table and bent over to laugh wildly, "Huh? Interesting, really interesting, you are worthy of being Brother Go, you imitated it so well. You know how to play. Brother Qingquan is really good at it. Brother Qingquan must teach me more in the future." Banshee said, "We are just getting started. Now let him kneel on the ground, baring his teeth and barking like a dog." When Wang Ergu heard what Yao Ji said, his face was filled with resentment. Even Chen Taishu, who was eating melons, couldn't help but frown. This can no longer be considered a punishment, it has risen to the level of an insult to one's personality. It's just a PK game, is it necessary to go so far? Chen Taishu switched to Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The comments on the public screen were also quite exciting and lively. Some were angry, some were speaking up for dog, and some were mocking with the audience holding the enchantress sign. It's too much. Forcing someone to lie prone on the ground is too much. Damn, this green tea princess is really a piece of shit. Not only does she not think about the kindness I showed her in the past, but she also adds insult to injury. Haha, you bastard, hurry up and do your punishment. What's wrong? You can't bear to play. You don't want to roll the knife, do you? Seeing that he was still not moving, Yao Ji couldn't help but urge him and sneered, "What's wrong, Brother Go? It's just a simple punishment, why are you still standing there? After all, you used to be a big anchor. You should know the principle of standing at attention when being beaten, right? You're not going to roll the knife, are you? TSK, you better think about it carefully, it will be more difficult to survive if you roll the knife." Faced with her ruthless ridicule, Wang Ergu remained silent. What else can I say? What is there to say? There is no father and son in the PK field. If you don't have the strength, don't say tough words. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and then knelt on the ground. Woof mmm woof woof. The enchantress burst into laughter, "Huh? Ban Shen's Hikwang also floated on the screen and said, not bad, quite interesting. I'd better give him some medical expenses. Our frivolous brother has a big vision, great, love you. The 3-minute punishment time was up and Wang Ergo sat back in his chair. Coincidentally, Ban Shen Qingquang entered the live broadcast room. Wang Ergo forced a smile and said, welcome brother Qingquang to the live broadcast room. The next second, the screen showed that Ban Shen Qingquang sent out a pair of sunglasses. That's right, it's a pair of sunglasses worth 99 do coins. That's not medical expenses at all, it's clearly a deliberate insult. But Wang Ergo smiled calmly and thanked him. Thank you brother Qingquang for sending the medical expenses. Chen Taishu nodded, and it was obvious that he was very satisfied with Wang Ergo's correct response. Well, this is the vision and potential of a big anchor. No matter what, you must learn to pretend in front of others. If someone gives you a gift, you should thank them. It's money after all. The enchantress said triumphantly, okay, brother Go, you can leave now. Also, don't challenge me again in the future. We are not even on the same level now. Fighting with you will lower my level. Wang Ergo didn't say anything harsh and just left the room. Before you have the strength, your harsh words are pure nonsense. Apart from making people laugh and ridicule, they are useless. At this time, Chen Taishu, who was in Wang Ergo's live broadcast room, began typing on the public screen. Chapter 6, Fearless Competition. Taishu Huanjing, Ergo, can you tell me what grudge you have with Yaoji? Chen Taishu didn't know whether he would pay attention to him. After all, he was just a rookie. Although he has 200 million yuan quietly lying in his account, it is not counted towards his wealth level because he has not spent it. There weren't many people in the live broadcast room, only about 1 or 200. There were more before, but after losing the PK and taking humiliating punishments, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room plummeted. Without votes and being humiliated, many fans will stop following him. And those who can stay now are basically die-hard fans. There are also people who come here specifically to laugh at jokes. With fewer people, there will be fewer comments, and the public screen will naturally scroll more slowly. So Chen Taishu's barrage was still seen by Wang Ergo. He shook his head and replied, there's nothing much to say, and it's not nice to say bad things about people behind their backs. I usually say it to their faces, He didn't say it, but the audience and fans in the live broadcast room said it for him. What's so bad about that? Why should I save face for a scheming green tea bitch like her? Many new friends may not know that Yaoji and Gogo were in the same company before. From the mixed comments from netizens and fans, Chen Taishu finally figured it out. It's nothing more than that cliched plot, where a scheming green tea bitch relies on her looks to get close to the popular anchor Ergo. They secretly dug up the big brother behind his back, sowed discord, and even let their fans turn into black fans to influence the big brother. Guys, we do live streaming just for fun. If they are not having fun in your live streaming room, why should they stay? The scheming green tea bitch took advantage of this opportunity to seduce the big brother. In the end, he stabbed Ergo in the back, causing Ergo to break up with the company and leave for a new platform. I originally thought that if Ergo parted ways with the company would allocate resources towards her and promote her. But after the company found out that she was the one who was causing trouble, she was kicked out. No matter how much I calculated, I didn't calculate anything. Not only was he kicked out of the company and platform, but he didn't even get any money from his boss. However, as she was tossing and turning, she seemed to have activated a good luck buff and jumped up directly. She started to become more and more arrogant after her success. After all, it was just a small platform and a small company before, but now Douyin is so awesome. But Ergo was not so lucky. Having fallen to the bottom, it would be difficult for him to turn things around unless something unexpected happened. But he was lucky because Chen Taishu pressed the key again. Taishu Huanjing, Ergo, will you still be a bootlicker in the future? Wang Ergo shook his head firmly, if you keep being a bootlicker, I'll fuck you like a 5-speed electric fan on the livestream. I sincerely advise the old friends in the live broadcast room not to be a bootlicker. A dog licks a dog, and in the end he is left with nothing. Chen Taishu nodded with satisfaction. The young man was good and it was not too late to turn back now. Didn't he, who was a bootlicker in his previous life, end up with a bad ending? When he had nothing, who among those female anchors who usually called him brother would care about him? Not only did she ignore him, she also blocked him. It's true that once the gift is given, the relationship is truly felt. Once the gift stops, the relationship returns to zero. No, it doesn't even count if it's back to zero. In the end, I'm afraid I will still hate you, be disgusted by you, and add insult to injury. This is the reality of the live streaming business. Since God can give him another chance, then why couldn't he give Wang Ergu a chance? Taishu Huanjing, Ergu, do you believe me? Seeing his comments, Wang Ergu was obviously confused. Puzzled, he asked, Brother, what do you want me to believe in you? Taishu Huanjing, I believe I can help you become bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Wang Ergu was stunned at first, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think this is a movie? Am I returning as the king? You've seen my current live broadcast situation. How can I achieve greater success? If he was a big boss above level 50, maybe Ergo would believe it. But how can a newbie like me be so convincing? It's good enough that they didn't choose to ignore this comment. How can you expect them to believe it? If I meet someone who is shallow, has a bad temper, and is in a bad mood, I would probably start scolding him. Just like the crowd of spectators in the live broadcast room right now. I have been strictly trained. No matter how funny it is, I will not laugh. Poochie, haha, unless I can't help it, haha. There are many turtles in shallow waters, and there are big brothers everywhere. You are a rookie with no wealth level, why are you pretending to be a big shot? I'm pretending to be a hunter because I have 2 dead mice on my waist. You should at least level up first before showing off. I am really impressed. There are all kinds of people in the world. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. A bunch of keyboard warriors won't tolerate your bad habits. If you disagree with something, you will start to criticize. Chen Taishu was not angry, and in fact he did not blame others for mocking him. If it were him, he wouldn't believe it either. Ergo waved his hand and said, Alright, I just said it casually, why do you take it so seriously? Can you have some manners? Chen Taishu also noticed that those who were scolding and mocking others were basically the ones who had 0213 light signs hanging on them. As fans of Ari, they stayed in Erga's live broadcast room, so they must have come to watch the joke. Chen Taishu ignored him and started typing again. Illusion, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I'll give you one more chance. Connect with LeBlanc now and play another PK game. Do you dare? Wang Ergo didn't pay attention to the rhythm on the public screen. He actually concentrated on thinking. Chen Taishu did not urge him, but waited patiently for his reply. After pondering for a long time, he asked seriously, Brother Su, are you serious? Su, Brother Su? Chen Taishu was very upset. But he doesn't have time to deal with these now. Take So Wanjing very serious. Ergu hesitated. This does take courage, after all, he had just suffered personal insult. If I connect now and lose, being ridiculed would be a small matter, I am afraid the punishment would be even more insulting. Ergo asked in a very serious tone, Brother Su, can I trust you? Illusion of the Great Void, fearlessly compete for the top. As long as you are brave enough, I can take you to the top. At this time, a fan with a dog brother light sign started posting comments. Damn, done. Let's do it, brother go. Try your best to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Just do it, the worst that can happen is that you lose, but what if? But the one with the 0213 sign was endlessly mocked. Some of the haters may have already gone to the live broadcast room of Ari to tip off the audience. Wang Ergo gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a firm and resolute look. Damn it, just do it, what are you afraid of? He took a gamble. He staked his remaining dignity and decided to take a gamble. As an experienced veteran anchor, he knows that these inconspicuous little white accounts are very likely to hide wealthy people. After all, which rich man didn't he start out as a rookie? Others may have just started live streaming. So, as a host, never look down on anyone in the live broadcast room. This is the most basic requirement for an anchor. Chen Taishu smiled. He nodded with satisfaction in front of the screen. Not bad, not bad. This guy is quite courageous. Taishu Huanjing, okay, let's connect. Now that he had made the decision, Wang Erga no longer hesitated. Directly sent a connection request to Yaoi. Chapter 7, The Battle of Revenge. While the big brother is around, Yao Ji originally wanted to find a strong anchor to have a PK online. Only in this way can she get more votes from Big Brother, right? But she didn't expect that Wang Erga would send a connection request again. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw the fans tip off on the public screen, she hesitated for a moment. During this moment of hesitation, the eldest brother spoke. Banshee, take it, why not? It's so much fun to beat a drowning man. The enchantress smiled coquettishly and said, okay, brother Frivolous, this time I'm going to think of another fun punishment for you. Banshin, don't worry, I will definitely beat him to death, ha. I will tell you when the time comes. Enchantress is smiling on the surface, but she is cursing in her heart. Maybe you have cursed Ergo countless times in your heart? Of course, I also hate those guys who leak the information. Damn it, the one I want to fight is a strong opponent. I want to fleece the big brother and get votes. As a result, these two small parties with more than 2,000 votes are coming again. Doesn't this simply reduce my income? As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. How could she not hate Wang Ergo now? The connection was successful, but Ari didn't look happy with him. He sarcastically said, hey, brother Go, are you really a person who has no memory or is you shameless? How dare you even me? Wang Ergo sneered, what's there to be afraid of? In a PK, isn't it normal to have winners and losers? Who dares to say they are sure to win? Who thinks they are sure to lose? Wow. The enchantress pretended to be surprised. We haven't seen each other for just a few minutes, how come you become so tough? Wang Ergo sneered disdainfully, humph, what's that? From now on, I will be so tough that you won't believe it. Really? Then who made you so tough? Could it be some rookie account? Ha ha. Yaoji continued to sneer in a gloomy tone, hey, brother Go, I'm not saying anything bad about you, after all, you have been in the live broadcast industry for so many years. How can you be so naive? You believe everything he says? Are you his dog? If I tell you to eat shit, will you go? Ha ha. Besides, Ergu, even if you were looking for a master, you should find a decent one. Little White? Haha, Little White? Are you sure you're not here to make people laugh? Ha ha. Her taunts became more and more outrageous. Wang Ergu's face was gloomy. He retorted, I know you have a sharp tongue. You are really good at adding to Big Brother, hee hee. Okay, let's not just talk about it. Let me ask you if you dare to play another game? Yao Ji looked at the comments posted by Qingquan's brother. He smiled and said, play a game? Not impossible, but our punishment has to be something interesting. How do you want to play? The enchantress asked meaningfully, do you have ice cream at home? Have. In the hot summer, it is normal to have ice cream at home. Are there any chocolate cones? Yes. The enchantress smiled and said, okay, if you lose this round, put the chocolate cone on the ground, and you have to lie on the ground like before to get some ice cream. Wow, good boy, you are playing it in a really BT way. No wonder they use chocolate, because it looks like shit. Damn, this is fucking insulting. Now that things have come to this, Wang Ergu has no reason to retreat. What's more, this retreat is also a loss of face. There is no reason not to give it a try. Okay, no problem, it's the same if you lose. The enchantress, who was interested, agreed without hesitation, no problem, let's get started. He even added a sarcastic remark at the end, Little White account, go for it, try to reach level 30 or 40 through PK, huh? As the two cross swords were inserted into the middle of the screen, the 10-minute countdown for the PK officially began. Brothers, Xiao Yaoji has said all the cruel things. From now on, Xiao Yaoji will hand herself over to you. We must not lose this round, please, brothers. If this PK is successful, Xiao Yaoji will clean the glass for you later. Brothers, let's raise funds together and strive to show the momentum and majesty of our 0213. Hot air balloons, Porsches, airplanes, whatever you have available. Today, let's teach Wang Ergu a lesson. Go, go, go. Enchantress used various words of speech passionately to mobilize the emotions of the audience and fans in the live broadcast room, making them vote for her willingly. At the same time, the atmosphere group in the live broadcast room also started working. Go, 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 teach him a lesson. Whatever you have, let us crowdfund together. There is strength in numbers, one person fights. There are green mountains beyond mountains and buildings beyond buildings. Defeat the opponent with crowdfunding. The effect of canvassing for votes is also particularly obvious. In just this short moment, the various gift special effects on the screen never stopped. And her health bar directly reached more than 20,000 votes. I have to say that the strength is still quite strong. As for the half-body frivolity, boss, don't you have any face? You must appear at the critical moment, otherwise you will lose all your face. Compared with the lively atmosphere of Yaoji's live broadcast room, Wang Ergo's live broadcast room seems particularly deserted. Even the little hearts worth a dime only appear once in a while. And Wang Ergo did not canvass for votes either. There's really nothing much to say, it all depends on whether Brother Su will take action. If he was deceived, then the outcome of this PK would be a foregone conclusion, and he accepted it. Not only was he waiting, but the 100 or 200 fans in the live broadcast room were also waiting. Wang Ergo's face was full of tension, and even sweat was beading on his forehead. I was praying silently in my heart. Will he do it? Will he do it? Will there be a surprise? Will there be a miracle? Are you still not going to make a move? The 1 minute mark is almost up. After 1 minute, you have to open the microphone. If you don't do it, you will be mercilessly mocked by the opponent. Chen Taishu smiled slightly. What's there to be nervous about? Click on the gift bar, scroll to the bottom, and put your finger on the carnival. Carnival is currently the most expensive gift in Douyin's gift column. It is worth 30,000 Do coins, which is 3,000 renminbi. Unlike the previous life, the carnival in Blue Star Douyin can also be pressed and held for combos. The highest combo is 999, which means 999 in one strike. In other words, with just one click, you can swipe away 29.97 million Do coins. Therefore, this assessment task of the system is just like a joke. I don't know whether a back door was opened for Chen Taishu. His fingers have slowly been placed on the carnival. It would be too boring to start by displaying the tickets. We have to change the way we play. When the 1 minute was up, Enchantress couldn't wait to turn on the opponent's microphone. Wang Ergo smiled bitterly and turned on the other party's microphone. LeBlanc enters taunt mode, ready to go all out. King. But just as she uttered the first word, the situation suddenly reversed. The blue blood bar belonging to Wang Ergo suddenly pressed over. That's right, that man finally took action. Chapter 8, Move Once, Hit Once. Brother Su tapped lightly, and rows of pink and light yellow floor tiles instantly appeared on the screen. The carnival gift special effects fill the screen. The gift information under the public screen also scrolled out, and Master Taishu gave Carnival 1. Above the live broadcast room, a floating screen also scrolled across the entire platform. Illusion Realm is hosting a carnival in Wang Ergo's livestream. Let's go watch. As the announcement floated across all platforms, the live broadcast room began to slowly attract visitors and viewers. Yao Ji's face suddenly turned ugly, and she looked like she had eaten a fly. The words were clearly on the tip of his tongue, but as soon as he said a word, his health bar began to drop. She could only swallow it back. Do you think she felt uncomfortable or nauseous? And this is exactly the effect Chen Taishu wanted. Let us look at Wang Ergo again. He was stunned when he saw the special effects on the screen. It took him a long while to come back to his senses. He jumped up from his chair, gesticulating and shouting. Thanks to my brother Su for the carnival. Then he took out a firework tube from a box nearby and fired it towards the camera. He even shouted excitedly, Brother Su is awesome. Suddenly, colorful strips sprayed across the entire live broadcast room. This is not the end yet. He then took out another one. Fire. Shouting, Brother Su is so domineering. Another one. Fire. Shouting, Brother Su is mighty. Then he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He bowed solemnly and thanked sincerely, thank you, Brother Su. I have to say that he arranged everything very clearly. Haha, it seems like the bet was right, Brother Su is awesome. Damn, will I be able to see Ergo return to his peak in my lifetime? Brother Su is really awesome, his first move is a carnival, so arrogant. Amid the boasting in the barrage, even the experienced Chen Taishu was about to get lost. There is no way, whether it is true or false, but this feeling is really too damn addictive and it is too easy to make people lost. In his previous life, he lost himself in the constant shouting of Big Brother is awesome. But now, it's completely different. With the support of System Daddy, how could it be stopped? Chen Taishu smiled slightly, great, this feels really fucking great. He started typing directly. Taishu Huanjing, Ergo, just start scolding me. Wang Ergo saluted with a smile and said, Brother Deli, please hold it well. Cough cough. He pretended to cough twice and cleared his throat. But before he could say anything, the opponent's health bar came down. The level 50 big brother made a move with half his body frivolously. It's also a carnival. Chen Taishu didn't hesitate at all, and directly pushed the health bar back down in the next second. Taishu Huanjing, don't worry about it, just spray. Every time he moves, I will hit him. Wang Erge rolled up his sleeves and said, brother, if you say so, then I can't suppress the great power in my body. He said with a playful look on his face, green tea princess, huh? Come on, aren't your tongue quite useful? Why aren't you talking now? Oh, I forgot, you can't talk when your health bar is low. What's wrong? Is your blood bar welded shut? Or have you been given anesthesia? Why don't you move? As soon as he finished speaking, the opponent's health bar moved immediately. This time, Banli gave away 2 carnivals directly. You. The enchantress only said one word again. Chen Taishu's 3 carnivals put pressure back again. You, what? He. I'm sorry, my eldest brother said, if you move, I'll beat you. If you move, I'll beat you. Move and hit. The guy jumped up as he spoke, looking indescribably proud. And the enchantress's face couldn't be any darker. Ha. I'll hit you every time you move, XSWL. Brother Su is awesome, Brother Su is domineering, Brother Su is mighty. Once called Brother Su, I will be your good brother for life. The plot has taken another turn, and now Wang Ergu's live broadcast room is celebrating on the public screen. However, the public screen of the live broadcast room of Enchantress was filled with wailing and the rhythm was continuous. It's over. This time the opponent really came prepared. What the hell, frivolous brother, you are so fucking arrogant. Fuck, brother Qingquan, hurry up and attack, the other side is clearly coming for you. You've already mentioned all the moves, why haven't you made any moves yet? How can you be so patient? Could it be that you just brushed it off? Half-body frivolity did not disappoint them. This time, he directly set up 10 carnivals and 300,000 tickets. You. What a sin. She only said one word again and again. At the same time, Chen Taishu immediately created 11 carnivals. There is always one more than the other side. Are you angry? I just want to ask you if you are angry? Illusion of the realm of the void, spray the big brother on the other side as well. Chen Taishu really couldn't stand the half-body frivolity that had no bottom line. Besides, he is now the king of Japan, and he doesn't care who the hell you are. If you don't like it, just do it. You are so timid even with your master by your side, and you still want to play with the useless internet? No matter who comes, it's useless. I don't give any face to anyone. In a word, it's all crazy. After receiving the order, Wang Ergu immediately responded, You don't understand what I'm saying, right? Do you really think my elder brother is just joking with you? I told you I'd beat you every time you move. Why don't you believe it? How about you, brother Qingquan, try moving again? It will be over if my big brother doesn't do it. He's still a level 50 boss after all. It shouldn't be a big deal if he gets so few votes, right? Ha! Move. His sarcasm obviously irritated the other party. Half of the frivolous man actually threw out 50 carnivals directly. 1,500,000 dubi, that's 150,000 renminbi. He really doesn't take money seriously. It is said that the average number of Douyin users exceeds 100 million, and it seems to be true. But this time, the enchantress learned her lesson. She did not speak in a hurry, but waited and watched. After waiting for 5 or 6 seconds and seeing no movement from the other side, she smiled triumphantly. He said proudly, You. Unfortunately, Chen Taishu controlled the timing so precisely. With one word, 51 carnivals are revealed. It's obvious that he did it on purpose, whether it was postponing the ticket sales or adding just one more carnival, it was all intentional. Ha, I am so tired from laughing. Look at Green Tea Princess' expression. She is about to cry. Yes, it's fun to play like this. It's too boring to just put up tickets right away. Sugo is really good at playing, he is really good at it, haha, please tell me the psychological shadow area of Green Tea Princess and half-body frivolous now. Wang Ergu was completely annoyed by Chen Taishu's actions. Thanks to my brother Su for his Huaziyu, brother Su is so domineering and awesome. If I were to use one word to describe him now, it would be crazy. Yes, totally insane. He stopped mocking and just kept setting off fireworks. He even wanted to kowtow to Chen Taishu directly. Chapter 9: The Arrival of the Super Rich. I'm afraid only Wang Ergu himself knows how excited he is right now. Perhaps his die-hard fans who have always supported him can also feel it a little bit. Ever since he joined Douyin, his situation has been particularly bad, and it can be said that he has fallen directly to the bottom of his life. Just when he was about to give up and quit the live streaming industry, he never dreamed that things would suddenly turn around. Originally, I just wanted to give it a try, take a gamble, and quit the internet if I lost. But what is the result? I actually got the right bet and won. How can I not be excited? It's more exciting than winning a $5 million jackpot. Although the outcome of this PK is still undecided, for him, it is already a win. Even though he lost in the end, he had no complaints. With only 3 minutes left in the countdown, both sides closed their microphones again and entered the final sprint to canvass for votes. Wang Ergu still did not canvass for votes. He was extremely excited and even choked up as he said, "Brother Su, thank you, thank you. Thank you for helping me when I was at my lowest point. No matter whether I win or lose in the end, I, Wang Ergu, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. Give me a hand, and I'll give you a hand." Chen Taishu showed a black question mark face. What the hell are you saying? Who needs your help? Can you speak? Taishu Huanjing, stop it now. If you can't speak, just say less. Wang Ergu scratched his head and smiled innocently. Brother Su, I'm not very good at speaking, please don't mind. Taishu Huanjing, don't call me Brother Su anymore, it sounds fucking weird. Okay, Brother Taishu. Chen Taishu was even more speechless, feeling that this title was even more empty than Brother Su. I was secretly criticizing Tonzi in my heart. What a crappy nickname he gave him. He's so fucking uncultured. He clicked on the character and said, "Call me Brother Huanjing." Okay, no problem, Brother Taishu. Just when they were chatting enthusiastically, the fans couldn't sit still anymore. Stop chatting, there's only 1 minute left, pay attention to guarding the tower. Yes, please, Brother Su, you must defend the tower, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain. The opponent will definitely steal the tower, 100%. Of course Chen Taishu knew that the opponent would steal the tower. After all, he is a level 50 big brother. How could he not get angry when being insulted like this? Since they didn't choose to fight head-on during the process, they would definitely choose to steal the tower in the end. After all, in PK, the winning process is not important, the result is the most important. However, will Chen Taishu give him a chance? Don't be silly, how could my brother Taishu leave him any leeway? If you want to play, you must have fun. Brother Taishu is ready to become famous in one battle. Open the gift bar and long press carnival, the combo number will be displayed. There are 10 free, 66 free, 188 free, 520 free, and 999 free. Finally, there is a box for inputting numbers, where you can input numbers by your own preference. But it cannot exceed 999. Chen Taishu just pressed it but didn't click it. He is still waiting. If he starts to vote now, the other side will definitely not vote again. He planned to trick that guy again. Beat him up once and for all and teach him a lesson. As expected, with only 10 seconds left, the opponent's health bar instantly overwhelmed our own. Banshin Cheng Quan gave Carnival 188 to Yaoji's live broadcast room. Sprinkle flowers. 188 carnivals, 5.64 million dubi. Boy, this really made him mad. It costs 1.3 million renminbi to upgrade to level 50, and this PK cost more than 600,000, which is almost half of the previous consumption. And Banling's wealth level has now reached level 52. That's right, with his previous accumulated consumption, he was promoted twice. The live broadcast room of Enchantress is already celebrating wildly. There were people dancing and setting off fireworks, and they were also congratulating Brother Qingquang on his promotion to level 52 Consumer Tycoon. Yao Ji's face was almost broken by laughter. She was so happy to get votes in this PK, and she also won the PK smoothly. How could she not be happy? As soon as the 188 carnivals came out, she had already tacitly accepted that she had firmly won the PK. Not only her, but also the audience in her live broadcast room were celebrating in advance. Ha, awesome, the frivolous boss is awesome, 188 carnivals, he took them down straight away. Brother Qingquang is too arrogant. Isn't that idiot Brother Su on the opposite side so awesome? Why is he not jumping around now? Come on, brothers, let's go over there in charge. The 0213 fans who were extremely depressed and frustrated before now see the dawn of victory and suddenly become extremely arrogant again. One after another, they switched to Wang Erga's live broadcast room and began to mock and curse him. Ha, brother Su? Are you so weak? Are you a coward? Aren't you pretty awesome? Why don't you try to be even more awesome? That's it? That's it? Just a few coins in your pocket and you want to act like a big brother? Look at how capable you are. Do you want to hit him? Go ahead and hit him. He was jumping around happily just now. Are you impotent? Hurry up and sell everything you have to suppress him. Chen Taishu just laughed off the ridicule from these black fans and keyboard warriors. The more fun you have now, the more painful your face will be later. The strong have no need to say much, they always rely on their strength to show off and slap others in the face. To be honest, he was somewhat disappointed with the 188 carnivals on the opposite side. I thought the opponent would spawn a group of 520, but in the end, this didn't work. The level 51 is indeed a bit lacking in meaning and is boring. Guessing that he couldn't trick anyone further, Chen Taishu stopped wasting time. Lightly tap the San 999 button with your finger. Suddenly, a 5-clawed golden dragon flew up and rolled out on the screen, followed by a shocking dragon roar. The trembling sound of the dragon's roar made the phone vibrate. This is the hidden effect of giving away a set of 999 carnivals. This is not the end yet. After the golden dragon special effects disappeared and the phone stopped vibrating, a series of fireworks rose into the sky on the screen. The fireworks exploded, and a dazzling and gorgeous fireworks feast began. A red festive message also lit up in the middle of the screen. Taishu Fantasyland is giving away Carnival 999 in Wang Erga's live broadcast room. A super rich man has come and is spending a fortune. Go and watch. That's right, this red good news is displayed on all platforms. This good news will be displayed in every live broadcast room at the same time, and in the center of the screen. Wang Ergu and the fans in the live broadcast room were all stunned. But before they could come to their senses, Chen Taishu launched his second attack. Taishu Fantasyland is giving away Carnival 999 in Wang Erga's live broadcast room. A super rich man has come and is spending a fortune. Go and watch. The special effects of the first good news had just disappeared, and the second good news came. Wang Erga was even more stunned, staring at the screen blankly like a wooden chicken. Numb, his whole body was numb. Not to mention him, even the viewers and visitors in the live broadcast rooms on all platforms were stunned. Chapter 10, Lackeys. Fuck, who the hell is this? This is too cruel, right? 2 groups of 999 carnival? I haven't seen the 999 carnival gift special effects for a long time. Today I saw 2 of them. It's really awesome. Taishu Huanjing? Who is Taishu Huanjing? I have never heard of it. Could it be the secondary account of some super rich man? Who is this Wang Ergo? Does anyone know this anchor? Who are they? Let us go and pay our respects to this great and wealthy person in the realm of illusion. At this time, countless tourists came to Wang Erga's live broadcast room to watch the fun. 2 swords for 999, a total of 59.94 million do coins. What a joke! How can it not explode the platform and attract onlookers? When she saw the first piece of good news that lit up in the live broadcast room, Yao Ji was completely stunned. This is a fucking win by the head? Then when the second piece of good news appeared, she collapsed instantly. The whole person slumped in the chair in a daze. The public screen in her live broadcast room also became quiet instantly. Chen Taishu's 999 critical hits also completely killed the PK. In just a short while, more than 10,000 people flocked to Erga's live broadcast room. Wang Ergo gradually came back to his senses from his shock. Surprisingly, he didn't act as excited as I had imagined, but rather unusually calm. Without further ado, he stood up and moved the chair away. He knelt on the floor and kowtowed 3 times. Then he slowly stood up and said seriously, "Brother Taishu, I, Wang Ergu, am not very good at speaking nice words, nor can I lick my big brother. I can only kowtow to show my respect. Today you looked up to me, gave me a hand, and allowed me to regain my life. You are my second parents. From now on, I, Wang Ergu, will be your running dog. If you have any request, I will do my best to help you, no matter what happens." Chen Taishu was completely confused by him. Good man, you can't speak? Can't you lick your brother? You licked my pussy so well. However, Chen Taishu was still very satisfied with his statement. Since you are a host, you should forget your shame. If you can't let go of your pride and lower your head, you can't be a host. So what if I am looked down upon? So what if I am laughed at? What is real? Only the numbers on your bank account, the cash in your bag, the luxury car you drive and the villa you live in are real. You laugh at others for being shameless and without dignity, and others laugh at you for paying off your mortgage and car loan. As for those who sneer and show disdain, it's just that the opportunity has not fallen into their hands. If one day it's him, I'm afraid he will be even worse than that. Taishu Huanjing, okay, stop being sentimental. You deserve this. I said, fearless competition for the top. If you dare to trust me, dare to gamble and fight, I will make you return to the top and create greater glory. Next, go find a professional live broadcast room, do a good job, and don't let me down. Wang Ergu immediately said, okay, big brother, just wait and see. I, Wang Ergu, am no longer the same Wang Ergu as before. Awesome, really awesome, I didn't expect that I could witness the birth of a super rich man. Brother Taishu is too arrogant, he just threw away more than 6 million. I'm afraid I won't be able to earn that much money in my entire life. My loyal fans are in tears. Dog brother has finally stood up again. It's not easy. Thank you Taishu brother for your support. In 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, brother Taishu went from a rookie to level 55. Oh my god. I reached 55 levels in 10 minutes. Apart from my brother Taishu, who else could do that? Just a quick question, brother Taishu, are you still in need of a lackey? Or a pendant would be fine. Where are you? Where is Heisey? Come out and scream again. Weren't you screaming so happily just now? Why are you so scared now? The frightened fans also came to their senses and gave Chen Taishu fresh compliments. As for the little black fans from before, they probably bought standing tickets and left the room to return the lightboards overnight, right? By the way, I also changed my nickname ID. After all, it's so damn embarrassing. Wouldn't it be laughed at to death if recognized? After both parties started talking on the microphone, Wang Ergu smiled proudly. Now he really stood up and his waist was straightened. TSK. Alas. Green tea princess, didn't you think you were guaranteed to win? Why are you so dumbfounded now? Come on, don't keep our viewers in the live studio waiting for too long. After all, I, Wang Ergu, have over 20,000 viewers in my live studio right now. Next, please enjoy a good show of a dog eating shit. Green tea princess, come on, show me. The resentment that had been pent up in his heart for a long time was finally released at this moment. It feels so good. It feels so fucking good. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. The enchantress, whose face had turned pale, reacted quickly. She gave a flattering and seductive smile, ready to use the green tea killer move. The bitch said coquettishly, brother go, since I am so pitiful, can you change the punishment? Then she threw 2 seductive glances and twisted her sexy body coquettishly. Temptingly, how about I dance for brother Taishu, okay? Chen Taishu in front of the screen couldn't help but snort coldly. In her previous life, she was a green tea bitch who made herself sick. How could it be possible for him to fall in the same place twice now? Pooh. There is nothing much to say. All the green tea bitches and slutty sluts should be beaten to death when they are seen. Wang Ergu said disdainfully, forget it, you want to seduce my brother with your appearance? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? I was blind to fall for you, a worthless piece of junk. Don't be so naughty here, it's useless. Hurry up and do the punishment, don't waste time. The enchantress, who was ruthlessly exposed and trampled upon by him, looked extremely ugly. Seeing that she was hesitant and unwilling to move, Wang Ergu started to ridicule her again. Why, you feel ashamed now? When you were deciding the punishment, didn't you think you were guaranteed to win? Where's your frivolous brother? Why didn't he protect you? He couldn't do that either. Oh, yes, he gave us sunglasses as medical expenses before, right? Well, housing manager, you go over right away and give me some medical expenses, and brother Go will reimburse you. Don't just give me a pair of sunglasses, that's too stingy. We are big-hearted, so just give me 2. Yes, that's right, just one more than him. The half-brother who was dragged out to be whipped again was probably about to vomit blood from anger, right? Chen Taishu laughed unconsciously. This guy is really good, that's how it should be. If you are not excited even after winning, then when will you be excited? If you can't stand up even with the support of your big brother, what future do you have? Since you want to hang out with me, then in one word, be awesome and cool. Afraid of offending this person, afraid of offending that person, what great things can you accomplish if you are timid and cowardly? Chapter 11, I don't accept it, I want to fight. Pa! A crisp sound was heard in a luxurious villa in Magic City. The rich second-generation boy Xia Xixio was so angry that he smashed the crystal ashtray onto the floor. If it weren't for the recharge limit, you little jerk thinks you can beat me? Wang Ergu, huh? CNM, a stinking beggar dares to humiliate me? Well, I'll see how long this jerk can keep a stinky bug like you. It's the same old saying, if you gamble, you have to admit defeat. Besides, it was she who proposed the punishment, so Yao Ji had no choice but to do it. She pulled a chocolate cone out of the fridge and anchored it firmly to the ground. It looks exactly like a pile of poop. Seeing that she was reluctant and hesitant, Wang Ergo sneered and urged, hurry up and do it. I have more than 20,000 viewers in my live broadcast room right now. Who has the time to hang out with you? As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt message scrolled across the screen. Half-body frivolous enters the live broadcast room. The smile on his face grew even wider, and he said sarcastically, yo, brother Ching Kuang has condescended to visit my live studio again? If there's anything I haven't done well, please bear with me, brother Ching Kuang. After all, I really don't want to bother with you, ha. If Chen Taishu had not spoken before, Ergo would definitely not have confronted his eldest brother. No matter whose big brother he is, and no matter how hard this big brother hits me, I can't confront him. But it's different now Chen Taishu has spoken. As the first lackey under his command, he must implement it and carry his attitude through to the end. As soon as he finished speaking, rows of floor tiles suddenly lit up on the screen. Half-body frivolity gave away Carnival 3. Wang Ergu was slightly stunned and seemed a little surprised. However, he figured it out in an instant. He probably wanted to use the 3 carnivals to redeem Enchantress and save her from punishment. Sure enough, his floating screen appeared the next second. Half-body frivolous, redeem yourself. Wang Ergo didn't say anything. He wanted to see if brother Taishu had any instructions. Taishu Huanjing, get lost. Are your 3 Huazi so awesome? You can redeem me just like that? Do you think you are the king? Do you think you are so impressive? Chen Taishu sneered disdainfully, those who bully others will always be bullied. Why didn't you think about the present when you were so aggressive at the beginning? When you play on the internet, all you're playing for is your face. Ergu also considered this, so he did not act on his own. If I really agree to redeem him, where will brother Taishu's face be? If it wasn't for the sake of face, would he, a half-frivolous man, come to redeem himself? Rich people only care about their appearance. Chen Taishu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and typed again. Taishu Huanjing, however, it is not impossible to redeem yourself, but... Half-body frivolous, tell me, how much do you want? Taishu Huanjing, why are you pretending to be so arrogant in front of me? You can't even win in a PK, so what qualifications do you have to act arrogant in front of me? Remember one thing, don't use your entire fortune to challenge my pocket money. How much more do you want? TSK. Then tell me, how many Chinese poops do you want if I ask you to eat shit? It's easy to redeem yourself. Just call daddy twice. Chen Taishu was a land immortal who opened the gate of heaven with one click. When it comes to scolding people, he is no worse. Fuck, you little jerk. Xia Xixio threw the big cigar in his mouth to the ground. Half-body frivolous, okay, you're really crazy, I'll have some fun with you. Taishu Huanjing, ha? Arrogant? No, I'm already very humble. You want to play with me? What can you play with me? Are you that one? Chen Taishu is just a madman. You have been timid and cowardly all your life. If you don't act recklessly now, when will you act recklessly? What's more, this is still on the internet. In the real and fake internet, only the strong ones are worthy of looking down upon others. Being modest is a sign of lack of confidence and strength. The crazier you are, the more people will believe in you. However, the so-called madness does not mean blind madness. It must be reasonable and powerful. If you are arrogant and domineering without any strength, it is not arrogance, it is pure stupidity. Chen Taishu is now enjoying this feeling very much. You can't stand me, but you can't get rid of me. You think he is crazy, but if it were you, you might be even crazier than him. There is no way. The strength is here. It is not allowed to keep a low profile. Taishu Huanjing, little boy, are you feeling unconvinced? Don't worry, I'll give you another chance to challenge me. Taishu Huanjing, we are all grown men, so we won't say too much or too little. If you don't agree, just do it again. It's up to you whether I hit you or not. Banshee said, okay, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, we'll have a father-son game. Whoever loses gets to call dad. You better prepare enough tickets, you little jerk. Chen Taishu smiled. This guy was quite stubborn. But it doesn't matter, no matter what he wants to do, I will accompany him to the end. Chen Taishu just wanted to see what tricks he was playing. Raising votes? Calling people? It doesn't matter. Taishu Huanjing, okay, I'll give you one day. Who can help me be so broad-minded? Banshee was frivolous, then it's settled. Whoever doesn't come tomorrow night at 8 o'clock will be a grandson. After posting this comment, Xia Xishu directly quit Douyin. He was doomed to lose face today. He was neither in the mood nor had the face to continue playing. He opened WeChat and clicked on a WeChat group called Father's Alliance. His fingers clattered across the keyboard, making a series of clumsy operations. It was obvious that he was preparing to send a message to contact someone. Chapter 12 Father's Worry. The worried father half frivolous, brothers, I was beaten up by someone, what should I do? The worried father a sword coming from the west, I just heard that he was beaten up by a rookie account. The worried father in green, what happened? Did the car flip over? The father who worries the dream of 900 million boys, I heard he was beaten pretty hard. He was brutally humiliated, TSK. The four people in the group are well-known second-generation people in Shanghai, and their families are richer than each other. If you often play Douyin and see their nicknames, you will definitely be surprised. Except for Banling Qinghuang, the nicknames and IDs of the two men and one woman all reached the highest wealth level in Douyin, which is level 60. It is also very simple to upgrade Douyin's wealth level to 60, as long as the cumulative consumption reaches 20 million. Please note that the 20 million does not refer to Dubi, but RMB. Those who can reach level 60, except for e-commerce, return accounts, guild operation accounts, media accounts, etc., are undoubtedly super rich. However, although there are a lot of level 60 accounts in Douyin, there are not many truly rich people who are purely playing for the game out of pure sentiment and love. Those who are usually around level 30 or 40 play for the sake of passion. However, the 3 level 60 fushus are truly wealthy. It's not that Xia Xishu is much worse than them, it's just that Xia Xishu has only been playing Douyin for a few days, so he is only level 52 now. Half-body frivolity, I bought 2 new cars this morning. The card limit has been reached, otherwise I would not have lost money. Half-body frivolity, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, father and son game, what do you say? Ijian Shilai, what can I say? I must help my brother get back his face. Qingshan Rugu, play is play, jokes are jokes, but don't joke about serious matters. I have the tickets ready, let us just do it. The dream of 900 million boys, you play yours, I play mine, and I'm just helping out. One more or one less 1T make much, but I can still join in the fun. The dream of 900 million boys, I really want to see if you guys will flip over, haha. She has always looked down on Xia Xishu. It was good enough that she didn't help others beat him up. How could she possibly help him? Not arguing with him or ridiculing him is already giving him enough face. Of course, it was not to give face to Xia Xishu, but to give face to the other 2 friends. After all, we are all in the same circle, so we should still consider our companions to some extent. Everyone was already accustomed to her attitude and was not surprised at all. They were discussing the matter heatedly in the group. The situation of Enchantress is miserable. It is impossible for her to quit unless she wants to completely give up or quit the live broadcast industry. Otherwise, with such a bad behavior, not only will no one want to play with her anymore, but even her fans will look down on her. The PK game of Blue Star Douyin is so pure, you have to accept the loss and stand at attention when you are beaten. Basically, there will be no rolling knife situation. Therefore, before the PK begins, we will be very cautious when discussing punishment. If you are sure you can bear it, then okay, no problem, you can take it. Only those who think they are sure to win may not consider the consequences. Just like Enchantress. She must be punished as she is still thinking about tomorrow's PK. There is no doubt that she will definitely attract a lot of votes in tomorrow's PK. Thinking about it this way, there was nothing she couldn't accept. Besides, I've already received so many votes today. It's just a small punishment. What's that a big deal? What does it matter if you are laughed at or ridiculed? Only the money you get is real. Her mentality instantly balanced, and she stopped hesitating and just lay on the ground and started to punish. Wang Ergu, who was about to gloat over someone else's misfortune, suddenly felt sick to his stomach. I don't know if it was intentional or real. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it, it's just that, it's so damn similar. Damn, it would have been fine if you hadn't said that, but now I'm fucking sick too. Ugh, no, it's too disgusting. I can't help but think of it. Huh? What's going on? Am I the only BT who likes to watch this? Chen Taishu, who was lying on the hospital bed, couldn't help but let his imagination run wild when he saw this scene. I can't stand it, it's really exciting to look at him again. The visual impact is too strong. Just when everyone was getting a little overwhelmed, the screen of Enchantress's live broadcast room went black. It's not a roll, nor is it taken off the air, but it's been blocked. Live broadcast banned for 30 minutes. Ha ha ha. Oh my god, I can't stand this anymore. There is really no way to wash it off now. The platform has taken action and it is confirmed. There is no way to wash it off. I just entered the live broadcast room. What happened? I seem to have missed a fucking 100 million? Is there anyone who dares to eat shit live? Langmi, I'm definitely paying attention. The live broadcast room was banned and the connection was automatically disconnected. Chen Taishu, who had lost all interest, didn't plan to continue playing. Taishu Huanjing, it's down, you can play it slowly, and remember to start broadcasting at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Wang Ergu was immediately delighted. Not daring to delay, he quickly stood up, fired a shot, and then bent over 90 degrees. He shouted respectfully, "Farewell, Brother Taishu." The public screen in the live broadcast room was filled with "Farewell, Brother Taishu." This is the face of the internet tycoons. It is no wonder that so many people are addicted to it. As long as you swipe more, it will definitely satisfy your vanity greatly. Chen Taishu put down his phone and let out a long sigh. He was physically injured and his mental state was not very good. In addition, I have experienced a lot today, so now I am feeling tired. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a rest. Not long after, he fell asleep. He slept soundly, but he didn't know how many people's attention he had attracted. Somewhere in the capital, a secret place. In the entire Zuxia, the number of people who know the function of this secret place, excluding the staff inside, is definitely no more than 100. That's right, this is the National Destiny Department. The National Transport Department was established only a few years ago. The key is that it was established under duress. Not only Zuxia, but other countries also have this new department called National Destiny Bureau. The reason why this department exists is entirely because of the emergence of Douyin. To be more precise, it should be called National Destiny Douyin. As the name suggests, this is a live broadcast platform that is tied to the country's destiny. Along with the emergence of Guiyun Douyin, there are also a series of rules. Only a few senior officials in each country know these rules. Chapter 13, Horrible and Mysterious Platform. The most important rule is that without the official permission of the platform, it is strictly forbidden to make the matter of Guiyun Douyin public. As for how to judge the quality of a country's fortune, it all depends on the revenue value of Douyin live broadcast. The higher the profit value, the richer the national fortune reward given by the platform officials. If the income value does not meet the official standards given by the platform, it will be punished by the national destiny. Specific rewards and punishments for national destiny include, but are not limited to, land area, health, life expectancy, advanced military technology, etc. The algorithm for the live broadcast revenue value of Guiyun Douyin has many strict restrictions. First, the income obtained must be compliant, reasonable, and legal. If the money spent by the rewarder is not obtained in a legitimate way, is illegal, or is unreasonable, the income value will not be calculated. In other words, even if the money given by the rewarder is borrowed, the profit value will not be calculated. Not to mention those from other channels. Harsh, quite harsh. Secondly, the income value will only be calculated if it is purely a reward. Any consumption from return traffic, e-commerce, or guild operations are not calculated at all. Third, all countries are not allowed to cheat secretly, otherwise the profit value for that year will be reset to zero and they will be severely punished. Fourthly, in short, the official judgment of the platform is very strict. Previously, there was a small country that did not believe in evil and exercised its national power to frantically increase its profit value and cheat in violation of regulations. The platform officials took immediate action, and a sudden magnitude 12 earthquake directly destroyed the country. Since then, no country dares to underestimate the mysterious and terrifying ruling power of the platform officials. However, as long as you do not violate the platform regulations, the rewards of national destiny are still very tempting. For example, last year, the Xusha Empire, which ranked first in revenue in Asia, saw its citizens' life expectancy increase by 5 years. Those who were almost dying at that time sat up from their beds full of energy. Fortunately, the empire deliberately suppressed it, otherwise it would be strange if such magical things happened on such a large scale without causing heated discussions. But a small country ranked last is in a miserable situation, with its entire population losing 5 years in life expectancy. At this time, inside the National Destiny Department, countless highly skilled professional technicians were staring at the computers and equipment in front of them. A burly general with a stern face and a majestic look was staring at the computer screen in front of him. One staff member excitedly shouted, "Updated, updated, the platform data has been updated." The general asked nervously, "How is it? Has the platform calculated the profit value of more than 6 million? Yes, yes, yes. The platform has taken that into account. There is no problem with the revenue contributed by both sides in the previous PK. Okay. A smile appeared on the general's serious face. The profit value is more than 6 million, but it is only more than 6 million renminbi. Is it a lot for him? If it's just about money, it's not worth mentioning at all. There are too many benefits that can be converted into platforms. If he could do it, it wouldn't be a big deal, but the platform officials have strictly restricted all illegal cheating channels and methods. Director, if we have another 10 billion in revenue, we can reach our target this year. The general, who was in his prime, was none other than the Grand Marshal of Xusha's army and director of the Department of National Fortune, the 5-star General Chen Baoguo. Chen Baoguo nodded with satisfaction. It was only the middle of the year and he had already completed most of the standards set by the platform. There shouldn't be any problem meeting the target this year, so he breathed a sigh of relief. We still have to be careful. What if something unexpected happens? Right now our ranking is firmly suppressed by Sakura and Kimchi. It seems that we are at risk of getting the top spot this year. They were actually helpless as they could only watch and could not get involved. This feeling of having to leave one's fate to fate is so frustrating. The staff member just now smiled again and said, "Don't worry, Director, they have agreed to have another battle at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. It is foreseeable that it will be a large-scale PK with great momentum. I just don't know how much effective profit value they can create." Director Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Find the video of their live PK match so I can take a look. Then Director Chen began to read it from beginning to end. The video not only clearly records the actual PK situation, but even the barrage is clearly recorded. It took about half an hour to finish watching the video. Director Chen pondered for a moment and said slowly, "It seems that this Taishu illusion realm should be very powerful. Since this half-body frivolous dares to take the initiative to challenge, he must have prepared enough tickets. It looks like there will indeed be a big battle tomorrow night. The platform has strict official regulations that prohibit private investigation of any user information, and violators will be severely punished. Therefore, no matter how high their position or how much power they have, they will never know who it is." After a long pause, Director Chen asked, "Has the broadcast commentary team not started work for a long time?" The staff nodded. Recent large-scale PKs are either returning or union votes, which are completely useless, so the broadcast commentary team has indeed taken a break for a while. The broadcast commentary team was also a good idea that Xusha came up with within the scope of the rules. It was in Xusha's official live broadcast room that a highly anticipated PK was broadcast and commented on. There are definitely some requirements for getting official commentary on the broadcast. As for the threshold, it all depends on the hosts to understand, guess and think, and cannot be expressed in words. The benefits of being able to provide commentary for official broadcasts to the anchors are self-evident. So every anchor tries his best to get this opportunity. At first, everyone thought it had to be large. So the guild media wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to catch the leak, but unfortunately, it was useless. After a series of studies, we finally found that large scale is indeed necessary, but the person must be truly wealthy. This also allows viewers and visitors of the Douyin platform to clearly distinguish between real and fake wealthy people. Therefore, some anchors and fake rich people who voted for return in guild also showed their true colors. You're playing a large-scale PK, and the official live broadcast room doesn't even broadcast the commentary. Is there anything else to say? There must be something fishy going on. However, many people just like to join in the fun, and even if they know there is something fishy, they still like to watch. More importantly, they are willing to do it even if they are being ripped off. It's funny and sad. There is a saying that goes, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. There are some people who are probably really stupid. Not only will they defend and whitewash the anchors and fake rich big brothers, they will even make excuses for not being part of the live commentary. This also leads to the fact that there is still an endless supply of fake rich people. Director Chen tapped his fingers on the table, thought for a moment, and ordered, notify the broadcast commentary team and have them get ready to broadcast the PK at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Chapter 14 First Intimate Contact. Chen Taishu was awakened by a surge of urge to urinate. He quickly opened his eyes, got out of bed, and rushed to the bathroom in a hurry. After relaxing comfortably, he walked to the window and slightly stretched his stiff muscles. Looking out the window, it was already dark and the lights were just coming on. He picked up his phone and looked at it, not expecting it was already past 8 o'clock. This sleep was indeed very long and comfortable. It seems that it will be difficult to fall asleep again at night. Suddenly his stomach growled with hunger and he shook his head and smiled helplessly. I feel like my life now is no different from that of a pig. Eat and sleep, wake up and eat again. Chen Taishu thought secretly in his heart, no, I have to be discharged from the hospital tomorrow no matter what, this is too useless and boring. At this point in time, I guess Su Qingyan won T-com. He picked up his phone, opened the food delivery app and prepared to order takeout, filling his stomach first. But just as he was thinking about what to eat, the sound of high heels tapping came from outside the door. Chen Taishu looked towards the door curiously, and sure enough, the door of the ward was pushed open the next second. Su Qingyan appeared at the door with a mature, sexy, charming and graceful figure. Her beautiful face was covered with a layer of blush, and even her walk seemed a little shaky. It's not hard to tell that she drank, and was a bit drunk. Looking at her slender high heels, Chen Taishu was really afraid that she would fall suddenly. Just as he thought of this, the next moment, Su Qingyan's feet shook and his body suddenly staggered. Ah! Su Qingyan screamed in panic. Seeing that he was about to fall forward, Chen Taishu rushed forward in one step. He did catch it, but the impact of the sudden fall was too great, and Chen Taishu was dragging his sick body, so how could he catch it with one hand? It was a hasty reaction under pressure, and it was already great that he could catch it. Unable to maintain his balance, he was knocked backwards by the impact and fell straight to the ground. Bang! Chen Taishu finally fell on the hard tiles, gritting his teeth in pain. And Su Qingyan, who was caught by him, fell into his arms as expected. People usually wear cool clothes in summer, so Chen Taishu was only wearing a thin t-shirt. Su Qingyan changed into a purple silk suspender slim long dress with thinner fabric. Chen Taishu could clearly feel the slight coolness on her body and the two soft mountains pressing against his chest. Of course, Su Qingyan could also feel his hot body and the instantly exploding scent of male hormones. Chen Taishu was lying on his back on the ground, with Su Qingyan on top of him. The distance between their faces was no more than 5 centimeters. They could even clearly feel each other's breathing and heartbeat. This posture is indescribably ambiguous. Their eyes met, and they both couldn't help but be stunned. Although Su Qingyan smelled strongly of alcohol, Chen Taishu could still smell the faint fragrance coming from her. A light body scent mixed with the smell of shampoo and shower gel and perfume. The mysterious mixed fragrance instantly intoxicated Chen Taishu. His mind was also suddenly filled with excitement. He has been single for more than 40 years in his 2 lives. When has he ever had such close contact with the opposite sex? All of a sudden, an evil fire surged up in his body, and it burned more and more vigorously. I couldn't help but swallow hard. Hearing the sound of him swallowing and seeing his Adam's apple moving, Su Qingyan suddenly came back to her senses. His face, which was already tinged with wine red, suddenly became even redder, all the way to his ears and neck. Because she clearly felt a foreign object under her abdomen. She is not a little girl. Even though she has never been exposed to or seen such things, she still knows the basic common sense. She stood up hurriedly and snorted coldly. He didn't dare to look at Chen Taishu, but just cursed in a low voice, "Rogue." Chen Taishu also struggled to get up, his face blushing and looking very embarrassed. She said helplessly and aggrievedly, "Please, sister, I saw you fall and I came to catch you out of kindness, okay? It's just that I didn't control my center of gravity well, and I fell down. Besides, I was the one who supported you, okay? Why are you blaming me? I'm a normal man, and I have such close contact with a sexy and charming woman. I have a normal reaction. Isn't it normal? What's the big deal? If I don't react, it can only mean two things. 1, I'm not normal. 2, you're not pretty or sexy enough to interest me. But the thing is, I am definitely normal. Do you think you are not pretty enough or charming enough? Good man, he clearly played a trick on me with his eloquent tongue. You. Su Qingyan was speechless and had no way to refute. Should I admit that I am not beautiful? Obviously, it is impossible. I didn't worry about it anymore, but looked at the food I packed in my hand. Fortunately, it didn't spill. I stuffed the takeaway bag into his hands and said unhappily, "Here, eat." Thanks. This time, Chen Taishu was too stubborn to let her feed him, but ate slowly on his own. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, he decided to chat about something casually to break the awkward situation. Why did you drink so much? You reek of alcohol. You look unhappy and don't seem to be in a good mood. Are you drinking to drown your sorrows? Hearing his words, Su Qingyan's delicate face showed fatigue. He stretched out his slender fingers and rubbed his temple. He said helplessly and tiredly, "For social events, I have to drink even if I don't want to. What else can I do?" Chen Taishu nodded in understanding. When you are in the workplace, you have no choice. Curiously asked, "I forgot to ask you, what do you do?" Su Qingyan looked at him seriously, as if trying to see something. What do you think? Chen Taishu took a closer look and replied pretentiously, "Looking at your temperament, you should be a boss, a president, or something like that, right?" Su Qingyan crossed her arms and stared at him with interest. Honestly, you really don't know me? Chen Taishu was slightly startled, and then he said in confusion and speechlessness, "Should I know you?" After such a long period of contact, Su Qingyan was sure that he really didn't know her. Whether it was his expression when he saw me, or his reaction when I said my name, including his expression now, none of them seemed fake. I felt relieved, but still somewhat frustrated. She asked back curiously, "Don't you usually watch movies and TV, and don't you pay attention to the entertainment industry?" Chen Taishu casually replied, "I am an orphan struggling on the poverty line. I can't even solve the most basic problem of food and clothing. How can I have the leisure to pay attention to that thing?" Suddenly, he realized something. He looked at Su Qingyan carefully from top to bottom, from beginning to end. Slightly surprised, he asked, "Are you a star?" Chapter 15: The Queen Who Wants to Be a Director. Su Qingyan lay tiredly on the sofa. He said with a slightly depressed mood, "It used to be." Chen Taishu also noticed that she didn't seem to want to say more, so he was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. "But it's okay. I'll search online after dinner and I should be able to find some information." Afterwards, both of them tacitly stopped talking. When Chen Taishu finished his meal leisurely, he suddenly found that the drunk Su Qingyan had fallen asleep. He wanted to wake her up, but seeing that she was frowning even in her sleep and looked very tired, Chen Taishu didn't have the heart to do it. "My arm is in a cast now, so I can't carry her to bed." Finally, I rang the bell and called 2 nurses for help. Maybe she was really too tired and a little drunk, so she didn't wake up even after all the trouble. Su Qingyan occupied the hospital bed, and Chen Taishu had to lie on the sofa all night. Lying on the sofa, he took out his mobile phone and typed the 3 words Su Qingyan into the browser. Sure enough, a lot of news about Su Qingyan popped up. Chen Taishu checked them one by one. It didn't take long to collect most of her information. The main reason is that there has been a lot of gossip about her recently. Su Qingyan is indeed a star, a big star at that. Not only has she won the Best Actress award, she has also won the Best Actress award. She is a very famous superstar in Zuxia. Like other superstars who have reached her level, they usually open their own studios or companies and become their own bosses. But Su Qingyan was different. She actually began to gradually turn to behind the scenes and chose to be a director. Can you believe that he is a director? If you are a good singer, you can act. If you are a good actor, you can direct. If you are a good director, you can become a capital. Is she planning to take it one step at a time? Chen Taishu didn't quite understand, but maybe it was just her personal hobby. Maybe she just wants to be a director? Does she just love directing? Chen Taishu read the news reports and it seemed that her directorial career was not very smooth. No, it cannot be described as not smooth, it should be described as bumpy and difficult. She switched careers to become a director. Who would dare to invest in her? Unless she achieves results, no one will invest in her. Capital is not stupid. Will it waste its own money in vain? Although Su Qingyan was unable to obtain investment, he did not give up his dream of becoming a director. She took out her savings of many years and invested in the film herself. However, unfortunately, the first work was a flop. It's not that she shot it badly, nor is there something wrong with the acting skills of the actors she selected. On the contrary, her first work received quite good reviews. The reason why it failed was entirely due to the subject matter of the work. She made art films. In this era of fast food commercial films and blockbusters, there is no future for art films. So although it received good word of mouth, the movie's box office was dismal. In one word, it's a loss. It's a huge loss. Unwilling to give up, she tried again while she still had some savings, but this time she learned her lesson. I didn't choose an art film, but a thriller. The result, the scale was not controlled well and it simply could not pass the review. There is no way to cut it, so I might as well reshoot it. Well, the second part of the comeback doesn't even have a chance to fail. The key is that she doesn't give up and still wants to continue. She had lost all her savings, and if she hadn't sold her house and still not made enough money, she would have sold it without hesitation. There is no other choice but to start soliciting investment from everywhere. The reason why he drank so much tonight was probably to attract investment. As for the result, you can tell from her expression that she failed again. Chen Taishu, who understood the situation clearly, shook his head. There is no right or wrong, I just think she is too persistent. When it comes to other people's dreams, I have no right to interfere. Besides, anyone with a dream is great and there is nothing to laugh at. Mainly, can't you just make a normal commercial movie? Do you really have to do it in such a fancy way? It's either an art film or a thriller, and it's quite extreme. Even if you want to try some fancy tricks, it's not too late to do so after you have achieved some results. Chen Taishu really wanted to help her, but how could he help her with a ball? I have the will but not the strength. He felt that Su Qingyan was really nice. Even when she was drunk, she still remembered to feed him. Of course, appearance is also a key factor. He was thinking about how he could help her, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Tonzi, are you there? If you have to fart, let it out quickly. Still as simple and crude as ever. If Su Qingyan starts a live broadcast, can I give her a thumbs up? Is that against the rules? It's okay before the relationship is established. Chen Taishu was immediately delighted and clapped his hands proudly. Isn't this a problem? If it wasn't against any rules, this would be damn easy. She could get enough money to invest in a movie in just a few minutes. Moreover, this is the best of both worlds, killing two birds with one stone. Chen Taishu's eyes lit up again. So, can I invest in her movie by giving her tips and get a share of the profits? What the hell are you thinking about? This system has said that any form of cashing out through any channel is prohibited. Before he could even dream, Tonzi ruthlessly strangled his plan in the cradle. Chen Taishu felt depressed and lost. What the hell are you? I hate it when someone is more emo than me. Quickly complete the assessment of sending benefits and start the God-making plan. Once the God-making plan starts, you will no longer be short of money. By then, what you will worry about is how to spend the money. Ha! Chen Taishu was startled. Then he asked in surprise, really? Is this the surprise you mentioned before? Find out on your own, don't bother me if there's nothing to do, and don't try to imitate my emo. After saying that, Tonzi, who had a bad temper and loved emo, went offline. Chen Taishu was thinking about the news revealed by Tonzi and was extremely excited. Tomorrow night, after 8 o'clock tomorrow night, after completing the assessment task, I should become a rich man, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start planning ahead. How should he spend the money after he has it? Buy cars, yachts, planes, clubs, celebrities and young models? Wine ponds and meat forests, drunkenness and wealth? Oh, it's exciting just thinking about it. He couldn't stop fantasizing about this. Ordinary people, who hasn't he fantasized about the life of a rich man? Chen Taishu was so immersed in his fantasy that he had no idea when he fell asleep. Chapter 16 Living with the Kung Fu Queen. The next day, Chen Taishu opened his sleepy eyes and slowly sat up from the sofa. He stretched himself to loosen up his stiff body. Damn, my back hurts. He muttered something softly, then stood up and looked at the bed. Su Qingyan was still sleeping, her delicate face filled with tranquility and peace. Chen Taishu walked into the bathroom and started washing. When he came out after washing up, Su Qingyan had just gotten up. Did the sound of me washing up wake you up? Su Qingyan flirtatiously stroked her long hair with her hands and replied, No, I just happened to wake up. She walked to the window, opened it, closed her eyes and sniffed the fresh air outside. He raised his hands and stretched lazily. The graceful and sexy body curves are fully displayed at this moment. She sighed in satisfaction and comfort. I can't remember how long it has been since I had such a good sleep. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and said nothing. Su Qingyan also went to the bathroom to wash up briefly. While fixing her makeup, she asked, What do you want for breakfast? I'll go get it. Chen Taishu shook his head and said, Put breakfast aside for now. Sister Yan, please help me with the discharge procedures. I really don't want to stay in the hospital any longer. Su Qingyan paused while putting on makeup, turned to look at him, wanting to refuse. But seeing his determined look, he thought for a moment and asked, Are you sure everything is all right? Chen Taishu immediately performed some bodybuilding moves and said proudly, Look at my physique, there's nothing wrong with it. Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Okay, wait a minute, I'll go and get you discharged. In the hospital parking lot, Chen Taishu was finally discharged as he wished. Get on Su Qingyan's Panamera. She is indeed a rich woman. She just crashed a Maserati and then replaced it with a Panamera. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although she lost all her savings, she still has her fixed assets. After all, she was a superstar in the past. No matter how you look at it, she is better than ordinary people, right? If it really doesn't work out, give up your dream of becoming a director and make a comeback. The car was filled with the same scent as Su Qingyan's. This charming and alluring fragrance can't help but make people feel distracted and imaginative. What's more, he is a newbie like Chen Taishu. Chen Taishu quickly changed the subject and tried to divert attention. Sister Yan, where is the place you found for me? It's too expensive. I can't afford it. Su Qingyan replied casually, Don't worry, it's free. Chen Taishu was a little surprised. No money? There is such a good thing? Well, how much does it cost to live in my house? Chen Taishu was obviously dumbfounded. Perhaps because she was afraid that he would misunderstand, Sister Yan hurried to explain. She showed an embarrassed smile on her face and said, Don't get me wrong. I'm a little tight on finances right now, so let's save as much as possible. Chen Taishu, who knew her situation, understood instantly. He asked with a smile, Are you still planning to attract investment and make movies? Su Qingyan showed a surprised look, you know? Chen Taishu nodded. For a celebrity like you, there's a lot of news online. What's so difficult about that? Su Qingyan didn't hesitate anymore, but replied firmly, Shoot it, why not? This is my lifelong dream and pursuit. Did you get the investment? Su Qingyan was like a deflated ball, and said dejectedly, No one dares to invest in me. No one believes in me. Chen Taishu glanced at her speechlessly. With someone like you, who would dare to believe in you and invest in you? Is it really because of the excessive amount of money? Or is it because the money just came from the wind? Then Su Qingyan actually revealed a look of determination and confidence. But it doesn't matter. At worst I can make a comeback, shoot a few more dramas, attend a few more events, and then continue filming when I make enough money. Wow, even Chen Taishu couldn't help but admire her persistence. Sister Yan, you are a big star after all, can we live together? It will not be good for you to be photographed by paparazzi. Besides, it's not a good idea for a single man and a single woman to live under the same roof, right? Su Qingyan gave him a charming look. He said unhappily, I have now transformed into a behind-the-scenes director. Okay? What's wrong with that? We're still living together. You're so beautiful. At best, we're just roommates. Then she glanced at Chen Taishu with a forced smile. She said meaningfully, "Do you know how I became famous?" Weak. No, little weakling. I'm weak, but how come I become a weakling? Chen Taishu asked curiously, "How did you become famous?" Su Qingyan said with a smile, "Fighting scenes, action scenes." Practiced? Multiple national martial arts champion. Chen Taishu stared at her in surprise. You can't tell at all that she has delicate skin, small arms and legs, but she is actually a martial arts champion? Are you afraid you are bluffing? What are you practicing? Ba Jiquan. Chen Taishu looked at her in disbelief. Baji, are you serious? Wow. Chen Taishu exclaimed, "What a great guy. Tai Chi in literature can bring peace to the world, and Baji in martial arts can stabilize the universe. I didn't expect that she, who looks charming, sexy and delicate, would actually practice such fierce and brutal martial arts." Chen Taishu was shocked. Su Qingyan stared at him with a smile on her face, and asked provocatively with interest, "Why, do you have any ideas now?" Her gaze slowly moved down until she reached a vital point, and her eyes suddenly became cold. Following her gaze, Chen Taishu looked down. Her anus suddenly tightened and she quickly clamped her legs together, shivering uncontrollably. "Damn, I can't afford to offend you. This woman looks weak, charming and seductive, but in fact she is not easy to mess with and doesn't seem like a good person. Her looks and figure can shorten a man's life by 10 years. Plus her skills, then. I'm afraid few men can survive under her hands for 10 years? Chen Taishu suddenly felt extremely melancholy, and he didn't know whether living with her was good or bad. However, for a lonely person like him, having more company seems to be quite good. What's more, she is a sexy superstar. Living together, just thinking about it makes me excited. The Panamera slowly drove into Guanlanshangi. Guanlanshangi is considered a high-end residential community in Shanghai. Park your car in the underground garage, then take the exclusive elevator to the 8th floor, a single-story apartment. Su Qingyan unlocked the door with her fingerprint. No need to change shoes. I don't have men's slippers at home. Go out and buy some later. As soon as Chen Taishu walked into the living room, the atmosphere of luxury hit him. The large open-plan hall that integrates the dining, living and kitchen is probably more than 10 meters long. Imported natural stone floors. European-style furniture decoration looks particularly high-end and luxurious at first glance. The inlaid wine cabinet is filled with various kinds of precious red wines. The dark decoration style of the domineering president is full of high-end feeling. Chen Taishu didn't expect that the kung fu star would like this style. The design and decoration layout are very luxurious and high-end, but... Chapter 17, Happy Sex Life and Cohabitation. The decoration and furniture are indeed full of luxury and taste, but the house is too messy, right? Leftover takeaways and snacks were everywhere, and dirty clothes were strewn everywhere. Chen Taishu even found several sexy lace panties of different colors on the sofa. My goodness, are all single women living alone so casual? Who would have thought that such a glamorous and beautiful goddess would have a home as messy as a doghouse? Su Qingyan gave a slightly awkward forced smile, then hurriedly picked up all the clothes on the sofa and carpet. After stuffing it into the washing machine, she smiled awkwardly and said, "Well, I've been too busy lately. I haven't had time to clean it up. I am not usually like this." It's almost like I believed your lies. Chen Taishu did not expose her, but stared at her with interest. Su Qingyan probably felt that her excuse was too lame, and a blush instantly appeared on her delicate face. After all, they are going to live together, so Chen Taishu naturally won't stand idly by. Although he could only move one hand, he still helped to clean up. I cleaned the whole house inside and out. After working for a whole morning, I can finally sit down and take a break. Su Qingyan collapsed directly on the sofa. He said weakly, "Ho-hoo. I finally cleaned it up. I haven't felt this tired in a while." Chen Taishu didn't feel anything. He opened the fridge and asked, "What would you like to drink?" "Ice cream, it must be ice cream." Chen Taishu took a bottle of mineral water and a bottle of ice cola and handed them to her at the same time. Su Qingyan said angrily, "Why did you bring me a bottle of mineral water? Do you think I'm a water buffalo?" Chen Taishu rolled his eyes at her and said, "Please, I just want you to help me unscrew the bottle cap." Sorry. Su Qingyan smiled innocently. The two of them sat on the sofa, staring at each other, and the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Cough, cough. Mrs. Chen coughed twice fakely. He said tentatively, Sister Yen, have you ever thought about making money by live streaming and making movies? Live broadcast? Su Qingyan frowned. Then he shook his head and refused without hesitation. No, what do you think of me? How could I possibly cut the leaks of netizens and fans? I won't do something so unprincipled and without bottom line. No, no, no. Chen Taishu quickly shook his head to deny her understanding. I'm not asking you to sell goods through live streaming, nor am I asking you to directly ask for gifts. I'm asking for investment through live streaming. Do you understand? Su Qingyan blinked her big eyes and asked blankly, is there any difference? Chen Taishu suspected that her brain was not working very well. He patiently explained, there are still many super rich people on the live streaming platform. You can treat the money they give you as an investment. Wait until your movie is released. If it makes money, we'll distribute the profits according to the proportion. It's like asking everyone to crowdfund for you, understand? Su Qingyan asked, not quite understanding, isn't this equivalent to illegal fundraising? Nonsense, these are obviously gifts given to you by your fans, why are you collecting funds for them? You are changing the concept. There is nothing wrong with it being reasonable, compliant, and legal. Su Qingyan still shook her head firmly, no, I can't let netizens and fans pay for my dream. If it really doesn't work out, I can just take on a few announcements and a few variety shows. It's okay to shoot again when I make enough money. Although Chen Taishu was quite helpless, he still approved of Su Qingyan's principled approach. Since this trick doesn't work, he can only change his thinking. Okay, let's not talk about this shit anymore. Su Qingyan waved her hands in annoyance. Let's order takeout for lunch. What do you want to eat? Chen Taishu shrugged nonchalantly, whatever, just order whatever you like. While Su Qingyan was choosing a store, she said, how about eating chicken? Sorry Sister Yen, we are all civilized people, can we just talk about the chicken instead of the other? Su Qingyan was obviously startled, then she picked up the pillow on the sofa and threw it at him. She glared at him unhappily, you rascal. After a takeaway lunch that wasn't very tasty at all, I sat on the sofa to digest it. I'm going to take a nap. Please feel free to do as you please. There are several guest rooms. You can sleep in whichever one you want. After Su Qingyan finished speaking, she left him and walked towards the bedroom. Bang! Chen Taishu heard the sound of her bedroom door closing and then locking. Haha, he curled his lips in disdain. It's bad enough that you closed the door, but you also locked it. Who are you protecting against? Although there will definitely be many inconveniences for a single man and a single woman to live in the same room. But Chen Taishu still likes this feeling very much. He has been alone for more than 40 years in his 2 lifetimes. You can imagine how lonely he is inside. He likes having someone to accompany him, even if it's just a bickering. Chen Taishu lay leisurely on the sofa, watching TV happily. I have to say, a TV of about 100 inches looks really cool. He even specially found a movie in which Su Qingyan won the Best Actress award. The more I watched, the more fascinated I became. I finished the 2-hour movie without even noticing it. In my heart, I was secretly amazed at Su Qingyan's acting skills, which turned out to be perfect and superb. She deserved the Best Actress award for this movie. Does it look good? Su Qingyan's voice suddenly sounded behind him, and he was startled and couldn't help but shiver. He said unhappily, you scared me. Are you a ghost? Why do you walk without making any sound? Su Qingyan, who was wearing a black silk lace low-cut nightgown, said with a smile, I saw you were so engrossed in watching, so I didn't feel comfortable disturbing you. How's my acting? Chen Taishu nodded and gave her a thumbs up. He praised her generously, amazing, you brought the character to life completely. Su Qingyan sat on the sofa, crossing her legs proudly. When she leaned over, the white on her chest was clearly visible. When she crosses her legs, her long white legs also arouse people's imagination. He said proudly, that's a must. Cough cough. Mrs. Chen coughed twice fakely. Sister Yen, what we are asking is, can you please be a little more careful and consider my feelings? I am a normal man after all. You dress so casually, aren't you afraid that I will go wild? Not only did Su Qingyan not restrain herself, she even lifted her hair in a charming manner. She seduced seductively, how about you try it? Chen Taishu glanced at the display shelves in the living room filled with martial arts championship trophies and quickly shook his head. TSK. Su Qingyan sneered disdainfully. Okay, stop making trouble and go. Go? Where to? Go buy the daily necessities you need, and other miscellaneous things. Oh, let's go. Transition Chapter. Chapter 18. The War is Coming. After purchasing various supplies, Su Qingyan bought a bunch of ingredients and was determined to make a big meal to celebrate. Since she wanted to celebrate, Chen Taishu certainly wouldn't stop her. After all, cooking at home is better than ordering takeout, right? However, when he saw the food on the table, he realized how ridiculous his idea was. Seeing how confident she was before, Chen Taishu felt that even if her cooking skills were not that great, they would not be too bad. However, at this moment, he found that he was wrong, very wrong. She is worthy of being the movie queen, her acting skills are really top-notch. Su Qingyan looked at him expectantly, blinking her big, Caroline eyes. Try it. Come and try my cooking. Chen Taishu swallowed hard, pointed at a dish that was almost as black as the bottom of the pot, and asked tremblingly, What kind of dish is this? What cuisine is it? Cola chicken wings. Cola chicken wings? Are you kidding me? This is clearly a plate of coal, okay? Try it now. Chen Taishu took a deep breath and reached out his chopsticks towards the chicken wings with trembling hands. I took a small bite carefully. I didn't even dare to chew it and just swallowed it. Try this, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Doesn't it look appetizing? Chen Taishu took a look and found that only the scrambled eggs with tomatoes looked much more normal among the dishes. I guess it shouldn't be a big problem. He picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it directly into his mouth. But as soon as he put it in his mouth, he spat it out quickly. Water, give me water. Su Qingyan asked anxiously, What happened? Little weakling, are you okay? Salty, too salty, Sister Yan, did you put a bag of salt? Then hurry up and drink some soup. No. Chen Taishu quickly stopped her from serving the soup. Sister Yan, this soup looks colorful. Are you sure you can drink it? It won't kill you, right? Su Qingyan glanced at it and it looked like poisonous mushroom soup, and she smiled awkwardly. He said stubbornly, should, not? She didn't even have the confidence to speak, which proved that she was not sure. Does Chen Taishu dare to drink? Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Qingyan sat dejectedly on the chair. He asked aggrievedly, Is it really that bad? Chen Taishu took a deep breath and decided that a short pain was better than a long one, so he had to tell the truth. If you tell lies to protect her self-esteem and enthusiasm, she will inevitably become worse. Wouldn't it be you who will suffer in the future? So, you must not shoot yourself in the foot. You can't indulge her or pamper her. Chen Taishu gave her a cold look and started a ruthless attack. Sister Yan, to be honest, the food you cook is so delicious that even Snow White's vicious stepmother would have to ask you for the recipe. Su Qingyan glared at him with her eyes wide open, her arms folded across her chest, looking very angry. Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, try it yourself. Chen Taishu picked up a piece of black chicken wing and put it into her bowl. Su Qingyan hesitated, looked at the chicken wings and thought about it, and finally could only smile awkwardly. But she still argued, This is my first time cooking for a boy, can't you give me some face? Chen Taishu sighed secretly, Sister Yan, I really need to save your face. You really don't have any talent for cooking. Your talent lies in acting and making movies. Can we just focus on movies in the future? Let's not touch the cooking part, okay? Be obedient. Su Qingyan gave him a charming look and said, Are you trying to coax my child? Do you think I don't want to focus on the movie? Isn't this going to attract investment? The more Su Qingyan thought about it, the angrier she became. How could she, who was as stubborn as a donkey, give up so easily? No, I just don't believe it. It's just cooking. How difficult can it be? Listen carefully, little weakling. I declare that from now on, I will devote all my energy to the study of cooking. Chen Taishu looked shocked. Why are you still excited? For the sake of his own life, he gritted his teeth and said, Sister Yan, you should study film. Isn't it just an investment? Isn't it just money? I'll find a way for you, okay? You? Su Qingyan looked at him questioningly, obviously not believing him. Come on, what can you do? Don't worry about it. Just leave it to me, okay? You don't have to study cooking anymore. After saying this, Chen Taishu stood up and left the table. Where are you going, little weakling? Don't you want to eat? No, 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 let's order some midnight snacks later. I'll find a solution for you. Watching him walk straight back to the bedroom, Su Qingyan had a pensive expression on her face. Seeing that it was almost 8 o'clock, Chen Taishu found an excuse to go back to his room. It's not entirely an excuse, he is actually still trying to find a solution. Tonzi, are you there? Are you going to stop? You're like a woman, you're always making trouble, right? You're making trouble. Chen Taishu's black question mark face. Aren't all emo people so bad-tempered? What's more, you are just an intelligent system without any emotions. Let me ask you something. If I give Doobie to the anchor and then let him invest, is that against the rules? You fucking. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Taishu. Okay, stop talking, I understand. Come to think of it, what's the difference between this and cashing out? It would be strange if it wasn't against the rules. Back off. Wait, I have something else to ask you. Just after finishing the friendly exchange with Tongzi, there was a knock on the door. Chen Taishu stood up and opened the door. Su Qingyan said angrily, "Why are you locking the door when you are a grown man? The book says that good-looking boys also need to learn to protect themselves." TSK. Su Qingyan curled her lips in disdain. Hey, let me bring you some fruit to fill your stomach. Chen Taishu took the plate of fruit she handed over and said, "Thank you." Su Qingyan looked around the room curiously. Just lie on the bed and help me figure it out? Okay, I told you to leave it to me, so stop worrying about it. Go out and don't bother me while I'm trying to figure out a plan. After forcing her out, Chen Taishu locked the door again. I looked at the time and it was already 7:50. Chen Taishu calmly logged into Douyin and checked his account balance, which still amounted to more than 130 million Do coins. Then he opened the follow-up list and saw that Wang Ergu was indeed live streaming. He clicked on it without hesitation. Taishu Illusion Realm entered the live broadcast room. When Wang Ergu, who was chatting, saw the system's scrolling prompt, he immediately jumped up from his chair. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Welcome my brother Taisu brother. Give me a full screen tap to welcome brother Taishu." He didn't even need to shout, the public screen was filled with messages like "Welcome brother Taishu." These 5 words immediately dominated the screen. The barrage of comments "Welcome brother Taishu" was instantly hit thousands of times, and the number was still rising. Then, 2 more people in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room suddenly walked into the camera. Chapter 19, Coming with a Strong Force. The 2 of them knew at first glance that it was the musical instrument master specially invited by Ergu to create the show effects and content. The man was dressed in the style of the Northwest Lus Plateau and carried a waist drum on his back. The woman was dressed like a landlord and held a suona in her hand. One was dancing the yanga and beating a drum, while the other was shaking his body and playing the suona. Wang Ergu half knelt on one knee in the middle and fired the fireworks. "Welcome my brother Taishu." Shouting and firing cannons. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Chen Taishu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This guy created a pretty good atmosphere in presentation. But he still found it quite useful. After all, vanity is something that everyone has to some extent. Chen Taishu glanced at the upper right corner and saw that the number of real-time online viewers had incredibly reached over 100,000. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. But I can confirm again, yes, it is indeed 100,000 plus. Chen Taishu was a little bit unbelievable. Is this still the Erguzi who had only a few hundred people in his live broadcast room yesterday? Could this guy be dead? To hang iron means to buy a robot and hang it in the live broadcast room. Create the illusion that there are many people in the live broadcast room, thereby attracting other real tourists and viewers. Don't underestimate it, there are many robots that will send different barrages at regular intervals. So that you can't see any flaws at all. After a lively and grand welcome ceremony, Wang Ergu finally sat back in his chair quietly. Taishu Huanjing, what happened? The number of people in your live broadcast room exceeded 100,000 overnight? Brother Taishu, don't you know? Chen Taishu was bewildered. Taixo Wanjing, know what? Wang Ergu, brother Taishu, the news of your fight with Qingquan was known to the whole internet yesterday. And there is news that the official will broadcast and commentate on this PK match. That is why so many people suddenly flocked to the live broadcast room. Chen Taishu frowned, feeling both puzzled and curious. Taishu Huanjing, relay commentary? What does that mean? Wang Ergo was stunned. Brother Taishu, you don't know? After blurting it out, he felt relieved after thinking about it for a moment. Brother Taishu was still a newbie yesterday, so he must have just started playing Douyin, so it's not surprising that he didn't know. He quickly explained in detail. After his explanation, Chen Taishu also understood. But his brows furrowed even more tightly. Tonzi, something seems to be wrong. This Douyin is not as simple as we thought. I always feel like there's some weird conspiracy going on. I thought the hot-tempered Tonzi would start to rant again, but he didn't. You don't need to ask about this. Now is not the time for you to know. Chen Taishu was stunned. Although Tonzi did not tell him, his words obviously confirmed his guess. He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure out why Blue Star's Douyin was so weird, there was no need to waste brain cells. Didn't Tonzi say that it's not the right time yet? You will know when you should know. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and began to type. Taishu Huanjing, then during today's PK, shouldn't we be more careful with our words? Wang Ergu, if the official broadcast commentary is going to be broadcast, it is indeed necessary to pay attention. But it doesn't matter. The broadcast screen will block our voices and the comments in the live broadcast room. Chen Taishu nodded. It seemed that he would really become famous in one battle tonight. Taishu Huanjing, it's almost time, let's go over there. Wang Ergo suppressed his inner nervousness and excitement. Okay, brother Taishu. Tonight, he is destined to be just a tool. The current situation has nothing to do with him anymore, but is a matter of face for the wealthy individuals on both sides. It was fine to arrange a private battle before, but once the official broadcast and commentary is released, how can the losing party still have any face? In this situation, how can we not get carried away? How can the battle not be intense? Originally, I might have been able to give 80% of my strength, but now, I'm afraid I'll have to give 120% of my strength. Enchantress also started broadcasting early, waiting for this battle. She felt so happy in her heart. After all, the PK gambling game had nothing to do with her, but the money she made from the sound waves went into her own pocket. She was already imagining how many sound waves she could easily earn tonight. As soon as she saw the connection request sent by Wang Ergu, she accepted it without hesitation. But she couldn't help but wonder in her heart, why hasn't Brother Qingquan done anything yet? As soon as they came online, Wang Ergu asked directly, "Are you ready?" "If you are, let's get started. Start early and leave early. My brother's time is very precious. How can I waste time with you?" Yao Ji was not angry, she smiled kindly and said, "Don't worry, isn't it only 2 minutes before 8 o'clock? Wang Ergu smiled slyly, could it be that he hasn't come yet? The enchantress fought back without showing any weakness, why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know that the protagonist only appears at the end? Now the onlookers in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still anymore and ran into her live broadcast room to lead the pace. What the hell is going on? We came to the live broadcast room early to wait for this exciting match. Don't tell me you won't come? It's only 1 minute until 8 o'clock. Are you really scared and don't dare to come? Tisk, I thought you were so awesome, but it turns out you're just good at talking nonsense? You don't even dare to show your face, hee hee. Look at Brother Taishu, he has been waiting in the live broadcast room for a long time, not a coward at all. That half-body frivolous is just a coward, scared to death, dare not show up. Alas, what a waste of time, let's all go away, I don't even dare to accept the challenge. The spectators are all there to watch the fun, no matter how big the event. When there is melon to eat, he jumps happier than anyone else. Just as they rushed into the live broadcast room of Ari, the time came exactly to 8 o'clock. Just as Yao Ji was about to say something back, a prompt message scrolled across the screen. Half of the body frivolously entered the live broadcast room. Yijian Shilai entered the live broadcast room. Xingshan entered the live broadcast room as usual. The dreams of 900 million boys have entered the live broadcast room. As soon as the prompt message was seen, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Yao Ji shouted excitedly, "Welcome Brother Qingquan, welcome Brother Yijian, welcome Brother Qingshan, welcome Sister Meng." Hearing her excited welcome, Wang Ergo frowned. How could Wang Ergo not know about these 3 people who were invited by Banshan Qingquan to help? They are all well known for being sentimental big brothers and big sisters on the entire internet. He is a real level 60 rich and powerful boss. His powerful strength is beyond doubt. It's really a big scene, coming with great force. At this time, the public screens in both live broadcast rooms were filled with comments, and everyone was discussing fiercely. Chapter 20 Official Broadcast Commentary. Fuck, this guy has no moral principles. He even called his friends to help. Oh my god, 3 level 60 super rich people, this is too much, right? They come with bad intentions. These 3 people are well-known Douyin users for their nostalgia. They are really rich and have no shortage of money. With such a luxurious lineup, it seems that the outcome of this PK is no longer a suspense. No matter how arrogant Brother Taishu is, he can't beat 4 hands with 2 fists. What's the point of playing this? As soon as they saw the 4 big brothers appearing on the opposite side, the number of spectators in Ergu's live broadcast room instantly decreased by half. And there were constant negative comments on the public screen. Not only the tourists who came to watch the fun, but even few of Ergu's fans thought he could win. It's not their fault, the opponent's lineup is really scary. 3 level 60 big brushers, this is no joke. But the live broadcast room of Yaoi is very different. Wow, I didn't expect that Qingquan would invite 3 great tycoons to help out, awesome. I know, Brother Jian and Brother Qingshan are both very fierce. If they disagree, they will throw hundreds of millions of votes at them. Haha, it's stable. I wonder if the opponent is still as arrogant as last night. Hammer the shit out of that Taishu fantasy realm. With this luxurious lineup, it is no problem for them to fight against top-tier anchors. Isn't it easy for them to defeat a level 55 little Karami? Ergu's expression couldn't help but become serious. He thought about it and took out another mobile phone and started sending messages to Chen Taishu. Wang Ergu, Brother Taishu, how about I just go off the air? There's no need for us to fight, right? Looking at the WeChat message, Chen Taishu smiled slightly. He replied, if you leave the broadcast without saying anything, your live broadcast career will probably be over. Wang Ergu, it's okay, I just don't want to be a host anymore. Will I starve to death? Don't worry, Brother Taishu. I can handle this matter by myself. It won't involve you. I can handle it. Chen Taishu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful expression. You're carrying a hammer, does that make you look so impressive? Aren't they just 3 level 60 rich guys? What's there to be afraid of? I'm fucking hitting the super rich, this is the only way to have fun. Don't be a wimp, and don't FK me, just do it. After receiving his reply, Wang Ergu's face once again showed a confident and defiant look. He said arrogantly, people are here, right? Since they are here, let's start. Just as I finished speaking, I saw a microphone seat appear in the guest seat opposite. It is half-body frivolity. Is that little Taishu jerk here? Get out here and confront me head-on. Chen Taishu also recognized the voice as very young, probably from a rich second generation. No wonder he is so arrogant and domineering. It seems he is used to being rude and overbearing. If you want to fight head-on, that's fine. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Taishu directly applied to go on stage and sit in the guest seat. He lowered his voice, disguised his tone, and said sarcastically, hey, now that I brought 2 helpers, you are tough again, right? Xia Sisho sneered and retorted, why, are you scared? Afraid? What qualifications do you have to scare me? I've only heard of sheep traveling in groups, but have you ever heard of tigers traveling in pairs? When you call me daddy later, I hope your mouth can still be as hard as it is now. Chen Taishu replied calmly, okay, I hope you can give me some strength, but don't be like yesterday, moving and hitting, huh? Hoof. Stop talking nonsense and get started. At this time, the official live broadcast room suddenly started broadcasting. Countless tourists and viewers flocked in the moment the show started. In less than 30 seconds, the number of real-time online viewers in the live broadcast room exceeded 100,000 plus and was still rising rapidly. The broadcast footage was also connected to the live broadcast room at this time. Hello, everyone in the live broadcast room. I am the commentator of the large-scale PK, He Wei. I'm Chu Shuxian. A man and a woman sat in the studio, in front of the commentary desk. The 2 commentators are actually professional hosts of the national team. Isn't it incredible? A professional host, who is also from the national team, would actually come to commentate on the live PK. At first everyone was surprised and felt very strange, but after getting used to it, they seemed to accept it. He Wei kicked off this PK battle with his magnetic voice and troubadour-like tone. Under the cover of night, the Douyin platform once again ushered in a fierce battle. Countless visitors in the live broadcast room are overlooking this highly anticipated match. To them, all the wins and losses are no big deal. But the anchors and wealthy people in the PK field have huge emotional fluctuations. Through the broadcast, we can clearly see that this much anticipated battle has officially begun. Chu Shuxian, the one with the red health bar on the left, is the host Yao Ji. This time she is assisted by a level 52 big brother and 3 level 60 veteran masters. The one with the blue health bar on the right is the anchor Wang Ergu, and the only one helping him out is a new level 55 big brother. From the perspective of the current paper strength, there is still a big gap in this PK duel. However, we cannot jump to conclusions until the last moment of the countdown. There is no shortage of miracles in the PK field. Let's wait and see what the final result will be. Just after the female commentator briefly introduced the match information, the male commentator He Wei suddenly became excited. He shouted excitedly, "It's moving, it's moving." The half-body Frivolous on the red side took the lead. It was Carnival. Yes, within 3 seconds of the start, he played Carnival. Oh my god, no, he wasn't on just one, he was on a group on the 520 Carnival. At this moment, the red team's health bar is already ahead by 15.6 million votes. Does he want to kill this PK match directly? Chen Taishu smiled slightly. He had no intention of teasing the other party this time. Since you're going to show off your votes from the beginning and fight head-on, then come on. Who is afraid of who? His finger touched it without hesitation. Chu Shuxian, it moved, the blue health bar also moved. Oh my god, how many tickets are there? The red team's health bar of over 15 million was destroyed in an instant? Is this the new super rich Taishu Huanjing using the health bar disappearing technique? He Wei, look, everyone, it's the good news displayed on the entire platform, a group of 999 carnivals. Faced with the aggressive display of votes by the big brother on the red team, the blue team's super rich brother Taishu was not intimidated at all and immediately played 999 carnivals. Brother Taishu declared to the other party in a strong manner, declaring to all platforms that the god hero is coming. I have to say that the two professional hosts gave very passionate commentaries. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly lifted by them. Chapter 21, Clearing the Account. Yes, that is right, Chen Taishu directly ordered a set of Carnival for 999. The good news special effects shine again on all platforms. Awesome, Brother Taishu really never disappoints, his every move is a big hit. Brother Taishu is indeed awesome, but the opponent should not be underestimated. He is only half-hearted now. You are right. The other 3 great tycoons have not made a move yet. I don't know if Brother Taishu can hold on. It's suspenseful. I estimate that it will take more than 500 million votes to win this PK. 500 million votes? Oh my god, did they get all their money from the wind? Even if they have a mine at home, they wouldn't dare to do this, right? At this time, in the live broadcast room of Enchantress. Ijian Shilai, brother, how many tickets do you have in your pocket? Banshin was frivolous, there are still more than 60 million tickets. I charged 8 million today. Qingshan Rugu, okay brother, you are too excited, aren't you? Do you really want to fight to the death with the other side? The dream of 900 million boys, heh. I advise you not to be careless. You can tell from the first glance that the enemy is not a good person. If you really fail, it will be fun. Ijian Shilai, brother, you can send another group of 999 to suppress the arrogance of the opponent. Let's test him and see if he dares to continue to act recklessly. If he continues to follow, Qingshan and I will take action. Ban Shen Siquang did not say anything, but gave the answer directly with practical actions. He Wei, I didn't expect the battle to be so intense at the beginning. It seems that the rich brothers on both sides are really angry. The current situation in the PK field is very clear. After Brother Taishu played a set of 999 Carnival, the blue team took the lead temporarily with a large advantage. I don't know about the red team. Wait, here it comes, good news for the entire platform again. Which big brother took action? Chu Shuxian, not one, but 2 good news. Oh my god, the 2 good news appeared almost at the same time. Brother Qingquang and Brother Taishu hit a group of 999 at the same time. What kind of god-level duel is this? It's only been a little over a minute since the start, and the fight is already so intense? Now the red side's LeBlanc's health bar has reached more than 45 million votes. And the blue team's Wang Ergu's health bar votes have reached 60 million votes after Brother Taishu triggered the good news announcement twice. The blue team is still in the lead for now. He Wei took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his excitement. He stared at the broadcast screen intently. He said excitedly but expectantly, "Anything else? Will you make another move?" Chen Taishu smiled and said, "Haha. After working hard for a whole day, this is all you can do? I was thinking about having a good time today, but you're asking me to fight with these conditions? Please, can you be more exciting? If not, you step aside and let those 3 level 60 guys come." Facing his crazy provocation, Xia Xishio snorted coldly, "Humph. I hope you can keep going crazy." After saying that, he no longer hit it, clicked on the gift bar, and pressed Carnival to get another set of 999. The enchantress in front of the camera is almost laughing her face off. Thank you, Brother Qingquang, for the 999 Huaziyu. Brother Qingquang is so majestic and domineering, so awesome. The win or loss of this PK is not important to her at all. Even if I lose, it doesn't matter at all. Today's ticket is a mess. Now in her heart she is still cheering for Brother Taishu. Go on, keep going, and fight to the death. After all, there are still 3 level 60 tycoons who have not made a move. If Taishu Illusion Realm is beaten and unable to fight back, how can it attract more votes? Seeing that the opponent's health bar was being pressed down again, Chen Taishu was preparing to counterattack, but a piece of good news suddenly appeared on the screen. Wang Ergu gave away Carnival 999 in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The rich man has arrived and is spending money lavishly. Go and watch. Chen Taishu was stunned. How could he not know that Wang Ergu was voting for himself? Although he is piking with Ari now, in fact it has become a competition between the two big brothers. Moreover, the final victory or defeat will be decided directly between the two big brothers. He and Yao Ji simply did not contribute anything and just reaped the benefits. Wang Ergu's idea was very simple. Since his elder brother thought highly of him, he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Letting the big brother charge in the front while all the benefits go into his own pocket is really unfair. You totally treat your eldest brother as your enemy. So, he tried his best to help his elder brother. To be honest, there are anchors who can achieve the same level as Wang Ergu, but they are pitifully few. Don't be fooled by the hosts praising Big Brother highly in the live broadcast room and worshipping him like an ancestor. In private, he always cares about me and sends me messages and phone calls. However, this is a treatment you can only enjoy if you vote for him. Once you stop swiping tickets, or swiping tickets and pulling tickets, do you think they will still pay attention to you? Will they block you directly? Not to mention asking them to pay out of their own pocket to support Big Brother, that's simply a dream. Wang Ergu carefully and tentatively explained, "Brother Taishu, don't misunderstand me, Chen Taishu interrupted him directly. "No need to explain, I know what you mean. I have seen your attitude. Not bad, very good." Hearing him say this, Wang Ergu breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Brother Taishu would misunderstand him and deliberately embarrass him. Chen Taishu is not an idiot, so how could he have misunderstood? Although he is arrogant, he can still distinguish good from bad, and he is quite satisfied with Ergu's attitude. After all, Ergu didn't know his strength, and he was able to pay out of his own pocket to protect his face, which had already surpassed 99% of the anchors. Chen Taishu couldn't help but nodded, as if he had a pretty good eye for people. Okay, don't go for it. They're just a few little karamis. They won't make much of a splash. Brother Deli Taishu. Wang Ergu voted for himself, which even surprised the people on the opposite side. Yao Ji even mocked, "Hey, Ergu, you can do such a low thing as voting for yourself? What's going on? Is your eldest brother so weak? Is he no longer capable of doing this? We still have 3 super rich bosses who haven't made a move yet? Ha ha ha." Chen Taishu didn't want to waste time talking to her or wasting time. At this time, he still had nearly 100 million do coins in his account. Without saying a word, he placed 3 sets of 999 Carnival on the health bar. This is not the end yet, he simply cleared out all the doobie in his account at once. In the end, I used 2 rockets to clear them all. However, the enchantress was not panicked at all, she even couldn't help wanting to laugh. He shouted excitedly, "Brothers, hurry up, press forward quickly. He's no longer viable. He has no more votes." In the end, he just used rockets. As long as we get through, we'll definitely win. Brothers, come on, we can definitely win this time. Chapter 22. The situation has reversed. Is defeat inevitable? Enchantress was shouting and canvassing for votes vigorously and eagerly during the live broadcast. At this time, in a high-end private club in Shanghai. A sword coming from the west. Shenmubai looked at the live broadcast on the screen, frowning and looking very unhappy. He shook the red wine glass in his hand slightly, then raised his head and drank it all. Brother, I don't want to vote anymore. There was a strong sense of sarcasm and dissatisfaction in his tone. The green shirt remains the same. Li Qingyi also shook his head in dissatisfaction. Not only do I not want to vote for her, I even want to vote for her across the street. The dream of 900 million boys. Pei Yuanlan said with a smile, "Hey, you guys can't have just seen the true colors of these anchors now, right? Well, it doesn't really matter. We just want to have fun, right? As long as you are happy brushing, why do you care so much?" Shenmubai gave her a resentful look. She said unhappily, "But Sister Lan, doesn't this make us look stupid? We are definitely being wronged. Look at the opposite side, and then look at this guy, ah." Well, they were made to feel unbalanced by Wang Ergu's group of 999s. There is no harm without comparison. If I hadn't seen Wang Ergu himself being voted on, it wouldn't have mattered. But after seeing it, looking at the enchantress who was only clamoring to get votes, I just felt uncomfortable. Li Qingyi was about to speak when Sisho sent her a message. He frowned and thought for a moment, then slowly said, "Help Sisho finish this game first. If we give up now, we will have nothing to do with our brothers. It's only 60 to 70 million votes short, not much. The opponent added 2 rockets at the end, so I guess they really have no more tickets." Shenmubai nodded frustratedly, "Okay brother. But let me make this clear, after we push the health bar higher this time, if the opponent wants to follow suit, I will definitely not vote for him." Hiwei, Ward Tian, the blue team's health bar has exceeded 100 million, and the number of votes has reached about 140 million. "Brother Taishu, do you want to end the game?" "Chu Shuxian, I'd like to interrupt you with a message. According to the data provided by the platform, the cumulative online time in Taishu Fantasyland has only been 20 minutes, and the wealth level has reached level 60. Congratulations, Brother Taishu, for becoming the fastest rich man in Zuxia to reach level 60 as a consumer tycoon. Fuck, this is awesome, I reached level 60 in just 20 minutes. Hey, if it weren't for the half-body frivolity yesterday, I guess Brother Taishu would have been promoted to level 60 in yesterday's SPK. Damn, this is the world of the rich. I, a poor bastard, really don't understand. 20 million renminbi, 2 PKs, just thrown away like that, what is the point? That is, if it was given to a female anchor, I could understand it, but it is given to a male anchor, which is really incomprehensible. Prediction, in this PK, Brother Taishu will most likely lose. I guess so. Brother Taishu has obviously emptied his doobie in his pocket. Now he is only short of 60 to 70 million votes, but there are still 3 level 60 rich people on the other side who have not made a move. It's a pity, Brother Taishu is indeed very powerful and ruthless, but who would have thought that he would run into a tough opponent in the first PK? Hiwei, Brother Taishu wants to end the game, but will the red team let him do so? Chu Shuxian, I don't think so. After all, since the 3 great tycoons showed up in the live broadcast room so openly, they must be making a move. Hiwei, if the 3 great tycoons attack at the same time, I wonder if Brother Taishu can withstand it? Chu Shuxian simply replied with one word, hang. In fact, it's not just these 2 commentators who are not optimistic about Taishu Illusion Realm. I'm afraid that now the millions of spectators in the 3 live broadcast rooms have already determined that Taishu Illusion Realm has lost. Defeat is inevitable. In the villa, Sisho raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sarcastic and mocking smile. What a pity. You do have the capital to be arrogant. However, why did you have to pick on me when you could pick on anyone else? Ha, you don't know your own limitations. That's boring. It seems that there is no need to recharge. Now the audience and fans in the 2 live broadcast rooms have completely opposite thoughts. Fans of Enchantress are all looking forward to the 3 rich men making a move. However, Ergo's fans all hoped that the 3 of them would not take any action. But the 3 of them remained silent and did not take any action. The fans of Enchantress became the first to become restless and began to disrupt the formation and set the pace. Brother Yijian, Brother Qingshan, Sister Meng, you can take action now. Yes, the difference is not that big. If we can suppress the health bar, we will definitely win. Big brother and big sister, hurry up and do it. 3 sets of 999 will reduce our health bar. It really doesn't make much difference. Hee, they are really a bunch of keyboard warriors, not much different? 3 groups of 999? Damn, it doesn't hurt your waist to talk while standing, right? In other live broadcast rooms, even those with thousands of people, it is rare to see a carnival in one night. Why is it that now, 999 is said so easily? Did these 2 wars give them an illusion? Also, is it really okay for you to teach your older brothers and sisters how to do things and set their pace in this way? Under normal circumstances like this, the host, whether sincerely or insincerely, would come forward to dissuade fans from leading the trend. But it was obvious that Enchantress was blinded by greed tonight and allowed her fans to set up a trap for Big Brother. Shinmubai and Li Qingyi are in a very bad mood now. If it weren't for Xie Xixio's sake, they would probably have gone to the live broadcast room across the street to vote. Although Shinmubai was unhappy, since he had promised the Brotherhood to help, he naturally could not go back on his word. He opened the gift bar, held down Carnival, and then clicked send 999 twice. Ijin Shilai gave Carnival 999 in Yaoji's live broadcast room. The rich man came and spent money lavishly. Go and watch. The 2 happy news instantly filled the live broadcast rooms across the entire platform, and brilliant fireworks also bloomed in every live broadcast room. This is not the end yet. Qingshan Rugu gave Carnival 999 in the live broadcast room of Yaoi. The rich man has come and spent a lot of money. Go and watch. Another piece of great news. Hiwei excitedly explained, they made their move, the 2 great tycoons in Yaoji's live studio made their move at the same time. Another 3 sets of 999 carnivals. The red team's health bar has reached 170 million votes. It has finally surpassed Shu Shuxian, both sides' health bar votes have exceeded 100 million. This is a fight between gods. The audience can be said to have had a feast for the eyes today, right? It's rare to see a special effect of a great celebration every 10 days or half a month. Today, let everyone see it to their heart's content. I wonder if everyone is as excited and passionate as the commentators right now? After creating an atmosphere, Hiwei looked at the blue team's health bar with a thoughtful and expectant look. I wonder if Brother Taishu can still counterattack with the health bar. It's only been 4 minutes, there's still a lot of time left for Brother Taishu. Miracle, will there be a miracle? But Chen Taishu has now used up all 200 million votes in the system assessment. What can he use to win this PK? Chapter 23 God-Making Plan started. Haha, Brother Rijin and Brother Qingshan have both taken action, so I just want to ask you if you are afraid? The sword is not sharp and the horse is too skinny, what can you use to fight us? Move, weren't you so awesome and arrogant just now? Please move your health bar. The water is too deep, the wind is too strong. Don't talk if you don't have the ability. Taishu Fantasy Realm, the water of Douyin is too deep, you can't control it, just roll with your tail between your legs. Oh, Brother Taishu, is your health bar welded? Or are you given anesthesia? Please go up again, don't drag down our GDP. That won't do. Brother Rijin and Brother Qingshan just made a move and you couldn't hold on? Why are you so arrogant? Sure enough, what kind of anchor you have, what kind of fans you have. The health bar had just been overtaken when 0213's fans impatiently entered the live broadcast room to stir up trouble and start mocking. Chen Taishu raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Do you really think that I am powerless to fight back? Tonzi. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing this system assessment. The rating of this assessment is A, and the reward host will be fully refunded. Chen Taishu was stunned for a moment, then asked excitedly and eagerly, full refund? Does that mean the 200 million dubi for the assessment will be fully refunded? As soon as he finished speaking, the text message alert on his cell phone rang. I clicked on it and saw that 20 million had been deposited into my bank card, and the current balance was 20,007,781.99. Damn, it's really a full cash back. Chen Taishu swallowed hard and forced himself to suppress his excitement. Although there is no prompt for the transfer account, since the system has guaranteed it before, there should be no problem. So Chen Taishu was not worried at all. Host has completed the assessment task, and this system is about to start the God-making plan. The first step of the God-making plan, a small test run. This system will recharge 10 billion Douyin coins to the host's Douyin account, and the host must spend it all within the limited time. Notes on the God-making plan 1. Once the God-making plan is launched, the money squandered by the host will be 100% returned. Notes on the God-making plan 2, all cashbacks are real-time. You will get cashback immediately based on how much you spend. Notes for trial use 1, the doobie provided by this system can only be used for reward consumption, and it is prohibited to. What the hell? What the hell? Chen Taishu couldn't help but exclaimed, 100% cashback? Ha ha. Awesome. No wonder Tongzi said before that he would never be short of money after the God-making plan was launched. It turns out that there is a 100% rebate. This is fucking awesome, right? It turns out that I can not only strike hard online, but I can also be awesome in real life. Ha ha. Chen Taishu suddenly felt refreshed. But he suddenly realized a problem. He quickly asked, Tongzi, how long is the time limit? Guess for yourself, figure it out for yourself, this system will not give a clear time. Chen Taishu was slightly stunned. He guessed that this should also be one of the inspection tasks. The less time you spend, the higher the rating of the completed task will be, and the reward will naturally be greater. Although there was no clear time limit, Chen Taishu was not at all panicked. It's just 10 billion doobie, no big deal. If you squander 10 billion doobie coins, you can get a reward of 1 billion. Chen Taishu couldn't help but smile brightly, feeling very happy. This money came too quickly and easily. This Tongzi needs to cultivate his rich and powerful temperament from the inside out, from the internet to reality. Ha! Chen Taishu let out a heavy breath. Slowly opening the account, 10 billion doobie coins were deposited into the account in seconds. I took a look at the smug look on the opposite side's face, as well as the black fans who were still mocking me crazily in the live broadcast room. Chen Taishu showed a disdainful smile, TSK. You little brat, you still want to make trouble, eh? I will let you know now whether my blade is sharp or not, or whether my horse is skinny or not, he. Just as he clicked on the gift column and was about to place his ticket, the live broadcast room lit up with the good news special effects again and again. Chen Taishu frowned subconsciously. He thought it was Wang Ergo who voted again. But it's not. The dream of 900 million young boys was fulfilled in Wang Ergo's live broadcast room. A rich man came and spent a lot of money. Go and watch. Aha! When Chen Taishu saw the colorful bars floating on the screen across all platforms and the good news, he was stunned. Not only him, everyone was confused. Wang Ergo, Yao Ji, CSE the two commentators, and all the viewers in the 3 live broadcast rooms. He Wei looked puzzled and bewildered and said, What's going on? Isn't the dream of 900 million boys the rich man invited by the red team to help? Why would he help the blue team to get votes? Chu Shuxian was also puzzled and guessed, could it be a mistake? Could this level 60 rich lady have voted for the wrong person? So that's what people think. Yao Ji quickly reminded, Sister Meng, you got the wrong ticket. You got the ticket to the opposite side. Come back quickly. 0213's fans also instantly switched to Wang Ergo's live broadcast room. Sister Meng is confused, you entered the wrong live broadcast room. Sister Meng, why are you voting for Wang Ergo? Wang Ergo's fans were overjoyed. Thank you, Sister Meng. Sister Meng is so domineering. Thank you, Sister Meng, for sending me a set of 999 Carnival. Sister Meng is awesome. Sister Meng is generous, beautiful, kind-hearted, and generous. Wang Ergo also came back to his senses and quickly thanked her. Thank you, Sister Meng. Thank you, Sister Meng. But he kindly reminded, Sister Meng, did you get the wrong ticket? Pei Yuanlan did not reply with a floating screen, but gave an answer with practical actions. The dream of 900 million young boys was fulfilled in Wang Ergo's live broadcast room. Carnival 999 was given away. The super rich man came and spent a lot of money. Go and watch. That's right, Pei Yuanlan once again sent out a set of 999 Carnival. She used practical actions to tell everyone that she did not make the wrong delivery. He Wei, another piece of good news. It seems that Sister Meng did not send it to the wrong person. She is voting for the blue team. Chu Shuxian, huh? It seems there is something else going on. According to the information we have collected, the dream of the 900 million boys, the sword coming from the west, the green shirt remains the same, they are a small group with very good relations. I believe that many viewers have seen them in the same live broadcast room many times, playing together and selling tickets together. From their previous barrage chats, we can also analyze that the three of them have a pretty good relationship in private. But why is Sister Meng voting for her opponent now? Is there an internal conflict? The data and information provided by the broadcast commentary team is quite comprehensive. Of course, these data, information, and materials must be collected by the National Transport Department. How can it not be detailed and comprehensive? I am afraid that for all platforms, any user with a higher level will have even a punctuation mark sent in the live broadcast room collected and recorded by the relevant departments of the Ministry of National Transport. This concerns the fate of the country and will certainly not be taken lightly. He sighed, I have been a commentator for so long and have commented on hundreds of PK matches. I have encountered all kinds of reversals and miracles. But this is the first time I've encountered such an unexpected and shocking reversal like today. Chen Taishu was also extremely confused. Chapter 24: The Most Reckless Man on the Internet. Chen Taishu, who was sitting in the guest seat, thought about it and asked with confusion and curiosity, Sister Meng, right? Are you sure you didn't enter the wrong live broadcast room and buy the wrong ticket? Although she has proved with her actions that she did not get the wrong ticket, it is still too hard to believe. Pei Yuanlan was just about to type on the screen, but Xia Xishu called. She frowned slightly, interrupted her and answered the call after thinking for a while. Hey, Lan, what do you mean? It's fine if you don't want to help me, but you go and help the other side to vote to beat me up. What does that mean? The unfriendly and questioning tone made Pei Yuanlan look unhappy. Xia Xishu, I can vote for whoever I want. What does it have to do with you? What's your tone? What's your attitude? What qualifications do you have to teach me how to do things? Who do you think you are? Also, did you call you Lan? Pa? Wow, the first thing you smell is a strong smell of oil and chili peppers, quite strong. It's not Lan, I'm not this. Before he could finish his words, Pei Yuanlan hung up the phone. Li Qingyi said slowly, Yuanlan, after all, we are old friends who have known each other for many years. You slap him in the face like this, aren't you? Shen Mubai secretly gave her a thumbs up. Then he said indifferently, Brother, Sister Lan has always been at odds with Xishu, you know that. Besides, I think there's nothing wrong with Sister Lan going to the opposite side to buy tickets, because I want to go too, hee. Look at this female anchor that Xishu strongly supports. I can't stand it anymore. The enchantress is now showing off the tea flavor in her tea. She looked aggrieved and asked pitifully, Brother Qingquan, isn't Sister Meng your friend? Why would she go to the other side to vote and beat us up? Did I do something wrong and offend Sister Meng? Xia Xishu, who was hung up on, is also very annoyed. He thought that Yao Ji had not said a word from beginning to end, and there was no possibility of offending Pei Yuanlan. Since she didn't offend anyone, it was obvious that Pei Yuanlan went to the opposite side to vote for her. Xia Xishu snorted coldly and said, It's okay, don't worry about her. Isn't the health bar not over yet? Even if they come to me, I will still take action. After saying that, he took advantage of the free time to start recharging his account in case of emergency. Pei Yuanlan didn't care what they thought, but typed on the screen, replying to Chen Taishu's previous words. The dream of 900 million young men, I'm not stupid, I don't know if I got the wrong ticket or not. Chen Taishu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Oh, this girl has quite a bad temper. Then why did you come here to register? Are you paying for medical expenses in advance? If it is medical expenses, then you are quite generous. The dream of 900 million boys, I have so much money to burn? I give 60 million sound waves for medical expenses? Chen Taishu asked again, then why did you come here to vote? The dream of 900 million boys, can't I come over and be the second best sister on the list? Chen Taishu laughed twice, okay, welcome, very welcome. Then he continued narcissistically, I didn't expect that my domineering aura would conquer you invisibly. I have to say that you have good vision. Why don't you hang out with me? The dream of 900 million boys, Pa, you have a stinky face, you are almost like a turtle, you want to conquer me, do you think you are a geoduck? Wow, quite tough. The dream of 900 million boys, you are still lagging behind now. If you lose, it will be interesting. Chen Taishu smiled confidently and said pretentiously, Want to laugh at me? You are bound to be disappointed. How about this, do you want to make a bet? Pei Yuanlan also seemed to be interested. The dream of 900 million young men, how to gamble? It's simple. Your votes don't count. If I lose, then you win. I will unconditionally agree to one of your requests. But if I succeed in defeating the opponent without counting your 60 million votes, then I win, and you have to agree to one request of mine. The dream of 900 million young men, not counting the 60 million votes I won? Fine, I'll take the gamble, but I can't ask for too much. Don't worry, I've never seen you before, so what interest can I have in you? What if you're old, fat, and ugly? Pei Yuanlan put down the goblet in his hand heavily and cursed angrily, "This bastard." Seeing her so angry, Shin Mubai and Li Qingyi looked at each other in confusion. I don't know what this young lady is angry about or what she is talking about. The dream of 900 million boys, you'd better win, otherwise you're dead. Don't say I didn't warn you, if the other side is ruthless, there are at least 100 million votes left. Ha ha. Chen Taishu laughed arrogantly twice, Sister Meng, right? Please be prepared to lose. The person across the street is your friend, right? Okay, I'll give you a favor and I won't cheat them out of their tickets. After saying that, Chen Taishu didn't waste any more words and started to display the tickets directly. Hearing his words, Pei Yuanlan raised his eyebrows and had a bad premonition. Taishu Huanjing gave away Carnival 999 in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The rich man came and spent a lot of money. Go and watch. Nearly 30 million yuan was spent to buy a good news report for the entire platform. Great News 1. Chen Taishu started the combo mode without any hesitation. Great News 2. Great News 3. Putting aside Pei Yuanlan's 60 million votes, Chen Taishu's own votes have already surpassed the opponent. Still didn't stop. Great News 4. Great News 5. Great News 6. Great News 7. Great News 8. Great News 9. Great News 10. Stop, Chen Taishu finally stopped, 999 Carnival 10 consecutive hits. Nearly 300 million votes, plus the previous ones, a total of more than 400 million votes. Including Pei Yuanlan, the blue team's health bar has reached more than 500 million votes. His domineering and arrogant way of displaying tickets shocked everyone. Fuck. Oh my god, isn't Brother Taishu too arrogant? Just 999 Carnival 10 hit combo. Originally I was still waiting for a miracle, huh? Ridiculous, for Brother Taishu, there is no need for a miracle at all, because he is the miracle. Chu Shuxian, it seems that Brother Taishu has really ended the PK duel this time, and Brother Taishu will definitely have a place in the top 10 Douyin tycoons. Fuck so fierce, so damn fierce, Brother Taishu must be a wolf meow, no, he should be the most reckless man on the entire internet. I don't know if Brother Taishu can make it into the top 10 richest people, but I know that Brother Taishu's ferocity can definitely rank in the top 3. In just a few minutes, he spent more than 40 million renminbi. Looking at the entire internet, Brother Taishu is a very fierce presence. Oh my god, he hit me with 999 Carnival when he had a disagreement. I just want to ask, how many mines does Brother Taishu have at home? Mine? That's too small. With Brother Taishu's temperament, he must have several printing factories at home. Chapter 25, Become Famous in One Battle. Seeing the more than 500 million votes from the other side, Enchantress and 0213's family were dumbfounded. Even the half-body frivolity was confused. Pei Yuanlan's previous guess was correct. In order to prevent any accidents, Xia Xixio did recharge another 100 million Do coins. But, even if we brush them all out now, there is still a long way to go. Can Xia Xixio recharge tens of millions of RMB again? Yes, of course you can. But even if he recharges tens of millions and spends them all, will he definitely win? It's uncertain whether you can win. Didn't you see the aggressive stance coming from the other side? Recharge tens of millions of RMB and push the health bar back. Who knows, the opponent might launch a 999 Carnival 10 hit combo again. He has money, but he's not really brainless. He doesn't care if he makes a few million. But if he has to spend tens of millions at one time, even if he is a rich second generation, he will feel distressed. Besides, why is this female anchor worth so much money? With tens of millions, I wonder how many internet celebrities and female stars I will have to play with. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. But when he thought about the bet with Chen Taishu, he was in a dilemma for a moment. You can squander money, but you can't lose face. Just when he was hesitating, Shen Mubai and Li Qingyi started talking in the group. Advise him not to get carried away and not to vote again. Ijian Shilai, Xixio, why don't you just admit defeat? Brother Taishu on the opposite side is really mysterious. Shinshan Rogu, he is obviously just showing off. There is really no need for us to confront him. If you continue to fight hard, can you guarantee that he won't hit you 10 times in a row? This guy is too cruel and fierce, a pure reckless man, it's better not to provoke him again. Banshin was frivolous, but this is a father-son game. If I admit defeat, will I still have the face to do it? It can be seen from his words that he was indeed frightened by the reckless man Chen Taishu. If it wasn't a father-son game, he would have admitted defeat without hesitation. Is there anyone who plays PK like this? They put up hundreds of millions of votes at every turn. Isn't it better for us to play by the rules? Ajian Shilai, Sishio, come on, if it were any other anchor, if you wanted to fight hard, we brothers would definitely accompany you. Look at this thing. If it weren't for you, Brother Chang and I would have gone to the other side to vote and beat her up. Shinshan Rogu, it is better to resolve an enemy than to create one, and the enemy looks quite powerful, so we should not offend him. As for the bet, we'll go over and talk to you about it later. I'm sure they won't take it too seriously. Besides, isn't Yuan Lan over there? We can ask her to help persuade them when the time comes. It shouldn't be a big problem. Xia Sishio was still hesitating. But the jealous enchantress couldn't hold it in any longer. Brother Qingquang, you can take action now. If you don't take action now, we will really lose. Time is running out. Hurry up and make a move. As long as we can get through, we will definitely win. It's just a few 100 million votes. I believe it's absolutely a piece of cake for Brother Frivolous. Actually, if I lose, I lose. It doesn't matter. I can just take the consequences. But this is about Brother Qingquang, we absolutely cannot lose. Brothers and sisters, family members, those of us who have the conditions should follow Brother Qingquang. We must use our family's cohesion to help Brother Qingquang win this face-saving duel. Anyone with a little bit of common sense would probably be able to hear the subtle tricks and cleverness in the words of the enchantress, right? Xia Sishio is certainly not a fool. He was just angry and carried away by his emotions, so he was swayed by his emotions. Now that he is calmed down, he sees that enchanting lady is still trying to be clever, thinking that she is simply thinking that she is an idiot. Thinking back to how Wang Ergu had just paid for the ticket out of his own pocket, and thinking about what his good brother had said, Xia Sishio suddenly felt aggrieved and angry. Just a few 100 million votes? Haha, I bought a watch last year. Damn, I'll give you your uncle's ticket. That's right, Xia Sishio admitted it. Isn't it just a loss? No big deal. Even if it was just calling him dad, he now felt that it was better than voting for this thing. The more Xia Sishio thought about it, the angrier he became. He could only blame himself for being blinded by greed and letting his anger cloud his mind. No wonder Pei Yuan Lan, who had said before that he was just there to watch the fun, would go to the opposite side to buy tickets. It turns out that he wasn't there for me. After figuring this out, Xia Sishio breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the official live broadcast room. Hiwei looked at the countdown that was constantly decreasing and said slowly, the current situation is very clear. The blue team has a huge advantage and has strongly crushed the red team. Now, the red team doesn't have much time left. I wonder if the red team, with 3 super rich players in charge, will be able to achieve a miracle at the last moment and realize a stunning reversal? Chu Shuxian, it's difficult. After all, the gap now is not a little bit, there are more than 300 million votes. This is a completely insurmountable gap. We can't doubt that the 3 great tycoons have no strength. We can only say that Brother Taishu is too strong, too arrogant, and too cruel. Hiwei nodded in agreement. Yes, after commentating on the PK match for such a long time, Brother Taishu's aura is definitely the strongest. As professional commentators, we were both overwhelmed by Brother Taishu's powerful aura. Not to mention his opponents, you can imagine how much pressure they are under. The last 1 or 2 minutes are basically useless garbage time. And the final result has been locked in, without any surprises. Hiwei shouted excitedly, congratulations to the blue team's anchor Wang Ergu for winning the final victory of this duel. Congratulations to Douyin's newest super rich brother Taishu for becoming famous in one battle. While we congratulate the blue team for their victory, let's not forget the red team for bringing us a wonderful PK feast. Please don't believe that victory is as easy to come by as the dandelions on the hillside. But please believe that there are always some beautiful things in this world that are worth our all, even if it means our death. Maybe they will understand what Maupassant said, life may not be as good as you think. The part.Reward ended the broadcast with a poetic commentary. Exciting, this PK tonight is so fucking exciting, it makes my blood boil. Those who can be broadcast and commentate are undoubtedly really rich. Isn't this more exciting than those who win return, union tickets, and e-commerce tickets? This is a true battle between the rich and powerful. Tonight really broadened my horizons. Awesome. So awesome. While watching this PK, I was feeding a pig. The pig also saw the live broadcast. It stopped chewing. I put down the grass in my hand. The pig and I looked at each other for a few seconds. From its eyes, I could see that its blood was boiling and it wanted to ride me on the highway. Chapter 26: The Iron Law of Flat-Chested Girls. After the PK is over, the normal thank you process will naturally follow. It has been nearly half a year since Wang Ergo switched to Douyin, but in this half year, he has not even received a carnival. However, today's great news across all platforms has made him numb. Moreover, in these 2 days, in these 2 PK games, brother Taishu gave him 50 million renminbi. He was excited, but also felt it was unreal. He even wondered what would have happened to him if he had turned a blind eye to the comments from brother Taishu, who was still a rookie in the live broadcast room yesterday. Ultimately, they will no longer be able to persevere and will quietly quit the internet cafe. If I didn't believe in brother Taishu and didn't dare to gamble, I would be destined to miss the opportunity with brother Taishu. He was very fortunate that he was valued by brother Taishu, and also fortunate that he seized the opportunity. Of course, he was still somewhat uneasy. He feels uneasy because it doesn't seem real and he is afraid of losing it again. When you are too excited, you will be unexpectedly calm. This is what Wang Ergo is like now. Perhaps it was because he had said too many words of thanks for the flattery, the same few words over and over again, and now he probably couldn't express himself in words. I thought about how to put it and hesitated for a long time. He then slowly said, "Thank you brother Taishu, and thank you sister Meng. Brother Taishu, you've spent a lot of money." He paused, stood up, and bowed deeply at 90 degrees. It took him a long time to raise his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he was interrupted impatiently by Chen Taishu. "Don't be so sentimental all the time. I do live streaming just to have fun. It has nothing to do with you. How much I swipe depends entirely on my mood and willingness. It has nothing to do with you. I just think you're a nice person, so I'll just spend some money here. Do you understand me?" Wang Ergo nodded and said, "I know brother Taishu. I, Wang Ergo, dare not say anything else, but I don't think I am an ungrateful, heartless person. No matter what, even if brother Taishu never comes to my live broadcast room or consumes in my live broadcast room in the future, I, Wang Ergo, will never forget your great kindness. Once you've been called brother Taishu, you'll always be brother Taishu. The promise I make to you as a lackey will never change." Chen Taishu looked at the sincere and determined Wang Ergo and nodded silently. He believed that this guy was different from other reality anchors who only cared about money and not people. If Chen Taishu fell into poverty in the future, he believed that Wang Ergo would never turn against him. Because Wang Ergo has hit rock bottom and experienced the indifference of human nature, he now pays more attention to and cares about certain things. He smiled slightly and said pretentiously, "Ergo, now that you have risen, I hope you can keep your original intention. After making money, don't get carried away, do more meaningful things." This guy is so fake. I fantasize that when I become rich, I will be able to hang out with celebrities and young models, and enjoy the bright lights and debauchery. Now he is teaching others with great righteousness to do more meaningful things. Damn, this guy is really too pretentious, what a double standard. Unexpectedly, Wang Ergo replied with a smile, "Don't worry, brother Taishu, I now have a very meaningful idea. After I get off the air, I'll talk to you about my thoughts." Chen Taishu originally said these righteous words just to show off, but he didn't expect that Ergo actually had some real ideas. He immediately became interested and said, "Okay, tell me after the show. If your idea is good, I will definitely support you." Wang Ergo hurriedly thanked him, "Thank you, brother Taishu." Chen Taishu ended the conversation with him and turned his gaze to the top of the phone screen, landing on the avatar of the second person on the list. He clicked on the avatar of the second person on the list, the dream of 900 million boys, and went to her homepage to check it out. I haven't set up a private account, but I can see the short videos she posted. I randomly clicked on a work and started reading it. Chen Taishu was a little surprised. This hot-tempered little pepper is actually a beauty. Both her looks and figure are above 90 points. Unfortunately, the only flaw is that she has small breasts. No wonder she has such a bad temper. Aren't all women with small breasts like this? She has small breasts, a bad temper, and is tsundere. She is either sharp-tongued or doesn't talk much, but she looks cocky. This is the iron rule for girls with small breasts. There is simply no comparison with a sexy and charming young woman like Su Qingyan. Chen Taishu exited her homepage and returned to the live broadcast room. With a slight smile, he said with interest, "Sister Meng, how about it? Are you willing to accept the defeat?" Pei Yuanlan was very angry because he was tricked by her. But even though she was angry, she could still afford to have fun. The dream of 900 million young boys. Tell me, what do you want me to do? He. Chen Taishu pretended to smile obscenely. Asked, the person in your work is you, right? Pei Yuanlan immediately became alert. What do you want to do? I told you that I won't agree to anything that's too much. I advise you not to have any evil thoughts, Chen Taishu smiled faintly and said, what are you thinking about? I'm just asking casually. I didn't realize you were so rich. You own a private airport at such a young age. Don't worry, I have no interest in using a tablet as a brainpad, Bang! In the private room of the club, Pei Yuanlan threw the crystal red wine glass in his hand to the ground. He cursed angrily, this bastard. He took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. He asked again angrily, tell me, what do you want me to do? This is your last chance. If you don't tell me, I won't acknowledge you. Chen Taishu stopped teasing her. If he continued, she would probably get really angry. He had to find the right balance between the two. After thinking for a while, he said, I don't want you to do anything. Didn't I say before that I would let you hang out with me? How about that? From now on, I am your eldest brother and you are my second brother. How about that? Don't worry, as long as you follow Big Brother, I guarantee that no one on the internet will dare to fight you. Big Brother can't beat him to death. It seems like it would be nice to have a little brother, he. Before Pei Yuanlan could reply, a system prompt appeared on the screen in the live broadcast room. Yijian Shilai entered the live broadcast room. Qingshan entered the live broadcast room as usual. He is a level 60 rich man who is not invisible, so the prompts and special effects when he enters the live broadcast room are quite eye-catching. However, Chen Taishu felt that after the 12 ranks of nobility were launched, visitors with ranks activated would definitely see very good special effects when entering the live broadcast room. And the higher your rank, the more powerful the entry prompts and special effects will be. Watching the two of them enter the live broadcast room, Chen Taishu smiled slightly. Although I was a little curious, my guess was pretty close. P.S. Thank you for the gifts and rewards from the big guys. You are awesome and domineering. Chapter 27, No Fight, No Acquaintance. As Wang Ergu, the first lackey of the sect, naturally would not go crazy and bite people without clear instructions from Chen Taishu. He didn't care about the matter, but welcomed them warmly, welcomed Brother Rijin and Brother Qingshan to the live broadcast room. The two were not in a hurry to state their purpose, but had to set the stage first. Yijian Shilai gave away Carnival 999 in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The rich man has arrived and is spending money lavishly. Go and watch. King Shanro gave away Carnival 999 in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The rich man has arrived and is spending money lavishly. Go and watch. Two big happy news special effects once again bloomed festively in every live broadcast room across the entire platform. What's going on? Isn't the PK over? Why are these two rich guys going to Wang Ergu's live broadcast room to do so much? Let us go and watch. There will definitely be something exciting to watch. Could it be that they were also conquered by Brother Taishu's domineering aura? Interesting, let's go together. A large number of tourists who love to watch the fun once again flocked into Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. Thank you, Brother Rijian and Brother Qingshan for the Grand Carnival. I'm sorry for the expense. A group of 999 carnivals are also collectively referred to as the Grand Carnival by anchors and netizens across all platforms. Wang Ergu is very self-aware and has good judgment. He just expressed his gratitude and didn't take the initiative to say anything else. He knew clearly that no matter it was Sister Meng from before, or Brother Rijin and Brother Qingshan now, they all came for Brother Taishu. He would not be so arrogant as to think that they came to give gifts just for him. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, finding it quite interesting. Without saying anything, he threw 999 carnival as soon as he arrived, obviously to give himself face. Of course, this is just one of them. As for the second point, they also wanted to tell Chen Taishu tactfully that it was not because they did not have the strength that they stopped voting. Chen Taishu, who was sitting in the guest seat, said slowly, "You too, what does this mean?" Qingshan Rogo said, "I don't mean anything else, Brother Taishu, don't think too much. We came here just to apologize to Brother Taishu on behalf of our brothers." Yijian Shilai, "Yes, Brother Taishu, my brother is young and hot-tempered. Don't bother with him. Can't a big man bear grudges against a small man? If Brother Taishu can make peace today, we brothers will remember your favor." Qingshan Rogo took over the conversation and continued floating on the screen. "I see that your IP address, Brother Taishu, also shows the Magic City. We brothers are somewhat well known in the Magic City. If you need anything in the future, just give us a call, Brother Taishu. If it can be done, I will do it without hesitation. If it can't be done, I will try every possible way to help you to the best of my ability." Now that things have come to this, the meaning is actually very clear. Chen Taishu did not reply immediately, but pondered. At this time, Pei Yuanlan sent a supreme floating screen barrage. "The dream of 900 million boys, brother, even though he and I don't get along well, we are still friends after all. How about, big brother, can you give me some face?" Chen Taishu looked at her floating comments and smiled, "Not bad, not bad." "Oh? So you agreed, right? Very good, since you have spoken, then I must give you some face. Then let's end this matter here. Yijian Shilai, thank you, Brother Taishu. Let's add each other's contact information later. You can let me know if there is anything in the future." Qingshan Roga said, "Brother Taishu, I will host you some other day, and we can get together and get to know each other. I hope Brother Taishu will do me the honor." Chen Taishu pondered for a moment, as if thinking about something. Then he smiled cheerfully and said, "We can say that we didn't know each other until we fought, right? Since we are all in the Magic City, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get to know each other when we have time." There was another round of polite greetings, and the estrangement from the previous confrontation was completely resolved invisibly. Although Banshee is frivolous and arrogant, he is still quite single. He ran into the live broadcast room, apologized to Chen Taishu and Wang Ergo generously, and presented a set of Grand Carnival. This matter is officially over. Just as he said before, these few people can be said to have known each other through fighting. Although it is the internet, it may not be impossible to reflect reality. Therefore, it is extremely good to be able to turn hostility into friendship, and Chen Taishu has also thought carefully about it. Now he can really do whatever he wants on the internet. But in reality, he is the weakling that Su Qingyan mentioned. Even though he was rich, he didn't dare to show off too much. After all, money alone wasn't enough. You also need to have power and influence. For thousands of years, countless vivid and real examples at home and abroad have told us that if you have no power and influence, no matter how much wealth you have, you will not be able to keep it. Your wealth will not belong to you. It's cruel and realistic, but it's the fact. Chen Taishu smiled smugly and said jokingly, "Come on, second brother, call me big brother." Pei Yuanlan had a constipated expression on his face. "Even though you're unwilling, can you lick back the saliva you've spit out?" The dream of 900 million boys, Air Guzi, pull me to the microphone. "Okay, Sister Meng." Wang Ergo smiled and invited her to sit in the guest seat. Cough cough. Pei Yuanlan coughed twice with a hint of embarrassment. He timidly called out in a low voice, big brother." "What?" Chen Taishu deliberately teased, "Second brother, please speak louder. I think my ears are not working well." Pei Yuanlan gritted his teeth in anger. With a determined heart, he shouted in a spicy tone, "Big brother." "Ha ha." Chen Taishu laughed proudly, "Hey, second brother. Don't worry, second brother. It's not wrong to call you big brother. Big brother will protect you in Douyin from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I will beat him to pieces." Pei Yuanlan raised his eyebrows, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his eyeballs rolled around. Next to her, Shin Mubai and Li Qingyi knew as soon as they saw her expression that she was thinking of something evil and was going to trick someone. They also admired Chen Taishu very much. He was brave enough to accept this hot-tempered troublemaker as his younger brother. "Brother, right? Are you telling the truth?" Chen Taishu replied arrogantly, "Of course. If you follow big brother, how can you be bullied?" Pei Yuanlan's lips curled up into a sly smile. "Brother, don't you think this is a coincidence? My second brother went to help Hao Jimei in a PK a few days ago, but he ran into my mortal enemy who came to snipe me, and he was bullied by her for 3 games in a row. "Brother, what do you think we should do about this?" Chen Taishu said nonchalantly, "What else can we do? We must strike back." "Enemies, huh? Let's go and get revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jiangxilai and King Shanrugu simultaneously sent out floating screen comments. "Ejian Shilai, Brother Taishu, be careful. Xingshan Rugu, Brother Taishu, don't be impatient. Even if you want revenge, you have to take a long-term view." Chapter 28, Little Princess of Beijing Circle. When Chen Taishu saw their floating screens, he felt that things were not as simple as he had imagined. He asked with confusion and curiosity, "What do you mean? From what you guys said, it seems like the other party is quite powerful and has a lot of background?" Qingshan Rugu, ahem, Brother Taishu, the Douyin ID of Xiaoming's mortal enemy is Cat 11 from the old alley. Chen Taishu muttered blankly, "Cat 11 from the old alley? What the hell?" Everyone suddenly remembered that Brother Taishu had only started playing Douyin for 2 days, so it was normal that he didn't know. The first lackey under the sect quickly explained, "Brother Taishu, Cat 11 from the old alley is a wealthy lady who is in the top 10 of the Douyin rich list. Very fierce and powerful. According to incomplete statistics, the total consumption of Mao Shi from Jiuxiang on Douyin is no less than 2 billion. Moreover, her spending power is still extremely strong. Not only is there no sign of slowing down, but it is even getting more aggressive. In the entire Douyin, she is definitely one of the most wealthy women." Pei Yuanlan was immediately unhappy with what Wan Ergu blurted out. She was very competitive and said angrily, "Hey, Erguzi, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by a best sister? You don't take me, your sister Meng, seriously, right? She counts 1, so what's my number, Sister Meng? If she hadn't come and sniped me when I was completely unprepared, would I have lost to her? Humph." Wang Ergu hurriedly flattered and said, I'm sorry, Sister Meng. It was my fault that I slipped up. The most wealthy lady on the entire platform must be my Sister Meng. How can Cat 11 from Old Alley compare to my Sister Meng?" Hearing this, Pei Yuanlan said proudly, "Humph, this is more like it." Chen Taishu smiled faintly and said casually, "Oh? So she is quite capable?" Xingshan Rugu, Brother Taishu, you don't know that Mao Shi is indeed very powerful and fierce. And the most important thing is that as the little princess of the Beijing Circle, Mao Shi has a group of young men from aristocratic families and wealthy families standing behind her whose strength should not be underestimated. Chen Taishu immediately became interested and muttered to himself, "The little princess of the Beijing Circle? Interesting. So, you guys are also part of the magic circle?" "Ejian Shilai, we are just a few friends who got together to have fun. It can't be considered a magic circle. Besides, the community in Shanghai is not as united as the one in Beijing. We all do our own things." When talking about circles and factions, both Chen Taishu and the tourists who were just watching the show were very interested. One after another, they started discussing heatedly in the live broadcast room. Indeed, as far as I know, the magic circle is a mess, and everyone is always playing their own game. The Beijing community does like to stick together and is very united, but the Beijing community is not monolithic. There are many factions and small circles within the Beijing circle, and the internal conflicts are quite serious. Everyone looks down on each other. Don't think Douyin is just a live streaming platform, but the water inside is really deep. Beijing Circle, Magic Circle, Hong Kong Circle, Northeast Circle, Northwest Circle. Looking at the comments on the public screen in the live broadcast room, Chen Taishu was truly amazed. I didn't expect that the small Douyin actually has hidden talents. Compared to the previous life's Douyin, Blue Star's Douyin is undoubtedly more exciting and more fun. Chen Taishu showed a meaningful smile on his face. The more he got in touch with it, the more he felt Douyin was extraordinary, and the more interesting it became. Don't be in a hurry, just take your time and play. With my cheating skills, I don't care what circle it is, I'll just have to rush in and get it done. Chen Taishu thought for a moment and asked, "What do you mean, second brother? Do you want me to help you get revenge?" Pei Yuanlan was silent. She just wanted to play a joke on Chen Taishu and curb his arrogance at the same time. Who would have thought this guy would be so reckless? Even though he knew the other party's background and strength, he still wanted to continue to fight hard and recklessly. Pei Yuanlan is now in a dilemma, and she really doesn't want to drag Chen Taishu into this. Although she was tough in words, she had to admit that Mao Shi was very powerful, otherwise she would not have suffered several losses at her hands. Don't underestimate how easy it sounds, it's just 2 simple words, revenge. But this does cost real money, and no one knows exactly how much it will cost. But it is definitely not a small amount, but a huge amount that ordinary people can hardly reach in their lifetime. After all, she and Shen Taishu had only just met. No, not even an acquaintance. I can only say that we have a very insignificant relationship. In this situation, why should you let others spend a lot of money to help you? Do you really think of him as your enemy? Seeing that she didn't speak for a long time, Shen Taishu could only ask again, "What's wrong, second brother? Are you listening to me? Why don't you say something? Are you going to do it or not? If you want to do it, let's go find him right away. Big brother will definitely help you get revenge." Upon hearing what he said, the crowd who were eager to watch the fun could no longer sit still. Go, 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 don't be scared, just follow Brother Taishu and it will be over. Revenge is a must. How can you not seek revenge after being bullied? Fuck her sister Meng, with Brother Taishu here, we have nothing to fear, we must avenge our previous humiliation. Sister Meng, Brother Taishu, I have already found out that Mao Shi is indeed in the live broadcast room of the anchor she supports, the soul singer Xiao Dubi. That is right, it's in the live broadcast room of the soul singer Xiao Dubi, let us rush over. Wow, they are indeed well-trained spectators. It's only been a short while and we've already figured out the other party's whereabouts. Chen Taishu asked curiously, what's the situation with this soul singer Xiao Dubi? Wang Ergu, the first lackey under his tutelage, quickly helped him with some scientific research. Soul singer Xiao Dubi is a female anchor in the singing entertainment genre, famous for her singing style that is 100% soulful and emotional. Plus her funny personality, she is very popular among netizens. Although she is not a PK-type anchor, with the support of Mao Shi, she is still firmly in the ranks of top-tier popular anchors. Soul singer Xiao Dubi is also one of the few personal anchors who has not joined the guild MCN among many top-tier anchors. Chen Taishu was not too surprised. With a super rich man like Mao Shi around, it would not be difficult to enter the top-tier ranks even without the support of the guild and MCN. You have to know that the rich people who spend money lavishly have their own traffic and popularity. Take Chen Taishu for example. He now casually enters a live broadcast room whose popularity does not exceed 100, does nothing, and just stays in the room. Believe it or not, it won't be long before the number of real-time online viewers in the live broadcast room will increase rapidly. How much popularity the live broadcast room can attract depends on the fame and influence of the rich man. Chapter 29, The Reckless Army Sends a Declaration of War. Chen Taishu looked at the 9.7 billion Dubi coins quietly lying in his account, and his heart was calm. What is a top-tier popular anchor and what is a little princess of the Beijing circle? Who cares? I'm Timo's man who wants to be the most popular man on the internet. Who is the most powerful person on the internet? Chen Taishu, the legendary figure. You monsters and demons, all of you, please stay away from me. Dare to block the way? He. Beat them all to pieces. Pei Yuanlan ignored the netizens who were trying to stir up trouble on the public screen. She said slowly, forget it, big brother, I was just joking with you. Can you just pretend I never said anything about this? I can handle it myself. Chen Taishu frowned, second brother, what do you mean by this? With his intelligence, he understood it immediately. Second brother, since you recognize me as your elder brother, I will definitely protect you. You don't have to worry about anything else. My little brother was bullied outside, it's okay if the big brother doesn't know about it. But if you remain indifferent after knowing this, how can I, as the eldest brother, continue to hang out in Douyin? Today you acknowledge me as your big brother, but I don't have any gifts for you. How about this, I'll help you beat up your mortal enemy as a gift to you, how about that? Pei Yuanlan was slightly stunned. Brother, you. She now spoke with a sudden stammer, which showed how upset she was at the moment. Chen Taishu knew what she wanted to say and what she was worried about. He immediately interrupted her forcefully, don't worry too much, second brother. I'm not kidding you. I'm serious. Domineering, Brother Taishu's domineering aura is indeed well-deserved, awesome. Brother Taishu is awesome, no matter who she is, just go for it. Sister Meng, don't hesitate. With Brother Taishu's support, there's nothing to be afraid of. Just do it. Do it. No matter whether he wins or loses, Brother Taishu has absolutely mastered the temperament. Reckless, I suggest that we change our name to the Reckless Army and just follow Brother Taishu. I second this motion. The Reckless Army is totally flawless. At this moment, the atmosphere in Wang Ergo's live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Seeing the comments on the public screen, Erguzi fell into deep thought. It seems that the reckless army is indeed quite good. When Pei Yuanlan heard Chen Taishu's words, a warm feeling flowed through his heart. It was originally just a punishment after losing a bet, but who knew it would become my strong support now? It was just as he said before, not only did he not lose money, he actually made a lot of money. At this moment, in the private room of the high-end private club, Shen Mubai and Li Qingyi looked at each other tacitly. Then, both of their fingers began to click on the phone screen. Ejian Shilai, fuck, what's the big deal? Since we're going to do it, let's just fight to the end. Xingshan Rogu, Mada, just be reckless, who is afraid of who? I still have about 100 million votes in my pocket now, and I can keep adding more if it's not enough. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and said calmly, you two should save your energy. I said I would support my second brother and get back his position. Why would I need you to take action? You want to steal my limelight? Dream on. Go somewhere cooler. He looked at Pei Yuanlan's portrait again and continued to ask, what do you think, second brother? Big brother is going to give you a gift. Do you want to refuse it? Now that things have come to this, if I don't say anything, I'd be being hypocritical. Besides, Pei Yuanlan, this irritable little flat-chested girl, is not a pretentious person. If you owe a favor, you owe it to others. You can find a way to repay it slowly in the future. Judging from the tone of the eldest brother's voice and the implicit meaning of his words, he is definitely not someone who is short of money. Therefore, Pei Yuanlan didn't need to worry anymore. Yes, it's a gift from Big Brother, why wouldn't you want it? It would be a waste if you don't want it, hum. Ha ha. Chen Taishu laughed twice with satisfaction, this is more like your temper and personality, second brother. After teasing her, Chen Taishu ordered Wang Ergo, connect directly. Okay, boss. Wang Ergo directly started searching for the soul singer Xiao Doubai, and then initiated a connection request. Unfortunately, the other party rejected it immediately. Brother Taishu, the other party rejected my connection request. Continue. I tried 3 or 4 times in a row, but was rejected immediately every time. Chen Taishu thought for a moment and said, brothers in the live broadcast room, go to the live broadcast room of the soul singer Xiao Doubai now. Tell that cat 11 that Sister Meng wants to beat her up and let the anchor take over the mic. Okay, Brother Taishu, let us go to her live broadcast room now. Let's go, brothers of the Reckless Legion, let's issue a challenge. Hurry up, brothers, charge over together and show the momentum of our reckless army. The next second, a large number of visitors flooded into the live broadcast room of the soul singer Xiao Doubai. Is Sister 11 here? Sister Meng wants to beat you up. Let Xiao Doubai take Wang Ergo's connection request. After a while, the public screen of Xiao Doubai's live broadcast room was completely dominated by this concise and to-the-point declaration of war. The funny little guy who was singing with his soul and emotions was instantly stunned when he saw the rhythm on the public screen. He looked confused and said, what's going on? I just started singing, why is the public screen full of rhythm? Take Wang Ergo's call? No, brothers, I'm doing live streaming, how can I take the microphone? Besides, isn't it just that he didn't pick up the microphone? Do you really need to set the tone with such a fierce momentum? Wow, my goodness, the live broadcast room suddenly has tens of thousands of people, this. The shocked little funny guy immediately looked aggrieved and pitiful. What god have I offended? Brothers, please don't be like this. I'm just a small anchor and I can't withstand your attack. And Mao Shi, who had been lying in the old alley in the live broadcast room, naturally also saw the rhythm on the public screen. Declaration of war? Haha, kind of interesting. Cat 11 from the old alley, haha. She's still afraid of being beaten by me, right? How dare you challenge me? She's going to put her face close to me so I can hit her, right? Fine, it's pretty boring anyway, so I'll satisfy her. Go back and tell your sister Meng to call again. I want to see what Pei Yuanlan relies on. After receiving her reply, the reckless army immediately headed back. Sister Meng, Brother Taishu, Mao Shi has accepted the challenge. She asked us to connect again. Seeing the news brought back by his brothers, Wang Ergo did not hesitate and directly sent a connection request again. This time, the other party did not refuse, but answered the call immediately. As the live broadcast screen paused slightly, the next second, Wang Ergo and Xiao Doubai came online. Chapter 30 Trash Talk. Cat 11 from the old alley was already sitting in the guest seats. They were online one after another, leaving no time for the two hosts to exchange false pleasantries. She said with a tone full of sarcasm, "Hey, Pei Yuanlan, you are not afraid of being beaten by me? How dare you come to me and ask for humiliation? So my second brother's name is Pei Yuanlan? Hey, you know what, this name sounds pretty nice." Pei Yuanlan also retorted without showing any weakness, "Ha. Chen Shi, you are really shameless. I don't know who prepared the conditions and deliberately sniped last time, hee. It's fine that you don't follow martial ethics, but you actually use it as capital to show off. Your face is thicker than a city wall. Why, I let you win 2 games, and you think it's New Year's Day? Chen Shi?" Hearing her name, Chen Taishu was a little confused. Isn't this name a bit too random? Ha! Chen Shi sneered disdainfully, deliberate sniping? Pei Yuanlan, don't you think too highly of yourself? As she spoke, she clicked on Chen Taishu's profile picture in the guest seat. At first glance, I suddenly understood. I was wondering how dare you come to the live broadcast room to challenge me. Turns out you have someone close to you? Isn't this brother Taishu who just became famous in one battle? I've heard of him for a long time. Cough cough. Chen Taishu pretended to cough twice. Chen Shi, right? Let's not waste any polite words and get straight to the point. I heard that it was you who bullied my second brother? Chen Shi chuckled, "Yes, it's me, why don't you accept it? Do you want to get back at me? Excuse me for asking, when did Pei Yuanlan become your second brother?" Second brother? Second brother. Ha ha ha. Pei Yuanlan said unhappily, "It's none of your business." There was no need for them to say anything, as someone who knew the situation had already revealed the information to Chen Shi on the public screen in the live broadcast room. Chen Shi, who understood the situation, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He said sarcastically, "Ha! I was wondering what was going on. It turns out that you lost yourself to someone else and became their younger brother? Pei Yuanlan, you are really promising." Pei Yuanlan, who was furious, didn't want to waste time talking to her. He said directly, "Chen Shi, stop talking nonsense, just tell me whether you dare to accept the challenge or not." "Don't dare. Don't be so presumptuous in front of me in the future." Chen Shi is not a fool. Since she came to him on her own initiative, she must be well prepared. "I don't have any prepared tickets today, and if I rashly accept the challenge, I will most likely lose." But if he didn't accept the challenge, Pei Yuanlan would definitely laugh at him to death. For a moment, Chen Shi was in a dilemma. Seeing that she remained silent, Pei Yuanlan smiled contemptuously. She said proudly, "Don't worry, Chen Shi, I'm not as shameless as you. Don't say I'm bullying you. How about this? I'll give you a day to prepare. Tomorrow night, at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, we will fight on time." Did you see that, Chen Shi? This is my mindset. You still have a lot to learn. Hearing this, Chen Shi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since she had sufficient time to prepare, how could she be afraid of Pei Yuanlan? Okay, then it's settled, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Pei Yuanlan, please be prepared to be beaten by me. Don't be like last time. You got down before I had enough fun." While they were trash talking, Chen Taishu clicked on her homepage and started checking it out. Even if it is not set as a private account, you can still see her few works. As expected, it was another girl with small breasts. But it is quite different from Pei Yuanlan. Although Pei Yuanlan has a small chest, her face is still quite mature. But Chen Shi not only has a small chest, but also has a loli-like face. If her profile hadn't shown her age as 23, Chen Taishu would have thought she was a minor. I exited her homepage and returned to the live broadcast room, just in time to hear Chen Shi finish his harsh words. Hey. Chen Taishu couldn't stand it anymore and had to interrupt. "Small-chested little loli, is it really okay for you to bully my second brother like this in front of me?" Chen Taishu's 5 simple words were enough to break her defenses. "Who are you calling, asshole? Do you believe that I will beat the shit out of you tomorrow?" Chen Taishu shrugged, "I'm sorry, I really don't believe it." Then he deliberately provoked, "But, you small-chested little loli, I have to remind you. You'd better prepare more tickets tomorrow and call more people to help, otherwise I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to fight back." Chen Shi snorted disdainfully. "You don't think you can do it just because you beat up a few little karami tonight? Are you sure you want to help Pei Yuanlan? Chen Taishu, definitely and definitely. You bullied my second brother, so it's reasonable for me, as the eldest brother, to teach you a lesson, right? Chen Shi was neither angry nor annoyed, but said with a smile, want to teach me a lesson? Sure, only you have the ability to do that. But, shouldn't we add some extra spice to it? Chen Taishu nodded, of course, it's more interesting if there's a prize. What do you want to win? Tell me. Chen Shi thought about it carefully, then slowly said, how about this, if you lose tomorrow, I want you to be my little brother. If he were to be her younger brother, then Pei Yuanlan would naturally become her younger brother. Not bad, killing two birds with one stone. No problem. My bet is very simple. If you lose, you will be my third brother. They are all equal conditions. I think it should be okay, right? Chen Shi, okay, then it's settled. Just wait for me. I will definitely smash your head when the time comes. He. Ha ha. Chen Taishu laughed arrogantly. I beg for defeat, but my strength doesn't seem to allow me to lose. Oh. It's really annoying. Good man, you are being so Versailles, aren't you? Pei Yuanlan also said with a smile, Chen Shi, no, third brother, you will be my little brother starting tomorrow. How about you call me second sister first? He. Humph. Chen Shi snorted coldly, Pei Yuanlan, you should be prepared to recognize me as your elder sister, little bastard. Since we have already made the agreement, there is no need to stay any longer. At Chen Taishu's order, Wang Ergu hung up the call. As soon as he exited the online room, Pei Yuanlan said, thank you, brother. Chen Taishu could tell that her words brother and thank you came from the bottom of her heart. With a smug smile, it seems that his domineering aura is really not to be underestimated. It only took a short while for him to completely conquer the flat-breasted girl. Why are you being polite? Since you're with me, how can I let you get bullied by outsiders? Just wait and see tomorrow how Big Brother will avenge you. Chapter 31, Embarrassing Myself to My Grandmother's House. After chatting in the live broadcast room for more than an hour, Chen Taishu calmly exited Douyin. After several big rich people went offline, Wang Ergu also stopped live streaming. He no longer needs to broadcast day and night like before. With Brother Taishu around, he will definitely be able to eat his fill. No, to be precise, you should eat until you are full and vomit. After the live broadcast, he hurriedly opened the computer document and started typing. Didn't I tell Brother Taishu before that I had a very meaningful idea? Now he planned to organize his thoughts, sort out his ideas, think about the wording, and then report to Brother Taishu. As soon as Chen Taishu finished the live broadcast, the text message alert on his mobile phone rang on time. When I clicked on it, as expected, the cash rebate issued by the system had arrived in my account. He completed nearly 300 million tonight on a 10 billion mission to try out his skills. With the cashback of 30 million and the 20 million for the assessment, he now has 50 million in his account. Looking at the balance shown on the text message, Chen Taishu couldn't stop smiling. Just this feeling, so refreshing. This was not satisfying enough, so he counted the numbers on the text message over and over again with his fingers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, haha. Now, he perfectly interprets the mentality of getting rich overnight. Take a deep breath and suppress the excitement and joy in your heart. He patted his face and said, calm down, Chen Taishu, you are really useless, aren't you? We have only just started now. It's just a small amount of money, is it worth it? Can we open up the situation? You are a man with a super rich system. Numbers are just a bunch of meaningless numbers. What's there to be excited about? After repeatedly admonishing himself several times, Chen Taishu finally calmed down. He was right in thinking, just tens of millions, what did that matter? In the near future, he will have billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even more. More than he could imagine. Boom, boom, boom. Just as he was daydreaming, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Taishu got up from the bed and opened the bedroom door. At the door, Su Qingyan, wearing hot and sexy pajamas, suddenly came into view. Chen Taishu, who was about 1.8 meters tall, naturally has to lower his head slightly when looking at Su Qingyan, who was about 1.7 meters tall. It didn't matter that he lowered his head, but the fatal thing was that Su Qingyan's nightgown was low cut. The surging waves, the stunning white, penetrated his pupils and violently impacted the top of his head. At the same time, an alluring fragrance wafts from the tip of the nose, refreshing the heart. How could Chen Taishu, a young man in his 20s and full of energy, withstand such a test? The strong visual and olfactory impact made his most primitive desires burst out instantly. My heartbeat quickened, my mouth became dry, and my whole body began to feel hot. He swallowed hard, and suddenly, he felt a hot stream spraying out of his nasal cavity. Ah! Su Qingyan exclaimed. He was horrified and concerned. Little weakling, what's wrong with you? Why would you have a nosebleed for no reason? Hurry up and raise your head. I'll get you some paper. Don't move. Su Qingyan ran to the living room in a panic. How could she know that the culprit who caused Chen Taishu's nosebleed was actually herself? Chen Taishu smiled bitterly, he felt ashamed for himself. After all, he is a virgin, and he is young, energetic, and full of vitality. It was just a little unintentional temptation that made him lose control and lose his composure. Chen Taishu secretly complained in his heart, damn, this is really embarrassing. But he was also quite fortunate that Su Qingyan was quite confused and did not notice any clues. If she realized why she made a fool of herself, she probably wouldn't even bother to call herself a hooligan, right? I'm afraid she will laugh herself to death. Su Qingyan ran back hurriedly with a tissue. You little weakling, squat down a little bit. I can't reach you. Su Qingyan took out a tissue and carefully blocked his nostrils. Then she gently wiped the blood stains for him. She said with a worried look on her face, why is your nose bleeding suddenly? Could it be the sequelae of the previous car accident? No, we have to go to the medical department for a checkup, let's go. After saying that, she held Chen Taishu's arm and pulled him out. Chen Taishu hurriedly explained, Sister Yen, I'm fine, don't worry. It's just that the weather has been too dry these past 2 days, and I've been getting a little irritated, so I'm having a nosebleed. It's really okay. Look, it's all gone, isn't it? As Chen Taishu spoke, he took out the paper ball that was stuffed in his nostrils. Su Qingyan took a closer look and found that it had really stopped bleeding. She also breathed a sigh of relief. But she still confirmed with concern, are you really okay? I'm telling you, little weakling, health problems are no joke, we can't be careless. She thought about it again, but still couldn't let it go. No, I won't feel at ease unless I go to the hospital for a checkup. Looking at her stubbornness, Chen Taishu was really moved. In my 2 lifetimes, no one has ever cared about me so much. He shook his head and said, it's really alright, Sister Yen. Why do you need to go to the hospital? It's just a fever, it's normal. Don't I know my own body? Don't worry, I'm strong enough to kill a cow now. TSK. Little weakling. Su Qingyan sneered disdainfully. He said unhappily, just keep being so rude. Well, this really confirmed my image as a weakling in her mind. It seems that this nickname cannot be changed. Since you're fine, go wash it quickly. Be careful not to pick your nose or rub it too hard. I know. When Chen Taishu came out of the bathroom, he heard clanging sounds coming from the kitchen. Oh no. I thought to myself. Why is this girl messing around in the kitchen again? Damn it. He hurried into the kitchen, trying to prevent the tragedy from happening. As soon as I entered the kitchen, I saw Su Qingyan wearing an apron and fiddling with a bunch of messy things. Chen Taishu swallowed fearfully. Cautiously and tentatively asked, Sister Yen, what are you doing? Su Qingyan replied confidently, make herbal tea. Make herbal tea? Yes. No, Sister Yen, are you sure you can? Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, I don't know where these materials came from. I admit that my cooking skills may be a little bit worse, but you absolutely cannot question a Cantonese's skill in making herbal tea, Chen Taishu was not questioning the Cantonese people's skills in making herbal tea, but was simply questioning her. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that Su Qingyan was unreliable. Now, his only hope is that he won't drink himself to death. As for the taste, such a luxurious request is simply unimaginable. Chapter 32 Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Come and try it. I specially made you some herbal tea. It can clear away heat and reduce internal heat, remove dampness and promote salivation, moisturize the throat, and also improve your skin. Su Qingyan poured him a bowl of herbal tea. Chen Taishu looked at the dark herbal tea in the bowl and couldn't help swallowing. He stammered, Sister Yen, are you sure you can drink it? Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him unhappily, drink if you want. My sister's skill in making herbal tea is inherited from my ancestors. This is the first time I make herbal tea for a man. You should be content. How dare you complain about it? Humph. Chen Taishu sighed secretly. He really couldn't bear to let Su Qingyan down. In fact, he was just joking. As long as he didn't die from drinking, he would definitely drink it. No matter how unpalatable it was, it tasted sweet in his stomach. Chen Taishu didn't hesitate, picked up the bowl and started drinking. As the herbal tea enters your throat, a cool feeling spreads instantly. It tastes slightly bitter, then sweet and refreshing. Chen Taishu's eyes suddenly lit up. He opened his mouth wide and drank the herbal tea in the bowl in one gulp. She said with a lingering feeling, "Okay, Sister Yan, your skill in making herbal tea is really good." Su Qingyan raised her chin and replied proudly and arrogantly, "Of course, do you think I'm joking with you?" TSK. After she finished bragging, she said, "I put the remaining herbal tea in the refrigerator. You can drink it when you are thirsty." Chen Taishu looked at her sincerely and said softly, "Thank you, Sister Yan." Su Qingyan looked at him in surprise. "Why are you so sentimental all of a sudden? Are you crazy?" Chen Taishu just smiled slightly and didn't argue with her. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "Sister Yan, why did you knock on the door to look for me earlier?" "Oh, I'm hungry. I'm going to order some takeout. Do you want to have a midnight snack?" Chen Taishu shook his head and said, "I don't want to eat takeout." Su Qingyan's big, Kazalan eyes suddenly lit up. She asked with great anticipation, "Then I'll cook for you?" Chen Taishu was so upset that he quickly said, "I'll let you eat my bottom." After saying that, he rushed into the kitchen. Su Qingyan was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of intoxicating wine red appeared on her delicate and flawless face. He spat secretly, "Bah, stinky hooligan." Although the one-armed Chen Taishu was not very convenient, he had no problem cooking a bowl of noodles. As for his cooking skills, they are naturally good. After all, he knew how to cook in his previous life. And he is a cook in this life, so his cooking skills must be good. In a short while, 2 bowls of fragrant tomato fried egg noodles were ready. Smelling the aroma wafting from the bowl, Su Qingyan couldn't help but swallow. Then he couldn't wait to pick up the noodles and slurp them into his mouth. The moment the noodles entered her mouth, her eyes lit up. He kept nodding and said, "Delicious, delicious, little weakling, your cooking skills are great." Chen Taishu smiled complacently. Before she could even show off, Su Qingyan picked up the fried egg from her bowl. Asked, "Little weak chicken, do you want to eat fried eggs?" Chen Taishu looked at the fried egg in his bowl and shook his head. "I won't eat it." Su Qingyan was immediately delighted, and in the next second she quickly picked up the fried egg in his bowl with a chopstick. Chen Taishu was stunned immediately. "No. Aren't you asking yourself whether you want to eat the fried eggs in her bowl? What is going on?" It was obvious that he misunderstood Su Qingyan's meaning. Seeing her smug and provocative look after she succeeded, Chen Taishu just smiled faintly and said nothing. He really enjoyed this daily fight and bickering, and also enjoyed the feeling of getting along with Su Qingyan. "Phew, I'm so full." Su Qingyan slumped in the chair, rubbing her belly in an ungraceful manner while showing a satisfied and comfortable smile. Seeing her drink up even the soup at the bottom of the bowl, Chen Taishu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could it be so exaggerated? But it was probably because I was too hungry. After all, I didn't have dinner. Just put the bowl on the table after you finish eating. I'll take a break and then wash it. I'm too full to move. Su Qingyan suddenly thought of something and jumped up from her chair. She looked at him expectantly and said excitedly, "Little weakling, you are such a good cook, why don't you teach me how to cook?" Chen Taishu was stunned. What's wrong with this sister? Why does she do whatever she wants? He took a deep breath and said slowly, "Sister Yan, come with me to the bank tomorrow." Go to the bank? Su Qingyan frowned in confusion. You don't have money? I'll transfer it to you. Why go to the bank? I'm too lazy to go. Chen Taishu stared at her straightly with a meaningful smile on his face. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Su Qingyan touched her face as she spoke. Chen Taishu smiled slyly and teased, "Auntie, I suddenly don't want to work hard anymore." Huh? What did you say? Su Qingyan didn't react. But the next moment, she reacted and an alluring blush appeared on her face again. She spat at him unhappily, "Whether you want to work hard or not is none of my business, Auntie, how about you support me?" Bah! You little weakling, you still want me to support you, do you have the guts? Chen Taishu's defense was immediately broken. He argued with great dissatisfaction, why am I weak? I'm as strong as an ox, okay? TSK. Su Qingyan stared at him with a half smile and didn't argue with him. He nodded repeatedly and said, yeah, yes, you are right, you have the strength, okay, you little weakling. Her attitude is undoubtedly more irritating. Just as the furious Chen Taishu was about to speak, Su Qingyan actually stood up and left. Gone? She actually left? No. Just listen to me. No, listen to me prove it, I really have the strength. Chen Taishu only felt a suffocating air blocking his chest. Hoo. After taking several deep breaths, his symptoms were relieved. He almost became the first person to suffocate to death. Then he vaguely heard voices coming from Su Qingyan's room. It turns out that she went to make a phone call and didn't leave on purpose. Suddenly, Chen Taishu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was probably joking and didn't take it seriously. Chen Taishu thought to himself, no, I must find an opportunity to prove myself, otherwise she will really think I am a coward. Not long after, Su Qingyan opened the door and came out. While she was clearing the dishes, she said nonchalantly, little weakling, I'm going to participate in a variety show tomorrow. I'll be gone for about 2 days, so you need to take good care of the house. Ha? Chen Taishu was stunned. Oh, woman, your name is Duplicity. I just asked you to be supported, and you said no, but then you turned around and started accepting notices and programs. Ha, you still dare to say that you don't want to make crazy money to support yourself? Chapter 33. Do you still dare to say that you don't want to support me? Su Qingyan raised her head slightly and saw Chen Taishu standing there motionless with his arms folded across his chest. There was a half smile, but one that was full of meaning on his face, and his eyes were staring straight at him. She reacted instantly and realized something was wrong. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and then she deliberately put on a stern expression. Pretending to be strong, he said, you little weakling, don't let your imagination run wild. I just want to make some extra money to prepare for the next movie, okay? Chen Taishu chuckled and acted as if he understood. Hey, what do you want to explain? Why bother with all this? Aren't you just trying to cover up your guilt? Oh? Really? Su Qingyan glared at him fiercely, what's that expression and tone? You don't think I take notices to make money in order to support you, do you? But you wish. Chen Taishu said with a playful smile, no need to explain, and no need to be embarrassed, I understand everything, Auntie. If you ask me, Auntie, you are good in every way, except that you are thin-skinned and stubborn. Finally, Su Qingyan, who could no longer bear it, rushed behind him in one step. He stretched out his arms and grabbed his neck, then choked him. He said viciously, little weakling, if you dare to think nonsense again, and if you dare to shout nonsense again, do you believe I will kill you? Chen Taishu was now in pain and happy. The pain is because the throat is being strangled. As for happiness, it was because Su Qingyan was clinging to his back at the moment, he. No, Auntie, are you serious? Su Qingyan increased the strength on her arms a little. He said angrily, you still dare to shout, right? Chen Taishu begged for mercy quickly, it hurts, Sister Yan, please let go, I can't breathe. Do you still dare to have wild thoughts and speak nonsense? No. I don't dare anymore. Su Qingyan then released the arm that was locked around his neck and said smugly, you little weakling, can't I cure you? Chen Taishu heaved a sigh of relief when he felt the 2 soft touches on his back disappear. It's really dangerous. Chen Taishu touched his neck and said with resentment, Sister Yan, can we discuss something? What's the matter? Tell me about it. Can we not resort to violence when we disagree with each other in the future? After all, you are a goddess of the heavenly level. It will damage your image if you are physically assaulted. Su Qingyan enjoyed his roundabout flattery very much. She raised her head proudly and replied, it depends on your performance. Su Qingyan was like a victorious rooster, holding her head high and chest puffed out, walking towards the kitchen triumphantly. Looking at her sexy and graceful back, Chen Taishu smiled knowingly. After washing the dishes, Su Qingyan came out holding a plate of washed fruits. Putting aside her cooking skills, she is actually quite good at taking care of people. Su Qingyan sat on the sofa, fiddling with her cell phone. The next second, Chen Taishu's WeChat notification sounded. I picked up the phone in confusion and saw that it was a transfer message. He raised his head and looked at Su Qingyan. Sister Yan, you. Su Qingyan lifted her hair in a charming manner. She smiled charmingly and said, I'll transfer 20,000 to you first. You can use it first. If it's not enough, tell me later. Chen Taishu's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. After a long time, he used a joking tone to suppress the truest thoughts in his heart. Aunt Xingyan, you still said you don't want to support me? Su Qingyan's face instantly darkened, and she was pissed off by him. She picked up the pillow on the sofa and threw it at him. You little weakling, if you want to die, I will grant your wish today. Look at her standing up, rubbing her hands, eager to try. Chen Taishu quickly said with a playful smile, It's just a joke, Sister Yin, calm down. Snort. Seeing that she sat down again, Chen Taishu, who loved to court death, started to tease her again. I'll take the 20,000 yuan maintenance fee. As he spoke, he took out his bank card from his wallet, put it on the coffee table, and pushed it in front of her. Looking at the bank card in front of her, Su Qingyan looked confused. What's the meaning? Chen Taishu smiled slightly. There are 50 million in the card, which should be enough for you to make a low-budget movie, right? Su Qingyan, who was confused, nodded subconsciously and said, Enough, enough, enough. After she came to her senses, she quickly said, I'm not a weakling. You, what do you mean? Chen Taishu shrugged and said calmly, It's nothing. Auntie, you support me in life, and I support you in work. Is that okay? Su Qingyan didn't have the time to argue with him about titles and support. She looked at Chen Taishu intently, with a thoughtful expression on her face. Auntie, what do you want to do? Chen Taishu felt her wolf-like gaze and subconsciously shrank back. Auntie, I'm telling you, we should take it slow. It's not good to move too fast. How can you expect to harvest right after you sow the seeds? Su Qingyan sneered disdainfully, TSK. You have the will but not the courage, you are weak, cowardly, and powerless. I see, you are not tough at all except for your mouth, With your style, you still dare to tease your sister? It's almost like my sister is teasing you, you little weakling. Chen Taishu was speechless for a moment. Damn, the young woman is really fierce. It's really hard to provoke her. Chen Taishu glared at her and said angrily, You are slandering me. He couldn't even find the words, which showed that he was so angry with his aunt that he was confused. Su Qingyan ignored him and picked up the bank card on the coffee table. With doubt, he confirmed, Does Carrie really have 50 million? Chen Taishu replied angrily, I lied to you and got candy? Su Qingyan, who had gradually grasped his pulse, smiled charmingly. She blinked her big, kiss-me eyes and playfully pouted her sexy, fiery red lips. Pointing at her lips, she said, This is a lip balm that tastes like fruit candy. It's super sweet. Do you want to try it? Damn it, Chen Taishu's face was filled with black lines. It's not that he didn't dare to kiss her, it was obvious that Su Qingyan was teasing him on purpose. Although he likes to linger on the edge of death, he is not a fool. If he really kissed her, he bet that he would be lying back in the hospital bed tonight. Just because he likes to commit suicide doesn't mean he doesn't want to live anymore. He can still tell what is important and what is not. Seeing his embarrassed look, Su Qingyan suddenly felt extremely happy. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Su Qingyan suddenly thought of something and looked surprised. Hey, little weakling, you look so shy, are you still a pure little virgin? As soon as she saw his expression and behavior, Su Qingyan knew that she had guessed right. Chapter 34, I can't stop teasing you. Hee, come on, little brother, it's already the 21st century, aren't you too lame? Poochie haha. Su Qingyan's laughter suddenly resounded throughout the living room. Seeing her collapse on the sofa with belly laughter, Chen Taishu felt so angry that his teeth were itching. He said viciously, Auntie, I advise you not to be too shitty. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll only see each other on the headlines of Magic City News tomorrow. Su Qingyan has a strong sense of propriety and certainly knows when to stop. What's more, she knows her own affairs best. What right did she have to laugh at the weakling? How much stronger was she than Chen Taishu? To be honest, she is even inferior to Chen Taishu. After all, she is several years older than the little weakling. Don't talk about the second brother when it's the eldest brother, and don't talk about Wawa when it's Mantu, they are both almost the same. Don't be angry, isn't it okay if I don't smile? Su Qingyan tried hard to suppress her smile. You little weakling, how about I introduce some beauties to you? You can try them out. What if you find one you like? Don't worry, I know all the beautiful and famous stars, so I'm sure they'll be fine. Chen Taishu took a deep breath and made up his mind. He licked his lips and stared at Su Qingyan, who was sitting on the sofa with burning eyes. Feeling his extremely aggressive and offensive gaze, Su Qingyan's heart instantly panicked. She pulled down her sexy nightgown, trying to cover her long, white legs. Pretending to be calm and composed, he asked fiercely, "What do you want to do, little weakling?" Although her expression was ferocious, she seemed to lack confidence in her words. Chen Taishu smiled evilly and said slowly, "Auntie, can you introduce yourself to me?" Hearing his words, Su Qingyan's eyes widened with a look of surprise. An intoxicating blush gradually appeared on her cheeks. At this moment, her heart felt like several deer were beating wildly. My breathing began to quicken, and a feeling of nervousness and heat arose spontaneously. Why is he suddenly so bold? Why would he say such a thing out of nowhere? Chen Taishu stared at her straight in the eyes, and all of Su Qingyan's subtle reactions were visible to him. That's right, Chen Taishu was testing him on purpose. Since she has a hold on my vital point, I must find her weak spot. By carefully observing her reaction, Chen Taishu smiled smugly. It seems like I have caught something. In an instant, Chen Taishu grasped the key point and immediately opened fire at full force. He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to her. Su Qingyan took it subconsciously, tilted her head back and gulped it down. After drinking the ice water, she immediately calmed down a lot. Chen Taishu looked at her tenderly and said gently, "Auntie, do you know what the similarities are between mineral water and your saliva?" Su Qingyan frowned slightly, not knowing why he said such inexplicable words again. She asked with confusion and curiosity, "What similarities?" Chen Taishu smiled gently, "I want people to have a taste of it." Su Qingyan was stunned where she stood. Just when he finally came to his senses, Chen Taishu's attack came again. "Auntie, can you play the piano?" Confused, Su Qingyan nodded. "Then do you know how many keys there are on a piano?" Su Qingyan did not hesitate at all and replied seriously, "A standard piano has 88 keys, 52 of which are white keys and 36 are black keys." "Why, little weakling, are you interested in piano? I can teach you." Chen Taishu did not answer her question. Instead, he continued to talk to himself, "I am the 52 white keys, and you, Auntie, are the 36 black keys." Su Qingyan frowned and asked curiously, "Huh? Why?" "Because." Chen Taishu paused. He looked into her eyes with tenderness, "Because your appearance makes up for my lack of melody." The air froze instantly. The two looked at each other, their eyes seemed to be drawn. Cough, cough. Su Qingyan pretended to cough twice to hide her inner feelings. Then she deliberately pretended to be disgusted and looked down upon him. "Hey, you little weakling, why are you suddenly being so awkward?" He spat fiercely again, "Ugh, so greasy, disgusting." Chen Taishu naturally noticed her red ears and felt very proud. "You little guy, you are worthy of being the movie queen, you are quite good at pretending. I wonder how long you can keep this up. I have to tease you to the point where you can't stop today, hee hee." Ignoring her disgusted look, he continued to tease her, "Auntie, you." Su Qingyan couldn't hold it anymore and stood up suddenly. He said in a ferocious tone, "Shut up, if you dare to say these disgusting and greasy words again, do you believe that I will punch you to death with my little fist?" After saying this, he waved his fists a few times as if in demonstration. Seeing that he was shocked by her, Su Qingyan quickly changed the subject, not daring to give him another chance to tease her. "Here, take it." "I don't want it." She pushed the bank card back to Chen Taishu. But Chen Taishu didn't take it. Instead, he said seriously, "Sister Yan, we can play around, but I'm not kidding about this at all." Su Qingyan also said seriously, "I know, but I can't take this money." Chen Taishu's reaction was quick enough and he immediately changed his mind. "Sister Yan, consider this money as my investment." However, Su Qingyan still shook her head firmly. Chen Taishu said dissatisfiedly, "Why? Others can invest, but I can't, right? I'm afraid your money will be wasted." After hearing her reasons, Chen Taishu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Aren't you afraid of wasting other people's investments?" Su Qingyan blurted out confidently, "That's different." "Oh?" Chen Taishu looked at her meaningfully, "What's the difference?" The aunt was stunned for a moment and was speechless after his question. Since she couldn't explain it, she just started to deny it. "Hey, why do you have so many questions? I said it's different, so it's different. Anyway, I can't take your money. Chen Taishu didn't want to argue with her anymore, so he picked up the bank card, grabbed her hand, and stuffed it directly into her hand. He said domineeringly, "Here you go, just take it. If you lose, you lose. Since it's an investment, how can there be a guaranteed profit? Take it." No one knew whether Su Qingyan was shocked by his domineering aura or for some other reason, but she just stood there in a daze. Chen Taishu nodded in satisfaction and prepared to get up and go back to his room, not wanting to give her another chance to pull him back. Su Qingyan looked at his back and frowned slightly. Suddenly she called out to him, "Wait." Chen Taishu turned around impatiently, "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to take it? Why are you still talking so much? Aren't you annoying?" Su Qingyan looked at him seriously. "You little weakling, tell me the truth, did you just take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of me?" "Ha? WTF?" Chen Taishu fell. But, to be honest, her hands are really tender, smooth and delicate, so it would be a waste not to use them to hit her. Chapter 35. Early in the morning, a shot hits the target. Su Qingyan looked at his back as he fled in a panic, a charming smile that captivated everyone appeared on her face. But she suddenly thought of something and frowned. He muttered angrily, "I don't think he told me the password? Asshole, he's done it again." Looking at the bank card in her hand, the corners of her mouth slightly raised again. "Go back to the room and dial the agent's number. Sister Hua, you haven't replied to the program team yet, right?" Okay, it's good that you haven't replied yet. Something happened here, so I may not be able to participate in the recording of the show. Nothing much, I just got a large investment. Next I will start working on the script and the movie. Don't worry, I have learned the hard lessons from the first 2 movies. I won't be innovative anymore. I decided to make fast food commercial films. After I succeed, I will make what I want to make. From her conversation, we can tell that she is not stubborn and will not stick to one path until the end. In this case, Chen Taishu's investment may not be wasted. After all, Su Qingyan's scripts are indeed well written and profound, and her directing skills are also not bad at all. The failure of the first 2 films was entirely due to the subject matter of the works, and perhaps also had something to do with her luck. But it has little to do with her strength and level. The next day, Chen Taishu opened his sleepy eyes and slowly got up from the bed. When I opened the curtains, the dazzling summer sunlight instantly filled the room. He raised one arm and stretched comfortably. Welcome a new day with a smile on your face. Although it is a guest room and not the master bedroom, the room is still equipped with a separate bathroom. One-armed Chen Taishu washed up with great effort and walked out of the room. The door of Su Qingyan's room next door was still closed, and he didn't knock. He walked straight out the door with his cell phone. Soon he came back with a big bag of breakfast. When he just checked in yesterday, Su Qingyan entered his fingerprint and told him the door lock password. Putting all the breakfast on a plate and serving it on the table is a must-have ritual. He didn't mind the trouble since he didn't have to wash the dishes anyway. This scheming boy. Knock, knock. Chen Taishu knocked on Su Qingyan's bedroom door. No response. He increased his strength. Then there was a rustling sound in the room. Click, the door opened. Su Qingyan, wearing a nightgown, held the door handle with one hand and rubbed her sleepy eyes with the other. He had a messy hair, a world-weary expression, and yawned continuously. Although the style and expression are very indecent, it does not affect her beauty at all. Perhaps this is what the legendary natural beauty means. Especially when she stretched, that lazy and charming temperament suddenly came to the fore. He complained very dissatisfiedly, "Are you complaining so early in the morning?" Chen Taishu leaned against the doorframe, staring at her without saying a word. After waiting for a long time without getting a reply, Su Qingyan looked up at him. He asked angrily, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Chen Taishu smiled slightly, "There's something on your face." Su Qingyan quickly reached out and touched it, and asked as she touched it, "What is it?" "It's kind of pretty." Su Qingyan was stunned and her pretty face turned red. The next second she glared at Chen Taishu viciously and punched him in the chest with her little fist. He scolded her in a bad tone, "Little weakling, are you sick? You're doing this again so early in the morning, aren't you disgusting? Roll, roll, roll." She pushed him away and then closed the door with a bang. Chen Taishu shouted outside the door, "Auntie, you don't want to eat breakfast?" Su Qingyan's furious voice came from the room, "Get lost, you are so disgusting, and you still want to eat." Ha ha. Chen Taishu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Flirting with your aunt early in the morning, needless to say, the effect is amazing, it really hits the spot. It seems that from now on, I will have to give my aunt some sex from time to time. Humph. Let's see if she dares to laugh at me and tease me again. Contented Chen Taishu whistled proudly as he walked towards the restaurant. TSK, the days with aunt are so full of energy and happiness. Although Su Qingyan said she didn't want to eat, she still sat at the dining table after washing up. Ah. Shut up. If you dare to speak, you're dead. As soon as Chen Taishu said a word, he was severely warned by Su Qingyan with a bad look. No. He was about to try to make some excuses, but he heard a pop. The chopsticks in Su Qingyan's hand broke with a sound. Chen Taishu secretly clicked his tongue and shuddered uncontrollably. He quickly got up and went to the kitchen, got another pair of chopsticks, and handed them to her without saying a word. Humph. Su Qingyan took the chopsticks and snorted coldly. Under her threatening gaze, Chen Taishu finished his breakfast in silence. Make a cup of scented tea, sit on the sofa, enjoy the quiet time, and help digest your food. After washing the dishes, Su Qingyan lazily lay on the sofa and turned on the TV. He casually asked, "What are your plans for today?" Just as Chen Taishu was about to speak, Su Qingyan warned him, "Think it over before you speak." He rolled his eyes at her speechlessly. Could it be that this aunt had been traumatized by his cheesy love words? Nothing planned, but I still have to go to the bank first. I have to go early and come back early after transferring the money, otherwise when it gets hot, I will be sticky and uncomfortable all over. The point is, I can't take a shower in my current state. Su Qingyan looked at him with one arm hanging and tried hard to suppress a smile. I patted his shoulder and comforted him. It's okay, just hold on for 2 more days and it will be demolished. But is it really necessary to go to the bank? Can't I just transfer the money online? Besides, you can just give me the card. Chen Taishu shook his head and explained, when I first opened the card, the limit was not high, and I couldn't transfer all the money through online banking. I can't give you this card, I need it. What a joke. This card is used to collect cash back from Tongzi. Can he give it to her? As long as he is willing to swipe, large sums of money will be deposited into his account every day. Can this be considered a joke? Auntie, just give me your account number and you don't have to go. If someone recognizes you, a big star like you, who knows what kind of trouble you'll cause? Su Qingyan puffed her lips and shook her head to refuse. No, I won't, I want to go. Wow, Chen Taishu has a black question mark face. Come on, you are an auntie already, why are you still acting like a spoiled child or being cute? Don't worry, I won't be recognized once I put on my sunglasses and mask. Seeing her like this, Chen Taishu knew that he would definitely not be able to defeat her. He waved his hand and said, "Then hurry up and pack up. While the sun is still mild in the early morning, we should go early and come back early." Okay. Su Qingyan stood up with a smile and walked towards the bedroom. After all, Chen Taishu was still too immature, too young and inexperienced. He will realize how naive what he just said was soon. Chapter 36, Repeated Teasing. Chen Taishu, who was irritated and angry, paced back and forth in the living room. He couldn't remember how many times he had checked the time. From 8 o'clock, it lasted until 9 o'clock. The key point is that Su Qingyan has not shown any sign of coming out until now. Finally, Chen Taishu, who could no longer sit still, knocked on her door. Su Qingyan's voice came from the room, "Come in, the door is not locked." Chen Taishu pushed the door open and walked in. Su Qingyan was sitting in front of the dressing table putting on makeup. "Auntie, can you please hurry up? How long have you been doing this? Isn't it just putting on makeup? Why does it take so long?" In response to Chen Taishu's complaint, Su Qingyan replied calmly, "What do you, a pure little virgin who has never been in a relationship, know?" Well, Chen Taishu was left speechless. He stood by and watched Su Qingyan put on makeup quietly. Suddenly he discovered an interesting phenomenon. I asked curiously, "Auntie, why do you keep your mouth open when you put on makeup?" Well, if he hadn't said it, Su Qingyan wouldn't have noticed it. As soon as he reminded her, Su Qingyan immediately shut up. But when she started putting on makeup, her mouth couldn't help but open. It seems like if I close my mouth I won't be able to put on any makeup at all. Ha ha. Chen Taishu thought it was really interesting. He is now completely finding joy in misery. After waiting for a long time, Su Qingyan still showed no sign of finishing. Chen Taishu was complaining in his heart. No, if I wait any longer I might not be able to go out until the afternoon. We have to think of a solution. His eyes rolled around and a plan immediately came to his mind. Although he is a rookie with no practical experience, he has a wealth of theoretical knowledge. The book says that when dealing with women, you should never be brainless and confront them head-on. The best way is to change your mindset, learn to be flexible, and achieve your goal in a way that makes her happy. Chen Taishu pretended to be impatient and said, "Okay, Auntie, a naturally beautiful goddess like you doesn't need to wear makeup. Even if I'm not wearing any makeup, I'll still blind their eyes if I go out. If you put on makeup, won't it cause a riot?" Hearing his flattery, Su Qingyan immediately smiled happily. He was very proud and pondered for a moment, then said proudly, "You are right, little weakling. We need to keep a low profile and not cause a commotion or expose our identities. Okay, let's do this. Wait a minute. I'll go to the cloakroom to change." Only then did Chen Taishu leave the room with satisfaction. What is written in the book does make sense. Isn't it enough to just change the way you speak a little bit? If you just keep urging them impatiently, it will be absolutely useless and will easily irritate them. Not long after, Su Qingyan came out of the cloakroom. The off-white satin slim-fitting cheongsam perfectly displays her exquisite, sexy, and mature figure. The black stockings on the long legs make her look more mysterious and seductive. Needless to say, stiletto heels are definitely standard. Fortunately, she wore stockings, otherwise the high-slit cheongsam design would have been too crazy. Su Qingyan noticed that Chen Taishu's eyes were fixed on her legs. Her pretty face flushed slightly and she gave a sly smile. She asked softly, "How about it, do these legs look good?" Chen Taishu swallowed his saliva, nodded subconsciously and said, "It looks good, it looks good." Seeing his stupid look, Su Qingyan smiled complacently. She also deliberately posed in a sexy and enchanting manner, perfectly showing off her long legs in black stockings for Chen Taishu to admire. With a half smile, she said temptingly, "Look at these legs, long, white, smooth and tender, do you want to touch them?" Chen Taishu touched his nose and said with an awkward smile, "Some other day, some other day." "Get lost, you filthy rascal." Chen Taishu rolled his eyes at her. How did he become a hooligan? What a normal sentence. You thought I was wrong and didn't go to face the wall, so you blame me? I spent the whole morning in the bank. After transferring the money to Su Qingyan, the bank also helped him upgrade his card. Upgraded to a Super Supreme VVIP Black Card user. While enjoying super service, there are no limits. As long as the balance is sufficient, you can swipe as much as you want and transfer as much as you want. Chen Taishu was quite puzzled when the bank offered to upgrade his card to a black card. There is only 50 million in the account. Even if there is 500 million, you may not be able to enjoy the black card treatment. So he was confused as to why the bank would take the initiative to mention it. However, he guessed that it was related to the 2 transactions received by the system. It's probably because the party making the transfer is too powerful. He didn't think much about it. Anyway, with Tongzi backing him up, nothing would go wrong. The two of them had lunch directly at a restaurant outside. After all, Chen Taishu is not very handy now. How can he cut meat and vegetables with one hand? As for Su Qingyan, even Snow White's vicious stepmother had to ask her for the recipe, so let's not mention her, okay? As soon as he got home, Chen Taishu couldn't wait to go into the bedroom. Su Qingyan asked curiously, "Why are you rushing into the room?" Chen Taishu said unhappily, "What? You still dare to ask?" "Of course I'm wiping myself. I feel sticky all over. It's so uncomfortable. Summer in the south is like this. As long as you go out, you must take a shower when you come back. If there is no air conditioning at home, I would probably have to take a shower several times a day." Su Qingyan smiled slyly and deliberately teased, "Can you rub your back? Do you want me to rub your back? Is there such a good thing?" Chen Taishu showed a lewd smile and asked expectantly, "Really, is it really possible?" Su Qingyan replied without hesitation, "Of course, I don't mind." Then, "Please, I hadn't even finished a few words when she interrupted me. Wait a minute, I'll go get the equipment." Get equipment? Chen Taishu guessed that she was going to get a bath towel. Why does it feel so unreal to him now? Isn't this too sudden? Is the relationship moving too fast? Just when I was daydreaming and unable to extricate myself from the beautiful dream, Su Qingyan came back. Su Qingyan waved the equipment in her hand at him and said with a smile, "Let's go." "Well, let's go." Chen Taishu just blurted out, but when his eyes fell on Su Qingyan's hand, he quickly shut up. The words that were about to come to his lips were swallowed back. He swallowed and stared at her in amazement. "No. Auntie, are you going to use this thing to wipe my back?" Su Qingyan blinked her big eyes. "Why not?" "Don't worry, I will definitely rub it clean for you." Chen Taishu's face was filled with black lines. "It's not just clean, it must have rubbed off several layers of skin and turned into a bloody mess." This vicious woman was actually holding a steel wool. Steel wool, can you believe it? Damn, I really thought too much and really believed that such a good thing would happen. Chapter 37 Adaptation of the script. Although I couldn't take a shower, I still felt refreshed after wiping off the sweat on my body. Chen Taishu walked into the living room while wiping his hair. As soon as I entered the living room, I saw Su Qingyan sitting cross-legged on the carpet, scratching his head and staring at the laptop on the coffee table. Chen Taishu asked curiously, "What are you doing? You look so sad and anxious." Su Qingyan didn't even raise her head and replied impatiently, "Sister is thinking about the script, don't bother me if you have nothing to do." When talking about the script, Chen Taishu's eyes suddenly lit up. A strong sense of evil taste suddenly arose in my heart. He walked over to Su Qingyan and sat down, and said excitedly, "Auntie, I have a very good story here. Can you adapt it into a script and make it into a movie?" Su Qingyan raised her questioning eyes and looked at him, and said with a slightly disdainful tone, "You? Come on, what good story do you have? Go away, stay away, and don't bother me." "Hey!" Chen Taishu was immediately unhappy. "Don't worry, I really do have it, Auntie, just listen to it." Su Qingyan was gradually becoming irritated. Chen Taishu tried to persuade her, "Auntie, you don't have any ideas or clues for the time being. Just listen to me. It won't take much time." Su Qingyan turned her head slightly to look at him, waved her hand and said, Okay, you are an investor after all. Hurry up and tell me, and don't bother me anymore after you finish." "Ahem." Chen Taishu cleared his throat. He said slowly, "The story goes like this. There was a handicraft factory in the mountain city that was on the verge of closing down. When they were renovating a public toilet, they found a priceless jadeite." As Chen Taishu continued to tell the story, Su Qingyan went from being indifferent at first to gradually becoming interested and finally completely fascinated. You can tell from her expression that she is quite interested in this story. Chen Taishu, who was talking till his mouth was dry, picked up the water on the coffee table and drank it in gulps. Su Qingyan was about to stop him, but it was too late. He said unhappily, "There's herbal tea in the refrigerator, why don't you drink it? Why are you drinking my water?" Chen Taishu wiped his mouth and smiled carelessly, "It's okay, I don't mind." Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him speechlessly and said, "You don't mind, but I do. Isn't this an indirect kiss?" The more Su Qingyan thought about it, the redder her face became. Fortunately, Chen Taishu's attention is not on her at all now. Otherwise, there might be another round of ridicule and mockery. "Auntie, how is it? Is my story going?" Su Qingyan nodded without hesitation, "Yes, and it's quite profitable. It's not a big problem to adapt it according to the story you tell. The key is that you explain it in such detail, which makes it even simpler. If it is adapted into a movie, it should be a low-budget movie." Su Qingyan frowned and thought for a moment, then slapped the coffee table. He said in a firm tone, "Okay, then I'll try to see if I can win big with a small investment." Having made up her mind, she didn't hesitate. He tapped away on the keyboard and began to adapt the script. Chen Taishu also sat next to her, discussing and researching together and giving opinions. Chen Taishu even described many details in the character's psychology, expressions, and dialogues clearly. Su Qingyan's directing ability and scriptwriting ability are both extremely strong and outstanding. Now with the help of Chen Taishu, who is hanging on the wall, it is like adding wings to a tiger, and the task is easily accomplished. On the way, Chen Taishu also received a call from Wang Ergu. He called to report his ideas to Brother Taishu. After hearing his idea, Chen Taishu couldn't help but applaud. He had never expected that Wang Ergu was so talented and could come up with such a brilliant idea. After finishing the work, he also told Erguzi to let go and do it boldly. If this matter could be accomplished, it would definitely be of great benefit to him and Wang Ergu. Moreover, Wang Ergu will definitely be able to become one of the best anchors in Douyin through this incident. At the same time, he repeatedly warned Wang Erge not to cheat or make any profit from it. The two chatted on the phone for nearly an hour, and Chen Taishu was quite satisfied. I secretly praised myself for having a good vision. There is really nothing wrong with the anchor Wang Erge, and he is a person who can accomplish great things. Little weakling, are you done with your phone call? Come here right away if you are done. As soon as Chen Taishu hung up the phone with Wang Erge, Su Qingyan started to urge him hurriedly. Here it comes, what's the problem again? The two of them sat in front of the computer and devoted themselves to adapting the script. Before we knew it, it was time for dinner. Chen Taishu stood up with difficulty, stretched himself, and loosened his slightly stiff muscles. Auntie, let's do it tomorrow. We still have to fill our stomachs first, right? However, Su Qingyan ignored him and continued typing on the keyboard. Seeing her like this, Chen Taishu shook his head. It was obvious that she was in workaholic mode. He didn't bother her anymore and went straight to the kitchen. What else can he cook now? Only noodles. But this time, he fried 2 more eggs. While he was cooking the noodles, Su Qingyan was still leaning over the coffee table, typing quickly on the keyboard. Chen Taishu walked over and directly blocked the computer screen. Speechlessly said, Auntie, can we eat first? Su Qingyan, who was forcefully interrupted, finally came out of her workaholic mode. Whisper. Just as she was about to speak, her stomach couldn't hold back anymore. Her pretty face suddenly turned red, and she smiled awkwardly. It's already past 7 o'clock, how come time flies so fast? Chen Taishu rolled his eyes at her and said unhappily, Stop acting, get up and eat your noodles. If it gets clumpy later, you won't be able to eat it. On the dining table. Su Qingyan left the fried egg on the plate in the middle and insisted on picking up the one in Chen Taishu's bowl. Just pick it, but what does it mean if you give him a provocative look after you've picked it? Does it mean that things you stole taste better? Little weakling, when your hand is healed, you must make delicious food for me every day. I didn't realize she's such a foodie. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows and said, It's no problem to do it, but Auntie, what are you going to give me in exchange? You can't let me suffer and work hard, and in the end get nothing in return, right? Su Qingyan looked at him and thought seriously. Chen Taishu didn't urge him, but waited quietly. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Su Qingyan licked her fiery red lips. The way she licked her lips was so sexy and seductive. She said tentatively, How about I let you touch my long legs? Chapter 38 The Reckless Army is officially established. Chen Taishu didn't know whether what she said was true or just teasing him. But he took it seriously. He couldn't help but imagine the happy life with his aunt in the future, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. When I was young, I didn't know how good an aunt was and I mistakenly treated a young girl as a treasure. Chen Taishu made this kind of low-level mistake in his previous life. So now, he naturally knew what he wanted most. It must be said that Su Qingyan's mouth seemed to be quite useful. She slurped up the noodles in the bowl in just a few gulps. After throwing away the dishes and chopsticks, she immediately went back to the coffee table and started workaholic mode. Chen Taishu shook his head, somewhat confused. Is it necessary to fight so hard? How could he, a lazy person, know how hard people can work and strive for their dreams? I took out my cell phone and checked the time. There was still some time before the scheduled battle at 8 o'clock. He cleared the table, picked up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Although it is a bit inconvenient, it is okay if you take your time. The key point is that Su Qingyan has no time to wash the dishes now, so he has to do it himself. After washing the dishes, he took out various fresh fruits from the refrigerator, washed them and put them on a plate. Just like Su Qingyan took care of him, he brought the fruit plate to her. Seeing how she was concentrating without even raising her head, Chen Taishu didn't want to disturb her, so he turned around and went back to his bedroom. The main thing is that the time for the battle is approaching, so he naturally has to go back to his room and prepare to start the battle. It's quite strange though. After knowing that Chen Taishu had a huge sum of 50 million in his card, Su Qingyan tacitly said nothing and asked nothing from beginning to end. You have to know that Chen Taishu was just a small chef who rode an electric bike and worked in the restaurant kitchen. Isn't it incredible that he has a huge sum of 50 million? Is it true that Su Qingyan is not curious at all? As for worries and doubts, they certainly don't exist. After all, I have already been to the bank. Moreover, the bank has proactively proposed upgrading the card to black, which is enough to prove that there is no problem with the money. Chen Taishu couldn't figure it out, but he didn't take it to heart. Since she didn't ask, that was great. It also saved me from having to come up with excuses to fool her. I returned to the bedroom, logged into Douyin, and clicked into Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. Taishu Illusion Realm entered the live broadcast room. As soon as he saw the system prompt scrolling, Wang Ergu immediately played the war song. He stood up from his chair, picked up the microphone, and shouted loudly and enthusiastically, "Welcome my brother Taishu." With a wave of his hand, a group of staff suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. There were gongs, drums, and firecrackers being set off. There was even a dragon dance performance. Wow, Wang Ergu has really arranged everything clearly for his big brother. The public screen in the live broadcast room was filled with uniform messages of "Welcome brother Taishu." The dream of 900 million boys, Guzi, what do you mean? Why wasn't there such a grand welcome ceremony when I entered the live broadcast room? Seeing Pei Yuanlan's floating comments, Wang Ergo said with a playful smile, "Sister Meng, there is no way. Who made me the #1 lackey under Brother Taishu? Brother Taishu's importance in my heart is naturally different from that of everyone else." Chen Taishu couldn't help but shudder. Why did this guy say something so disgusting? No nonsense, just sit in the guest seat. Second brother, come up, you are the protagonist tonight. Pei Yuanlan did not hesitate and also sat in the guest seat. He said excitedly, "Brother, we have enough tickets. I must give Qinshi, that small-breasted little loli, a good beating tonight, hee." Chen Taishu showed a complicated expression. No, second brother, you yourself have flat breasts, and you still have the nerve to talk about others? He also didn't understand that Pei Yuanlan and Chen Shi were not people who were short of money. There is certainly no lack of nutrition in life, but why don't the breasts develop? It seems that God is indeed fair. When a door is opened for you, a window will definitely be closed for you. Xin Mubai and Li Qingyi couldn't help but start floating on the screen. Ijin Shilai, that's right, we must teach that little girl a lesson tonight. Xingshan Rugu, Mang, teach her a lesson today. Last lesson, last lesson, last lesson. The reckless army is on the move, they will definitely win. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly boosted. Looking at the comments of fans on the public screen, Chen Taishu finally noticed the change. The name of the fan sign has changed to the Reckless Army. There are also many die-hard fans whose nicknames and IDs have been changed to a unified format, Rampant. Wow, good job, Wang Ergu is so fast. Not bad, this does look more imposing. The Reckless Legion is officially established tonight. Chen Taishu suddenly had an exciting idea. He, the founder of Taishu Illusion Realm and the Reckless Legion, is bound to lead the Reckless Legion to sweep Douyin. He wanted to put the Reckless Army's light signs in every live broadcast room. He wants to turn the Reckless Army into the most powerful fan club on the entire internet. Chen Taishu took a deep breath and said slowly, "The Reckless Army is very good, very good." Hearing his words, Wang Ergu also breathed a sigh of relief. He acted on his own in this matter, and if he displeased Brother Taishu, he would be doomed. But now it seems that I have done a good job, and Brother Taishu is very satisfied. Chen Taishu continued, "I said yesterday that you don't need to take action. I am enough." But brother. Pei Yuanlan was about to persuade him when he was interrupted by Chen Taishu. No buts, this is settled, I will be angry with anyone who dares to put up a ticket. Brother Taishu is really domineering, wild and reckless. There is absolutely no one like him on the internet. Let us not talk about other things, Brother Taishu has absolutely mastered his temperament. This is the real rich guy. The guys in other live streaming rooms always call their fans to join them. Right. Timo even called it building cohesion and momentum. Pei Yuanlan said aggrievedly, "But I also want to have a sense of participation." Chen Taishu smiled slightly, "Want to feel involved? Isn't that easy? From now on, the three of you should take turns to send red envelopes in the live broadcast room. The red envelopes cannot stop. This is also a way to give benefits to our brothers in the Reckless Army." Yiji Angsalai, "No problem, it's just a red envelope, no big deal." Qingshan Rugu, "Then I'll go first. Brothers of the Reckless Corps, get ready. A rain of 20,000 doobie packages is coming. The largest red envelope of Douyin is 20,000 Do coins. Next, instant packages started raining in the live broadcast room. Haha, it feels so good, thank you Brother Taishu, thank you Sister Meng, thank you Brother Ijin, thank you Brother Qingshan. Can you believe that they grabbed so many red envelopes that their hands were tired? The Reckless Army is awesome, and the super rich brothers are awesome. No, I also want to change my name and join the Reckless Army. It's too happy to stay in this live broadcast room. Haha, isn't that necessary? You don't need to vote, and you can grab red envelopes until your hands are tired. The key is that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room is super good. Chapter 39, A Reckless Man Goes to War, No Grass Grows. Chen Taishu's hardcore and cool operation directly brought the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to an unprecedented climax. National Transport Department, Broadcast Commentary Team. Team leader Zhou Shiyu said seriously, "Let Huang Jian explain tonight's match." Huang Jian licked his lips and replied excitedly, "No problem, team leader, I promise to give a passionate commentary." "But, team leader, you know me well. I'm afraid it's hard for me to be fair and impartial in my commentary. I'm afraid there will be some bias in the process." Team leader Zhou Shiyu took this into consideration, so he asked Huang Jian to explain. "What the director means is that we can be biased towards the grand illusionary realm. Do you understand what I mean?" Upon hearing what the team leader said, Huang Jian was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He nodded repeatedly and said, I understand. Brother Taishu is indeed domineering and arrogant. Even if you didn't say it, I would still be biased towards Brother Taishu, hee. Zhou Shiyu rolled his eyes at the guy in annoyance. "Explain it well and don't cause any trouble. The director will also pay attention to it." Huang Jian put away his playful smile, took a deep breath, and replied seriously, "I understand, team leader." Seeing that the time was almost up, Chen Taishu prepared for a pre-war mobilization. "Brothers, tonight's PK can be regarded as the first battle since the establishment of our reckless army. But don't worry, with me here, we're sure to get off to a good start. Not just this PK, but every battle from now on, as long as I'm here, there's no chance of losing. Brothers, we don't need you to vote, not even a little bit. But I hope that the brothers in the live broadcast room can become the atmosphere group and liven up the atmosphere for me. Brother Taishu is awesome, Brother Taishu is domineering, Brother Taishu is crazy and cool. When a reckless man goes to war, not a blade of grass grows, it's just so vast. The reckless army will win. Fight, the glory of the reckless army will surely spread all over the internet." Chen Taishu's mobilization instantly brought the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to its peak. The fighting spirit is high and the blood is boiling. Not to mention the die-hard fans in the live broadcast room, even the emotions of the tourists who were just watching the show were aroused. Chen Taishu was quite satisfied with the performance of the fans in the live broadcast room. Guzi, it's almost time, let's go over there." "Okay, Brother Taishu." Wang Ergo found Xiao Doubai without any hesitation and directly initiated a connection request. The soul singer Xiao Doubi also responded immediately. As soon as he came online, Xiao Doubi greeted them warmly, hello, the anchors and big brothers and sisters over there, good evening. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. The other side was so warm and polite, so they naturally couldn't respond. What's more, it's just a PK. Although there are some personal grudges, there still has to be a structure. Wang Ergu also greeted the host and the older brothers and sisters on the opposite side politely. Pei Yuanlan, who had been beaten, would not be polite. He shouted directly, "Where is Chen Shi? Why don't you come out and die?" The next moment, Cat 11 from the old alley sat in the guest seat. "Pei Yuanlan, are you so eager to be bullied?" Pei Yuanlan said smugly, "Looking for abuse?" Ha. That's right, we are asking for abuse. But do you, a little idiot, have that ability? Today my big brother will definitely beat the shit out of you. No, that's not right. He will definitely beat you until you are swollen. I'm hitting your chest, which is also a way to help you, a small-chested little girl, to enlarge your breasts. Why don't you thank my elder brother first? He will hit you harder later to make your wound less swollen. Tell me, what cup size do you want my big brother to beat you into? Hearing her trash talk, Chen Taishi was furious. This second brother is really fierce and aggressive. He dares to say all kinds of vicious words. Chen Shi, ha. Pei Yuanlan, what qualifications do you have to laugh at me? It seems like you are 1 or 2 years ahead of me in development, right? Also, what are you bragging about? You lost everything in gambling, and you still have the nerve to show off? If you can't win, just call for help. That's all you can do. Pei Yuanlan was not affected by her words at all. Still proudly said, I just have a big brother to back me up, so what, do you have it? Are you envious and jealous? He. I am strong because I have someone backing me up. Are you dissatisfied? If you don't agree, you can ask someone else to help you. Didn't I give you some time? Chen Shi said disdainfully, to deal with little Karami like you, do we need to call for help? What a joke. I don't care if you are my elder brother or second brother. If you dare to mess with me, I will beat you up. Wow, this little lowly is quite arrogant. Chen Taishu nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This little girl is quite wild, domineering and explosive. It is quite to his taste. He is now looking forward to it. After he beats her up and asks her to call him big brother, what will her reaction be? Chen Taishu couldn't help but wonder if he would end up in a concentration camp for people with flat breasts in the future. The most important thing is that these little flat-chested girls seem to have hot tempers. They all have the characteristics of spicy oil. Seeing that the two little flat-breasted girls were getting more and more excited, Chen Taishu had to interrupt them. If we let them keep spraying each other, I'm afraid they will spray for a whole day and night. Okay, stop talking trash and let's get down to business. As long as you can beat me, Cat 11, you can scold me as much as you want. Chen Shi snorted coldly, I hope that the rest of your body can be as hard as your mouth. Pei Yuanlan smiled and retorted, whether it's hard or not, you will know in a moment. There will be a time when you will beg for mercy, hee hee. Chen Taishu was speechless. Why are girls like this these days? They drive away when they don't agree with each other, right? If nothing unexpected happens, what Chen Shi is referring to should be strength. This second brother's thoughts are very complicated and dangerous. Stop it, stop it. Why are you spraying again while you're talking? Chen Taishu was very tired. It's just a PK game, why is it necessary to be so long-winded? Just do it early and disperse early. What's the point of spraying all over? In the end, doesn't it all depend on who wins or who loses? Guzi, let's get started. At his command, Wang Ergo launched a 10-minute PK without hesitation. At this time in the official live broadcast room, commentator Huang Jian was ready. Good evening, everyone in the live broadcast room. I am PK commentator Huang Jian. Tonight, I will be the one to explain and commentate on a large-scale PK match for everyone. Huang Jian paused for a moment and a professional smile appeared on his face. I believe everyone already knows that this battle is about the new super-rich Brother Taishu. Brother Taishu has only been in Douyin for 3 days, and he has brought us 2 wonderful PK feasts. And tonight, there is no doubt that it will be another exciting and fierce battle between the 2 strong teams. Without further ado, please ask the director to bring us to the PK scene. Chapter 40, The Magnificent Flattery of the Narrator. As soon as the screen came on, Huang Jian immediately put away his disrespectful attitude. He began to perfectly demonstrate to the audience the qualities and abilities that a professional commentator should have. Dear viewers, please note that both the red and blue teams are ready and the battle is about to begin. Before the battle begins, as usual, let's first introduce the lineups and strengths of both sides. The red team, led by the top popular anchor and soul singer Xiao Dubi, is naturally very powerful. There are countless big brothers in the live broadcast room, but the most arrogant one is of course Cat 11 from Old Alley. Although Sister 11 is only at the bottom of the Douyin top 10 rich list, her name is well known. As the only woman on the list of the richest people, Sister 11's domineering style and powerful strength are probably known to everyone who plays Douyin, right? After briefly introducing the red team, Huang Jian paused for a moment and then introduced the blue team again. And Wang Ergu on the blue side should not be underestimated either. If we were to say who is the most popular anchor on Douyin these days, it would definitely be Wang Ergu. In just 2 days, he went from being a little-known anchor to a top anchor with over 100,000 followers. And his upward momentum is still strong. I believe it won't be long before he can reach the top of the list. And the one who made him what he is and brought him to the top, I think everyone knows who it is, right? Brother Taishu, Brother Taishu. Brother Taishu. The audience in the live broadcast room also cooperated tacitly. For a moment, the public screen of the live broadcast room with millions of people was dominated by the 3 words Brother Taishu. Huang Jian was quite satisfied with the audience's performance. No matter how passionate the commentary is, it will be incomplete and imperfect without the cooperation of the Atmosphere Group. He smiled and continued, yes, it is the new great rich man, Taishu Fantasy, Brother Taishu. I'm afraid no one knows how strong Brother Taishu is. Let's see if this duel tonight can test Brother Taishu's strengths and weaknesses. We don't know how terrifying Brother Taishu's strength is. But if we talk about who is the most reckless, the most crazy, and the most domineering on the entire internet, Brother Taishu is undoubtedly the winner. According to the news received by the commentary team, tonight, Brother Taishu will still take action alone. No matter how many big brothers or wealthy people the other side has, my Brother Taishu will fight them all. I just want to ask you whether you are domineering, arrogant, or reckless. As far as temperament is concerned, I have no one to admire except Brother Taishu. To be honest, although Brother Taishu is arrogant and reckless, he has the capital and strength to be arrogant and reckless. Doesn't this just prove that Brother Taishu is truly a rich man? Huang Jian glanced at the lively public screen. He continued, there is another piece of news I want to share with you all. Brother Taishu's reckless army is officially established today. On behalf of all the commentary team members, I, Huang Jianjin, would like to congratulate Brother Taishu. At the same time, I also hope that the Reckless Corps can live up to their slogan and spread the glory of the Reckless Corps across the entire internet. Something is wrong. Why do I feel like Huang is leaning too much towards the blue side? Haha, is this a new audience? Don't you know that Huang's main point is bias? Yes, from the current perspective, Lao Huang is probably just bragging. What the barrage said is true, Huang Jian is indeed exaggerating. In addition to Brother Taishu, the blue team also has several level 60 masters. The dream of 900 million young men, a sword coming from the west, the green shirt remains the same, half of the body is frivolous. Huang Jian smiled slightly, does everyone feel weird? You were clearly our PK opponents yesterday, but why are you here to help and cheer us on today? Perhaps this is Brother Taishu's personal charm. His domineering aura can even deeply impress his opponents. Although there are no fathers and sons in PK, PK is not just about fighting and killing, it is more about human relationships and worldly wisdom. At this time, Chen Taishu, who was very curious about the official live broadcast room, was peeking at the screen using the computer in his bedroom. Hearing Huang Jian's words, he felt ashamed. No, buddy, you have to know that you are a commentator, a neutral commentator. Is it really okay for you to flatter others so openly? Also, aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? How the hell didn't I know I was so awesome? Chen Taishu, who couldn't bear to listen any longer, stopped paying attention to the commentary on the computer and turned his attention to his mobile phone. It's better to focus on PK. It would be really embarrassing if you lose. And Huang Jian's passionate commentary continues. The red team has Cat 11 from Old Alley, and the blue team has Grand Illusion. There is no doubt that this is destined to be an extraordinary duel. Will Sister 11 be able to defend her status and reputation as a veteran rich man and continue to write her legend? Or is it that the newly promoted super rich Brother Taishu is reckless and kills gods to prove his truth? And both of them carry all the hopes of their fans. We will wait and see what the final result of this powerful confrontation will be. Huang Jian swallowed and made some adjustments. Without further ado, the match has officially begun and the 10-minute countdown has begun to tick slowly. Ha! Huang Jian, who had already prepared a passionate commentary, frowned. Something's wrong. Why is there no movement from either side? There's not even a little heart in the live broadcast room of both parties, and now the health bar votes are still at 0:0. This abnormal phenomenon is obviously not right. They are probably still waiting and watching, or waiting for the other side to attack first. Dear audience members, there is no need to be anxious or disappointed, because this must be the last calm before the storm. As soon as he finished speaking, someone couldn't hold back and took action first. Huang Jian explained excitedly, quick, look, the red team led by Sister 11 is the first to launch an attack. Ha! Sister 11, who took the initiative, actually only threw out one carnival. It's not hard to see that this should be a tentative attack launched by Sister 11. Chen Taishu looked at the health bar of 30,000 votes that the red team had pressed forward, and shook his head in obvious disappointment. He thought that there would be a fierce and ferocious attack right from the start. That's the result? Still playing tactics? Boring. The blue team did not make any response to the tentative attack launched by Sister 11. Brother Taishu was even more unmoved, as steady as a mountain. Obviously, Sister 11's carnival is not enough to get Brother Taishu to respond. At this moment, the atmosphere in the PK field is a bit depressing, and the red team is trying to test the blue team. But it's obvious that Brother Taishu from the blue team will most likely focus on defensive counterattacks in this match. Think, move, the red side moves again. Chapter 41. Will Brother Taishu give in? Huang Jian stared at the broadcast screen intently. It's still the carnival. For the super rich, it seems that the carnival is the only thing left in their gift list. 10. Sister 11 has produced 10 carnivals this time. Will her repeated attempt to increase the weight make Brother Taishu respond? However, the onlookers in the live broadcast room were the first to lose their patience. What the hell is this? Is this the much anticipated showdown? What is this all about? Just play PK recklessly and it's over. Why are you testing each other? It's almost a minute, and the two rich guys have only put out 11 huazi? Are you kidding? What's wrong with Brother Taishu? Isn't he said to be reckless and domineering? He doesn't have a single vote yet, isn't he too disqualified? Huang Jian smiled slightly and said, "Don't be anxious, everyone. If nothing unexpected happens, Brother Taishu will take action immediately." He guessed correctly, as the PK time was about to reach 1 minute, and then the anchors of both sides would need to turn on their microphones. The party with fewer votes cannot speak. But it is obvious that Brother Taishu will never give up his right to speak. At the moment when both parties started talking, Chen Taishu finally moved. The next second, the Golden Dragon-esque good news appeared on the screens of all the major live broadcast rooms at the same time, and gorgeous fireworks filled the screen. Taishu Huanjing gave away Carnival 999 in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The rich man came and spent money lavishly. Go and watch. Huang Jian looked at the Golden Dragon's good news and shouted excitedly, "Brother Taishu has taken action, it's a group of Shengshi Carnival." Brother Taishu is indeed awesome and domineering. For Brother Taishu, there is no such thing as temptation, okay? What kind of test? What kind of tactics? Brother Taishu doesn't play those fancy tricks. He'll just go all the way and be done with it. The new rich man's first move was a huge blow to his opponent. And the old rich man's tentative attack seems a bit petty. Can the red team's players withstand Brother Taishu's wild and violent attack? At this time in the capital, there was a luxurious courtyard covering a large area next to the city wall. Chen Shi in the room was wearing pajamas, playing with his cell phone and eating potato chips. I saw a faint smile on her baby face. He muttered in a low voice, "Ha, isn't it just a tease? Are you so impatient? Grand Carnival?" He's got a pretty bad temper. Chen Shi stuck out his small tongue and licked the potato chip crumbs on his lips. This lady is a specialist in curing all kinds of tempers. Since you want to play something exciting, I will increase the intensity for you. At this moment, Huang Jian stared at the screen without blinking, afraid of missing a wonderful moment. His breathing also started to quicken, and it was obvious that he was very involved and nervous. Ah, it's another Grand Carnival. The red team also revealed a group of Grand Carnival. Has the intensity increased? Has the bloodiness increased as well? Wait, it seems that the red team's Grand Carnival was not attended by Sister 11. He is Mao Shi's number 3 follower, and also a level 60 veteran rich man in the Beijing circle. It's not hard to tell from his nickname that he must be one of Sister 11's many followers. The situation on the field has suddenly changed. The red team, which was originally in a disadvantageous situation, has received reinforcements. The current situation is undoubtedly extremely unfavorable for Brother Taishu, who is fighting alone. Huang Jian carefully analyzed the situation on the field and also gave his own opinions. If I were Brother Taishu, facing the sudden and fierce attack of the red side, I would definitely switch from offense to defense. As long as the vote gap doesn't widen, we can fight till the end, then steal the tower and win the game. Yes, Lao Huan's analysis makes sense. Brother Taishu is indeed strong, but who can't stand up to a pack of wolves? Now it's just number 3, who can guarantee that number 1, 2, 4, 5, 1T take action? The wisest approach is to steal the tower and kill at the last moment, but I'm afraid it's still uncertain. Just when the public screen barrage of comments were full of agreement and recognition of Huang Jian's views, Huang Jian suddenly changed the subject. According to common sense, there must be nothing wrong with my analysis just now. But have you all forgotten what kind of person Brother Taishu is? He is arrogant, domineering, and reckless. How could he possibly defend and fight back? How could he possibly give in and stay like this? I bet $100 that Brother Taishu will definitely fight back without giving in. Even launch a violent attack like a storm. This guy seems to be a qualified Taishu blower. He also knows Brother Taishu very well, and it seems that he has paid a lot of attention and done a lot of homework. Chen Taishu, who did not leave the official live broadcast room, of course heard all the commentary. There is nothing wrong with this commentary, he must give it a thumbs up. At this time, it was Xiao Dubi's live broadcast room. Shen Shi, who was sitting in the guest seat, said in a bad tone, "Who asked you to do it? Did I ever say that you are not allowed to do anything without my permission? You ignored my words, didn't you?" The little follower number 3, who was temporarily ranked first on the list, didn't dare to say a word and could only listen to the scolding silently. She is worthy of being the little princess of the Beijing circle. Such prestige and aura are no joke. Chen Taishu doesn't care how many people or rich people are coming from the opposite side. On the contrary, the more people from the other side came to help, the more excited he became. Pei Yuanlan, who was sitting in the guest seat, asked weakly, "Brother, can we help?" Chen Taishu, just watch me. I will get angry with anyone who dares to stop me from showing off. Everyone, just wait and see. I'm going to start showing off. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Taishu started to attack rapidly. A group of Grand Carnivals. 2 groups of Grand Carnivals. 3 groups of Grand Carnivals. 10 groups of Grand Carnivals. Huang Jian stared in amazement at the good news about the golden dragon that kept appearing on the screen. He stood up from the commentary seat. He shouted excitedly, "I was right. Brother Taishu really chose to fight head-on. 10 sets of Grand Carnival, and 10 combos again. Brother Taishu is awesome. Long live Brother Taishu. No matter who you are, no matter how many people you have, in front of my Brother Taishu, they are all nothing." Now the reckless army led by Brother Taishu is already far ahead. Can the Red Army organize an effective counterattack and fight back? We still can't let our guard down. After all, the veteran tycoons on the red side are not pushovers. Huang Jian is more than biased now, he has completely put himself into the blue team. Chen Shi is a well-known figure on the Douyin top 10 rich list. How could a mere 10 groups of Grand Carnivals possibly suppress her? Amid the expectations of millions of viewers, Chen Shi did not disappoint anyone. Her fierce counterattack came as expected. Chapter 42, A Poem for Brother Taishu. Chen Taishu looked at the red team whose health bar was suppressed. He asked casually, "Second brother, how do you think the other side will fight back?" Pei Yuanlan thought for a moment and replied, "They should also use 10 groups of Grand Carnival to fight back, right?" Chen Taishu shook his head and said with a smile, "I guess Mao Shi will play at least 20 sets of Grand Carnival." Huang Jian, there is no doubt that Brother Taishu's 10 sets of Grand Carnival will definitely become the fuse that ignites this game. That is to say, the real battle has only officially begun at this moment. Huang Jian is indeed a highly professional commentator, and his judgment of the situation on the field is quite accurate. Look, after the fuse was lit, the Red 11th sister really started to attack. 1 group, 2 groups, 10 groups, 10 groups of the Grand Carnival, it hasn't stopped yet, Sister 11 is still attacking strongly. What does she want to do? Does she want to just kill the game? 12 groups, 15 groups, 20 groups, it stopped, it finally stopped. Fuck, 20 groups of Grand Carnival, are they really so unstoppable? 20 groups, nearly 600 million votes. 11th sister seems to want to use these 600 million votes to tell Brother Taishu that the status and dignity of the veteran rich man cannot be violated or desecrated. You can't speculate on the background of an old-time rich man. Next, it depends on how Brother Taishu will respond. But I firmly believe that Brother Taishu will definitely be tough to the end. Ha! Chen Taishu let out a breath of foul air. He smiled and said, "See? Are there 20 groups?" After boasting, he slowly said, "She thought that even if I insisted on following her this time, I would only do 30 groups at most. But, if she knows my tricks, then what's the point of me being around? Get out of the way, I'm going to start showing off again." Pei Yuanlan rolled his eyes in annoyance. How did he end up with a brother who loved to show off so much? Huang Jian stared straight at the blue team's health bar. He clenched his fists and shouted nervously, "Move, Brother Taishu, push over, you must push over." I don't know if his shouting worked. The next second, Brother Taishu took decisive action, and his health bar continued to squeeze forward. Huang Jian waved his fist and shouted excitedly, "It's moving, Brother Taishu is moving again." It's still a Grand Carnival with nearly 30 million votes per set. Brother Taishu seems to have no other gifts to give out except for the Grand Carnival. What do you mean by arrogant? Look, you see, Brother Taishu is one of them. How many Golden Dragon good news will bloom in the live broadcast room this time? Let's count them. 1, 2, 10, 20. Good news for the 20 Golden Dragons. The blue team's health bar has once again overwhelmed the opponent. Wait, Brother Taishu doesn't seem to be planning to stop. 21, 25, 30. Oh my god, Brother Taishu doesn't intend to give the other side a chance to breathe. There's more? 31 Golden Dragon good news, 32, 40. 40 photos. Shit, a full 40 photos. Brother Taishu should stop now, right? Huang Jian stared at the screen intently, not daring to breathe, and his heart seemed to have stopped beating. Just as he held his breath, the blue team's health bar had not stopped. Oh my god, is Brother Taishu firing at full force? And he still won't stop? 42, 46, 50. Fuck, 50, 50. 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion votes. In just a few seconds, Brother Taishu actually got 1.5 billion votes. Ward Tian, Brother Taishu's strength is so terrifying. Huang Jian took a deep breath and shouted passionately, Brother Taishu is awesome. There is a poem praising him, his strength is as great as that of a mountain and his spirit is as powerful as that of the world. How many times can one hear of him in the world? He is like a demon slayer from heaven, truly a Tai Sui god on earth. When Chen Taishu heard the passionate impromptu poem, he was slightly stunned. Isn't this too mysterious? Do I deserve his high praise? Although he felt a little embarrassed, he was still very excited and enjoyed it in his heart. I muttered to myself that this commentary was good, passionate, talented, and most importantly, he spoke very nicely. The blue team where Brother Taishu is now has a staggering 1.8 billion health bar votes. And the red side only had more than 600 million votes, close to 700 million, not even a fraction of the blue side. Look at the red health bar again. It has been devoured by the blue health bar, leaving only a little bit. What is this? This is a crushing, naked crushing. Chen Shi frowned, she knew that Taishu Illusion Realm was very powerful. But she didn't expect it to be so terrifying. The most important thing is that even though the confrontation became so intense, she was unable to figure out the strengths and weaknesses of her opponent. This is the most terrifying thing. In fact, Chen Shi still attaches great importance to this battle. She recharged a total of 200 million renminbi and prepared a total of 2 billion tickets. But judging from the current situation, it is certain that 2 billion votes cannot be won in this showdown. It would be obviously irrational to choose to confront head-on now. If you want to win the final victory, you can only choose to steal the tower. For Chen Shi, the process is no longer important now. What matters is winning the final victory. Chen Shi no longer hesitated, clicked on the gift bar and started to fight back again. However, her purpose this time was not to suppress the opponent's health bar. She was just trying to narrow the gap in votes between the two sides. More than 1.7 billion, she brought the vote count to 1.7 billion. And she still had 300 million votes left in her pocket, just enough for 10 sets of Grand Carnival. This was what she saved for the final tower stealing. However, she certainly wouldn't just keep this as a preparation. After all, it is obviously unrealistic to use 300 million votes to steal the tower in Taishu Fantasyland. Huang Jian, they've caught up. 11th sister has caught up. Then he frowned, huh? Looks like I haven't completely caught up. 1.7 billion votes, and Sister 11 only got 1.7 billion votes, which leaves her with only 100 million votes short of Brother Taishu. Nothing is moving. Both sides' health bars are not moving anymore. After a slight pause, Huang Jian began his professional analysis again. It's obvious that this move by 11th sister is a bit like trying to cover up one's own guilt. I'm afraid anyone can see her purpose, right? Is there any need to think about this? Sister 11 must be planning to steal the tower. That's right, I guess Sister 11 doesn't have many tickets left, so she resorted to this desperate measure. Even we all know that Sister 11 is planning to steal the tower, how could Brother Taishu not know? But why didn't Brother Taishu move? Shouldn't the gap be widened at this time? Maybe Brother Taishu doesn't have many votes left, so he wants to hold on for the last time. Chapter 43, nicknamed Taexuxian. Huang Jian looked at the PK countdown displayed above and there were only 3 minutes left. Following the PK rule of 1 in front and 3 behind, both sides once again closed their microphones at the same time. As for the process in between, both sides had no time or opportunity to mock each other. The main thing is that both sides are completely at loggerheads, with neither side able to firmly grasp the right to speak. Huang Jian, there are only 3 minutes left until the end of the PK. And the health bars of both sides remain at 1.7 billion, 1.8 billion. Both sides tacitly chose not to make another move. Then it is not difficult for us to analyze that the red team intends to steal the tower and kill at the last moment, while the blue team intends to defend the tower. Will the one who steals the tower succeed, or will the one who defends the tower succeed? I'm afraid it won't be revealed until the last critical moment, right? At this time, Wang Ergo's live broadcast room. Pei Yuanlan seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. He said excitedly, "Brother, Chen Shi must not have many tickets in his pocket. How about we work together to close the gap in health bars and completely stop her from thinking about stealing the tower?" Chen Taishu shook his head and said with a smile, "What is the point of killing the game directly? Since we are going to play, let's play something exciting. If PK becomes without any suspense, it will be meaningless. Only a thrilling duel can make everyone talk about it with relish and leave an endless aftertaste." Pei Yuanlan curled his lips in disdain and complained in his heart, "Damn it, he is pretending again." He said unhappily, "If you don't pretend, then you are still my good brother." He. If I lose in the end, what will you do? It would be interesting if I really recognized the small, busty little lowly as my big sister. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and said confidently, "How is it possible?" "Second brother, you have to have full confidence in your elder brother. If my guess is correct, Cat 11 will use at most 50 groups of Grand Carnival to steal the tower. You have to believe in your eldest brother's hand speed after being single for decades. He is definitely good at defending the tower." As time passed, the audiences in the 3 live broadcast rooms couldn't help but hold their breath. The final decisive battle moment is finally coming. Huang Jian clenched his fists and stared at the screen with wide eyes. There are only 30 seconds left in the PK countdown. Is the exciting moment finally coming? The red team is still behind. Will they choose to attack and kill at the last minute? 29 seconds, 27 seconds, 22 seconds, 20 seconds. The time left for the red team is running out. Take action, it's time to take action, there's no time. The red team seemed to have heard his cry and actually started to move. Mao Shi's #1 follower sent Carnival 999 in the live broadcast room of the soul singer Xiao Doubai. The rich man has arrived and is spending money lavishly. Go and watch. A group of Grand Carnivals. It didn't stop yet, so he continued with the second set, the third set, and so on until the 10th set. With nearly 300 million votes, the red team's health bar instantly surpassed. At this time, there are only 15 seconds left in the countdown to the end of the PK. At this moment, all the wealthy people in Xiao Doubai's live broadcast room moved at the same time. Cat 11 from the old alley, Cat 11's little follower number 2, Cat 11's little follower number 3, Cat 11's little follower number 4, Cat 11's little follower number 5. 5 level 60 real rich people clicked on the Grand Carnival almost at the same time. Huang Jian, sure enough, Sister 11 really launched the final attack. The red team is already ahead by 200 million votes. Now the 5 richest people are teaming up to steal the tower again. It's a Grand Carnival, not a set, it's a combo. 3 hits in a row, 5 hits in a row, more than that, far more than that, it's 10 hits in a row. 11th sister is not fighting alone, she is not alone. Including her, the 5 great rich people, look carefully, they are the 5 great rich people. They almost simultaneously selected the 10-hit Grand Carnival. 3.5 billion, my god, the red team's health bar has been fixed at 3.5 billion votes. It's not Huazi Rain, it's Shangshi Carnival Rainstorm. What should we do? What should we do? How should Brother Taishu deal with it? Huang Jian clenched his fists tightly and said nervously, 10 seconds left. Only the last 10 seconds. There really isn't much time left for Brother Taishu. But the current vote gap has reached a staggering 1.7 billion votes. Does Brother Taishu still have so many votes? Is it possible that Brother Taishu's legend is about to be shattered? Can he still make a comeback? Has he given up? No, Brother Taishu didn't give up. He moved. Brother Taishu finally moved. There were no surprises. It was still a Grand Carnival. It was a combo, 10 combos, damn, Brother Taishu only took 1 second to complete 10 combos. What kind of divine hand speed is this? He didn't stop. Brother Taishu seemed to have taken Xianmai and couldn't stop at all. There are still 8 seconds left on the countdown. Brother Taishu has performed 10 consecutive attacks in 1 second. Now the Grand Carnival has performed 20 consecutive attacks. 7 seconds left, 30 hits. 6 seconds, 40 hits. 5 seconds, 50 hits. Wait, what is Brother Taishu going to do? He's not going to attack 10 times per second, is he? The last 10 seconds, that means 100 attacks. Oh my god, this is crazy. Brother Taishu is really too crazy. 100 hits in the last second. Huang Jian shouted at the top of his lungs, "Beautiful, beautiful, so beautiful." Brother Taishu actually completed 100 consecutive hits in 10 seconds. Looking at the entire internet, who else is there? Who else is a match for my Brother Taishu? Once he entered Douyin, he ascended to heaven and was nicknamed Taixuxian. I look down upon all things and sing and laugh, for I alone am supreme and the law is boundless. With a powerful force and hundreds of consecutive strikes, he can kill gods and prove his truth in the blink of an eye. My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of God. Huang Jian roared hysterically, it's over, Brother Taishu ended the game with his own strength. Long live the Great Reckless Legion, long live Taixuxian, the founder of the Great Reckless Legion. Fuck, Lao Huang's commentary is as passionate as ever, and he shouts at the top of his lungs. It makes my blood boil. Although the commentator should remain neutral, it sounds really fucking exciting. This scene will definitely become a classic in PK commentary. Hoo. This PK is so exciting and thrilling. In the last 10 seconds, my heart was in my throat. In the end, the blood bar votes of both sides were fixed at 3.5 billion, 4.8 billion. The gap is quite big. Chen Taishu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his hand speed was fast enough, otherwise he would have really capsized in the ditch. He still underestimated the opponent and did not expect that the opponent would use 60 sets of Grand Carnival to steal the tower. Chapter 44, the commentary team is all Taishu. The live broadcast room of soul singer Xiao Dubi. The number one follower floated on the screen and said, "Unfortunately, it seems that we stole the tower too early. If I had taken action in the last 5 seconds, I might have won." Chen Shi shook his head and said helplessly, "You can't win. Our tactical plan and vote count have already been calculated by the other side. How can we win? No matter how long we take to steal the tower, the opponent will always vote in the last 10 seconds. He had already thought about it. In the last 10 seconds, he will perform 100 combos at the Grand Carnival. Unless we prepare more votes than him, there is no way we can win." The second follower, 11, let's play another game. We haven't even started yet. Chen Shi, no need. I underestimated the other party and didn't prepare enough tickets. In fact, when you voted, I had already lost. This guy's strength is indeed terrifying. Do you dare to say that he has exerted his strength? Maybe they are just playing around with us. Chen Taishu took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. It was exciting, but I almost lost the game. It seems that I can't play like this anymore. If there are a few more people on the opposite side, I'll be doomed. It's tragic to have the tickets but still lose. From then on, they were able to continue to dominate the competition. Don't give your opponent any chance to resist. Chen Taishu glanced at the official live broadcast room on the computer screen. Listening to the commentator who was still bragging about his own performance, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But I still feel very happy about it. After all, who doesn't like to hear nice words? He quietly exited Wang Erga's live broadcast room and switched to the official live broadcast room. Huang Jian, I just got the latest data. This match created a new record. That's the record for the most votes cast by a single person in a single game. Brother Taishu won 4.8 billion votes, breaking Uncle Joe's record of 4 billion votes and taking the top spot in this record. At the same time, congratulations to Brother Taishu for successfully killing gods and becoming one of the top 10 richest people in Douyin. Moreover, Brother Taishu was also the user who successfully made it onto the top 10 rich list in the shortest time. 3 days. Brother Taishu has only been in Douyin for 3 days, and he has broken one record after another. The name of Taishu Exiled Immortal is indeed well deserved. I am looking forward to what kind of terrifying new record Brother Taishu will create in the future. Outrageous, this is outrageous, 10 seconds, 100 hits in the Grand Carnival, 3 billion votes, that is 300 million renminbi, my god. Squandering 300 million in 10 seconds, what kind of person can be so generous? Looking at so many super rich people on the internet, Brother Taishu is undoubtedly the one who impresses me the most, no doubt about it. Terrible, Brother Taishu's strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid that the record he refreshed can only be broken by himself, right? Chen Taishu smiled slightly, clicked on the gift bar, then pressed the Grand Carnival button to start a combo. Taishu Huanjing gave away Carnival 999 in the official commentary live broadcast room. The rich man has arrived and is spending money lavishly. Go and watch. The Golden Dragon Good News special effects instantly appeared in each live broadcast room. Why did Brother Taishu go to the official commentary live broadcast room to give gifts again? Let us go and have a look together. My goodness, this side has just ended, and Brother Taishu has gone to the other side to cause trouble. Isn't his strength too terrifying? Not just one, but another 10-hit combo of the Grand Carnival. Huang Jian was dumbfounded when he saw the first Golden Dragon Good News special effect. This is very different from the Golden Dragon Good News he saw when he was explaining it. During the commentary period, they can get a share of the income from gifts and rewards received in the live broadcast room. And the share is not low. After deducting half of the platform's commission, the commentator can get 50% of the remaining half. For example, if there is a profit of 100 yuan, the commentator can get 25 yuan. Of course, this is without deduction of tax. Chen Taishu broadcast 10 sets of Grand Carnival in the official commentary live broadcast room, so without deducting taxes, Huang Jian could get a share of nearly 7.5 million. Huang Jian, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally came back to his senses from the huge surprise. He shouted excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Taishu, for sending 10 sets of Grand Carnival. Brother Taishu is generous and domineering. Thank you, Brother Taishu, for the reward." Wow, good fellow, Lao Huang's boasting tonight was not in vain, he ate a full meal in no time. Fuck, Brother Taishu is really a big spender, nearly 7.5 million, Lao Huang is not only full, he is almost stuffed, okay? Old Huang is bragging about Taishu. He made a lot of money tonight. Brother Taishu is too arrogant. He always uses 10 groups of Grand Carnival to hit people. I am so jealous and envious. Brother Taishu, are you here? To be honest, I am also a complete Taishu fan. Oh no, it's foreseeable that in the future, whenever there is a PK broadcast with Brother Taishu, the commentary will all be Taishu's bragging, right? National Transport Department, commentary team. Hiwei said with envy, if I had known about the last game, I would have praised Brother Taishu. Shu Xian, I feel like I missed out on a few 100 million. Who knew Brother Taishu would be so generous and arrogant? Look at how proud old Huang is now. No, next time there's a match with Brother Taishu, I'm going to transform into Taishu as well. Team leader Zhou Shiyu took a sip of tea, looked at the jealous members of the commentary team, and smiled slightly. Said, well, stop being jealous, don't you guys get bonuses too? Besides, looking at Brother Taishu's attitude, are you still afraid that there will be no chances in the future? Don't worry about being unfair or getting punished. I think the director will order you to side with Brother Taishu. You guys are bragging under orders, huh? The office of Director Chen Bagua. Chen Bagua let out a long sigh, and a smile of relief finally appeared on his stern face, which was intimidating without being angry. Has our revenue reached the target this year? Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun also smiled and said, that's right, this PK tonight contributed more than 800 million in revenue value. Although we have met the Platform-S requirements, we are currently ranked only third in the Asia region. There is still a gap of 10 billion in revenue value between us and the number 1 Sakura country, and there is also a gap of 5 billion between us and the Kimchi country. Chen Bagua frowned and tapped the table with his fingers. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, let the relevant departments speed up the process and ban all other live broadcast platforms. This is about the fate of the country, I can't care so much. We in Zhuxia are not weaker than Sakura and Paokai. It's just that there are too many live streaming platforms in China, and countless revenues are wasted in vain. After all other platforms are banned, traffic, popularity, and various wealthy people will naturally be attracted to Douyin. By then, our revenue value will definitely skyrocket. Chapter 45, The First Young Master in Beijing. Huang Jian forced himself to suppress his excitement. He bowed with gratitude, thank you, Brother Taishu. On behalf of all the commentary team members, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Brother Taishu. Chen Taishu smiled slightly. Piaoping said, you're welcome. Your commentary team is quite professional. The commentary is very good and passionate. I like it very much. I hope I can hear such passionate and exciting commentary again next time. Huang Jian also smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Brother Taishu, the passion of our commentary team will never fade." When seeing the 10 golden dragon good news, Chen Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Did you see that? This guy obviously conserved his strength. We went to all this trouble and we couldn't even find out the strengths and weaknesses of others. Still making an appointment? What kind of appointment? Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Mao Shi's number 4 follower, if it doesn't work, tell Brother D. If Brother D knows that you are being bullied, he will definitely take action. As soon as he saw his barrage, Chen Shi's face instantly fell. She warned in a bad tone, "If anyone dares to tell young Master Yi about what happened today, I will never forgive him." Cat 11's number 3 follower, Sister 11, we definitely can't hide the fact that we got beaten tonight from Master Yi. Mao Shi's number 1 follower, that's right, although young Master Yi doesn't play Douyin, everyone in our Beijing circle is playing it. You are not unaware of Master Yi's status in our Beijing circle, 11th sister. If Chen Shi is the little princess of the martial arts faction in the Beijing circle, then Yi Shaodi is definitely the recognized number 1 of the younger generation in both the civil and martial arts factions in the entire Beijing circle. Yi Shaodi holds an extremely important and unshakable position among the younger generation in the entire Beijing circle. The Beijing circle is divided into 2 factions, the civil and military factions, and under the 2 factions, there are many small circles. The representative figure of the martial arts department is Chen Shi. The representative figures of the literature department are Ji Bai and Tian Xia and Xia Yanji, who are ranked in the top 3 of the top 10 richest people list. It is said that the Beijing community is united and is solid as a rock, but that is only true under the premise of being outward looking. In fact, there are many problems within the Beijing circle, which is full of factions, and frictions often occur. Each of them is arrogant and proud, and except for Emperor Yi, none of them will submit to anyone else. You can make a fuss, but you can't completely tear your face off and touch your principles and bottom line. By chance, they thought of resolving conflicts and disputes through Douyin PK. Not convinced? Come on, let's have a PK, and whoever wins gets the final say. For them, there is nothing that cannot be solved by a PK. If so, too. It must be said that there is nothing wrong with this method except that it costs money. The most important thing is that after their family members found out, not only did they not get angry or oppose it, they even smiled and strongly supported it. The precedent set by the Beijing circle has actually led other circles to follow suit. That's why there are so many factions on Douyin now. But every circle has an unshakable bottom line and principle, and that is to be united against the outside world. No matter how we fight or make trouble in our own circle, that is our own business. But if you, an outsider, want to interfere, I'm sorry, but I have to beat you. If someone in the circle is bullied by outsiders, then sorry, just be prepared to accept revenge from everyone in the circle. Putting aside the country's destiny for now, just looking at the numerous circles around it, you can already see how deep the water of Douyin is, right? Chen Shi frowned and said unhappily, "What does this lady's affairs have to do with him, young Master Yi? Does it really need young Master Yi to stand up for me? Is it necessary to show him off?" Only she dared to say this, her little followers would never dare to respond. Chen Shi said angrily, "Besides, isn't your blind worship of Emperor Yi too much? Why do you think that young Emperor Yi is definitely his opponent? There are many aristocratic families in our Zhuxia that have been passed down for more than 1,000 years, although they are not well known to the world. But who dares to question their background? Who dares to underestimate the wealth and connections they have accumulated over thousands of years? You must know that there are always people who are better than you, and there are always higher things than you can imagine. Don't over-mythologize Emperor Yi. Apart from his family background, Yi Shaodi is just an ordinary person with some business and financial acumen and talent." When her little followers heard her words, they all showed complicated expressions. "Please, miss, does Yi Shao have any business talent? He is definitely a rare genius in the business and financial world, right? Only you, the eldest lady, are so disdainful of him. When outsiders talk about young Emperor Yi, who wouldn't give him a thumbs up?" Chen Shi chuckled disdainfully. "Emperor Yi has created and accumulated an astonishing fortune, but does he dare to say that he is guaranteed to win in a PK match? Do you think that the opponent who casually threw hundreds of millions of dollars in a PK as if it was a joke is a good person?" After sending out 10 sets of Grand Carnival, Chen Taishu left the official commentary live broadcast room. He came lightly, left 300 million votes, and then left lightly. With a wave of his sleeves, he took away all the boasting and praise. switched to Wang Erga's live broadcast room and sat back in the guest seat. Pei Yuanlan asked curiously, "Brother, why did you go to the official commentary live broadcast room to give gifts?" Chen Taishu smiled slightly and said casually, "I really like their explanation." Then he changed the subject. "How about it, big brother, is your hand speed awesome? I told you not to worry, but you still don't believe me. With me here, nothing will happen." Pei Yuanlan curled his lips. Damn it, he was pretending again. Just when Chen Taishu was about to let Wang Ergo start speaking, a barrage of comments suddenly floated across the screen. "Xingshan Rugu, brother Taishu, how about you forget about the bet you made with Chen Shi?" Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows, obviously unhappy. "What's the meaning?" "Xingshan Rugu, brother Taishu, if you really accept Chen Shi as your younger brother, then this matter will definitely not be over." Shen Mubai also began to persuade. "Ejin Shilai, yes, brother Taishu, let's just forget about it if we win. As for the bet, brother Taishu, you are magnanimous and don't bother with her." Chen Taishu hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Are you worried that the Beijing circle behind her will come to trouble me?" Although they didn't say anything, they probably agreed with Chen Taishu's guess. Chen Taishu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. "Brother, this is the internet. We are men after all. How can we not be submissive? PK is not about who has more power. What is it about? It's about financial resources. If you can beat me in a PK match, I will be convinced. But if you can't beat me and don't have as much money as I do, then you'll have to coil up like a dragon or lie down like a tiger." Chapter 46. The bigger the storm, the crazier I get. The more Chen Taishu spoke, the more disdainful he became. "Do you think that if I accept Chen Shi as my younger brother, it will be a slap in the face of the entire Beijing circle? Hee, do you think I am some kind of wimpy wimp in the grand illusion realm? Do you think I only bully the weak and fear the strong? Would I be afraid of his Beijing circle? The bigger the storm, the wilder I will be. As long as they think they have what it takes, just come at them. If he can beat me in a PK match, I will call in daddy and even kneel down and sing conquer. A slap in the face, huh? Offending, huh? I'm going to take Chen Shi as my little brother today. Even Jesus couldn't persuade me," I said. Brother Taishu is so domineering that he doesn't dare to attack hard on the internet, and he still plays with the hairy internet. I support you, brother Taishu, you are such a coward, just fight me if you don't agree. No problem, who cares about his messy circle? If he dares to mess with our reckless army, we will just go after him. That's right, no matter whether we can win or not, at least we must not lose in temperament. Don't be afraid of anything. If we win, we celebrate together. If we lose, we bear the consequences together. We are the reckless army, and the main character is reckless." Chen Taishu looked at the comments on the public screen and nodded with satisfaction. Pei Yuanlan also said with passion, "We must take it. Beijing circle? What are you afraid of? Fuck it." Chen Taishu's face was full of black lines. "Second brother, you don't really think of yourself as a man, do you? Ejin Shilai, okay, since brother Taishu has spoken, if they dare to come, we will beat them to death. Xingshan Rugu, you're right, we are playing on the internet. If we are timid and afraid of this and that, won't the internet play tricks on us? Damn it." At this moment, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was full of vigor and passion. Everyone is ready to fight. However, at this moment, the level 60 rich man who had been hiding in the live broadcast room, Zhao Zilong, who was often fanned by my grandmother, actually started to show signs of trembling. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong. "Ha, what kind of toad came out of the corner? You are so arrogant. Why are you so awesome? You really think no one can cure you, right? I advise you to give up the idea of taking 11th sister as your younger brother. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Chen Taishu was amused by his floating screen comments. He asked lightly, "Who is this? Whose crotch burst and leaked something like this?" Pei Yuanlan smiled and said, "Brother, we do know this guy." Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows. "Oh? Tell me where you came from? Are you going to be rude to me?" Pei Yuanlan explained to him. I don't know where he came from, but he is a second-generation super nouveau riche. In the beginning, he always wanted to squeeze into the circle of the Magic City and play with us, but no one in the circle looked up to him. After being humiliated several times by others in the circle, he switched to the Beijing circle. This guy is indeed a talent. He tried every possible means to get into the Beijing circle. I am willing to be a dog, a horse, and work hard without complaint, just to squeeze in. And now, it's a great opportunity to curry favor with the Beijing circle. How could he not jump out? What's more, you just finished a big battle, and everyone would think that you are out of ammunition and food. So, he will not miss this rare opportunity. If he can help Chen Shi regain his face tonight, the Beijing circle will most likely accept him. After listening to Pei Yuanlan's introduction, Chen Taishu suddenly understood. He thought he was a big shot from somewhere, but it turned out to be a small scoundrel who was hated by everyone. People, the more they lack something, the more they want it. When a person has money, he often thinks about power and authority. Why bother? If it's not your circle, why do you have to force your way into it? Even if you squeeze in, do you think people will look at you with respect? My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong and said, "Come on, stop flattering yourself. Your magic circle is just a bunch of rabble, a bunch of misfits. How can you compare with our Beijing circle?" Wow, this guy actually starts to consider himself a member of the Beijing circle. He is quite thick-skinned. Chen Taishu really didn't want to bother with this kind of clown who was seeking attention. He simply ignored his floating screen and said to Wang Ergu, "Open the microphone, and let the other party open the microphone as well." Wang Ergu immediately made a pause gesture. Since they are not novices, the little funny guy naturally understands the meaning of the gestures. The two anchors opened their microphones. Chen Taishu smiled and said, "Chen Shi, I heard that you are the little princess of the Beijing circle?" Chen Shi snorted coldly and did not answer, which should be his agreement. Chen Taishu didn't take it seriously and continued, "I heard that taking you in as a younger brother is like slapping the face of the entire Beijing circle? Someone in the Beijing circle won't let this go, right?" Chen Shi sneered disdainfully, "Why, are you scared?" Chen Taishu said domineeringly, "Ha, would I be afraid? I'm just afraid that the wind and waves are not strong enough. I just don't believe in superstition. They say you can't touch a tiger's butt, so I want to try it today. Come on, admit defeat and show it." Pei Yuanlan couldn't wait to say, "Ha! Third brother, come on, call me second sister and let me hear it." Chen Shi didn't hesitate and shouted openly, "Big brother, second brother." They are both short-chested. Want her to call you second sister? Dream on. Pei Yuanlan didn't mind and replied with a smile, "Hey, good boy, third brother." Chen Taishu nodded with satisfaction, "Not bad, it seems that the third brother is still very well behaved. You have become my disciple and have acknowledged me as your elder brother. As an elder brother, I naturally cannot be stingy. Since you have given the second brother a gift, the eldest brother cannot be partial to one over the other. Tell me, what do you want as a gift?" Humph. Chen Shi, who was obviously still unconvinced, just snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Chen Taishu just laughed off her bad attitude and didn't care. He believed that with his domineering aura, he would sooner or later conquer this bad-tempered, flat-breasted little lowly. The more she disdains me now, the more she will respect me in the future. Since you haven't thought it through, let's just do this. Brother can agree to one of your requests unconditionally, but it is limited to Douyin. How about it? Hearing his promise, Chen Shi's eyes suddenly lit up. You said it yourself, and everyone heard it with their own ears. Chen Taishu smiled and said, "Yes, that's what I said. Now you can tell me what you want from me?" Chen Shi pondered for a moment, then said, "I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I have thought about it. Don't even think about denying your debt. There are so many witnesses." Chen Taishu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry, I will never break my promise. But I remind you again, this request is limited to Douyin only, understand?" Chapter 47, Simple, Rough, and Exciting Gameplay. A cold light flashed in Chen Taishu's eyes. Didn't everyone think that he didn't dare to accept Chen Shi as his younger brother? Now that he has accepted it, what can I do? Beijing Circle? Very awesome, very amazing? I am a fucking expert in all kinds of awesomeness. Come on, all you monsters and demons, come on, Chen Taishu, will take them all. Now that the bet had been fulfilled, Chen Taishu no longer hid it. He said arrogantly, "I'm going to say this today, no matter if you are from the Beijing Circle or any other circle, and no matter who you are. If anyone is dissatisfied and wants to get back at their boss, I will accept their request." Chen Shi curled his lips and said sarcastically, "Brother, let's not be too angry and keep a low profile. If you don't have a lot of energy, can you still be called a young man? Low key? Sorry, I can't find this word in the dictionary of my reckless army. Yes, with the god of war, the exiled immortal brother Taishu here, what do our reckless legion have to fear? Low profile? Ha, our reckless army's strength simply doesn't allow that. Hey, 11th sister, can you please correct your stance? 11th sister, you are not only the little princess of the Beijing Circle, but also a member of our reckless army. Chen Taishu smiled slightly. Third brother, have you seen the voices of the masses? Chen Shi was speechless for a moment. What can she do if she doesn't accept it? If she loses, and she has to admit it. At this time, someone who was ignored jumped out again to seek attention. My grandma often slapped Xiao Zilong. Look at this idiot, you've made him act so pretentiously. Isn't it just a lucky win in a PK game? Just treat it as New Year's Day, right? It seems that you didn't take my warning seriously. What do you want to practice? If you lose, I want you to kneel down and apologize to our Beijing Circle, slap yourself in the face, and the bet with Sister 11 will also be void. Little punk, do you dare to answer it? When Chen Shi saw the news on the public screen, she also learned that someone was standing up for her under the banner of the Beijing Circle. Her face suddenly darkened and she was about to lose her temper, but suddenly she thought of something. She changed her mind and said slowly, no one can interfere with the bet between me and my elder brother. Losing is losing. Don't you know the rule that you have to stand at attention when you get beaten? Chen Taishu was slightly startled. Wow, I didn't expect that this small-breasted little loli is so social and chivalrous. But she suddenly changed the subject. Chen Taishu knew that this little Lolita must have been holding her fart in. As expected. However, he wants you to kneel down and apologize to the Beijing Circle. I, the third brother, can't do anything about it. That's right, she did it on purpose. She just wanted to take this opportunity to test Chen Taishu's strength again. See if he is really as he guessed, out of ammunition and food, and at the end of his strength. Or to see where his limits are? Ha ha. Chen Taishu suddenly burst into laughter. Do you dare to answer it? Please remove the word ma. Your question is too humorous. Looking at the entire Douyin, is there any PK that I dare not take on? Chen Taishu licked his cracked lips. He continued, it just so happens that you haven't had enough fun tonight, so I'll play with you. I accept your bet. My bet is very simple. Our reckless army is all about positive energy. If you lose, I hope you can donate 50 million to a fair, just in open charity. How about it? It's very simple, right? You should thank me. After all, I am doing you a good deed. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong. Humph. You have a sharp tongue. Fine, I'll take it. How do you want to play? Just draw a path and I'll accompany you to the end. Chen Taishu smiled calmly and said, we've already had a PK match tonight, so another one would be a little lacking in meaning. Well, let's try something exciting. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong. What's so exciting? Tell me about it. Chen Taishu said calmly, do you know the live broadcast room of the Rise of Zhuxia Empire? The Rise of the Zhuxia Empire, this is the official live broadcast room. Various super burning documentaries about the rise of Zhuxia are played in the live broadcast room. And it broadcasts 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, without stopping. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong, of course I know. Chen Taishu smiled and continued, what we are going to play is very simple, very rough, and very exciting. The time limit is half an hour. Whoever ranks first when the time is up will win. How about it? Do you dare to play? Oh my god, this way of playing is really simple, rough, and exciting. There is no emphasis on tactics or strategy, let alone any fancy, messy stuff. The way this game is played is to see who has more tickets and who has more money. Want to win? It's simple, just spend money. At this time, in a villa in Magic City, which is so luxurious that even the floor is paved with gold. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong, also known as Zhou Sanshui, who was sitting on a European leather sofa, holding a mobile phone in one hand and a glass of iced whiskey in the other. After hearing Chen Taishu's words, he did not rush to reply, but thought carefully. He originally wanted to take advantage of this God-given opportunity to defeat Chen Taishu and make people in the Beijing Circle look up to him. By then, as long as I enter the Beijing Circle and get in touch with those big shots, who would dare to look down on me? What's more, this guy had just fought a big battle with Sister 11, and it is very likely that he is at the end of his strength. How could he bear to miss such a great opportunity to break into the Beijing circle? But now, Chen Taishu actually proposed such a simple and crude way of playing, which made him a little unsure for a moment. Is he just bluffing, or does he really have the strength? After secretly calculating in his mind, a disdainful smile appeared on his fleshy face. Whether you are true or false, there is no reason to be afraid. What's more, there is sufficient balance in my account. Even if they confront each other head-on, it is still unclear who will win. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong. It won't take half an hour to deal with a little idiot like you. A few minutes will be enough. Chen Taishu shrugged. People like you are like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. You don't know the kindness of a good person. The reason I said half an hour is because I thought you would have plenty of time to collect votes later. But I gave you a chance, but you don't seem to appreciate it. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong. Huh? You're not talking about yourself, are you? If you're worried that you won't have time to collect votes later, what's the harm in giving you half an hour? Who made me so broad-minded? Ha ha. Chen Taishu shook his head. Why didn't he believe it? He really had good intentions. Since you don't appreciate it, then just give me 10 minutes. I hope you won't regret it. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong. I don't know if I will regret it. But I know that some people will regret it when they kneel on the ground and slap themselves in the face. Chapter 48, The first young master in Beijing is about to end. Beijing, the most luxurious private winery in the imperial capital. Yi Shaodi, wearing a pure handmade custom-made suit, sat leisurely on the leather sofa. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, had a refined temperament, was charming and intimidating, and was gentle and restrained. I saw him gently shaking the goblet in his hand. Then he sniffed the red wine in the glass and frowned slightly. The next moment, he actually poured the Romane Conti in the cup, which was like liquid gold, directly onto the ground. One can see dislike and disgust in his eyes. Not to mention tasting it, he didn't even look at the Romane Conti on the table. With a slight wave of his finger, the servants of the winery immediately came forward. He bowed respectfully and said, Master Yi. Yi Shaodi said calmly, pour this bottle of wine into the toilet. The servants did not dare to question or hesitate in the slightest. He bowed his head respectfully and replied, Okay, Master Yi. Then he picked up the newly opened bottle of Romane Conti on the table and left quickly. He just smelled the $1 million red wine, and suddenly felt unhappy, so he ordered someone to pour it down the toilet. He is worthy of being the best young master in Beijing. He is so rich and inhumane. Yi Shaodi stretched out his finger and made another light move. Another servant who had been serving nearby came over to greet them. Bring me that bottle of 1992 Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon that's been decanted. Okay, Master Yi. A bottle of 1992 Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon dry red wine costs as much as $500,000 or $600,000. Moreover, there is still no demand for it. Yi Shaodi looked at the red wine in the goblet, which looked like deep red blood, and nodded with satisfaction. He raised his glass and said to Xia Yanji, who was sitting next to him, Come, have a taste. Xia Yanji took a sip, savored the taste in his mouth for a long time, and then slowly swallowed it. An expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. The moment you take a sip, the alluring aroma explodes in your mouth, filling your entire senses. It has a fine and mellow texture, a rich aroma, and a multi-layered aftertaste that is very profound. Yi Shaodi showed a humble smile on his face and teased, Yanji, it's a pity that you don't become a wine taster. While Xia Yanji waved his hand, Brother D, please stop making fun of me. I don't know anything about red wine. I was just talking nonsense just now. In short, the more confusing, the more obscure and mysterious your words are, the more people will think you are awesome. Yi Shaodi was slightly stunned, then shook his head with a smile, You kid, you are still as good at pretending as always. Xia Yanji smiled proudly, That's right. When I go back later, remember to pack me 2 bottles to take away. Yi Shaodi rolled his eyes at him in annoyance, You all come here to buy goods, right? Xia Yanji replied with a playful smile, There's nothing I can do. You are the eldest brother and the richest one. Yi Shaodi did not take over his words, but opened the exquisite and luxurious cigar box on the table and took out a cigar. Want one? Xia Yanji shook his head, took out a 15 yuan bottle of liqueur from his pocket and ordered it. Although I love to show off, I really can't draw your thing. If smoking doesn't protect your lungs, then what's left of your soul? Yi Shaodi did not force himself. He lit a cigar and enjoyed it with the red wine. He lay comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs. He looked up at the giant plasma TV. The live broadcast screen is being projected on the TV. He took a puff of his cigar and exhaled slowly. Pointing at the supreme floating screen barrage that was floating by, he asked casually, "Who is he?" Xia Yanji looked in the direction of his finger and confirmed, "Who? Does my grandma often slap Xiao Zilong?" Yi Shaodi nodded. "Is he from our circle? Whose ID is this? He deserves a beating." Xia Yanji shook his head. "No, I remember his name seemed to be Zhou Sanxue." After listening to his introduction, Yi Shaodi shook the red wine glass in his hand. After a moment's silence, he slowly said, "Since he wants to show off, let him test the waters first. If we can win, it doesn't matter if he becomes a dog. However, it's not that easy to defeat this place called Taishu Fantasy Realm." Xia Yinji raised his eyebrows and said, "Brother D, do you think that guy still has some strength left?" Yi Shaodi smiled slightly and said calmly, "Isn't there still some strength left?" "Maybe, I haven't even started to exert my strength yet." "No way?" Xia Yan blurted out unconsciously. "He has already spent more than 500 million renminbi tonight, and he still hasn't made any progress?" Yi Shaodi took a puff of the cigar elegantly, savored it in his mouth, and exhaled slowly. "I'm afraid this illusory world is not as simple as I imagined." "What's the meaning?" Yi Shaodi listened to Chen Taishu's arrogant voice coming from the TV speakers. He frowned and said, "I suspect this guy is from a noble family." Xia Yinji's expression froze. "A 1,000-year-old family? That's impossible?" This Taishu illusion realm's style of behavior is overbearing and arrogant, a typical reckless man, which is completely contrary to the low-key style of the aristocratic family. Besides, the water in Douyin is already muddy enough because of our factions. There is no reason for them to get involved. Yi Shaodi shook his head thoughtfully. "Yanji, don't you think that Douyin, a live streaming platform, is unusual in every way?" Xia Yanji nodded in agreement. "I know, and I asked the old man at home, but he didn't say anything and told me not to ask. In the past, whenever I did something bad, my old man would beat me with a belt. But since I started to indulge in Douyin, no one has opposed it. Some even strongly supported me and allowed me to squander it. Isn't this strange? My brothers in the circle are in similar situations to me. This is even more outrageous." Yi Shaodi smiled and said meaningfully, "This Douyin is becoming more and more interesting." Xia Yanji looked at him suspiciously and saw that he looked very interested. Curiously asked, "Brother D, you don't want to get involved, do you?" Yi Shaodi did not answer his question directly. Instead, he said inexplicably, "It only took me 10 years to earn more money than I could spend in a lifetime. Can't you enjoy yourself now?" "Well." Xia Yanji was slightly startled, then said in surprise, "That's great. Since you, Brother D, are willing to personally take action, then our Beijing circle has a backbone. From now on, our Beijing community will really become a united front. Won't we be able to walk sideways in Douyin? What Magic Circle, Hong Kong Circle, Northeast Circle? Anyone who refuses to obey will be beaten." Yi Shaodi smiled and shook his head. Chapter 49: Yi Shaodi's Plan. Emperor Yi frowned slightly as he watched Xia Yanji, who was becoming increasingly complacent and overly proud. He had to remind her earnestly, "Yanji, our family background is indeed prominent compared to ordinary people. But don't forget, this is a virtual network, no one will be pampered. What's more, in the eyes of some people, our family background is worthless. It's always right to be low-key and humble." Xia Yanji said nonchalantly, "Brother D, I know everything you said. But you don't really think that guy is from a noble family, do you? He did spend 500 million or 600 million in the past 2 days, but it's only 500 million or 600 million. Any wealthy person with a little bit of wealth probably wouldn't be short of this little money, right? Why do you insist, Brother D, that he must be someone extraordinary?" Yi Shaodi replied calmly, "My intuition tells me that the origin of Taishu Fantasy Realm is definitely not small." "Ha?" Xia Yanji was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Brother D, this is too much, isn't it?" "Nonsense?" Yi Shaodi shook his head. "Do you believe it or not, the PK between him and Xiao Shi just now was just for fun? TSK. Xia Yanji sneered disdainfully. 5 or 600 million is not a lot, but if you say that you are just throwing 5 or 600 million for fun, why don't I believe it? What? Does he have a mine, an oil field, or a banknote printing factory? Or are his dubi given as gifts for charging happy beans?" Yi Shaodi, holding a big cigar in his mouth, patted his shoulder heavily. Everyone naively believes that the people on the Forbes list are definitely the richest people in the world. But little do people know that even if you add up the wealth of all the rich people on the Forbes list, it may not be enough for a top family. The heritage of a top-notch family is beyond our imagination. Xiaoyinji is, after all, the son of a top official. Naturally, he knows a lot of shocking inside information that ordinary people would never be able to access in their lifetime. Of course he knew what Yi Shaodi said, so he couldn't refute it. He can only tentatively confirm again, Brother D, are you really so sure that this guy Taishu Huanjing is a descendant of a noble family? Yi Shaodi was too lazy to argue and explain with him any further. He said directly, if you want to know whether there is any origin or not, you can try it and find out. Xia Yinji asked curiously, how to try? Yi Shaodi's face turned cold and his tone became colder and colder. As everyone knows, Xiao Shi is the little princess of our Beijing circle. But even though he knew it clearly, he still accepted him as his younger brother without any scruples. The words were full of provocation and disdain towards us. This is no longer a slap in our face. This is like pressing our faces to the ground and rubbing them hard. Xia Yanji also nodded indignantly. If we don't teach him a lesson, we will become a laughingstock in the Beijing circle. Yi Shaodi tapped the cigar rhythmically with his index finger, and the ash slowly fell off. After a moment's silence, he continued, Yanji, after he finishes beating the dog, go and issue a challenge. Your face has been swollen after being beaten by outsiders. How can you still quarrel among yourself at this time? I'm going to challenge you. Tomorrow night you will lead your brothers to meet this guy. I want to see how powerful he is. Hearing this, Xia Yanji licked his lips excitedly. No problem, Brother D. Tomorrow night, I will definitely beat the shit out of him. Don't be careless. Let the brothers prepare enough tickets. Even if we lose, we must test his strengths and weaknesses for me. Xia Yanji chuckled indifferently. How could we possibly lose? Brother D, you're worrying too much. No matter how strong and powerful he is, a good tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves, and 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands. We have so many brothers here. If everyone just throws out some tickets, he will be crushed to death. Seeing his arrogant look, Yi Shaodi wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say it. A prominent and powerful family background, coupled with a smooth life. They have developed the bad habit of being arrogant and conceited. He always has an attitude that everyone is the boss and he is second to none. No matter how he persuaded him now, Xia Yanji would not listen. Only after being severely beaten will they understand that there is always someone better than you. Yi Shaodi narrowed his eyes and said nothing more. It's not a bad thing to let them suffer a little and experience some setbacks. As for winning or losing, it doesn't matter. Anyway, Yi Shaodi, will take action in the end. Since Chen Taishu and Zhou Sanshui had already reached an agreement, the 2 of them left the live broadcast room without any hesitation. Through search, find the live broadcast room of the rise of the Zhuxia Empire. As soon as the 2 of them left, the others quickly followed. In just a few seconds, the 2 live broadcast rooms, which originally had more than 100,000 real-time online viewers, instantly dropped to only a few hundred people. My goodness, this speed is really terrifying. Wang Ergu and Xiao Dubi looked at each other in bewilderment. Wang Ergu smiled awkwardly and said, how about I just end the show first, and we can play together again when we have a chance. The soul singer Xiao Dubi blinked her big eyes and said sweetly, don't be anxious, brother, go. I don't have anything to do anyway, how about I sing a song for you? Ha? Wang Ergu was stunned for a moment. He refused repeatedly, no. No need, I still have to go cheer for Brother Taishu. That's all for now. I'm leaving now. Bye. After saying that, he hung up the call in a hurry. After hanging up, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you were any slower, you might lose your life. Other people sing for money, but the soul singer Xiao Dubi is deadly. Looking at his embarrassed escape, the little funny guy curled his lips. He muttered, am I really that scary? Why does it feel like I'm going to eat him? Millions of people flocked to the live broadcast room of the rise of the Zhuxia Empire in an instant. Everyone is paying attention to the second showdown tonight. They all wanted to see how powerful Brother Taishu could be. Will his undefeated golden body and unbeaten legend be broken? Chapter 50 10 Seconds of Real Manliness. Chen Taishu secretly calculated the 10 billion dubi for the trial mission. He spent 300 million yesterday, squandered 4.8 billion in the battle with Chen Shi, and gave 300 million in tips to the commentators. Now there should be only about 4.6 billion left. I was too lazy to exit the live broadcast room and check my account, so I just clicked on the gift column. The doobie balance will also be displayed on the right side of the gift column. Just as he had just calculated, there were indeed only 4.6 billion left. Chen Taishu showed a satisfied smile on his face. It looks like I can complete this trial mission tonight. As for the vote buying and reward giving stuff, it's only fun if you have an opponent to compete with you. You asked Chen Taishu to brush it all by himself, can he finish it? Of course he can. But it was no fun at all. He will also become an emotionless vote rigging machine. That's why Chen Taishu is so arrogant. He just wants to make enemies everywhere, and he wants all the rich people on the internet to dislike him. He just wants everyone to beat him up. Only in this way can he spend with full enthusiasm. He could only say sorry to those opponents who were beaten by him. Sorry, I just want to complete the task and make money. Now, the number of real-time online viewers in the live broadcast room of the rise of the Xusha Empire has already exceeded 10 million. And there are countless level 60 rich people in the live broadcast room. There are even many big rich people hiding in the live broadcast room and peeking at the screen. Unlike the tourists who just come to watch the fun, they are not here for some exciting showdown. In fact, they all came for Chen Taishu. They just want to know what the limits of this mysterious and domineering brother Taishu are. To put it bluntly, we are all here to test the waters. But will Chen Taishu let them have their wish? Will he let them find out their own strengths and weaknesses? I looked at the time displayed on my phone. Illusion, it's 9 o'clock now, and the time limit is 10 minutes. When 9:10 comes, whoever ranks first will win. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong, cherish these last 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I'm afraid you won't be able to continue playing Douyin. Chen Taishu burst out laughing. This guy is even crazier than me? Illusion of the Great Void, a mad dog will eat shit, a mad man will get into trouble. Come on, stop hiding it, show it. Zhou Sanxue is not going to waste time. If we don't bleed some blood tonight, we won't be able to take down this guy. What's more, only if I spend a lot of money, won't the Beijing Circle be more receptive to me? He is determined to win this duel. The next second, a special effect of a soaring and tumbling 5-clawed golden dragon appeared in the live broadcast room, and the phone began to vibrate. The dazzling golden dragon good news once again blooms in the live broadcast rooms of all platforms. My grandma often fanned Zhao Zilong and gave away Carnival 999 in the live broadcast room of the rise of the Xusha Empire. A rich man has arrived and is spending money lavishly. Go and watch. Chen Taishu just watched quietly. Since he was given time to show off, there was no need to rush. He knew it wasn't over yet. If he comes to cause trouble for me with just these conditions, then he is either a complete idiot or he is crazy about becoming famous. It turned out to be just as he expected. As soon as the first golden dragon good news disappeared, the second one came. The third one. The fourth one. The 10th. Still going. Fuck, is this guy also a tough guy? This is already the 18th consecutive attack of the Grand Carnival, right? Are you fucking stupid? Among those who have reached level 60 in wealth, how many are weaklings? Of course, just ignore what I said about guilds, return traffic, and e-commerce. Looking at his posture, he is obviously going for 40 or 50 consecutive hits. Brother Taishu is in danger. Including the tips for the commentary team, Brother Taishu had already received 5.1 billion votes. He probably doesn't have many votes left now. Damn, these guys are so shameless, this is obviously a round-robin battle. That's right. Even if Brother Taishu barely beats this guy, what should we do if another person from his circle comes out to challenge him? Even if Brother Taishu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will never be able to defeat a group of people with 1 head and 2 arms. Seeing the golden dragon-esque good news appearing for the 40th time, there were exclamations on the public screen in the live broadcast room. Some viewers have already started to feel anxious and worried for Brother Taishu. Some people even started to criticize Chen Taishu. Is Chen Taishu panicking? He is panicking. He even complained that the wind and waves were not strong enough. Yi Shaodi watched the live broadcast on the TV and smiled slightly. It looks like this guy is ready to bleed a lot. Judging from the situation, he is obviously going for 100 consecutive hits. Xia Yanji nodded in agreement. 300 million RMB, it's not a lot, but it's not a little either. Although he is a super nouveau riche, he is only a second-generation rich man after all. 300 million is indeed a lot. Yi Xiaodi thought for a moment and said, no matter who wins or loses in the end, just take him in. If I still refuse to let you in, I'm afraid people in the Beijing circle will talk about me. Xia Yinji knew what he meant and agreed immediately. Then he asked with great interest, if he really hits 100 times in a row, do you think he can take down the Grand Illusion realm? Yi Xiaodi frowned and thought for a moment, then finally shook his head. I'm afraid we can't take him down, but we should be able to find out his background. Xia Yinji said disapprovingly, I beg your pardon. I think 3 billion votes should be enough to take him down. Oh? Yi Xiaodi immediately became interested. Want to bet? Okay, whoever loses will finish this bottle of Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon in one go. Yi Xiaodi stared at him with a constipated look on his face. I suspect you are just cheating on food and drink. Fuck, this is already the 60th Golden Dragon announcement, right? It seems like they are not going to stop. Oh no, this guy is going for 100 hits? Does Brother Taishu still have a chance to win? I don't know if Taishu can win, but I'm really impressed by his hand speed. Look, this guy only used 40 seconds to perform more than 60 combos. He's so weak. Haha, I would like to call Brother Taishu a real man for 10 seconds. Brother Taishu? Ugh, Brother Pai is more like that. If he wins this round, I will do a handstand and have diarrhea live. Of course there will be no shortage of haters in the live broadcast room. After all, you are not RMB, how can you make everyone like you? No matter how awesome or great a person is, there still be haters who criticize him? What's more, what the internet is most lacking is trolls and keyboard warriors. Chen Taishu waited for nearly a minute before the opponent finished playing the 100 sets of Grand Carnival. I couldn't help but reveal a black question mark face. Have these rich second generation's bodies been hollowed out by alcohol and sex? With that kind of hand speed, what the hell are you doing? After watching 100 sets of Grand Carnival Wednesday Water, I started to show off the floating screen barrage. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong, come on, little jerk, show me your strength. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and was about to start showing off his muscles when the WeChat notification sound rang. Chapter 51 Clearing the account again. I opened WeChat and saw that it was a message from my second brother. Pei Yuanlan, brother, send me your account password and I will help you top up some money. In this respect, Douyin on Blue Star is very different from TikTok in the previous life. To recharge Blue Star Douyin, you need to provide your account password, otherwise you cannot recharge with just your Douyin account. Chen Taishu nodded in approval. His second brother was a good person and he was easy to get along with. He quickly replied, no need, second brother. Do you think your elder brother is short of money? He said this quite seriously. I am short of money, but I am not short of doobie, hee. I definitely don't have as much money as you, but I definitely don't have as much doobie as all of you combined. Pei Yuanlan, it's not big brother, please don't be embarrassed. If you don't have it, just tell your second brother. Don't carry it alone. Chen Taishu's heart was slightly touched. If he had met a close friend like his second brother in his previous life, he would not have fallen into such a situation. Pei Yuanlan, this matter was originally caused by me. If it were you, big brother. No, big brother, either you give me your account password or your bank card account information. Wow, this second brother, now he wants to transfer the money directly, right? Of course Chen Taishu would not agree. Okay, second brother, just stay in the live broadcast room and watch how big brother kills everyone. Just when I was about to end the chat and return to the live broadcast room, another new WeChat message came in. Wang Ergu, brother, please give me your account password. Okay, another one who wants to recharge his own account. Chen Taishu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You guys are making the task more difficult for me. I have to find ways to empty my account every time, and you guys want to top up my account? I'm really screwed. Just as he was replying to the WeChat message, the public screen in the live broadcast room became restless. What's going on? Isn't it Brother Taishu's turn to show off? Why has there been no movement for so long? Shit, he's not going to run away, is he? This is playing all of us in the palm of his hand. Shut up, my brother Taishu can run? Run your legs off, little black man, get out of here. I'm anxious. Taishu Huanjing is your father, why are you defending him so much? If he didn't run away, then why don't you call him out to vote, call him to show off, how long has it been? I don't think he will run away. I guess he is trying to raise votes. Just as the crowd was discussing the matter, Chen Taishu finally switched the screen to the live broadcast room. He simply ignored the little black fans who were trying to trick him on the public screen. Because in the next second, all these black fans will shut up. Mue 5-clawed golden dragon suddenly rolled out and roared at the screen. The phone suddenly vibrated. Fuck. I was typing when my phone suddenly vibrated. I was so scared that I threw it away. Fortunately, it didn't tea-break. Hee. Can I say I'm squatting? Forget it, I won't say it anymore. I'll wash my hands and my phone. Brother Taishu made a move? Where's Heisey? Come out and talk? Heisey, talk. When Chen Taishu's golden dragon good news bloomed with the fireworks, the haters in the live broadcast room disappeared as expected. Chen Taishu had no intention of hiding the money. Wasn't there still 4.6 billion left in the account? He planned to clear it out all at once and complete the task first. As for whether 4.6 billion is enough, who knows? Chen Taishu raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and muttered disdainfully, "Boy, watch this. Let me show you what a real man's hand speed is." Next, Chen Taishu opened fire at full force. The magical skill of 10 hits in 1 second was performed again in the live broadcast room. Fuck, Brother Taishu is showing off his special skills again, it's really fucking awesome. There's no reason. I've been single for more than 20 years. How come I don't have this much hand speed? Boy, can you compete with a rich man like Brother Taishu? You practice hand speed by rubbing, while Brother Taishu practices by picking, do you understand? The comments on the public screen really overestimate Chen Taishu. It's not their fault. After all, most ordinary people always overimaginate the wealthy and powerful who seem to be high and mighty. I'm afraid no one would believe him if I said he was a novice, right? In just 10 seconds, Chen Taishu completed 100 consecutive attacks in the Grand Carnival. But this is only 3 billion votes, and there are still 1.6 billion left. 10 hits per second is fast, but still tiring. After 100 high-speed hits, he felt like his hands were about to break. So I had to stop and take a break. It's the same 100-hit combo of the Grand Carnival. Now the two have the same number of votes. Do you want to continue? Because Zhao Zilong had the upper hand, even if the votes were the same, Zhao Zilong would still be number one. I guess Brother Taishu still wants to wait for him to make the first move? The time limit is 10 minutes, and 4 or 5 minutes have passed. Taishu Huanjing, are you still going to show it? If not, I will continue. At this moment, Zhou Sanchue's face turned blue, red and white, which was quite interesting. He originally thought that 3 billion votes would be enough to defeat Chen Taishu, who was out of ammunition and food. But now it seems that I was overthinking. This guy is definitely not a spent force. Taking a deep breath, he was indeed shocked by Chen Taishu's terrifying strength. At this moment, his face looked even uglier. If I recharge again, it will definitely be too late. The most important thing is, even if there is enough time, how much recharge is needed? Seeing that he didn't reply for a long time, Chen Taishu smiled slightly. He thought this guy came with great conditions, but in the end he only got 3 billion votes? TSK. Waste of emotion. Since the other party had nothing to show, he simply cleared out all the remaining 1.6 billion votes. Taishu Huanjing gave away Carnival 999 in the live broadcast room of the Rise of Zhuxia Empire. The super rich man has come and spent a lot of money. Go and watch. The Golden Dragon's good news flashed again. It seems that Zhao Zilong is out of tickets. TSK. Did you see that? Brother Taishu kindly limited the time limit to half an hour before, but you didn't appreciate it. Now you know you were wrong? It's boring. The rest of the time is basically just Brother Taishu's free time. Brother Taishu, life is as lonely as snow, there is no one who can fight. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong, who is regretting now. Does Zhou Sanchue, who was specifically tagged out to criticize him, regret it? I definitely regret it, and I am so sad that I can't even cry. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have forced myself to show off. Half an hour is just half an hour, why do you have to pretend to be cool and say it only takes minutes? He even wanted to slap himself twice. Is it okay now? 300 million RMB was thrown in, but not even a bubble appeared. The skin has been spoiled, and it is undoubtedly more difficult to squeeze into the Beijing circle now. It didn't take long, just a few seconds, and Chen Taishu completely emptied his account. Seeing that his final vote count was fixed at 4.6 billion, Zhou Sanxue wanted to die. Chapter 52, Spending Billions Every Minute. It turns out that his limit is 4.6 billion votes? Snap, snap. Zhou Sanxue finally couldn't hold it in and slapped himself twice. He cursed inwardly, fuck, I told you to show off, I told you to show off, fuck. He has already spent 300 million, would he still be short of this extra 100 million? If I had agreed to half an hour before, and then recharged another 200 million now, wouldn't I have won? But unfortunately, it's too late. There is no regret medicine in this world. Of course, even if he had enough time and could recharge 200 million, the final result would be nothing more than throwing 200 million down the drain. When Chen Taishu's Grand Carnival completed 100 consecutive attacks, Yi Shaodi asked with a smile, how do you want to feast? Xia Yanji stood up and grabbed the bottle of Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Then he tilted his head back and gulped it down. Seeing this, Yi Shaodi shook his head. A bottle of heirloom wine worth $500,000 or $600,000 is made like this? Can you taste the flavor if you drink it this way? Xu Beiji eats the ginseng fruit, which is a waste of food. But he didn't think it was a waste, he just felt a little unhappy. He felt that Xia Yanji must be a swindler who was eating and drinking for free. He drank the whole bottle of red wine in one breath. After finishing, he wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth with his sleeve. Brother D, should I go and issue a challenge now? Yi Shaodi shook his head and said, no hurry. Although 300 million failed to win him, it should be able to test his limits. Let's take a look first. It won't take 2 minutes. Fuck, Brother Taishu has already spent almost 4.6 billion, right? Damn, this is too awesome. Tonight, Brother Taishu has spent almost 10 billion. It's really outrageous. It's outrageous. 10 billion tickets, 10 billion RMB, isn't this too rich? 1 billion. This is 1 billion real money. How can it be swiped away in just a few minutes? Just thinking about it makes me feel fucking excited. Can anyone tell me who Brother Taishu is? He can spend 1 billion in a few minutes. Even the banknote printing factory at home can't print so fast, right? Too rich, Brother Taishu is so damn rich, it shattered my worldview tonight. I can only blame myself for my lack of education. I can only say fuck you to everyone. Brother Taishu is awesome. Brother Taishu, I will give birth to a baby for you. Chen Shi was lying on the bed with a faint smile on his baby face. He took out the lollipop from his mouth and muttered, 10 billion, so 10 billion votes is your limit? Then a look of disdain appeared on his face, TSK. Not that great. Yi Shaodi also showed a look of disappointment and shook his head. Xia Yinji naturally saw his reaction and said with a smile, why, Brother D, you seem very disappointed? A little bit. Yi Shaodi drank the red wine in the glass. I thought he was someone of some importance. I was looking forward to fighting with this mysterious young man from a noble family. It seems I was overthinking. Xia Yinji smiled and said, I told you that he is definitely not from a noble family, but you still don't believe it. Brother D, it seems like you can't do anything this time. You can only find another opportunity to join Douyin. As for this embroidered pillow that looks strong on the outside but is actually weak on the inside, leave it to me. Tomorrow I will help Xiao Shi get back his face, and also restore the reputation of our Beijing circle. Young Emperor Yi waved his hands angrily. But in the end, I still remind you, when a lion fights a rabbit, it will also use all its strength. Be well prepared, and don't let yourself get caught in a trap. Xia Yinji patted his chest and said confidently, don't worry, I guarantee that I can get it in one fell swoop. I'm going to issue a challenge right now. After saying that, he took out his cell phone and logged into Douyin. Of course Chen Taishu didn't know. He just cleared the account and completed the task. He never thought that it would give so many people the wrong impression. At 9:10, the duel, which had no suspense in the second half, came to an end. Chen Taishu immediately started to post barrages of comments floating on the screen. Taishu Huanjing, how about it, do you regret it now? Look at you, I gave you a chance but you couldn't grasp it, you are useless. Do you still take my kindness for granted? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong, humph. I have to admit defeat. I will donate 50 million to charity tomorrow. I will then post proof of donation. The public is welcome to supervise and verify. Chen Taishu nodded with satisfaction. In a gambling fight, what is needed is this kind of spirit of being willing to accept defeat. If you think of playing dirty tricks and playing tricks, you will not only lose face, but also your inner self. Chen Taishu was just about to type when he accidentally saw a scrolling system prompt. The writer in Tianxia entered the live broadcast room. He narrowed his eyes and saw the level 60 ID. His intuition told him that the other party might have bad intentions. As expected, as soon as this ID appeared, the public screen in the live broadcast room exploded. Isn't this the guy ranked third on the top 10 rich list? Yes, it's him. He is the second most important person in the Beijing circle, along with the little princess, and he is a tough guy. Isn't this a bit shameless? Fighting one after another, this round of fighting will never end, right? Indeed, the Beijing circle is getting worse with each generation, and now they are even using such despicable tactics. A stinky thing like dog shit, you are going too far. Of course, there are many people from other factions hiding in the live broadcast room. At this moment, they were almost laughing so hard that they couldn't stop grinning as they watched the Beijing circle incur public outrage. Of course they are happy to see the Beijing circle, who think they are the best in the world, being humiliated. Chen Taishu also learned about the background of the author of Peace in the World from the comments on the public screen. His intuition is quite accurate. As for the onlookers who stood up for him, he didn't care. Round-robin battle? Beat the small one and the big one comes out, beat the big one and the old one comes out? It doesn't matter. The thing I'm least afraid of is a round-robin battle. In the eyes of others, they are going too far. But in Chen Taishu's eyes, they are all walking experience points, walking ATMs. It is because of their existence that it is so satisfying to vote. You can make money so easily by earning it yourself. They are all good people. Take Su Wanjing, received it. As he was thinking about it, he was so excited that he actually typed accepted. Well. His sudden and outrageous move immediately confused everyone. Xia Yanji was more confused than anyone else. Nobody, I haven't even said anything yet and you picked up the phone? Besides, why the hell do you believe that I'm coming for you? I'm totally screwed. I just can't do it anymore. Xia Yanji, what the hell am I doing here? Chapter 53, Slap the Beijing Circle Again. Mao Shi's group of followers were all confused. No, is her elder brother really that fierce? At least let someone make an opening statement. As expected, her elder brother was a reckless man, a complete and utter reckless man. There was no way to wash his name. Pei Yuanlan was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The dream of 900 million boys, my big brother, why are you in such a hurry? Let me do it first. Chen Taishu smiled awkwardly and quickly explained, my hands are shaking. My hands are shaking. I'm going too fast. Pucci, I really can't help it, brother Taishu, please stop doing this all the time, okay? I was drinking water and it sprayed all over my phone. Brother Taishu, you have to compensate me with a new phone. Dude, what's that? I was eating instant noodles. But I'm more rational than you. I turned my head and sprayed to the side. But wait, it seems that my wife is next to me. I'm Urknasi. Let's all mourn for the brothers upstairs for 3 seconds. May there be no Taishu brother in heaven. Xia Yanji ignored the public screen and started to float on his own. Writing Peace for the World, Sanchue, you have done very well. Come and play with us from now on. The meaning of his words was already very clear. When Zhou Sanchue saw his floating screen comments, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was inexplicably surprised. After being a bootlicker for so long, he finally got recognition unexpectedly. How could he not be excited? Just when I was about to launch a barrage, I saw Chen Taishu's floating screen. Taishu Huanjing, boy, I'll give you one chance, come with me from now on. Chen Taishu did it on purpose. He wanted to make things difficult for them. Would you be angry if someone poached your people in front of your Beijing circle? Although you don't care about this person, this is a matter of face. As expected, Xia Yanji couldn't hold it in any moment. Writing Peace for the World, what do you mean? You poached my people right in front of me. You want to slap me in the face, right? Do you take yourself too seriously? What qualifications do you think you have to compete with us for people? Do you think you can give him as much as we give him? What a joke. Taishu Huanjing, I don't know what you can give him, but you can't give him what I give him. Writing peace for the world, oh? Really? This makes me curious. What can you give him? Chen Taishu smiled slightly, his fingertips moving quickly on the screen. Taishu Huanjing, I can give him dignity, I can make him no longer live like a dog. It was just a simple sentence, but it was like a bolt from the blue. Taishu Huanjing, boy, let me remind you, don't be naive to think that they are willing to accept you today. The reason they accepted you was just because they wanted to save face and were afraid of being talked about. You have to think carefully. Even if you join their circle today, you will still live like a dog without dignity. It's no use trying to squeeze into a circle that doesn't belong to you. Chen Taishu's words were like heavy hammers, hitting Zhou Sanchue's heart. In order to tear off the label of nouveau riche, he has tried his best to squeeze into the circle and elevate his status over the years. But in the end, I suddenly realized that I am not even as good as a nouveau riche and am just an obedient dog. He was not a fool. After Chen Taishu's reminder, he figured out why they suddenly accepted him today. He would not be naive enough to think that he has become a popular figure now. However, the word dignity that Chen Taishu said was like thunder, constantly exploding in his ears. At this moment, he himself couldn't believe that he actually hesitated. Isn't it your dream to break into the Beijing circle? But why hesitate now? Brother Taishu is right. If you can't squeeze into a circle, don't force it. There's no need to humble yourself. Well said, even if you force your way in, you'll still be an outsider, so why bother? I don't understand the big truth, but I know that being a human with dignity is better than being a dog without dignity. Brother, be a human being. Brother, come on, the reckless army welcomes you. Zhou Sanchue suddenly showed a long-lost confident smile on his face. Only now did he realize that he seemed to have entered a dead end. Why do you have to squeeze into the circle to elevate yourself and eliminate the label of nouveau riche? This idea was completely wrong from the beginning. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong, Brother Taishu, can I be a qualified reckless man? Once this floating screen appears, how could anyone not know what he means? Xia Yinji immediately threw the red wine glass in his hand to the ground in frustration. Yi Shaodi next to him just smiled faintly and had no intention of speaking at all. He still insisted that these guys who had everything going their way must suffer some setbacks and beatings. So he chose to watch the fun. After all, now is not the time for him to take action. Chen Taishu is always tolerant of those who can turn back from their mistakes and become a prodigal son. Taishu Huanjing, it doesn't matter. If you follow me, it will be hard for you not to become a reckless man. My grandma often slapped Zhao Zilong, brother, how many meals do I eat in 3 days if I hang out with you? Also, do you flip the table when we eat? Chen Taishu rolled his eyes in annoyance. This guy thinks I'm Brother Crow, right? Brothers finally got to eat a good meal, but you fucking overturned the table? Chen Taishu's sudden idea to do this undoubtedly rubbed the face of the Beijing circle hard on the ground again. If nothing unexpected happens, he is destined to become a laughingstock before he can regain his status in the Beijing circle. Writing peace for the world, you are very good. You slap us in the face again and again, right? Chen Taishu shook his head. Look at what he said. It's totally unsound. Have these second-generation rich and powerful people, who have been pampered by their extravagant lifestyle, ruined their brains? Illusion, you insist on putting your faces on my palms. What can I do? It's fine if you bring your left cheek closer, but bring your right cheek closer as well. I have reason to suspect that you are trying to scam me. Writing peace for the world, humph, you are really sharp-tongued. I'm too lazy to beat around the bush. Do you dare to answer the phone at 8 o'clock tomorrow night? Come on, just one sentence. Chen Taishu smiled. Take so Wanjing, didn't I answer you as soon as you came in? Writing for peace in the world, don't say we are bullying you because we have more people. We are kindly reminding you that it is best to prepare more votes. If it's the same as today, you might as well just admit defeat. Taishu illusion, don't worry about it. Would I be afraid of you having more people? Ha ha. I'll tell you, can I beat 100 of you? Writing for peace in the world, humph. I've seen many people who are stubborn, but once their teeth are knocked out one by one, they will no longer be stubborn. I hope you won't let us down tomorrow. Illusion of the realm of the void, it's still unclear who will beat whom. Chapter 54 Traditional Chinese Martial Arts. The brightly lit National Destiny Department. Director Chen Baoguo waved his fist excitedly. Okay, I just like this guy's recklessness. If you don't agree, just fight. Whoever is a coward is a thief. Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun smiled and shook his head. You don't like his recklessness, you just like the profit he creates. Chen Bagua smiled and waved his hand, saying, It's all the same, all the same. This is our Zuxia's god of wealth. In the past 2 days, he has directly or indirectly created a lot of income for us. We must protect this god of wealth. Zhou Jianjun frowned and asked, Director, doesn't the rule clearly state that we cannot investigate user information? Chen Bagua glared at him and said unhappily, The rules state that you cannot conduct investigations through all the back-end data, and you cannot check real name information. Zhou Jianjun looked at him in confusion, So what? Stupid. Chen Bagua scolded him unhappily. Through the mutual disclosures among users, we know that the dream of 900 million boys is pay you online, right? Zhou Jianjun nodded, Yes, they exposed it themselves, so we did not violate any rules. Even after talking about this, he still hasn't reacted. Chen Bagua was so angry. Follow the clues, understand? Didn't they say they wanted to get together? Zhou Jianjun suddenly understood. He slapped his head in annoyance. Ah! I'm getting old, and my brain isn't very sharp anymore. Old Zhou, stop making excuses. You are just stupid. Deputy Director Zhou's defense was instantly broken. He said with a glare, I racked my brains to come up with a clever way to effectively increase the profit value. Since you say I'm stupid, I'd better not say anything. After all, what good ideas can a stupid person come up with, right? Hey, don't worry, old Zhou. Director Chen immediately became anxious. He quickly argued, blame me for saying the wrong thing, okay? Seeing that he still looked angry, Director Chen can only resort to the tactic of righteousness. Old Zhou, if you have any good ideas, please tell us now. This concerns the fate of the country. Don't lose your temper. After all, they are old partners, who doesn't know each other? When Zhou Jianjun heard this, he felt like a deflated ball. Old Chen, besides using justice to pressure me, do you have any other new tricks? Chen Bagua boasted proudly, It doesn't matter if it's old or new, as long as it works. Okay, stop making trouble. Tell me what tricks you have. Ahem. Zhou Jianjun cleared his throat. He said slowly, We can use the influence of celebrity idols to organize a charity voting event on Douyin. The celebrity idol who receives the most votes will be elected as the Zuxia charity ambassador. At the same time, you can also be awarded the title of honorary lord. As for the proceeds, of course, all of them will be used for charity. Old Chen, what do you think of this idea? It's like killing several birds with one stone. Although he only gave a rough outline, Chen Bagua understood it completely. He frowned and said, Isn't this just cutting the leaks of fans and selling official positions and titles in ancient times? Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Zhou immediately became unhappy. How can this be called cutting leaks? We are fighting for the fate of our country. People spend a little money, but they can get rewards such as increased life expectancy and improved physical fitness. I believe it goes without saying which is more important, right? It's not even a question of selling official positions or titles. It's just a title that symbolizes honor. In addition to being the director of the National Transport Department, Chen Bagua is also the commander-in-chief of the army. He is certainly not an indecisive person. This method is indeed quite clever and can definitely create a considerable amount of profit. So he had no reason to hesitate. He immediately decided, I will call the king right away to report this matter. He picked up the red telephone on the desk and prepared to dial. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something. You have to be careful about the god of wealth. Once you find him, you must protect him well and don't let him have any accidents. Zhou Jianjun nodded, Don't worry, I will dispatch the dragon guards directly. Chen Taishu didn't know now that he was being targeted. After making a bet with Xie Yinji, he immediately quit Douyin. I had just logged out when the text message alert sounded. An excited look appeared on his face and he clicked it to take a look. Sure enough, the system's rebate has arrived. 970 million was directly deposited into the card. Look at the long string of numbers displayed after the balance. Chen Taishu couldn't stop laughing. These densely packed little numbers are really very attractive. Now, he finally became a rich man. It was online for more than an hour and earned 970 million. What the hell does that mean? More than 15 million per minute. But now, although Chen Taishu was excited, his real attention was not on the numbers. Instead, he silently said in his heart, Tongzi. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the trial mission issued by this system. The performance rating of this mission is S, and the host is rewarded with mastery of traditional Chinese martial arts. Note 1, the host will eventually become a godlike man. How can he not have a strong body to support it? How can he not have extraordinary kung fu to protect himself? Note 2, traditional Chinese martial arts are not just fancy tricks, nor are they just fancy moves. They are real killing skills. Martial arts that only kill the enemy, not perform, are Chinese martial arts. Note 3, the martial arts awarded this time include Wing Chun, Xingyi, Baji, Tai Chi, Bagua. Chen Taishu was startled and felt dizzy for a while, but he recovered after a moment. But out of nowhere, his mind suddenly filled with many memories of Chinese martial arts and practical combat skills experience. These memories and experiences seemed to be innate to him, engraved in his mind and bones. There was no sense of unfamiliarity, and I was able to do it effortlessly and master it. He finally understood why the real traditional Chinese martial arts had declined. Why has it been passed down to this day and has evolved into a movement? Chen Taishu took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. His eyes became much sharper, and his strength, speed, agility, etc., all underwent a qualitative leap. How strong, he didn't know. But he knew it was very strong. Moreover, he felt that his arm, which had been in a cast, had recovered to normal. He stretched out his right hand and crushed the hard plaster into pieces. I moved my left hand slowly and found that there was no problem with it. I can finally move around freely. That feels great. But Tongzi, is this reward of traditional Chinese martial arts really just for self-defense? What else? You still want to kill someone? Now we live in a society ruled by law. Killing someone is against the law. Chapter 55, The Exiled Immortal Descends to Earth. Proficient in traditional Chinese martial arts. Chen Taishu laughed triumphantly when he thought of something. He Kung Fu Queen, right? But Jiquan, right? Threat of force, right? Auntie, I have some kung fu skills now. If you dare to make a noise or touch me again, I'll beat your butt until it's broken. Step 2 of the God-making plan, showing off one's talents for the first time. This system will recharge the host's Douyin account with 100 billion Douyin coins. The host must spend it all within 1 month. Mission failed, host dies, system destroyed, author dies. Chen Taishu was secretly shocked. He remembered that there didn't seem to be any penalty for failure in the first step of trying out the skill. What's more, this dog system is quite cruel, even allowing for mutual destruction. But it doesn't matter, he can't fail anyway. If he can't even fail in such a simple and easy task, then there is no point in him being alive, he is just wasting air. Notes on the God-making plan 1, once the God-making plan is launched, the host. Notes on the God-making plan 2, all cashbacks. Notes for the first time, the Dou coins provided by this system. Tongzi started talking in a flurry of explanations again, all the same, no different from the previous ones. 100 billion Dubi in 1 month. Is this also called a mission? He could do this without fucking hands, not to mention that he has both hands working now. There is no difficulty at all. Chen Taishu dared to conclude that the system father was someone sent by God specifically to bring him warmth and benefits. A happy smile appeared on his face. He really likes this Tongzi. Pick up your phone and prepare to log into Douyin to check whether the Douyin coins have arrived. He had just logged into Douyin when a crimson invitation letter suddenly popped up on the interface. The cover of the invitation letter was printed with the mysterious mask pattern. As soon as you see this pattern, it means it must be from the mysterious platform official. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows slightly and opened the special invitation letter curiously. Golden characters began to flash on the screen. Dear Mr. Taishu Huanjing, congratulations on becoming our company's 99th specially invited wealthy guest. As our special guest, you will enjoy the unique privilege of using exclusive gifts. The exclusive gift customized for you by our company, the Exiled Immortal, has been placed in your gift column. Thank you for your support and recognition of our company, thank you. At the end of the invitation letter is today's date and the mysterious mask pattern. Chen Taishu was slightly stunned. 99? Specially invited wealthy guests? Privileged use of exclusive gifts? Exiled immortals descending to Earth? Chen Taishu felt that his brain seemed to be insufficient. He clicked on the gift column and took a look. Sure enough, there was a new gift named the Exiled Immortal descending to Earth in the gift column. And on the upper left side of the gift, the word exclusive is marked. Looking at the price again, Chen Taishu's eyes suddenly lit up. 1 million Do coins. Wow, a banished immortal costs 1 million Do coins to come down to Earth. This is undoubtedly the strongest help for Chen Taishu. He tried to hold down the banished immortal and sure enough, a combo occurred. But unfortunately, there is only one combo button, and 100 of them are given away. In other words, Chen Taishu can now generate up to 100 million sound waves by clicking on the screen. Although it is not too outrageous, it is at least several times better than a set of Grand Carnival. The most important thing is that this is a unique and exclusive gift. He is the only one in the world who can use it. After closing the gift bar, Chen Taishu frowned again. As far as he knew, he seemed to be the only one in the Zuxia tribe who had an exclusive gift. What are the conditions for the mysterious platform to officially invite wealthy guests? It's certainly 1TB that the recharge has reached 100 billion, because there are definitely more than 1 or 2 Douyin from the Zuxia tribe who have recharged 100 billion. So this threshold can be directly eliminated. Chen Taishu couldn't help but wonder, is it about potential? He shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he was too lazy to think about it anymore. It was a waste of brain cells. There are now 99 specially invited wealthy guests from around the world. That is to say, 99 people have exclusive gifts. But he was the only one in the Zuxia tribe. Chen Taishu didn't know what this would mean, and he didn't want to think about it now. Enjoy life to the fullest when you are having fun. Thinking too much will only add to your troubles. He quit Douyin again and stretched lazily. When I walked out of the bedroom, I saw Su Qingyan still leaning over the coffee table, typing away on the keyboard. He shook his head slightly, thinking that the old lady must be possessed by a demon. Without disturbing her, he picked up the cleaning tools and went back to the bedroom to clean up the plaster debris scattered on the floor. When I walked into the living room again, I found that Su Qingyan stood up. When she stretched, her graceful and sexy body was fully revealed. Seeing her turn her head to look at him, Chen Taishu quickly looked away. Of course Su Qingyan noticed his evasive look. She smiled charmingly and tossed her hair in a seductive way. Chen Taishu was very excited when he saw it. The woman's subconscious action of lifting her hair is truly full of charm and grace. It can also arouse men's hearts the most. Ha! Su Qingyan widened her eyes, as if she had discovered something. Surprised, he said, did you remove the plaster yourself? Is your hand healed? Chen Taishu smiled slightly and waved his arms. See? It's completely healed now. He added meaningfully, I can really kill a cow now. It's different now than before, he really wasn't tea-bragging. Su Qingyan sneered disdainfully, TSK. Little weakling. Chen Taishu was immediately unhappy. You used to call me a weakling, and I accepted it. But now. He immediately said proudly, Auntie, please be careful with your attitude when talking to me next time. Now I am fully recovered and I am completely different from before. Su Qingyan was about to sneer, but she suddenly discovered something. He looked at him carefully. She slowly moved closer and carefully examined him from top to bottom. Chen Taishu felt uncomfortable being stared at by her. Auntie, why are you staring at me? Su Qingyan frowned slightly and muttered in confusion, it seems to be different. I feel like your whole spirit is full of energy. Chen Taishu smiled proudly and said, that's right, my recovery is like the end of the seal. Why didn't I notice you have muscles before? Lift up your clothes so I can see. Chen Taishu immediately looked at her with a vigilant expression, Auntie, what do you want to do? Su Qingyan gave him a charming look. Without caring too much, she actually started to lift up Chen Taishu's t-shirt. 8 beautiful abdominal muscles with smooth and distinct lines immediately come into view. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up subconsciously. Exclaimed, ah, you little weakling, you actually have such perfect abdominal muscles? After saying that, she was ready to reach out and touch it. Chapter 56, Wall Kiss. Chen Taishu quickly dodged backwards. He swiftly avoided Su Qingyan's clutches. He stared at her warily and asked, Auntie, what do you want to do? Su Qingyan said with a smile, let me feel it. I have never seen such perfect abdominal muscles. Chen Taishu showed a look of astonishment. He had only heard of perverts on the train, but had never heard of perverts living together. Don't be so stingy. It won't cost you anything if you touch it. Seeing that he remained unmoved, Su Qingyan's eyes rolled around. At worst I can let you touch my legs, okay? Chen Taishu was instantly tempted. He confirmed, really let me touch you? Su Qingyan didn't say anything, but just smiled charmingly. And her charming eyes seemed to be saying to Chen Taishu, really, come and touch it. Chen Taishu looked at her long, smooth, delicate, and white legs exposed. I couldn't help but swallow. He unexpectedly stretched out his hand and slowly moved it towards her white thighs. A hint of cunning flashed across Su Qingyan's eyes. Just when Chen Taishu thought he was about to succeed. However, she did the same as Chen Taishu just now, she stepped back and dodged lightly. If you don't believe it, forget it. Well. Chen Taishu reacted immediately. This woman did it on purpose, absolutely on purpose. Even the nympho look she had just shown was just an act. Chen Taishu was so angry that his teeth itched. This auntie is really becoming more and more indecent. He forced himself to suppress the urge to press her down on the sofa and spank her hard. He took a deep breath and said unhappily, Auntie, I advise you not to play with fire. If I lose my mind someday, you won't even have a place to cry when you regret it. Su Qingyan blinked her big eyes at him and teased him, little weakling, how about you try it? Just give it a try. Chen Taishu's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. He stared at her straight, then took one step forward and slowly approached her. At first, Su Qingyan stood there calmly and unmoved. She thought Chen Taishu was just pretending to scare her. However, as he got closer, Su Qingyan suddenly began to panic. When Chen Taishu was only one step away from her, she could no longer hold back and took a step back. However, Chen Taishu still pressed on. She retreated. He chased. She retreated again. He chased again. She retreated, he chased her, and she couldn't escape even if she had wings. Su Qingyan secretly glanced at the expressionless Chen Taishu out of the corner of her eye. I asked weakly, what do you want to do? The corners of Chen Taishu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. Instead of answering her, he continued to press on. Bang! Su Qingyan had nowhere to retreat, her back was pressed firmly against the wall. She was so panicked that she just wanted to slip away from the side. Pa! Chen Taishu stretched out his arm and pressed it against the wall, blocking her way. The left side didn't work, so Su Qingyan immediately turned to the right. Pa! Chen Taishu stretched out his other hand again and pressed it against the wall, trapping her tightly. Su Qingyan took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and reached out to push him away. But when her hand touched Chen Taishu's body, she found that his body was like a wall. It can't be pushed at all. Now she couldn't help but panic even more. Chen Taishu looked down at her, staring at her with a half-smile. Su Qingyan didn't dare to look him in the eye. Chen Taishu bent his arms slightly and leaned closer to Su Qingyan again. Su Qingyan protected her chest with her hands and curled up like a little chicken. But he kept getting closer. Su Qingyan could even clearly feel the hot breath he exhaled. Of course, she could also clearly feel the scent of male hormones coming towards her. An intoxicating blush instantly appeared on the charming and delicate face. Her heartbeat began to accelerate, as if a group of deer were running around. Her throat was moving slightly, and it was obvious that she was extremely nervous. Chen Taishu suddenly released his right hand that was supporting the wall. He stretched out his right hand and gently pinched her delicate chin. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, her face full of surprise. What does he want to do? How, so frivolous? At this moment, she even forgot to resist. Or rather, she hadn't even thought about it at all. Chen Taishu slowly lifted her chin, and he slowly leaned over and got closer to her. Their eyes met, full of affection and shyness, and their gazes gradually became more and more distant. Both of them began breathing rapidly. Just when Chen Taishu's face was only 0.01 centimeters away from her, Su Qingyan actually closed her eyes. The most touching thing is the gentleness of closing the eyes, like a water lotus being shy in the cool breeze. Chen Taishu originally just wanted to scare his aunt. How could we have expected such a situation? Now he is in a difficult situation. The atmosphere has reached this point, and it seems unreasonable not to do something. What's more, Chen Taishu, whose mind was blank, could no longer control himself. Everything he did next was done out of instinct. His lips finally landed on Su Qingyan's fiery red lips. Su Qingyan opened her eyes in an instant, her eyes wide open in disbelief. Being pushed against a wall? Actually, kissed, forced? Su Qingyan felt numb all over. My first kiss, is gone just like that? What a little weakling, how could he, how dare he? Although Su Qingyan is an actress, she never takes part in kissing scenes, intimate scenes, let alone bed scenes. How could Chen Taishu, a novice, have any experience in kissing? All his theoretical knowledge was learned from teacher Sakura. And it's all fucking audio and video material. He tried clumsily to pry open Su Qingyan's tightly clenched teeth. Su Qingyan finally came back to her senses. Ah! Chen Taishu screamed in pain. I saw him hurriedly covering his lips with his hand. He said resentfully, Auntie, you are born in the year of the dog? You bite people? Su Qingyan, who had escaped from the trap, stared at him coldly. I'll teach you a little lesson this time, hum. After saying that, he walked towards the sofa without looking back. Chen Taishu raised his head and touched his lips, which were bitten. But he didn't care. Smacking his lips in aftertaste. It really tastes like fruit candy, and is indeed sweet. Auntie really didn't lie. Looking at her angry back, Chen Taishu thought seriously for a moment. Then he slowly walked towards the sofa and approached her. Snort. Su Qingyan snorted coldly and moved to the side. Chen Taishu approached her again with a playful smile. Su Qingyan glared at him fiercely. He said coldly with a bad tone, You still want to come, right? Chen Taishu smiled awkwardly. The two of them just sat on the sofa and no one spoke. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room froze. Chapter 57, Love Trial. Chen Taishu lowered his head and hesitated for a long time. He took a deep breath, as if he had made some important decision. He slowly raised his head and looked at the angry Su Qingyan with deep affection. With a serious and firm face, he said, Auntie, I like you, will you be my girlfriend? He is indeed a straight man and a novice in love. Even the confession was so stiff and formulaic. Su Qingyan was shocked and stared at him blankly. Just now she had imagined hundreds of ways in her mind for Chen Taishu to apologize. But she never expected that the weak little guy would suddenly confess his love to her. Her brain shut down instantly. It was so sudden and without any warning that she had no idea how to deal with it. The most important thing is that she is also an inexperienced newbie. Even though Su Qingyan is a goddess-level beauty, the more beautiful she is, the fewer people pursue her. Over the years, she has encountered various people who wanted to take advantage of her and keep her as a mistress. She really hasn't met anyone who has seriously confessed his love to her yet. I vaguely remember that the last time I made a naive and ignorant confession was back in my student days. After a long time, Su Qingyan came back to her senses. She suddenly found that she seemed to be unable to speak. Take a deep breath and force yourself to calm down. She looked at Chen Taishu and confirmed, Little weakling, are you serious? Chen Taishu looked determined and nodded seriously. Seeing this, Su Qingyan knew that he was not joking. After thinking for a while, he continued, But we have only known each other for a few days. Isn't a few days too hasty? Chen Taishu shook his head, Auntie, you can say that I fell in love at first sight, or that I was just attracted by your beauty. It doesn't matter, but I am sure of one thing, I really like you. Su Qingyan looked at him straight in the eyes, What do you like about me? I like your occasional confusion and your occasional arrogance. I like you bickering with me, I like you playing with me, I like everything about you. It starts with looks, falls in love with talent, is loyal to character, is obsessed with body, is fascinated by voice, and matches personality. Su Qingyan's pretty face flushed slightly. She was so overjoyed that she couldn't help but doubt herself. Am I really as good as the little weakling says? In fact, when it comes down to it, she still has some inexplicable feelings and affection for Chen Taishu. Sometimes, things like chemistry and fate are really mysterious. Otherwise, how could she take Chen Taishu home directly? I guess both of them fell in love at first sight. Love is something no one can predict. When it came and when it left, it was as fast as a tornado, catching people off guard. Su Qingyan showed hesitation on her face. But I'm several years older than you. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and shook his head. No words were spoken, but the meaning was understood. Perhaps Su Qingyan also felt that the excuse of age was untenable. After all, it's a different era now. Is age still a problem? Not to mention age, all external factors can be overcome. But. Chen Taishu interrupted her directly, don't say but, auntie, do you have a boyfriend? Su Qingyan shook her head, no. Then it's over, right? You don't have a boyfriend, and I don't have a girlfriend, so what's inappropriate about that? Besides, we are living together now, what's the difference between us and a couple? I saw that her expression seemed to relax. Chen Taishu quickly struck while the iron was hot and established the relationship first no matter what. Auntie, let's try it everywhere first. Can't we try marriage before getting married? We can also try love. Will you know whether it's suitable or not after trying it? Then Chen Taishu vowed again, don't worry, auntie, I will never do anything beyond the limit during the trial period. If it's not suitable, I will move out immediately and never harass you again. Sure enough, after hearing her say this, Su Qingyan was moved. She looked at him questioningly and warned him again and again, don't do anything excessive without my permission. Chen Taishu quickly raised 4 fingers, I'll give you 4. Su Qingyan then nodded with satisfaction. She said proudly, well, okay, I will reluctantly agree to your request for the time being. Yes. Chen Taishu clenched his fist, waved it secretly, and cheered secretly. His smug reaction was naturally seen by Su Qingyan, who was staring at him. He poured cold water on her and said, I'm only talking about temporary. That is to say, you are not the official boyfriend yet. What are you so proud of? Chen Taishu touched his nose innocently. So what should I be now? Su Qingyan said cunningly, you are still in the probation period, do you understand? I see. As for whether he can become your real boyfriend, it depends on your performance in the future. If you perform well, you can be considered for regular employment, but if you don't perform well, humph. Chen Taishu nodded repeatedly, I understand. Next, I promise to serve you comfortably. Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him coquettishly and spat, bah, you filthy rascal, I'm talking to you seriously. Chen Taishu replied innocently, auntie, I'm just being serious. What are you thinking about? Su Qingyan's pretty face turned red again. Chen Taishu didn't care about whether it was temporary or not. Since she agreed, that was the beginning of her slow downfall. How could he let the charming aunt escape from his spell? Bah, where's his palm? Chen Taishu moved his butt and slowly approached Su Qingyan. Although he was sneaky and his movements were small, Su Qingyan still noticed it. She quickly used her foot to stop him from getting closer. He asked with a vigilant look, what do you want to do? I want to. Chen Taishu blurted out subconsciously. After reacting, he quickly argued, No, I just want to ask, can I hold my aunt's hand in the future? He. Looking at his playful face, Su Qingyan held her forehead with her hand. She felt that agreeing to him just now was a mistake. I just promised solemnly that I would not touch you, but now you want to hold my hand, humph. When dealing with this shameless little pervert, you must never treat him kindly. Don't even think about it. Get lost. Chen Taishu chuckled, touched her little feet, pressed them against his, and ran to the kitchen. Smooth, tender, thin. Looking at his back, Su Qingyan smiled. I couldn't help but recall the scene of being forcibly kissed just now. My face instantly turned red and dry. He pursed his lips subconsciously, as if savoring the taste. The midnight snack was still tomato fried egg noodles, mainly because there was no other ingredients at home. Apart from this, it seems that there is nothing else I can do. Chapter 58 Buying a supercar, being ignored. On the dining table. Su Qingyan frowned and looked at Chen Taishu beside her. You little weakling, are you sick? There are so many seats, but you have to squeeze in next to me and sit next to me, right? Chen Taishu said confidently, is there a problem with me sitting next to my girlfriend? Is it not okay for me to show my affection? Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, there are only 2 of us at home, are you showing off to ghosts? Chen Taishu just smiled proudly and didn't answer. But a frustrated voice sounded in his mind. A frog tattoo on a tadpole, are you showing off to your mom? Aunt. Little weakling. They both raised their heads and spoke at the same time. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, auntie, you go first. Little weakling, I have to go to the studio tomorrow to start preparing for the filming of the movie. Huh? Chen Taishu was very surprised, auntie, you still have a studio? Su Qingyan glared at him and said unhappily, I'm a big star and a big director. What's so strange about having a studio? So soon? Of course, the funds and script are already in place. What are you waiting for? There are still a lot of things to do. We need to file as soon as possible, select actors, and prepare the crew. Chen Taishu nodded. By the way, what did you want to say just now? I just wanted to ask if you have time to go buy a car with me tomorrow. Seeing his lost and disappointed expression, Su Qingyan's heart suddenly tightened. She touched her hair and said gently, I'm sorry I can't go with you to buy a car tomorrow, little weakling. Chen Taishu shook his head. It's okay. Just focus on your work. How about this? Su Qingyan smiled charmingly, I'll allow you to hold my hand for a day, as compensation? Chen Taishu's eyes suddenly lit up, really? Su Qingyan nodded shyly. Ha ha. Auntie, you are so nice, love you. Seeing that his mood was getting high again, Su Qingyan smiled. I couldn't help but curse in my heart, what a fool, you were so happy just holding a little hand. After having supper, Su Qingyan, who had been busy all day, prepared to take a bath and go to bed. Chen Taishu stayed in his room and refused to leave. Auntie, do you want me to scrub your back? It's professional and free. Su Qingyan gave him a charming look. Come on, why are you staying in my room instead of going to bed? The observatory said there will be heavy rain tonight and a yellow lightning warning. Am I not afraid that you will be scared? I'm not afraid, thank you. Chen Taishu said with a playful smile, I'm scared, auntie. Get lost. In the end, Chen Taishu was driven out. The next day, Chen Taishu got up early and practiced a set of Tai Chi health-preserving boxing directly on the balcony. Although it was a health-preserving boxing, he performed it with great vigor and vitality, using both hardness and softness in his fists and arms, which was very satisfying. Now, he can easily beat dozens of adult men. If it's a life or death situation, it's even harder to say. Sweating profusely, he returned to his room and took a cold shower, which made him feel cool and happy. As soon as I left the bedroom, Su Qingyan, who was already dressed neatly, also came out. Ha! Auntie, so early today? Working for a weak boss, can't you be more diligent? Chen Taishu glared at her and said, don't give me that. After thinking for a while, he continued, but auntie, don't worry too much. If you lose, you lose. Anyway, I'm your man, I have plenty of money, so it's no problem for me to support you in making the movies you like. Yo! Su Qingyan stared at Caroline with her big eyes. He joked, boss, are you planning to support me? Chen Taishu raised his chin and said proudly, of course. Su Qingyan smiled and changed the subject, aren't you going to buy a car? Yes. So you're wearing this? Chen Taishu looked at his outfit of t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops. I asked blankly, what's the matter? Is there any problem? Su Qingyan said unhappily, aren't you afraid that the shopping guide will ignore you? Hey, if they judge people by appearance, then they won't get my commission. Virtue. The two went their separate ways after having breakfast outside the community. Su Qingyan wanted to send him off, but was directly rejected by Chen Taishu. He was very free and easy. He hailed a taxi and went straight to the 4S store. Young people, who hasn't dreamed of owning a supercar of their own? Chen Taishu was of course no exception. Whenever I see a roaring sports car passing by on the street, on the surface, I scold others for being pretentious, but in fact, I am extremely envious. Especially when I see the young rich guys sitting in the driver's seat pretending to be cool. He was so envious and jealous when sexy and charming beauties came up to him one after another to chat with him. So he once swore that when he had money, he would buy a super cool supercar. I believe that it is not just Chen Taishu who has this fantasy. Most boys must have had this fantasy. He drives a super cool sports car and drives around the streets during the day, hanging out in places where there are many beautiful girls, such as music colleges and art colleges. At night, he hangs out in nightclubs, pretending to be cool and trying to attract beautiful girls. Men understand. Chen Taishu likes many supercar brands, but he recently fell in love with Aston Martin. Without any hesitation, I went straight to the largest Aston Martin 4S store in Shanghai. The taxi drove straight to the entrance of the 4S store. Chen Taishu walked into the store with swagger. Welcome. 2 rows of welcoming etiquette ladies bowed respectfully. At this time, the shopping guides in the store were busy with their work. Chen Taishu smiled and shook his head. That's it? This is a super luxury store? This is the quality? My aunt was right. Of course, the salesgirls saw Chen Taishu. He could even see him through the floor-to-ceiling glass screen before he got out of the taxi. At this moment, they were whispering to each other. Su Hong, aren't you always the most active? Why don't you go to the reception? The heavily made-up salesgirl named Su Hong sneered disdainfully. TSK. Jo Mei, you still have the nerve to say that? Didn't you move? Look who moved. They are all as smart as a ghost. Jo Mei smiled awkwardly and argued, my relatives are visiting me. My whole body aches and I don't want to move. Su Hong gave her a disdainful look and said, don't give me that. Who doesn't know who? He just looks like a migrant worker, not someone who can afford a luxury car. I spent so much time and effort to entertain you, put on a smile, and introduce you to others. I talked until my mouth was dry, but in the end, wasn't it all in vain? No one wants to waste time and energy on someone who just wants to see the car. If you have that much time, wouldn't it be nice to sit here and drink some coffee? Who's willing to serve you? Facing her complaints, Jo Mei smiled and said, aren't you afraid of making a mistake? What if he is a pig pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? TSK. Su Hong sneered again. Him? If he can afford an Aston Martin, I'll run naked. As soon as she finished speaking, a large G-Class stopped right in front of the store. This G-Class is like a huge rock falling into a lake, instantly causing waves. Chapter 59, Don't Force Me If You Can. A greasy middle-aged man with broad shoulders, a big waist and a big belly got out of the G-Class. Big gold teeth, big gold chains, big gold watches, and 6 or 7 of his 10 fingers were wearing big gold rings. My goodness, he really wants to cover his entire body with gold. With this outfit, he looks exactly like a nouveau riche or a coal boss. Then another glamorous woman with heavy makeup and equally extravagant clothes got out of the car. The woman held the arm of the pregnant man affectionately, wishing she could stick her whole body to him. 2 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses followed closely behind. As soon as they saw them, the salesgirls in the exhibition hall all came forward to greet them warmly, eager to welcome. On the other hand, Chen Taishu's side seemed particularly deserted, standing there alone. Looking at the nouveau riche surrounded by a group of shopping guides, Chen Taishu frowned. Is this outfit popular? He couldn't figure it out. Sir, are you here to look at the car? Just as he was wondering, a young girl wearing glasses, who looked very pretty and gentle, came over to him. Chen Taishu looked at her with interest. He smiled slightly and asked curiously, why didn't you go there? Ah. The glasses salesgirl was obviously not expecting him to ask this and was a little surprised. I'm new here and I'm still in the internship period. Chen Taishu understood. He looked at the nameplate on his chest and asked, your name is Wang Shanshan? Yes, boss. Look at me dressed like this, do I look like a boss? Look, the boss is over there. Chen Taishu pursed his lips at the nouveau riche. Wang Shanshan couldn't help laughing out loud, and I don't know what made her funny. Show me around. Okay, boss. We have a batch of new models in our store recently. After looking around the huge exhibition hall, Chen Taishu had a general idea in his mind. Just as I was about to speak, I suddenly saw the car in the center of the exhibition hall. He was stunned for a moment. Why didn't he notice it at the beginning? At first sight, just one sight, he fell in love with the car. Come closer and take a closer look. While looking at it, he said directly, okay, no need to look, this is it, place an order right now. Unexpectedly, an inappropriate voice suddenly sounded beside me. Open an order? Puff, ha ha ha, you country bumpkin, do you know what kind of car this is? Do you know how much it will cost? How dare you say you can issue an order? Chen Taishu turned his head and looked towards the source of the sound. The one who spoke was the big-bellied upstart. Looking at the people around me, almost everyone's eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Only the intern Wang Shanshan looked at him cautiously and wanted to reach out and pull him. I whispered in his ear, boss, let's go check out other models. Don't you like the white one? Let me introduce it to you in detail. Of course Chen Taishu understood her good intentions and signaled to her with his eyes that it was okay. Then he looked at the upstart and said calmly, I don't know, but so what? Ha, the upstart laughed contemptuously, you don't know? I'll give you a good introduction. This Aston Martin is the new flagship model, the 177. It is limited to 77 units worldwide, of which Zusha is allocated 5 units. This one is the only one in Shanghai, and it is priced at over 50 million. You country bumpkin, do you still dare to talk about opening an order? As soon as the nouveau riche finished speaking, the heavily made-up woman next to him started to light up her eyes. She said in a coquettish voice, "Honey, I like this car too, can you buy it for me, please?" The upstart grinned, revealing a row of large gold teeth. He slapped the woman on her hips. "Ha. Okay, bye. Isn't it just 50 million? As long as the baby likes it, just buy it." After saying that, he pinched her but hard. This caused the woman to complain repeatedly. However, the group of salesgirls surrounding him did not look happy at all. Instead, their faces looked as if they were constipated. Su Hong smiled flatteringly and explained, "Brother, I'm really sorry, this car has already been reserved." The upstart's face suddenly darkened. The wealthy man said, "I have an extra million." Jo Mei also smiled and said, "I'm so sorry, boss, this car." Before she could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted. "I have 2 million more." "I'm sorry, boss." "Really?" The upstart suddenly felt humiliated and became angry. "Tell your manager Ma to come here immediately." "Wow, I didn't expect you know the manager?" The salesgirls didn't dare to be negligent and had to ask the manager for help. This matter is indeed not something they can handle. Chen Taishu found it quite interesting and stood aside happily eating the melon. Wang Shanshan gently pulled him several times, kindly signaling him to stay away from trouble. But is my brother Taishu a coward? However, the nouveau riche, who was angry and couldn't find a place to make money, naturally directed his criticism at the melon-eating boy. He cursed, "What are you laughing at, you bumpkin? Are you trying to make fun of me?" Chen Taishu was really impressed by these idiots who love to show off their personalities. "I was just standing there, not saying a word or venting my anger, and this guy could take it out on me? What the hell is this? Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Chen Taishu said coldly, "I'm making fun of you, so what? I think." He didn't finish the last word. Chen Taishu rushed up to him in a flash, raised his hand and slapped him on his fleshy face. Snap! A crisp and loud sound echoed throughout the exhibition hall. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that he would suddenly explode. With one slap, the nouveau riche was knocked to the ground. Chen Taishu stared coldly at the nouveau riche who was lying on the ground with his face covered. "Did you eat shit so early in the morning? Your mouth stinks." When dealing with this kind of person, you can resort to violence instead of pushing him too much. Husband, are you okay?" The woman quickly squatted down and helped the nouveau riche up. The upstart pushed her away angrily and said to the bodyguard behind him, beat him for me. As long as you don't kill him, I will take full responsibility." The two bodyguards, without any hesitation, raised their fists and attacked Chen Taishu. Snap, snap. Chen Taishu used 2 big punches again, hitting the 2 men's faces accurately. Both of them were knocked to the ground. Chen Taishu shook his head. These two were just there to show off. How could they have any real skills? Too weak and unchallenging. His 3 quick and ferocious punches stunned everyone. At this time, Manager Ma from the Forest store finally arrived. If we go any slower, the situation might get out of control. As soon as he saw the nouveau riche, Manager Ma immediately greeted him with a smile. "Hey, Boss Wang, why didn't you notify us in advance when you came to the store? I want to welcome you, my distinguished guest." The upstart said sarcastically, "Humph, honored guest? What kind of honored guest am I? I haven't been here for a while." "Manager Ma, how come you let in any cat or dog here?" Manager Ma smiled and said, "Boss Wang, we are also open for business, always." "Stop talking nonsense." The upstart interrupted him directly. "I gave your boss face and didn't cause trouble in the store, but what do you say to this little jerk?" A salesgirl whispered something in Manager Ma's ear. Manager Ma immediately understood what was going on. Chapter 60, one for each person, Mr. Chen pays the bill. Chen Taishu smiled coldly and looked at the nouveau riche with interest. "You can't win by talking, and you can't win by fighting. Are you trying to use your status to pressure others? You want to use the manager to kick me out and humiliate me, right?" Manager Ma looked embarrassed. He looked at the nouveau riche, then at Chen Taishu. After a long while, he walked up to Chen Taishu and said slowly, "Little brother, how about you bow your head to Boss Wang and admit your mistake?" Chen Taishu glanced at Manager Ma with interest. He said calmly, "What if I say no?" Manager Ma was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Then I'll have to ask you to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 young people came into the store again. "Majek, who is so bold as to steal my car?" The voice arrives before the person arrives. The person who spoke was a beautiful girl. Hearing this, Chen Taishu frowned. Looking up, noticing her face in the airport, Chen Taishu smiled. As soon as Manager Ma saw the 4 young men coming towards him, a fawning smile instantly covered his face. He hurriedly and humbly went to greet him. After he whispered to the 4 people, the 4 people walked directly towards Chen Taishu and the upstart. One of the young men, who looked frivolous, asked in a bad tone, "Are you the ones causing trouble in my store?" As he spoke, his eyes were always examining Chen Taishu. Chen Taishu just smiled faintly and looked at the 4 people with interest. The nouveau riche immediately changed his expression. He looked ferocious just now, but in an instant he smiled in a fawning and ingratiating manner. "Mr. Shun, you misunderstood. It wasn't me who caused the trouble. It was him. He was the one causing the trouble." Shun Mubai ignored Chen Taishu, whom he was pointing at. Instead, he turned to look at the upstart. "Do you know me?" "I had the honor of meeting Mr. Shin at his birthday party last year." Shun Mubai nodded indifferently. Then he continued to look at Chen Taishu. "So you're causing trouble?" Before Chen Taishu could say anything, the heavily made-up woman following the nouveau riche couldn't help herself. "It was him, Mr. Shin, it was him. Not only did he want to steal the car, he also beat people up." Everyone in the exhibition hall looked at Chen Taishu at the same time, their eyes full of gloating. Shen Mubai raised his eyebrows and looked Chen Taishu up and down carefully. "Do you want to buy this car? Any questions?" Shen Mubai shook his head. "Anyone who enters the store is a guest. I welcome you very much to visit my store. But this car can't be sold." Chen Taishu shrugged. Since the other party didn't want to sell it, there was nothing he could do. "But it's not okay to cause trouble in my store." Chen Taishu shook his head and sighed helplessly. "I had intended to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation. I won't pretend anymore. I am Brother Taishu and I'm going to be honest." He looked directly at Pei Yuanlan and shouted with a smile, "Second brother." The call of second brother stunned the 4 people. Pei Yuanlan looked at him in disbelief. You. Chen Taishu smiled and said, "You don't even call me brother anymore? You, are you really the big brother?" The other 3 were also extremely surprised and shouted in unison, "Are you Brother Taishu? Don't believe it?" Chen Taishu took out his cell phone and called Pei Yuanlan directly. The next moment, her cell phone rang. "Brother!" Pei Yuanlan ran to Chen Taishu and shouted excitedly, "Brother Taishu!" Shin Mubai, Li Qingyi, and Zhou Sanshui also shouted at the same time. At this moment, everyone in the exhibition hall was dumbfounded. "Who are these 3? Pei Yuanlan grinned and said, "Brother, let me introduce you. This is Zijian Shilai, Shin Mubai, this store is his." Shin Mubai smiled awkwardly and scratched his head foolishly. "Brother Taishu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you just now. I am guilty, I am wrong." Chen Taishu waved his hand, "It's okay." Li Qingyi extended his hand generously and introduced himself, "Brother Taishu, my name is Li Qingyi." "Brother Taishu, my name is Zhou Sanshui, and my grandma always slaps Zhao Zilong." Chen Taishu patted his shoulder and said, "Not bad. Brother Taishu, it was this fat guy who spoke rudely to you, right?" Shin Mubai stared at the upstart with a bad look. The upstart panicked. He didn't know Chen Taishu, but he knew these 4 people very well. Their family is full of people whom I have tried every means to curry favor with, but in vain. For any one of these 4 people, if they wanted to kill me, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Yet, they were so respectful to the people they called bumpkins. Can the nouveau riche not panic now? Bang! He actually knelt on the ground. With a sad face, she begged Chen Taishu, "I'm sorry, sir. I was blind and offended you. You are a great man who doesn't bear grudges. You treat me like a fart. Just let me go, okay?" Chen Taishu shook his head. He really didn't want to show off. But the dog author insisted on arranging it, and he was also very tired. Shin Mubai said in a cold tone, "Go away, and don't let me see you again." The group of 4 ran away in shame, with their tails between their legs, not daring to delay even a moment. Pei Yuanlan said with a smile, "Brother, do you like this car?" I really like it, but Boss Shen won't sell it to me. Oh, brother Taishu, you are embarrassing me. This car is definitely not for sale. Shen Mubai suddenly changed the subject and said, this car was reserved by Yuanlan. You? Second brother, are you driving this car? Pei Yuanlan shook his head and said, brother, I originally ordered this car for you. I wanted to give you a surprise, but who knew it would turn out like this? After saying that, Pei Yuanlan raised his foot and kicked Shen Mubai. He said unhappily, what are you still standing there for? Shen Mubai rolled his eyes at her resentfully and yelled at Manager Ma, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Hurry up and do the formalities for my brother Taishu. Okay. Shen Taishu smiled and said, give it to me? How can I say that? Aren't you too polite, second brother? Pei Yuanlan's expression suddenly became serious. Brother, if you don't accept this car, none of US brothers will be able to do it. This Aston Martin costs about 50 million, but Chen Taishu spent more than 50 million on her behalf last night. And this matter is not over yet. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, it's a gift from my second brother, why shouldn't I accept it? It's a waste if I don't want it. He. Pei Yuanlan suddenly smiled happily. Chen Taishu thought for a moment and said, this is our first meeting, so I don't have anything to give you guys. How about this, then we can take care of Mr. Shin's business. 4 of us, 1 car each. Shin Mubai said with a sad face, brother Taishu, you should just call me Xiao Shin, or Mubai, or Xiaobai. Boss Shin, you're making me nervous. Chen Taishu patted his shoulder and said, okay, then call me Xiaobai. Xiaobai, did you hear what I just said? You guys, each of you, take one. Wow, he is so generous. 1 machine per person, and Mr. Chen pays for the whole place. The 4 of them looked at each other. Chapter 61, Degenerate Life. Not Big Brother. Pei Yuanlan stared at him helplessly. It was clearly me who gave you a gift, how come it suddenly became you giving us a gift? The 3 of them also echoed, it's brother Taishu, this is not appropriate, and we don't lack a car to drive. Chen Taishu shook his head, there's nothing inappropriate about it. Whether you need it or not is your business, whether I send it or not is my business. As a big brother, it's reasonable for me to give my younger brothers a gift, right? Pei Yuanlan and the others were also helpless. What can you do if you have a brother who likes to give gifts? This made the group of shopping guides who were watching the scene extremely envious and jealous. Why the hell can't I have a big brother like this? Chen Taishu was still helpless. Didn't he, the bastard author, want me to show off? Since you want to install it, then install a big one. Are you satisfied now? Xiaobai, go and arrange it quickly. 1 for each person. Don't want the best, just the most expensive. Do you understand? What does arrogance mean? Now, this is it. Supercars are bought in batches, and only the most expensive ones are needed. No discounts allowed, you have to pay the original price, understand? It's not brother Taishu, this. Shin Mubai looked at him helplessly, then at the other 3. Pei Yuanlan rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, if it's a gift from my eldest brother, just accept it. He's rich and he's the most arrogant. You know that. The 3 of them shouted in unison, thank you, brother Taishu. They are not short of money, so a car worth tens of millions is no big deal for them. But this car was given to me by brother Taishu, so it has a completely different meaning. Especially for Zhou Sanshui, who has just joined and been accepted. Chen Taishu turned to the shopping guide Wang Shanshan and said, don't just stand there, go and place the order. 4, the most expensive. Ah. Wang Shanshan was confused and looked at the boss. Shen Mubai waved his hand, didn't you hear what my elder brother said? Go and open the order. Oh. Wang Shanshan, stunned by happiness, quickly ran to the front desk. The other shopping guides all looked at her with envy and jealousy. The commission for 4 of the most expensive supercars is terrifying, not to mention that there are no discounts at all. But this is not the end yet, they will regret it later. Not long after, all the procedures were completed. Pei Yuanlan even helped Chen Taishu get the license plate number, magic as 66666. The license plate alone is probably more expensive than the car. The key is that you can't get it even if you have money. You need connections. Looking at the busy shopping guide Wang Shanshan, Chen Taishu decided to give her another big gift. Chen Taishu smiled and said, although this girl is an intern, she is not bad, very good, quite good. 3 good ones in a row, each one more positive than the last. Shinmubai is not an idiot, how could he not understand what Brother Taishu meant? Majek, come here. Manager Ma came running over happily. Boss. From now on, this girl will be the manager of this store. She will be fully responsible for all matters. Do you understand what I mean? Manager Ma was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly, I understand, I understand. Ah? Wang Shanshan exclaimed in surprise. But boss, I don't know anything. Shinmubai laughed and said, it's okay, just learn slowly, Ma Jiaku will help you. Yes. Manager Ma said repeatedly. Wang Shanshan, a new intern, has now become the store manager. All the shopping guides are now filled with nothing but envy and regret. Especially Su Hong and Zhou Mei. The two of them wanted to give themselves 2 slaps in the face. When they looked at Chen Taishu, whose clothes cost no more than 100 yuan, they wanted to die. If I had not judged people by their appearance and had received him warmly. Now, the commissions, salary increases, and promotions are all mine. When they thought of this, they almost vomited blood. Brother Taishu, I've made you spend money again today. Li Qingyi looked at Chen Taishu and said embarrassedly. Chen Taishu waved his hand and said with a calm smile, it's just a small gift, why spend so much money on it? Brother Taishu, let's go somewhere else to have a drink. We must have a good drink today. I'll make the arrangements. But Shinmubai refused to do it. He quickly said, I'll arrange it. I have to arrange it. Taishu, you're sending me a car and taking care of my business, so how can I do anything for you? I have to arrange it. The 3 of them started a fierce scramble for the next arrangements. Chen Taishu's face was filled with black lines. Second brother, are they usually like this? Pei Yuanlan smiled and shook his head, they usually take advantage of it whenever they can, but they never rush to arrange it. So what do you usually play? Chen Taishu was actually quite curious about what these second-generation rich people usually did. Pei Yuanlan said disdainfully, I won't play with them. As for them, they play anything that's not serious, such as racing, horseback riding, golf, various nightclubs, yacht parties, swimming pool parties, all kinds of parties. Either it's various cocktail parties or dances, or various auctions, or hanging out with women. Chen Taishu was filled with envy when he heard this. This is what life is all about. Why, brother, you seem to be envious. Ah? No, how can I be envious? I'm clearly despising you, okay? Chen Taishu said in a pretentious tone, degenerate, really too degenerate. Pei Yuanlan stared at him questioningly, really? Ahem. Mrs. Chen coughed twice and replied in a serious and solemn manner, of course. Chen Taishu thought about it and looked at the 3 people who were still arguing. Said, excuse me everyone, I have something to do this afternoon, how about we meet again another day? Well. No way, Brother Taishu. Shinmubai looked lost and disappointed. We just happened to meet by chance today, and we're just going to break up like this? I've already arranged everything. Let's go and try the food of the famous chef at the state banquet at noon and have a drink first. Let's go to the club this afternoon, call a bunch of beauties, ahem, let's have another drink. What about bars and nightclubs at night, one-stop service? This guy was also concerned about Pei Yuanlan's presence, so some things were difficult to say. It can only be understood, not expressed in words. Well, the whole day is filled with drunkenness, bright lights, wine, and beautiful women, right? Chen Taishu thought about it and decided that although this life was indeed exciting, it was okay to do it once in a while. If we play like this every day, what's the point? Besides, my body can't bear it. Alas, degenerate, too degenerate, indulging in vulgar hobbies, not doing proper work, and losing one's ambition due to playing with things. No, Chen Taishu must stay away. Chen Taishu gave him a silent look. He smiled and said, it's really not possible in the afternoon. I have something to do. Let's make an appointment later, okay? Shinmubai received the look and understood the meaning of his words, and was immediately delighted. He nodded quickly and said, okay then, Brother Taishu, you are busy, let's make an appointment another day. Chapter 62 SSS Top Secret. Chen Taishu drove a limited edition Aston Martin supercar with 5 6s, galloping freely through the streets. All other cars on the street kept their distance for fear of scratching his supercar. The fact that he had a ball in the afternoon was just an excuse for his refusal. Who the hell starts drinking in the middle of the day and stays drunk until late at night? The lives of these second-generation rich people are so decadent. What's more, with my second brother Payuanlan following us, how can I have fun? It would be better to make another appointment in the evening, mainly because he also wants to see the nightlife of the rich second generation. As for other things, he really didn't think much about it. Although this Aston Martin was given to me by my second brother, I didn't spend any money on it. But he gave away 4 machines to show off, and did not allow any discounts, but he spent more than 100 million. Chen Taishu didn't feel sad, after all, the money came too easily. Moreover, if the current plot continues to develop, I will never be short of money. Just as Tongzi said before, what he should worry about is how to spend the money. Before going home, he stopped by the supermarket and did some shopping. As soon as I got home, I took out my cell phone and called my aunt. Ask Auntie if she's coming back for lunch? There was a heated and noisy discussion coming from Aunt Su Qingyan's end. She must be in a meeting. Not only did she not come back for lunch, she didn't even come back for dinner. After a few words, he hung up the phone in a hurry. It's quite convenient for one person to have lunch. 3 servings of rice and a plate of fried pork with peppers, done. After finishing his meal and digesting the food, Chen Taishu was probably afraid of being alone. He always felt that his home lacked some vitality. Then he grabbed his cell phone and car keys and went out, heading straight to the pet shop. I bought a cute golden tabby kitten. By the way, I also bought all the necessary tools for the kitten. Ever since he had mastered the traditional Chinese martial arts as a reward from Tongzi, his sixth sense had become particularly strong. From the time he came out of the 4S store to the time he bought the kitten, he always felt like there were eyes watching him from behind. After trying several times, nothing was found. He thought he was overthinking it. When he got home, he patiently taught the kitten how to use cat litter. I don't know if it's instinct or the kitten is just too smart, but it learns it once taught. Chen Taishu looked at the cute little kitten lying in his arms. He smiled and said, "How about I call you Little Sugar Bean from now on?" Meow meow. The little sugar bean responded twice very politely, and even stuck out her pink little tongue to lick his hand. He seems to like this name very much. In order to go on a horizon-broadening trip in the evening, Chen Taishu had to conserve his energy. I held Little Sugar Bean and went back to my room to rest. Little Sugar Bean is also unique in that its sleeping position is lying on all 4s and lying on all 8s. When it saw Chen Taishu covered with a thin blanket, it kept crying out in displeasure. This means covering the baby as well. Chen Taishu, who was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, took out 2 pieces of tissue paper and covered its white belly with them. Only then did Little Sugar Bean close his eyes contentedly. Chen Taishu pulled the curtains and fell into sleep. Chen Taishu, who was in a daze, always felt that a wet tongue was licking his face. I opened my sleepy eyes and found that it was a Little Sugar Bean. Little Sugar Bean was lying next to his pillow, licking it happily. Chen Taishu picked up the kitten and said unhappily, "You start making trouble as soon as you wake up, right?" Little Sugar Bean called out weakly twice, as if trying to explain himself. Chen Taishu got out of bed and opened the curtains. The sky outside the window had already darkened. I picked up my phone and saw that it was already past 7 o'clock. When I walked out of the bedroom, Aunt Su Qingyan hadn't come back yet. Chen Taishu sighed secretly, "This aunt is really a workaholic. Little Sugar Bean, your mother doesn't want us anymore, what should we do?" Meow. Little Sugar Bean stared at him with his big innocent and confused eyes. "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Beef-flavored rations or chicken-flavored rations? How about soaking it in goat's milk?" Meow. Little Sugar Bean called cutely, then propped up her little body and started licking him again. It seems that it is very satisfied with the arrangement made by its new owner. National Destiny Department. Old Chen, I found it. Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun handed a document to Chen Bagua. Chen Bagua took a quick look and saw only simple identity information. Seal it up. Chen Bagua handed the document back to him. All his information is classified as top secret. No one except those with the highest authority is allowed to view it. Zhou Jianjun frowned and asked, "Old Chen, is it necessary to make such a big fuss?" Chen Bagua tapped his fingers on the table. He said slowly, "This kid is very mysterious. I feel like he can really bring us unexpected surprises." After saying that, he thought of something else. Asked, "Old Zhou, you didn't investigate his other information, did you?" Zhou Jianjun rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, "I'm not a fool. Why would I check if I know it's against the rules?" Chen Bagua breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. There's no need to check. It doesn't matter where his money comes from. Since the platform recognizes the revenue value he created, that says it all. Zhou Jianju nodded. Chen Bagua continued to emphasize, remember, all his information is classified as top secret. Whether it's files, personal information, or account information, everything is top secret. SSS level top secret. Zhou Jianju looked at his serious and earnest face. Know that he is not joking or making a big deal out of it. He immediately nodded and replied, I know. Chen Bagua picked up the special cigarettes on the table, took out one and lit it. Then he threw the cigarette to Zhou Jianjun. Take a deep breath and exhale slowly. The people sent to protect the god of wealth must not be careless. Zhou Jianjun puffed out smoke while saying, don't worry, I'll dispatch a team of dragon guards directly. And they have great authority, so there won't be any mistakes made by the god of wealth. Chen Bagua nodded, that's good. The king has agreed to the method you proposed last time. Let us act freely, all for the sake of our country's destiny. Zhou Jianjun's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. He suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, I have some good news to tell you. Oh? Chen Bagua immediately became interested. Curiously asked, what's the good news? Zhou Jianjun pretended to be mysterious and smiled, do you know who our god of wealth's girlfriend is? Who is it? Zhou Jianjun chuckled, it's Su Qingyan. Chen Bagua looked confused. Su Qingyan? Who is she? Is she famous? How come I've never heard of her? Zhou Jianjun glared at him and said unhappily, your brain is all muscle, you know nothing. Su Qingyan, our Zhuxia's famous superstar queen, the movie queen. You know what I mean? Chen Bagua's eyes suddenly lit up, okay, let's quickly implement your idea next. The god of wealth will definitely take action, right? He. Chapter 63, The Rich People in Beijing Gather Together. 7:50 p.m. Chen Taishu, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't wait to board Douyin. Enter Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. As soon as Brother Taishu entered the live broadcast room, the grand welcome ceremony prepared by the first lackey for the big brother was naturally indispensable. This is the appearance of the super rich big brother. Chen Taishu naturally took the guest seat. As soon as he sat in the guest seat, Wang Ergu asked, Brother Taishu, I heard you have a new nickname? Chen Taishu was both confused and curious. What do you mean? What's your nickname? Wang Ergu said with a playful smile, Sister Meng said that Brother Taishu, you are a gift-giving maniac. As soon as we meet, I'll give you a supercar if we don't agree on anything. Well. Chen Taishu shook his head and said with a smile, Second brother, you are really a loudspeaker. What happened in the morning was known to the whole network in the evening. Pei Yuanlan also sat in the guest seat. He said unhappily, Why, you are allowed to do it, but I am not allowed to say it. Not only do I have to say it, I have to promote it for you. Brothers, you have no idea how pretentious your brother Taishu was this morning. I'll teach you guys. Pei Yuanlan imitated Chen Taishu's tone and manner. This is our first meeting, so I don't have anything good to give you guys, so let's put it this way. 1 car per person. Not the best, but the most expensive. No discounts allowed. It must be the original price. Everyone must accept it. I will be angry with anyone who doesn't accept it. Chen Taishu smiled awkwardly, is it really that exaggerated? Pei Yuanlan just responded with hee. Damn, isn't Brother Taishu too arrogant? Why don't I have a friend like him? Ahem, Brother Taishu, are you in need of friends? I am proficient in playing all kinds of instruments and singing. Brother Taishu, my friend wants to ask, what are the conditions for being friends with you? I am really envious and jealous. I don't ask for anything from my friends. I want to ask, Brother Taishu, are you in need of any accessories? Pei Yuanlan looked at the comments on the public screen and said with a smile, What? You want to ask how old I am and whether I am handsome? Let me tell you, your brother Taishu is very young. You can tell by the sound of his voice. As for whether he's handsome or not? Ahem, handsome, very handsome. If you don't believe me, ask the 3 of them. Reckless man, a sword comes from the west. Brother Taishu is the only one who can threaten my appearance. Reckless man Xingshan Rogu, as a man, I think Brother Taishu is handsome. What do you think? Reckless man Zhou Sanchue, handsome, really handsome, who cares? When Chen Taishu saw the floating comments they sent, he realized that they had all changed their names. Curiously asked, "Hey, why did you all suddenly change your names?" "Qingshan Rugu, join the Reckless Army, Brother Taishu, are you welcome?" Chen Taishu smiled slightly, "Welcome, why not? It seems that my Aston Martin was not given away in vain." Ijian Shilai, brother, don't worry, everything has been arranged clearly. Pei Yuanlan looked at their comments and asked in confusion, "What's the arrangement?" Chen Taishu laughed it off and said perfunctorily, "No plans." Then he quickly changed the subject, "It's already 8 o'clock, what's going on in the Beijing circle? Are you still working? Start early and leave early. Don't interrupt my nightlife." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Ergo said quickly, "Here I come. Accept the connection application and access the screen." The host they brought this time was not the soul singer Xiao Doubai, but it is a male anchor named Dialization. This male anchor is also a first-line anchor promoted by the Beijing Circle. Chen Taishu shook his head. This Beijing Circle was a bit petty. But there's nothing wrong with keeping the wealth within the family. As soon as he came online, Dialization acted like a big shot. "Wang Ergu, right? I heard you were dancing happily these past 2 days?" Wang Ergu laughed and retorted, "Jump? No, I'm just being crazy." "You can't stand it? But you can't get rid of me, so you're really angry?" Diao Zhetian sneered, "Can't kill you? You don't really think your brother Taishu is the Taishu immortal, do you? Brother Taishu, TSK. Dialization sneered disdainfully, "Just wait and see if brother Tianxia can beat the shit out of him today." Wang Ergo smiled maliciously and said, "Are you very confident? How can you say you are confident? Come, repeat Shou Na Bha with me, pinch with your hands." "Very good, how about this, the fight between the big brothers is between the big brothers, how about we play some punishment as well?" Dialization shrugged, "It doesn't matter. I won't lose anyway." Wang Ergo shook his head and said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. Apart from my eldest brother, who else dares to say that there is a PK that is guaranteed to win? How about this, let's do something positive. Whoever loses will have to clean public toilets for a day, and the whole process will be broadcast live. How about that?" Diao Zhetian smiled and said, "Okay, no problem, this punishment is very good, very good." Chen Taishu was too lazy to deal with this little karami, and asked directly to the writer in Tianxia, "Are all the people here? If so, let's get started. Don't waste my precious time." GB in Tianxia said in a lazy tone, "No hurry, my brothers will be here soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Dialization excitedly and warmly welcomed him. "Welcome brother Badeo to the live broadcast room. Welcome brother Xiaosa to the live broadcast room. Welcome brother-in-law to the live broadcast room. Welcome to the live broadcast room, brother Junzi. Welcome sister Lin to the live broadcast room." "Ha, what's going on tonight? Are all the big brothers and big sisters sitting in a row? Look, brothers. This is our family's reputation. This is the strength of the Beijing Circle. Today, let everyone see the horror of our Beijing Circle. Otherwise, humph, some people really don't know their place." Just as he was welcoming and showing off, a fan who had gone to the other side to spy on the situation returned to the live broadcast room with the news. Fuck, this guy is not kidding, there really are a lot of big brothers and sisters here. Fuck, they are all level 60 super rich, not invisible, not wearing mysterious vests, all came in a swagger. Oh my god, these are all famous sentimental brothers and sisters on the internet. It turns out that they are all from the Beijing Circle. It's dangerous. I roughly counted them and there are at least a dozen level 60 rich people, and each one is more ruthless than the other. Fuck, these guys are too shameless, relying on their numbers to bully our brother Taishu alone, right? Ah. It feels like this PK has ended before it even started. There are so many people on the opposite side, how can brother Taishu hold on alone?" As soon as he saw that the rhythm on the public screen was not right, Zhou Sanchue quickly sent floating comments to stabilize the morale of the troops. "Reckless man Zhou Sanchue, don't panic, who said that brother Taishu is the only one fighting? Aren't we human beings?" Chapter 64 Exclusive Gift Effect. His comments were immediately echoed and supported. Reckless man's sword came from the west, "Don't worry, we are still here." Reckless man Qingshan Rugu, "Whoever offends my reckless man army will be killed, no matter how strong he is." And Chen Shi didn't know when he entered the live broadcast room. Cat 11 from the old alley, brother, if you really can't stand it, you must tell me. We can help, after all, you are my big brother. Look at her sarcastic comments, it's obvious that she just wants to make fun of us. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and said, they are just a bunch of useless idiots. Too many people? What's the use of having too many people? No matter how many there are, they are just a mob. In PK, what matters is who has more money and more tickets, not who has more people. You don't have to do anything, just sit back and watch the fun. I want to see, do the people on the other side have more people, or do I have more votes? Ahem, brother Taishu is as reckless and wild as ever. As long as brother Taishu is here, there is no need for a second person to take action. Keep going, keep going. Along the way, I have absolute confidence in brother Taishu. The only one who can defeat brother Taishu is probably my sister-in-law. No one else can do it. When the reckless men go to war, not a blade of grass will grow. Let the glory of the reckless army spread across the entire network. Fight, fight, fight. GB and Tianxia snorted coldly, I have been online for so many years, and I have never seen such an arrogant person. Chen Taishu replied calmly, well, now you see it. Whether it's a mule or a horse, you'll know after taking it out for a walk. We are not anchors, and we don't need to make money. It's useless to talk nonsense and attract hatred. If we continue talking like this, the fans in the live broadcast room might think we are doing something scripted. What? Let's get started? GB and Tianxia, okay, you are a real man. If you can win today, I, Xiaoyinji, will also recognize you as my big brother. From now on, I will follow your lead. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, being my younger brother is not a loss, you will make a fortune. After that, he ordered Wang Ergo, let's start. Okay, big brother. Wang Ergo lightly tapped his finger and the PK officially began. Both parties shut up. From the very beginning, the author of Peace the World had been thinking about launching an all-out attack and completely suppressing the realm of illusion. There was no intention of giving him a chance to breathe. GB and Tianxia said seriously, no matter whether the opponent comes up or not, no matter how many there are, don't hold back. Send out all the tickets you have prepared in the shortest possible time. This concerns the reputation of our Beijing community. I don't want to see any accidents. As soon as he finished speaking, the 15 wealthy people from Beijing Circle in the Daoization live broadcast room all attacked at almost the same time. There are no other gifts, the only gift special effects in the live broadcast room are carnival. And they are all unified grand carnivals. All of a sudden, news of Jean Long's good news was flying everywhere in the live broadcast rooms of all platforms. It has never stopped. And tonight, apart from some die-hard fans who stayed there were no extra visitors or popularity in other live broadcast rooms. Visitors and viewers from all platforms were attracted by this grand, shocking and exciting PK. There are Daoization live broadcast room, Wang Ergo's live broadcast room, and the official broadcast commentary live broadcast room. The real-time online audiences in the three-party live broadcast rooms all exceeded 10 million. It almost gathers all the traffic and popularity of the entire platform. Of course, it's not just the tourists who are watching the show, but also many wealthy people, big anchors who Haven T started broadcasting at, and the management of Guild Media. Just 2 seconds into the PK, the awesome red health bar came crushing over. Fuck, this is too powerful, right? Is this a health bar disappearing technique? Look at the awesome overall rankings, the 15th place is full of level 60 super rich people, my god, with this kind of situation, which top anchor won't T be confused? Outrageous, this is outrageous, 15 people are buying at the same time, and it's the most expensive carnival, who the hell can stand this? Although I believe in brother Taishu's strength, but, with all due respect, there is no way brother Taishu can win. Win? Stop being ridiculous, how can he win? Win with his head or his hands? Not to mention him alone, even if all of them come together, they can't win. At this time, the wealthy people in other circles were also discussing the matter. Hong Kong Circle. Brother G, do you think that Taishu Fantasyland can slap the Beijing Circle in the face again? Brother Nan, what are you thinking about? Didn't we test it last time? The Grand Illusion realm only has 10 billion votes at most. You can't win. 13th sister, then how do you know that last time was definitely his limit? Brother Crow, even if 10 billion votes are not enough, what about 20 or 30 billion? Isn't it the same as sending food? Northeast Circle. F4 Johnny Bao, there's nothing to see. Trying to overthrow an entire faction by yourself, and in the Beijing circle, isn't this just pure dreaming? F4 Nicholas Woody, this guy is probably crazy about being famous and trying to attract attention. F4 Leonardo Yangzai, let's take a step back and say, even if he wins by chance, do you think he shouty will make a move? F4 Christian Ningshu, if we win the Beijing circle, the problem will be even bigger. Zhuxia Douyin will never allow such an awesome person to exist. Similar discussions are also taking place in other circles. Chen Taishu leaned against the head of the bed, and little Tongdo dozed quietly on his chest. This time, he also didn't intend to hold back. After learning from the last experience, he would never play with fire again. Moreover, this time, more than a dozen people on the opposite side attacked at the same time, and their momentum was fierce. If I tried to play the exciting game again, I would probably fail. Take a deep breath. Clicking on the gift column, he placed his finger on the exclusive gift, the Exiled Immortal Descending to Earth. There was no combo, just a light tap. Because he wanted to see the special effects of the exclusive gift. As he sent the Banished Immortal down to Earth, a misty and fairy-like fairyland suddenly appeared on the screen. A Banished Immortal dressed in white, holding a white paper fan and standing with his hands behind his back, descended from the sky. And beside him, dragons and phoenixes were dancing and cranes were singing. Although I can only see his back, I can still feel his celestial charm and elegant character through the screen. The rain of flowers in the sky fluttered and danced as he descended. When the Banished Immortal in white landed on the Jade Tower surrounded by fairy air, he waved his hand, and the folding fan in his hand opened with a swish. I saw a flash of bright light, and 3 large golden characters appeared on the folding fan. Take Suxian. What the hell, what kind of gift is this? Oh my god, what an awesome special effect, so beautiful, what kind of new gift is this, why have I never seen it before? Exiled Immortals descended to Earth? Is this a new gift from the platform? Why is it not in my gift column? What an awesome and domineering gift special effect. Holy shit, one actually costs 1 million Do coins. Chapter 65 Security level raised to S level. Wang Erga stared blankly at the live broadcast screen. He exclaimed, "Oh my god, brother Taishu, what kind of gift is this? This special effect is too fantastic, too awesome, right?" As soon as the gift special effects disappear, a colorful floating screen bar will slide across the screen across the entire platform. Taishu Fantasyland sent an exclusive gift to Wang Erga's live broadcast room, a Banished Immortal descending to Earth. When everyone saw the colored bar prompt on the platform, they realized that this was Brother Taishu's exclusive gift. However, when the 3 words Take Suxian appeared on the folding fan, many people had already made some guesses. But this is the first exclusive gift of the Zhuxia tribe, and no one has ever seen it before, so no one is sure. Now there are colorful bars across the entire platform. This is platform certification. What is there to not believe? Fuck, this is so awesome. Brother Taishu should be the only rich man in our Zhuxia tribe who has an exclusive gift, right? Is this the legendary exclusive gift? Only a few dozen people in the world have it? It's really cool. After such a long time, with so many super rich people, why is it that only Taishu has it? What is the standard of this platform? National Destiny Department. When Chen Bagua, who was lurking in the live broadcast room, saw the special effects of the Banished Immortal descending to the Earth for the first time, he knew that this was an exclusive gift. As the director of the National Destiny Department, he certainly knew the significance of the exclusive gift. Bang! He slapped the desk hard. An expression of excitement and a gratified smile appeared on his majestic and resolute face. Good, our Zhuxia finally has a special guest, great. Zhou Jianjun next to him was also extremely excited. 3 years. Do you know how we have been spending these 3 years? Now we in Zhuxia also have special guests. I wonder who dares to look down on us. In his excitement, Chen Bagua couldn't help but boast, "What do you think, old Zhou? My vision shouldn't be bad, right? I told you that Chen Taishu is very evil and can bring us unexpected surprises. Don't you believe it? Do you still feel like I was making a big deal out of nothing?" He. Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun smiled flatteringly. "Director, I admit that I spoke to you a little loudly before. Please don't take it personally. I think you are indeed far-sighted in foresight, but..." Zhou Jianjun suddenly changed the subject and his expression became serious. Seeing that murderous aura was emanating from him, Chen Bagua couldn't help but become serious. The voice was deep and asked, "Just what?" "It's just that at the moment, the efforts are not enough. Zhou Jianjun pondered for a moment, and then continued in a deep voice, based on the current trend, the merger of the regions is definitely a matter of time. The battle for national destiny will begin sooner or later, and then countries will face each other directly. Sakura and Kimchi have always been extremely despicable, and they will do anything to get what they want. I'm afraid that by then, in order to compete for the country's destiny, they will secretly attack the wealthy people in Zuxia. Chen Bagua, the most well-known representative of the hawkish faction, has always been known for his bad temper. Pa! He slapped the desk hard again. He stood up from his chair. With a furious look on his face and full of murderous intent, he shouted, "They dare?" Although he was angry, he calmed down after drinking. Just because he has a bad temper doesn't mean he has no brains. On the contrary, how can someone who can sit on the position of the Grand Marshal of the Army be an incompetent person? If you think about it calmly, what Zhou Jianjun said actually makes a lot of sense. Everyone knows the difference between cherry blossoms and kimchi. If the fight for national destiny really begins, and we, Zuxia, suppress them with all our might, they will definitely become desperate and use any means necessary. De. Director Chen Bagua kept tapping the table with his fingers. After a moment's silence, he said solemnly, "To ensure that nothing goes wrong, the security of the God of Wealth has been increased again. S level, upgrade directly to S level, I don't want to see any surprises." S level? Zhou Jianjun was obviously shocked. You have to know that the King's security level is only SSS level. You think we're making a fuss again, don't you? Zhou Jianjun shook his head. No, it's mainly because I haven't changed my mindset yet. Chen Bagua glared at him unhappily. Guiyun Douyin has been in the world for several years. Why haven't you changed yet? Special times require special actions. Now, if we make one wrong move, we will be in danger of being destroyed at any time. We cannot afford to make any mistakes. Zhou Jianjun saluted solemnly. "Yes, Director." Chen Bagua nodded with satisfaction. "Just wait and see, this young man won't let us down." It's not that I look down on these little bastards, but tell me, which one of them has the bloodiness and ruthlessness of their fathers and grandfathers? It would be fine if they couldn't make money, but now they are trying to ruin their family fortune. Is it difficult to lose a family? Is it difficult? No wonder Chen said they are losers. Look at them, they are all so timid and stingy, they have no future. Only the kid from the Yi family has some ability. Zhou Jianjun smiled bitterly and shook his head. I guess it's because he was severely punished by his family in the past. Who could have known this would be the case now? What can we do? We can't say it openly, so we can only work hard to make money and build a family foundation. But these little bastards are not strong at all. But now I guess the Yi family kid has also been dragged into this. He is a man of courage and ruthlessness, so he should be able to bring honor to us. They were wrong about blaming these playboys. He is indeed a spendthrift, but he gets beaten up whenever he buys luxury goods or luxury cars. The only way to do this is to brush it hard on Douyin. We can't say it openly, so how can they figure it out and find the right balance? Chen Bagua lit up a special cigarette and stared at the computer screen. He laughed teasingly and said, "Everyone thought Xiao Chen would definitely lose, but I am sure he can rub the faces of these bastards on the ground again. Old Zhou, how about we make a bet?" Zhou Jianjun smiled slightly. "Okay, I bet on Chen to win." "You, what are you still betting on?" Chen Bagua rolled his eyes at him in dismay. This old fellow has become smarter now and is not so easy to fool. Since you already know that he will win, why don't you quickly upgrade his security level? Zhou Jianjun chuckled. Don't worry, it won't take a while. I just want to see if there are any special effects when the exiled immortal descends to Earth and hits the highest combo. After all, this is our Zuxia's first exclusive gift, and I haven't seen it yet. Chapter 66, Unfavorable Situation. After seeing the special effects of his exclusive gift, Chen Taishu no longer wasted time. After all, the red team, led by Xie Yinji, is now advancing with its entire army. Our own health bar has been suppressed to the point where it is invisible. There are 15 wealthy people on the red side, and if each of them makes a move on Grand Carnival, that would be 450 million votes. Moreover, they are still attacking. Seeing that the second wave of Golden Dragon's good news reign was about to arrive, Chen Taishu naturally had to go all out. Otherwise, the vote gap will only get bigger. Press and hold the button of Exiled Immortal, and the option of Send 100 will appear instantly. With a light tap, the banished immortal was seen standing on the top of the Jade Tower with his hands behind his back again. A mysterious, ancient voice suddenly sounded. I am the only Taishu immortal in the world, I can ascend to the sky easily. The old and mysterious sound effects seem to come from eternity. The sound effect of this poem instantly resounded throughout all the live broadcast rooms on the platform. This is the hidden special effect of the 100-hit combos. Fuck, this sound effect is too awesome, right? I am the only Taishu immortal in the world, I can ascend to heaven easily. Damn it, I am so excited just by hearing this. It is indeed an exclusive gift. The platform has put so much effort into it, right? The sound effects, the momentum, the sense of fantasy are overwhelming. When hearing this poem, Xia Yanji was slightly stunned. There was deep envy in his eyes. This is an exclusive gift, which rich man Wun Ti wanted. And this is not just a gift, it is also a symbol of status. Anyone who has exclusive gifts is a super rich person recognized by the platform. Then an excited look appeared on Xia Yanji's face. Licked his lips. Said, Taishu immortal, right? Brothers, today we are going to kill gods and immortals. Even if you are a celestial being descending from the heavens, you must bow your head when you see me. Bullshit take Suxian, kill the immortals, kill the immortals, kill the immortals. Don't hold back. No one can get away with offending my Beijing circle. Hold down his health bar. I want to see how many votes he has. Although Chen Taishu did not use the 100-hit in 10-second hand speed that he had used for decades as a single man, his 100-hit combo never stopped. I am the only immortal in the world, I can ascend to the sky with ease. This poem has been heard continuously in major live broadcast rooms. It's obvious that everyone tonight will be brainwashed by this poem. Each time Chen Taishu clicks, it counts as 100 million votes. The other side has 15 people, and each time they click on the Grand Carnival, it will be 450 million votes. The gap is still quite big. But it doesn't matter. Although there is a gap, it's not like you have endless Do coins to spend, so you can keep clicking. So Chen Taishu was not panicked at all. Others can't keep clicking, but he can. Official live broadcast room. Hiwei, now the Grand Carnival of the 15 great tycoons on the red side has never stopped, and the 100 strikes of the exiled immortal on the blue side has also not stopped. The gap between the votes of the two parties is quite large now, but according to the current trend, this PK is not about who is more ruthless, but who is more vicious. And who lasts longer. Xu Xian, who do you think has a greater chance of winning this PK? Xu Xian smiled slightly. Although the red team's offensive is fierce at the moment, it is just relying on its large numbers. And Brother Taishu on the blue team seems to have low health, but I wonder if anyone has noticed? Brother Taishu's pace and frequency of voting have never changed from the beginning to the end. If I can describe it in one word, it's stable. It's so stable that it's scary. And the reason why it is so stable is nothing more than because Brother Taishu has a strong foundation. Moreover, I firmly believe that Brother Taishu is not as hard as a cock when it's shitting. He definitely has super endurance. Hiwei nodded, it's the same as my analysis. Once the red team has used all three moves, it will be Brother Taishu's time to show off. Damn, shameless, hypocritical, the commentary team really has no moral integrity, all of them are just boasting about Taishu. Nonsense, who the hell gave me so much money? I won't say I'm bragging to him, I'll just brag to him. Mad, I suspect you were driving, but I have no evidence. No problem, it's me, I brag too. Brother Taishu always picks a circle, and the pretentious Beijing circle, what a fucking character. That's right, even if I lose, I still give Brother Taishu a thumbs up. Lose? Chen Taishu really hadn't thought about it. At this moment, he was stroking the small candy beans while rhythmically tapping the 100 strikes of the exiled immortal coming down to earth. Not very fast, about 1 second. In other words, he swiped 100 million votes in 1 second and squandered 10 million renminbi. Damn it, who dares to play like this? Would the world's richest man dare to do that? How long can his assets support him? Damn, this is too arrogant. Hiwei, only 1 minute has passed in the PK now. And the blood bar votes of both sides have reached 27 billion, 6 billion. As time goes by, the gap between the votes of the two parties becomes more and more obvious. Xu Xian, it seems that the gap is more than 20 billion, but Brother Taishu is not panicked at all. His pace has not been affected at all, and he still gets 100 million votes per second. Similarly, the rich people on the red team also maintain the same frequency, one group of Grand Carnival every second. Now, each of the 15 rich men on the red side has cleared 60 sets of Grand Carnival. Hiwei, the PK is still going on, and there is plenty of time. Which one has more deposits, the red team or Brother Taishu? I believe the answer will be revealed soon. Just as Hiwei analyzed, the turning point came when the PK time reached nearly 2 minutes. Hiwei stared at the PK screen intently. Suddenly his pupils dilated and he exclaimed loudly, "Stop, stop, stop." The red team's fierce attack from the beginning finally stopped. 15 super rich people, each of them bought 100 sets of Grand Carnival. Oh my god, each of them swiped 3 billion votes, which is 300 million renminbi. 15 people, 45 billion votes, this breaks the record again. This is definitely a one-sided, first place vote. Chu Shuxian, as expected of the Beijing Circle, their strength and background should not be underestimated. Now, the pressure is on Brother Taishu. Brother Taishu currently has 12 billion votes. If the number of votes for the red side remains unchanged, and Brother Taishu continues to maintain the current pace of gaining votes, then Brother Taishu will need another 330 seconds to catch up. That means it will take 5 minutes and 30 seconds, and only 2 minutes have passed. That's plenty of time. Hiwei frowned. Of course, this is only based on the premise that the red side maintains the same number of votes. Will the red side continue to vote? As soon as he finished speaking, the votes for the red side continued to move. Hiwei, yes, it's moving. It seems that the red team doesn't intend to give Brother Taishu a chance. Do they want to block all the escape routes for Brother Taishu? What should we do? The current situation is very unfavorable to Brother Taishu. How should Brother Taishu deal with it? Danger, danger, danger. Chapter 67 Licking to the End. The corners of Xie Yinji's mouth slightly raised, revealing a proud and confident smile. Go on, get my health bar to over 60 billion. With more than 60 billion votes, it should be no problem for us to win this PK, right? Even if he gets 100 million votes per second, in 10 minutes, that's only 60 billion votes. As long as our total health bar exceeds 60 billion, I wonder what he can do to win. He did not do anything fancy, but instead chose to display the tickets in an arrogant and conceited manner. It seems that everyone has fallen into a misunderstanding. They all thought that even if Chen Taishu ran from beginning to end, he would only get 60 billion votes. Chen Taishu's steady and rhythmic voting seemed to give them an illusion. That means he can only click once per second, and can only get 100 million votes. Have they forgotten that Brother Taishu has the special skill of performing 100 strikes in 10 seconds? Have they forgotten the terrifying speed of Brother Taishu's hands as he has been single for decades? Sure enough, just after 3 minutes, the red team's health bar votes reached an astonishing 65 billion. The 15 wealthy men on the opposite side also stopped at the same time. Each of them only prepared 4 billion votes, but Xie Yinji prepared more, almost 10 billion votes. But now he has almost finished it. Oh my god, 65 billion tickets, 6.5 billion renminbi, did all these rich second generations and dandy boys get their money from the wind? It's really cruel. It's just a PK. Why is it so costly? Do you have money but nowhere to spend it? Poverty limits my imagination. I have to think for a long time before giving a little heart. These big guys don't take money seriously at all. Are you so addicted to PK? You can only see a carnival occasionally in other live broadcast rooms, but it seems that all PKs of Brother Taishu never get less than 100 million votes. It's over. The other side has 65 billion votes and directly chooses to display the votes. Brother Taishu is afraid that he can't stand it. Hiwei, 5 minutes have passed, and the red side's votes have remained at 65 billion. And Brother Taishu's pace has not changed much, still 100 million votes per second. In 5 minutes, Brother Taishu slowly raised 30 billion votes. The commentator Hiwei's expression became noticeably nervous. If this pace continues, by the end of the PK period, Brother Taishu will only have 60 billion votes. I still can't beat the opponent. What should I do? Why doesn't Brother Taishu speed up? Is there no more tickets? Chu Shuxian smiled faintly. Teacher you are just too concerned. The ticket on the other side has been openly displayed, which is 65 billion. If Brother Taishu doesn't have enough votes, would he still vote now when he knows he's going to lose? Hiwei's eyes lit up and he patted his thigh. Yes, Brother Taishu is still slowly raising votes. That proves that his votes will definitely exceed 65 billion, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste? It's obvious that Brother Taishu isn't really exerting his strength right now. He suddenly stood up from the commentary seat. They shouted excitedly, Brother Taishu will win, Brother Taishu will win, Brother Taishu is invincible. Chu Shuxian next to her cooperated by taking out bouquets from under the commentary stand and turned into a cheerleader. We must win, we must win. Fuck you, even though your analysis makes sense, can you at least pretend? Damn, are they so blatant and unscrupulous now? Are they the commentators or Taishu's cheerleaders? Well, making money is not bad. Licking other people may end up with nothing. But licking Brother Taishu will definitely give you everything. That is right, look at him, isn't Wang Ergu always full every day? Old Huang, you can get millions with just one lick. Look at those younger brothers, each of them has a supercar worth tens of millions. Damn it, if it were me, I would also be willing to be Taishu's licker. You wish for it. Brother Taishu thinks your tongue is too thick. Chapter 68 I bet on him winning big. Chen Taishu, who was petting the cat, looked at the health bar with a difference of several hundred billion and smiled slightly. Panic? Not panic at all, okay? If you really want to suppress the health bar, 30 seconds will be enough. At this time, Yishaori, who had been paying close attention to this PK, was leisurely tasting the red wine that was comparable to liquid gold. He shook his head and said calmly, Yanji, you are too anxious and underestimate the other side. How can we win if we put all our strength on the stage so early? Xia Yanji smiled arrogantly and said nonchalantly, if he can exceed 65 billion votes, then I will admit defeat. Isn't he arrogant? I am even more arrogant than him. The 65 billion is right here. If you have the ability, just follow me. Yi Shaodi shook his head, stupid. Everything you do requires strategy and tactics, methods and approaches. Do you think you are the reckless man on the other side? If you just attack tentatively at the beginning and then fire all your arrows at the last moment, there is a high probability that you will be able to kill the opponent. Now, what's the difference between your 65 billion votes and throwing them away? They have the strength to get through everything. What you are doing is not crazy or reckless, but stupid. Xia Yanji curled his lips in disdain. Brother D, do you really think there are so many votes on the other side? More than 60 billion votes, that's more than 6 billion renminbi. I don't believe he is really that arrogant. One person, one PK, and spending over 6 billion. Who can be so awesome? If he really spends so much money, I will accept my defeat with all my heart, and I am willing to be his younger brother. Yi Shaodi frowned and said meaningfully, others may not have it, but he will. Seeing his serious expression and firm tone, Xia Yanji still shook his head disapprovingly. Brother D, weren't you quite disappointed last night? Yi Shaodi showed an interested look on his face. I admit that I made a mistake last night. This guy must be someone very important. If nothing unexpected happens, he is most likely a descendant of a legendary family. At this point, both his expression and tone revealed a strong interest. He was even a little excited and was looking forward to fighting with Chen Taishu. Suddenly, he got inspired. He smiled and said, Yanji, do you want to gamble again tonight? As soon as he heard about gambling, Xia Yanji also became interested. Curiously asked, what are you betting on? I bet that in this PK, Illusion Realm will not only win, but also win overwhelmingly. TSK. Xia Yanji sneered disdainfully. I feel so awesome that he can win and he wants to crush me? Win a complete victory? Brother D, you think too highly of him, don't you? Okay, I'll take the bet. Xia Yanji said with a smile, if I win, Brother D, then all the Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon in your winery will belong to me? Yi Shaodi shrugged indifferently, okay, you win, move all the Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon in my winery. But if I win, you can help me invite Xiaoi out for dinner. Xia Yanji hesitated. Brother D, if I help you date Xiaoxi, she will definitely skin me alive afterwards. Yi Shaodi smiled slightly, don't you think you will win? Then what are you worried about? Xia Yanji thought about it and found that there was indeed nothing wrong with it. He gritted his teeth and said, okay. Chapter 69 Betting on Your Daughter. Time passed slowly, and Chen Taishu was still voting leisurely. With only the last minute left, everyone couldn't help but get nervous. Zhou Jianjun, deputy director of the National Transportation Department, frowned. That's it? No way? There's only 1 minute left, and the blue side only has 54 billion votes. How can they win? After saying that, he thankfully said, fortunately the S-level security order has not been issued yet. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for the old man. Old Chen, now it seems that I overestimated this kid after all. Zhou Jianjun showed a look of disappointment on his face. They can't even handle a small Beijing circle. Sigh, the specially invited rich guests are just like this. With this strength, what can we use to fight in the future? Is it possible that our Zuxia cannot select other special guests? Chen Baoguo raised his eyes and looked at him with contempt. He said unhappily, Old Zhou, do you know why you have always been my deputy? You are impatient and short-sighted. There's still 1 minute left, what are you in such a hurry for? In the PK arena, a shocking reversal is very likely to happen at any moment. Deputy Director Zhou shrugged indifferently. A sly smile appeared on Chen Baoguo's dignified face. Don't believe it? Then why don't we make a bet? How do you bet? I bet this kid Chen Taishu will come up with a shocking reversal. What's the bet? Chen Baoguo smiled and said, if I win, I will let your daughter go to the Magic City in person. Zhou Jianjun glared at him with his tiger eyes. But on second thought, if he really won, then there seemed to be nothing wrong in letting his daughter protect the god of wealth. After realizing this, he immediately put away his anger. He sneered and said, okay, but if I win, Lao Chen, you have to wash my feet for a week. How is it? Not too much, right? Based on Lao Chen's previous temper, he would definitely get furious. However, Lao Chen just smiled faintly and nodded without hesitation, okay. He actually agreed? Zhou Jianjun was extremely surprised. You? Old Chen, do you trust this kid Chen Taishu so much? Of course. Chen Baoguo replied without hesitation, I have never been wrong in my judgment. TSK. Deputy Director Zhou sneered disdainfully. Then you should be ready to wash my feet. No, I have to run a few kilometers outside later, and then I'll ask you to wash me properly. Wow, grab the bamboo shoots. Chen Baoguo turned his gaze to the computer screen. He replied calmly, you should think about how to tell your daughter. As soon as the words were spoken, the excited roar of the commentary team came from the computer speakers. Wei, fuck, it's moving, no, it's speeding up, Brother Taishu is speeding up. Wei, who couldn't help but burst out with the quintessence of Chinese culture, jumped up from the guest seat and stared at the screen. He shouted excitedly, it broke out. Brother Taishu finally broke out at the last minute. He's coming, he's really coming, he's coming with great momentum and killing intent. Xu Shuxian also screamed in excitement, 100 strikes in 10 seconds. I saw Brother Taishu's amazing skills again, 100 strikes in 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, Brother Taishu clicked out 100 times of exiled immortals coming down to Earth 100. 10 seconds, 10 billion. Oh my god, what a shocking reversal. Brother Taishu has once again brought everyone an extremely exciting and shocking reversal. At the last minute, Brother Taishu wants everyone on the internet to remember who is the real number 1 immortal. Who is the real number 1 rich man in Douyin? It's him, that's him, the arrogant Taishu immortal who looks down on the world. Chapter 70. The name of the god of war resounds throughout the internet. 20 seconds, 20 billion. Brother Taishu, firing on all cylinders, successfully overtook the red team in just 20 seconds. The health bar has reached 74 billion votes, and it instantly overshadowed the red health bar. Now the health bar has surpassed, and Brother Taishu has finally stopped. A stunning reversal. Brother Taishu has surpassed 10 billion votes and is now certain to win. No, it should be that he directly locked in the victory and completely killed the suspense of this PK. We can congratulate Brother Taishu in advance for his victory. Just as Xu Shuxian was congratulating and celebrating in advance, Wei, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly interrupted her. Wait, it's moving, Brother Taishu is moving again. He had no intention of stopping. Even after he had secured victory, he still chose not to stop. What is madness? What is recklessness? What is absolute strength? Brother Taishu wants to tell everyone that he not only wants to win, but also wants to crush everyone with absolute strength. 15 of the red team's richest men, can you move now? Do you dare to move? Can you still move? Brother Taishu has now cast a full 90 billion votes, and there are only 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. In the last 10 seconds, Brother Taishu once again used his 100 hit in 10 second special move to completely destroy the red team's hopes. Oh my god, this is definitely a shocking battle that will go down in history. 65 billion votes, 100 billion votes, breaking the record again. Wei was almost insane, shouting at the top of his lungs. I am the only immortal Taishu in the world, and I can ascend to the sky easily. Brother Taishu is awesome. Who else? Who else can fight me? Take Suxian. Who else can break Brother Taishu's undefeated golden body? Brother Taishu is an immortal, a god, and an undefeated god of war. Brother Taishu deserves the title of the #1 war god on the internet. His passionate roars and shouts instantly ignited the blood and passion of tens of millions of viewers. The public screens of the 3 live broadcast rooms also exploded instantly. God of war, God of war, God of war. Everyone was shouting Taishu God of war. Including the audience fans in the opposite live broadcast room. At this moment, they were all impressed by Qin Taishu's domineering aura. 1 PK, 100 billion votes. My god, what does this mean? This is 10 billion in real money. Who else is not convinced? My mom, this is really too fucking crazy. 100 billion votes, 100 billion votes, ruthless person, no, this is fucking lang me. It's really like a knife stabbing the butt. I've opened my eyes, awesome. Damn, I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced. God of War, Brother Taishu is definitely the undisputed God of War on the entire internet. Shocked, this PK really shocked me. Brother Taishu refreshes my cognition time and time again. I really can't find any extra words to describe it, the only word I can describe it is awesome. Chen Taishu also laughed. In 1 minute, nearly 50 billion votes were swiped. It's great, it's really great, spending money without restraint is really awesome. Look at the whole screen filled with God of War barrage. Isn't this better than the 1 or 2 times you called me Big Brother in your previous life? It's really too addictive. Even though he has gotten used to it, he is still lost now. Wang Ergo on the screen was completely stunned. He knew that Brother Taishu would win, and he never doubted that. Even when there was only 1 minute left, he still firmly believed that Brother Taishu would win. But he never expected that Brother Taishu would win so domineeringly and so arrogantly. A crushing defeat, an absolute crushing defeat. Chapter 71, a contest hidden in the rules. Yi Shaodi licked his lips excitedly. He raised his glass and said with a smile, how is it? I told you that he would win overwhelmingly, right? Xia Yanji raised his head and drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. He took a deep breath, and a look of surprise and admiration appeared on his handsome face. He said slowly, it's cruel, too cruel. Who on earth is this guy? It's just a PK, and I'm spending 10 billion renminbi. Xia Yanji shook his head, I dare not think about it, I really dare not think about it. Young Emperor Yi just smiled and didn't say anything. Then Xia Yanji let out a long breath. There's nothing much to say. I admit defeat with all my heart. Don't worry, Brother D. I will help you make an appointment with Shao 11 tomorrow. Xia Yanji showed a bitter smile on his face, please, Brother D, please help me reserve a bed in the hospital first. Don't worry, we have our own hospital, why would we need to book a reservation? Don't worry, the luxurious VIP suite is reserved for you, you can move in any time. Xia Yanji gave him a resentful look. The bet made by the National Destiny Department also had a result. Chen Bagua leisurely lit a special cigarette and leaned back comfortably in the chair. Old Joe, do you see? What does it mean to be far-sighted? What does it mean to have a keen eye? You have something to learn. Although Deputy Director Zhou lost the bet, he was extremely happy and excited at the moment. Well, good loss, good loss. Chen Bagua was slightly stunned, then gave him a thumbs up. Old Zhou, you are really good. Your realm is rising rapidly now. Zhou Jianjun smiled awkwardly and said shyly, well, it's not entirely for the sake of national destiny and national justice. As for me, I still have a little selfishness to some extent. Come on, Lao Chen, sign it quickly. After saying that, he took out a secret order document that he had prepared long ago and placed it in front of Chen Bagua. Looking at this document, Chen Bagua was stunned again. You've been ready for this? Deputy Director Zhou showed a simple smile, what else? Chen Bagua stared at him meaningfully, so, you have been plotting against me from the beginning? How can it be called a conspiracy? Zhou Jianjun denied seriously. Although I was the one who took the initiative to propose to protect the god of wealth, considering the dirty deeds of Sakura and Kinchi, is my proposal reasonable? Chen Bagua nodded and said, "You have considered it very comprehensively. This proposal is indeed necessary." Zhou Jianjun smiled proudly, "Then it's the wealth and arrogance that the god of wealth is showing now. For the sake of safety and national destiny, do we need foolproof security measures?" Chen Bagua nodded again. "One person is enough to achieve the one-year profit value standard set by the mysterious platform. It can even allow Zuxia to jump to the top of the Asian section rankings. Such a god of wealth, national hero, and national pride must be protected." Zhou Jianjun continued to argue, "My daughter may be a woman, but she is as capable as any man. Her strength is unrivaled in the entire army. I am not exaggerating, am I? It is obvious to all, right?" Chen Bagua still nodded. If he didn't know Zhou Tianan's terrifying strength, he would never have taken the initiative to ask her to go to the Magic City to protect the boy. "So, is there anything wrong with letting my daughter lead the team to protect that brat?" Chen Bagua shook his head and said subconsciously, "No flaws." Zhou Jianjun clapped his hands. "Then it's settled. It's reasonable and logical, and there's nothing wrong with it. How can it be called a calculation? Stop talking so much and sign it now. I still have to give my daughter an order." Chen Bagua glanced at the secret order document and stared at him with a smile. "Heh, you almost made me dizzy. You just want me to sign the secret order in the name of the Grand Marshal of the Army. In the form of a military order, we are transferring your iceberg to the demon capital in broad daylight, right? The key is that she can't refuse yet, right?" Zhou Jianjun smiled awkwardly after being exposed. Then he said seriously, "Just tell me whether you will sign or not. I didn't force you. Although I know that this guy has been plotting against me step by step. But he had no choice, because what Deputy Director Zhou said was indeed correct. There is no way he would not sign just because he is unhappy. That is irresponsible to the country and to the people. In the face of national interests and patriotism, even if he is plotted against with good intentions or even torn to pieces, it is nothing to him." Holding the secret document with seal and signature, Zhou Jianjun showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Ha! Now I can finally get rid of her legitimately. Old Chen, you don't know how uncomfortable it is to have to face the icy and sour face of an icy person carefully when you get home from work every day." He raised the documents in his hand happily. "That's good. His mom and I can finally spend a few days in peace together." Chen Bagua glared at him unhappily. "Old Zhou, you are abusing your power for personal gain, right?" "Nonsense." Deputy Director Zhou immediately retorted, "Did I force you to sign this? I pulled your hand to write this chapter? If you still have doubts, here. I'll give you the secret order. Just tear it up and I'll pretend I never saw it." Seeing his smug look, Chen Bagua was immediately furious. He picked up the pen on the table and threw it at him. He roared angrily, get out now. Don't act like a good boy after getting an advantage in front of me. Remember, if anything happens to that kid, don't blame me for being rude to you." Zhou Jianjun replied with a playful smile, "Don't worry, Director. Even if you don't believe me, you have to believe your niece, right? With her here, those evil spirits like Sakura and Kimchi will die if they come one by one, and if they come two by two, they will die a pair, hum." The last cold snort was full of murderous intent. Chen Bagua frowned. He said in a deep voice, "We can't just defend blindly. Now is the time when everyone is not reacting. Old Zhou, arrange some hands who are good at doing dirty work to infiltrate Sakura and Kimchi first. If they come openly, our Zuxiao will have nothing to fear. But if they dare to play dirty tricks, don't blame us for being ruthless." At this point, Chen Bagua's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly said, "Wait a minute, Lao Zhou, I think I found a problem." Old Zhou also became alert and asked hurriedly, "What's the problem?" "The platform's rules do not allow us to investigate our own user information, but there is no rule that prohibits us from investigating other Douyin users' information." This. Old Zhou was also startled for a moment. Is this intentional on the platform, or is it a loophole?" Chen Bagua looked serious and solemn. If the platform rules are really intentional, then this matter is not simple. Zhou Jianjun took a deep breath. He said solemnly, "I will go and make arrangements right now. If they really play dirty tricks, we will not be at a disadvantage." Chapter 72: The Hidden Test of the System. After the microphone was turned on, Daoization on the opposite side spoke first. "I will start the live broadcast at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and live broadcast the cleaning of public toilets for the whole day. Everyone is welcome to come and supervise and inspect at that time. Well, not bad, the attitude is very positive. Immediately afterwards, Xia Yanji, who was writing in Tianxia in the guest seats, also spoke. Without saying anything, he just called out respectfully, "Big brother." Chen Taishu nodded with satisfaction, "Very good, fourth brother." "Not bad, not bad." Xia Yanji did not show any resentment or annoyance. Instead, his tone was filled with admiration and respect. "To be honest, big brother, I am convinced of my defeat in this PK. So far, I, Xia Yanji, have served 3 people, one of whom is brother D. That one person is your brother Taishu." Chen Taishu smiled slightly and asked curiously, "Aren't there 3? Who is the other one?" Cough cough. Xia Yanji coughed twice. She said shyly, "I was beaten into submission by a sister who I grew up with in the compound." Chen Taishu was speechless for a moment. Being beaten into submission by a woman? What a success! He seemed to have forgotten how he was suppressed by the Kung Fu Queen before he received the traditional Chinese martial arts as a reward from the system. Xia Yanji then said with interest, "I'm really curious, who is more powerful between you and brother D?" Chen Taishu shook his head and said, "There's nothing to be curious about. I'm the undefeated god of war. How can I have an opponent? Don't tell your brother D that there's really no need to recruit me. Not only will it be a waste of money, but it will also inevitably lead to a loss of face in the end." Chen Taishu didn't say this intentionally to show off, he was genuinely giving good advice. If you don't believe me, let him watch it for a few more days. Then he'll know if I'm just bragging or not. Okay, that's it, my nightlife is about to begin. After saying that, he asked Wang Erge to hang up the call. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the system sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the first-time mission released by this system. The performance rating of this mission is S+, and the host will receive double the cashback this time. Chen Taishu curled his lips. This reward was not acceptable. The cashback is 10 billion, which will be 20 billion after doubling. Is there any difference? We are not short of money, so is there any difference between 10 billion and 20 billion? It's totally not on the same level as the last martial arts rewards. This guy is just too arrogant now. He doesn't even care about 10 billion, right? If the host is not satisfied with the reward, the system can recycle it for free. Tonzi, a man with a strong personality, would not tolerate him and directly retorted back. Chen Taishu smiled awkwardly and said, "It's okay, it's better than nothing, right? If the reward is not good this time, then try again next time. Don't be angry. No more nonsense, come on, the next stage of the mission, my bird, no, my sword has been thirsty for a long time." The third step of the god-making plan, becoming famous. This system will recharge 10 trillion Douyin coins to the host's Douyin account. Chen Taishu widened his eyes. WTF, Tonzi, did you skip a grade? According to the routine, shouldn't it be 1 trillion? Why did it suddenly jump to 10 trillion? You're putting a lot of pressure on me. Host, don't worry. There is no time limit for this mission. So, there is no such thing as success or failure in this mission. Chen Taishu was shocked. What? No time limit? Yes, even if the host can use it for a lifetime. Well. Chen Taishu was suddenly overwhelmed by Tonzi. What kind of routine is this? Chen Taishu couldn't help but frown. This matter was definitely not that simple. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt that this might be another test from Tonzi. No matter what, it's definitely a good idea to stick to the principle of squandering everything as quickly as possible. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Humph, you want to trick me? No way. I won't be fooled, are you angry? He. Notes on the God Creating Plan 1, once the God Creating Plan is launched. Notes on the God Making Plan 2, all cashbacks. Notes on Becoming Famous 1, this system provides. After Tonzi completed the process as set, he immediately fell silent and didn't bother to talk to him anymore. Chen Taishu's text message also came. Looking at the long string of numbers displayed in the text message, he shook his head in boredom. Boring. He is actually not interested in money at all. Isn't it just a string of cold numbers? Chen Taishu called slowly, second brother, third brother. The dream of 900 million young boys, being in Big Brother. Cat 11 from the old alley, in Big Brother. Chen Taishu nodded with satisfaction. After this battle, Chen Shi's rebellious nature must have been worn down to the point of almost being worn down, right? With all my domineering aura, I can't conquer a small-breasted lowly? What a joke! Both of you, please kneel down. Big Brother's extravagant nightlife is about to begin. The dream of 900 million young boys, get lost. Cat 11 from the old alley, get lost. Looking at the comments sent by the two people at the same time, Chen Taishu shook his head. It seems that these two flat-chested girls are still rebellious. Just as he was about to exit the live broadcast room, Wang Ergo spoke. Brother Taishu, I plan to start our plan tomorrow. Chen Taishu nodded, okay, if I have time tomorrow, I'll come to your live studio to take a look. Do it right. Don't think you can mess around when I'm not around. Wang Ergo assured solemnly, don't worry, big brother, I will definitely do it with all my heart. After Chen Taishu exited the live broadcast room, he directly switched to the official broadcast commentary room. The two commentators, who could have gone off work long ago, were still sitting in the commentary booth chatting with the audience. As for its purpose, it's self-evident. As soon as they saw Taishu Huanjing enter the live broadcast room, the two commentators immediately jumped up from the commentary seats. They shouted in unison, welcome Brother Taishu. Good guy, hard work pays off, I finally got what I wanted. Damn, can I complain about the current official commentary team? They are becoming more and more shameless? Why would you need to have a face when making money? Is the real money in your pocket more important, or is your face more important? No problem, it's money, it's not shameful. Just wait and see, Brother Taishu is not stingy when it comes to spending, you will definitely have enough to eat. Since the official commentary team brags so much about themselves, Chen Taishu will naturally not be stingy. After all, spending money is spending money no matter where it happens. Of course, you have to find a live broadcast room that makes you happy to spend money. He didn't waste any time and directly clicked on the gift bar and pressed the button Exiled Immortal Descends to Earth. Taishu Illusion has given out an exclusive gift in the official commentary live broadcast room, a banished immortal descending to Earth 100, a super rich man descending to spend a fortune, so hurry up and watch. It's not over yet, Chen Taishu directly launched a powerful 10-hit combo. 1 billion sound waves, worth 100 million renminbi. Last time, Huang Jian received nearly 300 million sound waves, and this time, the commentary team received another 1 billion sound waves. With such an arrogant way of feeding, how can the commentary team not become too exaggerated? Chapter 73 If you die, nothing can happen to him. Zhou Tainan, with short hair and a heroic appearance, walked into the office. Zhou Tainan was very beautiful, but her face was covered with frost that had never melted. His eyes were extremely cold and sharp, and I didn't dare to look him in the eye easily. That's right, Zhou Tainan is Zhou Jianjun's biological daughter. Zhou Tainan walked into the office and saluted with a standard paw. Zhou Jianjun nodded and pushed the document in front of her. I order you to leave for the Demon City immediately to protect a very important person. Zhou Tainan picked up the document and read it word by word. How long? They have been protecting me until I give them a notice. Zhou Tainan was slightly startled and looked a little strange. His tone became more serious, and he asked, can I choose to refuse? Zhou Tainan. Zhou Jianjun suddenly shouted and stood up from his chair. He said sternly, follow orders. Although Zhou Tainan looked unwilling, he still saluted. He replied in a resounding voice, yes. Zhou Jianjun glanced at her and his attitude immediately softened. He shook his head and sighed helplessly. He said in a gentle tone, I must remind you that your protection mission this time is extraordinary and extremely important. The person you are trying to protect cannot have any mistakes. If anything happens to him, not only you, but also I will be in trouble. Zhou Tianan's expression suddenly became serious. At this time, she had clearly realized the seriousness of the matter. Although obedience is her duty, she now has to raise her own questions for the sake of the mission. Can you tell me what the important identity of the protected person is? She looked at the records in the documents and found that this man named Chen Taishu was just an ordinary person who could not be more ordinary. So she was very confused. You don't need to know his identity, just know that he is more important than me, or even more important than many people. You are not the only one participating in this mission. There are 2 teams of Dragon Guards cooperating with you. The security level this time is very high, and it may be increased at any time. So I don't need to tell you more about its importance, right? Although Zhou Tianan's face was still cold and frosty, a huge wave of rage was rising in her heart. I see. Zhou Jianjun nodded with satisfaction. Very good, remember not to let him have any accidents. It may be calm and peaceful at the moment, but we must never let our guard down. Perhaps soon, he will face many crises, do you understand? Zhou Tainan once again replied in a resounding voice, understood. Then Zhou Jianjun's majestic aura disappeared instantly. Because from now on, he would not be talking to Zhou Tainan in the capacity of his position, but as a father. He said softly, my girl, when you are carrying out your mission, you must also pay attention to your own safety, understand? Zhou Tainan nodded. She asked again, Dad, is this person really that important? Zhou Jianjun nodded and said, it's very important. After that he fell silent. After a long while, he continued solemnly, even if you die, nothing can happen to him. God knows what kind of pain he was going through when he said this. During this mission, you will most likely come into contact with Sakura and Kimchi's men. So you are allowed to equip the dragon guards with weapons. If you encounter them, you will be killed without mercy. Seeing the murderous aura emanating from him, Zhou Tainan was stunned again. Although he didn't say anything explicitly, his words contained a lot of information. At this moment, Zhou Tainan really took it seriously. Pack up, we'll take a special plane to the Magic City later. Yes. Watching her back as she was about to walk out of the office, Zhou Jianjun suddenly called her. Girl. Zhou Tainan paused. Be safe and come back alive. Zhou Tainan did not answer and continued to walk away. Chen Taishu, who quit Douyin, called Su Qingyan. The call was connected after ringing for a few seconds. Auntie, how long will it take for you to come back? I miss you. Su Qingyan's soft voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, little weakling. I have an appointment later that I can't postpone. I don't know how long it will take me to get home. Chen Taishu said with concern, well, be careful, drink less, and remember to call me if anything happens. Okay, just stay home and I'll bring you some midnight snacks. Chen Taishu rolled his eyes. Is he really treating me like a child? Stay home? And be good? What about the nightlife? A wonderful and rich nightlife is waiting for you. If you have a second chance to live your life and have endless money to spend, shouldn't you enjoy it to the fullest? I had just hung up the phone with my aunt when his WeChat message came. When I opened it, it was indeed the news about those 3 dog friends. Looking at the location they sent, Chen Taishu picked up his phone and car keys and went out without saying a word. My brother Taishu is here to visit the extravagant and glamorous nightlife in Shanghai. Following the navigation instructions, Chen Taishu drove his Aston Martin directly to a top-notch bar called Night on the bank of the Huanpu River. As soon as the cool and luxurious sports car stopped at the door of the bar, it attracted countless envious and jealous gazes. As soon as Chen Taishu got out of the car, he was instantly greeted with countless flirtatious glances. Looking at the girls who were dressed coolly and seductively, Chen Taishu was in a very good mood. This is what life is all about. Just as he was sighing, a young girl in a miniskirt with her cleavage exposed came towards him. The makeup is a bit heavy, and it's hard to tell her true face. But based on her tall and sexy figure and that pair of facial cleansers, Chen Taishu could barely give her 80 points. The girl was not shy and walked straight up to Chen Taishu. She asked in a coquettish voice, handsome guy, are you alone? Chen Taishu rolled his eyes at her and asked, can you speak? If you are not a person, you may not be a dog, right? Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Sanchue's voice came from the front door. Brother, here, here. Looking up, he saw the fat boy Zhou Sanchue running towards him quickly. Brother, come on, hurry in, everything is arranged, we are waiting for you. Chen Taishu smiled apologetically at the girl who approached him, and then walked towards the bar with Zhou Sanchue. The young girl raised her eyebrows, as if she was not going to let this big fish go. He turned around and followed. As soon as I stepped into the door of the bar, I was greeted by security guards in riot gear for a security check. But this seems to have nothing to do with Zhou Sanchue and Chen Taishu. Chapter 74 Brother Taishu pays for the entire meal. Zhou Sanchue led the way in front without even looking at the fully armed security guard beside him. But the security guard just lowered his head when he saw him. Not to mention security check, they didn't even dare to breathe, and they just walked in with a swagger. The people following closely behind them also tried to go straight in, but were ruthlessly stopped by the security guard. What for? The person who was stopped was still unconvinced and asked in a bad tone. The leading security guard was not polite. What? Do you think we are just decorations? Don't you know the rules? What about them? Why did they go in directly without going through security? The security guard chuckled disdainfully. How can you compare yourself to our boss? The person who was stopped was suddenly embarrassed. Damn, it turns out to be the legendary mysterious boss, so embarrassing. Afterwards, I could only accept the security check obediently. As soon as you step into the bar, colorful lights shine and dynamic music explodes. On the DJ stage, the DJ and host are working hard to guide the rhythm and atmosphere. On the dance floor below, countless men and women were raising their hands and swaying their bodies wildly to the rhythm of the music. There are several cylindrical platforms next to and in the middle of the dance floor. On the high platform, the hot dancers in revealing and sexy clothes were also showing off their hot dancing moves crazily. Chen Taishu looked at the men and women in the center of the dance floor with a smile on his face. So this is the correct way for young people to enjoy their nightlife? Actually, it's not that bad. Although he doesn't dislike it, he doesn't like it very much either. Just as he was looking around, suddenly, the music in the bar stopped and all the lights dimmed. For a moment, the guests in the bar were confused. Then the host holding the microphone shouted loudly, "Warmly welcome Brother Taishu." Where are the applause, the cheers, the shouts? With a click, a beam of light suddenly shone on Chen Taishu. Bang, bang, bang. Countless salutes suddenly rang out. Colorful strips of light also floated down from the sky. Brother Taishu, Brother Taishu, Brother Taishu. The people in the atmosphere group started shouting first, and the guests who didn't know what was going on also followed the atmosphere and shouted. The bar was suddenly filled with thunderous shouts of Brother Taishu. At this moment, Chen Taishu was definitely the focus of the whole place and the most handsome guy in the bar. Of course, Chen Taishu's vanity was also greatly satisfied at this time. It just exploded. He waved to Zhou Sanchuwei who was standing beside him. Zhou Sanchuwei quickly put his ear closer. Chen Taishu whispered something in his ear, and then he made a mysterious gesture to the host on the DJ stage. The host immediately understood what he meant and shouted excitedly, "Everyone, Brother Taishu will pay for all the consumption tonight. Go crazy, burn, scream, shout." As soon as they heard the host's words, the whole audience went crazy. Brother Taishu, Brother Taishu, Brother Taishu. The roof was blown off again by the shouting at the top of his lungs. It was also accompanied by various screams and whistles. Chen Taishu smiled slightly. He didn't expect that he would be able to experience Mr. Zhao's feelings in person in this life. All the women in the audience looked at Chen Taishu with eyes that seemed to be able to squeeze water out of them. As long as he wanted, he could take away at least 90% of the women here tonight. Especially the young beauty who had chatted with him and followed him in before. She quietly pulled the waiter next to her and whispered, "Hey handsome guy, who is that person? He's so awesome?" The waiter shook his head and replied, "We don't know either, but the man next to him is our boss." The young beauty's eyes were shining, and she stared at Chen Taishu's back, as if she wanted to eat him alive. She was very active in her thinking, and at this moment she was thinking about how to strike up a conversation with him later and how to send herself to his bed. However, she was obviously overthinking it and didn't even give him a chance to chat with her. Zhou Sanchuwei respectfully led Chen Taishu directly to the second floor. There is only one private room on the second floor, which is reserved for the boss. Not to mention chatting her up, she couldn't even get up to him. After Chen Taishu went upstairs, several men with crew cuts and black suits suddenly walked to the stairs. The leading man in a black suit said directly to the bar security personnel originally stationed on the second floor, "You go, we are taking over this place." The bar security was immediately confused. But he came to his senses after a moment and looked at the group of men in black suits. He knew at a glance that they were not here with good intentions. Just as he was about to speak, the black muzzle of a gun was stuffed into his mouth. Damn it, he actually has a gun and displays it so openly. This guy is either a ruthless person or a wolf mite. No matter which one it is, you can't afford to offend him. It's just a job, there's no need to risk your life for it. Several men in black suits took over the second floor directly. Two people were separated and stood upright on both sides of the private room door. How could Chen Taishu, who was in the private room, know about the changes outside? At this time, in the private room, he and his three friends were drinking. Zhou Sanchuwei said with a playful smile, "Brother Taishu, how is it, are you satisfied with my arrangement?" Chen Taishu took a sip of the expensive foreign wine. "How expensive is it?" Well, not much, he only wants a car worth about 100,000 yuan. Sanpang, is this your store? Because of his body shape, Chen Taishu simply called him Sanpang. Zhou Sanshui smiled and replied, yes, actually I didn't think about making money from this shop, it's mainly for my own entertainment. As expected, they are all rich people who know how to have fun. For convenience, they just open a store. I guess Shin Mubai opened the Aston Martin store to facilitate his hobby, right? Chen Taishu looked at Li Qingyi and asked with a smile, Shao Qing, what about you? What kind of store did you open for fun? Li Qingyi shrugged, well, it's just a club, not worth mentioning. Brother Taishu must come to my place later. I have arranged everything. If you ask me, just transfer it to my place. Sanpan's place is too plain. We are 4 grown men, what are we going to do? Zhou Sanshui grinned, oh, isn't she just a beauty? Isn't that easy? I'll be there right away. Yes, yes, yes. Li Qingyi quickly called out to him. He said angrily, Sanpang, I don't mean to look down on you, but you can be called a beauty even though you are so ugly? Come on, come to my place, I'll show you what a beauty is. The more he talked, the more excited he became. We have everything from big horses, cherry blossoms, kimchi, etc., and I've specially prepared some good stuff for tonight. Damn, just talk, what does it mean with that lewd smile on your face and evil look in your eyes? After saying that, he and Shin Mubai dragged Chen Taishu out. No. Chen Taishu was confused. We just got here, and we're already changing places before we even have time to sit down? Chapter 75 Central and Southern H, Dragon Guard. Let's go, Brother Taishu. Don't worry, I will definitely make clear arrangements for you tonight. Chen Taishu had no choice but to stand up and follow them to the next location. Zhou Sanpang, who was walking in front, just opened the door of the private room. At first glance, I saw 2 cold men in suits standing at the door, like iron towers. He frowned and couldn't help asking, are you new here? How come I haven't seen you before? The 2 cold men in suits didn't even look at him. Seeing this, the cold-looking man in a suit who had previously blocked the security guard's mouth with a gun hurried forward. He directly pulled Chen Taishu, who had just walked out, back to the private room. He ordered, no one is allowed to come near. The 2 men standing guard at the door responded crisply, yes. The 3 dog friends were all confused. Zhou Sanpang pointed at the closed door and said, no, what's going on? This seems to be my territory, right? After saying this, he prepared to break in. Before the 2 cold men in suits could make any move, Li Qingyi, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed him. He pulled him aside and said unhappily, your territory? Do you believe that they can shoot you to death? Ha! One shot? Zhou Sanpang and Shin Mubai looked horrified. No, Brother Qing, how did you know? Who are they? Shen Mubai was also horrified and puzzled and asked, they won't harm Brother Taishu, right? The careful and sharp-eyed Li Qingyi nodded at the cold men in suits in the distance. Look at their waists. The 2 of them then looked over and saw that their waists were bulging. And I also saw a corner of it that was accidentally revealed. The 2 of them opened their mouths in disbelief. Zhou Sanpang stammered and trembled, no. No, who are these people? Carrying weapons so blatantly? Aren't you afraid? Shen Mubai was also shocked, they are coming for Brother Taishu. Oh no, doesn't that mean Brother Taishu is in danger now? Li Qingyi gave the 2 of them a speechless and helpless look. He said angrily, are you blind and stupid? Can't you see that they are Brother Taishu's bodyguards? The 2 looked at each other and nodded as if they understood. Shin Mubai, Brother Taishu is really awesome. He brings a group of bodyguards with him when he goes out. Zhou Sanpang, yeah, these guys look ruthless, and they all carry guns. After saying that, the 2 looked at each other again. They both saw horror in each other's eyes and on the expressions on their faces. Shen Mubai swallowed his saliva and said in horror, no, who is Brother Taishu? Could it be some kind of gangster? Zhou Sanpang also analyzed, he has money, connections, guns, and is ruthless. Isn't this the big boss D in the TV? Brother Qing, how about we should just call the police right away. Damn it! Li Qingyi was so angry that his teeth ached when he saw these 2 idiots who were possessed by the spirit of drama. I wish I could give each of them a big cunt. Take a deep breath and force yourself to suppress the anger in your heart. He patiently explained, the aura of these people is very familiar, very similar to 2 people I have met before. They are most likely from the same place as the two I saw. Zhou Sanpang curiously asked, where is it, who is it? Li Qingyi frowned and said thoughtfully, Zhongnan H, Dragon Guard. The two were shocked again and again. Damn, I am actually the legendary powerful and mysterious Dragon Guard. Although the two were knowledgeable, they still didn't know much when it came to such high-level matters. Chapter 76, Suspicion. Dragon. Dragon Guard? Oh. Oh my god, who on earth is Brother Taishu? Li Qingyi shook his head, I don't know, but Brother Taishu's identity is definitely not ordinary prominent. Do you know who those two Dragon Guards I met last time were protecting? The two shook their heads at the same time. A ministerial-level official in Beijing. Li Qingyi took a deep breath, even a boss of this level is only equipped with 2 Dragon Guards. And the people who protected Brother Taishu were a group of people, so do you dare to imagine his identity? The two of them shook their heads quickly. Don't try to find out, either openly or covertly, and don't even bother investigating secretly. We just need to be good brothers of Brother Taishu, and pretend we don't know anything else. Do you understand? The two of them replied in unison, got it, Brother Cheng. In the private room, when Longwu took out the relevant documents, Chen Taishu was also shocked and confused. Dragon Guard? Is he the same as the Zhongnan H bodyguard played by Brother Jia in his previous life? Longwu, right? The cold-looking man in a suit who was leading the group nodded grimly. Who sent you to protect me? Longwu didn't say anything. Chen Taishu continued to ask, why did you come to protect me? I am just an ordinary person. Longwu replied coldly, I don't know, we are just following orders. Chen Taishu also knew that he couldn't get any useful information from him. He couldn't help but fall into deep doubts. Dragon Guard? Protect yourself? Is it related to one's own background? Or is it because of some other unknown reason? He didn't know, and he couldn't even imagine it. After all, the fact that Douyin is tied to the country's destiny is too unbelievable. I'm afraid no one can figure it out no matter how hard they try. Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply didn't bother to waste any more brain cells. He is a person who goes with the flow. Besides, it's not a bad thing. Chen Taishu nodded, okay, I'll leave it to you guys from now on. Longwu replied coldly as always, it's my job. Then he glanced at Longwu's waist again. Curious, he asked, I see you guys are still carrying weapons, is this how you always carry out missions? Longwu shook his head. It depends on the security level. So what's my security level? Is it high? Mr. Chen's security level is very high. Chen Taishu couldn't help but frown again. Not only are they the Dragon Guards, but the security level is also very high, which makes him think more. What I mean is, I must be in some danger. Or in other words, what serious danger will you face? If he were unarmed, he would still be quite confident in himself. But in the face of hot weapons, his traditional martial arts are completely inadequate. No matter how strong you are just a mortal body and bullets can penetrate you. Now, he had to be cautious. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He continued to ask, you were also following me in secret during the day, right? Longwu nodded, yes, Mr. Chen. We didn't expect that you, Master Chen, had such a strong anti-tracking awareness that we were actually discovered by you. Only Chen Taishu himself knew that his anti-tracking skills were not that powerful at all, it was just the sixth sense of a martial artist. It is precisely because young Master Chen discovered the clues that we reported to our superiors in order to avoid unnecessary accidents. I only revealed my identity after obtaining consent. I hope Mr. Chen can understand and cooperate. Chen Taishu nodded. After thinking for a while, he said, although you are on a mission and following orders, you are protecting me. Then I definitely can't treat my brothers unfairly. Chapter 77 A sip of wine is worth 100 million. Chen Taishu frowned and asked, you will be like in movies and TV series. If there is an emergency, will you use your body to block bullets for me without hesitation? Longwu replied without hesitation, yes. The order we received was that we could die, but you couldn't be in any way. At this moment, Chen Taishu was extremely moved. Whether it is the Chinese in the previous life or the soldiers of Blue Star Zuxia, they are all worthy of the people's praise and trust. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. What virtue did he have to accomplish this? But he also knew that neither he nor Long Wei had the final say on this matter. Sigh heavily. How about this, from now on, each brother will receive a salary of 5 million per month. I am different from you. I have no orders, and no missions. Since you are protecting me, I must pay you wages and salaries. This is also my principle. Of course, I really have no other intentions about paying you, and I certainly don't mean to insult you, so don't think too much about it. I also know that you have rules, but it doesn't matter. You can report my words directly to your superiors. If they don't agree, I'm sorry, but I cannot accept your protection. Longwu gave him a meaningful look. Then he said slowly, we really can't make the decision on this matter. I will report truthfully. Chen Taishu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, it's okay, I believe they will agree. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the private room. As soon as they saw him walk out of the private room, the three friends immediately surrounded him. How's brother Taishu? Is he okay? Chen Taishu smiled slightly and waved his hand, saying, what's the matter? It's nothing to be alarmed about. Then he introduced, come, let me introduce you to my bodyguard captain, Longwu. The three of them smiled and extended their hands, hello, Captain Longwu. But Captain Longwu just glanced at the three of them lightly. For Chen Taishu's sake, she nodded slightly in response. If they are not Chen Taishu's friends, don't even think about letting the fifth brother look at them. The three of them smiled awkwardly and withdrew their hands without feeling embarrassed. After all, I have already guessed the other party's identity, so how could I dare to show off my young master's personality and temper? Li Qingyi waved his hand and said with a smile, then big brother, shall we go? Wait. Chen Taishu stopped him. Turned to look at Zhou Sanpang. He took out a black card from his pocket, which symbolized his identity and status. He handed it to Sanpang and said, hey, Sanpang, swipe the card. Zhou Sanpang quickly refused with a smile, brother Taishu, you are slapping me in the face. It would be a great honor for you to come to my place. Can I accept your money? But don't worry, brother Taishu, everyone's expenses tonight will be charged to me. I certainly won't charge any money from the guests. Chen Taishu was still very satisfied with this younger brother's attitude. But, as the eldest brother, how can I let my younger brothers suffer losses? Besides, is my brother Taishu someone who is short of money? Chen Taishu smiled slightly and said, since I'm the one pretending, why should I ask you to pay for it? I said I would pay for the entire meal, so naturally it will be me, Chen Taishu. Here, take it and go ahead and swipe it. Just swipe 100 million. I just took a sip of wine and said, 100 million, is that okay? The water is very urgent this Wednesday. If you're not the big brother, why would you need so much? Just 1 million or 800,000 would be enough. You really don't need so much. Chen Taishu blared at him unhappily. Just brush it when I tell you to. You're dragging your feet like a woman. Do you recognize me as your big brother? If you do, just go ahead and don't make me angry. The password is 6/8. Go ahead. Damn, being rich means being arrogant. Following the eye signals from Shen Mubai and Li Qingyi, Zhou Sanshui could only helplessly take the black card with both hands. Chapter 78, Great Show. Looking at Zhou Sanpang's back as he swiped his card, Li Qingyi couldn't sit still anymore. Brother, let's make a deal first. Let's go to my place and I'll take care of everything. Okay? This guy, is he taking precautions first? Chen Taishu nodded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, you arrange it. Li Qingyi smiled immediately, but was still a little concerned, so he asked again for confirmation. Then it's confirmed, brother Taishu. Don't use your big brother status to pressure me when the time comes. You must not spend a penny, okay? Chen Taishu waved his hand and said, okay, it's up to you to decide. Let's go? Brothers, let's go. Chen Taishu's Aston Martin was directly replaced by Long Wu. For Aston Martins raced through the bustling city of lights and night. There were 2 bulletproof cars driven by Long Wei leading the way in front. There were also 2 bulletproof, explosion-proof and shock-proof cars behind to cover the rear. With such a grand scene, if you didn't know, you would think that some important person had appeared. We drove to a magnificent club building. The exterior decoration looks like a luxurious palace. Chen Taishu took a look and saw the Red Palace. Wow, I have to say, this decoration is really grand and luxurious. Without saying too much, there are definitely no less than 10 small goals for the decoration of this club. The luxury of the hardware is now visible. I just don't know the software here, hee hee. Is he really as awesome as Xiaoqing boasts? Brother, please. As soon as I stepped into the club, 2 rows of beautiful women in high-slit cheongsams bent down in unison. Welcome Brother Taishu to the Red Palace. A beautiful middle-aged woman in a professional suit also came forward immediately. This middle-aged beautiful woman is definitely a fatal temptation for patients with Chow Men syndrome. The middle-aged beautiful woman smiled charmingly and greeted respectfully, "Welcome Brother Taishu, welcome boss." Li Qingyi waved her hands impatiently and said, "Sister Mei, stop using these nonsense. Hurry up and take my brother to the private room and sit down first." Chen Taishu blared at him unhappily. "You're still blaming others for making a fuss, but wasn't this something you arranged beforehand? Please follow me." A beautiful middle-aged woman led the way. You can smell a fragrance when you watch her walk. That's right, you can smell the fragrance just by looking at her enchanting figure. Take the elevator, go upstairs, and enter the most distinguished luxury room that is not open to the public. Sister Mei asked Li Qingyi in a low voice, "Boss, what kind of wine are you drinking?" "Need I ask? Bring me my best and most expensive wine." "Okay, boss." After a while, fruit plates, snacks, drinks, and so on were all served. Li Qingyi waved her hand and said, "Sister Mei, let them all come in." "Okay, boss." Chen Taishu immediately became interested. The main course was finally served. He wanted to see how good it was. The next moment, Hao Bao's door was pushed open. One by one, beautiful women wearing sexy suspenders and showing their cleavage walked in. They stood in a row, bent down and bowed, introducing themselves one by one. "Brother, how are you? Are the beauties here okay?" Chen Taishu took a look and found that these beauties were indeed good in terms of figure and appearance. At least 85 points or above. Don't underestimate it, Chen Taishu's score of 85 is really not low, at least comparable to a third-tier star. Cough cough. He pretended to cough twice. He pretended to be cool and said, "It's just like that, only a little bit better than outside." Li Qingyi simply waved her hand, and the beauties had no choice but to leave the private room. "Ha, brother, I knew I couldn't fool you." As Li Qingyi spoke, he took out an imported cigar, cut it, and handed it to Chen Taishu. Chapter 79, Sensuality. Chen Taishu leaned on the European leather sofa with his legs crossed. Take a puff of the cigar, and a strong nutty aroma instantly blooms in your mouth and nose. He smiled slightly and said jokingly, "Xiaoqing, you can't do this." Zhou Sanpang also nodded and agreed, "That's right, Brother Qing, the beauties here and mine are not much better. It's just a little bit stronger, very limited." Shen Mubai, who was always fooling around with them, naturally knew it. He immediately said with a smile, "Brother Qing, hurry up and get the hard stuff. Why did you bring these common things in here? Who are you trying to fool? Brother Qing, you are not reluctant to leave, are you?" Li Qingyi glared at him unhappily, "Get lost, am I such a stingy person? The reason why I let everyone experience the normal one first is so that we can compare it later. As the saying goes, there is no gap without comparison. First, let's take a look at the ordinary ones, and then change to a batch of better ones. Your visuals will absolutely be blown away. When you score 80 points, you will score 85 points with comparison. Do you understand?" Chen Taishu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Xiaoqing, I didn't realize you have the potential to be a profiteer." Shin Mubai also nodded and said, "Yes, isn't this the usual routine used in the club? Hurry up and show us how explosive the visual impact is." Li Qingyi waved to the beautiful woman Mei Jie beside him, "Did you hear me? Don't let us brothers look down on us." Sister Mei smiled charmingly, "My fellow lords, just hold it." After saying that, he walked to the door of the private room and clapped his hands. Once again, I saw a group of beauties coming in one after another. But it is completely different from the previous batch, because this batch is all high-tech and sophisticated. And they are basically all international friends. Both their appearance and figure are a level higher than the previous batch. "Hello, boss. I'm Hanazawa from Sakura." "Hello, boss, I'm Li Su-hyun from Kimchi." "Hello, boss, I'm Stormy from Eagle Country." Each of them introduced themselves in broken Mandarin, which was not very fluent. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Xiaoqing was not bragging. Zhou Sanpang naturally saw Brother Taishu's reaction, but he seemed to have misunderstood something. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Stay." Shin Mubai also showed a satisfied smile. Li Qingyi moved her but and sat down next to Chen Taishu. He whispered, "Brother, wait a moment, I have prepared a different surprise for you." Chen Taishu suddenly became interested. "Anything else?" Li Qingyi smiled mysteriously, then snapped his fingers at Sister Mei, who immediately understood what he meant. Then Sister Mei walked out of the private room with a smile. Shen Mubai and Zhou Sanpang were hugging each other, and each of them was surrounded by a group of friends. Indulge in drinking and having fun. Sister Mei came back after a while. Behind her, there were two beauties in evening gowns. Both beauties wore black sexy wildcats to cover half of their faces. But whether it is the face shape or the graceful and sexy figure, they are all first class. As soon as the two girls arrived, they sat next to Chen Taishu. Li Qingyi smiled and said, "You two, keep my elder brother company." The two girls giggled, "Don't worry, Master Li, we will definitely serve you comfortably." Then Li Qingyi started hanging out with Zhou Sanpang, Shen Mubai, and the others. Chapter 80, A List Actresses Accompany Drinking. "Sir, I'll toast you a glass." The beautiful woman in the red evening dress picked up the two crystal wine glasses on the table and spoke in a coquettish voice. Chen Taishu took the wine glass she handed him, and after a light clink of glasses, they both drank it all in one gulp. Then another beautiful lady in a black evening dress also toasted him with a glass of wine. The two women hugged Chen Taishu's arms tightly and kept rubbing their towering breasts against his arms. Both of them wished they could stick to Chen Taishu. Chen Taishu frowned and took a deep puff of his cigar. He slowly blew the smoke onto the faces of the two women who were wearing half-face masks. The two girls immediately said coquettishly, "Oh, master, you were so bad." After saying that, he gently punched Chen Taishu's chest with his little fist. Chen Taishu glanced at the two of them. Then he whispered, "Take off the mask, let me see." The two men paused for a moment, but still took off their masks obediently. As soon as the mask was taken off, Chen Taishu's pupils suddenly dilated. Although he pretended to be calm on the surface, he was actually feeling extremely upset. These two people are actually the most popular female stars in the circle. What is funny is that they are all young actresses known for their purity and innocence. No wonder they wear masks. Turns out he is a popular star. Chen Taishu picked up the wine glass and drank it all. He couldn't help but sigh that if you have money and power, you can really do whatever you want. The popular stars who are high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people are now just humble drinking companions. As long as Chen Taishu is willing, even if he asks them to do a striptease now, they will do it obediently. Since they can come here, they must have something to ask of this young master Li Qingyi. Or maybe they have some leverage over Shaoqing. However, it is not ruled out that they want to climb up the social ladder. The entertainment industry is very realistic, no matter how glamorous and brilliant you appear in front of others. But behind the scenes, in front of the capital giants, you are still nothing. Chen Taishu's current mood is actually not very high. Because he couldn't help but think of Su Qingyan. He ignored the two women and glanced at the three people who were having fun. Then he walked out of the private room on his own, leaving the two female stars looking confused. As he walked out of the private room, Long Wu, who was guarding the door, followed him. Chen Taishu smoked a cigar and walked slowly through the luxurious corridor. Looking at the private rooms with closed doors, I suddenly felt something uneasy. At the end of the corridor is an open-air balcony. The balcony is equally luxuriously decorated. Chen Taishu sat on the swing, gazing at the bustling magic city with its bright lights and feasting. In fact, the young masters of wealthy families and the second generation of rich people only play around with those things. Chen Taishu thought he would be very interested, but it turned out not to be the case. Before I came into contact with it, I was curious. But after trying it, I found it was just so and boring. Long Wu stood beside him quietly, without saying a word. The next moment, Li Qingyi and the others also chased out. Li Qingyi secretly glanced at Chen Taishu, who was in a bad mood. He asked cautiously, "What's the matter, brother? Are you dissatisfied?" Chen Taishu shook his head and smiled, "No, it's fine." "Then brother, why do you seem to be lacking in interest?" Chen Taishu smiled and teased, "If your sister-in-law knew, do you think she would stop me from playing with you guys?" The three of them looked at each other. Shen Mubai asked in surprise, "No, brother, you entered the siege at such a young age? Why are you so depressed?" Chen Taishu shook his head and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "I haven't entered yet. I'm trying hard to squeeze in." Li Qingyi asked curiously, "Brother, who is my sister-in-law? She must not be an ordinary woman, right?" The woman who can make Big Brother eager to squeeze into the siege must be a fairy-like woman, right? Chapter 81 Who Dares to Touch Me? Chen Taishu smiled and said, "You should know each other." Ah? The three of them exclaimed in unison. Shen Mubai asked curiously, "Who is it, Big Brother? Do we know each other? Which businesswoman or political elite is she?" Chen Taishu shook his head, "Neither. I'll introduce them to you guys when I have the chance." Just at this moment, Sister Mei came over in a hurry. Then he whispered two words in Li Qingyi's ear. Li Qingyi's face darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. He said in a cold tone, "How dare you to cause trouble in my place, hum?" Then he smiled again and said, "Brother Taishu, please sit down for a while. I'll go take care of something and be back soon." Chen Taishu asked with confusion and curiosity, "What's the matter? What happened?" Zhou Sanpang and Shen Mubai also looked at him curiously. "There are a few bastards using despicable tactics in my place. Damn it, you bastard, I'm going to let them know how many eyes the Horse King has. The most despicable means are nothing more than drugging and the like." Chen Taishu, who was originally not in a good mood, suddenly became excited. Smiling, he said to Sister Mei, "Get the fruit plate and melon seeds ready. Brothers, let's go eat some melons." Shen Mubai also echoed excitedly, "Ha, isn't this a coincidence? Just when I was worried about having no fun, someone came to my door. Come on, eat some melons." Zhou Sanpang is also a person who likes to watch the fun and no matter how big the event. Wow, there are actually people in the Magic City who dare to cause trouble in Brother Qing's place? Come on, go on, take a look, let me see which youngsters are so brave. Then, led by Sister Mei, several people walked towards the private room. As soon as I walked to the door of the private room, I heard a man shouting from inside. "What do you want to do? Do you know who we are? Ah? Do you guys still want to keep running this shitty place? You are a bunch of blind bastards. Looking at the entire Magic City beach, who the hell dares to touch me, Shui Wanlin?" Hearing the extremely arrogant voice coming from inside, the four brothers looked at each other tacitly. Then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Qingyi laughed and walked into the private room first. "Let me see who is so awesome that I can't keep my business going." As soon as I entered the private room, I saw three young men pointing and cursing at the club waiters who had arrived earlier. Next to the three young men stood several bodyguards in black suits. In the corner of the private room, there were three women sitting. Two women were hugging another woman tightly and sobbing quietly. Their bodies were trembling slightly, and it was obvious that they had just experienced quite a fright. The woman who was comforting them had a clear slap mark on her delicate face. The corner of his mouth was also broken, and blood was oozing out. Her clothes also showed signs of being torn. Chen Taishu, who was originally prepared to watch the fun, glanced at the three people in the corner. He was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly rushed over. "Aunt." That is right, the woman with the slap mark on her face was Su Qingyan, who said she had a social engagement. Su Qingyan shook her head and looked at him. Also extremely surprised. "Little weakling, why are you here?" Chen Taishu did not answer, but reached out and wanted to touch her swollen and red cheek. Hiss. As soon as his hand gently touched her face, Su Qingyan couldn't help but gasp in pain. Chen Taishu's face turned completely black in an instant. Chapter 82 Brother Taishu is going crazy. He asked with a distressed look on his face, "How is it, auntie? Does it hurt?" Su Qingyan bit her lip, shook her head, and said stubbornly, "It doesn't hurt." Chen Taishu hugged her in his arms. Su Qingyan, feeling his strong and warm embrace, could no longer hold back. All the grievances and anger were vented out. She grabbed Chen Taishu's clothes tightly and burst into tears uncontrollably. Chen Taishu patted her back gently and comforted her gently. "It's okay, Xiao Ruoji is here, it's okay." He didn't ask, but just kept comforting her gently. But there is nothing to ask. In this situation, you don't even need to think about it. You know what happened at a glance. "It's okay, auntie. I'm here. The sky won't fall. Even if the sky falls, I can still hold it up for you." Chen Taishu continued to comfort her and tried his best to give her a sense of security. The three dog friends looked at each other in horror. Although Su Qingyan's face was swollen, they still recognized her at a glance. Listening to her conversation with Brother Taishu, how could they not understand the relationship between them? Now, the three of them couldn't sit still anymore. Li Qingyi was so angry that he shouted, "Fuck you, bastard. He then grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it directly on the head of the man who claimed to be Xue Wanlin. Snap! A crisp sound was heard. The wine bottle shattered into pieces, and Xue Wanlin immediately held his head and screamed. The bright red blood immediately flowed down his forehead. Zhou Sanpang and Shen Mubai were not to be trifled with either. They also grabbed the wine bottles and smashed them on the heads of the other two men. The several tall bodyguards beside them never expected that these three people would suddenly go berserk and attack directly. There was no time to react at all. Only after the three bosses had their heads cracked did they react. Get ready to take action immediately. Do you really think Long Wu and the others are just decorations? How could Long Wu be a stupid person? How could he not understand something that everyone present could see at a glance? Of course not. He just waved his hand and the dragon guards behind him flew out instantly. He raised his leg and gave a sharp and fierce side kick. Several bodyguards had no power to resist at all and were kicked 2 or 3 meters away. They fell heavily to the ground, curled up in pain, twitching and rolling on the ground. With just one move, these bodyguards completely lost their fighting power. Don't think they are all losers. Since they can make the Kung Fu Queen who practices Bajiquan suffer losses, it shows that they are still quite professional. He definitely has real Kung Fu skills and is quite powerful. It's just that the Dragon Guards are too strong and too terrifying. In the eyes of the Dragon Guards, they were indeed a mob that could not withstand a single blow. At this time, Chen Taishu finally persuaded his aunt. Seeing this, the three brothers immediately stepped forward. Brother, what do you think we should do with these three bastards? They are not stupid, and this is no longer as simple as causing trouble in the club. And this obviously concerns Brother Taishu, so how could they be so brainless as to act on their own initiative? Of course I have to ask Brother Taishu. Li Qingyi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he asked, Brother, do you want to cripple these three beasts? Chen Taishu didn't even look at the three bastards who were holding their heads and crying. Instead, he waved at Sister Mei. Sister Mei did not dare to hesitate at all and hurriedly walked up to him. Take off your clothes. Sister Mei understood instantly and hurriedly took off her suit jacket. After Chen Taishu took it, he gently draped it over Su Qingyan's body to cover the torn parts that were exposed. He held his aunt's tear-stained face in his hands. He gently wiped the tears from her face with his fingers. She said softly, Auntie, I'll have someone take you home first. I'll be back with you as soon as I finish dealing with things here. P.S. Thank you for the gifts, thank you. Chapter 83 I'll touch you. Chen Taishu waved to Long Wu. He ordered, Fifth brother, send someone to send them back first. But who would have thought that Su Qingyan would simply shake her head and refuse? No, don't. I'll stay here with you. Seeing the stubbornness and determination in her eyes, Chen Taishu knew that he could not persuade her. He tried his best to put on an extremely gentle smile and put his arm around Su Qingyan's shoulders. She said gently, Okay, then take a good look at how your man vents his anger for you. Come, sit and watch. He sat on the sofa with his arms around Su Qingyan. Sister Mei was sensible enough to hand her a cup of warm water. Sister-in-law, drink some water. Su Qingyan's pretty face blushed slightly, and she nodded and smiled at her politely. Li Qingyi, Zhou Sanpang, and Shen Mubai also greeted her at this time. Hello, sister-in-law. Su Qingyan's face couldn't help but turn redder. Hello? Hello? The other two women also stopped sobbing under Sister Mei's care. Holding the tea handed to him by the waiter, his body was still shaking slightly. One of them is Su Qingyan's agent, Sister Hua. The other one was the actress she found for her new film, Lin Wanqiu. The two of them were almost raped by these three beasts. How could they not be afraid now when they have never been so frightened? Chen Taishu said to the dragon guards, drag them over here. The three dragon guards walked directly to the three young masters and grabbed their hair. The three people were simply and roughly dragged in front of Chen Taishu like dead dogs. Then he kicked them in the knees. Bang, bang, bang. The three young masters knelt in front of Chen Taishu and Su Qingyan. Chen Taishu, with his legs crossed, took a deep puff of his cigar. His face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to be squeezed out of it. He said coldly, Tell me, you three social scums, how do you want to die? Xue Wanlin, who was extremely arrogant before, was now trembling with fear, but his mouth was really hard. You, who are you? I tell you, my father is Xue Dongxiang. If you dare to touch me, my father will never let you go. Seeing this, the other two also hurriedly took out their family assets in an attempt to intimidate them. I'm Nicholas Teo, and my father is Zhang Qiming. I'm Lu Renjie, my father is Lu Yuanda. Let us go and pretend this never happened. Otherwise, you will suffer the consequences. Ha ha. Chen Taishu's three brothers were all laughed at by these three idiots. Are they really unable to understand the situation, or are they just arrogant and domineering and used to bullying others? At this point, you still dare to threaten me? Chen Taishu looked at Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi understood instantly. I quickly explained to him, Shui Dongxiong, the new director of the Magic City GA. Zhang Qiming, also a newly transferred member of the Magic City Propaganda Bureau, the director of the Magic City Advertising Bureau. Lu Yuanda? If I remember correctly, he seems to be the judicial BZ. Chen Taishu looked at Long Wu again. Long Wu shook his head nonchalantly. Now Chen Taishu had a clear idea in his mind, but he couldn't help but feel more confused. I wonder what I have done to deserve such importance. It was so important that even he couldn't believe it. However, these issues are not important now, let us deal with the current situation first. Chen Taishu smiled contemptuously and said slowly. Looking at the entire Moto Beach, who the hell dares to touch you, Shui Wanlin, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Taishu grabbed the wine bottle on the table and shot him on the head again. Bang! The crisp sound of a wine bottle breaking rang out again in the private room. Shui Wanlin held his head and gritted his teeth, but this time he didn't say a word. Chen Taishu said disdainfully, Today, I will touch you, what can you do? Chapter 84. Notify family members to pick up the person. Looking at Shui Wanlin staring at him, even though his face was covered in blood, he still looked unruly. Not convinced? Chen Taishu smiled with interest. It doesn't matter. I will convince you sincerely. Who can convince others with virtue the most? Come on, let's talk about who slapped you first. After asking, none of the three spoke. Chen Taishu nodded, Not bad, they are all tough guys, aren't they? Put their hands on the coffee table for me. He addressed the last sentence directly to Long Wei. The three dragon guards did not hesitate and directly pressed their right hands on the coffee table. Chen Taishu picked up the foreign wine bottle, which was different from the beer bottle in thickness and strength. I'll give you one last chance. Who did it? If you don't tell me, you three won't be able to save your hands. He spoke in a gentle voice and even had a smile on his face. But Zhang Dongliang and Lu Renjie had no doubt about the truthfulness of his words. By now, they finally realized that they had met a tough opponent today. Not only does he know his own financial situation very well, but the key is that the other party is not at all weak. It can be seen that the other party must be of great background. If you continue to act tough at this time, you will be courting death. Both of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at Shui Wanlin, who was kneeling in the middle. Shui Wanlin also knew that he could not escape. Immediately, his eyes turned bloodshot and he stared at Chen Taishu. Pooh! He spat out the blood foam that had entered his mouth. He said fiercely, You bastard, if you have the guts, kill me today. If you can't kill me, I will kill you. Chen Taishu shrugged, Little boy, don't kill this or that all the time. It's against the law, you know? Bang! Before he finished speaking, Chen Taishu smashed a wine bottle directly on the back of his hand. Ah! Shui Wanlin suddenly screamed in pain with a hideous look on his face. The other two couldn't help but tremble, and their eyes when they glanced at Chen Taishu were full of horror and fear. In their eyes, how was Chen Taishu at this moment any different from a devil? He was smiling and talking softly 1 second ago, but the next second, he was ruthless. There was not the slightest hesitation, and no holding back. The two of them didn't dare to have any more luck. He kowtowed and admitted his mistake immediately. I'm sorry, brother. We were wrong. We were really wrong. You are a great man who doesn't bear grudges. Just ignore us. Brother, please, spare us. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, this is boring. I still like your previous rebellious look. The two frightened people kept kowtowing and admitting their mistakes. But the expression on Chen Taishu's face became increasingly gloomy and cold. He raised 2 fingers towards Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi quickly took out another cigar, cut it, lit it, and handed it to him. Xiaoqing, open another bottle of good wine. Li Qingyi smiled and licked her lips. Okay, big brother. I'll go get my treasure myself. Please wait. After saying that, Li Qingyi went out. As soon as he walked out of the private room, Li Qingyi frowned and thought about it. While walking towards the office, he took out his cell phone and called his father. Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar and blew the smoke towards the three men's faces very provocatively. He said calmly, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Right now, immediately, call all your connections and have them come pick up the person." Chapter 85: The Calm Before the Storm. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment, but remained indifferent. Chen Taishu joked, "I advise you to be more agile. If we miss the time for diagnosis and treatment, I'm afraid that Xue Wanlin's hand in Moto Beach will really not be saved." Xue Wanlin looked at his right hand, which was covered in blood and could no longer feel its existence, and did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket and unlocked it clumsily with his left hand. Then a phone call was made. Seeing this, the other two also realized that the vicious thug in front of them did not seem to be joking with them. Without hesitation, he took out his cell phone and called home. As soon as a few phone calls were made, the whole Magic City was suddenly in turmoil. Tonight, not only Shanghai, but even Beijing, which is more than 1,000 kilometers away, will not be peaceful. Long Wu winked at the team members beside him. The team members immediately understood what he meant and left the room without anyone noticing. They must consult their superiors about this matter tonight. After a while, the Dragon Guard members who had gone out returned to the private room without anyone noticing. Then he whispered a few words in Long Wu's ear. A flash of shock flashed across Long Wu's cold face, but it disappeared in a flash. He glanced meaningfully at Chen Taishu, who was sitting on the sofa. He couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is this Mr. Chen? Why is it that the higher-ups take his attitude so seriously that it's hard to understand? The private room was very quiet, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was naturally depressing to the extreme. Everyone is waiting for a bigger figure to come on stage. Everyone knows that this is the last calm before the storm. Su Qingyan secretly glanced at Chen Taishu's profile. Her delicate face showed confusion, curiosity, love, and deep worry. As for her aging sister Hua and actress Lin Wanxiu, they were completely stunned at this moment. It cannot be said that they have never seen the world, but they have never seen a scene like this tonight. At this moment, they could only watch the situation secretly, not even daring to breathe. Not long after, Li Qingyi returned to the box carrying 2 bottles of foreign liquor worth millions. While opening the wine, he said with a smile, "Brother, I'm not bragging to you. With these 2 bottles of wine, you can't find a third bottle in the entire Demon City. I have treasured it for a long time and have never been willing to drink it." Chen Taishu raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll reimburse you." Li Qingyi pretended to be angry and said, "Brother, this is your fault." "Reimbursement? Aren't you slapping my brother in the face? I prepared it specially for you, big brother, but before I could take it out, this happened," he said as he poured the wine. "Ha!" Shen Mubai next to him came over immediately. "I've been eyeing these 2 bottles of your good wine for a long time. He. I'm taking advantage of my elder brother and sister-in-law today." Li Qingyi poured the wine and picked up a glass. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for letting you encounter such a mess in my place today. It's my fault. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment." After saying this, he raised his head and drank the full glass of wine in one gulp. After drinking it, without any hesitation, he reached out and started pouring more wine. As he fell, he vowed, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I, Li Qingyi, will definitely give you a perfect explanation for what happened today." Then he was ready to pick up the glass and drink it all. But Chen Taishu reached out to stop him. He smiled and teased, "Shaoqing, you are so thoughtful. You've punished yourself with 3 cups of wine right after you arrived. Don't you just want to take this opportunity to drink a few more sips of good wine? Come on, it's just 2 bottles. You drank 3 full cups and finished a bottle directly. What else do we have to drink?" How could everyone not understand what Brother Taishu meant? Zhou Sanpang also quickly agreed with a smile, "That's right, Brother Qing, you are really unkind." Chapter 86: Confrontation with the Old Fox. The 4 brothers sat on the sofa, sipping wine leisurely. The 3 scumbags knelt on the ground weakly, with their heads hung, not daring to breathe. He was afraid that he might do something wrong and anger the cruel devil in front of him again. At this moment, they probably knew better than anyone else that not only had they hit a wall this time, but they were also likely to fail. Since others dare to ask him to call for support directly, it is obvious that he is not afraid of the person behind him at all. At this point, it would be a lie for them to say they have no regrets. He doesn't even know the waters of Shanghai clearly, yet he dares to come out and act so arrogantly. Who can you blame? They also completely understood the meaning of lust is like a sword hanging over your head. If I hadn't been unable to control my lower body, how could this have happened? How could these young masters of the yamen have ended up in such a situation where they were humiliated and beaten at will? Just as everyone was smoking cigars and sipping fine wine, a burst of chaotic and hurried footsteps was heard in the corridor outside the private room. Who the hell is so bold as to touch my son, Shui Dongxiang? The voice arrives before the person arrives. Everyone instantly understood why Shui Wanlin was so arrogant and domineering. It turns out that like father, like son. Even arrogance and domineering behavior are hereditary, right? Then 3 middle-aged men in dark jackets walked into the private room. Behind them was a group of JCs in uniform. As soon as they entered the door, they saw their son kneeling on the ground with blood on his face, looking horrible. Son, are you okay? Seeing their miserable appearance, they rushed forward one by one, asking about the condition of their sons with concern. While asking with concern, he pretended to help them up. They were so anxious that they didn't even have time to take a clear look at the situation in the private room. Chen Taishu said coldly, "Who allowed you to remember it without even saying hello?" The 3 of them then raised their heads and looked around the situation in the private room. Mr. Li? When they saw Li Qingyi, they showed surprise on their faces. Li Qingyi just smiled coldly. All 3 of them are veterans, otherwise how could they have held high positions? Including the initial preemptive move, it was also intentional by Shui Dongxiang, trying to intimidate the other party. However, things were clearly somewhat beyond their expectations. The leader Shui Dongxiang smiled indifferently and no longer cared about his own son kneeling on the ground. Nephew Li, why are you here? He is so cunning that even his name has changed. Li Qingyi sneered, I don't deserve it. Director Shui, just call me by my name. Hearing this, Shui Dongxiang, Zhang Qiming, and Lu Yuenda, 3 high-ranking officials in Magic City, all raised their eyebrows at the same time. In one sentence, the current situation was directly judged. Li Qingyi said calmly, this is my place. Your son is causing trouble here. How can I not come? Shui Dongxiang said with a fake smile, oh? Really? I don't know how our bastard offended my nephew to be so harsh. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate? Li Qingyi glanced at the 3 of them. Inappropriate? Drugging, beating, and attempted rape. Your son has broken the law. Besides, it's not me, Li Qingyi, that they're messing with. It's just a small club. Even if they smash it or burn it down, what's the point? For the sake of my 3 uncles, I, Li Qingyi, cannot argue with them, right? But they definitely shouldn't have provoked my brother. He. It's not that I don't give face to my uncles, but how can I, Li Qingyi, have such a big face, and how dare I be the master of my brother? Chapter 87 Help him build momentum. National Destiny Department. Pa. Director Chen Baogua slapped the desk hard. Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun's mouth trembled slightly when he saw this. Doesn't your hand hurt? You are so brave, so brave. You just said that you will do more to protect the god of wealth. It hasn't been that long and someone actually dared to have feelings for his girlfriend. I must thoroughly investigate this matter. It would be best if there is no one behind those 3 scums. If there are any, I will skin them alive. Seeing him get furious, Deputy Director Zhou frowned. Said, it shouldn't be that serious, right? I guess this is just the 3 yamen who simply want to use their family's power for personal gain, right? Chen Baogua snorted coldly, it's better to be so. If there is collusion with foreign forces, After thinking for a while, he continued, no, this matter must not be taken lightly. Deputy Director Zhou nodded. It's no wonder they are so nervous and afraid of everything. It can only be said that in these special times, there is no room for carelessness or luck. Do. Chen Baogua's fingers kept tapping on the table. Check it out. You must check it out for me. If you don't find out, I won't be able to sleep well. The god of wealth has no power or influence, so today is a good opportunity to help him build momentum and make a name for himself. I want to see who dares to touch Chen Taishu in the Magic City from now on. Deputy Director Zhou smiled and nodded, very good, if the god of wealth is happy, then we can be happy, and Zuxia can be happy. It just so happens that tomorrow the 12th rank of nobility will be online, and our star plan will also be online. I hope the god of wealth can give us a big surprise, hee hee. Then, Director Chen picked up the phone on the table and started calling. Li Mingyu, the bookkeeper of Magic City W, had just hung up the phone with his son Li Qingyi. While he was hesitating and wandering in the study, his cell phone rang again. As soon as I saw the caller ID, I didn't dare to hesitate and immediately answered the call. Chen Shui. Yeah, I just found out about that too. Okay, Chen Shui. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingyu's expression was complicated, with shock, confusion, and surprise. Not daring to delay any longer, I immediately asked the driver to prepare the car. At this moment, a division headquarters in Shanghai also received a call. In the private room of Red Palace Club. The three major leaders of Shanghai have extremely complicated thoughts at this moment. They set their sights on Chen Taishu, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs stretched out. It was not until now that they realized that the real culprit was this person. And he also understood from Li Qingyi's words. This person has a very important background. Shui Dongqiang narrowed his eyes and asked with a fake smile, I don't know what to call you. Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar, then picked up the crystal wine glass and took a sip of the liquor. He has this style, but he really gets it. He replied calmly, Chen. When the three heard this, they subconsciously looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. A flattering smile instantly appeared on Shui Dongqiang's face. So you are young Master Chen from the Chen family in Beijing. I am so sorry for your disrespect. Judging from the attitude Li Qingyi had shown before, they took it for granted. Chen Taishu could only be from the Chen family. Otherwise, which other Chen could be so respectful and honored by the top second generation in Magic City? Of course, there was some tentativeness in his words. How could Chen Taishu not know? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a playful smile. Are you trying to test me? Fine, I'll just tell you the truth. I want to see what you want to do after you know this. Chapter 88 Gun Confrontation. Chen Taishu looked at the three people with interest. He shrugged and said sincerely, I am not from the Chen family in Beijing. Let me be frank. I have no power or influence. I am not a big shot. I just have a little bit of dirty money. As soon as these words were spoken, the pupils of Shui Dongqiang and the other two suddenly dilated. Of course, they remained skeptical of what Chen Taishu said. Shui Dongqiang, Zhang Qiming, and Lu Yuanda looked at each other. Then, Lu Yuanda raised his eyebrows and said slowly. Your last name is Chen, right? I didn't realize you were so ruthless despite your young age. Chen Taishu sneered disdainfully, how dare you bar your teeth and claws at my wife, and even dare to use despicable means. You must have done this kind of dirty thing many times before, right? It was just 2 bottles that exploded and crippled one of his hands. That's just the beginning. Since you can't discipline him, then I, Chen, will do it for you. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I don't mind doing a simple and rough sterilization operation on them. If we completely cut off the root of their troubles, we will be able to bring you less disasters in the future, right? Chen Taishu's arrogant and provocative words completely tore apart their disguise. Given their status and positions, have they ever suffered such provocation and invisible insults? Although they have only landed in the Demon City not long ago, they have status and position. In addition to the relationships and background behind them, even Li Mingyu had to be polite when talking to them. We are all prominent people. Who can come this far without a backer? But now a powerless young man is actually bullying them. How can they tolerate this? Pa! Zhang Qiming slapped the coffee table with the white marble top hard. He glared at Chen Taishu with a hostile look and hatred. Is there still the law? Is there still law? He maliciously injured and disabled someone, and not only did he show no remorse, he even dared to speak out against it until now. Do you think that just because you have a few bucks, you can do whatever you want? Do you think the law is nothing? A righteous and awe-inspiring lesson. At the same time, it also directly and unilaterally attributes the nature of this incident. Then Zhang Qiming turned his head and looked at Shui Dongqiang. Director Shui, such an arrogant and conceited criminal must be brought to justice. Shui Dongqiang smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, we must not tolerate any violent criminal who challenges the majesty of the law. Shui Dongqiang said directly to JC behind him, why are you still standing there? Handcuff him and bring him back to the police station for a thorough interrogation. Record all the details of his violent crimes. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen JCs behind him took out their weapons, walked forward, and prepared to carry out his orders. Long Wu and a group of dragon guards stood directly in front of Chen Taishu. He glanced at them and said in a cold tone, "Who dares to move? Resisting arrest?" Shui Dongxiang just uttered 2 words, and although he didn't say much else, more than a dozen police officers pulled out their pistols the next second. The dragon guards did not dare to show weakness and also drew their weapons and pointed them at them. They confronted each other with guns, and for a moment, the atmosphere in the private room became extremely tense. No one dared to breathe, for fear that the gun might go off accidentally. Shui Dongxiang was not afraid at all. Instead, he was extremely surprised. This directly confirmed their guilt. Humph, they really are a group of desperate criminals, even hiding guns. I advise you to lay down your weapons as soon as possible, surrender and confess your guilt. You will not be able to escape. Chapter 89, Big names appear one after another. Ha ha. Chen Taishu laughed out loud. Shaked his head in disappointment. I think that anyone who can sit in such a high position as yours is definitely not a fool, even if he is not an old fox. But you guys really made me laugh. This is the 21st century, a society ruled by law. They can openly pull out guns even in front of you. And he pointed at you with disdain. Don't you think we are daring desperados? Chen Taishu looked at the 3 people with interest. And Long Wu also stared at them with cold eyes. He said coldly, "You are so bold that you not only dare to obstruct and even sabotage our mission, but also dare to point guns at us. What do you 3 want to do? You don't seem to realize the seriousness of the situation now. I now reasonably suspect that you are treasonous and collaborating with the enemy." Shui Dongxiang, Zhang Qiming, and Lu Yuenda were all stunned. The 3 looked at each other in horror. Suspected of treason and collaborating with the enemy? Damn, has it reached this level? Have things gotten to this point? Shui Dongxiang's brows twitched. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. He looked at Long Wu, who was confronting with a gun, and Chen Taishu, who was sitting on the sofa leisurely and calmly drinking a cigarette. He asked solemnly, "Who are you?" Long Wu pulled out a small red notebook from his suit pocket and threw it directly at his face. "Open your dog eyes and take a good look." Shui Dongxiang quickly took the red certificate, and the other 2 also leaned over. I opened it carefully and was stunned. A look of horror instantly spread to his entire face. At this moment, they wished they could slap themselves twice. He spent the whole day hunting eagles, but got his eyes pecked by an eagle. You just believe whatever they say, right? Where has your usual eyesight gone? With so many Central and Southern Dragon Guards protecting him, how could he really be a powerless person? This guy is definitely a big shot. I was wrong. I really was wrong this time. Shui Dongxiang quickly smiled and handed the documents in his hand back to Long Wu with both hands. Misunderstanding, this is definitely a misunderstanding. After he finished speaking with a joking face, he quickly ordered his subordinates, "Put down your guns quickly, we are all on the same side, on the same side." More than a dozen JCs were suddenly confused. They were on edge just now, how come they are now family? Before they could put away their guns, a burst of chaotic footsteps was heard in the corridor again. When the newcomers walked into the private room, they turned out to be Li Mingyu, a group of senior city officials, and members of the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. "Dad, you're here?" Li Qingyi quickly stood up and went to greet him. Li Mingyu took a look at the situation in the private room. He ignored him and asked directly, "Chen Taishu, where is young Master Chen?" Li Qingyi immediately introduced, "Dad, this is my eldest brother." Li Mingyu quickly stretched out his hands and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Chen, hello, I am Li Mingyu, the W Book J of Magic City." Chen Taishu looked at him in confusion. However, his hands were not slow to move. He quickly stood up and shook hands, saying, "Hello, Li Shu Jie." Then the senior executives who were accompanying him came forward one after another, introduced themselves enthusiastically and said hello. It was as if he wanted to make himself familiar to Chen Taishu. Chen Taishu looked at his good brother Shaoqing in confusion. Li Qingyi shrugged and spread his hands, indicating that he had no idea what was going on. But Shui Dongxiang and the other 2 knew they were doomed when they saw this scene. Chapter 90. Another heavyweight appears. They are all high-ranking officials of Demon City W, and the disciplinary inspection officers are also following them. The key is that they are all very polite to the young man who they have misjudged. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's flattering. If until now, they still thought this was a young man wearing a vest, shorts, and flip-flops. If they are just rich people without power, then they are really a loser. But the fact is, Chen Taishu did not lie. What he said was all true, he just had money and doobie. Why didn't anyone believe him? Li Mingyu said confidently, Mr. Chen, don't worry, let us handle the rest. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer and explanation. Chen Taishu was just about to speak, but footsteps were heard again and again in the corridor. But this time is different from the previous 2 times. This time the footsteps were uniform, sonorous and powerful, without the slightest hint of disorder. When someone appeared at the door of the private room, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. However, each and every one of them was even more shocked. Wow, boy, it's really lively. Why, are you guys in City W so unruly now, disregarding the rules? You're going to a nightclub to party in such a blatant way? Aren't you afraid of being impeached? As soon as Li Mingyu saw the person coming, he frowned immediately. General Song, why are you here? The rough and stern Song Baicheng ignored him and waved his hand. The next moment, a group of fully armed Special Forces soldiers suddenly rushed into the already crowded private room. In an instant, the private room was surrounded. Song Baicheng glanced around the private room and finally his eyes fell on Chen Taishu. He pushed aside the people standing in front of him and ran straight towards Chen Taishu. Brother Chen. A smile actually appeared on Song Baicheng's resolute and cold face. My goodness, you are a man in your 40s or 50s, is it appropriate for you to call someone brother? Chen Taishu was also confused. Are these big shots just too idle? Ran to the nightclub and called me brother? Which part is wrong? The top leaders of City W have gathered together, and now even the troops have been dispatched. What is going on? At this time, the Red Palace was in chaos. Xue Dongqiang and the other 2 stood there in a daze. They are like deflated balls, powerless. At this moment, they wished they could beat the 3 little bastards kneeling on the ground to death. Which fucking deity did this guy offend? Look, those who come to support him are all big shots who can make the whole world tremble with just a stomp of their feet. It's over. It's completely over. Not only can they not protect their own son, but now they are in a desperate situation and cannot even save themselves. But now you regret it, don't you think it's too late? If you don't know how to educate your son, sooner or later someone will do it for you. After politely greeting Chen Taishu, Song Baicheng glanced at Long Wu and patted his shoulder. He said with satisfaction, you did a good job and didn't bring shame to our soldiers. After saying that, he looked at the JCs who had not yet had the time to put away their guns. He said angrily, what do you want to do? You want to rebel, right? Get out, all of you, get out. Although he has a terrifyingly high title, great power, and great momentum, he is ultimately not part of a system. The leader had to look at Li Mingyu at this time. As for his direct leader Xue Dongqiang, is he still important now? Li Mingyu winked at the deputy director beside him. The deputy director understood what he meant, all of you, get out here. After saying that, he led them out of the private room. As for what kind of punishment they would receive, Chen Taishu didn't care much. Since you have done something wrong and are on the wrong side, you must bear the corresponding consequences. Song Baicheng pointed at the 3 Yamen officials kneeling on the ground. He said with disdain, Brother Chen, I will take these 3 guys away. Their affairs may not be that simple. Chen Taishu's pupils dilated and he was shocked. If they were asked to come forward in person to pick someone up, then things would be really complicated. As for what the fate of these 3 scumbags will be, it is easy to imagine. P.S. Thank you for the gifts from the big guys, and thank you for the support from the big brothers on the list. Chapter 91 Is there really a suspicion of treason? Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Brother Song, what did these 3 guys do wrong? Although I don't know why others would give me special face, I also don't know why they would praise me so highly. But this doesn't seem to prevent him from taking advantage of the situation to strike the snake with a stick. Song Baicheng looked at him with some confusion. What crime did he commit? You are the person involved, don't you know? There's such a big fuss tonight, didn't you know? Although he was confused, he obeyed the military orders and never asked questions that were not necessary. He smiled and said, we suspect that the 3 of them are collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country. Wow, it turns out what Long Wu said before was not bluffing? When these words were spoken, everyone in the private room was shocked. The 3 scumbags kneeling on the ground turned pale with fright. They were so frightened that they all shouted at once, it's unfair, it's unfair. We swear to heaven that we have never betrayed Zuxia and its people. Although we are usually arrogant and domineering, and have done a lot of evil, our sincere hearts will always be on Zuxia's side. General, this is really unfair. We just drugged them and planned to do something bad to them. You can say that we failed in our attempt to rape you, but there is absolutely no such thing as treason and collusion. They were telling the truth. Even if they admitted to the previous charges, they would just go to jail. But if the charge of treason is proven, you will have to eat peanuts. How could they dare to hide it at this time? They can still distinguish between what is important and what is not. Their father also kept defending them at this time. Secretary, General, we guarantee with our lives that these three bastards absolutely do not have the ability or courage to collaborate with the enemy and betray the country. Even if they can't protect themselves, they have to stand up. After all, this crime affects more than just themselves. If it is true, it will affect the whole family and their future life. If power and money are gone, they are gone. I will accept spending a few years in jail. Song Baicheng looked at them with sharp and cold eyes. He said with dignity, what exactly happened will become clear after we take him back for interrogation. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to them and just looked at Chen Taishu with a smile. Brother Chen, let's keep in touch. I'll have a drink with you sometime in the future. If you have any problem, just call my brother. Chen Taishu naturally would not refuse such a good thing, and they immediately exchanged contact information. Song Baicheng nodded with satisfaction and happiness. He said, brother, since there is nothing wrong, I will leave first. The higher-ups are still waiting for the results of the interrogation. Chen Taishu was shocked again. Take them with you, and go. The three scumbag Yanai were dragged away by the soldiers like dead dogs. Brother, remember to keep in touch when you have time. I'm leaving first. After seeing off this group of ferocious killers, the private room suddenly became much emptier. Li Mingyu certainly knew why Song Baicheng came. It seems that Chen Shui didn't just give orders to himself. He glanced at Chen Taishu out of the corner of his eye. While my heart was in turmoil, I couldn't help but feel deeply confused. Where on earth is this Chen Xiao? How could he be so important to the higher-ups? Not only did he have a whole team of dragon guards protecting him closely, but he also asked himself and Song Baicheng to come and support him in person. Even if he was the king's illegitimate son, it couldn't be such a big deal, right? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. But it doesn't matter. He glanced at the older boy standing next to Chen Xiao and smiled with satisfaction and relief. Considering the relationship between my eldest son and Mr. Chen, how could that be a bad thing? Li Mingyu's face was full of smiles at this time. Chapter 92, Unlimited Identities. Li Mingyu glanced at the three people who were standing there in a daze like puppets. He shook his head and said, comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission, take them away and interrogate them strictly. Don't be wronged, but don't condone it either. Then he turned to Chen Taishu and said with a smile. Mr. Chen, we still have some follow-up work to deal with, so we won't bother you anymore. After Chen Taishu shook hands with the city's senior officials again, he said politely. Thank you all for your help. I didn't expect that such a small matter would alarm you all and cause you so much trouble. Li Mingyu smiled and shook his head. Mr. Chen, you're too polite. It's because we didn't do our job well that this happened. After exchanging a few polite greetings again, Chen Taishu personally saw them off. Before leaving, Li Mingyu repeatedly reminded Li Qingyi to treat Chen Xiao well. After everyone in the private room left, Chen Taishu let out a long sigh of relief. It's so tiring dealing with these big shots. Now, the only people left in the private room are the four brothers, Queen Su, their agent sister Hua, and first-line actress Lin Wanqiu. Long Wu and other dragon guards were already waiting outside the private room. Sister Hua and Lin Wanqiu looked at Chen Taishu with complicated eyes. There is awe, joy, excitement, gratitude, and fear. As for the three dog friends, they were deeply shocked. I knew that my eldest brother was of extraordinary status, but I didn't expect him to be so extraordinary. Li Qingyi was especially surprised. Don't underestimate me, I'm usually gentle, humble, and easygoing. But Li Qingyi knew very well how proud and conceited he was. However, his performance today surprised Li Qingyi. There is no arrogance in his nature, but rather flattery and fawning. This was the first time he saw his father in such a posture. You know, in the past, even when his father was receiving a B-level boss on a tour from the capital, he had never been so humble. Therefore, Li Qingyi's eyes now looked at Chen Taishu with some awe. no longer as casual as before. As for Shin Mubai and Zhou Sanpang, there is no need to say more. Chen Taishu glanced at them, who were silent and had slightly complicated expressions. He smiled and said, "What's the matter? No one is talking? And why do you have that expression?" Li Qingyi smiled bitterly and swallowed. "Brother, no, Mr. Chen, you." When Chen Taishu heard how he addressed him, he immediately frowned. He interrupted rudely, "What do you mean? You agreed to be my brother and follow me around, but now you don't want to acknowledge me as your brother?" "Ah!" The three of them exclaimed in surprise. Chen Taishu glared at them unhappily, "Bullshit. We are all brothers, don't have any extra thoughts, okay?" The three people, at a loss, looked at each other and then smiled at each other. They shouted in unison, "Brother." Only then did Chen Taishu nod with satisfaction. "That's more like it." Shen Mubai suddenly looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. I really wanted to say something, but I could only see his lips moving, but no sound came out. Naturally, Chen Taishu saw his shy look. He said unhappily, "Xiaobai, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Look at you, you're being bashful like a woman. I'm worried about you, if you have to fart, just let it out." He. Shen Mubai smiled awkwardly. He scratched his head, hesitated for a long time, and asked curiously, "Brother, what is your identity? Can you give us some clues? You're so scary. We brothers are really unsure." Chapter 93. I make friends regardless of their status. As soon as Shin Mubai finished speaking, everyone in the private room looked at Chen Taishu at the same time. Everyone's eyes were wide open and their ears were stretched out, for fear of missing anything. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and shook his head. He said very pretentiously, "Is this important? When I make friends or brothers, I only consider whether they suit my taste. As for status and position?" Chen Taishu shook his head again. "I don't care at all, because he can't be richer than me, or more noble than me, understand?" Only he knew that he was just making excuses and pretending to be cool. As for money, perhaps no one has more than him, but that will happen in the near future. However, as for his status and position, he himself didn't know what it was all about. It seemed as if he had suddenly become a national treasure overnight. How could he know that he is now more powerful than the national treasure? The rise of Zuxia is closely related to him. But, his pretentious words. However, everyone present did not have any doubts at all, but instead believed what he said firmly. Even if Chen Taishu told the truth, they would never believe it. "What are you doing? Tonight, all the big shots in Shanghai are gathered here to attend the event, and you tell me, are you just an ordinary person with a little money? Do you fucking think we are stupid and brainless?" Chen Taishu was helpless. "To be honest, not only did you not believe me, you also said that I was insulting your intelligence. What can he do? He can only be vague and let you think and guess. Brother, from now on you will be my real brother." The three guys immediately expressed their opinions shamelessly. "Dear brother, you must take us to show off and fly in the future. Brother, you are our thigh, we will never let go." Chen Taishu laughed and scolded unhappily, "Get lost." Then the three guys turned their attention to Su Qingyan. Zhou Sanpang smiled naively, rubbed his hands, and stared at Queen Su with shining eyes. "Pa!" Li Qingyi slapped his big head directly with his big paw. He said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Are you suffering from Chow Men syndrome? Look at your wretched expression, you want to die, right?" Zhou Sanpang explained aggrievedly, "Brother Qing, stop slandering others. To be honest, I'm actually a die-hard fan of my sister-in-law. I have watched every movie of my sister-in-law at least 3 times. Then he said to Su Qingyan in a flattering manner, "Sister-in-law, can you give me an autograph?" Su Qingyan was slightly startled. Then he smiled and replied, "Of course, no problem." The agent standing by was also very observant. He quickly took out a signature pen from his bag and handed it to her. Zhou Sanpang was overjoyed and lifted up his suit jacket to reveal the white shirt underneath. He hunched his back and said, "Sister-in-law, sign my back, sign directly on my clothes." Chen Taishu said with a smile, "It's not Sanpang, why do you need to do that?" "As for that." Sanpang nodded repeatedly. "Brother, you don't understand how excited a die-hard fan is to see his idol." After signing, Sanpan's eyes rolled around. Asked, "Sister-in-law, why don't you make movies now? I really like watching the films you shoot. They are meaningful, profound, and artistic." Su Qingyan smiled. We are preparing to start filming soon. The reason I'm here tonight for a social event is to get the film registered and the filming permit. Everyone then suddenly realized. Zhang Dongliang's father, Zhang Qiming, is in charge of this area. No wonder. Chapter 94, Fighting Over Investment. The three of them looked at Chen Taishu in surprise and couldn't help but wonder. No, with the big brother here, why would I need to look for connections? Don't relationships have to come to you proactively? Su Qingyan naturally saw through their doubts. He gave Chen Taishu an angry look. He said sarcastically, "Don't look at him. Your eldest brother is still hiding it from me." Then she frowned and thought again. After she said this, everyone understood. It turns out that even my sister-in-law doesn't know brother Taishu's true identity. Zhou Sanpang continued to ask, "Sister-in-law, do you still need investment?" When Li Qingyi and Shen Mubai heard this, they looked at him meaningfully. Wow, after beating around the bush for so long, this is what you were planning? The two men's eyes lit up and they naturally did not want to be outdone. Shen Mubai shouted directly, "Sister-in-law, just tell me how much investment you want, I will cover it all." Li Qingyi glared at him and said unhappily, "Are you the one showing off, Xiaobai?" He turned around and said to Su Qingyan with a smile, "Sister-in-law, is 5 billion enough?" Zhou Sanpang quickly changed the subject, "It's okay if it's not enough, I'll invest another 5 billion. Li Qingyi glared at him again and said angrily, "Then sister-in-law, I will invest 10 billion directly." Shen Mubai and Zhou Sanpang also shouted, "We will also invest 10 billion. The outrageous actions of the three people left Su Qingyan, Sister Hua and Lin Wanqiu dumbfounded. I had tried to beg for investment from everyone, but no one paid any attention. Now, these three brothers are vying to give me money. Of course, they all knew that this was entirely because of Chen Taishu. Chen Taishu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Looking at the three brothers who were still fighting, he quickly waved his hand to interrupt their argument. Okay, stop arguing. I invested in your sister-in-law's play." The three of them were stunned. Since it was invested by brother Taishu, what's the point of arguing about it? If you are not short of money, then you don't need to invest, okay? Seeing their disappointed faces, Chen Taishu changed the subject and said, "But..." The three of them immediately felt hopeful again and stared at him intently. "But what is it, brother? Tell me." Chen Taishu smiled slightly, "But we are brothers after all. We can make money together, so why don't you each invest 5 million? Su Qingyan widened Caroline's eyes. "No, this play is a low-cost, low-investment film, why would it need so much money? Even the original 50 million can't be used up." Zhou Sanpang frowned and said, "No, brother, is 5 million enough? We need an all-star team to take action, or 500 million per person?" Li Qingyi also agreed immediately, yes, 500 million per person, a full cast of Best Actor and Best Actress. Then he looked at Su Qingyan again. "Sister-in-law, just be bold in casting. If there are actors you can't find, just tell us directly and we'll take care of it." Shen Mubai grinned and said confidently, "Yes, no matter which company he is from." "You dare not accept it? I want his company's movies to not be shown in theaters. This guy is not bragging, he really has the ability. Because Zushia's largest and most famous cinema chain operator is his family's business. And there is more than one cinema chain. The top 3 cinema chains in the country are all owned by him. It's really awesome. Which film and entertainment company dares to offend?" Hearing their conversation, Sister Hua and Lin Wanqiu, who had been sitting in the corner, were extremely surprised. Especially Lin Wanqiu, she looked at Su Qingyan with such envy. Chapter 95. If you want to play exciting. It's true that these guys' proposal really tempted Chen Taishu. The lineup of all the best actors and actresses is interesting and exciting just thinking about it. After a little thought, he smiled and said, "Okay, it's just because you have too much money, right? Then let's each get 500 million for fun, and even use big stars for the supporting roles. You all like to spend money, right? You all have too much money but nowhere to spend it, right? Okay, let's do something interesting." When they heard what he said, the three guys immediately smiled happily. Shen Mubai nodded repeatedly and said excitedly, "This can be regarded as a historical first, right? No matter what the movie is like, I just want to ask, who has seen a movie that only stars top actors and actresses? It sounds so awesome, hee hee." Then he turned to Su Qingyan and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, give us the account." We'll have someone transfer the money right away. Li Qingyi also smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you only need to be responsible for professional matters such as filming. As for the rest, if there are any problems, we will handle them. Su Qingyan was extremely helpless. These guys really have a lot of money to burn. All the movie actors and actresses are top tier, and it's a wonder they could have come up with this. But thinking about it, she also found it quite exciting. She gave Chen Taishu a charming look as if he thought the matter was not big enough. You're just messing around. Aren't you afraid that you'll lose a ton of money after the movie is released? Chen Taishu smiled slightly and put his arm around her shoulders. It's only 500 million. It's not a lot of money. Even if it's 10 billion, so what? It's a loss. Zhou Sanpang also quickly agreed, yes, sister-in-law, please don't feel pressured. We are just doing this for fun. Whether we make a profit or a loss is really not important. As he spoke, his eyes rolled around. He continued, what's more, with such a big gimmick, plus the full screening schedule of all theaters. Whether it's a loss or a profit, it's really uncertain. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows and a plan came to his mind. Wait until my Aunt S movie is released, then I'll take Wang Ergo out for a PK. The punishment for losing is to book a movie theater, hee hee. It seems very good. Su Qingyan shook her head helplessly. Play however you like, but don't blame me if you lose. Several people shook their heads. Chen Taishu took out his cell phone and checked the time. After all this mess, it's already past 1 o'clock. He stood up slowly. Said, okay, it's getting late, let's stop here for today. Then he looked at the two women sitting in the corner. He continued, help me get them home safely. Shen Mubai smiled and assured confidently, no problem, brother. I will definitely send them home safely, without losing a single hair. Chen Taishu nodded, okay, that's it, let's get together again another day. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to take his aunt home. Oh, right. As I walked to the door, I suddenly thought of something. He stopped, turned around and said to Li Qingyi, Xiao Chang, do you still have the cigar you smoked before? It tastes pretty good. Give me a few more boxes. Li Qingyi immediately replied with a smile, yes, yes, yes. As long as you like it, I will definitely give you enough. Brother, wait a minute, I'll get it for you. After saying that, he quickly walked towards his office. He came back soon after. Although he returned empty-handed, there were two people following him. The two people behind him were actually carrying a huge cigar cabinet. Chen Taishu was watching and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is so boastful, too boastful. Chapter 96, Beauty Trap. Return home. The dragon guards who had been protecting them all the way suddenly disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they were hiding, so they were protecting them in secret. As soon as Su Qingyan got home, she couldn't wait to go into her room to take a shower. Chen Taishu put away the large cigar cabinet that Li Qingyi had given him, and then took out a cigar that had already been aged. I made myself another cup of good tea. Sit leisurely on the sofa and drink tea and eggplant. He closed his eyes and lay on his back, leaning against the back of the sofa. Although Aunt Su Qingyan didn't ask anything along the way. But Chen Taishu knew that she must be holding it back on purpose. Now that she's back home, she definitely won't be able to resist questioning me. So from the time Chen Taishu left the Red Palace until now, his mind has been filled with thoughts of what excuses and reasons he could find to fool around. But after smoking a cigar, he couldn't think of any reasonable excuse. I just sat up and took a sip of the cold tea. Then I heard Su Qingyan walking into the living room. He turned around and looked. All I saw was Su Qingyan wearing a black low-cut silk slim nightgown. She leaned against the wall seductively, wiping her hair with a towel while staring at him. The white patch on the chest could not be hidden at all. Half of it popped out mischievously. Moreover, under the reflection of the light, the nightgown, which was already as thin as gauze, was even more vaguely visible. I can see something, but it seems like I can't see anything clearly. This kind of temptation that is looming is undoubtedly extremely destructive to LSP. Even more tempting than wearing nothing. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. Chen Taishu swallowed hard, unable to control himself. He stared at Su Qingyan with burning eyes. His eyes seemed to be burning with fire. But at this moment, he was feeling miserable in his heart. It's obvious that the ant is trying to use a beauty trap. Which cadre can withstand such a test from Auntie? What's more, this is definitely the weakest spot among the weak spots of the god of war Taishu. He had no resistance at all. Su Qingyan was secretly pleased to see that he looked like a fool. She twisted her waist as sexy as a water snake and slowly walked towards Chen Taishu. He threw the towel he used to wipe his hair onto the sofa casually. I sat down right next to him, my body pressed tightly against his. Chen Taishu felt a strong softness and warmth on his arm. He was both excited and terrified. Su Qingyan pressed her face against his and said in a seductive voice, "You're still drinking tea so late at night. Don't you want to sleep?" Chen Taishu's ears could clearly feel the hot air she exhaled when she spoke. A tingling sensation suddenly spread throughout the body. Chen Taishu was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and replied, "See if Auntie wants me to sleep?" I thought that even if she didn't call me a jerk, she would at least give me a cold look. However, Chen Taishu's wishful thinking did not work. Su Qingyan just smiled at him. This made Chen Taishu feel uneasy. She said teasingly, "It's not impossible." Chen Taishu smiled bitterly. Even a dog would know that such a good thing would never happen. It's obvious that she wants to carry out the beauty trap to the end. Su Qingyan stretched out her slender index finger and gently hooked his chin. Turn his head towards you. The distance between the two faces was probably less than 5 centimeters. The two could even clearly feel the hot breath exhaled by each other. Their eyes met, full of tenderness. Unconsciously, the two people's eyes began to draw closer. Looking at this charming face that is so close to me, Chen Taishu could no longer suppress the primordial power in his body. Slowly approaching her flaming red lips, slowly approaching. Chapter 97. The Queen has found an excuse for you. Just when their lips were about to touch, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Su Qingyan's delicate and intoxicating red face. She extended her index finger again and placed it directly between their lips. Then it pressed against Chen Taishu's slightly pouting lips. Chen Taishu stared at her with frustration and resentment. "What are you doing, Auntie? You are torturing me by trying to seduce and reject me at the same time, right?" Su Qingyan smiled slightly and blinked her big eyes. She said in a charming voice, "Do you want it?" Chen Taishu was slightly startled, and asked in disbelief, "Auntie, do you want to give it to me?" Su Qingyan said coquettishly, "Why are you so impatient?" Chen Taishu gave her a resentful look. How could this matter not be urgent? Queen Su continued to tease, "Answer me a few questions honestly, and I will give you what you want." Real? He knew it was a beauty trap, but he just couldn't resist it, okay? Queen Su nodded. Chen Taishu confirmed again and again, "Auntie, are you sure?" "It's certain and certain, okay?" Chen Taishu smiled with satisfaction. Then he waved his hand and said proudly, "Auntie, if you ask, I will tell you everything I know." Su Qingyan smiled, picked up a cigar, and acted as a cigar waiter. After handling the cigar, light it and hand it to him. Chen Taishu took the cigar and raised his eyebrows. "This is like trying to be Han Yueping, who can tell everything for just a cigarette. You little weakling, tell me the truth, why are you working as a chef in a small restaurant?" "Okay, now I'm going to start the interrogation from the beginning. Is it a hobby, or is it a way for you, the children of aristocratic families, to experience the evil taste of life?" Chen Taishu couldn't help but want to laugh. "My aunt has a very good imagination. She even thinks of excuses and reasons for herself. Otherwise, you would say that my aunt is a treasure. Thoughtful, considerate, and understanding." He took a long drag on his cigar and said slowly and pretentiously, "It's both. It's a hobby, but it's also an experience of life." In an instant, Su Qingyan became very interested. "I couldn't wait to ask, it won't be like in the TV series. It's a melodramatic story about a wealthy and powerful person pretending to be an ordinary person in order to find true love." Well, Chen Taishu was really impressed by her idle drama brain. But of course he wouldn't deny it. Pretending to be embarrassed, he smiled awkwardly and nodded. "Ha!" Queen Su cheered triumphantly. "Did I really guess it right?" Then she looked at Chen Taishu sharply. "So I am the Cinderella you chose after careful selection?" Chen Taishu quickly flattered, "No, it's not. First, Auntie, you are definitely not Cinderella. You are my one and only goddess. Meeting you is the luckiest thing in my life." As he spoke, he reached out his hand and tightly grasped Su Qingyan's soft and boneless hand. "Second, I'm not very picky. The first time I saw you, I knew you were the woman destined for me. Just the first time I saw you, I secretly swore that I would marry you in this life. You, Su Qingyan, are the only woman I, Chen Taishu, want in my life. Chen Taishu's 2 consecutive attacks of affection and love made Queen Su unable to resist. The Kung Fu Queen was also deeply infatuated with Chen Taishu's simple love words, which were devoid of any connotation or deep meaning. After all, Xiao Bai, who had never been in love but had a love brain, was fooled by Chen Taishu with just a few words. Chapter 98. I admit I have low self-esteem. However, Chen Taishu also has the potential to be a scumbag Aquaman. Looking at the queen who was so happy and tender because of his teasing, Chen Taishu smiled proudly. Originally it was just clinging to him, but now it was leaning on his shoulder. If we continue chatting, we will definitely fall into each other's arms. But what Chen Taishu said were not sweet words to deceive her. I dare not say that all of them are sincere and heartfelt, but at least 95% of them are absolutely true. Su Qingyan hugged his arm tightly and rested her head on his shoulder. Curiously asked, "Little weak chicken, who are you? Isn't he a wandering prince?" Well. Chen Taishu was completely confused. "Auntie, you are so good that you can even think of this excuse?" As expected of a screenwriter and director, he has a very smart brain. Chen Taishu feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Up! Auntie, how did you guess that?" His yell also surprised Queen Su. "Again, I guessed it right again?" Chen Taishu took a deep breath. He said mysteriously, although he is not a real prince, his status and family background are far beyond that of a prince. Su Qingyan immediately sat up straight. The delicate face was filled with shock, confusion, and curiosity. He quickly asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Taishu took another puff of his cigar and said mysteriously, "Auntie, do you know that our Zuxia has a noble family that has been passed down for more than 1,000 years? An ancient clan that has been passed down for thousands of years?" Su Qingyan's face was full of disbelief. "No way? Is this true? I thought it only existed in novels or TV dramas." Chen Taishu smiled slightly. "Of course they exist in reality, they are mysterious, they are powerful, and their background is beyond imagination. They are as wealthy as a country, and their connections are all over the world. Do you think the Rothschild family is the richest family in the world? No, they can't even be ranked. The mysterious 1,000-year-old family is far beyond your imagination." Chen Taishu boasted in a very conspicuous manner, which frightened the queen sister. She stared at the eloquent Chen Taishu with a look of shock. "You, little weakling, don't tell me you are from a 1,000-year-old family." Chen Taishu smiled mysteriously and said nothing. But it's obvious that the queen sister has already imagined everything. Then, I saw the queen sister's expression darken. Looking depressed and in low spirits, she subconsciously moved to the side. Keep a certain distance from Chen Taishu. Seeing her unexpected action, Chen Taishu was stunned. Then he asked in confusion, "Auntie, what are you doing?" Su Qingyan gave a very forced smile. But anyone could see that her smile was full of grievance and bitterness. "You little weakling, you." She uttered a few short words in a trembling voice, and then stopped instantly. Chen Taishu seemed to realize something. It was obvious that Queen Su Tian had witnessed his powerful strength, profound background, and far-reaching connections tonight. She has low self-esteem. I'm scared too. Chen Taishu also guessed that she was a delicate girl and must be thinking too much. Just as I was about to speak, I saw Su Qingyan, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. She bit her lip. Finally, he mustered up the courage and said with a sob, "Little weakling, you move away." As soon as she finished speaking, tears welled up in her eyes. Chen Taishu stared at her straight. Su Qingyan lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. Suddenly, Chen Taishu stood up. He said mercilessly, "Okay, I'll move now." Chapter 99. Lovers finally get married. Little weakling. Chen Taishu stood up and took 2 steps when Su Qingyan behind him hurriedly stood up and called him. Hearing her trembling cry, Chen Taishu immediately stopped and turned around. Su Qingyan actually rushed directly in front of him. Then she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and hugged her tightly with his backhand. It seems to be quietly feeling this final warmth. After a long while, Queen Su pushed him away. He said timidly, "You move it." After saying that, she turned around. She didn't even have the courage to face him, let alone look him in the face. I saw her turn around, lower her head, and stand there in a daze. Chen Taishu smiled slyly. Then he walked straight to the room where he slept. As soon as he entered the room, he began to pack his things. At the door, Queen Su Tian, who had followed, watched his agile movements. The tears in my eyes could no longer be held back and silently fell out again. Although Chen Taishu had his back to her, he knew that his aunt was peeking at him. He didn't have much stuff to begin with, just a few cheap clothes worth a few $dozen and a cell phone charger, and that was it. He didn't even find a bag or pouch to put it in, he just held it in his hands. He walked out of the room without even looking at Aunt Su Qingyan, who was crying silently. He passed right by. But the next second, he turned to Su Qingyan's bedroom. Didn't go in the opposite direction of the gate. Su Qingyan was visibly stunned when she saw him walk into her bedroom. Don't know what he is going to do? Then she followed in. Chen Taishu opened the wardrobe and stuffed his clothes into a small corner. Then he plugged the charger directly into the socket next to the bed. His series of actions left Queen Su Tian stunned. She hasn't reacted yet. What are you doing, little weakling? Chen Taishu looked at her, who was both charming and sexy as well as cute and sad, and shrugged. Pretending to be innocent, he said, didn't you ask me to move? I moved, he. I moved from the next room to this room. How about that? I am now considered to have entered the house, right? Queen Su finally reacted. She gave him a coquettish look. She knew he was up to something. He also knew that she was pretending to be reserved. Queen Su rushed into his arms again and punched his chest with her little fist. Although she was a little angry at his deliberate teasing, she burst into laughter at this moment. She said coquettishly, "You are so bad." Chen Taishu put his left arm around her slender and well-proportioned waist, and gently held the little fist she was hitting her chest with his right hand. He looked at her with eyes full of affection. She said lovingly and tenderly, "Silly boy, why are you imagining so much? You want me to move away? Ha, dream on. I finally got you, how could I lose you just like that?" Su Qingyan looked up at him and said aggrievedly, "But don't you aristocratic families all pay attention to matching each other? After all, I'm just an actor. Your family will definitely not agree." Chen Taishu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "So you, little fool, would rather suffer a short pain than a long one?" Queen Su nodded. Chen Taishu gently held her face. She whispered softly, "Blame me. Blame me for not giving you a sense of security. Remember, you are the wife I, Chen Taishu, have chosen for life. No matter what happens, no matter who it is, don't try to separate us. Not even the Lord can do that. Don't let your imagination run wild in the future. Even if I don't want myself, I won't want you. Do you know?" Su Qingyan nodded her head again and hummed softly. Chen Taishu looked at her with tenderness in his eyes. And Queen Su responded with a tender look. For a moment, their eyes met and their gazes gradually began to become strained. Chen Taishu couldn't control himself and moved closer again. However, this time, Queen Su did not raise her fingers to block it. Not only did she not refuse, she also responded enthusiastically. After a long time, they reluctantly parted. Chen Taishu held her face. She said emotionally, "I love you." The blush of sunset on Su Qingyan's face added to her charm and moving appearance. At this moment, her whole body was pressed against Chen Taishu. She stared at Chen Taishu with eyes as clear as water. He said with the same great emotion, "I love you too." Then she took the initiative to kiss Chen Taishu. Then she slowly leaned close to his ear. In an extremely charming and seductive voice, she whispered, "Little weakling, you." After saying this, he didn't wait for Chen Taishu to answer. She slowly placed her hands on Chen Taishu's chest and then pushed gently. Chen Taishu fell directly onto the soft big bed behind him. He stared at Su Qingyan, his eyes seemed to be able to spit fire. It seems that Queen Su is particularly bold tonight. She shook her head, and her hair suddenly became messy and scattered. At this moment, in Chen Taishu's eyes, she was definitely the most beautiful woman in the world. And her temptation was also fatal to Chen Taishu. Then her hands were on the straps on her shoulders. The next second, Chen Taishu's pupils dilated instantly. "My sister is so good." Chen Taishu swallowed hard. Since his aunt was so enthusiastic and proactive, Chen Taishu certainly would not sit still and wait for death. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. And Chen Taishu was probably really unable to sleep. Soon, in the bedroom, What Chen Taishu had not expected was that he was actually suppressed by his ferocious aunt. Chapter 100, a hard lesson. The next day, Chen Taishu opened his sleepy eyes. He felt Su Qingyan curled up in his arms like a kitten. He smiled knowingly. But the real cat, Tangdo, had long been forgotten by him. He carefully pulled out his arm that was being held down by Queen Su Tian. Su Qingyan, who was startled, muttered lazily. But she did not wake up, but continued to fall into a deep sleep. Looking at her slightly wrinkled brows, Chen Taishu showed a distressed expression. Last night was really crazy. But it wasn't his fault. It was because the crazy Queen Su herself was too enthusiastic. Chen Taishu wanted to show pity. But Queen Su taught Chen Taishu a severe lesson. Chen Taishu covered her with a thin quilt with concern to hide her exposed fair and delicate shoulders. He turned over and got out of bed. He staggered and almost fell. Chen Taishu smiled bitterly. Damn, my legs actually went weak. My legs were trembling slightly unconsciously. He stood up with the help of the wall, put on his clothes, and walked slowly into the bathroom. Wow, since receiving Tongzi's martial arts reward, Chen Taishu's physical fitness has also greatly improved. At one point he even became so arrogant that he thought he could kill a cow with one punch. But now, he was completely devastated. After washing up, he went into the kitchen and started working. It took him nearly an hour to prepare breakfast. At normal speed, it definitely wouldn't take that long. But isn't this a special situation today? My legs and hands are weak, and I have no idea what to do. Red date and wolfberry porridge, served with 2 side dishes, and accompanied by pan-fried buns, steamed dumplings, and fried dough sticks delivered from takeout. It was a breakfast that was barely sufficient. He walked towards the bedroom, ready to call Su Qingyan for breakfast. I thought she wasn't awake yet, but when I walked to the door, I saw that Queen Su was already dressed. She is changing the quilt cover and sheets. Chen Taishu leaned against the doorframe, quietly admiring the virtuous side of Aunt Diva. But suddenly I saw Su Qingyan actually took out a pair of scissors from the drawer. Then he pointed the scissors directly at the sheets that had just been changed. Cut around the bright red flower. After cutting it, she held the sheet and looked at it. A charming smile couldn't help but appear on her delicate face. The smile is full of happiness. Only then did Chen Taishu notice that Su Qingyan, now a wife, looked a little different today. The mature and charming charm is becoming more and more full. And her whole body began to exude the charm and temperament of a married woman. Overnight, Su Qingyan became more and more beautiful. Then Su Qingyan actually folded the cut piece of bed sheet carefully. Then he hid it in the closet like a treasure. After she hid herself, she found Chen Taishu standing at the door. Her pretty face blushed again, and she asked shyly, "Little weakling, when did you come?" Chen Taishu smiled slightly. "It came when you changed the quilt." "My dear, are you so precious?" Su Qingyan lifted her hair in a charming manner. He pretended to be annoyed and said, "What do you know?" Chen Taishu walked up to her and kissed her forehead affectionately. I saw that she was frowning all the time. He asked with concern and distress, "Wife, does it still hurt?" Su Qingyan immediately looked at him with a vigilant look. What do you want to do?" Chen Taishu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "No, honey, don't be so wary of me. She's my own wife, how could I not feel bad for her?" Su Qingyan rolled her eyes at him. "Then why were you acting like an animal last night? Don't you feel sorry for her at all?" Chen Taishu looked surprised. "No, are you sure, honey? Come on, I was the victim last night, okay? Look for yourself." As he spoke, he took off his t-shirt. "Show her your back." I saw that his back was covered with scratches. Queen Su looked at the criss-crossing scratches on his back and couldn't help but think back to last night. Her pretty face instantly turned red to her ears. Perhaps it was because of the shock she received last night that she fell into a state of near self-forgetfulness. She stretched out her delicate hands and gently stroked the scratches. She asked gently, "Does it hurt?" Chen Taishu turned around and held her hands tightly. He smiled and said, "It does hurt, but you know what I mean, hee." Su Qingyan gave him a charming look. "Bah!" He spat and cursed, "You stinky hooligan, you have no manners." Chen Taishu said with a playful smile, "I am a hooligan to my own wife, so what? I won't do it even if someone asks me to be a hooligan." "What a shame. Who are you calling your wife? Who is your wife? Why are you calling her that?" Su Qingyan is sometimes really dull and slow to realize things. Chen Taishu changed his address from the very beginning, but she only realized it now. He put his arm around her waist. He smiled and said, "Of course it's you. Su Qingyan is my wife. My wife is Queen Su, hee. Humph, rogue, who promised you?" Looking at Queen Su, who was acting like a little girl, Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows. Pretending to be aggrieved, she said, "Good for you, I didn't expect you to be such a diva. You are a liar. If I had known you were such an irresponsible woman, I would not have let you have me no matter what I said last night." Seeing him possessed by the spirit of acting, Su Qingyan felt a chill. Hold on to your magical powers now. After playing around, Chen Taishu said, "Okay, honey, let's go out and have breakfast, or it will get cold." On the dining table. When Queen Su Tian saw the red dates and wolfberries in the bowl, she suddenly wanted to laugh. He glanced at Chen Taishu with a look of slight contempt. With a hint of sarcasm and even provocation, he said, "They say there are only wrong names, but no wrong nicknames. I think your name is correct, and your nickname is correct too. You are just a weakling, TSK." Why did Chen Taishu not like to hear these words? He said viciously, "Su Qingyan, be careful or I will sue you for defamation. Whether you are weak or not, don't you have any idea in your mind? I don't know who it was last night." He almost blew the roof off. After saying that, he put down his bowl and chopsticks and stood up. Without saying a word, he picked her up. Su Qingyan was shocked by his sudden action. In panic, she quickly hugged Chen Taishu's neck. After coming to her senses, she used her ultimate move again. He pounded his chest with his little fist. While beating him, he scolded, "What are you doing? You scared me, you're going to die." Chen Taishu sneered, "What? Please remove the word what. Didn't you say I was weak? Today, I will teach you a lesson. You dare to slander me." Chapter 101, 12 Levels of Nobility launched. Su Qingyan punched his chest in annoyance. "Stop making trouble, let me go quickly, I have to go to the company later." Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows, "You are in this state, and you still want to go to work? Can't you just stay at home and take a day off?" Su Qingyan stared at him with a guilty look. "I'm sorry, little weakling, I don't want to give up my hobbies, career, and dreams." Chen Taishu shook his head and said, "Wife, you don't have to feel sorry or guilty. I understand. I didn't ask you to give up your hobbies and dreams. I'm just worried that your body won't be able to handle it." Su Qingyan immediately smiled happily and kissed him hard on the face. "I'm fine. As long as I don't make big movements and don't walk too much, I'll be fine. Put me down quickly. I have to go out after breakfast." Chen Taishu smiled slyly and shook his head. "No, you slandered me, and I must prove myself." Queen Su immediately revealed a flattering smile. Blame me, blame me. I was just joking with you. Why did you take it so seriously?" Chen Taishu, am I weak? Am I a weakling? Who? Who said that? Who is slandering you? Our little weakling is so strong. Chen Taishu smiled proudly, but he did not intend to let Queen Su Tian go. "You can stop messing around if you say something nice to me, honey, and I'll let you go." Su Qingyan Kazalin's eyes rolled around. She called out in a coquettish voice, "Husband." The word husband made Chen Taishu feel numb all over. In an instant, he became a little overwhelmed. He said as if addicted, "Shout again. Husband. Hey." Chen Taishu finally let her go. While eating breakfast, he said, "Don't drive today. I'll ask Long Wu to send someone to take you there and protect your safety." Su Qingyan nodded. After breakfast, she hurried out. Chen Taishu also asked Long Wu to send a dragon guard to protect her. Meow. After Su Qingyan left, Chen Taishu noticed the little sugar bean that he had forgotten. "Hold my cute little sugar bean and rub its nose with my hand." "I'm sorry, I forgot about you. I'll feed you right away." Chen Taishu lay at home all morning. After waking up from his nap, he went out and bought some things at the mall, and also went to the supermarket to do some shopping. When I got home, it was almost 6 o'clock. Queen Su said she had to work overtime and did not go home for dinner. After dinner, Chen Taishu, who had nothing to do, went straight to Douyin. As soon as you enter Douyin, a window pops up on the interface. 12 ranks of nobility are now online. Chen Taishu clicked on the page and read it carefully. There are 12 levels of nobility, from low to high, namely, Knight, Lord, Baron, Viscount, Earl, Marquis, Duke, Prince, King, Emperor, Celestial Lord, and Supreme God of War. The cost of opening a title is naturally different. It costs 1,000 do coins per year to activate a Knight. Lord, it costs 10,000 do coins every year. Baron, 100,000 do coins per year. Viscount, 1 million dubi per year. Earl, 10 million do coins per year. Marquis, 100 million dubi per year. Duke, 1 billion dubi per year. Prince, 10 billion dubi per year. King, cumulative consumption is 100 billion dubi. The Emperor has accumulated a total consumption of 1 trillion dubi. Tianzuan, accumulated consumption is 10 trillion dubi. Supreme God of War, accumulated consumption of 1 Jingdo coin. Except for the final Supreme God of War, the number of other titles opened has increased tenfold. From the introduction, it seems that starting from the title of King, the activation fee is no longer charged every year. If it costs dubi every year to open it, it is estimated that few people in the world can afford it. Therefore, starting from the King, the calculation method is based on cumulative consumption. Chapter 102 Charity Ambassador Selection Competition. Looking at the correspondence table of titles displayed on the notice, Chen Taishu smiled and shook his head. The higher the rank of the title, the more astronomical the cost. The king needs to spend a cumulative amount of 10 billion renminbi. Anyone who can reach the title of king is no ordinary wealthy person. The emperor wants 100 billion renminbi. What the hell does that mean? Tianzuan needs 1 trillion RMB. You can't expect the world's richest man to spend all his wealth to open a live streaming platform, right? And the most terrifying one is the Supreme God of War, 100 trillion renminbi. At present, the wealth that can be seen in the world, whether it is cash, gold, stocks, or even real estate, all adds up to only tens of trillions. You want 1 quadrillion for a fucking title. Oh my god, who the hell can get this title? Don't even dare to think about it, okay? The Supreme God of War is more like an empty title, just a symbol in a sense. In the whole world, probably only Chen Taishu, the biggest hanger-on, can reach the position of the Supreme God of War, right? Chen Taishu frowned and stared at the price correspondence table of titles for a long time. According to the introduction on the price list of titles, once these 12 ranks of titles come online, Chen Taishu will be the king. Exit the global announcement interface, click on your own homepage and take a look. Sure enough, there were changes. In front of his nickname ID, there was a new word king flashing green. His portrait also has a green and bright border, and he wears a gorgeous king's crown on it. Chen Taishu shook his head. What a nonsense. I was just about to open my follow list to see if Wang Ergu had started broadcasting. At this moment, another pop-up window suddenly popped up. Chen Taishu clicked it subconsciously. As soon as you enter the pop-up page, a few big words on the top catch your eye. Zuxia Charity Ambassador Selection Competition. Zuxia officials will select the charity ambassador through voting on the Douyin platform. The competition will last for 1 month. Whoever receives the most votes by the final deadline will be elected. The Zuxia charity ambassador will be awarded the honorary title of Lord by Zuxia. Moreover, the awarding ceremony was presided over by the king himself. The most incredible thing is that the Zuxia charity ambassador can actually become a candidate for the Zuxia Hall of Fame. Wow, as soon as this announcement came out, it instantly shocked the whole country. Of course, everyone's eyes and attention were focused on this large-scale selection competition. Look at the people participating in the competition below. There are too many of them, not just a lot. It covers almost all the domestic celebrities and public figures. When Chen Taishu saw the first photo of the contestant, he was stunned. The contestant in the first photo was actually Su Qingyan. Of course, putting Su Qingyan in the first place must have been intentional by Chen Baoguo and his men, as a trick. Looking at the announcement, Chen Taishu frowned and fell into deep thought again. What is going on? He felt that this was clearly a blatant act of cutting leaks. Zuxia officials personally came out to reap the profits? This is indeed somewhat unreasonable, even outrageous. The key point is that he couldn't understand why he did this? And according to his understanding, the Douyin of the Zuxia tribe is already very restrained and has principles and bottom lines. Not to mention far away, let us just talk about the Sakura department and Kimchi department in the Asian section. The two Douyin games have no principles or bottom line. They actually legalized Huang openly on Douyin. In order to get rewards and earn music waves, they will do anything to get rewards. This is also one of the reasons why the income value of Xuxia tribe is not as good as that of Sakura and Kimchi. Chapter 103, 10 trillion squandered in 10 seconds. Of course, the scale of Douyin and the content of the live broadcast are not the only factors that affect Xuxia's revenue value. The most important point is that there are too many live streaming platforms in China. Other platforms still attracted a lot of traffic, naturally including many wealthy people. As for Pouchi and Sakura, they only have one live streaming platform, Douyin. Moreover, their official website is still promoting Douyin. The gap is widening due to various factors. This resulted in Xuxia's revenue value being slightly behind their other two. However, everything changed since Chen Taishu joined Douyin. With his own efforts, Chen Taishu not only helped the motherland to achieve the profit value standards stipulated by the mysterious platform. It even jumped directly to become the number one in the Asian section, leaving Cherry Blossoms and Kimchi far behind. So, how could Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun, Grand Marshal Chen Bagua, and even the king of the country and other powerful people not regard him as a national treasure? Chen Taishu looked at the photo of Su Qingyan on the phone screen, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's a waste for him anyway, so he might as well help his wife and get the charity ambassador position. Let her fame and influence reach a higher level. Because of the selection contest officially launched by Xuxia, Douyin's traffic and popularity increased several times within one day. There are also countless new tourists. It is said that Xuxia's fans are the craziest and most fanatical, and now it can be seen. Moreover, the selection competition will not officially start until 8 o'clock. By then, the fans of these celebrities and public figures will probably become even crazier. Of course, for fame, reputation, and the honor of being a Hall of Fame candidate, there will definitely be entertainment companies that pump up votes and hype for their star artists. The title of Xuxia Charity Ambassador and the rewards are simply too tempting. If nothing unexpected happens, whoever wins this honorary title will definitely be the number one person in the entertainment industry. With Xuxia's support, are you kidding? The temptation is so great that of course the capital behind these celebrities and public figures will be extremely excited. Not to mention that companies and capital will help selected celebrities to vote. I'm afraid even the celebrities themselves will vote for themselves, right? But it doesn't matter. The Xuxia officials don't care how you vote. They even hope that you vote as hard as you can. All they want is the profit value. As for the sound wave benefits that everyone has gained, want to return them? Dream on. All of it will be donated to charity, not a penny less. If the money flows back, the income value will be invalidated, so the official directly and strictly prohibits it. Although Chen Taishu had many doubts, he didn't take them to heart at all. In any case, it has no impact on him at the moment. On the contrary, the introduction of the 12th rank of nobility helped him a lot. Although starting from the title of king, only the accumulated consumption value is counted and there is no way to activate it directly. But Wang Jue can activate it directly and renew it indefinitely. It takes 10 billion dubi to open the king title. There are several renewal options: renewal for 1 year, renewal for 2 years, renewal for 5 years, and renewal for 10 years. The maximum renewal period is 10 years. In other words, Chen Taishu now only needs to click lightly to squander 100 billion do coins. This is much faster than his exclusive gift. And now he has 10 trillion dubi in his pocket, so he only needs to click 100 times to spend them all. And with his hand speed, it would only take him 10 seconds to do 100 strokes. In 10 seconds, 10 trillion dubi, or 1 trillion RMB, was squandered. Oh my god, who the hell dares to think of this? It's exciting. So fucking exciting. Just imagining it in my mind makes my scalp tingle with excitement. Chen Taishu opened the follow-up list and found that Wang Ergu was indeed live streaming. I don't know whether he has not finished the live broadcast yet or has already started. Chapter 104: The King Arrives. Chen Taishu remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something today. When he saw Wang Ergu in his follow list, he suddenly remembered. Wang Ergu told him last night that his new live broadcast content would be released during the day today. That was what he had agreed with Chen Taishu before, to create positive and meaningful live broadcast content. Chen Taishu patted his head. It wasn't that his memory was bad. The main reason is that too many things happened last night and he hasn't recovered yet. Click directly into Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The moment he entered the live broadcast room, a cool entrance effect suddenly appeared on the screen. Suddenly, a white mist spread up, and a golden and magnificent carriage emitting green light rushed out from the smoke. 8 one-horned divine horses came galloping towards us, pulling an extremely gorgeous carriage. Lul Yolu. The 8 one-horned divine horses suddenly raised their 2 front legs and roared to the sky. The long hissing sound made the cell phone vibrate. When the sound effect faded away, 4 green characters "The King has arrived" appeared on the screen again. Chen Taishu frowned as he looked at the special effects. To be honest, the entrance special effects are really cool, but what does it mean that it's all green? It would be fine if the domineering word king in front of his nickname was green. It's okay that the avatar border is green. Now even the entrance special effects are all green, right? What is this? If you want to live a decent life, you have to have some green, right? This green color made Chen Taishu very unhappy. In fact, he misunderstood and overthought. The representative colors of the 12 ranks of nobility are different, and are completely divided according to red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue and purple. The color representing Lord is red. From Baron to Duke, it's all orange. The king is yellow. The king is green. The emperor is blue. Tianzuan is blue. The supreme god of war is the most noble purple. Fuck, is this the entrance effect for the king? Damn cool. Which king is this? Is it Brother Taishu? But to be honest, the special effects are cool, but I feel that they are not worthy of Brother Taishu, and they are not domineering enough. The special effects of the king are so cool, what about higher titles? I really want to see it. You started dreaming as soon as it got dark, right? There are only a few king titles on the internet right now. Do you want to see a higher title? He. Currently, the highest title in our Zuxia tribe is the king. God knows when the emperor will come. I bet that even if an emperor is born, it can only be Brother Taishu. What's going on? The title of emperor costs 1 trillion dubi, a full 100 billion renminbi. Brother Taishu is awesome, but I don't think he can be promoted to emperor. For a while, the live broadcast room was filled with comments saying all sorts of things. Wang Ergu also welcomed Chen Taishu with drums and gongs, and dragon and lion dances. Welcome the Honorable King Taishu to the live broadcast room. Reckless Man, a sword comes from the west. Wow, brother, your special effects are really awesome. I think I have to upgrade myself. Reckless Man Xingshan Rugu, it must be promoted. This duke has no dignity at all and completely lowers the status of our Reckless Man Corps. Reckless Man Zhou Sanxue, it's just right, let's take advantage of the charity ambassador competition and get promoted together. Pei Yuanlan and Chen Shi also greeted Chen Taishu at the same time. Chen Taishu nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the rebellious nature of these two had been completely worn out. As soon as I greeted him, my second brother Pei Yuanlan immediately became sarcastic. Chapter 105 Fame. The dream of 900 million young boys. Brother, you go to the microphone. Although Chen Taishu didn't know what she wanted to do, he still sat in the guest seat. Curiously asked, "What's wrong, second brother?" The dream of 900 million young men. I want to hear that Brother Taishu will pay for all the consumption tonight. Well. Chen Taishu smiled awkwardly. Second brother, do you know? It's not just me who knows. Just ask how many people were in the live broadcast room. It was on Night Color last night. He didn't even need to really ask. The friend in the live broadcast room jumped out directly. I'm here. I actually saw Brother Taishu's true face last night. He was so handsome. Thank you, Brother Taishu, for treating me to shivas last night. Brother Taishu is awesome. Sorry, Brother Taishu, I heard that you were paying last night, so I shamelessly ordered a bottle of Remy Martin. Thank you, Brother Taishu, for letting me try something new. Ha! You don't know how crazy the night bar was last night. I heard that Brother Taishu paid for the whole place, and no one left standing. I must thank Brother Taishu for his 8 generations of ancestors. The first time I drank XO in my life was last night, and Brother Taishu treated me to it. Wow, these guys just grab the fat sheep as soon as they catch it? It's all a bit expensive, right? But these guys are quick enough, otherwise they would never have had a turn. If we were slower, the bar's good drinks would have been ordered out long ago. The comments from netizens in the live broadcast room also made many netizens envious and jealous. Wang Ergu also smiled and said, Brother Taishu is awesome. I thought this kind of plot only appeared in movies and TV series. I didn't expect that Brother Taishu is so arrogant and domineering in real life. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. Chen Taishu reached out and rubbed his nose. Keep a low profile, I'm not a high profile person. It was mainly because the atmosphere was right last night, and I couldn't hold back the urge to show off for a while. The dream of 900 million boys, TSK. Brother, you keep a low profile? What do you say about the Red Palace? Chen Taishu was stunned. You know this too? The three friends quickly posted comments on the screen to explain that they didn't say that. The dream of 900 million young men, do I need you to tell me? The incident last night caused a lot of uproar. Anyone with a little status in the Magic City would know about it. Cat 11 from the old alley, brother, I heard everything about what happened last night in the capital. And at some point, Xia Yenji appeared out of nowhere and posted a comment to confirm it. Mongfu writing to peace the world, brother, although the distance between Magic City and Beijing is more than 1,000 kilometers, we can get the news of some things at the first time. Seeing his nickname ID, Chen Taishu smiled with satisfaction. This guy is pretty good. It seems that he is completely impressed by my domineering aura. What happened last night was not a big deal, but it was not a small deal either. It was normal for both Shanghai and Beijing to hear about it. The dream of 900 million boys, so, you deliberately left me alone last night and went out to play, right? Chen Taishu was speechless for a moment. But after a moment, he argued, no, I just happened to run into the three of them when I went out last night. You all know that I'm rather shy, so how could I refuse their kind invitation? The dream of 900 million girls, hee hee. Do you think I believe it? Seeing that Brother Taishu was speechless, Wang Ergo reacted very quickly. He quickly changed the subject. Brother Taishu, do you know about the charity ambassador selection contest? I just saw it when it went online. Wang Ergo asked curiously, Brother Taishu, can you take us down to play together? After all, this is the first time that Zuxia officially holds a Douyin event. We should participate in it, right? Chapter 106. The live broadcast room is full of black people. Before Chen Taishu could say anything, his three friends, whose hand speed was not slow at all, answered for him. Ijian Shilai, we have to play. We are all ready to become kings. Xingshan Ruga said, is there any need to ask? How can such a grand event be without the presence of our reckless army? Zhou Sanchue, hee hee. My sword has been thirsty for a long time. Brother Taishu, when do you think we should start? Wan Ergu also became excited and asked hurriedly, who should we support? When he asked this question, someone in the live broadcast room immediately became restless. The dream of 900 million young boys, I want to support my idol, Brother Kun. Cat 11 in the old alley, TSK. Little Blackie, show me your chicken feet and stop bullying my pigeons. Ha! Who would have thought that these two sworn enemies would actually have the same idol? Chen Taishu asked with confusion and curiosity, no, who are you two talking about? Writing to peace the world, brother, I will recite a poem and you will know who they are talking about. My old friend left the Yellow Crane Tower, sang, danced, and played basketball. The spring breeze turned the South Bank green again, and I practiced for 2.5 years. After seeing his poem, Chen Taishu fell silent, and the entire live broadcast room fell silent. Xia Yenji thought they didn't know. He immediately continued to float across the screen, didn't guess it? It doesn't matter, I'll recite another poem and I guarantee you'll guess it. During the Qingning festival, I met Koan, and a pedestrian on the road had his hair parted in the middle. I asked where the suspenders were, and the shepherd boy pointed to Tsaishu village in the distance. Pei Yuanlan and Chen Shi sent the same floating screen barrage at the same time. Shut up, little black man. Chen Taishu shook his head and said earnestly, Yenji, this is your fault. You are so black because you know them? Do you know how hard they work? You are just blindly criticizing others. You are criticizing others without any evidence. You are criticizing others just for the sake of criticizing others. You black people, what can you gain? Writing for peace in the world, a momentary foul mouth is an extreme enjoyment. Ahem. Chen Taishu was completely speechless by this guy. I don't want to discuss this issue any further, otherwise I'm afraid I'll receive a warning letter from a lawyer. He quickly changed the subject and said, brothers, tell them who we are supporting? The three of them said at the same time, of course it's Su Qingyan, Queen Su. Yiji Angsalai, don't ask why, if you ask, you are just a brainless fan. Writing peace for the world, ha! Okay, like me, I am also a die-hard fan of Queen Su. We must support Queen Su. This crazy fan of his seems to be different from the other three. But it doesn't matter, it's all support anyway. Wang Ergo confirmed, then Brother Taishu, should we support Queen Su? Chen Taishu said slowly, let's not force it. Everyone can support whoever they want to support. After all, everyone likes different idols, so you can vote for whoever you want. We don't have the right to demand that everyone vote for a certain idol, right? He really meant what he said. It's just a bunch of scattered tickets. It doesn't matter whether you have them or not. It won't have much impact. As long as Take Suxian is around, Su Qingyan's wife will never lose. This ambassador of image is determined, and even Jesus can't stop him. Wang Ergo stubbornly asked again, Brother Taishu, you also support Queen Su, right? Chen Taishu nodded, well, I have no choice but to support her. If Aunt Su Qingyan knew that he was rebellious, he might not even be able to get into bed at night. This was undoubtedly the greatest torture for him who had tasted the sweetness of life. Besides, what reason does he have not to support his wife? Chapter 107, Building a Dreamland. Oh, right. Chen Taishu suddenly remembered something. Curiously asked, how is your Dreamland program going? Wang Ergo replied with a smile, it's okay, the audience and fans seem to like it too. I thought we wouldn't get any orders today, since it's the first day after all. I didn't expect that besides the troublemaker, we actually received 2 orders. It's just that many viewers and netizens have expressed doubts about our Dreamland program. They think I'm just hyping myself up and putting on a show. Wang Ergo showed a helpless smile on his face. Chen Taishu said, it doesn't matter, ignore them. As long as you think it's right, you keep doing it. A journey of 1,000 miles tests a horse's strength. Time reveals a person's true character. Over time, facts will prove everything. Writing peace for the world, no, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Cat 11 in the old alley, building a dreamland? What is that? Pei Yuanlan and his 3 friends also asked curiously. As a result, before Wang Ergo could explain, the viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't wait to post comments to explain. The dream chasing program created by Wang Ergo is to help certain special groups of people fulfill their wishes. Of course, many positive and meaningful requests will not be rejected. In general, it's about giving back to society. Those who didn't watch his live broadcast during the day finally understood what was going on after seeing the various explanations in the comments. GB and Tianxia, good, very good, what you did is quite meaningful. No matter what others say, just keep doing it. The dream of 900 million young boys, yes, we must support such a positive thing. Ejian Shilai, Ergu, what order did you receive today? Wang Ergu smiled and said, I received an order online today, and another order in the offline private message mailbox. The order I received online was from a single mother. Her son, Xiao Tiechue, unfortunately has cancer, and it is now in the terminal stage and he is about to pass away. The sound he likes to hear most is the exciting roar of motorcycle engines. Because he has been weak and sick for many years, he seldom goes out. Little Hammer's last wish was to see a rider riding a motorcycle passing by his house. Chen Taishu sighed and asked in a deep voice, how old is Little Hammer? 6. Is there no possibility of a cure? Money is not a problem. Wang Ergu was silent. In fact, Chen Taishu also knew that what he said was a little funny, but he just had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Wang Ergu continued, in order to let Little Hammer live a short life without any regrets. So I took the order and I wanted to help him realize his wish. Chen Taishu nodded secretly. It's time to take this order. Where is Little Hammer's home? It's in the suburbs of Magic City. So when are you going to start doing this? Wang Ergu blurted out without even thinking, tomorrow. I dare not delay, because I am afraid that the Little Hammer can't wait. After receiving the order, I immediately contacted several nights clubs in Shanghai. I originally wanted to pay them some money and ask them to help me. But after learning about this, they righteously refused the reward and expressed their willingness to help Xiao Tiechue realize his wish. Chen Taishu couldn't help but nodded, well done. But Wang Ergu hesitated. Just what? Difficulties? Wang Ergu nodded, it's true that some links are not easy to handle. Chen Taishu frowned and asked, what's the difficulty? Chapter 108 All the brothers are coming. Wang Ergu said slowly, I was just about to tell you about this, Brother Taishu. I may need you to use some of your connections to help me, Brother Taishu. Chen Taishu frowned and said impatiently, hurry up and tell me, you are just nagging like a woman. Wang Ergu touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. That's right. This matter definitely needs to be filed. Otherwise, who knows what kind of commotion it might cause. I'm afraid. Before he could finish his words, Chen Taishu interrupted him. I understand. You don't have to worry about it. The dream building activity will continue tomorrow. There will be no problem. Xingshan Rugu, brother, let me handle this matter. I guarantee that the convoy will have a smooth journey tomorrow, and there will be traffic police to escort and maintain order. Chen Taishu pondered for a moment and thought that it was indeed inappropriate to call his father for such a small matter. And letting Xiaoqing handle it is undoubtedly the best idea. He immediately said, okay, then I'll leave it to you, Xiaoqing. Xingshan Rugu, no problem bro, I promise to complete the task. Chen Taishu continued to ask, by the way, Ergu, what time and where do you agree to meet tomorrow? Meet at the Dreamland, the Oriental Pearl Tower on the Bund, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows and muttered, 9 o'clock? I'm afraid I still can't buy a car? Ijian Shilai, why, brother, you want to join too? Of course I want to participate in such a good and meaningful positive event. Ijian Shilai, well, isn't this a simple matter? It's just a motorcycle. I have plenty of them in my garage. Brother, just tell me which one you want to ride, and I can get it for you. Chen Taishu forgot that Xiaobai is not only a supercar addict, but also a motorcycle enthusiast. He immediately said, whatever, it's fine. I don't know much about motorcycles. Ijin Shilai, well, I'll just give the car to you and take it to the gathering place tomorrow. The dream of 900 million young boys, I want to go there tomorrow too. Chen Taishu questioned, no, second brother, can you ride a motorcycle? The dream of 900 million boys, big brother, who are you looking down on? Do you really think I am the coolest female rider in Shanghai and I am just worthy of the title? Riding to pacify the world, count me in, count me in. Chen Taishu said speechlessly, why are you joining in the fun? You are still in the capital. Riding to peace the world, brother, see you in the Magic City in 2 hours. My goodness, are these second-generation rich and official people who have nothing better to do so willful? Cat 11 in the old alley, little dog, let me take a ride. I want to go too. Riding for peace, Auntie, didn't we agree not to call you by your nickname? Besides, what are you going to do? You can't ride a motorcycle. Cat 11 in the old alley, you can't ride or sit? You don't want to take me with you, right? I'll count to 3, 1. Riding peace for the world, bring it with you. I didn't say I wouldn't take you with me. Wait, I'll come pick you up. Seeing a series of floating comments on the screen, Chen Taishu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is tomorrow going to be a gathering of the Reckless Army? It's almost 8 o'clock. Wang Ergu immediately asked, Brother Taishu, the selection competition will officially begin soon. Should I introduce Queen Sue's voting channel into the live broadcast room now? This is also one of the characteristics of the Charity Ambassador selection competition. Each live broadcast room can directly introduce the voting channel for 10 contestants. After introducing the voting channel, you can vote directly in the live broadcast room without having to enter the voting page specifically. This also makes it convenient for the anchor to canvass votes and cheer for the contestants. Chen Taishu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, okay, let's lead the way to the voting channel first. After the introduction, let's go out and do something interesting. Chapter 109 Divine Lord Set Meal. Wang Ergo started introducing the track without saying a word. There is no need to search, after all, Queen Sue is currently ranked first. The moment Wang Ergo was introduced into the track, the time was exactly 8 o'clock. A photo of Su Qingyan appeared on the right side of the live broadcast screen. Above the photo flashes the Zuxia Charity Ambassador Selection Contest, and below it are 2 options. One is voting, the other is opening up the title. Click on vote and the gift bar will pop up. You can give any gift to the contestants you support, 1 sound wave equals 1 vote. The same is true for opening a title. The to be consumed is the number of votes the contestant received. If a voting channel is introduced in the live broadcast room, whether it is the special effects of giving gifts or the special effects of opening a title, they will be displayed directly in the live broadcast room. Wang Ergu asked with a smile, Brother Taishu, although the competition lasts for a month. But should we narrow the gap in votes first? Let others see the strength of our reckless army? Chen Taishu smiled pretentiously. Said, then I will prepare a set meal first? Wang Ergu asked with confusion and curiosity, set meal? What set meal? Does Douyin have a set meal? Chen Taishu directly clicked on the option to activate the title. Let's have the Divine Lord set meal. Divine Lord set meal? Don't say Wang Erga was confused. Even everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. The dream of 900 million boys, brother, what is the Divine Lord set meal? Why haven't I heard of it? Cat 11 in the old alley, Wartian, big brother, could it be that the platform has given you another exclusive customization? Writing piece for the world, another custom-made gift? No way? No one in the world can have two customized gifts. Brother, yours is unique. Seeing their floating comments on the screen, Chen Taishu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The rhythm on the public screen started to pick up. He quickly explained, it's not an exclusive gift, it's just a set meal I created. Yiji Angsalai, self-created set meal? What? Xingshan Rugu, brother, let us see it for ourselves. Chen Taishu smiled and said, everyone, watch carefully. I will show you what the ultimate Divine Lord set meal is. As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers began tapping on the screen. I saw a silver 5-pointed star rising slowly from the sea, emitting dazzling bright light. A system prompt announcement also flashed across the live broadcast room screen. Illusion Realm of Grand Void has opened the Night Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. This announcement will only be displayed in the live broadcast room. Then, Chen Taishu did not stop his actions. The special effects of activating the title of Guardian have never been interrupted. The Grand Illusionary Realm has opened the Lord's Guardianship for contestant Su Qingyan. Illusion Realm of Grand Void has opened Baron Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. The Grand Illusionary Realm has opened Viscount Guardianship for contestant Su Qingyan. In the live broadcast room, 4 titles of nobility were activated with special effects and system prompts. By this time, some viewers had already guessed Chen Taishu's intention. Fuck, brother Taishu, is he planning to open up all the titles that can be opened directly? Isn't this obvious? The Divine Lord set meal, this is the Divine Lord set meal? Oh my god, brother Taishu is as arrogant and domineering as ever. If you open all the titles that can be opened directly, that would be 11,111,110,100 do coins. Good fellow, although more than 10 billion is nothing to brother Taishu, this display and momentum are in line with brother Taishu's usual domineering style. Until Chen Taishu opened up the 5th title, Earl. The title special effects on the screen have changed. I saw the rising sun, the morning glow filling the sky and the boundless sea. A fiery red phoenix burning with flames, its sharp scream pierced the sky. Spread its wings and fly across the sea. Then the seawater began to roll and churn, turning into huge waves. A majestic green dragon with 5 claws suddenly jumped up from the bottom of the sea. A dragon's roar caused the phone to vibrate repeatedly. After a moment, the blue dragon transformed into a series of characters. The Grand Illusionary Realm has opened the Earl's Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. This special effect is not a single one, the same Zuxia tribe fighting sound is displayed in the entire network and in the entire live broadcast room. The Grand Illusionary Realm has opened the Marquis Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. The Grand Illusionary Realm has opened the Duke's Guardianship for contestant Su Qingyan. Until the last prince who could be directly activated, the special effects changed again. On the screen appeared a majestic and sacred Yunding Palace, which was surrounded by fairy air and filled with golden light. The huge bronze gate of the heavenly palace slowly opened. A dazzling golden light flashed by, and then a golden scroll of heavenly book flew out from the heavenly palace. The flying and falling heavenly book suddenly opened. There was a line of large golden characters written on it. The Grand Illusionary Realm has opened the Royal Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. Writing for peace in the world, fuck, brother, your Divine Lord set is pretty good. This guy is really domineering, no, I have to give my goddess a set too. I'm determined to do this. Chen Taishu said unhappily, aren't you planning to come to the Magic City? Do you still have time to play with your phone and watch live broadcasts? Writing for Peace World, I just picked up my aunt and am on my way to the airport. It's okay to get on the plane. I have internet access on my private plane. Wow, is this showing off of wealth unintentional or intentional? Chen Taishu was hesitating whether he had an entire private jet? Otherwise it would be boring. Besides, there is too much money to spend. Before he could say anything, the special effects of activating the title appeared on the screen. What else can you do? Just sit back and enjoy. Cat 11 from the old alley has activated Night Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. Well, in the end, Chen Shi got there first. Xia Yinji glanced at the small-breasted lowly sitting next to him. She said with resentment, "Little girl, you are really unkind, aren't you? I said I was the second one to come, and you took advantage of me when I was not prepared?" Chen Shi raised her eyebrows and replied in a bad tone, "Why, do you have any objections? Last time you tricked me into having dinner with Yi Xiaodi, I haven't even dealt with you yet." As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Yanji fell silent. Seeing that he had calmed down, Chen Shi didn't have time to argue with him. Cat 11 from Old Alley has activated Baron Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. Cat 11 from the Old Alley has activated the Royal Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. As soon as Chen Shi's Divine Lord set was finished, Xia Yanji didn't dare to delay, for fear of being overtaken by others. There are quite a few people in the live broadcast room waiting to get the Divine Lord set. And they are all staring at it eagerly. If you are a little slow, you will fall behind in the ranking. I will write peace for the world to open the Night Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. I will write peace for the world to open the Royal Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. After Xia Yanji finished brushing and installing the Divine Lord set, he suddenly felt refreshed and comfortable. Chapter 110 Reactions from All Parties. Beijing, one of the top 3 entertainment companies in the country, Starlight Entertainment Group. President Wang Duoyu was sitting at the head seat in the conference room, having a meeting with the group's senior management. I, Starlight Brilliant, have decided to be the official charity ambassador this time. No one else can do the job. How is it going? How did the discussion go? Which artist do you support? Vice President Chen said slowly, President, after everyone's discussion, there are now 2 candidates. The first priority is naturally the pillar of our company, the Queen Wu Jia. The second one is the new generation popular actor, Wei Qianbai. Ding, ding, ding. Wang Duoyu's fingers kept tapping on the conference table. After frowning and thinking for a long time, he made the final decision. Let's go with Wu Jia. She has enough experience, is famous, has a large fan base, and has strong fan stickiness. Just push her up. But he suddenly changed the subject. Call her and ask for her opinion. If there is no problem, ask her to come to the company to sign the contract. We must prevent any problems that may arise in the future. Just let her sign a lifetime contract and impose a sky-high penalty for breach of contract. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Vice President Chen smiled and said, Of course it's no problem. No artist can refuse the honor and reward of being a charity ambassador. Besides, she even asked about it today. President Wang Duoyu nodded with satisfaction. That's good. After signing the contract, start helping her to win the votes. Propaganda and mobilization must also be done well. The power of fans cannot be underestimated. With so many fans, if not now, when? It is true that there is no dishonest businessman and no dishonest businessman. Wang Duoyu played the role of a businessman vividly. Charity ambassador, even if we can't get it, we must not let the other 2 companies get it. No matter which entertainment company's artist wins the honor of charity ambassador, it will definitely put pressure on other companies. But don't underestimate the honor and rewards of being a charity ambassador, there is a lot you can do with it. Magic City, also home to one of the top 3 entertainment companies in the country, Huangtu Entertainment Group. President Xue Wenbin has also just finalized the artists to support in this competition. Super popular young actor, AI Kuan. Another entertainment company ranked in the top 3 is Dream Entertainment Group. Female President Lin Menga did not hold a meeting, but was watching the Douyin live broadcast in the office. The female secretary looked at the calm president. Puzzled and curious, he asked, Boss Lin, are we really not going to participate in this official event? Lin Menga smiled meaningfully, who said we won't participate? So which artist in the company should we support? Lin Menga shook her head, I don't support any of them. The female secretary looked shocked and puzzled. Lin Menga smiled and said, Don't worry about this event. The competition will be extremely fierce. All the companies involved have used up all their resources and put all their efforts into it, and in the end, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. There's no need for us to fight them to the death. It's not worth it. The process is not important, we only care about the result. It would be great to pick up fallen peaches. The female secretary raised her eyebrows and said, I'm afraid it's not that easy to pick up the fallen peaches. There must be some contractual constraints. Lin Menga smiled mysteriously, I have a way. It's not that easy to tie down the official spokesperson with just a few pages of contract. TSK. Suddenly, her expression froze. His pupils dilated infinitely as he stared at the screen, and he muttered in surprise, Su Qingyan? Didn't she open her own studio? Why are her ticket prices rising so sharply? The land of illusion? The 11th cat in the old alley? Writing to peace the world? Who are these people? The female secretary who likes to watch live broadcasts quickly said, Taishu Huanjing? He is a super rich man who has recently emerged in Douyin. He is very fierce, not ordinary fierce. He can earn hundreds of billions of Do coins in 1 PK. With my own strength, I have completely subdued the Shanghai and Beijing circles. The Cat 11 in the old alley and the author of Peace in the World are the leading figures in the Beijing circle. Lin Munga was stunned by the secretary's words. A PK earned nearly 10 billion renminbi? Her eyes rolled. Find Su Qingyan's phone number and give it to me right away. Wasn't she soliciting investments some time ago? It just so happens that the company is planning to invest recently. At this time, in Su Qingyan's company. She was still in meetings, but they had nothing to do with the charity ambassadorship. It was about filming a new movie. Those sitting in the conference room are all movie kings and actresses, top-tier stars. Lin Wanqiu was also present last night. Everyone, do you have any questions? If not, we can sign the contract and start filming in 2 days. As soon as she finished speaking, her agent, Sister Hua, rushed into the meeting room. Shangyan, you come and look. Seeing her anxious look, Su Qingyan thought something big had happened. He quickly asked, What's wrong, Sister Hua? And those who were about to sign the contract immediately put down their pens. Don't worry, let us see if something serious has happened. If something really happens, is it necessary to sign this contract? Only Lin Wanqiu signed his name on the contract without hesitation. Actor Huang next to him asked curiously, Shaolin, aren't you afraid something might really happen? Lin Wanqiu smiled and said with certainty, Nothing will happen, even if the sky is broken. Even if something does happen, it's a good thing. Although her words were cryptic, how many people in the entertainment industry are simple-minded? What's more, he is the very successful actor Huang. His EQ and IQ are extremely high. Although it was just a few words, he was able to hear the deep meaning behind them. Lin Wanqiu experienced it personally last night and witnessed with her own eyes how mysterious and powerful Su Qingyan's boyfriend is. Actor Huang leaned close to her ear and whispered, Can you tell me something? Lin Wanqiu also replied in a low voice, I can only say that with Sister Yan's boyfriend here, it's no big deal. Actor Huang's heart was suddenly filled with shock. But he pretended to be calm. He is worthy of being the best actor, his performance was flawless. Is it that exaggerated? What level of people are they? Lin Wanqiu didn't say anything, but just stretched out his index finger and pointed to the sky. Actor Huang swallowed hard, looking shocked. Even though he is an award-winning actor, he can't act calm now. Then, without any hesitation, he picked up the pen and signed his name. Sister Hua panted and said, Something happened. Something serious happened. As soon as she finished speaking, the other big names stared at her. If there is any disadvantage, they will definitely get up and leave. Su Qingyan took in all their reactions. Of course she also noticed actor Huang and Lin Wanqiu. Su Qingyan was very satisfied with their reactions. She couldn't help but think of Chen Taishu in her mind. When she thought of Chen Taishu, she instantly became calm. He smiled slightly and said calmly, What are you in a hurry for? What are you panicking about? The sky won't fall, just talk slowly if you have something to say. Chapter 111 Identity Exposed. Sister Hua took a deep breath, but still couldn't suppress her inner excitement. Said, Xingyan, my God, you really are number one, and you are far ahead. Not to mention the big shots in the conference room, even Su Qingyan was stunned. She asked in confusion, What do you mean by first? Sister Hua, please explain clearly. Sister Hua's face now looks as smiling as her name. Explained, it's the official charity ambassador selection competition. You are actually ranked first now. As she spoke, she took out the tablet, fiddled with it for a while, and then handed it to Su Qingyan. Hearing this, the bigwigs in the conference room also took out their mobile phones and checked them. Su Qingyan frowned slightly, Don't make trouble, Sister Hua, I don't know how many people are eyeing this honor. How can I possibly get first place? When the relevant department notified her to participate in the competition, she did not take it seriously. Since she can't refuse, she might as well participate. She doesn't care whether there is a ticket or not. And she never thought about competing for this honor. If you have the spare money to buy tickets for yourself, you might as well make more movies. Sister Hua replied cheerfully, it's really not a joke. If you don't believe me, just check it out for yourself. Su Qingyan took the tablet and saw her name and photo at a glance. Looking at the real-time ranking of the vote list, it is indeed ranked first. His eyes moved back and landed on the column of votes. Her pupils dilated instantly and her mouth opened wide. Looking at the long string of numbers, she felt numb all over. How many tickets are there? Sister Hua replied with a bright smile, 100 billion votes, nearly 100 billion votes. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out in the conference room. Oh my god, 100 billion votes? Ward Tian, this is too amazing, right? Wow, Director Su, you are amazing. Nearly 100 billion votes. I can't even imagine it. Everyone looked at Su Qingyan in great surprise. Only Huang actor asked in a puzzled voice, 100 billion votes? Is that a lot? I don't know much about Douyin. Xiaolin, could you please give me some basic knowledge? Lin Wanqiu looked at him speechlessly. Is that a lot? Come on, 100 billion, just hearing that number is scary, right? However, seeing that he really didn't seem to understand, Lin Wanqiu had to explain it to him patiently. He simply and rudely said, 100 billion votes, do you know how much money that is? Actor Huang shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Lin Wanqiu raised his index finger and said with a smile, 10 billion renminbi. Now you know whether 100 billion votes is a lot, right? What the hell? Actor Huang had a look of horror on his face. 100 billion RMB? Oh my god, this is too scary, right? Even his voice was trembling, which showed how shocked he was. Are Director Su's fans so crazy and scary? Lin Wanqiu pretended to be annoyed and said, Teacher Huang, please click on the list and take a closer look. It's just those few people who voted for Director Su, and what? Lin Wanqiu just smiled slightly without saying anything, and signaled actor Huang to turn his gaze to Director Su. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and tried her best to stay calm. What's going on? Who swiped the ticket for me? God, this is 10 billion, right? Who is it? Who is so wasteful? 10 billion is enough to make several big budget movies. Isn't this a spendthrift who has a lot of money but nowhere to spend it? Sister Hua looked at her with interest and smiled. He said meaningfully, keep acting, Xingyan, you are worthy of being the queen of the screen, your acting is great. If I hadn't spent a lot of time and energy studying Douyin these days, I would have almost been fooled by your acting skills. Su Qingyan raised her eyebrows slightly and said in confusion, acting? What should I act? Sister Hua, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? TSK. Sister Hua sneered, Xingyan, it will be boring to act again. Open your list and take a good look at who is number 1. Su Qingyan clicked on the list with confusion and curiosity. Number 1, King the Land of Illusion. List 2, Wang Ju Cat 11 from the Old Alley. Su Qingyan stared at the nickname of Taishu Huanjing. He asked uncertainly, who is this Taishu illusionary realm? In the conference room, there were movie stars who were playing Douyin live streaming. They all said in unison, oh my god, isn't this the legendary brother Taishu? Wow, Director Su is really good at hiding his secrets. He actually has so many wealthy people supporting him. What's the relationship between Director Su and War God Taishu? If Taishu gives his full support, then wouldn't the image ambassadorship be a sure thing? At this time, everyone in the conference room was staring at her and Sister Hua. It seems that they are very curious about the relationship between Su Qingyan and Brother Taishu. Only Lin Wanqiu knew the truth, and her face showed an expression of great envy. Sister Hua said angrily, I told you not to act, but you still acted? Su Qingyan was bewildered. What role should I play? What role should I play? She was suddenly startled. She raised her eyebrows and said tentatively, this Taishu fantasy realm, could it be him? Sister Hua rolled her eyes at her, if it's not your boyfriend, who else could it be? When these words were spoken, everyone couldn't help but show a look of shock. The super mysterious god of war who has been causing a stir on Douyin recently is actually Director Su's boyfriend? Oh my god. Su Qingyan herself was also shocked. Then who is Cat 11 in this old alley? Sister Hua said slowly, from what I understand, she should be the real princess of the martial arts department in the Beijing circle. What about writing to bring peace to the world? The second most important figure among the younger generation of liberal arts majors in Beijing. The expressions and mindsets of the movie stars in the conference room have changed. What about this blue shirt? Following Sister Hua's explanation, the big names have become numb. There was also a deep sense of awe in the look he gave Director Su. They. Sister Hua smiled and said, "They are all your boyfriends, Brother Taishu's younger brothers." Su Qingyan swallowed. After being stunned for a moment, she picked up the phone on the table and dialed Chen Taishu. The call was connected after 1 second of ringing. "Hey baby, is it time to go home? Do you want me to pick you up?" Chen Taishu's loud voice came from the other side. It can be clearly heard in the silent conference room. Su Qingyan's pretty face turned slightly red, feeling a little shy. After all, everyone present heard Chen Taishu call out baby. A sense of social death suddenly overwhelmed me. Su Qingyan glanced at everyone out of the corner of her eye. He noticed that everyone was staring at him. At this moment, she wished she could beat the little weakling to death. Where is the credibility of the director? How are we going to manage these big shots in the future? But she was obviously overthinking it. Based on her relationship with Chen Taishu, is there anyone in the conference room who dares to talk to her? Do you really think those terrifying connections I just mentioned are a joke? Chapter 112, Going Out for Excitement. The socially dead Su Qingyan turned to the side with his back to everyone. He covered the microphone with his hand and whispered, "Little weakling, keep your voice down. I'm in a meeting." Chen Taishu was slightly stunned. "No, why are you calling me during a meeting? I thought you were going home. I was so happy for nothing." Su Qingyan covered her mouth and tried her best to lower her voice. "I'm sorry, husband, I'll be back soon." Hearing her sweet call, Chen Taishu's resentment instantly disappeared. "Okay, honey. I'll take a shower and wait for you to come back." Su Qingyan raised her head slightly and secretly glanced at Sister Hua, who was standing next to her. She was not sure whether Sister Hua had heard it. But after seeing her meaningful smile, she was sure. He bit his lips and his scalp felt hard immediately. Let it be a social death. Turning around again, she simply placed her cell phone on the table. Then turn on the speakerphone directly. He said unhappily, "Be serious, I'm talking to you about serious matters." Chen Taishu asked curiously, "What's the matter?" Su Qingyan took a deep breath. Then he asked very seriously, "Is it you, Taishu Huanjing?" Chen Taishu, who was drinking tea and smoking a cigar at home, was stunned when he heard her question. Then he smiled indifferently and said, "If you know, then no. You will know sooner or later anyway." Besides, he had no intention of hiding it now. He immediately nodded and admitted, "Yes, it's me." Although she already knew it, Su Qingyan was still extremely shocked to hear him admit it himself. He said unhappily, "What do you want to do? You have too much money but nowhere to spend it, right? I heard that you dare to spend 10 billion renminbi in 1 PK, right? You have so much money to burn?" Chen Taishu laughed, "Yes, I just have too much money and nowhere to spend it. How about you give me a hand, wife? Help me to spend money on the family business." Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled the swirling smoke. "Since you, my wife, like to be a director and make movies, I will definitely support you. Just shoot what you like now, don't worry about whether it can be released or the box office. It's okay even if you can shoot 1 movie a day. You have enough money, so you can shoot as many movies as you want. Use whoever you like, no matter how famous he is, just spend money on him. If money doesn't work, use connections, okay?" Su Qingyan was so happy that she didn't know how happy she was. But he pretended to be unhappy. "So what do you mean by voting for me? I never thought about being an ambassador. You and your brothers should stop wasting your money." Chen Taishu shook his head and said, "That won't work. My wife must have the best of what others have. My wife must have the best things that others don't have. Of course the image ambassador has to be our Queen Su. Anyone else won't work. Don't worry about it. Just wait for the king to grant you the title. As for the rest, leave it to me. As long as I am here, the honor of being an ambassador will not go to anyone else." Su Qingyan must be so happy right now, right? She is worthy of being the movie queen. She pretended to be impatient, but there was no flaw in her expression. "Okay, I don't want to bother with you. That's it. I'm still in a meeting. I'll be back after the meeting." After saying that, he didn't even give Chen Taishu a chance to speak and quickly hung up the phone. I was afraid that this weak little chicken would say something indecent or vicious. After hanging up the phone, she looked up at the bigwigs in the conference room. I found that their eyes were full of envy and jealousy. Su Qingyan's vanity was greatly satisfied at this moment. What? The contract hasn't been signed yet? Is there a problem? Only then did everyone react. No, no problem. It's my honor to be able to participate in the new work directed by Director Su himself. Yes. I have wanted to work with Director Su for a long time. It's a pity that I only had the opportunity today. Director Su, don't worry. I will ask my agent to cancel all the announcements and devote myself to your new work. Look, this is the entertainment industry, the extremely realistic entertainment industry. Su Qingyan doesn't care about their attitude at all now. My man is right here, who dares to do anything bad to him? After hanging up the phone, Chen Taishu reconnected to the live broadcast room. Wang Ergu also showed off his arrogance today and used a Divine Lord set. Although I didn't thank him, the feeling of being a big brother is really great. No wonder so many rich people get lost in the call of Big Brother. The fans in the live broadcast room are not as arrogant as some of the rich brothers and sisters. But everyone was still very powerful, and they received nearly 100 million votes in individual votes alone. There are nearly 1 million people in the live broadcast room, and the cohesion is absolutely amazing. The dream of 900 million young men. Brother, should we continue to vote now? Chen Taishu, no need, I'll take care of the rest myself. You can support whoever you should support. Cat 11 from the old alley, no, big brother, you have given your full support to Su Qingyan, why should we support her? There is only one charity ambassador, not many. How can we beat you, big brother? Well, that seems to be the case. Chen Taishu smiled awkwardly, then don't get involved. There's no need to waste money. Wow, just a casual sentence, but it shows so much dominance. Writing peace for the world, so what are we going to do next? We can't just chat behind closed doors, right? Ijin Shilai, yes, big brother, there is no point in chatting, we need excitement. Zhou Sanchue, brother, take the brothers out to find some excitement. Then the entire screen was filled with the words seeking excitement. Chen Taishu looked at these three words. Why did he feel something was wrong? It seems to have a visual sense of yellow. He shook his head, getting rid of all the impure thoughts. Said, okay, let's go out and find some excitement. Ergu, just start the random PK. No matter who is on our side, we'll kill them all tonight. Kill all the way, the reckless army is awesome. When a reckless man goes to war, not a blade of grass will grow. Fight. There are so many level 60 rich brothers and sisters in the live broadcast room, who dares to compete with us? We can't beat him to death. Wang Ergo didn't waste any time and started the random PK mode directly. It is prime time now and there is no shortage of anchors. Although it is a random PK, the system will try its best to match opponents with similar strength. Then the screen paused slightly, and a male anchor named Yangcheng Zhouyanzu was connected. I didn't expect that in a random PK, I would randomly match myself with a top-tier popular anchor. That's right, Yangcheng S. Daniel Zhou is a top-tier anchor with quite impressive strength. Wang Erga smiled and greeted, hello, host. Ha! Yangcheng Daniel Zhou was obviously surprised. Isn't this Douyin's number one brother, Brother Go? I actually connected to Brother Go? Hello, bro. Wang Ergu was also very surprised and confused. When did I become the number one in Douyin? Also, weren't those small anchors in the past all called Guzi or Ergo? Now I am the one with the character in my name? Even a top-tier anchor is politely called brother? I haven't played in the jungle for a long time. Has there been such a big change? I still haven't adapted to it yet. Chapter 113 Brother Taishu is not allowed to take action. The other side certainly has no idea that Wang Ergu, the top player in Douyin, has such a rich inner drama. I just think he is a nice guy and his smile is very sincere. Little did he know that Ergu's laughter was because he had finally reached the level of brother. But the older brothers and sisters were waiting in the live broadcast room, although he was a little bit cocky. But he still knows his own priorities. Don't be slow or hesitant, just get straight to the point. Hello Yanzu, are you free now? Can we play? How could I be busy? Even if I really was busy, I would have to be busy. Based on Wang Ergu's current popularity, who on the internet wouldn't want to connect with him via microphone? Regardless of whether you can win the PK or not, the most important thing is to connect with him via microphone, which can increase your popularity and gain fans. The key is that Wang Ergu has a lot of rich brothers, and he can lick them like crazy. What if my brother likes this model? Of course, licking someone else's big brother is licking the big brother. This is normal, and every anchor does so. However, you cannot poach people openly or secretly, that's the rule. If you can lick the big brother with your own ability, no one can say anything. After all, Big Brother plays on the internet just for fun. It is people's freedom to like or support someone. People can spend money wherever they want, you can't kidnap the Big Brother. However, many anchors do not recognize this. After a Big Brother came to spend money with him a few times, he treated him as his own guardian. Not only did he kidnap his eldest brother, but he was also feeling uncomfortable while his eldest brother was spending money elsewhere. He even dared to send private messages or messages to question his eldest brother. These anchors are all pure idiots. But if you dare to poach people openly or secretly, you are doomed. Just because of this, who would dare to play with you in the future? Who will play with you? After all, which family doesn't have one or two older brothers? Every industry has its own rules. If you don't follow them, you will be attacked and despised. Unless you can be the one who makes the rules. Sure enough, as soon as he heard what Wang Ergu said, Yancheng Zhou didn't even think about it, and immediately smiled and said repeatedly, I'm free, I'm free, I'm free. Brother Go, how do you say we play? Wang Ergu thought for a moment and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He smiled and asked, Yanzu, do you still have a quota for the voting channel? Daniel Zhou nodded, and there are still 10 places, and I didn't use any of them. Just now, the agent of a celebrity artist contacted me and said they are willing to pay 500,000 yuan. Let me introduce their voting channel in the live broadcast room and help them canvass for votes. Chen Taishu was slightly startled. Wow, these people are really quick. Moreover, various means are used to obtain the honor and rewards of image ambassador. 500,000? A top anchor? To be honest, this price is a bit too low. Moreover, the other party will definitely ask to introduce only one voting channel of their own. In fact, Wang Ergu received countless private messages of this kind in the afternoon. Their quotations were higher than each other, some even beyond imagination. There is no way, after all, the popularity of Wang Ergu, the number one anchor of Douyin, in his live broadcast room is not to be underestimated. The most important thing is that the god of war Taishu is in his live broadcast room. If our own celebrity artist can get the strong support of Brother Taishu, then the position of image ambassador will be a sure thing. Unfortunately, they had beautiful thoughts. Can Wang Ergu make the decision on this matter? As the number one lackey under the sect, shouldn't he have asked Brother Taishu for his opinion? Wang Ergu smiled and said, well, if you lose, please introduce the voting channel of a contestant I designate into your live broadcast room. You are not required to introduce only the one I specify, but it must be put first. After all, we can't cut off someone's source of income, right? How do you think? If only one designated voting channel can be introduced, there is a high probability that Daniel Cho will not accept the offer. There is no other way. The main purpose of PK with Wang Ergu is to gain popularity and get some other things by the way. Win. What are you thinking about, unless Brother Taishu and all the big sisters and brothers are not here? Otherwise, win by taking the head? Daniel Zhou agreed without even thinking about it. No problem, no problem. This punishment is too easy. Wang Ergu smiled and asked, what about you? What is your punishment? Daniel Zhou thought for a moment and said politely, if I win by chance. Then can I ask Brother Taishu to come to my live studio and be the guest host for 2 hours? Just sit in the guest seat and help me broadcast live for 2 hours. Well, if the punishment was about himself, Wang Ergu would definitely accept it without hesitation. But since this concerns Brother Taishu, how can he make the decision? Chen Taishu turned on the microphone and said with a smile, sure, no problem. I've never been a guest host before, you guys better try your best. Try to win this PK, so that I can experience it too. Daniel Zhou chuckled, don't worry, Brother Taishu, I can't say whether I'll win. But this PK will definitely let you see the cohesion and strength of our Zhou family army. After thinking for a while, he continued, but Brother Taishu, I have a small request. Chen Taishu asked curiously, oh? What's your request? Tell me about it. He. Daniel Zhou gave a sly smile. Brother Taishu, can you not take part in this PK? With you here, we have almost no chance of winning. What's the point of a PK without suspense, don't you think? Before Chen Taishu could say anything, the barrage of comments started to rebel. Qingshan Rugu, I think the host on the other side is right. Big Brother really shouldn't have taken action. Ejin Shilai, that's right, Big Brother will definitely win if he makes a move. There's no point in PK. Zhou Sanshue, second the motion. The dream of 900 million young men, second +2. Cat 11 from the old alley, second the motion plus 10,086. Chen Taishu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. These guys obviously just want to play, so they don't allow themselves to take action. Once they make a move, what's the point of playing? There's no point playing at all. Not to mention the leaders, even the other members of the reckless army in the live broadcast room followed suit. Chen Taishu was also helpless. His strength simply doesn't allow him to keep a low profile. What he wants now is to meet an extremely arrogant anchor. It doesn't matter if it's a guild or a wealthy consortium, the main thing is to be arrogant. Otherwise, how could he have the heart to do that to the anchor who was so polite and considerate? There are still 10 trillion in the account. Unless you meet that arrogant player who thinks he is the boss and he is second to none, how can you spend these Do coins effectively? Of course, there are definitely opportunities. Douyin has never lacked hosts with good temperament. Even though you know him as Brother Taishu, his temperament is definitely top-notch. No matter whether it is for popularity, for the effect of the show, or to attract attention, or maybe he is just soft all over except for his words. But her temperament shows that she is not afraid of anyone. No matter who it is, she will hit him in the ass even if the King of Heaven comes. No, she will hit him in the ass without hesitation. For Chen Taishu, this kind of anchor is what he wants to see most. Chapter 114, Instant Kill. Although he was asked not to take action, these words were a complete symbol of strength. Our brother Taishu's vanity is greatly satisfied at this moment. Don't talk about other irrelevant things. For the big brushers on all platforms and on the entire internet, aren't they just brushing for face and vanity? Chen Taishu smiled slightly. Okay, I won't fight in this round, but if you want to win, you have to show some strength. Yancheng Daniel Zhou, my pressure is instantly reduced by half. Everyone, please be careful. The strength of my Zhou family army should not be underestimated. Besides, my elder brother and elder sister are all here today, hee. The dream of 900 million boys, no, what does this guy mean? Does he look down on us? Is it implying that except for Brother Taishu, all the members of our reckless army are little Karami? Unexpectedly, Pei Yuanlan's arch-enemy Chen Shi would stand up and strongly agree with her point of view. Cat 11 from the old alley, the airport is right. That's what the guy across the street meant. Writing to peace the world, wow, alright, you dare to look down on us, right? Let him see this, and let the entire network see the ability and strength of our reckless army. Qingshan Rugu, that's right, Brother Taishu's brilliance overshadows ours. It has given everyone the illusion that our reckless core is useless except for Brother Taishu. We must clear our name in this battle. A sword came from the west, let them see how powerful we are. Go, go, go. Go, 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 brothers, the cute words go dominate the screen. Correct the name, rectify the name, rectify the name. In addition to Brother Taishu, there are so many other wealthy brothers and sisters sitting in a row in our family. If they dare to look down on us, we will kill them. Chen Taishu looked at the comments, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. These guys really think the trouble is not big enough. Deliberately misinterpreting other people's meanings and setting your own pace, right? It seems that I have been putting too much pressure on them during this period. Well, let us go crazy tonight. Chen Taishu smiled and said, okay, now that we've reached an agreement, let's get started. We're still in a hurry. Yancheng Daniel Zhou made an OJBK gesture. Then he asked, Brother Taishu, how many minutes should we play? Chen Taishu pondered for a moment and said, then let's make it 5 minutes. 5 minutes, is that enough for you to show your strength? Daniel Zhou nodded, that's enough, let's get started. As soon as he finished speaking, the PK officially began. Cat 11 from the old alley, don't worry about time, we're going to crush them all the way. Stop hiding it, show us your muscles, darling. I'll light the fire. Chen Shi was organizing the battle, and Zhou Yanzu was also not idle. As soon as the passionate BGM started playing, he shouted passionately. Brothers, this is a rare opportunity. Today, let's compete with the Reckless Army, which is known as the #1 army in Douyin. See how awesome they are? Whether we win or lose, we must show our strength and don't let the other side underestimate our Zhou family army. Since Brother Taishu doesn't make a move, what else can they be arrogant about? Brothers, let's do it together. Let's do whatever we can. Brothers who don't have votes, please help me pay attention to the big brothers and sisters on the list. Fuck, shoot all the arrows. Before he could finish his bold words of canvassing for votes, the golden dragon message of good news lit up on the screen. A group of grand carnivals were thrown out directly. He is the boss of the live broadcast room, a level 60 rich man with colorful leaves. A top-tier anchor must have a wealthy brother. There are quite a few wealthy brothers and sisters in Daniel Zhou's live broadcast room. Before the special effects completely disappeared, another level 60 lady appeared. It is still a grand carnival worth nearly 30 million Do coins. There are also countless crowdfunding tickets in the live broadcast room. Sports cars, airplanes, rockets, horse-drawn carriages, carnivals, all flying around. Several senior brothers and sisters from levels 58 and 59 also threw out the grand carnival angrily. It must be said that Zhou's army definitely has cohesion and strength. He really deserves to be a top-tier popular anchor. Of course, the Reckless Army is no pushover. For the Reckless Army, there is no need for crowdfunding at all. We are not at the stage of building cohesion yet. With the God of War Brother Taishu here, Brother Taishu will take direct action to settle everything. Brother Taishu can't do anything, but he still has a group of rich brothers. A group of rich and powerful second generations who were feeling frustrated finally got the chance. Of course I have to show off my muscles. After Chen Shi finished floating on the screen, he started to light the fire directly. Everyone thought it would be a grand carnival, but how could Chen Shi play by the rules? And she said that if she wanted to crush us, she had to come up with something real. Cat 11 from the old alley has activated the Knight's Title Guardian in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. Cat 11 from the old alley has activated the King's Guardian in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. It's the Divine Lord set again. Wow, that's really arrogant. Wang Ergu shouted, "Thank you to my 11th sister for sending me the Divine Lord set. 11th sister is arrogant, 11th sister is domineering, 11th sister is a fairy descended to earth." Erguzi still understands, he knows that the word awesome should not be used. Otherwise, Sister 11 would definitely go crazy. Upon seeing this, Chen Taishu quickly dissuaded them, Stop. Third brother alone can get enough votes, more than 10 billion votes. The other side is totally unprepared and won't be able to catch up with us. Don't swipe it, just save some money, money comes from the wind, right? Chen Taishu was right. With the more than 10 billion votes Chen Shi had amassed, the other side really had no power to fight back. Looking at his team's health bar which had been depleted, Zhou Yanzu showed a wry smile. How can we play this? They just showed off over 10 billion votes right away. What the hell are you doing? Who are these people in the Reckless Army? Are they crazy? Why do they all seem like Brother Taishu, so cruel? If anyone jumps out, it'll be 10 or 20 billion votes. This is no fun. Forget it, admit defeat, the 6 or 7 wealthy people on the other side are still queuing up to vote. Yeah, just admit defeat. People are scrambling to get tickets and lining up. How can you win? Lao Zhou, forget it, let's just pay for the medical expenses. Do you really think that we can do whatever we want to him just because Brother Taishu doesn't get a ticket? Well, the PK had only just started for a few seconds and the morale was gone, with no fighting spirit at all. But there is nothing we can do, we can only blame the opponent for being too strong. Knowing that they cannot win, they are still frantically canvassing for votes. Isn't that just a way to win votes? Daniel Zhou waved his hands helplessly and said with a wry smile, Don't go up, big brothers, don't waste your tickets. The gap in strength is indeed too big. Before the PK started, he shouted that he must let the opponent see his own strength. As a result, as soon as the other person showed his muscles, they wilted instantly. It only took a few seconds, and he was killed instantly? No way to fight back. Daniel Zhou was straightforward and just made a pause gesture. As soon as both sides started talking, he immediately admitted defeat. Alas, such a boring PK. Chapter 115 Finding Something to Do. Daniel Zhou said in a single tone, I admit defeat, big brothers and sisters on the other side, please stop hitting me. I thought that if Brother Taishu didn't take action, our Zhou army would still be able to fight against the reckless army. Sorry to bother you, I just think too much. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and said in a fake fanciful way, actually, you are already very good. Without any preparation, a PK held impromptu could get 100 million or 200 million votes, which is pretty impressive. You don't have to feel ashamed. After all, it's not that you are weak, but that we are too strong. It's no exaggeration to say that our reckless army is the most awesome in the entire internet. Daniel Cho smiled bitterly and said, it's really awesome. I have to admit that. Looking at the entire internet, I'm afraid there is no big anchor who dares to challenge the reckless army, right? Chen Taishu narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know whether the other party was speaking the truth or doing it on purpose. But it doesn't matter. Will Chen Taishu care? If he doesn't even care about it, then would he be afraid of being praised too much? He would like to be praised even higher. Now that things have come to this, let him be a little more crazy. It seems like it's a good idea to make more enemies for yourself. He said in a rather domineering and arrogant manner. I really like what the host on the other side said. You are not afraid of being led by netizens who are looking for fun, and no matter how big the trouble is. To be frank, there is not a single person on the internet who can fight back. Fans of other anchors should not be angry. I am only stating the facts. Although I've only been playing Douyin for a short time, the Douyin super rich and the so-called financial groups are all bullshit. It's not that I look down on them, it's just that there really isn't a single one of them who can fight. I'm not being arrogant. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come to the live broadcast room and challenge them. Now, what does it mean to look for trouble? This is it. What Chen Taishu urgently needed was a strong opponent. And it's not temporary, it's constant. The stronger and more powerful the opponent, the more excited he becomes. Hearing his arrogant words, Daniel Zhou just smiled awkwardly. Cough cough. He pretended to cough twice. Brother Taishu is still the most domineering one. Daniel Cho does have some emotional intelligence after all, he just gave a perfunctory response. He couldn't respond to Chen Taishu's words, nor did he dare to respond. Otherwise, you will either offend Brother Taishu or offend other Douyin anchors and big brothers. Then he quickly changed the subject. Brother Taishu, the gap in strength is too big, I'd better admit defeat. Whose voting channel do you want me to introduce? Is it Queen Su Qingyan Su Tianho? Wang Erga nodded, yes. Okay, no problem, I'll import it right away and pin it to the top. After saying that, Daniel Zhou immediately started tinkering with his phone. Okay, the voting channel for Queen Su has been successfully introduced and pinned to the top. Chen Taishu didn't say anything and directly switched to his live broadcast room. Click on the gift bar and hold down the exiled immortal to descend to the earth. He gave away 100 without hesitation. Worth 100 million Do coins. Both live broadcast rooms suddenly showed the hidden special effect of 100 consecutive hits of a banished immortal descending to the earth. The sound effect of the poem that came from ancient times also appeared again after a long absence. I am the only Taishu immortal in the world, I can ascend to the sky easily. Fuck, extraordinary 100 hit combo, my god, isn't Brother Taishu too generous? Wow, I'm just saying wow, the medical expenses are worth 100 million sound waves, Brother Taishu is really awesome. This is definitely the most expensive medical expense in history, right? 100 million sound waves, oh my god, I can't even think about it. Arrogant, Brother Taishu is so damn arrogant, he just directly mentioned a small goal for the medical expenses? Chapter 116 The Advantages of Female Anchors. Daniel Cho guessed that Brother Taishu would send medical expenses. But he never guessed that Brother Taishu would be so generous and domineering. Other more powerful and wealthy brothers would only give a carnival fee for medical expenses. If you meet someone who is more wealthy, all you can do is hold a few carnivals. But Brother Taishu's medical expenses are simply astronomical. Daniel Zhou quickly jumped up from his chair and picked up the firework barrel beside him. Bang, bang, bang was a series of crackling and random sounds. He was also excited and yelled crazily, "Thank you, Brother Taishu, thank you, Brother Taishu, for the sky-high medical expenses. Brother Taishu, you are awesome. Brother Taishu, you are domineering. Brother Taishu, you are mighty. Thanks to Brother Taishu for the medical expenses, Brother Taishu is awesome. Thanks to Brother Taishu for the medical expenses, Brother Taishu is rich." The screen was filled with Zhou's army's unified thank you comments. Chen Taishu came lightly, left behind 100 million sound waves, and left lightly. I have endless doobie to spend, so I can be so willful. Switch back to Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. Hang up the line with Daniel Zhou. Chen Taishu looked at Wang Ergu, who was in a daze, and said, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and take the next step." Ah. Oh. Wang Ergu continued to start the random matching mode. There is no waiting, and the match is almost instant. This time, I was matched with a first-line female anchor, Nanako. As soon as he saw the other party's nickname ID, Chen Taishu frowned. Nanako, who looks extremely coquettish and sexy, acted extremely surprised as soon as she came online. "Hey, family, look who I connected to? I actually connected to Brother Taishu." "Yes, that's right, Brother Taishu, the god of war." "Hello, Brother Taishu." "Hello, I'm the dance anchor Nanako." "Okay, now you just greet Brother Taishu directly, right?" As for Wang Ergu, he was selectively ignored. There is no need to think about it. The news that Chen Taishu just gave 100 million sound waves for medical expenses has probably been spread already. Douyin is like this, the transmitters are everywhere. Once there is any major disturbance, the entire network will know about it within a minute. Chen Taishu said indifferently, "Can we play?" Nanako didn't think about it, not even for a second. Yes. Well, you still have. Before Chen Taishu could finish his words, she said impatiently, yes. It must be said that when it comes to live streaming, female anchors always have an easier job than male anchors. This is an innate advantage. As long as you are willing to invest, there are many ways to attract votes. Brother Taishu, excuse me for asking, are you still in need of running dogs? Don't worry, I'll bite wherever you say. When she said a certain word, she not only emphasized the pronunciation, but also cast a wink intentionally or unintentionally. Look, this is the goddess who is unattainable in the eyes of many men. In front of a wealthy man like Chen Taishu, you can throw away your dignity in face. That's the magic of money. The smell of money always fascinates people. So, men, the only important thing is to make money. If you have money, what kind of women can't you have? With money, you can really do whatever you want. There are many female anchors like Nanako in the live streaming industry. Making money is not shameful. What's the point of using your body to make money? When you drive a luxury car and live in a luxury house, others will only envy and be jealous. This is an era where people laugh at poverty but not at prostitution. Chapter 117, the first female liquor. Of course Chen Taishu wouldn't respond to her. I can't even feed my family, so how can I have the energy to go out and flirt with other girls? Even if he really wanted to eat wild game, he would not look for these female anchors or internet celebrities. After all, he is rich, and has more money than he can spend. So, what kind of woman does he want? He didn't even need to take the initiative, or even say a word. All of them will take the initiative to throw themselves into your arms. Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar and took a sip of tea. He said slowly, in addition to introducing a voting channel, I have another request. Nanako smiled flatteringly and said, Brother Taishu, let's say 1, even 100 will be no problem. Chen Taishu shook his head, you lose, change your nickname. I really hate you like this now. Unexpectedly, Nanako said generously, do you need to change it after losing? Brother Taishu, if you don't like it, I will change it right now, immediately. After saying that, he picked up the live broadcast phone and started tinkering with it. But after a moment, she smiled and said, okay, Brother Taishu, it has been changed. Do you think this name suits your taste? Chen Taishu looked at the lower right corner of her live broadcast screen and found that it had indeed been changed. She actually changed it directly to Brother Taishu's number 1 female bootlicker. My goodness, Wang Ergu is the number 1 running dog, so you just changed him to the number 1 female bootlicker, right? But it must be said that this was a shameless and outrageous move on her part. Chen Taishu couldn't do anything about it. Chen Taishu felt that it would be a bit unreasonable not to give her some money. So, when you are a host, don't be pretentious, don't be reserved, and don't be too shameless. As long as you lick Big Brother and make him feel comfortable and happy, he will give you some, right? Wang Ergu's expression changed and he couldn't help but become serious. Oh my god, have I met my match? Chen Taishu was too lazy to waste time talking to her any further. Who knew what kind of lewd words or other outrageous actions she would come up with? Then let's get started. It's still 5 minutes. Following his order, Wang Ergu hurriedly started the PK. The dream of 900 million boys, let me take over this game. I want to beat the opponent to death. Humph. She had just sent a floating message and was about to click on the title column. Who knew that the other party would actually make a pause gesture? Wang Ergu can only speak on the microphone. He said impatiently, "What are you doing? Hasn't everything been settled?" The female licker said with a smile, I admit defeat directly. This PK is impossible to fight. There's no way I can win. Since we are destined to lose, there is no need to waste our tickets and time. Boy, is it so straightforward? Also, what are you laughing at? Just admit defeat, why are you still grinning? Well, a PK ended before it even started. Even more dull than the last one. Of course, the person who was most angry and aggrieved must be Peiyuan. The dream of 900 million boys, Shit, what does she mean? She doesn't play by the rules, does she? Knowing that I was going to hit her hard, she just gave in and admitted defeat, right? I've already clicked on the title, and this is it? This? I'm so pissed off. This doesn't count. I didn't even make a move. Chen Taishu was also made to laugh and cry by her outrageous actions. But there is no way. The other party just admitted defeat. What can I do? What a shameless person. However, Chen Taishu quite appreciated it. Brother Taishu, should we introduce the voting channel for Queen Su? Right. Okay, I'll do it right away, and I'll definitely only bring in Empress Su through this channel. And as soon as I started broadcasting, I started to frantically canvass for votes for Queen Su. At this moment, she seemed to understand something. There will definitely be no more temptation or seduction, just be a good licker. Maybe I can even get the favor of Brother Taishu. Chapter 118 Licking Everything. Okay, it's done, Brother Taishu. The female licker showed an undisguised flattering smile. But there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and then switched to her live broadcast. People are flattering me to such an unscrupulous extent. If I don't show some courtesy, would that still be Brother Taishu's style? As soon as I saw the special effects of the king entering the live broadcast room from the illusory world, the female licker immediately smiled happily. He shouted excitedly, "Welcome, Brother Taishu." Swiped the whole screen to welcome Brother Taishu. Fans and viewers in the live broadcast room were swiping the screen with comments. Chen Taishu said nothing, clicked on the gift bar, and long pressed Exiled Immortal descends to earth. Several options popped up immediately. Without even thinking about it, he simply chose Send 100. I am the only immortal in the world, I can ascend to the sky with ease. As soon as they heard this sound effect, every live broadcast room knew that Brother Taishu was spending lavishly again. Netizens and fans in other live broadcast rooms all tipped off the anchor. Don't play PK online with other people, go out and wait for random matching. If you are lucky enough to match with Brother Taishu, the medical expenses will be enough for you to earn for a lifetime. The anchors who got wind of the news really stopped connecting online and piking. Instead, he waited outside and took out his spare mobile phone to keep an eye on the developments in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. Once he finishes and starts random matching, they will also quickly click on random matching. What is this? Is this considered sniping? Action to target medical expenses? Only Taishu Immortal can ascend to the sky easily. The second special effect sounded again. Then the third time. The fourth time. It didn't end until the 10th time. In other words, Chen Taishu gave 10 billion sound waves to pay for the medical expenses of his female licker. This is a genuine 100 million renminbi. Fuck, Brother Taishu is so fucking arrogant, 1 billion sound waves, oh my god. Who said that licking dogs doesn't end well? See, isn't this another licker of Brother Taishu who got everything he wanted? Good fellow, you really have to be shameless to be successful. Where are the people who laughed at Nanako for not being a bitch? Now you see it, right? She licked everything she wanted, and she was so full. If anyone gives me this much, I can lick him until he starts to doubt his life. FCK. The female licker is now so excited that it can no longer be described as excited or thrilled. She has now been driven crazy by the huge surprise. Thank you, my Brother Taishu. Brother Taishu is awesome. Brother Taishu is the strongest. Brother Taishu is rich and powerful. Brother Taishu, I want to be your bootlicker for the rest of my life. Chen Taishu smiled slightly. He liked these shameless anchors. As for those who pretend to be reserved and noble, well, who cares? Is it shameful to be a slave to money? He came as usual, left behind a lot of wealth, and left as usual. Just when he was about to call Wang Ergo to hang up the connection and start the next round of random PK, the female liquor fawned and said, "Brother Taishu, can I show you a talent? I'm bored anyway, so there's nothing wrong in appreciating a talent." He immediately said, "Okay, then show it." As soon as the hot and exciting music started, the female dog immediately followed the rhythm of the music and swayed her body coquettishly. The tank top and denim shorts show off her sexy and graceful figure to the fullest. As the dance moves became more and more intense, the LSPs in the live broadcast room were suddenly exposed. Writing for Peace World, wow, this female anchor is quite attractive. The movements and postures are quite difficult. Not bad, not bad. Xingshan Rugu, hiss. Not bad, really not bad, this figure, no, this dance is really big and round. Ajian Shilai, ha. Such a sexy figure, such a hot dance, wow. I really like her. I like women who dance and practice yoga the most, hee hee. Something is wrong, and the one that is most wrong is Shin Mubai. Chapter 119. The wealthy consortium is about to pour in. To be honest, the female dog's hot and sexy dance is really good. Chen Taishu took a few deep puffs of his cigar to calm himself. If the person dancing was Ansu Qingyan, then I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. The unconcealed expressions of a group of LSPs immediately made the two small-chested girls angry. Cat 11 in the old alley, the reckless army? He too, I think it should be the LSP army. The dream of 900 million young men, bah. I am ashamed to be associated with you. It's obvious that the two small-chested girls were stimulated. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. It hurts, my friend. After the dance, she was exhausted and out of breath. But she didn't notice it at all. How about it, Brother Taishu, is my talent still worthy of your approval? At this moment, the LSPs in the live broadcast room were all going crazy. Damn, it makes me think a lot. At that moment, I realized that the female anchor on the other side looked like my teacher. Damn it, I have to turn on the computer to review my study materials. Fuck, this female anchor is so good, hee hee. I like her so much. Looking at the increasingly unscrupulous comments on the public screen, Chen Taishu shook his head helplessly. I was originally playing with positive energy, why is the style so wrong now? The situation seems to be getting worse. Chen Taishu quickly said perfunctorily, it's okay. Just keep broadcasting. We have something else to do. We'll be leaving now. Damn it, I can't afford to offend you, it's better to run away first. After hearing his words, the sensible Wang Ergu hung up the phone immediately. Ijian Shilai, he died so soon? My little happiness is gone. Chen Taishu said unhappily, get lost, our live broadcast room is all about positive energy. Hurry up, next one, can't you match someone who's a little wilder and more arrogant? This PK game is not exciting at all. Writing for peace in the world, brother, now on Douyin, apart from those anchors backed by the super rich consortium, who else dares to challenge you? And what you said is true, big brother. The so-called super rich people in Douyin are all small-time noobs. Basically, they are all returning users, guilds, or e-commerce accounts. They are all using different methods to make money. Compared to the truly wealthy consortiums on other platforms, they are really nothing. Chen Taishu had no other choice. Brother Tongzi only gave him Dubi, and he could only show off on Douyin. As for other platforms, does it mean that Douyin should make money while other platforms spend money? With his current financial resources, it is not impossible for him to show off on other platforms. Yes, but it's not necessary. However, what he didn't know was that other platforms were about to be forced to shut down. If those wealthy consortiums want to continue live streaming, they can only go to the only live streaming platform, Douyin. He, Chen Taishu, is currently the benchmark and flag among the Douyin rich. Other super rich consortiums have entered Douyin, and if they want to quickly open up the situation, expand their influence, and enhance their reputation, the quickest way is directly issue a challenge to Taishu Huanjing, the most influential and undefeated god of war in Douyin. Challenge him and break his undefeated myth, then you can reach the top in one step. It can be predicted that Brother Taishu will not be lonely in the future. Those well-known wealthy and powerful conglomerates will surely come to us one by one. So, Chen Taishu just needs to wait patiently. Chapter 120: The man known as Douyin's strongest punch king. I don't know whether the screenwriter of Douyin was replaced by a new person, or whether God heard his voice. Wang Ergu was actually randomly matched with a young man who was famous on the entire internet. He is the king of punches who is known as the hardest puncher in Douyin, Conger Lengzi. Beat the king does not mean that he beats others, but the king of beatings. He is not afraid of being beaten, he never feels defeated by being beaten, he never gives in to being beaten. The more he is beaten, the braver he becomes, the harder his words become, and the higher his temperament becomes. He becomes the king of beating. Of course, his physical strength and physical fitness are also excellent. After all, his main focus is fierce PK, and if you lose, you will be physically punished. His motto is, do you have more money or do I have better physical strength? Can you beat me? Dream on. He once single-handedly spent a week to make 2 wealthy people bankrupt. As a result, he became famous overnight and achieved his current status as a top-tier anchor. No one can defeat him because of his stubbornness at the moment. You have money, right? If you have money, you can kill me every time, and I will punish you after you kill me. Douyin PK also has another function, which is the ability to set the PK mode. There is a PK mode, the upper limit mode, also commonly known as the second kill mode. The maximum number of votes for a single party is set at 100 million. Whoever reaches 100 million votes first wins, and the PK ends automatically. Generally, few people play this mode. After all, the upper limit of 100 million votes is indeed too high. Generally, this mode will only be used in some pre-arranged games, scripted games, or guild games. Conger Lengzi became famous thanks to his 1-second killing mode. At that time, this guy was hard-mouthed, foul-mouthed, and arrogant, and he offended 2 level 60 tycoons. 2 level 60 tycoons caught up with him and beat him up. Then the King of Hammers got mad and said, "You guys have a lot of money, right? Then I'll start the instant kill mode." The 2 sides came to a head. The 2 tycoons defeated each other in seconds, no problem. The king of beating would be the punishment. From jumping jacks, to high leg lifts, to push-ups, to frog jumps. I worked from 8 in the evening until 12 o'clock. Even if the king of beating was beaten to the ground, he would never give in. The next day, this guy took the initiative to come to the door to provoke, and continued to do it from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. The 3rd day continued. Day 4. Day 5. Until the 7th day. The 2 wealthy men were probably driven bankrupt and have never appeared again since then. Conger Lengzi became famous because of this battle. As soon as he saw that the person on the other side was Conger Lengzi, the public screen in the live broadcast room started to lecture on science crazily. Chen Taishu also knew most of the details through the comments on the public screen. For a moment, he was extremely excited. I couldn't help but nod secretly. Okay. This is exactly the kind of opponent he wants now. The king of whack, huh? That's good. Of course, when Conger Lengzi saw that the person opposite him was Wang Ergu, who had recently become famous, he couldn't control his bad breath again. Yoho, who is this? Isn't this Wang Ergu, who is known as the #1 Douyin player? Ever since this guy became famous in one battle and tasted the sweetness, he has become more and more arrogant and outspoken. He doesn't give face to anyone, and acts like God is the boss and he is the second in command. He looked like he couldn't stand me and wanted to beat me up. Wang Ergu didn't say anything, but Chen Taishu chuckled. Said, "I admire you for being unruly now." Conger Lengzi naturally wouldn't take him seriously. He said with great disdain, "Who is it? Who is pretending to be big garlic?" Ha! Then his expression changed immediately, showing a surprised expression. It turns out to be Brother Taishu, hello. But the next moment, his expression changed again. He returned to his disdainful look. But. Chapter 121, Conger Ling. Conger Lengzi's face was full of sarcasm and disdain. His tone of voice changed suddenly, just like his expression. But who are you? Do I need your appreciation? So what if you are a super rich man? So what if you are a god of war? What does it have to do with me? You are Wang Ergu's elder brother. Do you have anything to do with me? You want me to give you face and praise you? What level are you? Do you deserve it? I call you Brother Taishu, do you really think of yourself as my brother? Ha ha. Kong Erlangzi may be crazy, arrogant, and tough. But what he said makes sense. Chen Taishu is Wang Ergo's elder brother. What does he have to do with other anchors? As long as people don't want to get anything from you, why should they indulge you? At worst, you can just chase him and beat him. At worst, you can just stop them from making any money. At worst, you can just force them to quit the internet. What else can we do? It is absolutely true that one who has no desires is strong. But can people really be free of desire? Obviously, it is unlikely. The reason why Kong Erlangzi is so tough is probably because of his character. The persona he created would not allow him to give in, no matter who it was. If the character collapses, then everything is ruined. Of course, personality is only one reason. Another important reason is that he needs to do the opposite. Besides, it's probably just his nature. But no matter what, it doesn't matter to Chen Taishu, and he doesn't care. As long as you are tough enough, wild enough, and arrogant enough, it will be fine. Kong Erlangzi's barrage of comments drew cheers from fans in his live broadcast room. This made him even more proud. This is exactly the effect he wants. As Wang Ergu, the number one lackey of Chen Taishu, how could he sit still at this moment? He sneered, Kong Erlangzi, now that you've tasted the sweetness, you're getting more excited, right? You don't really think that the Douyin super rich can't do anything to you, do you? I just don't want to bother with a clown like you who is just trying to attract attention. Do you really think they can't destroy you? Kong Erlangzi sneered disdainfully, ha! Wang Ergu, I heard that you have been very proud recently? Why, you dare to come out and pretend to be hunting with a dead mouse tied to your waist, right? Chen Taishu took a sip of herbal tea and watched Kong Erlangzi's performance leisurely. Angry? How could that be possible? I finally found something fun, interesting, and worth spending money on. He was so happy that he didn't even have time to express himself. There was no rush, Chen Taishu just watched his performance quietly. How can you get through the long night without some fun? Kong Erlangzi seemed to be getting more and more excited as he spoke. You want to destroy me? You want to make me submit? TSK. A bunch of little bastards. No, don't get me wrong, I'm not targeting you. I mean, everyone sitting across from me is a nobody. Don't yawn like a toad as soon as you get here. You have a bad breath. In the end, it just helped me exercise. How embarrassing, ha! After laughing wildly, Kong Erlangzi glanced at the public screen. I don't know what comments he saw, but an extremely disdainful smile appeared on his face again. 100 million for medical expenses? So what? It has nothing to do with me, Kong Air. Am I Kong Air, the kind of person who flatters and fawns on others just for medical expenses? Hitue, you act like a big shot just because you have a few coins in your pocket, right? Your grandpa Kong Air won't fall for this. If you have the guts, just beat me into submission, okay? If you're really capable of defeating me, Kong Erchu, I'll fucking call you grandpa, TSK. Chapter 122. I want to see how much money you have to play with me. Wang Ergu didn't respond. It was not something he could decide on. He should just be a puppet anchor, honestly. Writing peace for the world, damn, this guy is crazy about getting famous, right? I don't take him seriously, but he still takes advantage of me. Is he so arrogant? If I don't beat him to death tonight, I won't be named Xia. The dream of 900 million boys. Hey, little dog, I think you don't take me seriously, do you? I already told you that the last round doesn't count. What? You want to cut in line? Can you do that, little dog? Writing peace for the world. Hey, if you call me a little dog again, don't blame me for getting angry. Chen Taishu, who had just lit a cigar, took a light puff and then slowly exhaled. It can be seen that he seems to be in a pretty good mood. He smiled and said, okay, why fight? There are plenty of opportunities. I won't be polite with you guys, this guy is mine. That's right. Chen Taishu just thought of something. He said, Xiao Chang, the cigars you had last time were good. Please prepare some more for me. Well, your thoughts are so jumpy and you've gone off topic. Li Qingyi was slightly stunned, obviously unable to keep up with his thoughts. When he came to his senses, he quickly floated across the screen and said, okay, big brother, I'll send it to you tomorrow. That's right. Chen Taishu suddenly thought of something. Asked, I've recently become interested in tea tasting. Does anyone have good tea leaves? Writing for peace in the world, brother, I have it, but I'm already on the plane. But it's okay. I'll ask the captain to turn back immediately. My old man's tea is pretty overbearing, I'll steal some for you when I get back, big brother. Chen Taishu's black question mark face. No, can the plane turn around? Also, what's the point of going back and stealing some? Xia Yinji is a guy that can be dealt with. Chen Taishu was about to speak when he was rudely interrupted by Kong Erlangzi. Hey, do you guys think I'm F King Air? Do you think I don't exist? Didn't you say that you were going to destroy me? Why are you silent now? You're just trying to avoid the topic, right? If you don't have the ability, don't pretend to be so. If you don't dare to do it, just back off. It's a waste of time and energy. Then he sneered with contempt, TSK. Doing God of War, that's it? Taishu immortal? I think he's more like a Bixian. Are you very upset? Are you disgusted with me? Ha ha. I just like the way you guys can't stand me but can't get rid of me. Are you angry? Don't be so angry. If you have the guts, go and beat me. I, Kong Air, beg for a hammer, a heavy hammer, to beat me into submission, to beat me to death. Come on, don't be so intolerant, please don't be so intolerant, huh? It seemed that this guy was almost fully expanded. Chen Taishu smiled and said, okay, since you asked for a hammer, I must let you get it. I heard you have good stamina. I want to see if it's you who has better stamina or I have more money. Whoever fucking leaves first tonight is the grandson. Kong Erlangzi also smiled and replied, okay, then I have to thank Brother Taishu for helping me exercise? Ha ha. Since you have a lot of money, let's stick to the old rules. For every second you hit me, I'll impose 50 more penalties. Start with 100. Regardless of any physical penalties, add 50 each round. Just see if I can bankrupt you and that's it. A lot of money? Ha ha. I want to see how much money you have. How many times can you beat me in seconds? Chapter 123, specializing in curing all kinds of unruly people. It's quite cool. Chen Taishu expressed that he likes it very much. Okay, let's start with the high leg raises. 100 million sound waves in exchange for 100 high kicks is pretty good, not a loss. And I'm really good at helping people keep fit. I, Chen Taishu, specialize in dealing with all kinds of disobedience and rebellion. I hope that in the end, when you talk to me, you can still speak as loudly as you do now. After saying that, Chen Taishu didn't plan to argue with him anymore. In the end, it all comes down to strength. He directly ordered, Ergu, set the instant kill mode, let's start. Okay, big brother. As Wang Ergu started the PK, Chen Taishu didn't even give the opponent time to react. In the first second after the PK started, a flaming red phoenix appeared on the screen across the sea. A 5-clawed green dragon also rolled out from the bottom of the sea. Taishu Fantasy Realm has opened the Marquee Guardian in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. To open the Marquee 8, it costs exactly 100 million dubi. Then the screen shows that the PK is over. 1 second, this is the real instant kill. Kong Erlangzi, who was preparing to do a live broadcast effect, had just said one word when the PK ended. He stared at the screen, stunned. He knew he would be killed in seconds. But he never expected it to happen so quickly. Shit, it's over in 1 second. Chen Taishu leisurely took a puff of his nutty cigar. He smiled slightly and said, come on, don't just stand there, show it. Kong Erlangzi was slightly stunned. While standing up, he said stubbornly, very good, but I hope you can last longer. Don't let the head of the cock get hard when it's pooping. You won't run away while playing, will you? Ha ha. Chen Taishu said indifferently, I will give you the same words as well. I want to see how long you can keep being stubborn. I also want to see what kind of state it is when the whole body is soft except for the mouth. Come on, count while you do the high kicks. 1 less jump means 50 more. I dare not do it, ha. Kong Erlangzi certainly knew the consequences of his cheating. Playing this trick in front of a super rich man like Taishu Huanjing. Believe it or not, if he dares to slip away, his account will be gone in the next second. Don't worry, I, Kong Erlangzi, can still afford it. I will accept the loss if I lose. I won't make a difference if you do. After saying that, there was a crackling sound of high-legged movements. Interspersed in the middle was the loud voice of Kong Erlangzi counting. It should be said that his punishment was quite appropriate and standardized. It didn't take long to finish 100 high leg raises. This little bit of physical strength is nothing to Kong Erlangzi. This guy may be crazy and tough in words, but he still has the hard power to challenge others. After completing the punishment, Kong Erlangzi just took 2 deep breaths. His expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even break out in a sweat. Still with a smug and disdainful expression. Ha, not even close. This little bit of energy isn't even enough for me to warm up. Brother Taishu, you must hold on. I'm ready for a good workout tonight, so you better not let me down. The 2 live broadcast rooms combined have nearly 10 million viewers. If you don't destroy me, Kong Erlangzi, then wouldn't it be too embarrassing for you, the undefeated god of war? Ha ha. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, and his heart was not even disturbed by his provocation. The more arrogant and stubborn you are now, the more embarrassing it will be next. Today, Chen Taishu must let this guy know. The pot is made of iron. Chapter 124 Eat, Sleep, Punch 2. Chen Taishu was too lazy to argue with him anymore. Why waste words when you can use coins to speak? The more arrogant Kong Erlang was, the more excited he became. He even hoped that Kong Erlang would continue to be so arrogant. While smoking a cigar, his eyes rolled around and he suddenly thought of a good person named Ader. Before, and even just now, he was thinking about defeating Kong Erlang in one go tonight. But now, he has changed his mind. It would be too boring to ruin such a fun thing in one go. Wouldn't it be more interesting to beat him up every night from now on? Eat, sleep, and punch Kong Erlang. This will be his daily goal from now on. When he was in a good mood, he gave Kong Erlangzi a good beating. Even if I'm in a bad mood, I'll beat him up. If he is full, beat him. If he is not full, beat him as well. Just thinking about it, Chen Taishu found it very interesting. He ignored his provocation. He said directly to Wang Ergu, come again. Okay, big brother. The second kill mode PK starts again. The moment it was turned on, special effects appeared on the screens of both sides' live broadcast rooms at the same time. The fire phoenix cried as it flew by, and the 5-clawed green dragon flew into the sky and roared. Taishu Fantasyland renewed the marquee guardianship in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. As the special effects that appeared across the entire network disappeared, the live broadcast room lit up as expected, and the PK ended. A flash sale is still a flash sale that ends just 1 second after it starts. Fuck, Brother Taishu's hand speed and reaction are so damn fast, and he is also really rich. Brother Taishu, if you delay for 1 more second, I lose. Well, Kong Erlangzi, this guy, is arrogant and stubborn, but he should be discerning. Does he really think that Brother Taishu is an ordinary rich man? In 1 second, 10 million renminbi is squandered. Can the richest person in the world earn 10 million renminbi in 1 second? Mad, I'm really curious about Brother Taishu's true identity. How many mines and banknote printing factories does his family have to allow him to squander money like this? Chen Taishu smiled and said, I think you don't need to sit down, right? You just put your butt down and you have to get up again. What's the trouble? After the punishment, just stand there for a while. It's only a second. Why are you still sitting there? I thought Kong Erlangzi's arrogance would be reduced a little bit. But this guy is obviously a flat-headed brother. The more setbacks you face, the braver you become. It's just 2, you can go as crazy as you want, the breeze is blowing over the hills. There's still a lot of time tonight, so it's okay even if we don't have a good time tonight. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, I have plenty of time to play with you slowly. I hope you can win every game like this, but don't play to the end and waste time. That's really disqualifying, huh? Chen Taishu smiled and said, don't worry about me. I would prefer that you do the punishment faster and not try to drag it out. Let's try a different game this time. Let's do 150 push-ups. Please show me, baby. Kong Erlangzi didn't waste any time, he just lay down on the ground and started doing it. This time he even asked his assistant to help him count. After all, counting while doing things is still very tiring. Writing peace for the world, brother, this is quite interesting. Can you let me train him? The dream of 900 million boys, get lost, it's my turn now. Big brother, can you let me experience it for myself? Several others also rushed to apply to fight. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, don't worry. I said this guy belongs to me tonight. No need to rush, there are plenty of opportunities. Starting from tonight, our reckless army will have 3 fixed tasks every day. Eat, sleep, punch Kong air. Hey hey. Chapter 125 Devil Muscle Man. Cat 11 in the old alley. What do you mean, brother? Are you raising fish here? Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar and said, such an interesting anchor, how boring would it be to kill him all at once? Anyway, physical strength is something you can't use up. If you're exhausted today, won't you recover tomorrow? Wouldn't it be more interesting to come and give him a lecture every day, no matter what? Ajian Shilai, ha. Brother, you are too mean, aren't you? But I like it so much. Seeing his floating comments, Chen Taishu felt a chill. But he admitted that he was a bit bad. Xingshan Rugu, no, brother, if it's really like what you said. Let's give him some high-intensity training every day. Will this guy turn us into devil muscle men? Zhou Sanchue, devil muscle man? Ha ha. So, we are doing good things, right? Pei Yuanlan reacted the fastest. While no one thought about it yet, she impatiently started the barrage and took the bait. The dream of 900 million boys, tomorrow, this guy will be mine to train. It was not until they saw her comments that everyone reacted and started typing hurriedly. After all, women are more cunning. While they were still typing away at the keyboard, Chen Shi actually sat in the guest seat. She directly said on the microphone, "Miss, I'm ranked 3rd. Then she angrily said, "Damn it, the stinky airport got there first, humph. The dream of 900 million boys, ha, small-breasted little Lolita, I am your second sister. Of course I have to come before you. It's destined. You should just accept this fact silently." As for the subsequent rankings, there were no surprises. Xia Yinji's hand speed is definitely faster than the 3 guys whose bodies have been hollowed out by alcohol and sex. He deservedly ranked 4th. Li Qingyi is 5th. Shun Mubai is 6th. Unsurprisingly, Zhou Sanpang ranked last. There were 7 of us, and the week was just fully scheduled. These guys are really mean. While they were competing for ranking, Kong Lengzi also finished his punishment. 150 push-ups is a bit intense. Kong Lengzi began to breathe heavily and sweat began to seep out of his forehead. He smiled indifferently. Still very stubborn, he said, now, it can barely be regarded as a warm-up for a fitness expert like me. God of War, can you increase your strength a little more? Not enough, not enough. Not enough. Come on, go ahead. I want to see how much money you have to spend. Chen Taishu almost laughed out loud. Spend money? Brother, you are wrong. Very wrong. I'm not spending money, I'm making money. If he knew that Chen Taishu not only did not spend any money, but was actually saving up to make money. Are you going to be so angry that you're going to vomit 3 liters of blood? If he knew the truth, even if he was beaten to death, he would never be as stubborn, hard-talking, and unruly as he is now, right? A new round of instant PK begins again. This time Kong Lengzi learned his lesson. He didn't really sit down, but stood in front of the camera, staring at the screen without saying a word. And Chen Taishu naturally did not disappoint him. Taishu Fantasyland renewed the marquee guardianship in Wang Ergo's live broadcast room. It's a second kill, and a second kill in an instant. Before Kong Lengzi could even catch his breath, he had to start punishing him again. Chen Taishu smiled and said, push-ups are pretty annoying, right? High leg raises, jumping jacks, frog jumps, squats, push-ups. There is no doubt that push-ups are among the most difficult exercises. Chapter 126 The Rat Who Hides His Head and Shows His Tail. Hearing Chen Taishu ask this, Kong Lengzi was immediately delighted. He thought Chen Taishu would be kind enough to let him change his project. So this time he wisely chose not to retort, but to remain silent. However, facts told him that he was overthinking. He completely underestimated the extent of Chen Taishu's evil and the extent of his bad taste. Don't you want me to give you some strength? Since push-ups are so annoying, just keep doing them. 200 of them. Look, I'm so considerate and reasonable. I'll give you whatever you want. Your wish has been granted, hee, no need to thank me. I thank you for all your ancestors. Kong Lengzi now wants to stab him. But who can be blamed for this? I can only blame myself for being stubborn and my weird personality. But it's okay, this level is far from enough to make our Hammer King surrender. How can this be possible? It is still a long way from here. Kong Erling snorted disdainfully. He lay down consciously and started practicing. 1, 2, 3, 4. At the beginning, his speed was still very fast, but as his physical strength was depleted, his speed slowed down. 200 push-ups are nothing for a fitness enthusiast. This has been the third time, right? Good man, it came really fast, but this guy wasted too much time to punish. 3 times, but only 300 million dubi. Why did I say only 300 million? Have I already become so inflated? This Conger Lengzi is really a fool. Brother Taishu just squandered 100 billion last night. How could he not be able to destroy him? Even if this guy survives tonight, he probably won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. What about tomorrow night, and the night after that? Yes, sooner or later you will be forced to surrender. Why bother pretending to be tough now? Not only will you not make any money, but you will also be fined to death. You know nothing. If you go to his livestream now, you will see that his popularity has increased several times. Moreover, he is flooded with encouragement gifts. Indeed, Conger Lengzi is not a fool. If there is no benefit, would he risk his life like this? Ever since he provoked Chen Taishu, there has been no end of gifts in his live broadcast room. Moreover, his popularity continues to rise. You have to know that in the entire Douyin, there are too many people who dislike Chen Taishu. Now that Conger Lengzi has come forward, they will definitely support him. Especially now is the stage of the Charity Ambassador selection competition. Let this young man consume his strength and waste his votes, what a good deal. If you give this guy a couple of carnivals from time to time, I'm afraid he would be more excited than anyone else. These guys with bad intentions, all wearing mysterious suits, lurked in Kong Erling's live broadcast room. So from time to time you would see some mysterious person sending him a carnival. After all, they are all cowards who hide their heads and show their tails, not worth mentioning. After completing the punishment, Kong Erling got up from the ground. The sweat on his forehead became more and more dense, and his breathing became more and more severe. Suddenly his face lit up with joy and he shouted excitedly. Thank you, Mysterious Man 9527, for sending Huaziyu. You are awesome, you are so domineering. Mysterious Person 9527, brother, you are really tough. Come on, bankrupt the other side. Conger Lengzi said with an arrogant smile, big brother, just wait and see. Look at me, Kong Air, how I bankrupted the so-called #1 god of war in Douyin. If 1 week doesn't work, try half a month. If half a month doesn't work, try a month. If a month doesn't work, try a year. I have plenty of energy and time, hee hee. I am a flat-headed man. He's aggressive, not afraid of anything, and he still holds grudges, huh? Perhaps soon, Douyin, I'm afraid we won't see the god of war anymore. Chapter 127 Mysterious Consortium. Chen Taishu shook his head. He said disdainfully, I said that the so-called super-rich in Douyin are mostly just idiots, right? Mysterious Man? Ha ha. Is there really anyone who thinks that Mysterious Man is so awesome? Anyone who uses the Mysterious Man suit either has no real strength or loves to show off. Or else, there's nothing you can do but put on a mask and run around showing off, continuing to enjoy being flattered and catered to, and feeling superior. Hee hee, but no matter which one it is, it's undoubtedly a punk. He's not even as good as a little punk. If you really have the ability, don't hide your head and show your tail. Show your vest and let's fight with real weapons. Hearing Chen Taishu's ruthless ridicule, all the mysterious people in the opposite live broadcast room fell silent. No one dared to jump out and confront head-on. The contempt on Chen Taishu's face became even stronger. You all saw it, right? Who dares to say anything? Hey Tue, you are a bunch of idiots. Chen Shi also sneered, although you have only been playing Douyin for a few days, you are still a very clear-sighted person. Before, I thought this Mysterious Man suit was to add to the mystery. But now, I think your analysis makes sense, brother. This mysterious suit is just to cover up the ugliness of these scoundrels. You don't have the ability to fight head-on, you can only hide your head and show your tail, sneaky and sneaky, huh? There are also some guilds and e-commerce companies that use despicable and shameless tactics. Chen Shi paused for a moment. Then he continued in a sarcastic tone, no one can stand up to us even though we are so aggressive and sarcastic. From my point of view, they are just bastards. They can be tolerated by hiding their heads and diving. Get lost, a bunch of unpresentable idiots, what are you pretending to be? What are you dancing for? Forget it, big brother, let's just continue playing. After all the angry attacks, no one dared to stand up. So, can we blame Chen Taishu for looking down on the rich people in Douyin? No temper, no blood at all. No matter whether you can win or not, isn't it enough to just do it? In addition to being good at conspiracies and tricks and cutting leaks, he also has a knack for playing football. Whenever I meet someone who is powerful and tough, I dare not even fart. A typical bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong. Compared with the wealthy people and consortiums on other platforms, the gap is extremely large. Don't be fooled by how angry he is in the live broadcast room. He can only bully the weak. Chen Taishu thought that he could arouse the tempers of these guys by provoking, and mocking them. You can make them gather together and besiege you. Unfortunately, his calculations were obviously wrong. It seems that these so-called rich people in Douyin have no balls. How can you tolerate this? It's boring. Haha, brother Taishu and sister 11 are good at fighting. These bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong can only bully us. Tiskai thought the mysterious man was pretty awesome before, but it turns out he is just this good? These guys are pretty ruthless, but they are ruthless in the sense of bullying the weak and taking advantage of others, huh? Obviously, the truth told by Chen Taishu was recognized by most of the onlookers. I don't know if I was really stimulated. Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out. The mysterious person 9527 entered the live broadcast room. When Wang Ergo saw the system prompts from the platform, a disdainful sneer appeared on his face. Can't sit still anymore? The next moment, I saw his supreme floating screen barrage. Mysterious person 9527, young man, I advise you not to be too aggressive. There is no harm in being low-key. Ha 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 ha. Chen Taishu was amused by his barrage of comments. You are not angry, are you still a young man? I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Chen Taishu slowly exhaled a few wisps of smoke. He said calmly, I thought you mysterious people were all cowards. You want to be a hero? You want to be the first to stand out? If you think I'm wrong, fine, I'll give you a chance, let's play a game. If you... No, I'm not targeting you, I'm talking about the mysterious man behind Quan Douyin. If you can beat me, I will admit that I was talking nonsense and apologize to you. But if you can't beat me, just yell at me 3 times, I'm a loser, I'm a weakling, how about that? Do you dare to answer it? Mysterious person 9527, you are provoking all the mysterious person users of Douyin. After seeing his comment, Chen Taishu finally confirmed it. This guy is just like me, he is here to cause trouble. Ha! Okay, very good. I'm not afraid of causing trouble, I'm just afraid of having nothing to do. Chen Taishu replied calmly, yes, you are right. What I mean is that all the mysterious people in Douyin are just idiots. You bunch of idiots, stop pretending to be so arrogant. If you have any temper, come and hit me. Yes, that's right, I'm in the grand illusionary realm and I'm begging for a hammer, a heavy hammer. The mysterious man 9527 suddenly fell silent. I don't know whether he sneaked away or was diving. Chen Taishu looked at Chen Shi, who was sitting in the guest seat next to him. It dawned on me in an instant. Ha ha. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Neither the Beijing Circle nor the Shanghai Circle will take action. Besides, when have you ever seen me fight in a group? Isn't it just me taking on a group of people alone? Don't worry, they don't need to take action. I can handle you guys by myself. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the mysterious man 9527 popped up again. Mysterious person 9527, humph. You are simply too arrogant, too presumptuous, and too arrogant. Do you really think that we, the mysterious man consortium, have no temper and will let you do whatever you want? If you apologize now, we will pretend that what happened today never happened. Ha! Chen Taishu didn't expect that they were still organized. Mysterious consortium? Where did this little devil come from? He thought that these mysterious people were all fighting alone and were scattered guerrillas. I didn't expect there was a hidden organization. But it doesn't matter. Since they call themselves a consortium, they must be quite powerful, right? Hey! I was just wondering what method I could use to cause trouble. Isn't this just delivered to your door? Isn't that a coincidence? Chen Taishu said hurriedly, no, don't pretend nothing happened. I mocked you so much, slapped you in the face so much, even rubbed you on the ground. I think you're mysterious group, right? I think you will definitely not let me go, right? You must hit me hard, right? It just so happens that I am a bit of a jerk. I don't drink toasts, I love to drink penalty wine. Apologize? Sure, if you can beat me and make me submit, I will apologize without hesitation. Don't even mention asking me to apologize, I'd be fine even if I kneel down and admit my fault. Chen Taishu chuckled, but you guys, do you have the temper and ability to do this? This time, Chen Taishu completely stimulated them. Mysterious Person 9527, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, be ready. We will make you kneel down and admit your mistake. Chapter 128. If you continue, I will kill you. Chen Taishu, who had stirred up trouble again and angered the mysterious consortium, nodded with considerable satisfaction. It seems that my high-profile and arrogant behavior tonight was not in vain. Chen Taishu is the biggest troublemaker in Douyin. He wanted to disrupt the Douyin platform of Blue Star and turn it upside down. In its own Douyin branch, it can only be said to be a small-scale operation. What he is looking forward to is the merger of Douyin and other regions. Only after the merger of the servers can he become more unscrupulous and act more recklessly. By then, Kimchi, Sakura, Americus, none of them will be able to escape. I just don't know whether Douyin will merge its servers, and when will it merge. However, before that, he still needs to dominate the domestic Douyin first. After agreeing on a battle with the mysterious consortium, Chen Taishu turned his attention back to Konger Lengzi. He smiled and said, while I am having a verbal fight with the mysterious man and his gang. I guess you've had enough rest, right? Have you recovered your strength? Well, let's continue. It's still early. Konger Lengzi had indeed rested enough and had almost recovered. So now, he is even more arrogant and stubborn. He twisted his neck, shook his head and said, let's do it quickly. If I sit any longer, I'll catch a cold. Hurry up and let me practice. Don't stop. Don't stop. I won't feel good if you stop. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, ergo, go. Just opened for a moment, and it ended. Very silky and very skillful. Not even a pause. Let's try something different. Squats. 250. Show us off. After he finishes the punishment, the instant PK starts again. 1 second, over. Keep squatting, 300. Next time, it was still an instant kill without any surprises. Frog jumps, 350. Continue, the same instant kill as always. Frog jumps again, 400. Chen Taishu didn't say another word. Konger Lengzi also didn't say a word because he had no chance to speak at all. As soon as he got up, he was killed instantly and had to start punishing again. Of course, he probably doesn't have the energy to say harsh words to Chen Taishu now. Start, kill, end. Frog jumps are tiring, right? Then try another trick. 450 jumping jacks. Hurry, hurry, speed up, faster, faster. After the punishment was completed, it started again, and was killed instantly again, and then ended again. The jumping jacks aren't that good, let's focus on this. Today, let's just do one activity. How about push-ups? I think it's okay. Tonight, we will focus on push-ups. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and do it. 500. He was killed 6 times in a row, which continuously increased the strength of Konger Lengzi. How could he still be as relaxed and calm as before? Panting like a cow and sweating profusely. However, he still held on. Continue. Including the 3 that were killed in seconds before, the total number of kills now is only 9. It only cost 900 million Do coins. Chen Taishu was quite dissatisfied with this result. The flowers are a bit slow. It's slow, but it's fun. It only took Chen Taishu 9 seconds to kill him, but this guy took a long time to punish him. The game continues. Konger Lengzi didn't show any intention of giving in. The 10th one, 550 push-ups. 11th, 600 push-ups. The 12th exercise, 650 push-ups. 13th, 700 push-ups. But after finishing these 700 push-ups, Konger Lengzi collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Beads of sweat kept dripping from his hair. His hands also began to tremble uncontrollably. His face gradually turned pale. The lips also began to turn white. Putting aside other punishments, this guy did more than 3,000 push-ups alone, right? He is a fitness expert and his physical fitness is quite impressive, but he is a human being, not made of iron. If you exceed your limit, you will still be exhausted and paralyzed. Chen Taishu said with a hint of disappointment, TSK TSK. He was so arrogant and tough, I thought he was so powerful. It's only the 13th time. I only spent 1.3 billion dubi. Are you unable to do it? Conger Lengzi stood up with the help of his assistant. It can also be clearly seen that his legs are shaking constantly. The whole person feels weak. I guess all the bones in his body are about to fall apart? Only those who have experienced this kind of sour feeling know how painful it is. Conger Lengzi gritted his teeth. He said fiercely, "Don't talk nonsense. You're dreaming if you want to subdue me. Come on, keep going, you don't have any money, do you?" He. God of War? Undefeated God of War? Is that all you have? You're just a crappy God of War. Seeing that he was still very stubborn, Chen Taishu smiled and said, "Now I finally understand. So your whole body is soft, except for your mouth, which is still hard. Is this your current state? No money? Do you believe what you say? Let's not talk about the money for now. Do you think you can continue playing in your current state?" Chen Taishu leaned on the sofa and took a deep puff of his cigar. After tasting it in his mouth and nose, he exhaled slowly and leisurely. "If you continue playing like this, I'm afraid I'll kill you. You're going to keep talking tough even if you don't want to die, right? Playing is fun, but getting someone killed is no joke." In fact, he didn't know that even if Conger Lengzi died suddenly in the live broadcast room as a punishment, Chen Taishu is also fine. In this special period, Chen Taishu is a world-class strategic secret weapon. He absolutely won't allow anything to happen. But it doesn't matter. As I said before, I don't intend to ruin you tonight. I'll eat, sleep, and beat you, and that's not just talk. You can keep talking tough and being crazy. It's okay. Let's stop here today. We'll continue tomorrow. Conger Lengzi would not say no at this time. He is not a fool, how could he refuse Chen Taishu's proposal? But you still have to be tough and say the harsh words you need to say. After all, this is his last bit of dignity. Humph, who's afraid of who? Even if you don't look for me tomorrow, I will look for you. I've said before, I, Conger Lengzi, am a flat-headed beast. Once I bite, I won't let go. I want to see how much money you have, play with me. Chen Taishu looked at him, who had only a little stubbornness left, and shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Okay, that's it. I'll train you tomorrow after I finish dealing with those idiots. Ergu, retreat. After Wang Ergu hung up the call, Conger Lengzi simply greeted the fans and viewers in the live broadcast room, and then hurriedly went off the air. Anyone can see that Kong Air is convinced physically and maybe mentally, but he just doesn't say it. This guy's mouth is as hard as if it were smeared with magic oil. Chapter 129, Social Death Sister-in-Law. Just hung up the call with Conger Lengzi. When Chen Taishu was about to call Wang Ergu to continue hunting in the wild, he heard the sound of the door opening. As soon as I turned my head to look at the door, I saw Su Qingyan walking in. Chen Taishu smiled and said, "Wife, are you back?" Queen Su Tian replied while changing her shoes, "Yeah." "Hey, little weakling, I brought you a midnight snack, your favorite crayfish, barbecued." Su Qingyan put a big bag of midnight snacks on the coffee table. Then she smiled and asked, "Little weakling, I'll drink with you." Chen Taishu looked at her with interest. "Wow, you're in a good mood tonight. What's going on? Is there something good?" Queen Su showed a charming smile on her exquisite face and nodded slightly. However, a look of guilt soon appeared on her face again. Saw the obvious change in expression on her face. Chen Taishu probably guessed it as well. "Are you ready to join the crew and start filming?" The money was in place, the people were in place, the relationships were in place, it happened that quickly. Empress Su said guiltily, "I will be going to the mountain city tomorrow." "I'm sorry, husband, I." Chen Taishu put his arms around her shoulders and kissed her fair and delicate face. He smiled and comforted her, "It's okay, if you have a dream, just go after it. I will always be your strongest supporter." Su Qingyan was inexplicably moved and kissed him back passionately. "Thank you, husband." Then I saw Queen Su with seductive eyes, biting her lower lip, with a charming look on her face. She said seductively in a charming voice, "Husband, I will make it up to you tonight." Chen Taishu had never expected that she would say such bold words. Seeing her red lips slightly open, she was about to say something nasty. Chen Taishu quickly stopped her and said, "Wife. What's wrong? Why do you have such a weird expression?" Chen Taishu picked up the phone and said, "I'm in the guest seat, I didn't turn off the microphone." "Ah!" Queen Su exclaimed. Then he shouted angrily, "Little weak chicken, you are dead." Feeling socially frustrated, she glared at Chen Taishu fiercely and ran back to her room angrily. Ha ha! Chen Taishu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Writing peace for the world, no, why does this voice sound so familiar? It sounds a bit like the voice of my idol Queen Su? Qingshan Rogu, ha, you are right, your idol is your sister-in-law. Chen Shi was also extremely surprised and said, Big brother is married? And his sister-in-law is the Queen Su Qingyan? Why haven't you heard about it on the news? Chen Taishu smiled and said, "We haven't gotten married yet, but we will be married soon. The dream of 900 million boys, ha! Queen Su is your sister-in-law? Then why didn't you tell me earlier, brother? We must get this image ambassador for my sister-in-law." Jian Shilai, that's right, we must help my sister-in-law get the charity ambassador. Just think of it as a gift for my sister-in-law. Just as Chen Taishu was about to speak, Queen Su entered the live broadcast room at some point without anyone noticing. She was still a novice account, but she spent a huge amount of money to use the Supreme Floating Screen Barrage. Su Qingyan, no, I'm really not interested in the honor of being a charity ambassador. Everyone should not spend money, thank you all. As soon as her verified ID was seen, the public screen in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Sister-in-law. 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 Wow, the public screen is completely dominated by the word sister-in-law. This momentum gives off a sense of a community. Queen Su was flattered as she looked at the scrolling public screen. Chapter 130, Being Beaten. Su Qingyan changed into her nightgown and walked out of the bedroom. He took out a few bottles of beer from the refrigerator and started drinking them while watching the live broadcast with Chen Taishu. Wang Ergu is the #1 lackey of Chen Taishu. How could he not lick her when his sister-in-law came to the live broadcast room? The welcome ceremony this guy organized was even more warm and grand than the one he held to welcome Chen Taishu. Dragon and lion dances, gongs and drums, salutes, flowers everywhere. Wow, he licked my sister-in-law clearly. He smiled and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, shall we chat for a while or go out and play in the wild?" Su Qingyan asked curiously, "What is jungle?" She certainly doesn't understand these professional terms as she has not had much exposure to Douyin live streaming. Wang Ergo quickly explained with a smile, "It's just a random match PK." Empress Su looked at Chen Taishu and suggested, "Then let's find someone to PK with?" I'm really curious. I've never seen how PK is done before. How could Chen Taishu refuse his aunt's request? Besides, he had no reason to refuse. He said directly to Wang Ergu, "Go on, aren't you guys not having fun?" "Okay, big brother." Wang Ergu was just about to start a random match, but a connection request suddenly popped up. As soon as he saw the anchor who sent the application, Wang Ergu frowned. The change in his expression was accurately captured by Chen Shi. She asked in confusion and curiosity, "What's wrong, Ergu?" Wang Ergu frowned and said, "The fox is not a demon. It sent me a connection request." Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, "The fox is not a demon? Who is it? Is it a powerful person?" Everyone knows that Brother Taishu is not pretending to be cool, nor is he arrogant. He really doesn't know. Chen Shi took the initiative to give him scientific education. The fox is not a demon. She is the undisputed #1 female star in Douyin at the moment. With her charming looks, sexy figure, and talent for singing and dancing. Of course, there may be some unknown bed skills. She has countless fans, including a bunch of wealthy men. And the sole leader of the Northeast Circle is Mr. Zhao, who is also on the Douyin top 10 rich list. It is her guardian brother. Moreover, it is said that there is a financial group behind this female anchor that strongly supports her. Chen Taishu nodded. It seems that he has a rather impressive background. Have you ever met her before? Wang Erga shook his head and said, "Before I met you, Brother Taishu, I was just a little karami. How could I possibly catch the eye of the eldest sister?" Chen Taishu took a sip of beer and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Hey! I'm afraid the people on the other side are not friendly. In just a short while, a spy got the news from the live broadcast room on the opposite side. Brother Taishu, Mr. Zhao across the street said he wants to punish you. Yes, that's right, but I think he must have drunk too much, and his tone of voice is crazy. Brother Taishu, the rich people in the opposite live broadcast room have gathered together and called you by name, saying they want to deal with you. This is definitely not the fans trying to stir up trouble on purpose. What they said is true. Chen Taishu smiled slightly. Deal with me? Ha, okay, I want to see how they're going to deal with me. TSK, that's good. Usually I'm the one who provokes others. I didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to provoke me today. It's really like searching for something without any effort, but now it's here without any effort. Great. Ergo, answer it quickly and go over to take a look. If you take the initiative to come to my door and don't meet them, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Chapter 131 Another father-son situation. Since Brother Taishu gave the order, Wang Ergu had to do it. He hurriedly accepted Fox as not a monster's request for connection. Just received it, and it was connected the next second. The live broadcast of Fox is not a monster appeared on the screen. This Fox, who is about 30 years old, is extremely charming, enchanting and full of grace. Her figure is also very sexy, with a curvy figure, which is at the top of the slightly plump world. There is no doubt that this kind of woman is very smooth, especially smooth at first glance. No wonder she can attract so many wealthy men and make them bewildered. You can tell at first glance that this woman is no ordinary person and is very capable. There was also a guest sitting in the guest seat below her live broadcast window. Chen Taishu clicked on the guest's avatar and took a look. That's right, it's him, the level 60 veteran rich man, the leading boss in the Northeast Circle, Mr. Zhao. Before the hosts from both sides could exchange pleasantries, Mr. Zhao couldn't hold back any longer. You are that person. The guy who claimed that Douyin's richest people were all just a bunch of idiots, right? Although I couldn't see him, I could tell from his slightly lisp when he spoke that he must have drunk a little. But judging from his condition, he shouldn't be drunk. It's just that I'm a little bit drunk. But whether he is drunk or not, Chen Taishu will not indulge him. He even wanted to add fuel to the fire and stimulate him further. He just happened to be drunk, so if a PK starts later, he would be more likely to get drunk. Chen Taishu laughed contemptuously and said, "It's me, Popeye, are you okay? If you have something to say, just tell me. If you don't dare to tell me, get off my feet." He was not polite at all when speaking. Of course he did it on purpose, otherwise how could he be angered? Mr. Zhao has a bad temper, so how could he tolerate his provocative words? Son thief, you are the most arrogant and crazy kid I have ever met. Do you think you are really invincible? Yes, you are quite awesome, but no matter how awesome you are, there is only one person, right? How long can you handle this alone? How long can you be so arrogant? Chen Taishu replied impatiently, "Don't give me these nonsense." It keeps on chirping. Every time I meet you idiots, you always start by saying a lot of useless things. What? You won't play PK if you don't say anything harsh, right? Just tell me whether you want to play or not. How do we play? Bullshit. Mr. Zhao, play, why not? I'm looking for you today. You little bastard, today I'm going to see how crazy you are. Do you dare to accept this father-son game? Chen Taishu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Have you thought it through? Are you sure you want to play a father-son game? After hearing what he said, Mr. Zhao thought he was scared and cowardly. Ha ha. He immediately laughed out loud. What, are you scared? Want to give in? Fine, call me Dad now and I'll forgive you this time. Remember, a dog that's too arrogant will get into trouble, and a person that's too arrogant will get into trouble. Be low-key from tonight onwards. Seeing that he was still being so arrogant, Chen Taishu was so angry that he laughed. His temper gradually rose. I wanted to save your face, but you seem to be getting more and more excited, right? Afraid? I'm afraid of your uncle. You want to play hard, right? I'll play with you till the end. If you lose this PK, from now on, whenever you see me, you must call me master. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Mr. Zhao also replied, okay, I'll take it. But I have a small request. Chapter 132 Exciting New Ways to Play. A small request? What the hell is he trying to do? But it doesn't matter, Chen Taishu doesn't take it to heart at all. After all, any conspiracy or trick is like a chicken or a dog, vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. Chen Taishu said with great interest, "What is your request? Tell me about it." Mr. Zhao replied arrogantly, "I want to play this game for 15 minutes. I'm afraid 10 minutes won't be enough for us to show our strength, huh?" Ha, Chen Taishu was very surprised. This is so fucking right up my all. He smiled and said, "Sure, no problem. I'll show you everything in 15 minutes. Let me see if you, one of the top 10 richest people in Douyin, are really a scumbag? But let's do something more interesting." Mr. Zhao asked with confusion and curiosity, "What's interesting?" Chen Taishu chuckled, revealing a malicious smile. "It's simple. I think Wang Ergu has eaten too much recently and gained a lot of weight. So, I also want him to lose weight. Well, let's play the process as well." 1 minute ago, the anchors on both sides closed their microphones to canvass for votes. When the 1 minute time was up, they opened their microphones again. Whichever side has fewer votes should shut up and stop talking. Of course, the anchors with fewer votes also have to run on the spot. Only when the blood bar has more votes than the others can you stop and speak. If the health bar votes are suppressed, then I'm sorry, you'll have to keep running in place for the remaining 14 minutes. Damn, this is really fucking exciting. Okay. Is this the main process? Yes, it sounds exciting. If one side's health bar is always suppressed, won't it take 14 minutes to run? Wow, my goodness, running for 14 minutes, my underwear must be wet, right? Just thinking about it makes me tired. Very good, this new way of playing is quite fierce and exciting, and it takes a damn good trick by Brother Taishu to play it. You are not allowed to talk, but you have to run, and you can't stop or slow down. This is a double test of the body and soul. The soul has to accept ridicule and mockery, and the body has to suffer through running. Interesting. The new way of playing proposed by Chen Taishu instantly gained everyone's support. Chen Shi chuckled and said, "Brother, you are so bad. It's so bad that pus is oozing from the head and sores are forming on the soles of the feet. It's all because of you, big brother." Chen Taishu said unhappily, "Shut up, third brother, if you can't speak, then hold back." Queen Su beside her blinked her big eyes. He said with deep agreement, "What they said is right. You can even think of such a mean trick, you little weakling, you are so evil." Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows and reached out to gently lift Queen Su's chin. He said very frivolously, "Do you like me being so bad?" "Like? Ha. Chen Shi, love without hiding is self-destruction." Then the screen was filled with messages like those who show off their affection will die quickly. Chen Taishu smiled and shook his head. It seemed that every member of this army of reckless men was a rebellious person. Ha! Wang Ergu laughed. Okay, Brother Taishu, your way of playing is really amazing. It just so happens that I've been thinking about losing weight recently. Thank you, Brother Taishu, for thinking so much about me. You even thought of a plan for me. This guy is quite good at being weird. Chen Taishu also started to act sarcastic. Ergu, don't be in a hurry to thank me. Whether you can run and exercise depends on the other side. You have to ask the other side to work harder and try harder to get votes, okay? Chapter 133 Both sides open fire. Wang Ergu immediately understood what he meant. Said, "Big brothers and sisters across the street, please make every effort to vote later. I really want to lose some weight, even if it's just to exercise. It would be best if you could let me train for 14 minutes. I think with your strength, that shouldn't be a problem, right?" The two of them were talking in a sarcastic tone, which made the person on the other side so angry that he was furious. Mr. Zhao said angrily, "Good, very good. This is the first time I've heard of such a shameless request from you. Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you. After all, I am known as the best man in Northeast China." At this time, the fox could no longer sit still. If you want to win the big brother's vote, you have to show your attitude, right? She flirted and said in a very charming way, "Okay, I also think this way of playing is very exciting. Besides, I also want to lose some weight, but I don't know if the big brother over there can satisfy me. My goodness, look at how sexy she is, most men probably can't resist it." Queen Su looked at Chen Taishu meaningfully. Chen Taishu naturally felt the murderous intent in her eyes. He said impatiently, "You've already said something harsh, so stop wasting time. After all, everyone is very busy, so don't waste time." Let's get started early and leave early. Let's get started right away. After setting up for 15 minutes, Wang Ergo started this tit-for-tat PK game. Shut up. As the PK began, both sides said in unison. Since it was going to be such a cruel process, Chen Taishu no longer hid it. He was ready to break the seal and go full throttle. He clicked on the title column, and without saying anything, he directly pressed the king title that could be activated directly, and then just clicked randomly. The Grand Illusion Realm has opened the Royal Guardian in Wang Ergo's live broadcast room. The Grand Illusionary Realm has renewed its 10-year royal guardianship in Wang Ergo's live broadcast room. The Grand Illusionary Realm has renewed its 10-year royal guardianship in Wang Ergo's live broadcast room. To activate the title of king, 10 billion Do coins are required. And to renew for 10 years, it would cost 100 billion Do coins. Except for the first activation, that is to say, Chen Taishu clicked renew for 10 years every time. It will cost 100 billion Dubi, which is 10 billion renminbi. Oh my god, who the hell dares to play like this? This is absolutely terrifying. Just hearing this number is fucking scary. The other side is no pushover either. From their votes, we can tell that this is by no means an accidental provocation. Definitely came prepared. Mr. Zhao has activated the Royal Guardian in the Fox is not a monster live broadcast room. Johnny Baye has activated the Royal Guardian in the Fox is not a monster live broadcast room. Nicholas Wu Di has activated the Royal Guardian in the Fox is not a demon live broadcast room. Leonardo Yangzi has activated the Royal Guardian in the live broadcast room of Fox is not a monster. Uncle Christian Nung has activated the Royal Guardian in the Fox is not a monster live broadcast room. Everyone in the Northeast Circle has taken action. Nearly 10 level 60 wealthy men all attacked aggressively. However, although they are numerous, they do not have the strength to be as arrogant as Chen Taishu and renew the contract for 10 years. After activating the king account, they can only click renew for 1 year. So, although Chen Taishu was alone, he was not at a disadvantage when facing their large numbers. Wang Ergo's red blood bar has been firmly suppressing Saw Fox's blue blood bar. 1 minute was almost up. Wang Ergo directly made a pause gesture to the fox on the opposite side. Chapter 134 Double Torture. Open the mic. When the time is up, the hosts from both sides start speaking. Wang Ergo said proudly, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and run." Seeing that the fox was still hesitating, trying to delay some time. Chen Shi doesn't care whether you are the top lady or not. Chen Taishu was responsible for the vote output, and she was responsible for the verbal attacks. Double torture, new experience, ultimate enjoyment. Ha! Is that all the strength you can muster? You guys look aggressive, but you don't have enough firepower. If the intensity is just this low, Ergo won't be able to exercise. So who is that? You're a slutty fox, right? Be prepared to run for 14 minutes. After making a few sarcastic remarks, she said to Chen Taishu, "Brother, why don't you wait for them first? Don't waste your tickets. From my perspective, it's a pipe dream for them to try to overpower us." Not counting the first one to open the king title, Chen Taishu slowly clicked renew for 10 years 10 times in a row. In just 1 minute, Chen Taishu amassed 101 billion votes. However, nearly 10 wealthy people in the northeastern circle of the blue side have only amassed 300 billion votes so far. Except for one person opening a king title and renewing it for another year, the rest were all paid by Mr. Zhao. But unfortunately, their health bars are now completely useless. 300 billion votes, 30 billion RMB, nearly 10 people. On average, that's about 3 billion renminbi per person. I have to say, this rich man in the northeast circle is quite ruthless. 10 wealthy people spent 3 billion each in 1 minute. Wow, I've heard that people in the northeast circle are very fierce in PK, but I didn't expect it to be so fucking hardcore. Although the gap between him and Chen Taishu is extremely large, it is much more ruthless than other circles. The key point is that Chen Taishu is just a stupid guy. Play a game of ball with him. Although Mr. Zhao had long heard of the name of Taishu Huanjing, the number 1 god of war in Douyin. I also know that this guy is not an ordinary rich man. But he never expected that the other party would be so rich and inhumane. More than 1 trillion votes, where the hell did this god come from to squander like this? It's just happy beans, you don't play with them like this, right? More than 300 billion votes. I was clearly well prepared, but I didn't expect that I would be so vulnerable in front of him. Isn't the gap in strength too big? The title of the number 1 god of war is indeed well deserved. Mr. Zhao showed a helpless smile. If I had known this guy was so awesome, why would I pretend to be so awesome? I've made harsh remarks and received punishment, but now I've lost all my dignity and face. The most fucking infuriating thing is that because I played the game, now I can't even admit defeat. And had to endure nearly 14 minutes of insults from the other side in vain. Isn't it infuriating? Chen Taishu smiled slightly and said in a surprised tone, "Ah? I was waiting for them. It took a whole minute, and I only clicked 11 times. You know, my hand speed is 10 hits per second. How can I wait?" Chen Shi pretended to be angry and said, "Brother, can't you just click renew for another year? You have to renew for 10 years, just to show off, right?" Chen Taishu was speechless for a moment. He said unhappily, "What a joke, it's just a habit. I habitually click the last one. What can I do? I want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. If the last one is renewed for 100 years, I will definitely choose it." Just when Chen Taishu and Chen Shi were singing the same tune, an unexpected event occurred suddenly. The opponent's health bar, which was motionless, actually began to counterattack quickly. Chapter 135 Hidden Dragon Pavilion, the Super Rich Consortium. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Shangxing's sword has activated the Royal Guardian in the live broadcast room of Fox is not a monster. Hidden Dragon Pavilion Long Badian activated the Royal Guardian in the live broadcast room of Fox is not a monster. Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Ao Hongchen activated the Royal Guardian in the live broadcast room of Fox is not a monster. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the series of special effects suddenly appearing on the screen. I clicked on the other party's list and took a look. Wow, what a great guy. Suddenly, a group of level 60 wealthy people with the prefix Yinlong Pavilion appeared. It's strange to say, it's hard to even see a level 61 under normal circumstances. But now they are emerging in groups. People can't help but wonder, are there so many level 60 rich guys in Douyin? Moreover, it seems like I've never heard of this fucking Hidden Dragon Pavilion. I saw that they were still frantically chasing points and health bars. Chen Taishu also asked without hesitation, "Third brother, do you know what this Hidden Dragon Pavilion is?" Shen Shi explained slowly, "I don't know much about it. It seems that they have only appeared twice. It's all in this slutty fox's live broadcast room. If my guess is correct, they should be the exclusive super rich consortium that only supports Saw Fox. Isn't there a mysterious consortium behind the rumored Saw Fox? Well, this is it." Xia Yinji continued to add. Writing for peace in the world, there are many members of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, but they usually do not wear the vests of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Seo Holi can firmly sit on the throne of Douyin's #1 female singer, in addition to the strong support from the Northeast Circle. It can be said that the Hidden Dragon Pavilion also played an indispensable role. Although it only appeared twice, it was those two tough battles that established her position as the top sister. Li Qingyi also jumped out to explain the science at this time. Xingshan Rogu, there was even a rumor that there were many wealthy people who were well known on the internet. They all created Smurf accounts and joined the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to secretly support Saw Fox. And the founder of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion Consortium, and the most influential person, is Changsheng Sword. But according to my analysis, this Hidden Dragon Pavilion is very likely a fake super rich consortium. Chen Taishu nodded slightly. She is indeed a vixen, and she has some skills. I really don't know what ability she has used to make so many rich and powerful people willingly support her. Of course, it is not ruled out that the purpose of this Hidden Dragon Pavilion is to make a profit. Cooperating with Saw Fox is just for a win-win situation. But to Chen Taishu, it doesn't matter at all. As long as there is an opponent and a confrontation, then the game will be more exciting and interesting. Xia Yinji and Xiaoqing were right, this Hidden Dragon Pavilion simply relied on its large numbers. Dozens of people, after each of them opened a title of king, fell silent. Of course, this only applies to Chen Taishu. Their strength is absolutely superior to others. To open a king title, 10 billion dubi coins were spent, which means dozens of people each spent 1 billion renminbi. Isn't this strength strong enough? Sure enough, we were well prepared for tonight's SPK. They came here deliberately to challenge Chen Taishu. As long as they can break Chen Taishu's undefeated myth, they will definitely become famous. Including Saw Fox, their fame and popularity are absolutely unparalleled. And Saw Fox is also very likely to become the #1 anchor of Douyin. When the time comes, we can play with the script or use other means such as promoting products, and we will make a lot of money. You know, you can never harvest all the leeks, there will be another crop after you harvest one. So this wave will never lose money. At that time, the gentry's money will be returned in full, and the people's money will be divided equally. Wow, boy, this is a good plan. Chen Taishu narrowed his eyes and felt that his analysis was almost correct. Xiaoqing is right, this is most likely a group of fake rich people. A light bulb suddenly lit up in his head. It seems that things are not that simple. Chapter 136, The Rat Hiding in the Sewer. Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar with interest. He once suspected that all the wealthy people in the Northeast Circle had been fooled. These guys are likely to be used as pawns by others. Their true feelings were fully exploited by this group of fake rich people and vixens. TSK Tisk so sad. Beside her, Queen Su, who was confused, asked curiously, who are these people? Are they all so rich? Ha ha. Chen Taishu looked at the naive aunt and couldn't help laughing out loud. He said bluntly, rich? They have shitty money. Wife, you don't really think these idiots are super rich, do you? They are just a bunch of rats in the sewer, smelly and shameful. You want to show off and flaunt yourself just by putting on a vest? TSK. A bunch of profit-seeking stinking shits. He was really angry now, so his words were so sharp. It wasn't because he was being deliberately plotted against. It's because what he despises and hates the most are those capitalists who use any means to reap profits. This is just treating everyone as idiots. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said slowly, Lao Zhao, right? Seeing this scene, I wonder what you feel now. Is it okay to be used as a gun and a monkey? Ha ha. Chen Taishu made it so clear that even the people watching the show in the live broadcast room understood it. If Mr. Zhao still doesn't understand, then he is really a fool. Although the opponent was not as arrogant as Chen Taishu and directly clicked renew for 10 years. But the other side, relying on their superior numbers, is also about to catch up with the health bar. Chen Taishu sneered with disdain. Point out renewal for 10 years twice again. 200 billion sound waves were added to the health bar again, widening the gap again. Eastern Guangdong. Xinyue MCN Media Headquarters. When President Jiang Tao saw that the red team had widened the vote gap again, he was not angry but happy. The vice president in charge of all operations of the company asked, Boss Jiang, are we still going? Jiang Tao smiled and said, go ahead. We have prepared hundreds of billions of dollars, right? Why not? The vice president frowned and said, there are hundreds of billions, but this may not necessarily win. Jiang Tao's face darkened, and he continued, this time we are completely risking everything. Plus, now I have completely offended a lot of people in the Northeast Circle. So in this PK, we have to win even if we don't win. As long as he wins the Grand Illusion Realm, he will definitely not be able to continue to hang around in Douyin. At that time, won't all the rights of interpretation belong to us? Just a few words, what can the leaks understand? By then, our Xinyue will still be Xinyue, and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion will still be the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. History is always written by the victors. Having said that, the vice president still had a worried look on his face. You know, everything Jiang Tao said was based on winning. But Mr. Jiang, the 100 billion we prepared may not be enough. If you can't win, everything is just empty talk. Jiang Tao gave a cunning smile. He said confidently, let me tell you, I only prepared 100 billion? I'm putting all my assets on the line this time. Everything I can borrow, loan, mortgage, and mortgage is on the line. He just raised 2 fingers. With a cunning smile, I have prepared a full 200 billion. 200 billion, and you can't win a PK? Jiang Tao demonstrated the principle of one cannot make plans with many people vividly. Even the company's most trusted vice president only knew his cards at the last moment. The vice president gave him a meaningful look. Jiang Tao suddenly shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. But unfortunately, I overestimated those useless people in the Northeast. They only got over 300 billion votes. If they could give a little more strength, we'll save a lot of trouble. Chapter 137 Ambitious. The vice president's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out. They were able to issue a huge ticket worth more than 300 billion without any preparation. What else do you want? You can cheat people so confidently. After all, he is a ruthless and heartless capitalist businessman who does not care about any reason or mercy. The vice president took a deep breath and then said slowly, Boss Jiang, you've put all your money on the line and borrowed so much money. It's such a huge investment. Even if we win this gamble, it will only be a Pyrrhic victory. Is it really worth it? Jiang Tao smiled complacently with deep meaning. He said confidently, Of course it's a good deal. After today's battle, I am sure to become the largest MCN in Douyin. Also, I've heard rumors that the authorities will take strong action against other platforms soon. By then, Douyin will be the only unique live streaming platform left on the entire internet. Just think about it, how much traffic, how many wealthy people, and how many financial groups will flock to Douyin by then. As long as we win this PK and integrate resources, we will gain the upper hand. So this investment is absolutely significant. The vice president looked at him in surprise. Shut down all live streaming platforms, leaving only Douyin? Is this true? Where did Mr. Jiang get the inside information? Boss Jiang, is this news true? Jiang Tao nodded affirmatively. Seeing his confident and certain look, the vice president was sure that what he said must be true. No wonder he dared to gamble his entire fortune. No wonder he tried every possible means to plot against the illusory world of Taishu. It turns out that they are all preparing for the upcoming new reshuffle of Douyin. He gave the ambitious president a meaningful look. His ambition is to become the largest MCN of Douyin. He even tried to monopolize and dominate. If he really succeeds, then what does the current investment mean? It must be said that Jiang Tao is very visionary, farsighted, and courageous. If he plots against other people, there is a 99% chance that he will succeed. But unfortunately, he was targeting Chen Taishu. He regarded Chen Taishu as a very powerful but ordinary rich man. He took everything into account, but he underestimated Chen Taishu's strength. He was wrong. Dead wrong. Therefore, he is destined to lose this PK. The rooftops in eastern Guangdong might be a bit cold tonight. His vice president is not as crazy as him and still retains his sanity. The worry on his face never disappeared from beginning to end. After hesitating for a long time, he still reminded cryptically, Boss Jiang, the Douyin's #1 war god across from us is not just a name. Jiang Tao, who had completely fallen into the beautiful dream he had woven and was unable to extricate himself, had obviously lost his mind. Ha ha! He sneered with disdain and contempt. The first god of war? Did you give him the title? Or did he give it to himself? Even if he is the god of war, so what? Is it possible that he uses ghost money to recharge his fighting coins? Is it true that he has endless money? When did such an awesome person appear in our country? Jiang Tao picked up the wine glass on the table and shook it slightly. The whiskey with ice cubes hit the glass, making a crisp sound. He raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. With a bang, he put the quilt heavily on the table. Confidently, he said proudly, Did you notice that? He just clicked renew for 10 years twice. Do you know what this means? Based on my analysis of his personality and temper, if there is sufficient balance in his account. Will he just tap twice? I'm afraid he will tap more than 10 times like before. Chapter 138, Health Bar Overtakes. This guy's calculations are indeed comprehensive. Even Chen Taishu's temperament and personality were studied and analyzed in depth. This guy's brain talent is indeed worthy of his ambition. No wonder he dared to be the first to try something new. He must have some ability. Yes, his analysis was indeed correct. Under normal circumstances, Chen Taishu would most likely use his own strength to crush the opponent. But unfortunately, this guy is calculating everything but nothing. But I got two things wrong. First, Chen Taishu's doobie is more direct than buying with ghost money. His dough coins were given as a gift, they were given to him by Tongzi. Ghost money? Does it mean I don't have to spend money to buy it with ghost money? Ghost money is quite expensive, right? Second, he had accurately calculated Chen Taishu's temper and personality. However, he did not expect that what Chen Taishu hated most was those who took advantage of him to make money. And the reason why Chen Taishu only clicked renew for 10 years twice, how could it be because he had insufficient balance? He did it on purpose. He was setting the trap on purpose. He just didn't want to make the health bar gap too big. He just wanted to make the other side mistakenly think that he was not confident enough and did not have enough money. He wanted to give the other side hope of victory. He is a mean guy who deliberately cheats others out of their money. As expected, Jiang Tao's cleverness backfired. He really thought that Chen Taishu had almost run out of ammunition and food. Now the health bar votes of both sides are 1.21 trillion, 1.1 trillion. The health bar of Wang Ergu on the red side was only ahead by about 100 billion. Seeing the hope of victory, Jiang Tao showed a smug and arrogant look on his face. He walked behind the rows of confidants who were operating their mobile phones and nodded with satisfaction. Then he patted the leading young man's shoulder heavily. He said, "Brother, raise the health bar to 1.5 trillion votes first, then surpass the opponent." His younger brother is the Changsheng sort of, Yinlong Pavilion. "Okay brother, just wait and see the show." The Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Immortal Sword was in the live broadcast room of Fox is Not a Monster, and the King's protection was renewed for 10 years. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Immortal Sword was in the live broadcast room of Fox is Not a Monster, and the Royal Guard was renewed for 10 years. After 4 special effect announcements in the entire live broadcast room, the blue team's health bar instantly reversed. Thanks to my brother Changsheng for the renewal. Brother Changsheng is awesome. Brother Changsheng is domineering. As a contracted anchor promoted by Xinhua MCN, Saw Fox certainly knows what is going on. She doesn't get a penny of the money. Not only will you most likely lose a huge amount of money, but you will also have to work for the company for free to pay off the debt. Although I know it in my heart, I still have to put in some effort to pretend. We have to fool this group of fools in the live broadcast room. Wouldn't it be convenient to harvest leaks later? After running for several minutes, the fox was exhausted and out of breath. He said proudly, not bad. I exercised for several minutes and burned a lot of calories. Finally I can talk. I was dying of suffocation." The fox looked at the camera and said proudly, "Wang Ergu, run. Hurry up, run faster." Ha ha. After the ridicule, she said passionately, "Brothers, family members, the big brothers of the Shenhao Consortium are leading the way. Let's help the big brothers together. Use whatever you have. Let's all do it together. Let the big brothers see the cohesion of our family and charge at me together. Although everyone's votes won't have much of an impact, we just want to let the big brothers see our family's strength and cohesion. We fight for the atmosphere and shoot thousands of arrows together. Go, go, go." Well, even in this big battle, she didn't forget to reap some benefits. But it's also routine operation. The wealthy people raised the atmosphere of vote rigging to the maximum, and the anchor encouraged it passionately. The leaks will immediately start to follow suit and start brushing as much as they can. Chapter 139 The Goddess of Victory is smiling. Chen Taishu glanced at Wang Ergu who was running on the spot. I thought to myself, "Ergu, please bear with it for a while and run a little more. But this guy has gained a lot of weight recently and even has a double chin. You should exercise properly, just to lose weight. Besides, they have swiped 400 billion votes, so what's wrong with asking you to run a few steps?" The reason why Chen Taishu did not immediately counterattack. It is to deliberately create an illusion and false impression for the other party. He just wants to get more tickets from the other side. If he keeps rushing forward and brushing, the number of health bar tickets will exceed the number of tickets prepared by the opponent. Will the other side continue to attack? It's obvious that he's going to lose. Why would he still play? Do you really think you have too much money to burn? But Chen Taishu didn't let Wang Ergu run for too long. 2 minutes, he only ran for 2 minutes. The 2-minute dividing line is just right. The Grand Illusionary Realm has renewed its 10-year royal guardianship in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The Grand Illusionary Realm has renewed its 10-year royal guardianship in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. There weren't too many of them, and the special effects announcements in the live broadcast room across the entire network only appeared 3 times. Now the blood pressure bar for both sides is 1.51 trillion votes, 1.5 trillion votes. That's right, the red team S Wang Ergu's health bar is only 10 billion more than the other team S. The sinister Chen Taishu's move was so cool that he couldn't even fool the opponent. Even the big guys in the live broadcast room were fooled by him. The dream of 900 million young boys, "Brother, why don't you take a break and let me do it?" Although Pei Yuanlan has a rather flat chest, her emotional intelligence and EQ are very high. Look at what he said, how emotionally intelligent he is. It was obvious that she was saying this to save Chen Taishu's face. That's a very tactful way of putting it. To translate, it means, "Brother, you don't have a ticket? Then let us go?" Of course, she couldn't just ask Chen Taishu if he had no tickets. That would make the god of war Taishu very embarrassed. Of course, others also understood the deeper meaning of her words. Writing peace for the world, brother, please let us play too. We have been itching to do it for a long time. Qingshan Rogu, yes, big brother, happiness alone is not as good as happiness with others. Such an interesting PK, why don't you guys join in? Ajian Shilai, ha. My sword has been thirsty for a long time, big brother, let me relieve my heat. Chen Taishu felt the good intentions of his brothers. Of course, he couldn't say it directly, nor could he type in the live broadcast room. Wouldn't that expose your intention to cheat others? He opened WeChat and sent a message directly to the group, giving a brief explanation. At this time, Jiang Tao, the boss of Xinyue MCN, laughed out loud. Ha ha. He's gone. He's gone. He really has no tickets. For a mere 300 billion votes, he actually let his number one lackey run for a full 2 minutes. God of War? Douyin's number one God of War? Ha, that's all. As he spoke, he actually became excited. He seemed to see the goddess of victory smiling at him. I am happy that I will soon become the number one MCN on Douyin. In the near future, it will monopolize the entire Douyin. As he looked forward to the future, he seemed to have seen a sky full of red banknotes sweeping towards him. He had even seen a surge in numbers on his bank card. Just as he was immersed in the beautiful dream he had woven, his own brother interrupted him. Brother, we still have 80 million votes. Do we still want to continue? Although Jiang Tao has already seen victory and great achievements beckoning to him. But at this moment, he suddenly became extremely calm. Whenever you encounter big things, stay calm. Jiang Tao is such a person. Chapter 140, Face-to-Face Attack. Jiang Tao's face darkened and he frowned and thought for a moment. Then he said thoughtfully in a deep voice, no hurry, wait a little longer. We must keep one more trick in case of emergency. As long as we can win in the end, it's meaningless for us to display the votes now. Besides, it will expose our bottom line. There is no need to create unnecessary trouble. Don't forget, there are still several big rich guys on the other side who haven't made a move yet. Jiang Tao reached out and touched his chin. After a pause, he continued, there are less than 5 minutes left for the PK. Why don't we show our weakness to the enemy and let them run wild for a few minutes? Jiang Tao showed a sneer of contempt and disdain on his face. The process is not important, what we want is the result. The more arrogant they are now, the more they will take it lightly. When there are 10 seconds left, you can time it right and strike the target with one strike. Using 800 billion votes to steal the tower, who could have imagined it? Wow, I didn't expect that even at this time, he would still be so cautious. It must be said that the only thing this guy lacks is luck. Who made him meet Chen Taishu? Seeing that the opponent's health bar was no longer moving, Chen Taishu frowned slightly. 10 billion votes, and still can't win? That's impossible. So many votes have already been cast. Just 10 billion votes, I'll give it a try even if I have to sell everything I have. Otherwise, wouldn't all the votes that were previously cast be wasted? Chen Taishu narrowed his eyes, revealing a gleam of light. Since it is impossible not to go up, why are you not moving now? I guess the answer is obvious, right? That means the opponent definitely wants to steal the tower. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Everything is under control, how can the opponent win? Now all the younger brothers know that Chen Taishu is deliberately doing bad things. So they have nothing to worry about. Chen Shi, who was in the guest seat, started to mock again. What's going on? Ergu only ran for 2 minutes. Can't you let him exercise a little more? Come on, hurry up and press forward. The difference isn't that big, just 10 billion votes. Hurry up, 10 billion votes shouldn't be a big deal for a super rich consortium, right? But why hasn't this health bar moved for so long? What's going on? Has your health bar been welded shut, or have you been given anesthesia? And it was general anesthesia, right? The world is full of glitz and glamour, but if you don't have the ability, don't try to show off. You guys can't do that either. More than 1 trillion votes have been cast, what's left but one final hurdle? What's going on? You're not going to be strangled by just 10 billion votes, are you? Chen Shi's little mouth was like a machine gun, firing off a burst of attacks. So, don't mess with girls with small breasts. They have bad tempers, small minds, and sharp tongues. However, no matter how much she ridiculed and mocked him, the opponent's health bar did not move at all. This undoubtedly made Chen Taishu more convinced that the opponent would definitely steal the tower. Seeing that the other party remained indifferent, Chen Taishu did not say anything, but instead launched a floating screen barrage. Taishu Huanjing, third brother, keep fighting, fight to the death. The more arrogant and crazy you are, the better. Although he didn't know what his elder brother was up to, Chen Shi still did as he was told. With such limited strength and ability, why are you putting on a vest and pretending to be so powerful? Hey, brother, I think the opponent is useless. After so long, they still can't even get 10 billion votes. They must have run out of ammunition and resources. Boring, uninteresting. I thought it was going to be a thrilling PK. There was just a little incident and then nothing happened? Ergo, don't just stand there, quickly set off the fireworks, perform dragon and lion dances, and celebrate in advance. Well, girls with small breasts are really not easy to mess with. This has already been output on other people's faces. Chapter 141, the final battle. But the other side was really patient. Even though you've been attacked by others, you can still endure it? There is no way around it. If everyone is like Chen Taishu, they will have sufficient ammunition. Who the hell can stand this kind of shit? In order to ensure safety, my uncle has to be patient, and my aunt must also be patient. But the fans in the live broadcast room couldn't stand it. What's going on? You've been humiliated like this, but you still don't vote? Put up a vote, hurry up and vote. Damn, if you don't vote and unfollow me, I'm really fucking angry. Eternal life sword, why are you still standing there? 10 billion votes, hurry up and vote. Can't you see that Sister Fox can hardly run anymore? I'm really fed up. This is so infuriating. They still call this a super rich consortium? Stop playing dead. Hurry up and lower the health bar. Fans in the live broadcast room are like this, no matter whether you have votes or not, and no matter what your plans are. In short, they just can't stand seeing their health bars being suppressed. Once the health bar is lowered, these keyboard warriors will start to criticize. It would be fine if you win the PK in the end, but as soon as you lose, the whole public screen will be filled with rhythm. Lead the rhythm of anchors, lead the rhythm of big brothers, lead the rhythm of super rich people. Once they lose, they won't tolerate anyone. Moreover, if the PK is lost, the popularity of the live broadcast room will definitely decline rapidly. Just as Chen Shi was speaking eloquently and sweetly. Time passes quietly without us noticing. The PK countdown entered the last 30 seconds as everyone was extremely nervous. Everyone stared at the health bar intently. Chen Taishu and Chang Shengjian both clicked on the title column at the same time. Their fingers were also placed on the option of renew for 10 years. Concentrate and hold your breath, waiting for the final decisive moment to arrive. Wang Ergo stared straight at the live broadcast screen, he didn't even dare to breathe. His heart was also beating wildly. Although I have 100% confidence in the god of war Taishu. But the nervousness at this moment was totally out of his control. This kind of atmosphere and emotion arises involuntarily. Zhang Tao also stared at the ticking countdown. He clenched his hands into fists and his palms were sweating. Win or lose, succeed or fail, fly into the sky or jump off a building, it all depends on these last 20 seconds. So even if he has a big heart, how can he not be nervous at such a critical moment? 19, 18, 13, 12, 11, 10. Go quickly and print out all the tickets for me. Zhang Tao screamed hysterically. And his younger brother Chang Shengjian's hands did not tremble at all. In the last 10 seconds, he hit renew for 10 years 8 times in a row. 800 billion votes were all added to the health bar in an instant. And what about Chen Taishu? He also chose to shoot in the last 10 seconds. Judging from his hand speed of hitting 100 times in 10 seconds, he can actually make some more attacks. There's no need to be so anxious. But just in case, he chose to take action in advance. Suddenly, explosive special effects of renewing the king's title for 10 years were flying all over the live broadcast rooms on all platforms. In the end, Chen Taishu overestimated the opponent. According to his guess, the other party would most likely prepare 1 trillion votes to steal the tower. Unfortunately, they only prepared 800 billion votes. However, even if the other side really prepared 1 trillion votes, it would be impossible to win. Because, to be on the safe side, Chen Taishu attacked 20 times in a row. That is right, he clicked renew for 10 years 20 times in one breath. 20 times, but only 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, 2 trillion sound waves were gone? Chapter 142, You're responsible for your own mistakes. Although Chen Taishu received 2 trillion votes in 2 seconds. But he did not take it lightly either. In the absence of an absolute crushing victory, no one dares to determine the winner until the very last moment. He stared at the opponent's health bar. Even the finger is still on the option of renew for 10 years. Once the other party makes any unusual movements, he can respond immediately. Although there were only a few seconds left, his speed of voting 1 trillion votes per second was no joke. Snap, a crisp sound was heard. The mobile phone in Jiang Tao's hand fell directly to the ground, and the screen broke. Then, it was as if all his strength was drained away from him in an instant. He fell to the ground like a zombie with his soul taken away. His face was deathly pale, as white as a sheet of paper. The eyes that were full of passion and ambition just a few seconds ago now lost all color. When I saw the other party put up 2 trillion votes in an instant, he couldn't even believe it. After rubbing his eyes and confirming again and again, he knew that his world was only black and white. It was not until the last moment that he came to his senses. He kept muttering, I got cheated, I got cheated, I got cheated. The vice president next to him took a deep breath and shook his head. Our own CEO is just too smart and too conceited. He planned everything, but in the end his cleverness backfired. By now, anyone can see that the god of war Taishu did it on purpose. If you don't vote, you are preparing to screw the other party. The opponent's plan to steal the tower was also calculated carefully. Win. How the hell can you win? There is a huge gap in strength, and even the little tricks are controlled by others. Win. Hand wins? The fox is not a monster and knows what losing this PK will mean. At this moment, how could she have the time to care about other things? Punishment? What does punishment have to do with her? She couldn't even care about her fans and viewers in the live broadcast room. As soon as the PK ended, she went offline immediately. There are still a lot of troubles waiting to be dealt with. If it is not handled properly, it is unclear whether she can continue to be a host. The other party stopped broadcasting immediately and disconnected, leaving everyone in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. Chen Shi said in confusion, No, it's going to end right now? Brother, you're fighting alone in this PK, right? The dream of 900 million boys, the number 1 Douyin girl, TSK, that's it? Still a rolling knife, right? Chen Taishu shook his head, with some guesses in mind. He smiled and said, It's okay, she can just go off the air. I guess he lost everything because of me. He doesn't care about rolling away now. When it comes to this, the little brothers can't help themselves. Chen Shi burst out laughing and said, Brother, you are really too mean. Writing for peace, that's right. Before, they said that you had pus on your head and sores on your feet, but I didn't believe it. Xingshan Rugu, brother, you are really treacherous and evil. A super large MCN was bankrupted by you? Zhou Sanchue, excuse me, I cannot agree with you. If they don't have any intentions towards Big Brother, they won't plot against him. Will this be the end for them? As the saying goes, you can escape the evil that God sends, but you cannot escape the evil that you bring upon yourself. They are just asking for it. What does this have to do with Big Brother? If you scheme against others, others will scheme against you. Well, not bad. Chen Taishu expressed his great appreciation for Zhou Sanpeng's speech. Just as they were chatting and laughing. What they didn't expect was that a familiar nickname ID suddenly entered the live broadcast room. Chapter 143 Fulfill the bet and live a happy life. Mr. Zhao entered the live broadcast room. Then Johnny, Nicholas, Leonardo, Christian, and others suddenly entered the live broadcast room. Chen Taishu never expected that they would be able to come back. After all, this is a game between father and son, and the loser has to call dad. Instead of rolling back, they chose to come back on their own initiative. To be honest, it is still worth Chen Taishu's attention to them. Look at the rich people in northeast China who were cheated and used as guns. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and shook his head. To be honest, Chen Taishu had no intention of letting him call him master. After all, Mr. Zhao's age is there, and if he really were to shout at him. Chen Taishu was also afraid of shortening his life. Old Zhao, are you here to fulfill your bet? Mr. Zhao, I'm willing to accept the loss. There's nothing to say. Please pull me up to the guest seat and let me take the microphone. As soon as he saw his floating comments, Chen Shi took the initiative to leave the guest seat. Give up the position. And Wang Ergu also dragged him directly to the guest seat. Chen Taishu shook his head and said slowly, "Forget it." Before the PK, they just say some harsh words and trash talk to each other, just to satisfy their desire to talk. If you really want to shout, I dare not answer. I am afraid of shortening my life. Besides, you are also victims, forget it. It's really tragic. She was used as a tool by the anchor and the company behind her. Not only did she lose money, but she also lost face. If Chen Taishu hadn't pointed it out to them, they would probably still be in the dark. Mr. Zhao is also a straightforward and honest person. Regardless of other things, it is a fact that I was tricked and used as a gun. But it's also a fact that we lost to you. When a man speaks, he speaks with his tongue. If you are willing to gamble, you must admit defeat. There is nothing to say. Chen Taishu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Well, I guess he is another stubborn one. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's really not appropriate to call him Dad, and it's a bit inappropriate to play like that. How about this, just call Master Su 3 times. Although it is Yi, but with a name added in front of it, the meaning is different. Everyone can accept it." Master Zhao was not vague either, and shouted directly and crisply, "Master Su, Master Su, Master Su. Master Su, thank you very much." Even after calling him 3 times, he still called him Master Su. As for what to thank, everyone knows it. Chen Taishu was just about to speak when special effects suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room. Master Zhao has activated the Night Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. Master Zhao has opened the Lord Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. Master Zhao has activated the Royal Guardian for contestant Su Qingyan. This is not the end yet. Then the wealthy people in the Northeast Circle began to vote for Su Qingyan. Moreover, without exception, they all showed off their Divine Lord suits. Good guy, just say thank you, and thank you for the Godly Lord set. It's very important to know whether to say it or not. Su Qingyan, the person involved, was shocked. What's wrong with these people? They vote for themselves when they disagree with each other? Or is it an investment of 10 billion or 10 billion? Do they have nowhere to spend their money, or do they have too much to burn? This puzzled her. But he still said politely, thank you everyone, it's a big expense, it's too big a expense. Chen Taishu also smiled and said, Old Zhao, you're welcome. Mr. Zhao smiled bitterly, it's just a token of apology. Master Su, we were the ones who offended you this time. Thank you for not bearing grudges. If it wasn't for you, Master Su, reminding us, Well, let's not talk about it, Master Su. This time we owe you a big favor. If you have any problem, just let me know. I, Old Zhao, will never be vague. After you pass Shanhaiguan, if you have any problems, come to me, Old Zhao, and I can help you with it. After saying that, Mr. Zhao left the guest seat and left the live broadcast room in a hurry with a group of wealthy people. After having enough fun and eating and drinking, Chen Taishu said, okay, let's do it this way. I have to get up early to do some serious work tomorrow. I'm leaving now. After saying that, he exited Douyin. As for what comes next, after you've eaten and drunk enough, it's time to exercise. He looked at the sexy and charming Queen Su beside him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an obscene smile. Hey. Queen Su stared at him warily, you, little weakling, what are you doing? Chen Taishu rubbed his hands, stood up and picked her up. Fuck, he. After saying that, he carried Su Qingyan towards the bedroom. Tonight is destined to be another busy night. It must be said that young people who have tasted the sweetness of life have abundant energy. The next day, Chen Taishu habitually reached out and touched his side. However, I did not feel any warm body. He suddenly opened his eyes, but there was no Su Qingyan beside him. He supported his badly injured waist and stood up. Just as I was about to wash up, I heard a noise outside the room. He was secretly delighted and hurried out of the bedroom. As soon as I arrived in the living room, I saw Su Qingyan placing dishes in the dining room. He walked behind Su Qingyan and put his arms around her sexy and slender waist. His chin rested on her shoulder. Honey, I thought you were gone. Su Qingyan, who was fiddling with breakfast, had a happy and sweet smile on her face. What? Are you so bored so early in the morning? Chen Taishu didn't say anything, but just hugged her tightly and smelled the charming fragrance emanating from her hair. Quietly enjoying the tranquility and beauty of this moment. Since arriving on Blue Star, he finally felt a sense of belonging. It feels like home. In the past, he even felt like he was dreaming and there was no sense of reality. He even felt like an outsider, as if he had nothing to do with this world. But at this time, his mentality changed drastically. Queen Su seemed to sense his emotions and did not speak. Instead, she quietly let him hug her. After a long time, Su Qingyan's pretty face suddenly turned red. She quickly used her shoulder to gently push Chen Taishu away. She gave him a coquettish look. He said angrily, "Little weakling, are you a dog that can never be fed? You just..." Chen Taishu chuckled and said, "It's not my fault. It's just that you're so charming, isn't it normal for you to have a reaction? Honey, do you think we should do some morning exercises?" Su Qingyan glared at him fiercely, "Stop messing around, don't you have something else to do? Hurry up and have breakfast." But how could Chen Taishu listen to her? Once this little flame of desire starts, it will be impossible to extinguish and will only grow more and more fiercely. His hands have begun to become dishonest. Su Qingyan bit her lower lip tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Husband, don't stay here, go back to the room." Chen Taishu gave a wicked smile. "Wife, let's try some different things, hee hee." Chapter 144 The Iceberg Killer God comes to you. Just as Chen Taishu was about to pick up his gun and mount his horse, the doorbell suddenly rang. Isn't this a spoiler at this critical moment? Chen Taishu was very angry. She didn't want to pay attention to him, but Su Qingyan pushed him away with a red face. "Stop it, someone's here." Then she hurriedly straightened her clothes and took a deep breath. "Try to look normal. Hurry up and clean up, what's the matter?" After saying that, Su Qingyan turned around and opened the door. After the depressed Chen Taishu tidied himself up, he sat down at the dining table. Aunt Su Qingyan prepared a Western breakfast, including bread, milk, and fried eggs. Apart from these simple and crude ones, she doesn't know anything else. But it was such a simple thing, but she did it terribly. The bread was burnt. The fried eggs were as mushy as the bottom of the pan. Oh my God, how do you eat this? With Queen Su's cooking skills, even Snow White's stepmother would have to ask her for the recipe. Su Qingyan opened the door and saw a heroic, cold-looking woman with short hair standing upright at the door. Who else could it be if not Deputy Director Zhou's daughter, Zhou Tainan, the most beautiful woman in the army? Su Qingyan was slightly stunned when she saw the woman who exuded an iron-blooded and icy aura. "Please, who are you?" "Zhou Tainan." She replied coldly with no expression on her face. Su Qingyan searched her memory and confirmed that she didn't know her. "Who are you looking for, then?" "Chen Taishu." As concise as ever. Su Qingyan looked her up and down meaningfully. Then she turned around and shouted into the living room, "Honey, someone's looking for you." Hey, I have to say it, Queen Su is also quite scheming. Given her personality and temper, she would not easily call Chen Taishu husband. She would only shout like this at critical moments. Obviously, her calling him husband now is more like a declaration of sovereignty. After all, although Zhou Tainan is cold and cool, she is definitely a beauty. Now that he has come to her on his own initiative, how can Queen Su not feel a sense of crisis? "Who is it?" Chen Taishu replied and walked over curiously. When he saw Zhou Tainan at the door, he frowned in confusion. "You looking for me?" Zhou Tainan nodded. Chen Taishu was even more confused. "No, we shouldn't know each other, right?" Zhou Tainan still replied coldly, "My name is Zhou Tainan, Long Wu's instructor." "Whom? Long Wu's instructor?" When she said this, Chen Taishu understood instantly. "You?" Just as I was about to ask something, I suddenly realized that everyone was still standing at the door. He quickly changed the topic and said, come in, let's talk first." After entering the house, Chen Taishu asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Zhou Tainan shook his head without any hesitation. No. For her, there are not so many twists and turns, and not so many worldly affairs. "Then let's eat together?" "Good." On the dining table. Even Zhou Tainan, an iceberg that has remained unchanged for thousands of years, has become a great devil who crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. When they saw the breakfast on the table, they were slightly stunned. But it was only for a moment. Then, without being asked, he picked up the bread and fried egg and started eating. Chen Taishu looked at her wolfing down the food, then looked at the fried eggs and bread on his plate. Swallowed hard. Curiously asked, "No, Instructor Zhou, you dare to eat this without any hesitation?" "Hey! Queen Su glared at him unhappily. What do you mean, little weakling? Chen Taishu rolled his eyes at her speechlessly. What do you mean? Don't you know what's going on? Su Qingyan looked at the bread and fried eggs and thought they were too disgusting to look at. Her pretty face instantly turned red. Zhou Tainan, who finished his meal in just 2 or 3 bites, replied coldly, I've eaten snakes, insects, rats and ants before, this is already pretty good. Chen Taishu swallowed his saliva and asked, Are you full? No, this is not enough to feed the mice. Very good, not pretentious or artificial at all. Chen Taishu liked her character very much. I'll take you out to eat later. Finally, I found a reasonable excuse and refused this horrible breakfast. In the living room, Chen Taishu asked, What would you like to drink? Coffee? Tea? Coke? Zhou Tainan shook his head. These will slow down my reaction speed. Give me a glass of water. After pouring her a glass of boiled water, Chen Taishu took out a box of cigars from the cigar cabinet. He was cutting a cigar by himself. You don't know how to smoke this, do you? How could someone who only drinks boiled water smoke a cigar? Nicotine would make her reactions even slower. He crossed his legs and smoked a cigar leisurely. Queen Su looked at him, then at Zhou Tainan, with a look of confusion on her face. As for Zhou Tainan, his face remained as cold as ice for 1,000 years and he never looked away. No one spoke, and the atmosphere in the living room was a little frozen. Because of Zhou Tianan's presence, the temperature in the living room seemed to drop sharply. She is a mobile ice storage. With her around, I probably don't even need to turn on the air conditioner in the summer. After a long while, Chen Taishu slowly asked, Are you here to protect me too? Yes. Chen Taishu frowned. He continued to ask, Why did you come to protect me? Hearing his words, a hint of doubt flashed across Zhou Tianan's emotionless and cold eyes. You do not know? Chen Taishu shrugged, I should know? Zhou Tainan shook his head and replied, I don't know, I just followed orders. What orders? Grand Marshal of the Army. Chen Taishu was surprised. He turned out to be the second in command. Why? Why would the Generalissimo repeatedly send people to protect him? And this seems to have nothing to do with personal matters. Chen Taishu really couldn't understand why he would let the country's powerful weapon protect himself. Am I very important to Zhu Xia? But where is my own value? It seems that I have endless Dou coins. And so on and so forth. Chen Taishu seemed to have grasped the key point. But he couldn't figure out what the connection was between Douyin and the country. However, what he can analyze now is that his value should be linked to Douyin. He nodded and said, Okay, I understand. Zhou Tainan suddenly stood up and asked, Where is my room? Chen Taishu and Su Tianho were both stunned. No, you want to live with us? Yes, the order I received was to provide you with close protection. Chen Taishu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He quickly refused, There's no need for close protection. No. Zhou Tainan refused mercilessly. Orders cannot be refused. I can die, but nothing can happen to you. Okay, it's this sentence again, how can Chen Taishu refuse? Your room. Chen Taishu paused, thought for a moment, and said, Forget it, let's go out and buy a villa or a manor later. Let the other brothers live in together. Chapter 145, The Focus. Although Su Qingyan had many doubts, she was a smart woman. Since the weakling didn't tell her on his own initiative, there must be a reason. He looked at the time and said, Little weakling, I have to go first. If you don't leave now, you'll miss your plane. After saying that, she hurriedly dragged her suitcase and prepared to go out. Wait. Chen Taishu stopped her. Then he turned to Zhou Tainan and said, Can you ask Long Wu to take out a group of dragon guards to protect my girlfriend? Since there is a danger against me, and I am protected by you completely. Those people can't do anything to me, so they will definitely target my girlfriend. He will definitely try to do something to my girlfriend and force me into submission. Hearing his words, Zhou Tainan frowned. He said coldly, I can't make the decision. Wait a minute, I'll report the situation to my superiors. After saying that, she took out a military satellite phone, dialed an encrypted number, and walked towards the balcony. In less than a minute, just a few tens of seconds, she walked in. Said, Your security cannot be reduced, and your strength cannot be reduced. Chen Taishu frowned. What do you mean? You mean we can't spare anybody to protect my girlfriend, right? Zhou Tainan nodded. Said, but they will send another group of dragon guards to provide security for your girlfriend. Chen Taishu was slightly stunned, then glared at her unhappily. Can you finish what you want to say at once? Zhou Tainan ignored him. After Su Qingyan left, Chen Taishu picked up the car keys on the table and threw them directly to her. Can you drive? Of course, you can drive planes and tanks. Then let's go. Where are you going? Go have breakfast first. Aren't you hungry? Zhou Tianan's horrific appetite really shocked Chen Taishu. A basket of dumplings, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, 3 fried dough sticks, and 4 meat patties. Wow, Chen Taishu really didn't expect that she, who has a well-proportioned figure, can eat so much. But he didn't mean anything else, he was just simply surprised at the amount of food he ate. Being able to eat well is a blessing. With his current assets, is he still afraid of a bunch of foodies? Are you full? 70% full. Chen Taishu felt numb. How about some more? How can you not be full? Don't worry, follow me, and you will definitely have enough food and drink. Zhou Tainan shook his head and said, don't eat too much. Indeed, eating too much can lead to slower reactions in all aspects, weakened attention, drowsiness, etc. Then pay the bill and leave. I have no money. I never carry money with me. Oh, okay, who is the boss? Why does Chen Taishu feel like he is the follower? Under the watertight protection of numerous bulletproof cars, the convoy slowly drove towards the Oriental Pearl Tower. When we arrived, we saw rows and rows of motorcycles parked in an orderly manner in the huge square. Looking around, there is absolutely a sea of motorcycles. And next to each motorcycle stands a rider. Neat, orderly, and powerful. Moreover, there were numerous police officers and traffic police on duty at the scene to maintain order. Even the roads outside were temporarily blocked. I have to say that Xiaoqing did a very good job in this matter. Such a grand event naturally attracted countless media reporters. They all gathered in the square, vying to interview and report. Of course, there are also many self-media and various anchors who are trying to take advantage of the popularity. They were all holding their phones and live streaming. When Chen Taishu's motorcade appeared, with such momentum and pomp, everyone knew that a heavyweight figure had definitely appeared. The media reporters' cameras and the anchors' cameras were all aimed at the convoy. The wealthy members of the Reckless Army, as well as anchor Wang Ergu, who had already arrived at the scene, all looked towards the convoy. Chen Shi, a small-chested lowly, asked curiously, who is this? Such a big show, so pretentious? Pei Yuanlan and his 3 friends of course recognized the Aston Martin in the middle. What's more, the 3 friends had seen this kind of scene before, so they certainly knew who was coming. Li Qingyi smiled and said, who else could it be except my eldest brother? Xia Yinji asked curiously, brother, are you always so pretentious and cool? This is such a grand occasion. After saying that, he, who also loves to show off, continued to mutter, it seems that I will have to have a fleet of cars when I go back. This is too cool. Chen Shi said disdainfully, Xiaogo, do you think Uncle Xia will beat you to death? Well. At this time, there was also a lot of discussion at the scene. Who is it? Who is coming? Why is there such a big show? Wow, this is so cool, it looks so fucking exciting. Could this be Brother Taishu, Douyin's #1 god of war? It is most likely the legendary Brother Taishu, a wealthy man who casually spends trillions of dollars on the internet. How can his appearance in real life be any less? Wow, so excited. I can finally see the true face of the mysterious Brother Taishu. When the convoy stopped, the dragon guards, wearing uniform suits and sunglasses, quickly got off the vehicles. They are well trained, work in harmony, and have done all security measures very professionally. Then Zhou Tainan, wearing a camouflage vest, camouflage pants and tactical boots, got down from the Aston Martin. He scanned the surroundings with cold and sharp eyes. After committing all the information to memory and checking that there was no danger, she walked to the passenger seat and opened the door. Chen Taishu in the car smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that I should try to go out less in the future. Even if I go out, I should try to avoid crowded places. Not only was he not used to it, but he was also causing trouble for the dragon guards. Chen Taishu, who was still dressed casually, slowly got out of the car. As soon as he showed up, Li Qingyi and the others shouted enthusiastically, Big Brother. Then, the Knights of the Reckless Legion who arrived at the scene all shouted in unison. Brother Taishu, Brother Taishu, Brother Taishu. Those who didn't understand what was going on also started shouting under the influence of the atmosphere. The shouts in the square were getting louder and louder. My goodness, Chen Taishu was so confused that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did he suddenly feel like the boss of some large underworld force? Wang Ergu was extremely excited and rushed forward. But before he got close, he was stopped by the dragon guards who were in charge of outer security. Chen Taishu stepped forward quickly and said, "It's okay, we are one family." Only then did Long Wei let him go. Wang Ergo said excitedly, "Brother Taishu, today I finally get to see you in person." Aye. Well, I was so excited that I couldn't even speak. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and patted his shoulder heavily. Said, "Well done Ergu, you didn't let me down." The silly Wang Ergu just kept on grinning. Chapter 146, a grand and spectacular scene. Chen Taishu walked up to the group of wealthy people and greeted them enthusiastically. He opened his hands, smiled and shouted, "Second brother." Pei Yuanlan smiled brightly and hugged him without hesitation. "Brother." Next is Li Qingyi. Xiao Qing. "Brother." Noob. "Brother." Three fatties. "Brother." Each one received a warm bear hug. Then Chen Taishu walked up to Chen Shi. He smiled and teased, flat-chested lowly, "Third brother, right?" Chen Shi glared at him in displeasure, but still responded, "Brother." Chen Taishu smiled and said, "It's our first meeting, so why don't you give me a warm hug?" "Don't worry, you don't have tofu to eat, hee. Bah." Chen Shi spat at him in annoyance. Chen Taishu stopped teasing her and looked at the extremely showy and handsome man next to him. Before he could open his mouth, Xia Yanji took the initiative to introduce himself with a grin. "Brother, I am Xia Yanji." Chen Taishu looked at him seriously and said, "Not bad, brother. You are quite showy." Hey. After greeting each other, Chen Shi and Xia Yanji noticed Zhou Tainan, who was following their eldest brother. I've seen it before, but it was quite far away. Moreover, Zhou Tainan was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, so they just felt that he looked familiar but did not recognize him. Now at such a close distance, of course they recognized Zhou Tainan. Both of them showed shocked expressions on their faces. Then I was pleasantly surprised. They both exclaimed in unison, "Sister Tainan." Zhou Tainan, who had noticed them a long time ago, frowned. He asked coldly, "Why are you here?" Chen Shi said with a smile, "We are here to participate in the event, and Chen Taishu is our leader." "Sister Tainan, why are you here? And you're following Big Brother? You know Big Brother? How did you meet?" She fired at a rapid speed, like a machine gun. "I'm on a mission." Zhou Tainan was as concise as ever. And he answered all her questions in just a few words. Hearing her words, the expressions on Chen Shi and Xia Yanji's faces became even more shocked. After thanking the banquet, he asked unconsciously, "What is the mission, Sister Tainan?" Zhou Tainan didn't say anything, just glanced at him coldly. Xia Yanji reacted immediately and slapped himself in the face. "I'm sorry, Sister Tainan, I forgot and shouldn't have asked." Chen Taishu watched them chatting and asked curiously, "Do you know each other?" "Yeah." Xia Yanji nodded, "We grew up in the same courtyard." Chen Taishu was slightly startled. I didn't expect that Instructor Zhou is the son of a high-ranking official. He couldn't help but admire her even more. He shook his head and continued to talk to Wang Ergu about the next arrangements. Chen Shi and Xia Yanji looked at his back, with a look of confusion, surprise and deep thought on their faces. "Brother, the car is ready for you. Do you like it?" Shin Mubai patted the iron horse next to him and asked with a smile. Chen Taishu took a look at the iron horse and found its shape to be quite domineering. You can tell at first glance that this lump of iron is very expensive. However, Chen Taishu was not very interested in motorcycles, so it was hard to say whether he liked them or not. That's about it. Now that they had assembled, Chen Taishu directly asked Wang Ergu to organize the departure. Just as he was about to mount his cavalry, Zhou Tainan got there first. He said without letting anyone refuse, "I'll ride." Well, what else can Chen Taishu do? He can only listen to her. After all, it's for your own safety. With the traffic police and JC clearing the way and escorting them, the cavalry army set off in a mighty manner. At first glance, the cavalry army appeared to be a black mass. I originally thought that there would be at most 100 or 200 motorcycles. But I never expected that there would be tens of thousands of cars. How could this scene not be spectacular? The media reporters' reports also made this extremely positive event quickly become a hot topic. The majority of netizens also gave high praise and commendation to this matter. When the mighty cavalry army arrived outside Little Hammer's residence, Xiao Tietue's mother was pushing him in a wheelchair, waiting on the side of the road. When seeing the spectacular tide of cavalry, Little Hammer's pale face broke into a happy and brilliant smile. Zhou Tainan rode his motorcycle and slowly came to Xiao Tietue. Chen Taishu stretched out his hand and high-fived him. And shouted loudly, "Little Hammer, come on!" The cavalry army lined up in a straight line and passed in front of the small iron hammer in an orderly manner. High-five and cheer him on loudly. Xiao Tietue's mother had already burst into tears. "I didn't do anything extra, I just cheered Little Hammer on." Seeing the look on Little Hammer's face, Chen Taishu felt very uncomfortable. But this young life, only a few years old, is about to say goodbye to this world. No one would feel good about it. Chen Taishu couldn't help but wonder, what would it matter if he had so much money that he couldn't spend? Isn't it the same as just watching and being unable to do anything? A feeling of powerlessness arises spontaneously. With a try-it attitude, he started communicating with Tongzi. "Tongzi, are you there? Host, do you know how rude this statement is? Putting aside your current status and position, in real life, if you send messages to others like this, how many people will respond to you? Don't talk nonsense. I just want to ask if there is any way you can help him." Chen Taishu was stunned for a moment, then he was greatly surprised. "I couldn't wait to ask, what method? How can we help the little boy? The key to the solution does not lie in this system, but in you, the host." In me? What do you mean? However, Tongzi did not answer him directly, but acted mysteriously. "The secret cannot be revealed." "Hey, you're still pretending to be a charlatan, right? Chen Taishu won't tolerate it." "Don't tell me." "It doesn't matter. Don't you like emo? Do you believe that I will come to greet you every day? You are cruel. In that case, this system will give you a hint. It's very simple. As long as you spend all the remaining dubi, you can temporarily save the little boy's life. Of course, you have to spend it all before he dies." Chen Taishu was stunned again. How is it related to squandering dubi? He thought for a moment and asked, "Is it a reward for completing the mission? What kind of reward is this? It's so awesome? Why is the key to saving his life temporarily?" But Tongzi fell silent instantly and didn't answer him at all. Obviously, the hints Tongzi can give are already the limit. It's impossible to say anything more. But the rest is no longer important. Since Tongzi said that he could be saved by squandering all the dubi, then he must be able to do it. So for Chen Taishu, the most important thing now is to squander it as quickly as possible. Chapter 147. Come, serve me a bowl of poisoned wine. After the positive energy charity event ended, Wang Ergu and a group of wealthy and powerful people insisted on dragging him out for a meal. Chen Taishu had no way to refuse. Under Li Qingyi's arrangement, everyone came to an ultra-high-end private kitchen called Imperial Kitchen. Just hearing the name makes me feel that it is very unusual. It is said that the chef here is not only a famous chef for state banquets, but his ancestors were also royal chefs in the palace. Of course, many of those at this table had attended state banquets. Chen Taishu tasted it and found it was indeed delicious, with excellent color, aroma, taste and shape. It is expensive, and there is a reason for it. Compared to the so-called Western food, no, Western food is not even comparable, not at all. Brother, someone ruined our fun last time, this time we must not leave until we are drunk. Li Qingyi put a box of liquor directly on the table. It's not Matai, Wulianye, or any other expensive liquor. It's just ordinary erguotu, yes, that's right, erguotu. As Li Qingyi opened the box, he continued, "Brother, can you get used to drinking it? If you're not used to it, I have a bottle of Han Emperor Mutai." Chen Taishu put down his chopsticks and waved his hand. He said, "Forget it, erguotu is better. I can't get used to Maotai flavor liquor." Xia Yanji also smiled and agreed, "Yes, erguotu is more powerful. Mutai? It's only drunk by old men. Who among the young people would drink that stuff?" Upon hearing this, Li Qingyi said with a smile, "Okay, then let's each have a bottle as a base?" "Wow, my goodness, do I have to lie down before going out?" 1 bottle of primer per person first? 11th sister, Yuanlan, and sister Tainan, would you like to drink? Chen Shi said, we can't stand the taste of white wine, we can just drink red wine, sister Tainan doesn't drink. Delhi. At this time, Xia Yanji also took out a can of tea from his backpack. Hey, big brother, I stole it especially for you from the old man at home. Looking at the exquisite teapot he handed over, Chen Taishu was stunned. He said with a smile, no, Shigo, are you really stealing? Aren't you afraid that your grandfather will beat you to death? Xia Yanji shrugged, oh, it's okay, buddy, I don't have any other skills, I just can take a beating. Wow, this little dog is really good at dealing with people. He really gets involved when something happens. Chen Taishu smiled and asked, what kind of tea is this? Big red robe. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows, could this be the De Hong Pao from the mother tree of Wui Mountain? Xia Yanji said casually, it seems so, I don't know, I don't understand this thing. Come on, big brother, let me toast you first. Shigo didn't waste any time, he just picked up the glass and started to create a good atmosphere. Chen Taishu looked at him meaningfully and observed 3 seconds of silence for his little brother. Aren't you afraid that you'll be beaten to death by the old man at home when you get back? He has to drink this glass of wine no matter what he says. They picked up their glasses, clinked glasses, and drank them all in one gulp without saying a word. As soon as Xia Yanji sat down, Chen Shi picked up the wine glass again. Brother, I'll toast you too. I'm fine with it. You drink it. Well, I've long said that the small-breasted loli has a rebellious nature. I thought it had been smoothed out, but who knew it would grow bigger and bigger? There is no way, because she is the third brother and a girl. Chen Taishu still has to drink. He also realized that he was undoubtedly the protagonist of this banquet. Alas, sometimes having a high status does not necessarily mean good things. As soon as he finished the wine in the glass, Pei Yuanlan stood up again. Brother, let me toast you too. What can we do? We can't favor one over the other, right? Okay, let us do it. After drinking 3 cups of strong liquor in a row, each of which was 250 grams, even if Chen Taishu had a good alcohol tolerance, he probably couldn't handle it. What's more, there are so many people waiting behind. The key point is, after your younger brothers have toasted you, as the eldest brother, shouldn't you also show your appreciation? There was no other way, Chen Taishu could only ask tentatively to see if he could use a cheat. Hey, Tonzi, do you have any ideas? Yes, the skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups, as long as it is alcohol, it is immune to everything, even poisonous alcohol. When Chen Taishu heard this, he was overjoyed. How do I say this? How can I obtain this magical skill? You want it? Need I say more about this amazing skill? Of course I want it. Think. No problem. As Tonzi's voice disappeared, Chen Taishu shuddered uncontrollably. The next moment, he was completely awake. Even better than before I drank. However, Chen Taishu couldn't help but frown. Something is wrong. When did the dog system become so easy to talk to? Can this magical skill be given just like that? No, the dog system must be scheming and has a conspiracy. But Tongzi's magical skills have been given to him, so he has no way to deal with it even if there is a conspiracy. Well, thinking too much is useless. As the saying goes, life is like rape. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it. Next, Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, Sanpang, Wang Ergu. Chen Taishu was not at all timid and he accepted everyone who came to him. After walking around, nothing happened. It's even easier than drinking water. After his younger brothers toasted, of course he, as the eldest brother, would not show weakness. Immediately rebound 3 cups in succession. Wow, his aura simply overwhelmed everyone. Of course, the younger brothers are not afraid. There are so many people here, and they don't believe that he can't get drunk alone. In the end, except for Chen Shi and Pei Yuanlan, everyone else was drunk by Chen Taishu alone. Chen Taishu deliberately showed mercy to my second and third brothers, otherwise they would have been like them and would have been under the table by now. Chen Taishu shook his head and said, second brother, third brother, they will be handed over to you too? I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Pei Yuanlan said in shock, brother, you are too awesome, right? You have a huge capacity. Brother, if you have something to do, you can leave first. I will call someone to take care of them. Chen Taishu nodded, stood up and left. Inside the car. Zhou Tainan asked, "Where are we going now?" "Go home. You were planning to go buy a house, but I got you drunk and you forgot about the main thing. He wants to buy a house, so of course he has to find Zhou Sanpeng. That guy's family is engaged in real estate development, and one of the largest developers in the country." Even Zhou Tainan couldn't help his curiosity at this time. Asked, Are you okay?" Chen Taishu smiled slightly. "Look at me now, does it look like something's wrong? I roughly remembered that you drank at least 3 or 4 kilograms. You're still fine? Don't even mention 3 or 4 pounds, even if it's another 10 pounds, I won't have any problem." Zhou Tainan suddenly thought of something. Said, "By the way, you have to change your car." Chen Taishu asked in confusion, "What's the matter? Is it broken?" Zhou Tainan shook his head. "No, the safety factor is too low, and it's too ostentatious, and the target is too obvious." "Well, it's up to you. Just tell me how much you want." He simply became a hands-off boss. Chapter 148 Breaking news affecting the situation. As soon as he got home, Chen Taishu brewed a pot of Wui Mountain Mother Tree Dahongpo. It is indeed the world's top-notch tea. As soon as it is brewed, the mellow, rich and refreshing tea aroma instantly fills the entire living room. The refreshing tea aroma can make people feel refreshed and clear-minded. He lay on the sofa, smoking a cigar that Xiaoqing had raised with expensive whiskey. Tasting the exquisite tea that Shigo risked his life to steal from home. It's so beautiful, so authentic. As soon as Zhou Tainan returned home, he went into the bedroom. Chen Taishu took a look and found that she was sweating profusely while doing physical training. "Wow, you never waste a moment and always keep yourself in the best condition." After taking a sip of the refreshing tea, Chen Taishu took out his cell phone. "If you have nothing to do, just check out Douyin and see if you can find some fun." After a little thought, he did not enter the live broadcast room directly. Instead, he first bought himself the privilege of entering the field invisibly. There was no way. Not to mention that he was now a king, his entry would make too much noise. Even without the special effects of entering the title, just based on his wealth level and nickname ID, entering the live broadcast room would directly cause an earthquake. The anchors won't miss any opportunity to lick the big brother. What's more, he is Brother Taishu, the #1 god of war in Douyin. When I saw him enter the live broadcast room, why didn't I stick out my tongue and lick him hard? After turning on the invisibility special effect for entering the venue, Chen Taishu casually opened a live broadcast room. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, what I saw was the female anchor dancing passionately with the beauty filter turned to the maximum. Would he, who has already eaten swan meat, be interested in these vulgar women? Obviously not. He, Chen Taishu, is as holy as Buddha. Boring, slide away, next one. The same female anchor who makes faces and acts coquettishly. TSK boring, slide away, next one. I scrolled through the live broadcast rooms of more than a dozen anchors, and they were either female anchors who played the edgeball or some sissy little boys. Chen Taishu was so annoyed by what he saw. Just when he was about to lose his patience, he happened to slide into the live broadcast room of a gossip news anchor named Bearded. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I heard the bearded man gossiping. "Brothers, let me tell you a breaking news that will definitely cause a major earthquake." Well, this one sentence alone piqued Chen Taishu's interest. I nodded slightly. Good, I finally found a host who was somewhat interesting. Chen Taishu was also curious about what big gossip he was going to reveal. As a result, as soon as this guy finished saying this, he deliberately stopped talking. Chen Taishu and everyone in the live broadcast room knew that he was waiting to be fed. There's nothing to be disgusted about. After all, gossip news anchors make a living by doing this. At this time, a level 48 big brother in the live broadcast room asked in the barrage, "What's the breaking news?" He had a face full of flesh, an untidy beard, and a mysterious smile. Said, "Big news about the reshuffle of Douyin's current landscape." Reshuffle? When Chen Taishu heard this, he instantly became alert. Just when he was about to make a move, the level 48 brother took the lead. The bearded man immediately smiled happily and said repeatedly, "Thank you for sending Douyin #1, Big Brother. Big Brother is awesome, Big Brother is mighty, Big Brother is domineering, Big Brother is in good health, and everything goes well." The level 48 Big Brother floated on the screen and said, "Hurry up and tell me, if it's not important enough, I'll refund the ticket." The bearded man said confidently, "Don't worry, Big Brother. I guarantee it will be exciting enough. I wonder if you have seen news today about some small live streaming platforms being forced to shut down or removed from the shelves. Chapter 149 New Force. The bearded man glanced at the barrage. He continued, "You saw it all, right? Let me tell you, it's not just these small live streaming platforms, hee. Except for Douyin, all live streaming platforms will be forced to shut down and removed from the shelves by tomorrow at the latest." As soon as these words were spoken, the comments on the public screen in the live broadcast room went crazy. Chen Taishu was also surprised. Without saying a word, he dialed Chen Shi's phone number. The call was connected within 2 seconds of ringing. "Hey, third brother, how are you guys doing now? Have you arranged for those drunks?" Chen Shi's Oreo-like voice came from the other side. "It's in the hotel. Everything has been arranged. It's all thrown into the hotel room. What's up, brother? What's wrong with you?" Chen Taishu got straight to the point and asked, "I heard that all live streaming platforms will be shut down except Douyin. Do you have any news?" "That's right. Everything will be forced to shut down before 9 o'clock tomorrow." Chen Taishu was slightly stunned when he heard Chen Shi give accurate information. Then he said, "Okay, I got it, hang up." After hanging up the phone, Chen Taishu took a deep puff of his cigar, wondering what he was thinking. "Bearded man, after all other platforms are shut down, will all those anchors, super rich people, and super rich financial groups have to flock to Douyin? Is Douyin's current landscape facing a reshuffle? As far as I know, there are already many wealthy financial groups preparing to move into Douyin. For example, the Emperor's Building, which is well known throughout the internet and is the most prestigious, the most ruthless, most aggressive, and most temperamental Yama Palace. The Sky Blasting Gang has the most members and the strongest mid and high-level combat power. Pure sentiment, pure consumption, a big swiper alliance spontaneously formed by a bunch of super rich people. Wait a minute, almost all the well-known wealthy financial groups are about to move into Douyin." The bearded man paused and took a sip of the tea in the covered bowl. He continued with a smile, "According to reliable sources, she is the most famous female anchor on the entire internet. Xiao Yinong, who has won the annual Fengyun Anchor Competition Championship many times and is known as the first Lightning Queen. We have officially settled in Douyin. We will start our Douyin debut at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. And the exclusive wealthy consortium that supports her, the top 18 arhats with unparalleled combat power, will of course follow her. With so many new wealthy consortiums, Douyin is going to be really lively from now on. It will surely usher in a spectacular scene of a battle between gods and immortals." The bearded man paused again and leisurely drank a sip of tea. This made Chen Taishu unable to help but pick up the teacup and take a sip. Of course he is extremely excited now. "I was worried that I couldn't find an opponent, and now a group of them comes. Okay. This Douyin is really becoming more and more interesting." The bearded man said mysteriously, "A large number of super rich people and super rich financial groups have moved in. Do you know who will be most affected and challenged?" He paused again deliberately. The level 48 Big Brother sent another rocket. Piaoping said, "Don't waste time, analyze it quickly, the gifts are indispensable." After thanking him, the bearded man analyzed, "Of course it's the current Douyin #1 Wang Ergu, and Douyin's #1 God of War, Brother Taishu. If the new anchors and the super rich consortium want to open up the market as quickly as possible and make a name for themselves, they must target Brother Taishu. I guess Brother Taishu will be very busy from now on. But..." He suddenly changed the subject, "But I believe in our Douyin's #1 God of War. Since he appeared in Douyin, Brother Taishu has never been defeated. And every PK match is almost a crushing victory. In the recent PKs, which one didn't cost hundreds of billions of RMB? So there is absolutely no doubt about Brother Taishu's strength. I believe that Brother Taishu can definitely withstand this wave of impact and challenges on his own. Any new forces that attempt to step on Brother Taishu to rise to power will definitely be easily defeated by Brother Taishu. So, I have to advise those newcomers who want to take shortcuts and have evil intentions. Before you plot against Brother Taishu, you still have to consider your own strength. Don't be like the Hidden Dragon Pavilion last night, where they lost more than they gained and ended up going bankrupt, huh?" Chapter 150, The Great Peng Soars with the Wind. Hearing the bearded man's flattery, Chen Taishu's mouth corners slightly raised. Is Taishu Chui now so blatant and unscrupulous? But I like it, Who doesn't like others saying good things about them and praising them behind their back? Regarding the bearded man who makes no secret of his admiration for Taishu, Chen Taishu only had one word as a reward. Well, it seems that I haven't heard the desolate sound of poetry chanting that comes from eternity for 2 days. Well then, let us review it again for all the viewers and visitors in Douyin's live broadcast rooms. Chen Taishu clicked on the gift column, then pressed and held down his own exclusive gift. Move your finger directly to the end and lightly tap the Send 100 option. The gift special effects instantly bloom on the screen. That mysterious, ancient sound effect finally sounded abruptly again in all the live broadcast rooms. I am the only Taishu immortal in the world, I can ascend to the sky easily. The bearded man suddenly jumped up, his eyes fixed on the screen. He covered his mouth with his hands, his face full of disbelief and shock. Oh, my mom. Who is this? Who is entering the live broadcast room? Then the bearded man started jumping up and down in the live broadcast room as if he had gone mad. He was so excited that he screamed hysterically, "It's my brother Taishu, it's the god of war brother Taishu. Welcome my brother Taishu. Thank you, Taishu, for sending me this unique and exclusive gift, the exiled immortal descending to earth. Brother Taishu is domineering, brother Taishu is strong, brother Taishu is tough. Give me a full screen dunk, brother Taishu is awesome." See, this is why Chen Taishu bought the entry invisibility privilege. Not to mention that he gave a gift. Even if he didn't give a gift and went straight into the live broadcast room, the welcome would have been so grand. It feels great and it really satisfies my vanity. It's not that he can't afford gifts. Would he be afraid of giving gifts? Of course not, it's just that he doesn't want to give votes to hosts he doesn't like. So he simply purchased the privilege of entering the market invisibly. I am happy to have some peace and quiet. This grand thank you ceremony lasted for a full minute. The bearded man's face was almost broken from laughing. I never thought that brother Taishu would come to my live broadcast room. Thank you. Once again, I sincerely thank brother Taishu for the exiled immortal reign. Taishu Fantasy, Big Beard, you are good, play it well. You can always connect with Wang Ergu on the mic to increase your popularity and get some attention from the rich guy. When he saw brother Taishu's floating comments on the screen, the bearded man was almost knocked unconscious by the huge surprise again. He kept bowing to the camera to express his gratitude. Thank you brother Taishu for thinking highly of me. From now on, little mustache, I will follow your lead. Taishu Huanjing, alright, play it well, I'm leaving. The bearded man immediately bent over at 90 degrees and shouted, "Farewell, brother Taishu." Wait until Chen Taishu leaves. The bearded man jumped up and down excitedly again. He still couldn't believe it was true. The level 48 elder brother floated on the screen and said, "You're great. You've been hungry for so long, and you're full in one go." The bearded man smiled and said, "It's more than just full, it's just that I'm so full, I can't eat anymore." Level 48 big brother, that's great. I didn't expect that you, Huzi, would have such good luck that you would be favored by brother Taishu. This wave of flattery has made you rich. Stand up, beard. The bearded man kept grinning foolishly. I will insist on holding a special show for brother Taishu every day in the future. I will do nothing but brag and praise him. Ha ha. Of course, his fans were also very happy and excited. They offered their blessings one after another. This is really like a rock soaring up with the wind and reaching up to 90,000 miles. Chapter 151 One Song, 100 Million. Chen Taishu took a leisurely puff of his cigar. His eyes were full of anticipation. The Emperor's Building, the Yama Palace, the Sky Blasting Gang, the Big Brushers Alliance, and the 18 Arhats, right? I hope you won't let me down. It's better to be able to withstand a little beating, and not be like a chicken or a dog that can be easily beaten. Hey. After exiting the bearded man's live broadcast room, he started wandering around and showing off again. Whenever I see a female anchor who is flirting and playing tricks, Chen Taishu didn't even look at it and just slid away instantly. But this time his luck seemed to be good. After only 2 swipes, he found a male anchor who sang very well. Of course he can't be a sissy. If he was a sissy, no matter how well he sang, Chen Taishu would not stop. This male anchor named Fat Tiger looks silly, and as his name suggests, he weighs at least 200 pounds. It is said that fat people generally sing better, and it seems to be true. After the song ended, Fat Tiger smiled and said, "What other songs do you want to hear? Type them all on the public screen, and I'll choose from them." All of a sudden, various songs were flashing rapidly on the public screen. Chen Taishu also began to type words and make them float on the screen. Taishu Huanjing, can you sing exchange the rest of your life? Today, I was browsing Douyin and it felt like I had touched the nest of this song. It must be a hint for me, so I'll write it. Just like the bearded man, Fat Tiger became instantly excited when he saw his floating screen comments. The public screen in the live broadcast room also exploded. Fuck brother Taishu, fuck. Hearing his words, Chen Taishu was very upset. What does fuck Taishu brother mean? Welcome. Welcome brother Taishu. Hello, brother Taishu. Look, the host was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Fat Tiger took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his inner excitement. I reminded myself to stay calm. I must stay calm and not lose points or get disqualified. If brother Taishu turned around and left, I would have no place to cry. He quickly replied, yes, brother Taishu, I can. This is my specialty, just wait and see. After that, the accompaniment of Exchange the Rest of Life slowly sounded. Fat Tiger took a deep breath. Then he began to sing calmly and with full emotion. Locate the anchor of the heart and make time stop like slow motion. You said fate is bad, fortunately I am here. If there is no parallel out of control in the future. My different lives. I have to say that Fat Tiger sang very attentively and attentively. It is full of emotion, has a very good timbre, and excellent singing skills, and it sounds very nice. Chen Taishu was completely drawn into his singing. After the song was finished, Chen Taishu really listened to the entire song carefully. Take so Wanjing, it sounds good, very good. Then he clicked on the gift column without hesitation. Only Taishu Immortal can ascend to the sky easily. Another 100 million sound waves were spent. At this moment, Douyin's most expensive song was born. One song, 100 million sound waves, which anchor dares to think about it? Only the god of war Taishu can be so domineering. After receiving all the gifts, Chen Taishu just slid away. As for those excited thanks and flattery, he was really tired of hearing them. Come lightly, leaving only a pile of wealth behind. Okay Fat Tiger, don't thank me, brother Taishu has already left. Seeing the comments, Fat Tiger, who was already grinning crookedly, said excitedly, I'm sorry, everyone. Please don't request this song from now on, because this song is a special repertoire that belongs exclusively to brother Taishu. Wow, these anchors are really more capable than the other. In less than a minute, the news that brother Taishu liked to listen to the song Exchange the Rest of Our Lives spread all over the internet. Next, this song was played in almost all live broadcast rooms. Those who can't sing can just use it as the BGM of the live broadcast room. Those who can sing can just start singing directly. They all expected and fantasized that brother Taishu would drop from the sky and spend millions. Chapter 152 The Influence of the Great God of War. When Chen Taishu was running around outside, hearing one live broadcast room after another playing or singing Exchange the Rest of Our Lives, he was stunned. At first, he thought it was a coincidence. But the more I brushed, the more I felt something was wrong. I deliberately stopped for a while in a live broadcast room where the singing was pretty good. I looked at the comments on the public screen. Stop singing, host. Can you change the song? You've already sung it several times. That's right, brother Taishu won't come, why are you just licking the air here? Change the song, host. The whole network is singing this song now. The probability of brother Taishu seeing you is too low. That's right. Even if you really got it, why would brother Taishu give you the ticket? Because of your facial cleanser? Change quickly. If brother Taishu really comes and gives you a ticket, I'll be fucking live streaming a 5-speed electric fan. When Chen Taishu saw the public screen, he suddenly understood. I thought to myself, wow, this news spread so fast. He shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Well, now that you have stopped, just show your appreciation. Chen Taishu clicked on the gift column. Immediately afterwards, a gift special effect suddenly appeared on the live broadcast screen. I am the only Taishu immortal in the world, I can ascend to the sky easily. Another 100 million sound waves. My brother Taishu, the god of war, may not take action, but once he does, it will be at least 100 million. Don't ask why, the reason is that I'm rich and powerful. The female anchor who was singing passionately with her eyes closed heard the sound coming from the headphones. I was slightly stunned for a moment. She was still wondering in her heart, who was the lucky person who got the favor of brother Taishu. But when she opened her eyes and saw a series of exiled immortal descending to Earth gift special effects appearing on her live broadcast screen, she was completely dumbfounded. His eyes and mouth were wide open, with a look of disbelief. Fuck, it's really Brother Taishu, oh my god. Good fellow, I'm really saying good fellow, he actually managed to get Brother Taishu here. Brother Taishu is awesome, Brother Taishu is tough. Who raised the flag just now? Come on, let me see how you fuck a 5-speed electric fan? Before the female anchor could come to her senses, Chen Taishu slid away again. Conceal your achievements and fame. His move this time further confirmed the fact that Brother Taishu particularly likes exchange for the rest of our lives. This also caused these anchors to go completely crazy. Next, I guess all the tourists on the internet will be brainwashed by this song. I want to escape, but I can't escape. Because 70 to 80% of the live broadcast rooms are playing this song. This is the influence of Douyin #1 God of War. Any movement of his would be known to the whole network within a minute. Chen Taishu expressed his apologies. Just when he was about to continue his extravagant spending, Zhou Tainan walked out of the room. Judging from her appearance, she must have just finished exercising and taking a shower. She walked straight up to Chen Taishu. Chen Taishu felt that the temperature around him dropped several degrees in an instant. He raised his head and looked at Zhou Tainan in confusion. Asked, "What's the matter? Is there something wrong?" Zhou Tainan said directly, "The car has been prepared. It is a domestically produced extended version of Longting. It's the same model as the King's. Its safety performance is beyond doubt. Not to mention bullets, even TNT can't penetrate it. And..." Seeing that she wanted to continue the introduction, Chen Taishu quickly waved his hand to interrupt her. "No need to say anything, just make the decision. How much?" "Just tell me." Zhou Tainan said hesitantly, 200 million. "Okay, give me your account." Instructor Zhou was obviously a little surprised. "I learned from Longwu that the target of protection, Chen Taishu, is very rich." But she didn't expect him to be so generous. 200 million, not 200 yuan. Not even a little hesitation? Although she was surprised, she didn't say anything. Instead, he gave his own account. Chapter 153: The Hunted Female Anchor. Chen Taishu picked up his phone and started operating it. There is no limit on bank cards and no upper limit on mobile banking. Regardless of the amount, all funds will be credited to your account in real time. This is the privilege of the most distinguished super black card user, the SSS level top secret person. After a series of ferocious and insignificant operations, he looked up and said, "I transferred it to you. Check to see if it has arrived." Zhou Tainan said coldly, "How could such a large transaction be possible?" Ding! Before she finished her words, the text message alert sound suddenly rang. I clicked it and took a look with suspicion. Even though she was not afraid of anything, she was still shocked. 1 billion? Did you press an extra zero? Chen Taishu smiled slightly and shook his head. No more pressing, it's 1 billion. I promised them that all Dragon Guards would receive 5 million per month. And your superiors have already approved it. Since you are their instructor and leader, you should get 10 million per month. You can pay their wages. I'll leave the extra stuff with you first. You'll be the one to pay for it later. Don't do it like this morning. I'm the boss after all. How can a boss pay for his subordinates? Well, Brother Taishu is starting to show off, right? Zhou Tainan wanted to say something, but was rudely interrupted by Chen Taishu. That's it, just do as I say, go about your business, and don't disturb me while I'm working. Look, which woman would not like such a domineering man? As soon as Zhou Tainan left, Chen Taishu continued to squander money. He had to rely on his own efforts to raise the income of Douyin anchors to countless levels. This time, as soon as he entered the live broadcast room, he seemed to catch up with the melon-eating craze. The live broadcast room I randomly entered was a room called Jor. Of course, what attracted Chen Taishu was not her appearance or figure, but the barrage in the live broadcast room. Ninth sister, why don't we just not play PK for now? That level 60 brother keeps chasing and hammering us, we can't beat him. That's right, Sister 9, let's wait until he's offline before going out to PK. There's no need to fight him. Whenever we attack someone, he goes to the other side to vote and beat us up. It's really abominable. Damn it, it's been a week and he's still holding on to it. This level 60 guy has no vision at all. Fuck, is it really that great to be rich? He only dares to bully us. If he's so awesome, why doesn't he dare to mess with Wang Ergu or Brother Taishu? Isn't it just that he stole the top 10 spot on the popularity list of a female anchor he supported? Is it necessary to go after him like this? Besides, we won the top 10 on the popularity list based on our own strength. It was fair and square, and we didn't use any shady means. Why are you blaming us? Every day and every hour there will be a popularity list, and fans will give popularity tickets to the anchor. In the current hour, the fan light boards of the top 10 anchors on the popularity list will turn red. Popularity votes are all about the number of fans and fan cohesion. Don't underestimate it. Although the popularity ticket is only 10 cents apiece, it is the most expensive. Joer smiled helplessly and said, "It's okay, brothers, just take the beatings if you want. You can't hide. I have to wait until Big Brother vents his anger. Then maybe he won't chase me and hit me anymore. Since Big Brother wants to take his anger out on us, then we'll just bear with it. Brothers, you don't need to vote. Let him beat me. I will be the one to punish him. What can a small anchor like her do? In the PK field, only votes and strength can speak. It's impossible that she is really scared, hiding, admitting defeat, and not piking, right? What I just said was just for the fans. In fact, she is also a stubborn donkey. And I was holding my breath. A tree lives on its bark and a man lives on his breath. Even if you don't have to make steamed buns, you must fight for your breath. Chase and beat? Okay, then come on. Isn't it just a punishment? Just do it. When you run out of tickets or lose interest, you won come again, right? You want me to admit my mistake? I didn't do anything wrong. Why? You want me to hide and act cowardly? Whoever is a coward is a grandson. You have money and you are the big brother, so you can be unreasonable, right? You can just use anyone as a punching bag, right? Chapter 154 Hope for a Miracle. Chen Taishu found it quite interesting. So he just stayed in the live broadcast room. Judging from the comments, Joer seems to have been hunted by the level 60 brother for nearly a week. She didn't win a single PK match this week. No matter who you are piking with, even if it is a random connection, that rich guy will definitely go to the opposite side to vote. So during this week, Joer became famous in her anchor circle. It is said that she took the rich brother shopping. All the anchors who know her or have heard of her. One by one, they all sent her private messages or text messages, asking her to connect with them and play PK with them. They are all crazy about getting votes. During this period, whenever Joer came online, there would be an endless stream of requests for online PK. Even though she lost for a week in a row, it should be said that her mentality is still pretty good. As a result, the popularity of the live broadcast room dropped by more than half. The original real-time online audience of more than 10,000 is now less than 3,000. Live streaming is like this: if you keep losing, your popularity will plummet. Up to now, there are only die-hard fans left in her live broadcast room. Although her die-hard fans who strongly support her are upset and hate her to the core, what else can they do? In PK, only votes and strength can speak. Chen Taishu also wanted to see how awesome that rich guy was. If you're worried about not being able to find fun, just wait and see. Joer, who had just finished a disastrous PK and had just completed her punishment, chatted for a while. Then he said, "Forget it, let's not talk about these bad things. We didn't do anything wrong. You want me to admit my mistakes? That's impossible. If he wants to chase me and beat me up, then let him do it. Can he beat me up for the rest of my life? Even if he beats me for the rest of my life, I, Joer, will never give in. It's okay, brothers and sisters, let's just have fun on our own. I'm tired of doing the punishment, let's take a break. What song do you guys want to hear? Sing a song for everyone." The mentality is really good. If other anchors were to encounter a situation like hers, they would either admit their mistakes and give in, or lose their temper. They will not participate in PK, or stop broadcasting for a period of time, and some will even be forced to quit the internet directly. As soon as she asked the question, her die-hard fans in the live broadcast room flooded the screen with comments. A level 50 die-hard fan, the most beautiful girl in the universe, floated on the screen. "Ninth sister, I'm sorry, my strength is limited and I can't help you." Joer said hurriedly, "Don't say that, shall we? You have helped me so much. If it weren't for your support and companionship along the way, I wouldn't be able to get to where I am now. It's no big deal. At most, we can just go back to the way things were and start all over again." The most beautiful girl in the universe, Sister Geo, please sing Exchange the Rest of Our Lives. Jor smiled and said, shall we, do you want to listen? No problem, then let's sing Exchange the Rest of Our Lives. The most beautiful girl in the universe, it's not what I want to hear. I just hope a miracle will happen. Jor didn't know what she meant, but she didn't ask any more questions. As soon as the accompaniment started, I started singing along. Chen Taishu was a little amused. Her voice is a bit sweet, which is actually not very suitable for singing this song. It should be more suitable for singing sweet love songs. But there is nothing wrong with her singing skills, it sounds nice and has a different flavor. The song is over. The most beautiful girl in the universe, let's go, let's try again, what if he gives up? Jor smiled slightly. Looking at the attitude of the level 60 rich man, he probably wouldn't give up easily. But it doesn't matter, just give it a try. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to give in. The worst that can happen is that you lose and get punished. If the punishment is too severe, can't you just not accept it? Now there are so many people applying to connect with me. Let's just do a random PK. Chapter 155 Lawless. After starting random PK, I was matched with an opponent within 2 seconds. The person on the other side is a female anchor named Zhao Jia. As soon as the connection came online, Sister Zhao was happy. Wow, isn't this the ninth sister who took the super rich brother shopping? Ha ha. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. It seems like this PK should be worthwhile. As soon as the connection was made, the teasing mode was turned on. But it's not that bad, the way he speaks is barely acceptable. It wasn't that she didn't want to intensify her sarcastic taunts, but mainly because she was afraid that Sister 9 would hang up the phone directly. By then, the loss would outweigh the gain. Now the ninth sister is the god of wealth. Just when Jor was about to speak, suddenly, a person sat down in the guest seat opposite. That's right, it's him, as you can tell from his profile picture and nickname. That level 60 rich brother, the bald one, always shines. Humph. You still dare to come out and fight? You really don't know whether you live or die. Why, haven't you had enough punishment these days? Jor just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. But anyone could see the suppressed anger in her eyes. What's the point of being angry? Swear back? Fight back? It's nothing but impotent rage, it's completely useless and only makes people laugh. Don't say I'm a nobody, bro. Let me give you 2 choices. First, kneel down and sincerely apologize to my anchor, say you were wrong, and sing Conquer again. Second, come with me to Sanya for a yacht party, and not only will this matter be written off, I will also fully support you. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows. This guy is really crazy and awesome, even more arrogant than him. Are these rapists so brazen now? You can even talk about this in a private message, is it necessary to bring it up in the open? It's obviously a humiliation. I'm afraid this bald guy has been planning this second idea from the very beginning. A week-long pursuit is just a prelude to what's happening now, right? After all, in this situation, most female anchors can hardly resist the temptation and will choose the second option. Chen Taishu wanted to see what Jor would do. If she chose any of them, Chen Taishu would definitely slide away immediately. If he stays for 1 more second, he loses. Jor sneered with disdain, bah, you baldy, are you worthy of that? At worst, I won't play PK anymore. At worst, I'll just quit the internet and stop live streaming. What can you do to me? Bite me? You want me to kneel down and admit my fault? I admit it. Wow, what a guy. He looks so delicate and gentle, but I didn't expect he has such a bad temper. Not bad, Chen Taishu likes it very much. I advise you not to be so arrogant. It's not that no one can control you. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're level 60? Level 60 is also divided into different levels, bah, what a joke. The bald guy always shines, don't play PK? Quit the internet? Can you afford the penalty? Don't be so stubborn. I already found out which MCN you signed with. Upon hearing his words, Jor's face changed instantly. No wonder the MCN I signed with has been indifferent these days. I'm afraid he has reached some kind of agreement with this guy and they are now in cahoots with each other? Ha, the bald man laughed arrogantly. Are you helpless? TSK. Apart from the 2 options I mentioned, you have no choice at all. Don't struggle, it's useless, just obey me obediently. I wouldn't dare say that I can make you the top actress, but I can definitely make you a top actress. The bald man finally showed his fangs. Jor had a gloomy face. Although she was extremely angry, there was nothing she could do. What he said was the truth. But this doesn't mean she will compromise. So what? You want me to give in? Bah, dream on. Baldy, then you better be prepared to be hammered. Don't think you can dodge it. It's impossible. You haven't completed your daily PK mission yet, hee hee hee. Jor, heh, you can try and see if you can beat me into submission. Don't be so self-righteous. I want to see if you can brush it. If a miracle happens someday, and a big brother passing by can't help but help me, I wonder if you would still dare to be so arrogant? The bald man sneered disdainfully. Miracle? More like an egg mark. Don't say there is no such thing. Even if there is, so what? Do you think I will be scared when the time comes? Ha ha. Chapter 156, 10 Carnivals Can Also Be Called Huaziyu? The bald man always shines. This guy is really rampant and has no bottom line. Having money does allow you to do whatever you want, but it doesn't mean you can be lawless. What's more, you don't have enough money to do whatever you want. Could Chen Taishu let such a self-righteous person go? How is that possible? If I don't humiliate him severely and give him a beating, does Brother Taishu still deserve to be called my brother? With 2 coins in your pocket, you don't know your own name, right? Now that the opportunity has come, how could Sister Jiao remain indifferent and let it go? She immediately said with a smile, Sister Jiao, want to play a game? Originally, today's PK mission had not been completed yet, and her stubborn temper and anger were completely aroused. Then let us have fun, who was afraid of who? He immediately nodded and said, okay, let's play a game. Tell me, what is the punishment for losing? Sister Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. If you want to lick the big brother and win his votes at this time, the punishment will naturally have to be harsher. However, if the offer is too harsh, then Sister Nine will definitely not accept it. If she hangs up the connection in a fit of anger and goes to find another opponent, wouldn't that be the end of her? Therefore, the punishment must be reasonable. You have to know the right measure. After all, she is an old anchor who has been active in Douyin for several years, and Sister Jiao's mind works quite quickly. He smiled and said, how about this, whoever loses will do 100 frog jumps. 100 frog jumps. It's annoying, but it's also relaxing. Sister Jiao is smart and knows how to handle things just right. Sure enough, when Sister Nine heard it, it seemed reasonable. He nodded and said, okay, come on. Sister Jiao was immediately delighted and started the PK immediately, fearing that she would regret it if she delayed for even a second longer. Come on, 1 in front and 3 behind, shut up and canvass for votes. The microphone was closed, but Sister Nine did not canvass for votes. Everyone, don't vote. There's no need to waste your votes. That baldy guy is here and he won't let us win. Today's sound waves are complete, but there are still 2 PK rounds to go. It's okay. It's just 100 frog jumps. It's no big deal. She said it very easily, but everyone knew that she was extremely depressed. The most beautiful girl in the universe, Sister Jiao, what kind of contract did you sign? Isn't this MCN too bad? Joer smiled helplessly and said, I signed it when I first entered the industry. I was young and ignorant at the time, and I was fooled. The most beautiful girl in the universe, which MCN agency did you sign with? Shangyu Media. The most beautiful girl in the universe? The Shangyu in Magic City? That's not easy to deal with. I heard that he has some background. Joer forced to smile and said, it's okay. The contract will expire at the end of the year anyway. Just grit your teeth and hold on. The most beautiful girl in the universe, huh? It's been almost a minute and that bald guy hasn't even been voted in yet. He's sitting in the guest seats, but he doesn't vote. What does that mean? Joer shook her head in disdain. What else could it mean? Isn't it just that you want to wait a minute before voting to humiliate me? She guessed correctly, that's what the bald man thought. As soon as the 1 minute was up and both sides started talking on the microphone, the bald man sent out 10 carnivals in a row. Sister Jiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and she couldn't help but shout excitedly, thank you, Mr. Bald, thank you for the Huaziyu. Bald Master is awesome, Bald Master is domineering. Wow. They're dancing, banging gongs, and setting off firecrackers. At this time, some tourists were no longer calm. TSK. Isn't it just 10 Huazi? Is it necessary to be so grand and excited? If you don't know, you would think hundreds of billions of votes were swiped. No, buddy, have you watched too many PKs by Brother Taishu? Do you think every PK can get tens of billions of votes? Exactly. Apart from Brother Taishu and Brother Go's live studio, other anchors are really awesome if they can get 1.8 million votes in each PK. For a mid-level anchor like them, getting hundreds of thousands of votes is already a blessing. What else do you want? I suggest you watch less of Taishu SPK, because after watching Taishu SPK, watching other anchors PK will feel boring and without any passion. Chapter 157. There really is a miracle. Originally, Sister Jo did not canvass for votes, and she also asked the older brothers and sisters and die-hard fans in the live broadcast room not to vote. So when the bald man's 10 carnivals were played, the opponent's health bar was directly depleted. Ha ha! The bald man laughed arrogantly. Well, it seems that these 10 carnivals have just locked their throats. Fans on the other side, please vote and move your health bars. 300,000 votes is not a lot. Aren't there a few senior brothers and sisters at level 40 or 50? Why don't you go and have some fun? This is really boring. Every PK is like this. Are they all a bunch of wimps? I, Baldy, have been insulting you for a week. You are really patient. Are you all bastards? How about you try to persuade the anchor? As long as you ask her to accompany me to Sanya, I will definitely lead you to be invincible. I can't say that no one will dare to bully your family in the future, but I can guarantee that there are only a handful of people in Quan Daween who can bully you. Ninth sister, please think about it carefully. If you have made up your mind, you can also send me a private message. Although she had few tickets and could not speak, Sister 9 still sneered with extreme disdain. He spat fiercely. The meaning is self-evident. Baldy, ha, I want to see how arrogant you are. From now on, I will be watching you 24 hours a day. You can earn enough sound waves even if you don't PK, right? But you can't avoid the PK rounds, right? You'd better be prepared for severe punishment next time. Ha ha ha. Hearing his words, Joer frowned. Chen Taishu smiled slightly. This sex-hungry ghost was quite crazy, just what he wanted. Now that you've had enough of the melon, it's time for you to show your talents. Open the gift bar and hold down the exclusive gift, the Exiled Immortal. Only Taishu Immortal can ascend to the sky easily. For a moment, the live broadcast screen was filled with special effects of immortals descending to Earth. When Joer saw the special effects on the screen, she was obviously stunned. He rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. Yes, you read that right, it's Brother Taishu, it's a miracle. There really is a miracle. Brother Taishu, thank you Brother Taishu for the Exiled Immortal Reign. Thank you Brother Taishu. She kept thanking me and repeating thank you all the time. At this moment, I could no longer hold back my tears, and they kept rolling down like beads falling off a string. All the grievances, frustrations, and anger burst out at this moment. Chen Taishu was like a ray of light to her. She thought she had completely fallen into the abyss of darkness, but unexpectedly, Chen Taishu's sudden arrival illuminated the whole world for her. How could she not be excited and shed tears of gratitude? The most beautiful girl in the universe, miracle, who said there are no miracles. Brother Taishu is the miracle. Brother Taishu is awesome, Brother Taishu is domineering, thank you Brother Taishu. Ha ha. We finally got a miracle and hope. It looks like we're saved. With Brother Taishu's support, would that bald guy on the other side dare to fart? Ha ha. Thank you Brother Taishu, you are the benefactor of our Geo family. For a moment, the entire screen was filled with comments expressing heartfelt gratitude to Chen Taishu. Chen Taishu smiled slightly. He could not learn to be low-key. Applied directly for the guest seat. He couldn't swallow this humiliation unless he insulted the dead Baldy. When Joer sought his application for a live microphone connection, she came to her senses after being stunned by the huge surprise. Click to agree immediately. The opponent was also dumbfounded when he saw the health bar rushing over in an instant. When I heard that familiar sound effect, I was even more confused. Sister Jiao is fine, after all, it has nothing to do with her. She just wanted to take the opportunity to win some votes from the bald man. But the bald man was completely stunned. I couldn't believe that the other party was so lucky that a miracle actually happened. The key point is that this miracle is the fucking number one god of war in Douyin, Taishu illusion. Chapter 158, The plan failed. Chen Taishu, who was sitting in the guest seat, immediately went into full swing. It is necessary to insult the other party harshly. According to his idea, the best thing is to beat the younger one and let the older one jump out. I was just looking for trouble, and now he's walking into trouble. If Chen Taishu didn't seize the opportunity, he would be unworthy of the coins in his pocket and unworthy of Tongzi. As soon as the mic was on, he sneered, bald, huh? I heard you're pretty wild and lawless. Come on, let me see why you're so wild. They are doing it legitimately and legally. You don't have the ability to help your shitty little master get into the top 10 of the popularity list. You just take your anger out on others, right? Look at what you can do. You're still giving me two choices. TSK. You're level 60, so you're so awesome? You're so awesome. Let me take a look. As Chen Taishu spoke, he clicked on his avatar and his homepage information popped up. TSK. He sneered with extreme disdain. Looking at your information, you are already over 50 years old. Damn it, you are getting more shameless as you get older. You should just take a rest at your age. Why are you pretending to be so cool? You're still a sex-hungry ghost with a fucking mind. Can you fucking still do anything now? Why spend so much money just to save a few seconds? Wouldn't it be better to keep that little pension for retirement? Aren't you afraid of having a stroke? Still going to Sanya for a yacht party? I'd rather go to your uncle's. It's a whore party, and you even say it's so refreshing and refined. You are such a jerk. Chen Taishu kept firing off words like a machine gun. The fans in the live broadcast room immediately applauded and cheered. It was so refreshing and satisfying. The anger that had been ignited by being hunted and beaten for a week was finally relieved. The ninth sister was so excited that she cried, and she was also extremely happy. At this moment, Chen Taishu was her god. However, Chen Taishu, who had turned on the infinite taunting mode, had no intention of ending there. You know, he used to be the top scholar in Zan. It is like opening the gate of heaven with one click. What's the matter? Weren't you so crazy just now? Didn't you say you weren't afraid? Silent? Not really. It's just 100 million votes. Aren't you a level 60 rich man? Come on, I'll give you a chance to show off your strength. As long as you can beat me today, I will never cause you any trouble. But if you can't beat me, I'll beat you up every time I see you. After saying this, Chen Taishu shut up and waited quietly for the other party to show. But after waiting for a full minute, there was no movement from the other side. He could only speak again, playing dead? Is that fun? I gave you a chance but you're useless. Don't you want Joer to sleep with you? Come on, if you can win, I'll help you persuade her, how about that? Even if she doesn't want to, how about I find you some young models and celebrities? Aren't you a heavy addict? Aren't you getting stronger with age? Are you not tempted by my suggestion? But no matter how Chen Taishu tried to talk, the other party was like an old monk in meditation, with no reaction at all. The key point is that this guy doesn't respond, so just run away quickly. But he didn't either. It was as if he had a masochistic tendency and allowed Chen Taishu to insult him. Chen Taishu shook his head. He didn't know that this bald man had no backing. But as it stands now, his wishful thinking is likely to fail. Just as he was hesitating, the bald man opposite finally spoke. Chapter 159 Threaten me? He only said in a deep voice, you are awesome as the god of war, but no matter how awesome and capable you are still capable. You can't stay with this bitch every day, can you? I have plenty of time to play with you, hee. She is bound by a contract and must broadcast at a fixed time and place every day, and must complete the PK task. There's always a time when you're not here, right? What a boast you have. When you're not around, just wait and see how I, Baldy, will kill her, hee. Chen Taishu smiled and shook his head. It seems that this guy has no one to back him up, so he can only come up with these crooked ideas. But he seemed to underestimate Chen Taishu. He thought that with this little trick, he could successfully threaten Brother Taishu. Innocent. Since Chen Taishu has decided to take action, he will definitely do his best to help him. Don't cause further harm to others just because of your momentary impulse. That would be a bit unkind, and it's not his Brother Taishu's style. Chen Taishu said with a smile, "Are you threatening me?" "Ha ha." The bald man laughed wildly and unrestrainedly. He replied with disdain and contempt, "Why, I can't threaten you. What is your grand illusion realm for? Do you think everyone can do birds? I, your bald master, won't buy into that. If you have the guts, why don't you watch over her 24 hours a day? Let's see who can outlast the other." Chen Taishu couldn't help laughing out loud. "Don't be ridiculous. How many years do you have left to jump around? What are you going to waste on me? Besides, you don't really think this can threaten me? Come on, I'll let you experience what it's like to be slapped in the face." After saying that, Chen Taishu stood up and knocked on Zhou Tianan's door. The door opened and a frosty face stared at him. "What's up?" Why did Chen Taishu feel that there was a hint of vigilance and alertness hidden in her sharp and emotionless eyes? It felt like someone had ideas about her. "Do you really think my brother Taishu is a sex-hungry ghost like that baldy guy? Besides, who would be interested in an iceberg, a robot without any emotions? I didn't have the interest to waste time with her, so I just said, lend me your phone to make a call. Also, please ask Long Wei to buy me a few dozen cell phones. I will not go out to avoid adding burden to you." Zhou Tainan was slightly startled. "How many dozen? No, aren't all rich people so willful? Are the quantities for buying mobile phones always expressed in dozens?" Chen Taishu nodded, "Yes, buy the most expensive and best ones, don't worry about the price." After saying that, he took Zhou Tianan's personal cell phone and returned to the living room. "I asked Zhou'er, the MCN agency you signed with is Shangyu in Shanghai, right?" Zhou'er showed a hopeful expression on her face and nodded vigorously. Yes. Tai. Brother Taishu." Her voice was trembling a little when she spoke. Obviously, she seemed to have guessed what Brother Taishu wanted to do. This means he intends to resolve his own indentureship himself. How could she not be excited? Chen Taishu did not turn off the microphone, but directly called Pei Yuanlan using Zhou Tianan's mobile phone. After 2 rings, the call was connected. "Brother, why are you surfing Douyin again?" "Well, I was a little surprised, but I also felt it was normal. After all, the noise he made was quite a big one. Moreover, the special effects of his gift are so amazing that it would be strange if you didn't know the effect." Before he could say anything, his second brother Pei Yuanlan took the initiative to ask, "Brother, are you calling about the contract with that female anchor?" Chen Taishu said in surprise, "You know?" Pei Yuanlan said unhappily, "I'm in the live broadcast room, how could I not know?" "Wow, you've learned how to lurk, right?" "Brother, let me handle it. 2 minutes, I guarantee it will be done in 2 minutes. Chapter 160, Jianghu Hunting Order. After hanging up the phone, Chen Taishu smiled slightly. Said, "Then let's wait 2 minutes. You're free anyway, Baldy, why don't you vote?" "I still say the same thing as before. As long as you can beat me, everything will be written off." The bald man sneered disdainfully, then started to play dead again and stopped talking. "It seems like you don't intend to fight me head-on? You're determined to play dirty, right? Do you think I can't do anything to you? Did you think I was joking with you when I said that?" Apparently, that's what Baldy thought. "Ha ha." The bald man sneered twice in a sarcastic tone in response. Chen Taishu shook his head, naive. He suddenly raised his voice and said loudly, "Brothers in the live broadcast room, send the telegram to me. Let all Douyin know that I, from Grand Illusion Realm, have officially issued a Jianghu rape and kill order. No, Jianghu hunting order to this damn bald guy. Please remember his ID and help me keep a close eye on him. If you see him show up, please notify me, Wang Ergu, or the main force of the Reckless Legion immediately. I want to see how he will show off in Douyin in the future." At the same time, any anchor whose live broadcast room has a stable popularity of more than 500 people will have their ID permanently blocked. With this screenshot, you can ask me for 100 million sound waves. The Douyin of Blue Star is different. No matter how high your wealth level is, there is nothing that cannot be blocked. In addition to the certified wealthy people who receive exclusive customized gifts, and those who have reached the title of emperor or above. As long as these 2 conditions are met, no matter what live broadcast room it is, even if it is an official one, it cannot be blocked or muted. As for the others, they are all treated equally. There is also the option of permanently blacklisting. Once you are permanently blacklisted, you can never be released again. Even the anchor does not have the authority to release you. Therefore, few anchors will use this function. What's more, most anchors won't block anyone. After all, even if they are black fans, they are still popular, right? This is a permanent blacklist, and no anchor will use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Furthermore, there is another big difference in Blue Star's Douyin, that is, there is no such thing as virtual popularity or hanging iron. Douyin does not allow users to use iron or buy robots. If anyone dares to violate the rules, the live broadcast room will be permanently banned. Before, Chen Taishu didn't know about this matter, and he even suspected that Wang Ergu was cheating. In fact, it doesn't exist at all. The popularity of each live broadcast room is absolutely real, without any fraud. Fuck brother Taishu is really angry. Isn't this too much? Fuck, the popularity of the live broadcast room is stable at more than 500? Isn't this condition too loose? 100 million sound waves, my god, the super big benefit for Douyin anchors is here, isn't this just making money? Damn, brother Taishu is too arrogant and willful, isn't he? This guy really does whatever he wants. The baldy guy is definitely screwed. He has either cancelled his account or quit the internet. He is definitely not going to be able to continue on Douyin. I can only say that brother Taishu's Jianghu hunting order is too cruel. Which anchor can withstand the temptation of 100 million sound waves? Chen Taishu smiled slightly. Cruel? Cruel? How could that be? He was just looking for an excuse and reason to justify his inhumane squandering. There's nothing I can do. I have a lot of dough coins, so I am tough and willful. You Baldy, do you still think I can't do anything to you? If nothing unexpected happens, wait until my Jianghu hunting order spreads. You will go from being the rich and powerful man that everyone praises to being the rat that everyone wants to beat. Do you think you can still survive in Douyin? Ha, are you angry? Do you still think I can't do anything to you? Chapter 161, Banning the Rich. How could the bald man not be angry? He was afraid that he had even broken his back teeth, and he wished he could chew Chen Taishu's bones into pieces. How could he have imagined that Chen Taishu would be so cruel? The key is that he is so arrogant. No, domineering is not enough to describe him. He is the god of wealth who gives away money. With just a few casual words, he managed to raise the income of Douyin anchors to countless levels. When the killing order came out, the bald man was dumbfounded and confused. This is completely aimed at driving myself out of Douyin. He regretted it. He didn't expect that he would mess it up this time. If he had known that this would be the result, why would he still pretend to be tough? Why would he still be so tough? How could he be willing to just look at the account he had spent so much time, energy, and money to develop? Besides, now except Douyin, all live streaming platforms have been forced to shut down. Where else can he go? Chen Taishu laughed. Aren't you arrogant? Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't pretend? Your notoriety is now known to the entire internet. Isn't this a big deal? As soon as he finished speaking, Joer's private phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was the boss of MCN. In an instant she guessed something. He answered the call without hesitation in front of the live camera. The familiar voice of the boss came from the other side. Sister 9, I have sent someone to deliver your contract to you. Please sign for it. Okay. Although she had already guessed it, at this moment, she still couldn't suppress her excitement. Even a little bit unbelievable. She was stunned for a long time before she came to her senses. He suddenly stood up from his chair and actually knelt down in front of the camera. She choked up and said, thank you, brother Taishu, I am free, I am finally free. Brother Taishu, I will kowtow to you for your great kindness. After saying that, he knocked his head heavily with a thud. Chen Taishu, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, said quickly, Stop, hurry up and get up. I can't bear such a big gift. To you, it is a great favor that you cannot repay, but to me, it is just a piece of cake. No, it's not even a small effort. I heard it all. It was just a matter of one sentence. He was not surprised at all that his second brother Pei Yuanlan was able to resolve the problem so quickly. After all, he is the top second generation in Shanghai. Shouldn't it only take him a few minutes to solve such a trivial matter? The fans in the live broadcast room were all very happy for Sister Jiao who got her indenture back. Of course, everyone was grateful to brother Taishu. Chen Taishu smiled slightly. Needless to say, the feeling of doing good deeds was so damn good. Just as Chen Taishu was about to speak, a large number of Media Guild accounts suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room. Moreover, all of them launched floating screen barrage in the live broadcast room. Wuyo Media, Brother Taishu, all the anchors under my guild have blocked Baldi. Brothers Union, Brother Taishu, our company has also ordered all of our contracted anchors to permanently block Baldi. Fireworks Media, Brother Taishu, our company, and that Baldi are irreconcilable. All of a sudden, almost all the top media guilds in Douyin came to express their opinions and ask for credit and rewards. My goodness, this news spreads really fast. The underworld killing order was issued just 1 second ago, and the next second, it was implemented by the guild media. Damn Baldi, this time you were really completely banned by Brother Taishu alone. Banning the super rich? Who the hell has ever seen this? This has never been heard of in the entire live broadcast industry, right? Now you see it. Chen Taishu laughed out loud. Okay, thank you for your help. Make a list of all the anchors under your management who meet the requirements and send it to Jor. After verification, I will send 100 million sound waves to each of you. Xiaojiu, I'll leave this to you, is that okay? Jor nodded repeatedly and assured, no problem, Brother Taishu, don't worry, there will be absolutely no mistakes. All major media associations were also delighted and excited. They all expressed that if Brother Taishu had any instructions in the future, they would be willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Just when Chen Taishu was about to insult the bald man one last time. But I found that he was no longer in the guest seats. Sister Zhao smiled and took credit. Brother Taishu, I have also permanently blocked that baldy guy. Wow, what a guy, he is very capable, he will accomplish great things. Chapter 162, The God of Wealth. Chen Taishu switched into Sister Zhao's live broadcast room and directly sent out 100 banished immortals to the mortal world. Now that we have said it, we must do it. Otherwise, what dignity will you have in the future? How can Chen Taishu still stay in Douyin? What's more, this is what he wanted in the first place, so there is no such thing as stinginess or deception. Thank you, Brother Taishu. Brother Taishu is awesome. Brother Taishu is domineering. Brother Taishu is tough. Brother Taishu has fun every night. Wow, these anchors' words of praise are really endless. Return to Jor's live broadcast room. Since I have nothing to do in the afternoon, I might as well start fulfilling my promise. Ask Guild Media to send Jor the list of all eligible anchors under its umbrella. After checking the screenshots of permanent blacklisting, he asked all of them to wait in Jor's live broadcast room. Line up in turn to connect to the microphone. It seems slow, but it is actually very fast. After all, Chen Taishu's 100 million sound waves arrived in 1 second. After working for a whole afternoon, Chen Taishu didn't know how many anchors he had rewarded. However, all the eligible anchors under Guild Media have basically received their rewards. Now, the remaining ones are basically the anchors who have not joined the guild and the anchors who have not started broadcasting yet. There is no rush for these. After they take the initiative to contact Jor to verify, Chen Taishu will reward them one by one. Chen Taishu's underworld hunting order also caused a sensation in the city and became known to the entire internet. Of course, the happiest people are the anchors. Anyone who meets the requirements can't wait to permanently block the bald guy. There's nothing I can do. Brother Taishu has given me so much. Who can refuse? That's a fucking 100 million sound waves. Many anchors may not be able to earn that much in their entire lives. Now you just need to move your little finger and the money will be directly transferred to your account. Who the hell can refuse that? This is the real lucky little finger. Chen Taishu is the real god of wealth who gives away money. The anchors who received the rewards were filled with tears of gratitude towards Brother Taishu. After this incident, Chen Taishu's transcendent status and influence in Douyin became even more unshakable. Now, which anchor won't he be respectful and call brother or master from the bottom of his heart? In just one afternoon, all the anchors and visitors in the live broadcast rooms on the entire network became numb. For the entire afternoon, I heard the following words: I am the only immortal in this world who can ascend to the sky with ease. I guess everyone has been brainwashed by this sound effect. Fuck, is Brother Taishu serious? I thought Brother Taishu was just bluffing and talking. Awesome, really awesome. Can anyone tell me why Brother Taishu is so arrogant? I don't know why, but it must be reasonable, compliant and legal, otherwise Brother Taishu would have been tortured long ago. Too ruthless, too generous, worthy of being the #1 god of war in Douyin, he always keeps his word, without any boasting. Chen Taishu looked at the time and it was already 7 o'clock. Wow, time goes by so fast. He said slowly, Xiaojiu, please pay more attention to verifying and recording the list of anchors. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw an eye-catching floating comment on the screen. The most beautiful girl in the universe, Sister Jiu, Brother Taishu, that damn bald guy has cancelled his account, huh? Then the news was announced on the public screen. Fuck, seriously, I can't find his ID anymore. I checked, and it's really been cancelled. Boy, you run really fast. Why don't you run away? What are you waiting for? Do you think this bald guy still has the nerve to stay in Douyin? Can he still survive? Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar and nodded with satisfaction. Zhou'er also said happily, Brother Taishu, since this old pervert has cancelled his account and quit the internet. Then the reward for the Jianghu hunting order is. Chen Taishu thought about it and said, no need. There must be many anchors who were permanently blocked before he cancelled his account. Those who deserve rewards must be rewarded. I stick to my word and do what I say. As for those who I didn't have time to block, I can only say sorry. Okay, you better be more careful. Zhou'er nodded hurriedly, I understand, Brother Taishu, don't worry, I will definitely do it properly and beautifully. Chen Taishu nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 163 She is under my protection. Chen Taishu was just about to exit the live broadcast room, but suddenly remembered that something seemed to be missing. He immediately clicked on the title column without hesitation. Taishu Fantasy Realm has opened the Night Guardian in Zhou'er's live broadcast room. Taishu Fantasy Realm has opened the Royal Guardian in Zhou'er's live broadcast room. Zhou'er stared at the live screen in amazement. Thank you my brother Taishu for the Divine Lord set. Thank you my boss. She didn't say any empty words of flattery, she just kept thanking him. But is that the end? Obviously impossible. If this is the end, then wouldn't his brother Taishu, the god of war, be too uncool? The Grand Illusionary Realm has renewed its royal guardianship for 10 years in Zhou'er's live broadcast room. Zhou'er was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, no, brother Taishu, please stop brushing. Please stop. You're brushing so much and I'm scared. However, her prayers were of no use, Chen Taishu continued to brush frantically. The Grand Illusionary Realm has renewed its royal guardianship for 10 years in Zhou'er's live broadcast room. 10 consecutive announcements across the entire network. The most beautiful girl in the universe, thank you, Brother Taishu, for the Divine Lord set. Thank you, Brother Taishu, for the 10 consecutive charges for 10 years. Brother Taishu is so majestic and awesome. Everyone, tag Brother Taishu on the public screen. I want to express my sincere gratitude to you. Zhou'er was neither surprised nor excited now, but as she had said before, she was really scared and flattered. Chen Taishu smiled and said, afraid? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Zhou'er shook her head, if Brother Taishu really wanted to eat me, I wouldn't be afraid, but excited. But I know you have no feelings for me at all, so I am afraid. This amount of money may be insignificant to you, but to me, it is an unimaginable astronomical sum. You are so kind as to come to my live studio today and help me solve the problem of the bald man and the contract. I don't know how to repay you anymore. Now you're spending so much money. I really don't know. Seeing her anxious, earnest and sincere look, Chen Taishu smiled slightly and interrupted her. I play Douyin just for fun. I don't care about whether I get anything in return or not. I vote based on my mood and preferences, so you don't have to feel burdened. That's all for now. I have to go eat. I have to deal with a bunch of idiots at 8 o'clock. After saying that, Chen Taishu directly quit Douyin. Since then, after Wang Ergu, another lucky person has been favored by Brother Taishu. The reason why Chen Taishu renewed the 10-hit combo was to tell everyone on the internet. Zhou'er, I, Chen Taishu, am here to protect you. If you want to find fault with me, you should consider your own weight first. Just after exiting Douyin, the doorbell suddenly rang. While Chen Taishu was still wondering who it could be, Zhou Tainan walked out of the room and went straight to open the door. He looked towards the door curiously and found Long Wu and several delivery men. You read that right, they are just a few delivery riders. Long Wu came to give away 2 pockets of mobile phones. There were about 20 or 30 of them, all the latest and most expensive mobile phones. So fucking arrogant. Tell me loudly, apart from purchasing, who the hell buys a mobile phone like this? Several delivery riders were also carrying bags in their hands. Chen Taishu's face was filled with horror. I looked at Zhou Tainan and thought, wow, this is too much, right? We need several delivery riders to deliver the food. Can you finish it? However, when he thought of her horrific appetite, Chen Taishu felt relieved. Well, being able to eat is a blessing. Boss, let's eat. Chen Taishu was still very satisfied. At least he wouldn't have to worry about these trivial matters anymore. Looking at the entire table filled with takeout, Chen Taishu was also convinced. There are many types of dishes, including Sichuan cuisine, barbecue, stewed food, snacks. Chen Taishu found that this seemed to be quite good. Although there were only 2 of us, the food we could eat was quite abundant. The key is not to waste it. He now has more money than he can spend, but even though he has money, he is determined not to waste food. As long as you can eat it, it doesn't matter how much you eat. Even if it means bankrupting Chen Taishu, it's fine. But if you waste food, that's not okay. These are Chen Taishu's principles and rules. P.S. The update is a bit slow, so I suggest everyone to raise them first, and it's not too late to kill them after they are fat. Really, just add them all to your bookshelf. It's painful to keep up with the latest updates, but it's unnecessary. Chapter 164, Drink to Convince Little Brother. Looking at Zhou Tainan, who was as fierce as a tiger, Chen Taishu swallowed his saliva. With her passion for eating, she would definitely be a great food blogger. It is specially used to treat all kinds of poor appetite. Chen Taishu felt that his appetite had increased a lot. After dinner, he made himself a pot of good tea and lit a cigar. He took out 4 or 5 mobile phones and placed them in a row on the coffee table. Chen Taishu was serious about his work. I clicked into Douyin, opened my wallet, and checked my account balance. There are 10 trillion dubi and there are more than 4 trillion left. Whether for the mission or for the little boy, he planned to clear his account tonight. It seems that there is still a long time before the agreed time. Chen Taishu, who had nothing to do, called Ansu Qingyan on video. She has already arrived in the mountain city and held a grand opening ceremony today. When the actors and the crew appeared one by one, it directly set off the entire entertainment industry. What the hell is this lineup? They are all powerful top-tier superstars and veteran actors, as well as a number of movie kings and queens. Leaving aside other things, this lineup alone is enough to attract the most attention and heat. The crew's opening ceremony also became the #1 trending search within half an hour. The team of Dragon Guards assigned specifically for Su Qingyan has also arrived. I have to admire the speed and efficiency. Chen Taishu was finally relieved. I spent quite a while video chatting with Queen Su. If the time for the fight hadn't come, both of them would probably be reluctant to hang up the video. Wang Ergu has also started broadcasting, clicked directly into the live broadcast room. But he seemed to have forgotten to turn off the invisibility effect when entering the venue. So when he entered the live broadcast room, he, who had already been promoted to the title of Emperor, did not have any earth-shattering entrance effects. After being promoted to the title of Emperor, he was finally free from the glaring green. Now the dazzling and domineering word Emperor in front of his nickname has turned blue. The avatar border also turned cyan. Although I didn't see the entrance special effects, it was definitely dominated by blue. Chen Taishu is now the only super rich man in the Zuxia tribe Douyin who holds the title of Emperor. Although it is not the only one in the world, it should be ranked among the best in the world. As soon as I entered the live broadcast room, I saw these guys discussing what happened this afternoon. Chen Taishu didn't hesitate and sat directly in the guest seat. As soon as he got on the mic, he smiled and joked, "Wow, are you guys sober now?" Wang Ergo smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Taishu, you really have a huge capacity for learning. There were so many of us who drank you up, and yet you didn't get hurt at all. Instead, you knocked us all down. Not to mention that I slept all afternoon, I'm still feeling dizzy now. Are you kidding? Do you really think the skill of drinking 1,000 cups without getting drunk given by Tonzi is a joke? Writing peace for the world, brother, I am truly convinced by you now. Tell me the truth, brother, how much can you drink?" Chen Taishu smiled slightly, "I don't know either, because I've never been drunk before." My goodness, why does this sound so Versailles? Of course, others would definitely think he was bragging. But these younger brothers who have seen his vast amount of power believe it. Originally, they were all veterans of the nightlife and extravagant life. I have a lot of social activities in my daily life. So naturally they can drink a lot. Even if it is a strong proof ergo, it is no problem for one person to drink 2 kilograms. But this afternoon, they took turns to attack Chen Taishu, but they failed to defeat him. Putting aside Chen Shi and Pei Yuanlan, the 5 of them alone made Chen Taishu swallow at least 10 kilograms of fat. As a result, Chen Taishu was fine, as if he had not drunk any alcohol at all. My god, what kind of concept is this? I can't even think about it. Even with such a huge capacity for drinking, he has never gotten drunk. I am serious. Chapter 165 The Mysterious Consortium Attacks. Cat 11 in the old alley. Brother, you are so unkind. You can do something so exciting and fun by yourself and secretly. Qingshan Rogu, that's right, big brother, if you have good things, can you think of the brothers? Brother, you can't pretend to be all-powerful. Let us pretend too. No, are the second generations so willful now? Is it that easy to pretend? This is a show of spending money like water. Do you think you are the same as Brother Taishu? You have endless dubi, and the more you squander, the more money you have? Just watch the fun, why are you meddling in it? The Jianghu killing order does look quite pretentious, and it is indeed quite awesome. But this thing was made with real money. If you don't have money, who the hell cares about you? Do you really think that the current reputation and status of God of War Taishu can influence so many guilds and anchors? Come on, if there are no tangible benefits, who would take the initiative to get involved? The live streaming industry is extremely realistic. It has no benefits, no profits, and is a thankless job, but no fool is willing to do it. Brother Taishu's extraordinary status in the Zuxia tribe's Douyin is indeed irreplaceable. But these are just superficial illusions. Not to mention disappearing for a few days, as long as Brother Taishu stops voting for 2 or 3 days. There were definitely rumors flying around about him going bankrupt or losing his job. Do you really think that once the gifts stop, everything will be back to zero? That's the reality. But for Chen Taishu, it doesn't matter whether it is realistic or not. Firstly, he had so much dubi that he couldn't spend it all, so he didn't have to worry at all. Secondly, he made money by squandering huge sums of money. The fact is, he was making money, not spending it. Just when they were chatting enthusiastically, Wang Ergu received a connection request. At first glance, the anchor who sent the application was an unknown new anchor. There were only about 100 people in the live broadcast room. Wang Ergu refused without hesitation. But just as he rejected it, the connection application came again. Wang Ergu frowned and nodded to refuse again. Rejected 3 times in a row. When the 4th message came, Wang Ergu, who was already a little angry, was about to refuse, but suddenly he saw a floating comment on the screen. Mysterious person 9527, why, you don't even dare to answer the call? Are you scared? Wang Ergu finally reacted when he saw this comment. It turns out that the person who was scheduled to fight has arrived. He nodded his agreement decisively. I went online and took a look. Wow, he is really a mysterious man. I saw the host on the opposite side wearing a black hooded cloak and a black mask on his face. Even his hands were wearing a pair of black gloves. Wang Ergu said with a smile, no, is this all your mysterious consortium has? Not to mention getting a top-tier anchor to support the show, but we also don't want to get a new anchor to PK online, right? Could it be that they are afraid that the anchor will quit the internet after losing, so they did this? Also, Brother Taishu is right. You guys are just a bunch of idiots hiding in the sewers and hiding from the light. A consortium? Bah, you are just playing tricks. Chen Taishu was quite satisfied with Wang Ergu's preemptive attack. As we all know, Douyin has 2 major mysterious organizations. One is the mysterious army wearing mysterious suits. The second is a legion of users with a long list of numbers. The user army is understandable, after all, some real rich people are really too lazy to come up with nicknames. But those wearing the mysterious man suit are either guild media accounts, e-commerce accounts, or return accounts. Also, there is a group of people who don't have much strength or are just there to shove. In general, don't think that the mysterious man is that awesome, he's just that level. Who knows, the wealth level hidden under the suit is not even at level 60. Well, let us not even talk about level 60, I'm afraid many of them are not even level 50. It's pure fucking trickery and pretense to scare people. Chapter 166 You light the fire, I'll hold the line. 2 mysterious men suddenly sat in the guest seats opposite. When I saw their vests, wow, my goodness, Mysterious Man 0001, Mysterious Man 0002. It seems that they should be the founders of the mysterious consortium. There are two different forms of Mystery Man suit numbers, one is permanent and the other is non-permanent. If you purchased a permanent one, the number will not change. But if the one you purchased is not permanent, then the number will automatically change randomly every morning. It's obvious that these two guys not only bought it permanently, but were the first and second to buy it. The Mysterious Man suit is a gimmick in itself, and their numbers are even more of a gimmick. No wonder a consortium could be established. As soon as he saw two people sitting in the guest seat opposite, Chen Shi also hurriedly sat in the guest seat. What's the matter? There are more people than people? Chen Taishu asked with a smile, third brother, why are you sitting up here? Chen Shi said unhappily, we can't let you enjoy it alone, we have to enjoy it too. Listen, is this something a woman should say? No wonder it was the third brother and not the third sister. She and her second brother Pei Yuanlan are truly more manly than any real man. However, her words immediately caused the younger brothers to agree with her. Writing peace for the world, Sister 11 is right. Big brother, you've had a great time all afternoon. Isn't it our turn? Xingshan Rogu, that's right, at least let the brothers pretend too, right? Yuji Angsalai, since I started hanging out with you, big brother, I feel like I'm not as good as users at level 20 or 30. I even forgot that I'm a level 60 rich guy. Zhou Sanshue, yes, I haven't felt like a big brother for a long time. Chen Taishu was at a loss for words for a moment. He has no choice, his task is quite heavy. There are still more than 4 trillion dubi left. Their remarks also made the fans and onlookers in the live broadcast room laugh and cry. In other live broadcast rooms, the big brothers are afraid of having to bear everything alone. But in the Reckless Army, these big brothers are scrambling to fight alone. If you are a little slow, you won't even be able to get a number. Do these guys have money to burn? Chen Taishu thought for a moment and said slowly, how about this, you guys are responsible for lighting the fire. Leave the rest to me, okay? If you don't agree, then you won't even have a fire. More than 4 trillion, this PK must all be squandered. As for the question of whether it was enough, Chen Taishu was not worried at all. It's not that he looks down on this group of people who are pretending to be gods, but how could they get more than 4 trillion votes? Isn't that nonsense? Do you really think that trillions of votes can be cast easily? Even if it is one of the best and largest guilds with powerful capital operations. Without going all out and risking everything, it would be impossible to produce trillions of sound waves. And this is even the case with Reflux. Even those most famous wealthy consortiums on all platforms and the entire network cannot easily cast votes worth trillions. Before Chen Taishu joined Douyin, all the PKs on the entire network were not so fierce. At most, it would be tens of billions of votes. But once he arrived, he raised the threshold for large-scale PK infinitely. It's often thousands or even trillions of votes. How the fuck is this not scary? Although Wang Ergu is the most popular person on the entire internet, he does not have the capital, so the guild dares to operate against him. Here's why. Want to play PK with him online, or use his popularity to support your own anchor? Okay, no problem, I'll take you all. But first you have to prepare enough tickets. But how many tickets are enough? Who the hell knows this? Brother Taishu is like a bottomless pit, and his dough coins seem to be endless. Which guild or which capital dares to operate this? Have you seen what happened to Xin Yue MCN, which tried to be the first to take the plunge? Isn't it miserable enough? Chapter 167, The Unlit Fire. Even if the other side can really get more than 4 trillion votes, what does Chen Taishu have to fear? He is a man with a son. As soon as this task was completed, Tongzi's next task came. Dubi immediately replenished the warehouse. And the position is filled up at least tenfold. Can this fucking be spent? You can never spend it all. So what does he have to worry about? Instead, he was worried that the opponent was not strong enough. Hearing his overbearing words, Chen Shi had no choice but to agree. It's better to light it than to have nothing to play with, right? You will all follow my command when the time comes. This is the first official appearance of our Reckless Army. We must show our strength and not lose face as the Reckless Army. Just as they were discussing the matter openly, the other party finally couldn't sit still anymore. Mysterious person 0001, don't you think highly of us? What if we are air? What if we don't exist? Wow, goodness, he surprised Chen Taishu as soon as he spoke. The mysterious consortium is indeed mysterious enough. He actually uses a voice changer when speaking. TSK, what a fancy way of playing. Of course, this may also be their gimmick and feature. Mysterious Person 0002, are you done talking nonsense? If you are, then let's get started. Why do you keep doing all those useless things? In the end, won't the health bar show the truth? Ha, it's neat and direct. Chen Taishu likes it very much. Then come on, let me see how capable you, a bunch of ghost-playing idiots, are. Consortium? Ha ha. That's interesting. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you won't disappoint me like Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Mysterious Person 0001, Pa. What the hell is Hidden Dragon Pavilion? It's just a knockoff. How can it be compared with us? Chen Taishu smiled slightly. Okay, then let me see the strength of a truly wealthy consortium. Ergu, let's get started. As Wang Ergu officially started the PK, Chen Shi immediately shouted loudly, "Skinny old men, are you ready?" Well, Xia Yanji and the others were stunned immediately. No, you just want to create an atmosphere. What's the point of adding a skinny old man? You are here to start a war, not to ignite our anger. I'll count to 3, then you all light the fire together and we'll fire all the arrows at once. 3, 2, 1, hit me hard. After the passionate shout, there was no reaction in the live broadcast room, only 1 or 2 little hearts floating by sporadically. The PK has started, but it seems like it hasn't fully started yet. Quack, quack. A group of crows flew over the live broadcast room. Chen Shi was stunned for a moment. Awkward, so fucking embarrassing. Even Chen Taishu was stunned, wondering what these guys were up to. Chen Shi, feeling humiliated, asked angrily, "Xiaogo, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to follow my orders? I'm here screaming with passion, and you guys are just dropping the ball, right? You are deliberately trying to embarrass me and make me lose face, right?" From her tone and voice, you can tell that she is really pissed off. Writing peace for the world, 11th sister, you can't blame us for this. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You said you were fine, why did you add a prefix of skinny? It would be a miracle if the brothers could get on. How about you do it again? Chen Shi suddenly realized, so this is what these guys are annoyed about. Well, it's really my fault for choosing the wrong words. Although she was very angry, it was her own fault after all, so she didn't dwell on it. Okay, I'll do it again. If you dare to act like a demon again this time, Shigo, I promise to book you a VIP bed in the best hospital. Chen Taishu smiled. These guys are really capable, aren't they? But it's quite joyful. The atmosphere is very nice. Chapter 168, The Reckless Army, Invincible. Chen Shi took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He shouted passionately and fiercely. The fierce and brutal men of the Rough Man Corps. Fire at full force. Shoot all your arrows at once. Go! 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 This time no one stood her up. After she gave the order, everyone threw their tickets out at once. All of a sudden, all kinds of gift special effects were flying around on the live broadcast screen. It's dazzling and makes people's blood boil. I wrote Peace for the World in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room and renewed my subscription for the King's Guardian. Qingshan is still in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room, and has renewed the King's Guardian. Yijian Shilai renewed the King's Guardian in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. Zhou Sanchue renewed his subscription for the King's Guardian in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The 2nd Battalion commander of the Reckless Army sent a carnival in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. The cavalry company of the Reckless Army presented a carnival in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. At one time, there were countless people opening up their titles, renewing their titles, receiving carnival gifts, getting Douyin number 1, and so on. Almost all members of the Reckless Army in the live broadcast room participated in the ignition this time. Everyone was as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, throwing out all kinds of gifts. It's like it's free. But there was only one person who did not participate. That is my second brother Pei Yuanlun. Since she and her third brother dislike each other and cannot stand each other, how could she possibly listen to his orders? Besides, Chen Shi was shouting at a vicious and brutal old man. How could she, a delicate and weak woman, get on with it? Because Chen Taishu only approved them to light the fire, everyone was passionate but did not do anything recklessly. Xia Yanji and the others only renewed their royal titles for 1 year and did not gain too much. After all, it's just a fire, not to mention that they have to buy their Dogecoins with real money. How can you be like Brother Taishu, who casually throws away hundreds of billions? It's really amazing that they have such strength. Almost in an instant, the red side's Wang Ergu's health bar was completely pressed forward. As for the opponent's blue health bar, it was almost completely destroyed. The real blood bar disappearing technique. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and quickly stopped them, saying, "Stop, stop, 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 don't brush anymore. The fire is already lit, leave the rest to me." After stopping everyone's urge to vote, Chen Shi also fully recognized everyone's performance this time. Not bad, although this is the first time our reckless army has set out together. But everyone cooperated very well, played with our momentum, and perfectly demonstrated our strength. The reckless army is awesome, the reckless army is invincible. Then the entire screen was filled with the reckless army, which was invincible. Ahem. It's a bit childish, but never mind, it's really fucking passionate. Even Chen Taishu's emotions were aroused. Without saying anything, he clicked directly on the title column and renewed his charges for a few minutes to warm up. The Grand Illusionary Realm has renewed its 10-year royal guardianship in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room. Another series of 10 floating screen special effects across all platforms. 1 trillion Dogecoins were swiped out easily. There's nothing I can do. The title of Douyin #1 God of War is already here. The main focus is on dominance and crushing. If anyone disagrees, just come and fight back. They were having a lot of fun over there, it was quite lively. But on the other side, the so-called mysterious consortium did not make any movement at all. He was all cocky when he first came on, but after the PK started, the opponent didn't even get a single vote. If there is no trick, who the hell would believe it? It's abnormal. It's very abnormal. Chapter 169, Direct Ticketing. Chen Shi said thoughtfully, "Brother, this is not right. It's been a minute, and the other side hasn't voted yet. What are they trying to do?" Chen Taishu smiled indifferently. He said with disdain, "Since they don't dare to confront head-on, what do you think they can do? Isn't this the usual style and routine of the gangsters?" Chen Shi, "Brother, are you saying that they are planning to steal the tower in the end?" Chen Taishu nodded. Based on the current situation, this is most likely the case. In the presidential suite of the hotel, a few young guys got together to drink again. Lying down in the live broadcast room while drinking, Chen Shi frowned and asked, "What should we do then? Should we just put up the tickets, or wait till the end?" Chen Taishu leisurely took a sip of the refreshing and lingering Dahongpo. He said calmly, "Of course we'll just put the tickets there. It's hard to guarantee that there won't be any accidents while guarding the tower." Xia Yinjia's voice came from Chen Shi's microphone. "We don't know how many tickets the other side will use to steal now. Then how many tickets should we put out? The party that displays the tickets always suffers the loss. Because you have no idea how many votes the other party will use to steal. If you don't put enough of them, they will definitely be stolen by the opponent. But if there are enough of them, and they exceed their preparation, then naturally they will not come up. In this case, wouldn't the tickets be wasted? Of course, this only applies to other people. This is not the case with our brother Taishu. Who made him have so much dubi to spend? There is no such thing as waste or no waste. As long as he can squander it and win the PK, his goal will be achieved. While others are afraid of wasting tickets, he is eager to swipe more." Chen Taishu replied calmly, "How many tickets?" He. "Of course, we have to keep it there until they dare not and cannot steal it." As soon as Chen Taishu finished speaking, he clicked on the title column again. Pressing and holding the option of renew for 10 years is just a random click. Suddenly, gorgeous and domineering special effects kept flashing in all the live broadcast rooms on the entire platform. The key point is that this kind of special effects displayed on all platforms cannot be blocked. You can only force yourself to see the special effects disappear automatically. This also led to all Douyin anchors having a love-hate relationship with Brother Taishu. Special effects dominate the screen at every turn, and they come in series. This makes it really difficult for the anchors. It's okay to be forced to appreciate the special effects, but there is no way to create live broadcast content and effects. And it seriously affects the popularity of the live broadcast room. Except for the die-hard fans, everyone else was attracted to watch the fun. This time, Chen Taishu didn't pause at all and clicked all the way to the bottom in one breath. He stopped only after he had spent all the dubi in his pocket. At this moment, the red team's health bar votes have reached 5 trillion votes. Chen Taishu's more than 4 trillion votes, plus the votes from everyone who ignited the votes, add up to exactly 5 trillion votes. With this health bar, I don't believe the opponent can steal it even if I kill him. 5 trillion votes, that's a full 500 billion RMB. Throughout the history of Douyin's appearance, no one else is as arrogant as Chen Taishu. Only Xinyue MCN has such boldness, such courage and determination to risk one's life. But even though Xinyue was determined to make a desperate effort and gave it his all, he only managed to get 2 trillion votes. What's more, this time the opponent is a second-rate consortium that no one has ever heard of. If they could really get 5 trillion votes, they wouldn't have been in Douyin for so many years and still be unknown. Furthermore, even if they really want to steal in the end, they can really print such a ticket. Then Chen Taishu is not weak at all. When it comes to hand speed competition, he is really not afraid. As for the doobie that had already been squandered, he. Is this a matter? Chapter 170 The World's First Heavenly Lord. However, Chen Taishu didn't know. When he completely squandered the 10 trillion doobie in his account. All over the world, in the minds of bigwigs who are qualified to know that Douyin and the country's destiny are bound together. Suddenly, a mysterious sound was heard at the same time. Congratulations to the Zhuxia tribe for successfully becoming the world's first super rich god with the title of Tianzuan. As a reward, all the people of Zhuxia will have their lifespans extended by 10 years. Zhuxia National Destiny Department. Director Chen Bagua jumped up from his chair, waving his arms excitedly. He shouted excitedly, "Great, this is fucking awesome." Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun was also very excited. I didn't expect the reward to be so generous this time. 10 years, the life expectancy of all people will be increased by 10 years. Okay, great. At this time, in the work area outside the office, a group of technical elites who knew the inside story also burst into excited cheers. Everyone is happy that his lifespan has increased by 10 years. Chen Bagua and Zhou Jianjun looked at each other tacitly, and then smiled at each other. Just as the two were about to speak, the red dedicated telephone on the table rang urgently. Chen Bagua did not dare to hesitate at all and quickly picked up the phone and answered it. "Lord, I know." "Okay, no problem. Don't worry." After hanging up the phone, Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun couldn't wait to ask, "Old Chen, what instructions does the Lord have?" Chen Bagua slowly picked up the special cigarettes on the table. He lit a cigarette and threw the box to him. After puffing away at the smoke for a while, he slowly said, "The rewards from the Douyin platform this time really caught me off guard. None of us expected that the first person to be promoted to the title of Heavenly Lord would receive such a generous reward. This kid Chen Taishu really gave us a big surprise." But Director Chen Bagua frowned and suddenly changed the subject. This time he will also be exposed to the whole world. There is no doubt that other countries will definitely send people or activate secret spies to investigate. Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun also nodded in agreement. Said, now they should just test the waters and find out the truth. But once the national war begins, if Kid Chen becomes famous and shows off his strength, they will definitely start assassinating him without reservation. Although after Douyin was tied to the national destiny, no country could start a war privately. But there is no explicit rule that assassinations are not allowed. Yes, that's right. From the moment their national destiny is bound together, countries can no longer easily start a war. Neither small-scale frictions between countries nor large-scale attacks are allowed. And never question the rules of Mystic Douyin. The two unlucky guys whose countries were destroyed by the earthquake and tsunami did so because they doubted the ability of the mysterious Douyin. Although war cannot be started lightly, Douyin does not prohibit assassinations. I don't know whether Douyin did this on purpose or it was a bug left accidentally. This loophole will definitely be exploited. Of course, although it is a bug, this loophole is definitely not too big. If it is a blatant assassination or a large-scale assassination, what is the difference between this and starting a war? I'm afraid we have to carefully grasp the balance and scale involved. If you accidentally exceed the limits of the loophole, there will be danger of national destruction. Deputy Director Zhou continued to ask, does the Lord want us to continue to strengthen the security of Chen Kid? Chen Bagua nodded and took a deep puff of his cigarette. He said slowly, this is just one of them. The second is to teach us not to be passive in defense. When Zhou Jianjun heard this, he was immediately delighted. He hurriedly replied, don't worry, I have already arranged it. We have deployed hidden weapons against all those who are threatening us. All we need is a command. The corners of Zhou Jianjun's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cruel and bloodthirsty sneer. Finally, he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Chapter 171. The whole world welcomes the coming of the Heavenly Lord. Just as the platform's mysterious voice was ringing in the minds of global bosses. Whether it was Americus, John Bull, Gallic Rooster, Sakura, or Pickles, all of them were moving. They issued only one order: check, find out who was promoted to the title of Heavenly Venerable. There is no doubt that Chen Taishu's promotion in such a short period of time has broken the original pattern in balance. Everyone can't help but wonder, is the national war about to begin? Otherwise, the platform's rewards would not have been so sudden and generous. Because Chen Taishu was suddenly promoted to the title of Heavenly Venerable, the whole world suddenly became busy. In the live broadcast room, the moment when Chen Taishu squandered all his Do coins and was promoted to Tianzuan, the mobile phones of all the online viewers on the Douyin platform went black in an instant. Wang Ergo couldn't help but exclaimed, "Hey, damn, why is my phone screen black?" In the guest seats, Jin Shi, who was very confused, also shouted, "My phone screen suddenly went black too." Everyone reacted the same way, thinking their phone was broken. Chen Taishu was equally confused. Just when everyone was confused, a dazzling red light suddenly appeared on the screen. A scarlet full moon hangs high in the night sky. Suddenly, a group of black figures floated out from the full moon. Then, he flew directly into the air. As the figure got closer, the picture became clearer. It turned out to be a group of fairies wearing colorful clothes. As the fairies landed, colorful petals began to fall from the sky. The sky is full of flower rain and the dancing fairies are so beautiful. And the special effects are so awesome that they look like the real thing. The ninth heaven fairy came floating over and then knelt respectfully on the ground covered with flower petals. "Welcome, the world's first heavenly lord, the grand illusionary realm has arrived." A wonderful sound effect suddenly sounded. This time, the magnificent special effects were not only displayed on the entire network of Zuxia Douyin. Moreover, Douyin apps around the world are displayed simultaneously. After the special effects disappeared, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Shit! I thought my phone was broken, but it turned out to be a special effect. The special effects are amazing, beautiful, and they look just like the real thing. Brother Taishu is really awesome. He was promoted to the title of Heavenly Lord, and he is the first one in the world. Brother Taishu is awesome, Brother Taishu is so domineering, the world's first Heavenly Lord is actually from our Zuxia, awesome. Wang Ergu, who had come to his senses, hurriedly said, "Congratulations to Brother Taishu for ascending to the Heavenly Lord." Chen Shi also said, "Brother, congratulations on becoming a Tianzuan-level consumer tycoon." Other younger brothers also posted messages to congratulate. For a moment, the entire public screen was filled with congratulations. As for PK, it seems that no one cares about it now. Of course, the celebration ceremony for Wang Ergo cannot be missed. The live broadcast room was filled with the sound of salutes, firecrackers, gongs and drums, dragon and lion dances, and it was very lively. Fortunately, Wang Ergu's live broadcast studio is an independent office building. And it's in the suburbs. Otherwise, with such a loud noise, it would be strange if there were no complaints about disturbing the neighbors. The world's first heavenly lord. Chen Taishu couldn't help but smile triumphantly. At this moment, his vanity was also greatly satisfied. Being able to play live streaming to this level is really awesome. A special effects show from all over the world, my god, it makes me excited just thinking about it. From this moment on, the nickname ID Taishu Huanjing became known to the whole world. Needless to say, such privilege is definitely only available to the first place. As for the second and third people who are promoted to the title of Heavenly Venerate, they will definitely not receive such treatment. After a brief moment of excitement and pride, Chen Taishu took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. He suddenly remembered the hint that Tongzi had given him earlier. Just as he was about to communicate with Tongzi, Tongzi's voice happened to ring in his mind. Chapter 172, Combined Area Arena PK Competition. I know what you want to ask, don't ask. If you ask, it means that the problem has been temporarily solved. Wow, okay. Before Chen Taishu asked about the little boy, Tongzi replied directly. Hearing Tongzi's voice, Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows. Confused and curious, he asked, "What do you mean? What do you mean it's temporarily resolved?" Tongzi was silent for a moment. Within 10 years, his illness will not recur. The expression on Chen Taishu's face became even more confused. Why is there a time limit? What on earth is this operation? Although he was puzzled, he did not ask any further questions. Because he knew Tongzi's character well, no matter how much he asked, Tongzi would not tell him until the time came. But it is good news that it can be solved temporarily. Since spending lavishly can play a vital role, just keep on spending. It's always a good thing. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the fame mission issued by this system. The performance rating for this mission is S+. Chen Taishu waited for a long time, but there was no further response from Tongzi. He asked doubtfully, "Where's the reward?" According to convention, shouldn't you mention the reward at this time? Originally, I should have mentioned the reward, but since the host has already received it in advance, I just omitted it. Chen Taishu was bewildered. No, when did I receive it in advance? Hey, are you planning to default on your debt or deduct money? You better give me a perfect explanation, or I'll fucking complain to you. Please be patient, don't complain all the time, or else, host, please think about it carefully. Chen Taishu frowned and thought. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He asked tentatively, "The reward you mentioned, isn't it about being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk?" Bingo! You got it right. I. Chen Taishu was so angry that he thought that one Buddha was born and two Buddhas went to heaven. Okay, no wonder you were so straightforward and easy to talk to before. I give it as soon as I say it, without any conditions or hesitation. Although I had guessed that this dog system had bad intentions, I didn't expect that it would actually bring the reward forward. Damn it, I was cheated by this bastard Tongzi. Chen Taishu was very angry. Maybe the reward this time would be very generous, but it turned out to be replaced by the skill of being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Chen Taishu shook his head and said, "Forget it, the change has already been made, there is no point in thinking too much. What's more, it's good to not get drunk even if you drink 1,000 cups. Don't worry, there is still a chance, take your time." Chen Taishu, who had no choice but to accept the reality, urged unhappily, "What about the next stage of the mission? Hurry up, we are all busy. Step 4 of the God-making plan, become famous all over the world. This system will recharge 100 trillion Douyin coins to the host's Douyin account." Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows and skipped a grade again. The further you go, the higher the difficulty level becomes. Chen Taishu couldn't help but ask, "Is there no time limit this time?" That's right, this mission also has no time limit. But Tongzi suddenly changed the subject. Chen Taishu said unhappily, "You are just an intelligence system, why are you keeping me in suspense? Hurry up and tell me." However, the 100 trillion Douyin coins for this mission must be spent before the Douyin Combined Area Arena PK competition. Combined Zone Arena PK competition? What does this mean? But this is not his focus now. Chen Taishu was quite speechless. He asked angrily, "No, how do I know when Douyin will start merging servers? What if the servers are going to merge in the next second, or tomorrow? That is the host's business and has nothing to do with this system." Damn, Chen Taishu was very angry. Although there is no time limit, it is even more excessive than if there was a time limit. Chen Taishu took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. According to Douyin style, major events such as the Combined Zone PK competition will definitely be announced in advance. As for how long in advance, according to his guess, the announcement will be made at least 1 week in advance. Chapter 173. Enjoy the process. Of course, these are all Chen Taishu's guesses. It seems that there is plenty of time, but who knows if there will be any accidents? What if Douyin doesn't issue an announcement in advance? Therefore, the time left for Chen Taishu is completely unknown. This time, the mission has a sense of urgency and excitement. In general, you still have to spend it as soon as possible. The sooner you squander it, the more at ease you will feel. Notes on the God Creating Plan 1, once the God Creating Plan is launched. Notes on the God Making Plan 2, all cashbacks. Notes on Famous World 1, this system provides. After completing the process, the dog system became silent as usual. Chen Taishu felt quite stressed as he looked at the 100 trillion Douyi coins quietly lying in his account. Once a hobby becomes a job and a profession, there is no passion at all. In the past, Chen Taishu had fantasized about how awesome and pretentious he would be if he had endless Douyi to spend. But now, looking at the coins in my pocket, it seems like they have become a burden. He exhaled heavily and cursed himself for being pretentious. Are you fucking unhappy about something that others dream of? Besides, so what if this is work? Isn't a job that wastes money fun, comfortable, and pretentious? Chen Taishu shook his head vigorously, throwing all these pretentious thoughts out of his head. For him, the most important thing now is to seize the time and squander the money. Everything else is not important. What's more, squandering a lot of money can have unexpected effects. Just like little boys. So Chen Taishu loves to go to work, and loves to spend money. I took a look at the PK that was still going on at this moment. Although the issue of the title of Heavenly Lord caused quite a stir, it was only a matter of a few minutes. So there is still a lot of PK time left. There are still nearly 5 minutes left. Wang Ergo's red blood bar votes remain stable at 5 trillion votes, far ahead. The blue health bar of the mysterious man on the opposite side was also very stable and remained motionless. The blue health bar has been almost completely suppressed by the red health bar. Chen Taishu narrowed his eyes and secretly guessed, are these guys on the opposite side really planning to steal the tower? A slight smile appeared on his lips. You want to steal my tower? I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. Chen Taishu said directly, Ergo, let the other party open the microphone. It's already been 5 minutes, don't you understand the rules of PK? Oh, look what has happened. Because Brother Taishu was promoted to the title of Tianzuan, he even forgot about the PK matter. Wang Ergo waved his hand and asked the Atmosphere group who were still performing the Dragon and Lion dance in the live broadcast room to retreat quickly. Then he quickly made a paused gesture to the camera. The host on the other side also wisely turned on the microphone. After both parties started speaking, Chen Taishu smiled maliciously. He said slowly, since you want to steal the tower at the last moment, you must be prepared to be ridiculed and insulted in the process. Now that we have set up the tickets, shouldn't we enjoy the process? He was telling the truth, this has always been the case in the PK arena. If you can't suppress your health bar during the process, you will be ridiculed and attacked by the other host. Everything depends on strength and health bar. Ergo, give them some provocation and see how strong their endurance is. Wang Ergo smiled proudly. Brother Deli Taishu, just wait and see. Cough cough. The fake me Sandow coughed twice to clear his throat. Then turn on the taunt mode directly. 5 minutes. 5 whole minutes. Oh my god, your health bars haven't moved at all. I see, your health bars are not welded shut, nor are they anesthetized. Instead, he was paralyzed. Please, can we break 10,000 first? At least get some dignity votes first? After all, you are a super rich consortium, don't you even have this little dignity? Aren't you just lowering our standards? Wang Ergu was mocking mercilessly, and his insults became more and more unpleasant. But the other party was like a weight under a weight, determined not to move. Being so patient, it's obvious that he's waiting for the big explosion at the last moment. Chen Taishu smiled disdainfully. Will he give it a chance? What are you thinking about? He is now furious when looking at the 100 trillion dubi in his account. Then you have to vent a little, right? Chapter 174, The Anchor is Terrified. Chen Taishu, whose account was full of dubi, directly clicked on the title column. Want to steal my tower? I'll fucking scare you when you see the health bar. Tianzuan Taishu Wanjing is in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room, and the king's protection has been renewed for 10 years. Wow, well, after being promoted to the noble title of Tianzuan, there is actually a prefix in front of it. Another 100 hits. We saw Brother Taishu's famous skill again, 100 consecutive hits in 10 seconds. 10 trillion, squandered in just 10 seconds. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this kind of lavish spending? Looking at the 15 trillion blood bar votes, Wang Ergu, who was used to big scenes, was stunned. 15 trillion votes, damn, this is definitely the highest number of votes in a single game in history. And what was broken was not only the Douyin record of our Zhuxia tribe, but also the Douyin record of the whole world. Chen Shi said in a trembling voice, Big brother, is it necessary to be so ruthless? Even a big Beijing celebrity like Chen Shi was shocked. Not to mention her, which rich person or rich consortium would not be panicked when seeing the health bar of 15 trillion votes? Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled the thick smoke. He said calmly, didn't I say it before? Since we are displaying the tickets, we have to make it so that the other party can't understand it. Let them see the health bar, so they won't even dare to think about stealing the tower. Now, do you think the opponent still has the idea of stealing the tower? He. Steal? Steal a ball. Who the hell would use 15 trillion votes to steal the tower? With such confidence and strength, wouldn't he have been voted on directly at the beginning? Not to mention the unknown mysterious consortium. Even those famous super-rich consortiums on the external platforms are dumbfounded when they see this health bar. Wang Erge stared straight at the health bar and the number of votes. Although he seemed as steady as an old dog on the surface, his heart was actually filled with turbulent waves. He was panicking, really panicking. Brother Taishu is now swiping more and more votes. The wealth he gained from this became increasingly beyond his control. Once wealth exceeds one's ability to control, it is not a good thing but a disaster. Wang Erge was very smart and can know himself clearly. He took a deep breath and a determined look appeared on his face. It seems like some important decision has been made. Before, he thought that as long as he used the money given by Brother Taishu to do more good deeds and positive things, everything would be fine. But now, Brother Taishu has given too much. It was so much that it frightened him, and so much that he couldn't spend it all even if he did positive things. Forget it, let us not do all this fancy stuff. Just try something simple and rough, solve the problem once and for all, and have complete peace of mind. After making up his mind, Wang Erge breathed a sigh of relief. There was also a relaxed smile on his face. Without any hesitation, he said directly, "Brother Taishu, you are really spending too much money. You swipe so much, I'm really nervous." Chen Taishu smiled and said, "Why should you be so nervous? This money is reasonable, legal and compliant, there is nothing wrong with it. As long as you pay your taxes honestly, what's the problem?" Wang Erge smiled bitterly and shook his head. He explained, "Brother Taishu, to be honest, I, Wang Erge, am just a salted fish who was content with a small fortune. The reason why I do live broadcast is because I have no basketball skills. I am good for nothing except working in the live broadcast industry, which has no entry requirements. Secondly, it's because I like being a live streamer and I'm willing to bring emotional value to the viewers and fans in the live streaming room. I just want to do what I like and make a little money to support my family. I never thought about how much money I would make. Now, the wealth you gave me, Brother Taishu, I can't spend in my lifetime. There's too much money, and it's just a bunch of meaningless numbers." Wow, okay, isn't this what Chen Taishu said? Although he seemed to be showing off, what he said was indeed the truth. The amount of money that Chen Taishu gave him would definitely be an astronomical figure if he got his hands on it. For an ordinary person with no power or influence, so much money is a curse rather than a blessing. As a grassroots person, Chen Taishu could certainly understand his feelings. He asked slowly, "So, Erge, what are you going to do?" Wang Erge took a deep breath and said calmly, "Brother Taishu, I plan to donate all the money." As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers in the two live broadcast rooms were all stunned. For a while, there were many different opinions on the public screen. Some people scolded Wang Erge for being stupid, some admired him, and of course there were also those who questioned him. Then the comments on the public screen became noisy. The die-hard fans who believed in Wang Erge and those who questioned his hype and gimmicks to attract attention started to argue with each other directly. However, Chen Taishu also has a group of wealthy younger brothers. There was no doubt about Wang Erge's decision. It was his character that Chen Taishu was attracted by at the beginning. Chapter 175 Patriotic Boy. Hearing Wang Erge's words, Chen Taishu's eyebrows subconsciously raised slightly. Asked, "Where do you plan to donate?" This is a question, a very serious question. Of course, Wang Erge knew the real purpose of Brother Taishu asking this question. He smiled and replied, "Not to charity or foundation. I want to donate it directly to my motherland. Don't do anything fancy, just donate to scientific research, national defense, or the national treasury. I just don't know if the motherland is willing to accept it." Chen Taishu smiled, a smile that was both satisfied and relieved. Wang Erge really did not disappoint me. It also proves that I was not wrong about him. Chen Shi asked very seriously, "Erge, are you serious?" Wang Erge nodded without hesitation. "Of course it's true, 11th sister. There are millions of people in the live broadcast room. How can I lie or make a fuss?" In the presidential suite of the hotel, Chen Shi looked at everyone. Then he slowly said, "Okay, since you have this intention, I will help you ask." "Wait a minute, I'll call." Wang Erge smiled happily, "Thank you, 11th sister." Chen Shi temporarily turned off the microphone. Just as she was about to make a call, As luck would have it, a phone call came in first. She hurriedly answered the phone. Ha! Dad, we are really in tune with each other. I was just about to call you. The voice of Chen Bagua, the Grand Marshal of the Army and Director of the National Transport Department, came from the other end of the line. I know, that's why Dad called you. Yes, you heard it right, it was Chen Bagua's voice. The father of Beijing's little princess Chen Shi is none other than Director Chen. Hearing his words, Chen Shi was obviously stunned. Dad, you know? Chen Bagua laughed heartily and said, of course, I was watching Wang Erga's live broadcast. Do you think Dad wouldn't know? Chen Shi was extremely surprised. She could never have imagined that the commander-in-chief, who was so busy with his daily affairs, would actually watch the live broadcast. Although she is the daughter of Chen Bagua, she still does not know the existence of the National Fortune Department. Chen Bagua smiled and said, I already know what's going on. Tell Wang Erga that Zhu Xia thanks him and is willing to accept his donation. Tomorrow morning, a special plane will take him to Beijing. Thank him for me, patriotic boy, that's great. We and Zhu Xia will never forget his contribution. Chen Shi nodded, okay, Dad, I'll pass it on. After finishing the business, Chen Bagua asked, by the way, my girl, do you have any money left? If you don't have money, ask your mother for it. If a daughter of our Chen family wants to be a queen, she must be the eldest sister on the list. Well, Chen Shi was a little confused. No, why do the parents of this generation seem to be a little unconventional? It would be fine if you didn't stop it, but you actually encouraged her to become the top lady on the list? Good job. Chen Shi, who obviously hadn't recovered from his shock, could only reply blankly, Oh, okay, Dad. Chen Bagua, okay, let's leave it at that for now. Dad still has a lot of things to deal with. It's a rare trip for you, so you can stay in the Magic City for a while longer. Remember, if you don't have money, ask your family for it. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Chen Shi's reply. It took a long time for Chen Shi to come back to his senses from his dazed state. After turning on the microphone, he conveyed Director Chen's words to Wang Ergu verbatim. When Wang Ergu heard this, he was so happy that he couldn't help feeling excited. The huge rock that has been hanging in my heart for so long has finally fallen to the ground. The whole person instantly felt at ease. An extremely relaxed smile appeared on his face. Chen Taishu smiled and shook his head. He said slowly, Ergu, don't donate all your money every time. You should keep some for yourself, okay? Wang Ergu smiled innocently, I know Brother Taishu. Brother Taishu, don't worry. Although I am doing this for you, I will use your name when making the donation. Chen Taishu was a little amused. Wang Ergu is kind-hearted, grateful, and a good person. However, it is totally unnecessary. No need. Since I gave it to you, it's your money. How you deal with it has nothing to do with me. Do you know? Chapter 176, Defeat the God of War with Conspiracy. Chen Taishu's 15 trillion votes were put on the table. Even if the mysterious consortium on the opposite side originally intended to steal the tower, they can't do it now. The result was not surprising. The opponent's health bar did not move at all from the beginning to the end. Mysterious Person 0001 and Mysterious Person 0002 in the guest seats, immediately after the PK ended. The two shouted without hesitation, I am a weakling, I am a weakling. I am a wimp. I am a weakling. I am a wimp. I am a weakling. After 3 times in a row, the agreed punishment was implemented very effectively. Chen Taishu shook his head and said, I am quite disappointed in you. You guys still dare to call yourself a consortium? You don't even dare to vote in a PK, are you kidding me? Mysterious Person 0001, do you dare to do it again? Chen Taishu was slightly stunned. How can he have the nerve to say that? But in a moment, Chen Taishu figured it out. Ha ha. He laughed wildly. Mysterious Person 0002, what are you laughing at? Are you using a smile to cover up your cowardice? Your Majesty, if you are afraid and dare not continue, then please step down. Ha, such sarcasm and provocation, how fucking shameless. Chen Taishu sneered with great disdain, let me guess. In fact, in this first round, you guys didn't even think about getting a vote or fighting, right? From the beginning to the end, you never thought about making the first move. Chen Shi asked in surprise and confusion, brother, what do they mean? Chen Taishu said disdainfully, "What do you mean?" If I'm guessing correctly, they had planned to play at least 2 games with us. In the first game, they stayed put, pretending to steal the tower in the end. In fact, they won't even get on the ticket in the first round. Their purpose is to waste my votes and drain my strength. Chen Taishu's brain is indeed sufficient. When the opponent provokes him to try again, he actually guessed the other side's little trick. Yes, that's right, he guessed right. The mysterious consortium is just playing tricks. Chen Taishu smiled and continued, "They are quite good at plotting and scheming. Moreover, he successfully calculated against me. Because I am the undefeated god of war, I cannot lose. It caught my attention and made me fear that they would steal the tower in the end. So I have to sell my votes aggressively so that they can use my votes to buy me out. I have to say, your conspiracy was successful. 15 trillion votes. Are you satisfied?" Chen Taishu revealed the other party's plan bit by bit. His speculation cannot be said to be accurate to the millimeter, but it can be said to be exactly the same. This is indeed what the mysterious consortium planned. Because they know that if they confront them head-on right from the start, there is absolutely no chance of winning. The #1 undefeated god of war in Douyin is not just talk. Brother Taishu is too popular and his strength is too unfathomable. They could only use such tactics to consume his fighting power. As expected, Brother Taishu actually put up 15 trillion votes. This number is fucking terrifying. They are now secretly rejoicing, fortunately they used their brains. Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar. He said calmly, "You must think that I have no balance in my Douyin account and no tickets, right? That's why you guys couldn't wait to challenge me to another round. Even if I want to top up, there's not enough time, right?" Chen Taishu put down the big cigar in his hand and suddenly applauded. Pa. Not bad, not bad. After all, he is the one hiding in the sewers, hiding from the light. When it comes to using tricks and schemes, each one is better than the other. When it comes to using despicable means, I have no choice but to accept it. Chapter 177 Absolute Strength. It must be said that the mysterious consortium played this move very well. If any other wealthy person or consortium were schemed against like this, they would be doomed. The punishment in the first game was pretty random, so they didn't really care. But Chen Taishu dared to bet that they would definitely increase the bet in the second round. They will definitely try to eat the biggest fat fruit in one bite and make enough money in one go. Typical of greed. Mysterious person 0001, Brother Taishu. The first undefeated god of war in Douyin, a mythical super rich man, and the only celestial master in the world. How can a big shot like you slander others without any evidence? Mysterious person 0002, that's right, Brother Aries. What you just said was all just your imagination. We have no idea what you are saying. We lost the first game, but we didn't cheat and deny it, right? Have you been punished? Why should a great man like you use your own mean heart to judge others by your own mean heart? Pattern, can you have the pattern that a great man should have? Mysterious person 0001, let me stop talking nonsense. I'll say the same thing as before. If you are afraid of losing and dare not continue, then you should just withdraw. From now on, a coward like you, a wimp, stop calling yourself a god of war. You don't deserve it. Wow, these two are really good at playing double duty. They seem to have Chen Taishu in their grasp. To be honest, this is a bit shameless. It was obvious that he was deliberately praising him, setting him up, and forcing Chen Taishu to submit. Chen Taishu shook his head. These so-called kidnappings were meaningless to him. Does he care? Obviously doesn't care. However, this does not mean that he will not accept it. After all, you can't mess with the mission, right? Besides, other people's faces are already right in front of you. He also took the initiative to put your hand on his face. If we don't fight them, wouldn't that be against the will of heaven? He smiled and said, "You guys think I'm Duan Cohen, you're sure you can take me down, right?" Mysterious person 0001, Brother Aries, there's no need to be so harsh. What do you mean by sure or not sure? The rule in the PK world is that there is no PK that is guaranteed to win, and there is no PK that is guaranteed to lose. Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you always busy? Why are you so hesitant today? Ha. No, Brother Aries, you're not really scared or terrified, are you? Chen Taishu smiled indifferently. He said calmly, "Don't fight me, don't provoke me, I won't take it. But since you guys insist on kneeling down and begging me to slap you in the face, wouldn't it be too unreasonable for me to refuse? Who made me soft-hearted? Who made me a kind person? Okay, I'll satisfy you. I'll take it. Let's just talk about the punishment. When they heard that he accepted the call, the mysterious consortium on the other side was immediately delighted. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "The punishment is simple. If you lose, you will have to be our younger brother, brother god of war. From now on, you will follow our lead. Also, I have to publicly apologize to all the rich people on the internet for my previous arrogant remarks." Wow, well, Chen Taishu's guess turned out to be correct. These guys have such nice ideas. On the one hand, he wants to conquer himself, and on the other hand, he wants to please the richest man on the internet. This guy has taken all the good things, right? It seems that this group of guys, like Xinyu AMCN, have big ambitions. Chen Taishu said slowly, "Okay, no problem. But if you lose, then you will all be my lackeys. And you have to take off that turtle vest from you. I really want to see what kind of ugliness you guys have." The other party agreed to the punishment he proposed without hesitation. "Okay, take it. Whoever uses the knife as a rolling knife will have his entire family killed." Ha, this person is definitely sure to have Chen Taishu in his grasp, and is afraid that he will deny it in the end. Chen Taishu wanted to laugh. Why did he always run into these idiots who dug holes for themselves? So, it's hard to persuade a ghost who wants to die with kind words. I'm giving you a chance, you have to make the most of it. This time, I really won't show mercy. Today, I will teach you a good lesson. I want you to know that in the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is nothing but a piece of shit and cannot withstand a single blow. Be prepared to submit to me, Ergu, and start right away. Wang Ergu, who no longer had any psychological burden, grinned. He quickly replied, "Okay, big brother." As the first lackey under the sect, he has 100% faith in brother Taishu's ability. So he had no worries at all. As both sides turned off their microphones, the second round of PK officially began. Chen Shi shouted passionately, "Warriors of the Reckless Legion, there is no need to conserve your strength this time. Just light the fire and let them see our true strength. We need to let them know that ignition means the end." Although Chen Shi did not say it explicitly, how could Chen Taishu not know what she meant? It's obvious that she wants to share the firepower with me. Writing peace for the world, just wait and see. This time, our ignition will make the PK end immediately. Sure enough, the younger brothers also understood what she said. Chen Taishu smiled and said firmly, "No need. You don't need to light the fire in this round. It's too slow and wastes time. I said I would not show mercy anymore, and that would let the other side know what true despair is." After saying that, Chen Taishu didn't wait for everyone to react and directly clicked on the title column. Tianzu and Taishu of Wanjing is in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room, and the king's protection has been renewed for 10 years. Tianzu and Taishu of Wanjing is in Wang Ergu's live broadcast room, and the king's protection has been renewed for 10 years. Without any surprise, Chen Taishu's renewal special effects once again dominated the live broadcast rooms on all platforms. Moreover, this time the entire live broadcast room dominated the screen for more than just a short while. Because at this moment, Chen Taishu was like he had eaten a whole box of Xianmai and couldn't stop at all. 100 hits in 10 seconds. 100 hits in 10 seconds. Or 100 hits in 10 seconds. In 100 seconds, Chen Taishu clicked renew for 10 years 1,000 times. 1,000 renewal special effects are shown. The special effects display time for each 10-year renewal in the entire live broadcast room is 3 seconds. 1,000 times is 3,000 seconds. 3,000 seconds, a full 50 minutes. Well, within this hour, all the live broadcast rooms on the entire platform don't have to do anything else and just watch Brother Taishu's special effects show. Is this awesome? Not just awesome, this is fucking awesome, okay? It is domineering, but this domineering attitude is spent on real gold and silver. Every special effects display involves 100 billion sound waves, which is a full 10 billion renminbi. Who dares to play this? Who can afford it? Chapter 178 Breaking Cognition Again and Again. 100 seconds, 1,000 strikes that would last for 10 years. In other words, in just 1 minute and 40 seconds, Chen Taishu squandered 100 trillion do coins. A full 10 trillion renminbi. What the hell is this concept? When Chen Taishu's fierce and domineering operation ended, Everyone in Douyin was stunned. Wang Ergo stood there in a daze, like a wooden chicken. There was complete silence in both live broadcast rooms. Even the public screen stopped refreshing and jumping. No one posted any comments. There were tens of millions of people in the two live broadcast rooms, but not a single person spoke. At this moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. Now, the only sound that can be heard is Chen Taishu smoking a cigar. Even the subtle sound of a burning cigar can be heard clearly. Chen Taishu smiled smugly. "What's the matter? Why are all of you silent?" After hearing his voice, everyone slowly came back to their senses from their shock. Wang Ergo swallowed hard. He said in a trembling voice in astonishment, Big brother, this." After stuttering for a long time, he really couldn't find any words to describe or express himself. Chen Shi and his younger brothers in the presidential suite of the hotel. His movements and expressions are exactly the same as Wang Ergo's. Chen Shi took a deep breath and forced himself to stay calm. He pressed his barren chest, trying to calm his violently beating heart. Brother, I knew you were cruel, but I didn't expect you to be this cruel. Brother, you are awesome. You are too fierce and domineering, aren't you? Chen Shi's words were like a missile hitting the Pacific Ocean, immediately causing huge waves. Everyone reacted. For a moment, the public screen was filled with words like Brother Taishu is awesome, Brother Taishu is domineering, and Brother Taishu is rich and inhumane. The supreme floating screen barrage in the live broadcast room was also swiping the screen like crazy. Writing for peace in the world, brother, awesome, really awesome, awesome broken voice. The dream of 900 million boys, brother, are you still human? Over a minute, 100 trillion votes, oh my god. Xingshan Rogu, brother, you break the limits of our cognition time and time again. Ejian Shilai, I used to think I was a rich man. But it wasn't until today that I really realized that I am a poor bastard. I saw the screen full of comments of shock and praise. Chen Taishu smiled and shook his head. Alright, stop making a fuss and stop f-king around. You're just getting started. You have no experience. Don't say you know me in the future. You can't afford to lose face. There will be many bigger scenes than this in the future, just get used to it. Don't give me this unworldly trick again. Good man, when it comes to showing off, it's you, Chen Taishu. Of course, no one in the live broadcast room thought he was pretending. In the face of absolute strength, there is no such thing as pretense, there is only domineering. Oh my god, I really can't stand watching Brother Taishu's PK. Every time Brother Taishu PKs, it refreshes my understanding of money and super rich people. 10 trillion RMB, just for a little over a minute of pleasure? How rich is Brother Taishu? It's over. I won't be able to watch any other live PK shows from now on. In the past, I would get excited and passionate when watching live PK in Carnival. Now, the number of blood bar votes is not tens of billions or hundreds of billions, but I am not fucking bothered at all. Have I become so arrogant that I don't even know my last name? What the netizens in the live broadcast room said is also true. When you are used to watching large-scale PKs, when you go to watch small-scale PKs, you will find it boring and you won't be interested at all. Chapter 179 Ancient Rich Man. 100 trillion votes not only stunned everyone in the two live broadcast rooms. It also completely killed this PK that was no surprise. Perhaps the other party never dreamed that Chen Taishu's account not only had a balance, but also so much money. They all thought that the 15 trillion votes in the first round was the ceiling. But this game refreshed their cognition again. Looking at the 100 trillion health bar votes, they truly understood what true despair was. My head is buzzing. Because the punishment for losing is to make them your lackeys. That's why Chen Taishu didn't choose to cheat them of their votes. Instead, he opened fire at full force like a storm from the very beginning. Chen Taishu was too lazy to waste any more time and asked Wang Erge to ask the other party to turn on the microphone. After both parties started talking, Chen Taishu said directly, "Come on, show it to me. The remaining 8 minutes are your time to show off. Let's get started." Show a ball. You just put up 100 trillion votes, who the hell dares to move an inch? Who has the strength and the courage to challenge? Looking at the person opposite him who was motionless and silent, Chen Taishu smiled slightly. I gave you a chance, but you guys are useless. See, no matter what your schemes are, no matter how ingenious your schemes are. Will it be useful in the face of absolutely powerful strength? Don't you understand the principle that one force can defeat 10 skills? No problem, why bother with all that fancy stuff? One punch solves everything. Chen Taishu took a sip of the cigar with great enjoyment. He continued, surrender and admit defeat? With 100 trillion votes on the table, there is really nothing shameful in admitting defeat. The mysterious consortium on the opposite side did not speak. Just when Chen Taishu was getting impatient. But suddenly I saw that the avatars of the two people in the guest seats had changed, and their online nicknames were also displayed. The mysterious man 0001 turned into Brother Xiaosa. The mysterious person 0002 turned into a silly girl. Chen Taishu was also shocked that the mysterious person number 2 was actually a woman. Wow, the voice changer is really powerful. The two people who took off the mysterious man's vest instantly ignited the live broadcast room. Fuck, it's actually Brother Xiaosha and Sister Hanin. Oh my god, they were the first and second richest people to reach level 60 back then. Wow, I didn't expect that even the ancient rich would be exposed. They were hiding really well. After they lost to the 8th prince, we never saw them again. I thought they had lost face and quit the internet. Ha ha. Brother Taishu is right. This mysterious man's suit is just a fig leaf. It's really interesting. Looking at the continuously scrolling public screen, Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows. He laughed and joked, wow, I didn't expect you two are celebrities. Or the first two who were promoted to level 60? Brother Xiaosha, that's right, when Douyin was first launched, Hanmei and I reached level 60 that day. The voice changer was turned off, and his real voice sounded quite young. Chen Taishu asked curiously, why would you wear a mysterious vest and hide yourself? You two don't look like a slacker. Silly girl, why else? I lost at PK, was insulted, and lost all my face. I can't face anyone. It just so happened that the platform started selling the mysterious man suit, so I put on the vest. Her voice is also very youthful and nice. Chen Taishu smiled and teased, are you two a couple? The two replied in unison, yes, that's right. Wow, I guessed it right. But it feels pretty good and quite romantic. Chapter 180. No one can do this. Chen Taishu smiled and said, not bad, this is the first time I've seen a rich couple together. After a pause, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He said in a deep voice, you two set up this damn consortium just to seek revenge, right? Brother Xiaosa didn't hide anything and admitted directly, that's right. So what do you mean by the 8th prince is so powerful? Logically speaking, your consortium should have some strength now that it has developed to this point, right? Brother Xiaosa said with some disdain, it is definitely more than enough to deal with that bastard. It's just that I don't know how that bastard got mixed up with people from the Hong Kong circle. So we are not sure we can handle him yet. Chen Taishu suddenly understood. No wonder they want to conquer me and want to please and make friends with other rich people. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, you calculated everything, but you didn't calculate my strength, right? Now all the planning and deployment have failed. Brother Xiaosha sighed heavily. There's nothing much to say. 100 trillion votes. I'm convinced. Then the two of them shouted in unison, boss. Chen Taishu nodded with satisfaction. Okay, that's it. After saying that, he asked Wang Erge to hang up the call. After hanging up the call, Chen Taishu didn't say anything. Chen Shi tentatively guessed, brother, are you waiting? Chen Taishu didn't expect that she could see through his thoughts. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Brother Xiaosha, Sister Hanin, and several level 60 rich people entering the live broadcast room. Chen Taishu smiled and said, I thought you were going to run away again. Brother Xiaosha floated on the screen and said, since you lost, you have to admit it. As a lackey, of course you have to follow the boss. Not bad, very good. Chen Taishu then said with satisfaction, since you have put aside your pride and status and are willing to admit it, then as the boss, I naturally have to show some appreciation. Everyone in the Reckless Army, remember this, I am the only one who can bully you. No matter who else is here, it won't work, not even the Lord can do it. Now that you are my people, I, as the boss, will help you get back the face and dignity you lost. Go and challenge that damned 8th prince. Don't even mention that I launched a surprise attack. I gave him plenty of time to prepare. Tell him that the Reckless Army will set out at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Either he accepts the challenge, or he admits his mistake and apologizes. Don't try to play dead. You can't escape unless you quit the internet. I don't know whether he is domineering or not. I don't know whether I'm passionate or not. But Chen Taishu suddenly felt that after spending so much time with this group of silly friends, he seemed to have become a lot more immature. He didn't care who was right or wrong in the grudge between them. In short, you can't bully my people. Chen Taishu is such a protective person. Of course, this is just everyone's idea. In fact, they misunderstood Chen Taishu. Chen Taishu is just simply looking for trouble. Of course, he wouldn't be like a mad dog, biting anyone he caught, right? So you must have a legitimate reason. Well, now you have the legitimate reason, right? Brother Xiaosa, thank you, boss. Silly girl, thank you, boss. Chen Taishu pretended to say, what are you thanking me for? I am your boss. It is only natural for me to support you. Well, you can find faults in such a fresh and elegant way, and in such a dignified way. That's progress. His younger brothers who had misunderstood him were so moved that they were completely overwhelmed. It is so happy and safe to follow such a protective big brother or boss. Well, this guy has done it again. Chen Shi smiled and said, brother, are you happy? Not bad. He was in a really good mood tonight, having been promoted to the #1 supreme being in the world and gaining a group of younger followers. I have completed 1/10 of the new task, and also pretended to be a little bit cool. Yes, it's very sufficient. Since you are happy, brother, can you make us happy too? Well, these guys are getting restless again. Chen Taishu smiled and shook his head, saying, then let's all be happy. Eat, sleep, punch Kong air. Ergo, go over there. Wang Ergo couldn't help but laugh out loud, okay, big brother. Chapter 181 Xingyo Media. Star Media. As the most well-known and powerful media guild in the entire network, I have made countless internet anchors famous. In addition to its outstanding management and operational capabilities, it is also inseparable from the strong capital behind it. Xiao Yinong, who is known as the #1 electronic queen on the entire internet, was promoted by Xingyo Media. Because the original platform was forced to shut down and removed from the shelves, they directly moved into Douyin. At 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Xiao Yinong will officially start her Douyin debut. This also announced that Xingyo Media has officially entered Douyin. Tonight, all the company's senior executives gathered in the conference room to discuss and arrange tomorrow's debut. Xiao Yinong was of course also sitting in the conference room, and her seat was not low. She is not only the backbone and the #1 sister of Xingyo, but also a shareholder. Although these are shares awarded by the company, they are enough to illustrate her important position. Xiao Yinong is still very beautiful, with an extremely sexy and enchanting figure. Moreover, she is quite talented. She is good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, playing other musical instruments, singing, dancing, rap and playing basketball. A blacksmith must be strong himself, otherwise he will not be able to forge iron if he does not have sufficient capital. No matter how much the company supports him, he is still a piece of useless mud. Xiao Yinong was able to become the #1 sister of Xingyo, gain so many fans, and capture so many big brothers. It can get the full support of the top-notch and unparalleled 18 Arhats consortium. To be the #1 electric mother on the entire internet, she must have her own strengths. She is personally very excited and looking forward to joining the new Douyin platform. In the past 2 years, all live streaming platforms have begun to decline, except Douyin, which is thriving. Anyone can see that Douyin has unlimited potential and a bright future. Moreover, all live streaming platforms are now banned without any reason. But Douyin was the only one that was not affected or affected at all. I think even a blind person can understand the meaning of this, right? In fact, the company had already planned to enter Douyin. Therefore, this entry into Douyin was not hasty. In fact, they had been prepared for it for a long time. Xiao Yinong joined Douyin, and so did her elder brothers and the super rich consortium. And there are a large number of fans who will definitely follow along. She didn't start from scratch, she started from a top-tier company. Of course, her and Xingyo's ambitions cannot be satisfied by just being a top-tier company. What they want is to be first. They definitely have the ability and strength. However, the biggest obstacle facing them now is Chen Taishu. Especially after seeing the outrageous moves of the #1 god of war who spent billions of gold tonight. They were all shocked. As a result, the conference room is now completely silent. After a long time, Xiao Yinong's gaze moved away from the projected live screen. I couldn't help but swallow. Looking at the president sitting in the first seat, he asked weakly without any confidence. Boss Lu, are you sure we want to use Wang Ergu as a stepping stone to get to the top? President Lu Yunqi frowned. But then his frown relaxed. A powerful and confident smile appeared on his face. The number one god of war in Douyin is indeed worthy of his reputation. He is so arrogant. Too arrogant. He is definitely the most wealthy man on the internet in history. As Lu Yunqi spoke, he picked up the cigar from the ashtray and took a leisurely sip. At this time, Director Jiang of the Operations Department suddenly stood up. He said slowly, "Actually, it's not impossible for us to give it a try. Our company, together with the big brothers of all the anchors under it, and the 18 Arhats Divine Wealthy Consortium. It seems that I am qualified to have a chance to meet him." And, having said that, he deliberately paused for a moment and glanced at President Lu Yunqi. Chapter 182, betting that there are no bullets in his gun. After noticing that Lu Yunqi's expression did not change at all, he then continued, "As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Tomorrow night, won't he want to avenge my brother and regain his face? We can definitely unite with the wealthy people in Hong Kong. In this way, wouldn't the chances of winning be greater? There are indeed many wealthy people in Hong Kong who are quite powerful, but if they want to defeat Taishu Fantasy Realm head-on on their own, the possibility is not great. They must be aware of this, so extending an olive branch to them at this time is undoubtedly a timely help. We can take this opportunity to capture all the wealthy people in Hong Kong. It's really killing two birds with one stone." Director Jiang became more and more excited as he spoke. He can get 100 trillion votes tonight. I don't believe he can get that many votes tomorrow night. Could it be that his money was blown by the wind? After Director Jiang finished his proposal, he even felt a little proud. I thought that such an excellent suggestion would definitely be recognized and appreciated by everyone. But it must be said that his proposal is indeed very nice in some aspects. Just as he said, killing several birds with one stone. He looked a little proud and was ready to be praised. This is exactly the case. After hearing his proposal, the eyes of the senior executives lit up. They all applauded and praised. "Good, not bad, I think Director Jiang's proposal is very feasible." That's right. If we unite the forces of all the families and take over the Grand Illusionary Realm in one fell swoop, and then take over the Hong Kong Circle, then won't Xingyao be the only one that dominates Douyin in the future? Just as they were imagining beautiful things, President Lu Yunqi said nothing. His face gradually became gloomy and cold. The excited crowd gradually discovered that something was wrong with him. One by one, they fell silent. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly turned cold. Lu Yunqi took a deep puff of his cigar and glanced at everyone in the conference room with cold eyes. He said in a bad tone, "Are you done? Are you done with your spring and autumn dream? Your fucking brains are caught in the door, right? You just believe everything you hear. Don't you have the ability to use your brain to think? Are you all actually having fucking sweet dreams? How about I let you go home and let you go back to bed and do it slowly?" Mr. Lu, who has always been gentle, calm and reserved, is now furious. And I couldn't help but swear. This is really rare. Director Jiang, who was so smug a second ago, was suddenly stunned. How come this is completely different from what I thought? Isn't this a well thought out proposal? What's the problem? Everyone in the meeting room was confused. They had no idea where the problem had occurred. This suggestion is indeed very good. Why is the president so angry? Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at the furious Lu Yunqi. It is obvious that President Lu's authority in the company is extremely high. Lu Yunqi once again glanced coldly at the people who were watching their eyes and their noses and hearts. He said in a cold voice, knowing that Taishu Huanjing wants to seek revenge on the Hong Kong Circle, he stood up for his younger brother. What will happen if we form an alliance with the Hong Kong community at this time? That must be the complete opposite of the great illusionary realm. Lu Yunqi took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his chest. Continue to teach these short-sighted idiots a lesson. Our company has been expanding rapidly over the years, and has been operating and making profits steadily and well. Does that make you feel very confident? Are you guys drifting off? You think you're invincible, don't you? How did the faces of those super rich people get rubbed on the ground? How did those super rich financial groups get insulted? How did Xinhui MCN disappear overnight? It's because they think too highly of themselves and they don't believe in evil. When Brother Taishu got 100 billion votes, they thought they were good enough, But then Brother Taishu got 1 trillion votes. After swiping out 1 trillion votes, they thought Brother Taishu must have no more votes, but the next second he swiped out 15 trillion votes. After 15 trillion votes, everyone thought Brother Taishu was on the verge of winning, but what was the result? The result is that 100 trillion votes slapped everyone in the face. Now, you want to bet that his gun is empty? Lu Yunqi glanced at everyone, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a disdainful sneer. Don't forget, it was Brother Taishu who took the initiative to help me. You think he is arrogant, wild, and invincible. But in my opinion, this is precisely the reason why he has the strength and confidence. He is qualified and has the capital. Do you think you are the only smart ones and that Taishu Huanjing is a crazy idiot? Looking at this group of brainless subordinates, Lu Yunqi sighed inwardly. Why are there so many fools who don't believe in evil? You have to wait until you suffer a loss before you realize that the pot is made of iron, right? Since they dare to come to you on their own initiative, how could they not have the confidence? If it were you, would you fucking put your face forward to be hit? Brother Taishu was able to swipe out 100 trillion tonight. Who dares to say that he doesn't have 200 trillion or 300 trillion in his pocket? You guys really dare to bet that there's no bullet in his gun, right? After this round of scolding, Lu Yunqi's anger subsided by a lot. He took a deep breath from his big cigar and exhaled heavily. He frowned and paced around the conference room. After a long time, his emotions finally calmed down. He sat back down, tapping his fingers on the table. He said slowly, there is absolutely no need for us to stand with the Hong Kong Circle now. Why do you have to stand on the opposite side of the great illusionary realm? Let them fight Brother Taishu first, the effect will be the same. Tomorrow night, after they finish fighting, we'll go meet Brother Taishu again. Director Jiang asked cautiously and tentatively, Boss Lu, what you mean is that while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is waiting behind? Lu Yunqi glared at him unhappily. It's a friendly sparring. You all remember this. Douyin PK, it's not just about hatred and grudges. Can't we just play a little game for fun, a friendly exchange? When the time comes, everyone should pay attention to their attitude and show some respect. Then he looked at Xiao Yinong, who was silent. He warned, especially you, Xiaoqiu, you must be respectful. Let's go and compete. Winning or losing doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. It's mainly to gain popularity, heat, and fame, do you understand? Of course, even though it's a friendly competition, we still have to go all out and show our momentum. It would be great if we could win, but if we lose, that's fine too, we'll definitely make a lot of money. Chapter 183 Licking Big Brother. In this way, our Xingyao can not only quickly open up the market, but also gain enough traffic and popularity. It can also be used as an opportunity to connect with Brother Taishu and build a relationship with him. If Xiaoqiu can get the favor of Brother Taishu again, then won't our Xingyao be lawless and do whatever we want in Douyin from now on? Isn't this better than joining forces with that damn Hong Kong Circle? Indeed, there is nothing wrong with it. Lu Yunqi's plan can be said to be extremely stable and has no risks at all. This is about seeking victory and stability and seeking change. The key is, as long as they can show their own style and momentum when the time comes. Whether you win or lose, there are only benefits and no harm. To be honest, this is the correct way to open PK. It is not necessary to scheme, to provoke, or to create hatred. Exchange and discussion can actually help each other achieve greater success. It must be said that Lu Yunqi's thinking is that of a true CEO or boss. If you want to dominate the market, you have the strength and ability to do so. But if you don't have that kind of strength, it would be like a snake swallowing an elephant. How is it possible to become a fat man by eating all at once? Doesn't everything have to be done step by step, steadily and carefully, and planned slowly? Xiao Yi showed a charming smile and replied, I understand, Mr. Lu. Lu Yunqi nodded with satisfaction. Then he seemed to suddenly remember something. His expression instantly became serious, and he reminded again, Xiaoqiu, you can lick Brother Taishu. But you must be careful about the scale and measure, don't cross the line, and don't go overboard. Brother Taishu has a girlfriend, and he's not that kind of person. It's clear from his support for Wang Ergu that he has no interest in other women at all. If you want to seduce me, that will definitely lead to bad things. It will only arouse Brother Taishu's disgust. Brother Taishu is different from other super-rich brothers. He is a truly sentimental brother. Xiao Yinong gave him a charming look. He said angrily, Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? I am a serious anchor. I sell my art but not my body. Lu Yunqi shrugged nonchalantly. He didn't care whether you were serious or not. After giving the instructions, he smiled with satisfaction. If I really beat Brother Taishu tomorrow night, that would be great. But if we lose, it's understandable and there's nothing to be ashamed of. But when the time comes, Xiaoqiu, you have to lose face. Use all the licking skills you have cultivated over the years on Brother Taishu. You should know that Brother Taishu is only supporting Wang Ergu now. It's not realistic to lick Brother Taishu over, but if you can get Brother Taishu to support you, that would be amazing. The throne of Douyin's #1 sister really belongs to you. With the capabilities of our company and the super rich consortium, it is not impossible to surpass Wang Ergu and become the #1 anchor on Douyin. Hearing Lu Yunqi's words, Zhou Yinong's eyes flashed with a fiery light. She said confidently, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will definitely do my best. Let's take a step back and say that even if I can't lick Brother Taishu, I will never let Brother Taishu have a bad impression of me." Lu Yunqi nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, Xiaoqiu, it's very good that you have such an attitude. I don't need to tell you how arrogant and inhumane Brother Taishu is, right? As long as he doesn't hate you, and even appreciates you a little bit, then he will definitely not be stingy. If even a little bit of it slips through his fingers, it will be enough to burst our bellies. Chapter 184, Unspeakable Suffering. Kong Erlangzi didn't expect that Chen Taishu and the others would actually come again. I thought they were just joking. After all, he is a big shot. How could he possibly argue with a little Karami like me? Whether or not you can remember yourself is another matter. So I just thought about saying a few tough words to appear tough and consolidate my image. It doesn't matter. However, after they conquered the mysterious consortium, they really arrived on time. Looking at the connection sent by Wang Ergu, and the barrage of comments on the public screen of the live broadcast room that set the pace and asked him to take over the microphone, Kong Erlangzi seemed calm, but he was actually very panicked. But the character cannot collapse. The harsh words have already been said. Can you still lick back the spit? Even if you want to admit defeat, now is not the time. It's only the second day. Well, it looks like today is another day I have to exercise. The key point is that I can't make any money. That's the most infuriating thing. Things are different now. Although it was only a short day, the changes were so obvious. Yesterday, some people gave him gifts, but today, I'm afraid there won't be many. After all, Chen Taishu issued a hunting order for the underworld today. Those big brothers who gave him gifts, must they consider whether it would anger Brother Taishu? If it is regarded as a provocation and a killing order is issued, then it will be a mess. What's more, the news that Brother Taishu spent 100 trillion votes tonight has already been widely circulated. Who the hell dares to mess with this extremely ruthless guy now? Do you really think that the #1 supreme being and the #1 god of war have no dignity at all? Kong Erlangzi felt very miserable. If I had known that Brother Taishu was so powerful and serious. He didn't dare to make any outrageous remarks no matter what was said yesterday. I sighed secretly and thought, I can just hold on for 2 more days. It won't be shameful to admit your mistake at that time. Forced to agree to connect. Before Wang Ergu and Chen Taishu could say anything, Chen Shi spoke impatiently. It was as if he was afraid that if he was a second late, his little happiness would be snatched away by someone else. How's your recovery, idiot? The onlookers who didn't know the details thought that 11th sister was concerned about him. Kong Erlangzi said stiffly with a straight face, "Thank you for your concern, I am in good health, very good." Although his tone was still unfriendly, it was obvious that he no longer had the arrogance of yesterday. It feels like I'm forcing myself. Chen Taishu smiled and shook his head. I feel a little disappointed. It seems that this guy won't be able to play with me for much longer. To be honest, he still liked Kong Erlangzi's rebelliousness yesterday. Chen Shi was immediately delighted. Good, very good. You haven't forgotten the daily training, have you? The corners of Kong Erlangzi's eyes trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. I replied with a stiff upper lip, if you hadn't looked for me, I would have been looking for you. Have you prepared enough money for today? Please don't spoil my fun. See? I've already prepared protein powder and muscle building powder. If you don't let me practice enough today, then you are useless. In fact, he refused to shout or say harsh words in his heart, but his personality did not allow it. Chen Shi smiled and said, that's good. It's great to have confidence and courage. You must hold on. You finally come across something fun, don't give up after just a few days, that would be so boring. Conair was slightly stunned. I really know how to tie Q. You have blocked all my escape routes. He is like a dumb person eating bitter herbs, unable to express his pain. But we are already in a state of dire straits, what can we do? But it doesn't matter. If it really doesn't work, there is one last way. Chen Shi didn't say any more nonsense and said impatiently, then let's continue with our Devil Muscle Man plan. I won't bully you. Let's stick to the old rules and start from 100, okay? By the way, whose turn is it today? The dream of 900 million boys, third brother, get off here right now. I am the one in charge today. Although Chen Shi was very annoyed, she still honestly left the guest seat. Pei Yuanlan sat on it and became the boss. Chapter 185, Thin Dog with Thin Chest. Pei Yuanlan sat in the guest seat without saying a word. He directly ordered Wang Ergu, instant kill mode, on. Be brief, simple, and direct. Wang Ergu looked at Kong Erling with some sympathy. After all, they are all from the second generation. I shook my head inside secretly, why are you so stubborn? Why pick on these guys when you can pick on anyone else? Don't you know that the rich people at level 60 are also divided into different levels? Some people have tried their best to reach level 60, even spending all their money. But some people reach level 60 because that is the highest level. Do you understand? Can those rich guys you defeated in the past be compared with these guys? It is extremely stupid that you can't even see the situation clearly and don't know how to stop losses in time. Wang Ergo quickly responded, okay, Sister Lan. As the PK icon flashes on the screen, the PK officially begins. The moment the PK started, a fire phoenix flew across the sea. The dreams of 900 million young boys are renewed in Wang Ergo's live broadcast room under the protection of the marquee. Just like Chen Taishu last night. As soon as it started, it ended. Kong Erlangzi's lips moved slightly, he really wanted to curse. Can't you just take your time? You have to kill it instantly, right? Are you in such a hurry? Pei Yuanlan smiled proudly and said, come on, don't just sit there like an idiot, stand up and show yourself. Well, since you can't avoid it anyway, why not just do it directly? That way you will seem tough, right? He stood up suddenly, twisted his neck and stretched his muscles. He said firmly, tell me, what do you want to do? Pei Yuanlan thought for a moment and then said slowly, let's practice our abdominal muscles today. Come on, do 100 sit-ups. Show me. This time Kong Erling really wanted to curse. Sure enough, when women become ruthless, men are no match for them. Sit-ups? That's too much. Wow, they get intense right away. In fact, he obviously misunderstood Pei Yuanlan. It's better to do something difficult and challenging at the beginning than to do it later, right? When the quantity increases later, they be scrapped immediately? Remember to count out loud, and don't argue. Shrimp and pork heart. It must be said that Kong Erlangzi's equipment and props are very complete. Because of his character and because he challenges and provokes the big brothers. His live broadcast room is almost turned into a gym. All the necessary equipment is quite complete. Kong Erling was lying on the fitness equipment, doing sit-ups while counting, 1, 2, 3. At the beginning, this guy was quite fast. But after 60, his speed began to slow down gradually. But it must be said that this guy's physical strength and endurance are really good. He completed 100 standard sit-ups in one breath. Pei Yuanlan looked at him panting heavily and said with a smile, are you okay? Kong Erlangzi pretended to be relaxed and replied, it's just a warm-up, barely enough. Pei Yuanlan couldn't help but laugh out loud, okay, I just like your unwillingness to admit defeat. Then go ahead. I see you have some barbell equipment behind you. Then let's train our chest muscles this time. Flat barbell bench press, 150 reps. Chen Taishu was slightly stunned and couldn't help laughing. I actually let my second brother see the chest training equipment. How can that be tolerated? Shouldn't we just go all the way now? Well, I guess my second brother won't change to other projects next time. There's nothing I can do, it's because my second brother has flat breasts. The less she has, the more she cares about it, especially since she is a woman. Pei Yuanlan didn't waste any more words, ergo, come again. As always, it was a one-shot kill from the start. Kong Erlangzi had to start the next exercise before he could even catch his breath. This time he was smarter and didn't do it as he did before. He just went for it aggressively from the beginning. He went very slowly just to buy time. If he can finish it in a few seconds, he will still be punished. So it's better to do it slowly, so that at least you can play fewer games in one night. The long night has just begun, and no one is in a hurry. When he finished, Pei Yuanlan ruthlessly exposed him. So slow? Are you trying to stall for time? So you can play fewer games and save energy? You are quite unruly, aren't you? Why are you playing such a cunning trick now? TSK. Kong Erlang's old face turned slightly red after being exposed. Can we still play? If you don't expose someone, you won't know what's going on. In order to hide his embarrassment, he could only pretend to be impatient and shouted, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you out of money? Are you stalling for time on purpose? Good man, you're trying to turn the tables, eh?" Pei Yuanlan was neither angry nor annoyed. He smiled calmly and said, continue. No matter how much you say, it's all empty talk. You might as well hurry up and play the next game. The most powerful counterattack is to force this guy to lie on the ground, motionless like a dead dog. The third game, instant kill. Go ahead, 200 flat barbell bench presses. As Chen Taishu expected, she really got into a fight with this project. Chen Taishu smiled and teased, "Second brother, how about you try another project? I'm afraid if you keep training like this, it won't be long before Kong Erlang's pectoralis major muscles are even more exaggerated than yours. How will you feel then?" There was no need to think about it, his words would definitely irritate Pei Yuanlan. He shouted angrily, "Shut up, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb, Xingshan Rugu, Yuanlan, you have to believe me. The papaya milk you drink every day is totally useless. You really need to find a boyfriend. Pei Yuanlan, roll. Writing peace to the world, Sister Lan, what do you think of me? As soon as Xia Yanji's floating screen comment appeared, a strong atmosphere of gossip suddenly hit us. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Yanji, you are not really interested in my second brother, are you? Writing peace for the world, well, Sister Lan is pretty good. Wow, my goodness, are young people nowadays so straightforward? Not at all shy or reserved?" Obviously, Pei Yuanlan never expected Xia Yanji to be so direct. "I didn't expect that he would suddenly express his love to me out of nowhere. Xingshan Rugu, I agree to this marriage. Ijian Shilai, I agree too. Cat 11 from the old alley, a thin dog in a thin chest, a perfect match. I agree." For a moment, the public screen in the live broadcast room was filled with people who agreed with this marriage. Well, everyone is joining in the fun. Chen Taishu smiled and said, "Second brother, to be honest, the man from Yanji is quite handsome, and his family background is also good. How about you consider it? Try to get in touch with each other? What if you both are attracted to each other? Give yourself a chance, and give others a chance, okay? We are all young people of the new era, and there is no need to be shy. If you can be together, then be together. If you can't, then forget it. Don't learn from those scumbag men and women who just keep hanging around." Pei Yuanlan replied directly, "I'll think about it." Chapter 186, Emergency. Think about it? I feel like this is quite plausible. Just when everyone was about to ask further questions, Pei Yuanlan became very impatient. He said unhappily, "Okay, don't bring these private matters to the live broadcast room. It's not shameful enough." As soon as she finished speaking, Kong Erlangzi had just finished his punishment. She quickly changed the subject and said, "Don't stop, come on." But this time, Wang Ergu seemed not to hear her words. Everyone looked at him on the screen in confusion, and suddenly realized that this guy was playing with his mobile phone. No wonder he didn't say anything just now. The people in this class are really good. Other anchors sang, danced, and licked in the live broadcast room, using all their skills. I work so hard, but few people watch the live broadcast room, and I don't make much money from Lang. But Wang Ergu didn't have to do any work and just sat in front of the live camera. Just need to be a tool. There are hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room. Moreover, when I make so much money, I feel at ease only when I hand it over to the country. See, this is the difference between people. Why is it so big? Pei Yuanlan had no choice but to shout out again, "Erguzi." However, Wang Ergu seemed not to hear it. At this moment, the public screen in the live broadcast room suddenly became uneasy. Fuck, brother Go, the elder sister is calling you, what are you doing? Is Ergo freaking out? Damn it, where's the assistant, where's the field controller, someone's dead, don't you know how to shout? Guzzi has really gotten carried away. He is not serious and active at work, and now he even dares to ignore his elder brother and elder sister? Chen Taishu looked at the public screen, then looked at Wang Ergo who was still playing with his mobile phone. He couldn't help but frown. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Wang Ergo's angry look. Then I heard him curse subconsciously. Grass. Everyone in the live broadcast room was a little confused. I don't know why this guy suddenly went crazy. Brother dog, brother dog. It was then that the assistant outside the camera hurriedly reminded him. Wang Ergo raised his head hurriedly. He patted his head in annoyance. She explained anxiously, no, Sister Lan, I definitely wasn't scolding you just now, I'm sorry. Chen Taishu and Pei Yuanlan certainly knew that Wang Ergo was not that kind of person. Pei Yuanlan asked with confusion and curiosity, Guzzi, what were you doing just now? You didn't hear me calling you so many times? Wang Ergo quickly stood up and bowed to apologize. I'm sorry Sister Lan, I really didn't mean to say that. I was distracted just now, so I really didn't hear it. Sorry. Seeing him bowing and apologizing repeatedly, Chen Taishu frowned again. Then I thought back to his angry expression just now and the national quintessence that he blurted out subconsciously. Chen Taishu took a puff of his cigar thoughtfully. Of course he wouldn't believe what Wang Ergo said about being distracted. Anyone with a little bit of common sense probably wouldn't believe his nonsense. Chen Taishu asked in a serious tone, what's wrong? What happened? Wang Ergo was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Brother Taishu would ask directly what happened. With a fake smile on his face, he denied it. No, it's okay, Brother Taishu, I'm live streaming, what could go wrong? Maybe I drank too much this afternoon. I'm not in a good mood now and I'm a little distracted. Hearing his sophistry, Chen Taishu narrowed his eyes. The tone of his voice couldn't help but become a little stern. To be honest. It's okay. It's really okay, Brother Taishu. Although he denied it solemnly, how could he hide it from Chen Taishu's sharp eyes? Chen Taishu was about to get angry. But at this moment, a floating screen comment suddenly caught everyone's attention. Chapter 187 Ergo's Secret Love Diary. Fuck, Goga, I think I saw your smurf on Tang Jia's livestream. As soon as everyone saw this floating screen, they suddenly understood. No wonder this guy was playing with his phone just now. It turns out that he went to other live broadcast rooms to become the top one. Of course, Wang Ergo also saw the supreme floating screen comment. He immediately smiled awkwardly, showing an extremely embarrassed look. I was secretly upset, wondering why I forgot to change the name of my secondary account. Many of his former fans knew about his secondary account. As soon as the supreme barrage passed by, the public screen in the live broadcast room exploded. Oh my god, is this true? When did Sister Tang come to Douyin? How come we didn't know? All live streaming platforms have been banned. I guess Sister Tang has also switched to fighting mode. Wow, goodness, I didn't expect that Brother Go is still obsessed with Sister Tang. Okay, Guzzi, you've been secretly following her and even opened a second account to give her gifts and tickets. This is weird. Before he changed platforms, didn't Guzzi just quietly lurk in the live broadcast room? How come he dares to vote so blatantly now? Seeing the messy comments on the public screen, Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows. By combining these comments, it is not difficult to analyze the clues. Chen Taishu smiled slightly, as if there was something to eat. Just as he was about to ask, Pei Yuanlan beat him to it. Sure enough, when it comes to gossiping, women are always more gossipy than men. Ergo, come on, tell us in detail, who is this Tang Jie? Listening to her words, she seems to have a strong desire to watch the show. Wang Ergo, whose face was thicker than the city wall, actually blushed. Shit, he actually blushed out of shyness. Can you believe it? His reaction undoubtedly made Chen Taishu and the others more interested. Qingshan Rogu, we sell beer, melon seeds, drinks, peanuts, and small stools. Cat 11 in the old alley, give me a small stool and some melon seeds. Well, in an instant, everyone became spectators. Wang Ergo scratched his head innocently and smiled shyly. He replied weakly, well, just a friend I met on the live streaming platform before. We're just ordinary friends. We've only had dinner together twice in private. TSK. Pei Yuanlan sneered with disdain. Ergu, ask yourself with your conscience, do you believe this? Ordinary friends? Ordinary friends can make you go to her live broadcast room to watch her live broadcast? Are you still going to buy her gifts and tickets? Your eyes almost fell into the phone just now. You couldn't even hear me shouting so many times. How focused were you? Wang Ergu was speechless for a moment after what Pei Yuanlan said. No, we really. After hesitating for a long time, he still couldn't explain what he was saying. However, in the live broadcast room, his former die-hard fans answered the question directly for him. Brothers and sisters, I won't hide it from you, Sister Tang is the person that Guzi has always had a crush on. Chen Taishu smiled slightly and asked curiously, really, Ergo? Seeing that the truth was exposed, I knew that I could no longer hide it. Wang Ergo nodded and simply admitted it. Writing peace for the world, no, what the hell is secret love? We are all grown men, if you like it, just say it directly, why hide it? Just like me, I just like Sister Lan, love at first sight, is there a problem? Pei Yuanlan spat at him in annoyance. At this time, Xia Yanji directly transformed into an emotional mentor. The keyboard made a clicking sound. He likes to teach others and can't stop at all. If I like you, I should say it out loud and boldly. Don't be afraid of being rejected. If you speak out, there's a 50% chance of success, but if you keep it to yourself and don't dare to say it, then you'll never succeed. How can you know if it will work if you don't try? Do you have to wait until it's too late to regret it? Pick flowers when they are in bloom, don't wait until there are no more flowers to pluck. Honestly, I despise you cowards the most, TSK. My goodness, after all this sermon, Chen Taishu was worried that he would break his fingers while typing. But what Xia Yanji said does make sense. Aren't there so many good opportunities that are missed because of cowardice, fear of rejection, and the courage to speak up? Be braver, even braver, and maybe there will be a surprise? Pei Yuanlan said meaningfully, oh? You seem to understand it very well. It seems you have a lot of experience. Well. Xia Yanji suddenly panicked. How could he lose control when he got excited? He hurriedly said, no, Sister Lan, you misunderstood me. Actually, these are just theoretical knowledge I learned from books. I'm a pure virgin, how can I understand these things? TSK. I thought he was a master, but turns out he is just an expert who can only talk about theory on paper. Wang Ergo smiled bitterly. After a long silence, he slowly said, the reason why I became a host is entirely because of her. Well, as soon as you open your mouth you start talking about big gossip. Before, I was just an ordinary viewer in his live broadcast room. When I met her, she was already a big anchor. No, to be precise, she was in the upper middle level. But there are quite a few wealthy guys in her live broadcast room. I'm just a poor bastard, where would I get the money to buy her gifts and tickets? Besides, even if I have money, I can't possibly be as rich as those super rich brothers who support her, right? In order to get closer to her, I had to find another way and become a host. At this point, Wang Ergo smiled. You know what, this trick of mine was quite useful. Even now I admire myself for what I did back then. Not only did it persevere, but it unexpectedly grew bigger. After I became big, I started playing with her online, and the distance between us was indeed shortened a lot. Our relationship has also gone from strangers to close friends, which can be said to have made rapid progress. Although I have gained some fame, there is still a big gap between me and her. I'm quite self-aware. I can't compare to the super rich guy in her live broadcast room, nor can I compare to those big anchors. I don't have good looks, I don't have height, I don't have money, and I don't have ability. It's not that I'm self-deprecating, but the fact is that I'm just a toad, and she is definitely a white swan. How can I dare to confess my feelings to her in this situation? I'm afraid that we won't even be able to be friends in the end. I am a coward, I have low self-esteem, but if it were most people, I'm afraid they would be the same as me, right? Chen Taishu nodded silently. In reality, is it as simple and easy as Xia Yanji said? What he said was all chicken soup. Do you understand chicken soup? What is chicken soup? It's just something flashy and useless. It sounds reasonable, but it actually doesn't make any sense. Chapter 188, Make Trouble, Make Trouble, Make Trouble. Wang Ergo paused for a moment, drank some water to moisten his throat, and calmed down. Then he continued, when I learned that she was going to switch to combat mode, I was so happy. I also know that today is her Douyin debut, so I have prepared everything long ago. As he spoke, he turned the camera, revealing a sea of flowers arranged in a heart shape, a pile of candles, and bright-colored lights. There were also several cannons, numerous balloons, and a series of hanging photos of her. Even the surrounding walls are covered with beautiful photos of her. Wow, my goodness, I didn't realize that the burly Wang Ergo could be so romantic. The setting of this confession scene is extremely beautiful and romantic. It can be seen that he really put his heart into it. Yes, now I finally have the courage to confess to her. And all my courage was given to me by Brother Taishu. Without Brother Taishu, how could I be who I am now? As he said this, he stood up and bowed 90 degrees towards the camera. He said sincerely, "Thank you, Brother Taishu." Chen Taishu shook his head helplessly. I could only pretend to be annoyed and impatient and said, "You are talking about your feelings, why do you suddenly involve me? Don't try to be sentimental or make things unnecessary. We are all waiting to see what's going on. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Aren't we all ready? Then what were you angry about just now? After listening to him for so long, this is the key point, okay? It is also what everyone is most confused and curious about." Wang Ergo's expression suddenly changed, and anger gradually appeared on his face. He said angrily, "It's because of that rich brother who supports her. After switching to a new platform, although I still have a fan base, my popularity and traffic will definitely decline significantly and will not be as good as before. Except for some die-hard fans who will never leave, everything has to start from scratch. Just like my previous situation. And the wealthy brother who has always supported her, of course, also came along. But that shameless old pervert actually revealed his ugly face at this critical moment. Well, having said that, there is no need to say more. Everyone knows what's going on." Chen Taishu shook his head. How many good brothers with real feelings are there? Not every rich person is like Chen Taishu, who only plays for pure sentimentality. It's not that there aren't some good guys with pure feelings, but they are pitifully few. Especially those big brothers who support female anchors, almost none of them are serious. Which one doesn't have an intention? Of course, the female anchors understand this. In order to keep the big brother, how can you not pay? It's a mutual agreement, so it's reasonable to exchange meat for tickets, right? Have you ever seen a live broadcast room with only 7 people, but 6 of them are dating the female anchor? Of course, there are also female anchors who keep themselves clean. Isn't that you're the one Chen Taishu met this afternoon? I guess the person Wang Ergo has a crush on is probably the same. And it's probably similar to Jore's incident. As a big brother, this is all the tricks I have. Not every rich man can get Chen Taishu's underworld hunting order. Chen Taishu got a headache just listening to these trivial things. He interrupted Wang Ergo directly. "What's the nickname of your crush? Let me check it out." Wang Ergo was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head and said, "Brother, I can handle this matter myself, why would I trouble you?" Chen Taishu replied impatiently, "Don't bother talking nonsense to me. I was just worried about not being able to find fun, and someone came to me on his own initiative. How could I let him go?" Pei Yuanlan's eyes suddenly lit up. It's obvious that Brother Taishu is definitely going to cause trouble. She quickly agreed excitedly, yes, let's go and take a look too. Ergo, just wait outside. After the situation is resolved, I'll let you come over and you can connect. Chen Taishu raised his eyebrows. He instructed, turn on the stealth privilege for me. I want to see how powerful that guy is. And all the spectators, please don't talk nonsense after entering the live broadcast room. Just eat melons and watch the fun quietly, okay? Everyone swore solemnly not to say anything nonsense. Chapter 189 Angry Targeting. Because the microphone was not muted, Kong Erlingzi could hear everything they said. I was suddenly delighted, thinking that tonight's exercise should be over. He had secretly decided that he must not be stubborn anymore and just wait for them to withdraw. Don't create any more trouble, or something unexpected might happen. If they keep a rich man and continue to take care of him, then it would really be a waste of time. In fact, Chen Taishu thought exactly the same. But when he asked who wanted to stay and continue training Kong Erling, no one was willing. Well, they are all restless people who like to stir up trouble. Even the new members, Brother Shasha and Sister Hanin, are like this. Helpless, Chen Taishu could only say, Kong Er, I have something important to do tonight, so I'll give you a day off. Kong Er Lengzi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. When Chen Taishu asked someone to stay just now, his heart was in his throat. Of course he wouldn't make arrogant sarcasm now, unless he really had a problem with his brain. He didn't say anything, just nodded with disdain. This was his last act of stubbornness. After hanging up the call, Chen Taishu reminded everyone again. This is Tang Tang's live broadcast room. Unexpectedly, her live broadcast room had a popularity of 2,000 to 3,000 people. However, the truth is not as simple as it seems. Although there are 2,000 to 3,000 people, at least half of them are black fans and water armies. There were all kinds of obscene words on the public screen, which were simply disgusting to look at. Host, I heard that you gave Mr. Xiao several green hats. Is that true? No wonder Master Xiao didn't support you and beat you up instead. It turns out you're having an affair. Honestly, Anchor, how many people have penetrated you? Look at how coquettish you are. You must have been exploited by the big brothers a lot, right? I heard that the Anchor likes playing landlord in mahjong, is that true? There is also a large part of it with asterisks, which cannot be translated at all. It's obvious that this was definitely done by someone. As for who it was, need I say it? It must be that Mr. Xiao. I don't know what this guy is thinking. If he can't get it, he wants to destroy it, right? I have to say, this method is so damn despicable and cruel. With these black fans around, she will definitely not be able to get broadcasted. And her die-hard fans simply can't maintain the public screen. There are just too many black spots. If the Anchor has a bad mentality, he will definitely collapse if he is treated like this. It can be seen that Tang Tang is also holding on. Of course, she was playing a 4-player PK game and had no time to pay attention to the dirty words on the public screen. All 4 anchors are women. And they are all old acquaintances who switched from the previous platform. In addition to Tang Tang, there are Zayakacha, Sister Me, and Noara. The 4 of them were playing Catch the Waiter. In other words, whoever has the fewest votes among the 4 will have to accept the punishment from the other 3. And currently, Tang Tang has the least number of votes. She only had over 30,000 votes, while the other 3 all had over 500,000 votes. Tauntaun's 30,000 votes were just given by Wang Ergu using his small account. Wang Ergu had just started a carnival when he was interrupted by his assistant and had to temporarily leave the live broadcast room. Although Wang Ergu's trumpet is only at level 30, if he were there, he would definitely win. Looking at the rankings of the other 3 people, wow, almost all the votes for the 3 anchors were won by young Master Xiao alone. Mr. Xiao, who had also just joined Douyin, had not even finished the PK yet. In just a few minutes, he had already reached level 42. 1.5 million votes, or 150,000 renminbi, is exactly level 42. Because there were few tickets, Tang Tang could only squat on the ground and couldn't speak. Among the 4 people, only Xiao Cha Cha, who had the most tickets, was able to sit and speak. The smiling little Cha Cha said proudly, our tickets are almost the same, Sister Me, Noara-chan, you don't have to squat, just sit down. But Tang Tang, I'm sorry, your ticket is too small, so you are not eligible to sit. Why is the gap so big? We both made our debuts, but we got hundreds of thousands of votes, but Tang Tang, you only got 30,000. Oh my god, aren't you simply lowering our GDP? Well, in just a few short sentences, the targeted implication is so obvious. Sister Me also said sarcastically at this time, hey, Tang Tang, now you know that without Mr. Zhao's support, you are nothing, right? Cough cough. Xiao Cha Cha pretended to cough twice. Pretending to be annoyed, he said, Sister Me, don't say anything. You have few votes, so what qualifications do you have to speak? Can you afford to play? Can you follow the rules of the game? Humph. Since Sister Me has spoken, Tang Tang, stand up and do 20 high kicks. Ha, this turn is really interesting. Although Tang Tang was very angry, there was nothing she could do since she had the most votes. The bigger the fist, the more powerful it is. Tang Tang could only stand up and start doing high leg raises. Xiao Cha Cha, Tang Tang, why don't you admit defeat and surrender? It's just a waste of time to continue fighting. Noara-chan, it's still uncertain whether she'll win or lose. Didn't she just have a new big brother who gave her a carnival? Who knows if they will steal the tower in the end, ha? Zayakacha smiled slyly, Noara-chan, you don't follow the rules either, do you? Since Noara-chan spoke, Tang Tang, you should do another 20 push-ups. Holy shit, This is just too much. The three slutty bitches did it completely on purpose. They treated Tang Tang like a pig. Angry, furious, so what? No matter what, we can only finish this PK game first. If she fails, she will really have to say goodbye to her job as an anchor. There were already viewers in the 4 live broadcast rooms who couldn't stand watching anymore. Fuck, this is too much of a jerk, isn't it? Is this how you bully people? The culprit should be Mr. Xiao, who voted for the 3 companies, right? It's obvious that he is deliberately targeting people. Oh my god, it was a good platform before, but now it is a plastic surface? I have learned a lot. Stop talking nonsense. There is no real affection between anchors. What can't they do to lick the boss? This Mr. Xiao is really a piece of shit. If Sister Tang agrees to his shameless request, I'm afraid her live broadcasting career will be over. Indeed, if you are treated like this, you have no choice but to quit the internet. But for Tang Tang, what else can she do besides live streaming? She did make a lot of money over the years, but now she is not only penniless, but also heavily in debt. Because she returned all the money that Mr. Xiao had given her, including the principal and interest. Just to completely cut off ties with him. Otherwise you would say she is stupid. Even if you don't return it, what can you do? Can he still eat you up? Besides, even if you have to pay it back, can't you just give him your share of the earnings? Why should he be compensated for the platform's commission and tax deductions? This girl is simply hopelessly stupid. Chapter 190 Millions of Robots. Xiao Cha Cha was still chattering in a sarcastic tone. Tang Tang, how about you send a message to the new big brother who just played the carnival? Should he charge more? Why did he run away as soon as he saw Mr. Xiao put up the ticket? Are you so afraid of Master Xiao? Ha ha ha. Noara-chan also sighed along with the fake fan Sando. Tang Tang, I didn't expect you to be like this after leaving Master Xiao. Why don't you find a factory to screw in the screws? If it doesn't work, you should say something soft to our Master Xiao and admit your mistake. You know clearly that young Master Xiao is soft-hearted. If you admit your mistakes and say something nice, he will definitely change his mind. After doing push-ups, Tang Tang squatted on the ground panting. Although she didn't say anything, her disdainful and even scornful look made her answer clear. At this time, Master Xiao actually sat in Xiao Cha-Cha's guest seat. Cough cough. He pretended to cough twice. I don't know if he was clearing his throat or attracting attention. Xiao Tang, how are you? I told you that without my protection, you are nothing. Do you see the situation clearly now? Do you think those wealthy brothers who supported you before really liked and admired you? I wonder if you are naive or stupid. If it weren't for my sake, do you think they would pay attention to you? Would they come to support you with all their might? After saying this, he deliberately paused for a moment, and the sound of him lighting a cigarette could be clearly heard. Take a deep breath and exhale the smoke comfortably. He continued with a high attitude, what I told you before is still valid. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I will still support you as always. Just like before, I am willing to be your death guardian. I can assure you with all my heart that with my strength and connections, no one will be able to bully you anymore. If you want to get something, you must pay for it. There is no such thing as getting something for nothing, right? After saying this, he laughed proudly twice. If nothing unexpected happens, 90% of the other anchors will choose to surrender after being manipulated by him in this way. But Tang Tang is different. You can tell how determined her attitude is from the fact that she refunded the money with interest. The game rules of 1 in front and 3 behind allowed her to finally sit down and talk. She said disdainfully, "You've used this kind of coercion, inducement and coercion a lot to bring trouble to other female anchors, right? Do you think I'm a profit-seeking person? Or do you think I'll let you manipulate me? I've made it very clear that we are not suitable, I don't like you, and I already have someone I like. I have already returned all your money to you, not a penny less. You think you can make me surrender by using these despicable means? You underestimate me too much. Do you think I'm the same as those 3? I'll do anything without any bottom line or principle for money?" As soon as these words came out, the 3 female anchors glared at her at the same time. However, Tang Tang turned a blind eye and continued to look down on him. Don't be so pompous. Girlfriend? Bah! I don't know what kind of person you are. You just want to have some fun. Don't be so arrogant as to think that I am the best in the world. You are rich, but you don't have enough money to do whatever you want. Ha, whatever tricks you have, just use them. I'll take them all. After a barrage of responses, Tang Tang let out a long sigh of relief and immediately felt relieved. However, at this moment, countless tourists and viewers suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room. The small live broadcast room, which originally had only 2,000 or 3,000 people, became home to millions of real-time online viewers in just a few seconds. Oh my god, what is going on? Tang Tang was completely confused. She felt it was unreal and clicked on it to take a look. Although the number was indeed several million, she still couldn't believe it. No matter who it is, no one would dare to believe this, right? In just 2 or 3 seconds, the number of people increased from 2,000 or 3,000 to millions. Either there is something fishy going on, or there is something wrong with the platform system. The key point is that when these millions of people entered the live broadcast room, not a single person typed a word or posted a comment. Isn't this ridiculous? Therefore, Tang Tang naturally thought that there must be a bug in the system. It may be a display error. After she figured it out, she didn't take it to heart anymore. However, young Master Xiao on the opposite side was still shouting triumphantly. Ha, you're right. I just want to mess with you. But is there anything wrong with this? How many female anchors have pure relationships with big brothers? She pretends to be a goddess in front of people, but a slut behind their backs. I wonder what the big brothers have developed her into. This is a deal. We both agree. Those who understand will understand. You don't have to pretend to be so noble, reserved, and chaste. Don't you have someone close to you now? Young Master Xiao paused for a moment, and then said sarcastically, it's just that the person you're relying on seems to be a weakling. Why did I only give you one carnival? Are you afraid of me? Ha ha. You, ha? He originally wanted to continue to take advantage of the situation and mock him, but he suddenly discovered something. Ha, it seems like the weakling you were hanging out with is back. Wow, good one. You seem to have some ability. I can buy you a robot worth millions. TSK. But isn't his brain working very well? In a live broadcast room with millions of people, only a few people typed and posted on the public screen, and they all scolded your haters. Ha, you're really a moron. Are you afraid that others won't be able to tell that you're cheating? If you have the money to buy robots, why not go to a few more carnivals? You big jerk, you don't really think he can beat me, do you? How about this, don't say I don't care about our friendship. In this PK, I will help you carry the votes and also help your big brother reach level 60. How about that? I just want to see how many votes he can get, huh? That guy on the other side, Wang Xiaoshui, right? Don't play dead. I know you're lying in her live stream room. How about we make a bet? That's right, Wang Xiaoshui is Wang Ergo's alias, and he also came here with the main group. How could he not be angry when he saw the goddess he secretly loved being humiliated and trampled upon like this? He was so furious that he didn't care about anything else at this moment. Just apply for the guest seat directly. When Tang Tang saw his application, she was obviously stunned. Then he smiled gently and advised, brother dog, forget it, let's not bother with this mad dog. If he bites us, why don't we bite it? The moment he heard her call him, Wang Ergo was stunned. My head is also buzzing. He thought he hit it well. But little did she know that Tang Tang had already known that the small account that would silently guard her live broadcast room as soon as she started broadcasting was him. Tang Tang wanted to laugh. This fool thought he didn't know. Even the nickname ID and avatar were not changed, and he is still using the previous platform. In fact, she had known about it for a long time. It was Wang Ergo's die-hard fan who sent her a private message and told her the secret. And young Master Xiao obviously did not want to miss the God-given opportunity to humiliate him. Ha, you are such a wimp, how can you, such a coward, protect her? Xiao Tang, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you want to find someone, you better find someone better. Are you blind? You don't want a tall, rich and handsome man like me, but you want to find a worthless guy like me. Oh, I see. Are you just looking for an excuse to piss me off? You want me to be jealous, right? Ha, you women just love to play these tricks. Damn, this guy is so narcissistic and arrogant. Wang Ergo was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The comment floated across the screen, Tang Tang, let me get on the mic. Chapter 191 Another father-son game. Seeing his floating screen, Tang Tang frowned. It was obvious that she was unwilling to let Ergo go on the microphone to speak up for him. She knew that Ergo had stood up recently and made a lot of money. But there is absolutely no need to act on impulse. Why would you get angry or compete with such a person? It's not worth it. She knew that as soon as Ergo got on the microphone, the matter would not let go. She curled her lips and asked in a pretentious manner, "Why are you on the mic? You want to stand up for me? Are we related? Who are you to help me?" Also? Chen Taishu, who was hidden in the live broadcast room, smiled. "My goodness, are you trying to PUA Ergo? It feels like this girl has Wang Ergo under her thumb. With Ergo's level, how could he beat her?" Just when Chen Taishu was expressing his concern about Ergo's future position as a disciple. Who would have thought that Wang Ergo would actually say in a domineering manner, "I'm your man, okay? Am I qualified to support you now? Wow, good man, either you play dead, or you are so domineering and direct, right? You're really fucking extreme." Tongtong's pretty face turned slightly red. Although she concealed it well, the small details in her facial expression clearly showed her inner joy. She was a little shy, so she could only hide it by deliberately putting on a stern face and making a serious expression. She rolled her eyes coquettishly. She said angrily, "What kind of man is that? Netizen Wang Xiaoshui, please stop talking nonsense and stirring up trouble, okay? Although you have never sent gifts or spoken in my live broadcast room, I know that you are my die-hard fan. Otherwise it's impossible. You have to come as soon as I start broadcasting, and you have to stay until the end of the broadcast. Don't think I don't know. You foolishly guarded it silently for several years." But Tang Tang suddenly changed the subject. He blinked his eyes and said mischievously, "But don't think that just because you are my most die-hard fan, you can make up rumors. I will sue you for defamation as well." Wang Ergo, who was furious, didn't have the time to play guessing games with her or go through all these roundabout ways. The only thing he wanted to do now was to give this shameless Mr. Xiao a good beating. Of course, Master Xiao, who heard their flirting, was also extremely unhappy. Although he never had it, he felt like he had been cheated into a green grassland. Is it that his mind is distorted, or is it his horrible possessiveness that is at work? With a cold snort, he ruthlessly mocked, "You coward, I'll ask you again, do you dare to bet with me? What are you doing pretending to be? Speak." Wang Ergo clicked again to apply to go on the microphone. Piao Ping said, "Can we talk about it after we deal with this idiot first?" "It's okay, leave it to me." Chen Taishu and the others didn't say anything. After all, Wang Ergo wants to be a hero and save the beauty, so how can they steal his limelight at this critical moment? It won't be too late for them to show up when they beat young Master Xiao later. Now, just watch Wang Ergo show off quietly. After much consideration, Tang Tang agreed to his application. But she repeatedly stressed, "Just scold him a few times, but don't get angry and agree to his bet. Just help me scold him severely. It would be best if you scold him thoroughly and make him unable to take care of himself." Wang Ergo smiled and said, "Scold? How can it be so easy? With Brother Taishu backing me up, what do I have to be afraid of? If I don't teach him a lesson, I will be sorry for all the big brothers and sisters, and the fans who support me." As soon as he sat in the guest seat, Wang Ergo said disdainfully, "You want to touch it, right?" As soon as she heard his voice, Tang Tang couldn't help but smile faintly. "It's him, it's indeed him." Wang Ergo, "Okay, let's start a new game and compete." Young Master Xiao also replied with a disdainful tone, "Compete with me? Do you have the qualifications? What's your reason? Are you bragging because you have bad breath? Or is it because of your wealth level of over 30? Well, you were just trying to provoke me, but now you're taking the opportunity to insult me, right?" Wang Ergo was not angry, but replied with pride, "Why? Ha ha. No reason, just because I have many brothers and sisters." Young Master Xiao, Big brother and big sister? Poochie, ha, are you here to make people laugh? Are you sure your older brothers and sisters are not as weak as you? You still have so many brothers and sisters? You are not so naive as to think that you can defeat me just by having more people, right? Then he paused deliberately for a moment, as if he was deliberately trying to determine his identity. Then he slowly said, "Want to play with me? Sure, no problem. I just said that I want to help you reach level 60, huh? But I lost." He suddenly changed the subject. However, Wang Ergo obviously didn't want to give him a chance. He said directly, "Father and son game." He chose a punishment that was highly hurtful and insulting. Clean and neat, and I don't want to bother with any more nagging. Ha! Upon hearing this, Master Shao couldn't help but burst out laughing. It seems that this punishment is very much to his liking. Okay, I like this punishment. So, I want another son today? No, that's not right. There should be one more group, right? Call all your brothers and sisters to come to me. I must make sure you are all in order. Your punishment is good, but it's still a little off. Wang Ergo raised his eyebrows and asked with a half smile, what other punishment do you want? Just tell me. He was really trying hard to hold back his laughter. Well, it looks like this is another case of someone digging a hole for himself. Young Master Shao said very proudly, if you lose, please turn on your camera. I want you all to kneel on the ground in an orderly manner, call me dad, and kowtow to me. This guy really wants to take things to the extreme. Moreover, he was quite confident that he had already won. He definitely never thought that he would lose. He. Wang Ergo couldn't help laughing out loud. No means no die. Since he wants to die, there is no reason not to help him. Seeing that he didn't answer, Master Shao provoked him. Why, are you scared? Trying to hide your embarrassment with a fake smile? If you are scared, then call me daddy now. After that, crawl to me. Look at how your father made your woman quit the internet. Wang Ergo snorted coldly, afraid? I'm F-King afraid of your rolling knife. Young Master Shao, oh? I'm a rolling knife? You thought you were going to win, right? But you did remind me that if one of us loses, our whole family will be killed. Wow, good man, you're swearing, right? Chapter 192 Brother Taishu is gone? After agreeing on the punishment, the other two female anchors directly withdrew from the connection. Now only Tang Tang and Zayakacha are left. This made Xiao Cha Cha very happy. Don't be fooled by her serious and solemn expression, she was actually so excited that she was out of control. There is no need to think about it, this PK can generate at least millions of sound waves, at least. If Mr. Shao could get a little more excited, if Wang Xiaoshui could be a little more powerful. I can't even imagine the sound waves of this PK. Perhaps it's more money than she has earned in all these years of live streaming. The most important thing is that you don't have to do anything, there is no punishment, and you don't even need to get a ticket. Just sit quietly and wait for the tickets to come. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with her. As long as she can get the votes, she doesn't care who wins or loses. She wished the situation would get more violent and the hatred would be greater, so that the big brothers would be even more angry. The result of getting high is that you have to play as much as you have in your pocket. She, Xiao Cha Cha, is not Tang Tang. She will definitely not refund the ticket after something happens. Not to mention the principal and interest, even her own earnings would not be returned. Only Tang Tang is poking and poking will make it retreat. Young Master Shao said smugly, you are such a worthless weakling. I hope you and your fellow scoundrels can give me some help. If we want to play, we have to have fun. We don't want to just play for a few 100,000 or 80,000 tickets and then give up. With just 2 coins in your pocket, you dare to come out and pretend to be a rich man. Today, I will let you see what a truly wealthy person is that you can only dream of but never reach. Also? Hasn't this always been our brother Taishu's line? Were you requisitioned? Chen Taishu was still very satisfied with his current attitude. Just be this wild, just be this unruly. The gap will become bigger later. Wang Erga smiled and said, that's what I wanted to say to you. If you pretend to be dead later, it will be really embarrassing. Ha. Young Master Shao couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm playing dead? It's just getting dark, you're fucking dreaming, right? No, you guys in Douyin have never seen the strength of a true rich man, right? What kind of harsh words come out of your mouth? Wang Ergo replied with disdain, whether I have seen it or not, you will know it later. But there is at least one thing I am sure of, you have definitely not seen it. And you, a little Karami, dare to call yourself a real rich man? I'm afraid you will be laughed at. Then he was too lazy to talk anymore and said to Tang Tang directly, Tang Tang, let's start. Tang Tang frowned and asked worriedly, Brother Go, do you really want to fight him? Wang Ergu replied firmly, of course, the punishment has been agreed upon. If you run away now, it would be too embarrassing, right? How can I still survive in Douyin? Tang Tang, it's not Brother Go, this. How could Wang Erga not know what she was worried about? Before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Wang Ergu. It's okay. Do you know who asked me to come? It's my eldest brother. My brothers and sisters are watching in the live broadcast room right now. With their support, who dares to bully us, let alone this idiot, even the entire internet? Poochie, haha. Young Master Shao couldn't help himself again and let out a ruthless laugh. I'll go to your uncle's place. I'm not afraid of the wind blowing my tongue off. Why are your big brother and big sister so awesome? Why the hell don't you go to heaven? Come on, let me take a look at your big brothers and big sisters. See who they are? Ha ha. He didn't know, but Tang Tang, who knew the true identity of Wang Xiaoshui, knew it very clearly. She has always been paying attention to Wang Ergu. Of course I know Brother Taishu, and I also know the existence of other big brothers and sisters. Suddenly, an expression of excitement appeared on her pretty face. I was about to say something, but I held it back. Since Brother Taishu and the others haven't spoken a word since they came in, they must be preparing to give this grandson a good beating. Seeing that the fish has taken the bait, if I point it out to this grandson now, he will definitely run away. After all, the PK hasn't officially started yet, so it's not a rolling knife. At this time, the National Destiny Department. The two directors who were also paying attention to this PK had beaming joy on their faces. Chen Bagua stared at the huge projection screen in the office. He said cheerfully, there should be more idiots like this. Zhou Jianjun took a puff of his cigarette and said leisurely, don't worry. This world is not short of people who don't believe in evil and arrogant fools. With them teasing and stimulating Chen, we won't be short of GDP at all. Wow, come on, even they have learned internet jargon like GDP. Chen Bagua smiled proudly, but then he returned to his serious expression. I'm a little worried now. Deputy Director Zhou raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, what are you worried about? Chen Bagua took a deep puff of his specially supplied cigarette and said, I'm worried that Chen's stamina is not enough and he might fail at the critical moment. He's brushing more fiercely than anyone else right now. What if he fails when the national war starts? The Douyin platform has just announced the start time of the Arena PK competition in the same section and in each Douyin division. And we have asked each department to start reporting the list of anchors who will participate in the competition. Deputy Director Zhou shook his head and said with a smile, Old Chen, your worry is totally unnecessary. You've seen how hard Chen is brushing now. There's no sign of him pulling back, okay? And have you noticed that over such a long period of time, his ticket sales have increased day by day? As for the list, do we need to think about it? Just report Wang Ergo directly. As for the other anchors, just make up the numbers. Anyway, let's let Wang Ergo go first. If Chen is good enough, there is no need for other anchors. I believe in Chen, and besides, he has recruited many wealthy men. His younger brothers should not be underestimated either. It's just that his brilliance is too bright, completely overshadowing the brilliance of others. After hearing his analysis, Chen Bagua nodded thoughtfully. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh filled with anxiety. He muttered, Boy Chen, the hope of our Zuxia's rise depends entirely on you. Please don't let us down. How could Chen Taishu know that he was shouldering the heavy responsibility of the rise of the entire Zuxia? If he knew, he would be very excited. Are you still worried about not being able to find your opponent's ball? Are you still worried about being lonely like snow? He absolutely patted his chest and made a solemn pledge. Leave it all to me. What about beating 10 or 100? I'm going to fight over 7 billion of them in the world. Chapter 193, A Battle-Experienced Player. Of course, follow the main group into Tang Tang's live broadcast room. And those who were lurking and watching quietly were not the only ones who were watching. There is also Xia Xia Go's old enemy, the 8th Prince, and the wealthy people in the Hong Kong circle. There are also many wealthy conglomerates that are about to move into Douyin, including the Emperor Building, Yama Palace, Skyblasting Gang, Big Brusher Alliance, etc. For these wealthy conglomerates, the most threatening and uncertain factor in Douyin at present is the Reckless Legion, which is Brother Taishu. As for the local wealthy consortiums and guilds in Douyin, they all have more or less connections with each other. Even though they were not on the same platform before, the live streaming industry is essentially connected. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. How can you play if you don't even understand your opponent? Apart from pure sentimentality and pure consumption, the Big Brushers Alliance has no interest in Douyin's #1 god of war. Which of the other ambitious wealthy conglomerates is not very interested in Brother Taishu? Just as the gossip news anchor bearded man analyzed before. They all want to step on the reckless army and Brother Taishu to get to the top. It's not just the super rich consortium that's like this, the newly settled media guild is the same. Not every boss of a media guild or MCN agency is as rational and shrewd as President Liu Yunqi of Xingyao Media. The reason why they are all keeping silent now is simply that they don't want to be the first to stand out. After all, no one dared to bet first whether there were bullets in Brother Taishu's gun. They are all testing their patience, and it depends on who can't hold back and is the first to take action. Go and use up the bullets in Brother Taishu's gun. 1, 2, 3. There will always be a time when the bullet runs out, right? That is the time for these patient hunters to wait and pick up the fallen peaches. A good hunter must not only have patience but also keen insight. Can clearly judge the best time to attack and kill with one strike. After all, the two directors' analysis is very thorough. No matter how powerful you are, there will always be people who refuse to believe in you. Maybe it's because I'm relying on luck, or maybe I'm too confident in myself. Of course, they were interested in Brother Taishu, and Chen Taishu was also very interested in them. They tried to step on Dwayne's #1 war god to gain the upper hand. But Chen Taishu wanted to complete the task by stepping on them. No problem, you just have to touch it. Wang Ergo said directly to Tang Tang, let's get started. Tang Tang no longer hesitated and quickly clicked to start PK. She and Xiao Cha Cha said in unison, 1 in front and 3 in the back, shut up and canvass for votes. As the two turned off each other's microphones, the PK officially began. Xiao Cha Cha raised her eyebrows and began to secretly fan the flames. Mr. Xiao, I think the people on the other side are not friendly. He knows your strength, but he still dares to speak so arrogantly. He must be well prepared. So, Mr. Xiao, I think you should not take it lightly, or you will fall into a trap. Ha! Young Master Xiao sneered with disdain. Come prepared? Capsize in the gutter? Are they worthy of it? Don't worry, I have plenty of ammunition today. Hearing what he said, Xiao Cha Cha was secretly delighted again. She cast a flirtatious glance at him. She said in a charming voice, really? I thought you, Mr. Xiao, who works day and night, didn't have many bullets in your gun. As a big player, how could Mr. Xiao not hear the connotation of her words? He immediately smiled lewdly and said, Little Cha Cha, you are indeed more sensible than the pretending Tang Tang. I like it, hee hee. Don't worry, I'll give you all the ammunition tonight, hee hee hee. As a veteran green tea, Zayakacha is certainly not pure mineral water. She also understood the double meaning of Mr. Zhao's words immediately. Ahem. She cleared her throat in a mock confused manner. He said to the assistant next to him, my throat is a little dry, go get me a glass of ice water. Wow, my goodness, this pair of dogs are really good at using their wits. They are indeed experienced players. A seemingly casual sentence actually has a hidden meaning. Anyone with a little bit of purity would probably not be able to hear the deeper meaning of it. Then she lifted her hair coquettishly and smiled charmingly. He said in a sarcastic tone, I will go offline as soon as this PK is over. Chapter 194, The Reckless Army Sets Out. Xiao Cha Cha is extremely sensible and understanding. A woman like her only needs a slap on the butt to know what position to change to. There is no need to say anything, she understands with just one gesture or one look. Young Master Xiao was quite satisfied with her attitude and performance. He suddenly felt that Xiao Cha Cha seemed pretty good. Why hadn't he noticed her before? He was very angry, but he smiled and said, since you are so sensible, Cha Cha, I must satisfy you. Let's have an appetizer first. After saying that, he clicked on the gift bar and held down Carnival. Then, a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared on the screen and flew up and down. The next moment, an extremely shocking dragon roar was heard. The phone also started vibrating. Brilliant fireworks bloomed, and a golden dragon message of good news appeared. Mr. Xiao gave away Carnival 999 in Xiao Cha Cha's live broadcast room. A super rich man has come and spent a fortune. Go and watch. Xiao Cha Cha suddenly jumped up from her seat. Her heavily made-up face was filled with excitement. He screamed in surprise. He screamed hysterically, thank you, Master Xiao, for sending me a set of Grand Carnival. Mr. Xiao is mighty and domineering, Mr. Xiao is strong and sturdy, and Mr. Xiao is tough. Mua, love you, love you, love you. They were dancing, blowing kisses, and making heart shapes to show their love. Young Master Shao laughed triumphantly twice. He especially likes the feeling of being flattered and licked. How can I describe it in one word? Looking at the good news about the full-level special effects that was also displayed in his own live broadcast room, Chen Taishu smiled slightly. A feeling of nostalgia suddenly came over me. It's been a long time since I've seen the special effects of the Grand Carnival. It has been a long time since I last attended the Grand Carnival. He shook his head. Although he missed it, he would definitely not do it again. There is no way a set of Grand Carnival tickets is only about 30 million, which is too cheap. How can he be worthy of his identity and status as Doin's #1 god of war? Now, when his brother Taishu makes a move, the force of the sound waves will definitely not be less than 100 million. Otherwise, with all the doobie in my pocket, how long will it take to spend them all? His strength simply doesn't allow him to keep a low profile. Wang Erge took a deep breath and then shouted. Brothers of the Reckless Corps, you can start working now. Keys out, help me blast those haters in the livestream room to pieces. As soon as Wang Erge finished speaking, millions of people in the live broadcast room could no longer hold back. They had been holding it in for a long time, and at this moment, they seemed to be possessed by the land fairy. One by one, they instantly opened fire at full force. The 1 or 2,000 little black guys who were so arrogant before were suddenly drowned in the army of millions of reckless men. Have they finally understood what the art of language is? What does it mean to make the key dirty? There is no ugliest thing, only uglier things. All of a sudden, the public screen was filled with those little black guys, followed by a string of greetings to the women at home. The little black guys could only tremble in fear as they were being chased and intercepted by millions of land immortals from the Reckless Legion. Afterwards, he was directly scolded and exited the live broadcast room, and ran away in embarrassment with his tail between his legs. They ran out of the live broadcast room, still feeling frightened. This is too fierce and cruel, isn't it? In order to earn a little money, I almost lost all my relatives and friends, and even the coffins of my ancestors were not saved. It's so fucking difficult. This business suffered a huge loss. When millions of people stopped being silent, Tang Tang and her die-hard fans were all dumbfounded. It turns out that these millions of people are real people, not robots or system bugs. Such discipline, such terrifying fighting power, my god, it's awesome, so awesome. Wang Erge's amazing actions really moved Tang Tang to tears. Although she is an experienced anchor, her mentality was almost broken by the black guy before. The entire public screen was filled with insulting words that were disgusting to watch. Anyone else would have been unable to bear it and would have been forced to go off the air. She slowly stood up, her face full of emotion, and bowed deeply to the camera with great emotion. He said sincerely, thank you, brothers from the Reckless Legion. Her die-hard fans also posted crazily on the public screen, thank you good brothers of the Reckless Army. Although her voice could not be heard, her abnormality could still be clearly seen from the live broadcast. Xiao Cha Cha and Mr. Xiao both looked at the other spare phone at the same time. Their small accounts have been lurking in Tang Tang's live broadcast room. When they saw millions of people pretending to be dead, they were stunned for a moment. Xiao Cha Cha was even more shocked, her mouth gaping with disbelief on her face. He exclaimed with a trembling voice, really, actually, all of them are real people. In her live broadcast room, the fans who had just been showing off were also dumbfounded. Especially after seeing the barrage on the public screen across the street, they immediately stopped. The arrogance and complacency just now disappeared instantly. Oh my god, there are ghosts, they are all resurrected. Didn't they say that the other side of the live broadcast room was full of iron? Were they all robots? How come they all came alive in an instant? Fuck, they are from the Reckless Legion. Why would the Reckless Legion help them? Do they know each other? It's over. The Reckless Army is on the other side. What's the point of playing? There's no fun. We're doomed. Seeing the comments in the live broadcast room, young Master Xiao frowned, and he became unhappy for a moment. He said unhappily, lose? What are you losing? You are a bunch of crows. Isn't it just a few million more people? So what? How many votes can they get? It's just a bunch of poor people who like to join in the fun. Is having more people useful? What's the point of coming out to PK? It's money, and fucking money. The Reckless Army? Ha, what a crap thing, is it that awesome? Young Master Xiao, who has always been the king of other platforms, does not know much about Douyin. Never even paid attention. So of course he didn't know about the Reckless Army, which has been all the rage on Douyin recently. He had never even heard of the famous name of Douyin's #1 god of war, Brother Taishu. This does not mean that Brother Taishu is not famous, it just means that Mr. Xiao is too ignorant. He is the kind of person who turns a deaf ear to the world outside, focuses on working behind closed doors, and lives in a self-centered world. He is ignorant, but Xiao Cha-Cha knows. Xiao Cha-Cha showed an extremely ugly bitter smile. He said very tactfully, Mr. Xiao, you are usually busy with important matters, so it is normal for you not to know the Reckless Army. This Reckless Army is a huge fan group that has emerged recently on Douyin. They are not die-hard fans of any particular anchor, but die-hard fans of a super rich big brother. And this super rich brother is the founder of the Reckless Legion, the Great Illusion Realm. Chapter 195, One Nickname, Defeat All. With a worried look on her face, Xiao Cha-Cha gave Master Xiao a simple but concise explanation. Young Master Xiao finally understood the Reckless Legion and the God of War Taishu illusion. He was secretly shocked. In particular, the story of the fame of the God of War Taishu Huanjing really shocked him. No matter how proud or arrogant he is, he dare not challenge the god like Taishu illusionary realm. He still has some self-awareness. A single PK can easily earn tens of millions or even billions. And it's RMB, not sound waves. Who the hell can stand this? Who can bear it? Although he was full of worries, he couldn't just give in and play dead since he had already pretended to be so arrogant. Holding a lucky mentality. He said stubbornly, they are just the flag-waving and cheering minions of the Reckless Army. Then what about Taishu Huanjing and other rich people? Didn't they not show up? Don't I know that bitch Tang Tang? How could she possibly know a wealthy man like Taishu Huanjing? Besides, that wimpy Wang Xiaoshui, with his cowardly look, his wealth level is only in the 30s. How can he know those high-ranking figures? I guess he is just a small shrimp in the Reckless Army, using the tiger's skin to make a big banner here. The words sounded quite tough, but he was secretly nervous in his heart. He took a deep breath and said calmly, just give it another try and you'll know. Then, he opened the gift bar again and pressed Carnival. Special effects are back. Mr. Xiao gave away Carnival 9.99 in Xiao Cha-Cha's live broadcast room. A super rich man has come and spent a fortune. Go and watch. This is another group of Grand Carnival, trying to test whether there is a rich man on the other side. After the brush, he and Xiao Cha-Cha stared at each other's health bars and leaderboards intently. However, Shen Taishu did not disappoint them. Without saying a word, he directly clicked on the title column and started a series of stupid operations. Tianzuan Taishu Huanjing has opened the Night Guardian in Tongtong's live broadcast room. Tianzuan Taishu Huanjing has opened the Royal Guardian in Tongtong's live broadcast room. That's right, it's the Divine Lord set worth more than 11 billion. When he saw the opponent's health bar and the number of votes, he counterattacked in an instant. Xiao Cha-Cha and Xiao Gongzi's hearts suddenly sank to the bottom. But both of them seemed to still hold on to hope and fantasy. They actually clicked on the opposite list at the same time. When they saw the avatar and nickname at the top of the list, they completely gave up. Xiao Cha-Cha collapsed weakly on the chair. The public screen in the live broadcast room was also completely silent, with no one speaking. The 4 words Taishu Illusion Realm directly crushed all their self-confidence, pride, and arrogance. Compared with their dullness, Tongtong's live broadcast room was extremely exciting and lively. Tang Tang was stunned at first, then she covered her mouth with her hand, her face full of surprise and disbelief. Ah! Brother Taishu, it's really Brother Taishu. Thank you, Brother Taishu for, She was so excited that she didn't even know how to thank him. Fortunately, Wang Ergo stood up. He smiled and said, this is the Divine Lord set, which was created by Brother Taishu. Then he took the initiative to thank him. Thank you, brother. Thank you for the table, big brother. Thank you for the Divine Lord set sent to my Tang Tang. She is not very good at speaking, please forgive her, big brother. Wow, well, Wang Ergu, who is not a coward, is actually so straightforward. Writing peace for the world, yeah, Ergu, you stood up. Look how I'm pretending to be you. Wang Ergu smiled innocently, hee hee. With the support of all the big brothers and sisters, can I not stand up? It's all thanks to the big brothers and big sisters for giving me face, otherwise where would I get the courage and confidence, hee hee. Then the public screen was filled with Tang Tang's fans, who kept thanking Brother Taishu for their support and the domineering stage he gave them. Chapter 196, Give Enough Table. As the eldest brother, Chen Taishu was the first to take action. Naturally, the younger brothers were not willing to fall behind. Since I came here specifically to support Wang Ergu and help him pick up girls. Of course, the table must be adequate. I wrote Peace in the World and opened the Night Guardian in Tongton's live broadcast room. GB and Tianxia opened the Royal Guardian in Tongton's live broadcast room. Cat 11 from the Old Alley has activated the Royal Guardian in Tongton's live broadcast room. The Dream of 900 Million Boys is in Tongton's live broadcast room, and the King's Guardian has been opened. Xingshan has activated the Royal Guardian in Tongton's live broadcast room. Yijian Shilai opened the Royal Guardian in Tongton's live broadcast room. Zhou Sanchue opened the Royal Guardian in Tongton's live broadcast room. Brother Xiaosa has activated the Royal Guardian in Tongton's live broadcast room. Han Hanmai has activated the Royal Guardian in Tongton's live broadcast room. All the wealthy men in the Reckless Army gave Tang Tang a set of Divine Lord suit. This countertop is absolutely amazing. This series of special effects for the title dazzled all the live broadcast rooms watching it. Many confused visitors also started discussing the situation in other live broadcast rooms. Fuck, aren't these all the wealthy people from the Reckless Army? What the hell are they doing? Who is this anchor Tang Tang? Why have I never heard of her? All the wealthy members of the Reckless Army have opened their Divine Lord sets in such a high-profile manner. This must be another lucky person chosen by Brother Taishu. Isn't this a big deal? It seems like another anchor who should not be messed with has been born. At this moment, Tang Tang was extremely shocked and excited. She stood up again and bowed 90 degrees to the camera. This lasted for a full minute before she slowly straightened up. Thank you to the big brothers and sisters of Brother Go's family, thank you to the brothers of the Reckless Army, and thank you Brother Taishu. I didn't expect that everyone would be so troubled to mobilize so many troops just because of my little thing. I actually surprised you all, brothers and sisters. Thank you. Thank you all for giving me a platform beyond my imagination. The Reckless Army is awesome, the Reckless Army is domineering, the Reckless Army is invincible in the world. After saying that, she bowed deeply to the camera. While she was moved and excited, she was also extremely shocked. I have been a host for so many years, and I am still a first-tier host. When had she ever seen such a shocking scene? She couldn't help but sigh. Today, my little Tang Tang has broadened her horizons. That is to say, has our Douyin become so cruel now? Isn't this too arrogant? I used to brag about how awesome the previous platform was, how many big brothers there were, and how domineering the super rich were. Now it seems that I am really too ignorant. Compared with Douyin, I am nothing. He can easily vote hundreds of millions of times. My god, I've never seen such ruthlessness on previous platforms. Wang Ergu was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He pretended to be annoyed and said, "Put away your inexperienced look. Do you think all the super rich guys in Douyin are so rich and inhumane? How is that possible? What are you thinking about? Only the big brothers and big sisters of our reckless core can be so arrogant and domineering, okay? Of course, Douyin's strength is beyond doubt, otherwise why is Douyin the only one standing firm now? There are rumors that Douyin has over 100 million people per capita. Ahem, there is some truth to that." Chen Taishu smiled and shook his head. He reasonably suspected that Wang Ergu was implying Douyin users. He. Tang Tang smiled awkwardly. I thought all the super rich brothers in Douyin were so powerful. Writing peace for the world, how about Ergu? Is this table enough for you guys? If it's not enough, just say something. Wang Ergu kept saying, it's enough, it's more than enough. Thank you, big brother, thank you, 11th sister, thank you, sister Lan, thank you, brother Yanji, thank you, brother Cheng, thank you, brother Bai, thank you, brother Shui, thank you, brother Xiaoxia, thank you, sister Henin. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters in the Reckless Legion. Thank you for giving me, Wang Ergu, a platform. Without you, I, Wang Ergu, would not be worth it. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. I will fight for your help. Otherwise, people would say that Wang Ergu is a good person. Chapter 197 The Knife Rolls. When you see the opponent's health bar sweeping over instantly. Young Master Xiao was once again confused like a fool. 60 million votes, we got 60 million votes on our side. But now even the health bar has been devoured and cannot be seen anymore. Is this fucking the health bar disappearing technique? He couldn't help but swallowing hard. This Douyin super rich man is too fucking cruel, isn't he? It's so terrifying. Young Master Shao silently clicked on the other party's list. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Damn, the list is full of level 60 rich guys. In Douyin, are level 60 rich people so worthless? Young Master Shao really wanted to cry at this moment. This pure bullying? A real rich man at level 60, as long as he is stronger, it will be difficult for me to fight against him. They come here in large numbers. What's more, there is an invincible celestial being who can easily get hundreds of trillions of votes. Bullying, too much bullying. What kind of horrible existence had I provoked? It would be a lie to say I have no regrets. Young Master Shao must be regretting this to his core. I wanted to give myself 2 slaps in the face. Why did I get so carried away at that moment? What should I do now? Fight? Take the ball and fight. Not to mention that they haven't made any serious moves yet, even the number of votes on the health bar now is something I can't shake at all. This slap hit him hard in the face. He had said before that if she obeyed him, he would be able to let Tang Tang run rampant in Douyin. As a result, any wealthy person who pops up can suppress you so much that you can't even get up. This is really an exaggeration. Now, all my face and dignity are gone. He suddenly realized that he was a frog in a well. He was doing very well on the previous platform, and developed an arrogant and conceited mentality. Unexpectedly, on the first day of switching to combat audio, I was taught a severe lesson by reality. My face was almost swollen from being rubbed on the ground. Losing is a sure thing. You will have to kneel down and recognize your father later. How can I survive? How can I still hang out in Douyin? This punishment is undoubtedly more painful than killing him who is so proud and arrogant. Young Master Shao pondered for a long time and decided that he could no longer stay in Douyin. Then just roll the knife directly. When he thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed like a good idea. It's better to roll a knife than to kneel down and acknowledge your father, right? Just as he was weighing the pros and cons, Tang Tang on the opposite side had already made a pause gesture. Both sides opened their microphones. Young Master Shao knew that what awaited him next would surely be endless ridicule and insults from the other side. As expected, as soon as he started talking on the microphone, Wang Xiaoshui on the opposite side could no longer suppress the primordial power in his body. Heh, what's going on? Why are you lying down and pretending to be dead? Weren't you so unruly before? After saying just 2 sentences, I saw young Master Shao actually leave the guest seat. Wang Ergu was suddenly confused. Is this a rolling knife? Xiao Cha was also stunned for a moment, then clicked on her own list to take a look. Where is the figure of Master Shao who has always been sitting at the top of the list? She shook her head helplessly and said, he has already run away and left the live broadcast room directly. That's right, young Master Shao did run away. Since you have already decided to roll the knife, why wait until the PK is over? Why should we allow them to ridicule and insult us? Ha! Wang Ergu was obviously a little surprised. He has been in Douyin for so long, but he has never seen a rolling knife. He thought that the style of Douyin was to never roll the knife. As a result, today I really broadened my horizons. Not only did he not expect this, even Chen Taishu and the others did not expect this. Writing for peace in the world, fuck, this grandson, he too, what the hell is this? The dream of 900 million young boys. To be honest, this is the first time I have seen a rolling knife. Qingshan Rogu, I can't afford to play with this little bastard. He dare not do the punishment. What the hell is he talking about? It's embarrassing. Only Tang Tang didn't seem surprised. She gave a disdainful and sarcastic smile. It's not surprising that the rolling knife incident happened to him. Isn't he that kind of person? I would be surprised if he was willing to obey the punishment honestly. She was right. Young Master Shao was so shameless as to even ask for back the money he had spent. It's not surprising that he would do such a shameless thing. Tang Tang smiled and said, believe it or not, based on that grandson's character, I'm afraid he has even cancelled his account by now. As soon as she finished speaking, a radio operator in the live broadcast room began to report the news through the screen. Oh my god, that guy actually deleted his account. Then more and more people started to pop up the screen to confirm. Although everyone is very angry, what can they do? The other person has already cancelled his account, what else can you do? You should know that once a Douyin account is cancelled, the identity information previously used for authentication can never be registered again. If you still want to continue playing, that's fine, just get a new identity that is not registered. But everything bound, including payment accounts, must belong to the person whose identity information is the same as yours. Chen Taishu shook his head. He had no idea what to do. If it was just a simple rolling knife, he would not be able to make the other party unable to survive in Douyin. But he just quits. What can you do? Real people? No need. He couldn't help thinking that it would be great if there were a law to punish those who didn't want to be so harsh. However, he didn't know that his wish would come true soon. When young Master Xiao ran away, the most embarrassed person was of course Xiao Cha-Cha. But the embarrassment only lasted for a moment. The next second, she shamelessly licked Tang Tang, Brother Taishu, and the older brothers and sisters of the reckless army. These are nothing to the anchor. You have to be thick-skinned to eat as much as you can, especially in the live broadcast business. How can you have the nerve to do live broadcast? Want to make money standing still? It's not that easy. Isn't Erga the most typical example? If he had been too proud and arrogant at the beginning, would Chen Taishu have supported him? Obviously not. Without Chen Taishu's support, how could he have reached his current status as the top star on TikTok? So, sometimes, you shouldn't be too shameless. Chen Taishu is extremely irritated now. I originally thought that the opponent would be able to show some strength, but it turned out to be a cowardly cannon with a green onion stuck in its nose, pretending to be an elephant. When I saw the nickname ID, I didn't even try to resist. In the end, it ended before it even began. The key is Timo the rolling knife. Now I see Xiao Cha-Cha behaving so shamelessly again. Can you not be annoyed? He typed impatiently, that's it. Let's go. Following his order, the members of the reckless army began to evacuate the live broadcast room. Tang Tang stood up, bowed and said, farewell to the brothers of the reckless army, and to Brother Taishu. Wang Erga smiled and said, wait for me, I'll be right over. Chapter 198 Pretending to be a romantic. Everyone from the reckless army returned to Wang Erga's live broadcast room. Seeing that everyone had returned, Wang Erga stood up from his chair. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Chen Taishu and all the brothers and sisters. Chen Taishu smiled and said, looking at this situation, Erga should be able to successfully find his partner tonight, right? Wang Ergu's face was almost broken from laughing. Isn't this all thanks to Brother Taishu? He. Chen Taishu was naturally very happy to be able to facilitate a good marriage. Writing peace for the world, brother, can you also help me study my happiness? Chen Taishu replied unhappily, although my second brother only weighs more than 90 pounds, her rebellious bones weigh more than 100 pounds. Do you think she will listen to me? But... He suddenly changed the subject but paused deliberately. Xia Yinji quickly said in a flattering way, but what? Big brother, can you analyze it carefully for me? Cough, cough. Mrs. Chen pretended to be confused and coughed twice. She just didn't say anything. It was obvious that she was deliberately trying to make things difficult for him. How come Xia Yinji still doesn't understand? He was very good at handling things, so he hurriedly asked, brother, is the tea okay? Is it to your taste? After all, it is the dahongpo from the mother tree of Wui Mountain. How much can it produce in a year? How could such high-end tea not suit his taste? Chen Taishu nodded in satisfaction and said pretentiously, it's okay. It's okay. Xia Yinji, then shall I steal some more for you, big brother? Ahem. Chen Taishu, who was sipping tea, was choked by his choice of words. They are all educated people, how can they be accused of stealing? Can't I just take it or borrow it? This is a very simple matter. I'll give you a trick. You can easily take down the second brother. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel, Xia Yinji's eyes suddenly lit up. He jumped up from the bed. I couldn't wait to ask, what's the trick? Brother, tell me quickly. To be honest, Chen Taishu knows nothing. The fact that he and Queen Su Tian were able to be together was completely a matter of mutual affection and a natural outcome. And I was lucky. In his 2 lifetimes combined, he has only been with Queen Su. His emotional experience can no longer be described as scarce, but rather poor, so poor that it is beyond imagination. He's still here pretending to be an emotional master, a love guru, teaching people how to fall in love. Isn't this purely misleading? Only a simple-minded idiot like Xia Yinji who has no idea about the situation can trust him. He was forced to pretend, but he actually managed to do it. Chen Taishu smiled complacently and said, "My second brother is in the live broadcast room now. Is it really okay for us to be so blatant? Do you really think my second brother is a fool? Let's talk privately. Let's talk in detail in private." Cat 11 from the old alley, "It's okay, just speak up." Pin-chested just said she went back to her room to take a shower. Xingshan Rogu, "Yes, I just called her, but no one answered. She must be taking a shower." Wow, these intelligence agents are quite skillful. I had just finished speaking when they had already investigated everything clearly. "You all like to join in the fun, right?" Chen Taishu confirmed again and again, "Are you sure? Don't joke about Yenji's happiness. If my second brother knew about this trick in advance, it might not only fail to work, but Yenji might also be in danger. You all know my second brother's violent temper. You can't joke around with him." Cat 11 from the old alley, "Wait a minute, let me think of a way to ask the housekeeping department to open the door so I can take a peek. My goodness, they are all people who like to watch the fun and make trouble. Are these guys idle? They are too curious." Not long after, Chen Shi appeared on the screen again. I sneaked into the room and took a look. The flat-chested girl was indeed taking a bath, and she didn't notice me. Okay, no problem at all, go ahead and tell me, big brother." Chapter 199, A Wise Man Does Not Fall in Love. Ahem. Chen Taishu pretended to clear his throat. He started talking nonsense in a serious tone. "Yenji, what I am going to talk about next is the main point. You must remember this." Wait. Xia Yenji, who had already sat in the guest seat, quickly stopped him. "Brother, wait a minute. I'll go find some paper and pen and take notes." "Yeah, hey. This kid is quite sensible." Mr. Chen, the lover, expressed his satisfaction with his humble and serious attitude. I couldn't help but nod and praise him pretentiously. Not bad, this young man is teachable." Then I heard the sound of him rummaging around for something. Taking advantage of this gap, he continued to speak. "Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, Sanpang, you can also learn from me. Xingshan Rugu, goodbye, big brother, I'm not that depressed. As the saying goes, a wise man does not fall in love, and a man must wash his feet and massage them. Ijian Shilai, brother, I don't need it either. As the saying goes, naive people put relationships first, while mature people bathe their feet and apply oil." Chen Taishu was instantly speechless after seeing their floating comments on the screen. He said unhappily, "You just keep saying jingles. Are you two going to take the postgraduate entrance exam?" Zhou Sanchue, brother, I don't need it anymore. For me, there is no love that cannot be solved with money. If there is, it means that the money is not enough. Who still wants to talk about love these days? Isn't it better to talk about business? Why do you have to do those useless things? Damn, the ideological realm of these three guys is so high that Chen Taishu can only say it is as high as a 3-story building. He originally thought that any normal person would not agree with their views. However, what he never expected was that all the comments on the public screen were applauding and cheering for them. More than 90% of male compatriots particularly agree with the ideas of these three people. "Good guy," Chen Taishu exclaimed. "Good guy. After all this time, the clown turned out to be me?" But he couldn't admit his mistake. After all, he was now a respected love mentor. With a disappointed tone, he said, "You are truly a rotten tree that cannot be carved, and a wall of dung that cannot be plastered. You wicked scoundrels, do you know which two types of people I hate the most?" Li Qingyi, Shinmubai, and Zhou Sanpang all asked in unison, "Which two types of people?" Chen Taishu snorted coldly, "Humph. One is to play with but not marry, and the other is to marry but not play with. You three are the kind of people who love to play, but are ruthless when you're done. I think your jingle should be changed to, a wise man does not fall in love, and is not responsible for pregnancy." Wang Ergo sighed heavily. Then he sighed. "When several gentlemen withdrew from the literary world, I strongly opposed it. As soon as this hot topic was brought up, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back any longer. They had a heated discussion on the topic of should you marry after having fun, should you play after getting married? The public screen exploded. At this time, Xia Yenji also found paper and pen. He immediately urged impatiently, "Brother, I'm ready. Hurry up and tell me, or Sister Lan will finish her bath soon." Cat 11 from the old alley, don't panic. Do you think girls take showers the same as you boys, and that they only take a few minutes to finish? There is plenty of time. Please explain slowly and in as much detail as possible. I am afraid that Shigo will not understand. Don't worry, she won't be able to leave the bathroom in less than an hour. Chen Taishu was slightly startled, obviously a little surprised. He discovered this problem ever since he started living together with Queen Su Tian. He originally thought that only Su Qingyan had trouble taking a bath. It turns out that all girls are like this? I understand, but I don't fully understand. What puzzled him was, it was just a shower, a few minutes wouldn't be enough, but 10 or 20 minutes should be enough, right? But what happened for nearly an hour? Even if you rub your entire body until it's bald, it shouldn't take that long, right? He nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that he would have a chance to take a bath with Queen Su and broaden his horizons. Chapter 200 Online Teaching by Instructor Chen. Next is Chen Taishu's showtime. He pretended to be serious and said, Yenji, do you know what we should first figure out before we pursue a girl? Xia Yenji blurted out without even thinking, preference. Chen Taishu shook his head and said, no, although preferences are important, they are not the most important point. So what's the first point? It's character and temperament. Now tell me what kind of person my second brother is? Sister Lan? When talking about this, a smile appeared on Xia Yenji's face involuntarily. Then he said slowly, Sister Lan, you are beautiful and generous, gentle and elegant, with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Chen Taishu had a look of horror on his face and had to interrupt him. Wait, Yenji, is this the second brother you are talking about? Xingshan Rogu, love really does cloud one's mind. Look, Yenji is a typical example. He is blind in both eyes and heart. Ijian Shilai, brother Qing, you don't understand. Yenji is clearly a lover's eye for beauty. Chen Taishu sighed silently. He waved his hand and said, forget it. It's unnecessary to ask you. My second brother is a very opinionated, strong, and overbearing woman. Cat 11 in the old alley, brother, there is nothing wrong with this evaluation. It is very objective and pertinent. It was originally a fact, but when it came out of Chen Shi's mouth, it sounded a bit like personal grudge. Xia Yenji was a little confused, is that so? Why don't I feel that way? Chen Taishu held his forehead with his hand, feeling that this idiot had been poisoned too deeply and there was no cure. He said unhappily, don't talk, just listen carefully, learn carefully, and then do as I say. Oh, okay, big brother. Chen Taishu took a deep breath and continued, do you know what the ultimate move is to deal with a woman like my second brother? After hearing this, not only Xia Yenji, but even the other people in the live broadcast room, including the three scumbags, even Chen Shi, a woman, couldn't help but become interested. Everyone stretched their ears and listened carefully. As soon as he said this, Chen Taishu regretted it. He quickly continued, forget it, why am I asking you? It's unnecessary. Let me tell you straight, a woman like my second brother needs nothing more than to be conquered. The stronger and more domineering a woman is, the more she needs to be conquered. Do you understand? Such a woman is undoubtedly the most disgusted by obedient little milk dogs and licking dogs. The more submissive you are, the more disgusted she will be. Do you understand? Xia Yenji was obviously surprised. I couldn't help but retort, that's not right, brother. Isn't it said that the stronger a woman is, the more she needs to be cared for and loved? Chen Taishu said unhappily, is there a conflict between conquering her and pampering her? When I say conquer, I don't mean conquer by force. What the hell are you thinking? I mean the conquest in terms of posture and momentum, understand? Xia Yenji, who was taking notes seriously, scratched his head. Bewilderedly, he said, I don't quite understand. Can you explain it in a more understandable way, brother? Chen Taishu once again held his forehead with his hand, feeling tired. He said simply and rudely, to put it bluntly, you need to be stronger and more domineering than her. You must not give up. You must conquer her completely from the bottom of your heart. Such women usually think that only men who are stronger and more domineering than themselves are worthy of them. Only men who conquer them can gain their respect, admiration, and love. Xia Yenji's eyes suddenly lit up and he suddenly realized. Oh, I see. I'm well taught. Then he said with great relief, fortunately, you are here, brother, otherwise I would have made a fatal mistake. Chen Taishu said modestly, no. But these are just some superficial experiences, not worth mentioning at all. Well, he got it done again. Xia Yinji continued to ask, brother, then what should I do specifically? For example, if I want to confess my feelings, what should I say and do so that Sister Lan won't reject me? Wow, you're so direct. You're ready to confess as soon as you get here, right? But that's true. Pei Yuan Lan already knew that he had feelings for her. If you don't want to confess, why bother with other things? Is it okay? It's just a matter of a word. Don't delay anyone else. This is what today's young people are like, decisive and efficient, without any procrastination. It's just a confession. Shigo is still relatively reserved. Aren't young people nowadays asking directly for marriage certificate? Are you going to have a baby? Ahem. Chen Taishu didn't expect him to be so direct. He was totally unprepared and could only pretend to choke on the water to cover up and delay. Although the question was sudden and caught him off guard, it did not stump him at all. After all, he has successfully established himself as a love saint in everyone's mind, and he can't just watch it collapse. After thinking for a moment, he, who already had Ader, smiled calmly. He said confidently, confession, right? It's easy. I have a very strong and domineering trick, so take note. Xia Yinji quickly picked up the pen and prepared to take notes. Brother, you said, I'm ready. Chen Taishu said slowly, well, you just walk up to my second brother with a domineering attitude, without recognizing any relatives. And then it kept getting closer and closer. And my second brother would definitely step back and ask in confusion what you want to do. Remember, you must not speak at this time. Don't say a word. Just look down at her, stare at her straight, and keep getting closer. If you force her to retreat, she will be unable to escape even if she has wings. When you force her into a corner, you can give her a strong and domineering wall bang. Xia Yinji, who was a quick writer, was taking notes quickly on his notebook. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he said anxiously, slow down, brother. It's too fast and I can't remember it. Then remember this first. I'll drink some tea to moisten my throat, too. Chen Taishu picked up the tea bowl and took a big gulp. Such precious tea, but he drinks it like a cow drinking water. Isn't this a waste of good things? Then light a cigar leisurely and proudly. Okay, brother, go on. Chen Taishu slowly exhaled the smoke and continued, after the Waldong, you reach out and lift her chin. He said arrogantly, Lan, I think you are quite pretty, and I am attracted to you, so you should find a way to fall in love with me. Among billions of people, I have only given you a chance. I hope you will not be ungrateful and narrow your own path. Pa Chen Taishu clapped his hands proudly. How is it? How is this confession? Is it domineering and strong? Let me ask you, which woman can resist? Which woman would not be confused after hearing this?